You can earn 10 yuan per second just by being close to the opposite sex. A kiss can directly earn you 100,000 yuan. Will you choose to boldly make a move or play it safe? Just as you wake up in the hospital, a system notification rings in your mind. Congratulations on awakening the Heart Power cashback system. As long as the host is within 10 meters of a beautiful woman, you can earn 10 yuan per second. Unlock intimate actions with the goddess to receive special rewards. Additionally, the host is given 1 million yuan in cash as startup capital. Just as the system finished its notification, your phone buzzed with a bank transaction alert. Wow, 6 zeros. Is this a dream? You can't help but pinch yourself hard. It doesn't hurt at all. It feels soft and squishy, like squeezing cotton. Could it be that I'm still dreaming? You hurriedly look down and realize you're not pinching your own face, but the cheek of the girl lying in your arms. Senior, you're awake. The girl giggles shyly, her voice like silver bells. You start to panic. Did she notice your little action? But you quickly calm yourself down, yawning lazily and pretending to look sleepy. Who are you? You feign surprise as you look at the beautiful girl in front of you. At this moment, the JK girl has sat up, smiling brightly at you. Your heart races. What does this smile mean? Could it be she didn't notice what just happened? Otherwise, she should have scolded you for being a creep. Why is she still smiling? Senior, I'm Xiaoyali. I used to have a crush on you. You really don't remember me? You look at her, struggling to recall. You remember back when you were in the student council, many juniors pursued you. Unfortunately, you were already infatuated with Su Qian, focused only on her. You had no time to notice other girls, completely missing out on a whole forest for a crooked tree. Ding! The system detects Xiaoya's beauty rating over 80, triggering a cashback, balance increased by 10 plus 10 plus 10 yuan. Hearing the system's notification, you exclaim, wow, is it really this easy to make money? Hey, I'm talking to you. Have you forgotten about me? I remember you, Xiaoyali. Your nickname is Little Maruko, right? You say with a smile, recalling the system's hint. Xiaoyali blushes, surprised that you still remember her. Your heart skips a beat. This woman's shy demeanor is simply too beautiful. Plus, she once had a crush on you, so raising her affection shouldn't be that hard. Isn't this a treasure trove right in front of you? What are you doing here? You ask, looking at Xiaoyali in surprise. How could you not know? I work at the same company as Su Qian. You're a bit confused. You've been to Su Qian's company a few times but never noticed Xiaoyali. I was right next to you while you were waiting for Su Qian at the company yesterday. Your face flushes. You really didn't notice Xiaoyali, and you didn't expect her to see you in such a disheveled state. Brother, did you know? Li Qian actually got involved with that guy named Lin last year. Your anger nearly erupts. You can't believe you've been cheated on this whole time. Xiaoyali is a bit startled by your reaction. Lily, please continue. I'm not angry with you. You look at the startled Xiaoyali and instinctively reach out to touch her face, trying to comfort her. Xiaoyali feels electrified, nearly dizzy with happiness, as the boy she secretly liked for years is so close to her. And now, having such intimate contact, who wouldn't be confused? Xiaoyali's affection for the host increases by 15, bringing the total to 65. Keep it up. You didn't expect that such a simple action would instantly raise Xiaoyali's affection by 15 points. It seems you can be bolder now. With this thought, you feel excited, and your hands start to wander. Ah, what do you take me for? Just because I like you doesn't mean I'm that kind of girl. I'm sorry, Lily. You're just too beautiful, I couldn't help myself, you say sincerely. Xiaoyali can't get mad anymore. Then promise me, don't get handsy, and let me finish speaking. You obediently nod. I was right behind Su Qian and the others, I heard everything they said. But don't worry, brother. I believe you won't be poor forever. One day, you'll get back at that couple. Your heart warms at her words. You didn't expect her to appreciate you even after seeing you in such a sorry state. It seems Xiaoyali genuinely likes you. With this thought, you feel more courageous. Seeing that there are no outsiders around, you pull Xiaoyali into your arms and kiss her. Xiaoyali initially tries to resist but soon succumbs completely to you. Xiaoyali's affection increases. The system detects that her affection for the host has reached 80, rewarding the host with 100,000 yuan. Hearing the system's notification, you smile with satisfaction, never imagining it could be this easy to make money. Lost in thought, a smile creeps onto your lips. Ha, I'm getting rich. If I keep making money at this rate, it won't be long before I settle scores with that couple. To be honest, you've only had Su Qian as a girlfriend for all these years, maybe it was all a lie. Even the finest delicacies can become tiresome over time, sometimes, even simple pickles and porridge taste good. You just never thought about it before because you were too deeply infatuated. Now, suddenly interacting with other girls feels incredibly refreshing, especially with all this money coming in. It's an exhilarating experience. Just as the two of you were about to get closer, a woman's cough suddenly interrupts from the doorway, clearly intentional. Xiao Yali hurriedly opens the door, revealing a stunning figure standing there. You feel a rush of fresh air, and your heart begins to flutter. The woman looks at the two of you with a bright smile. Sis, what are you doing here? You little brat. You come to the hospital without telling your sister? The woman pretends to be angry, chuckling. It's not that serious, so I didn't want to bother you. The woman replies, if a nurse hadn't said she saw you, I wouldn't have come to see you, right? She playfully pinches Xiao Yali's cheek. That's not true, sis. You stare at the woman in front of you, completely mesmerized by her beauty. The system has detected a high-quality beauty with a score over 80, retrieving her profile now. Name, Xiao Yanan, age, 30, nickname, Little Pumpkin, appearance, 95, figure, 95, hobbies, fitness, swimming, yoga, favorability towards Susu, 30. Hearing the system's prompt, you feel excited. You didn't expect another stunning woman to appear, truly a blessing for your eyes. Suddenly, the female doctor showed a very surprised expression. You are Jiang Chen? At that moment, Xiao Yanan stared at you and asked. You are taken aback. This is their first meeting, how could he know you? You know me? You asked, puzzled. Of course I know you. Lily's bedroom is filled with your photos. I thought he was just imagining things. Turns out you two are really a couple. Xiao Yanan said, her face smiling, but her expression showed a hint of disappointment. Thank you. Now you know I was telling the truth, right? I'm Lily's sister, Xiao Yanan. Nice to meet you, she said, extending her hand. You hurriedly shook her hand, instantly feeling how cool, soft, and smooth it was. Ding! The system detected intimate actions between the host and Xiao Yanan. Favorability is below 80, unable to express, large cashback. Listening to the system's prompt, you smiled contentedly. Being intimate with such a beauty is rewarding enough without needing a prize. Just as you were lost in thought, Xiao Yali's shout pulled you back to reality. Brother Xiao. You looked at Xiao Yali. She looked at you angrily, and you realized you were still tightly holding that incredibly smooth and beautiful hand, suddenly aware of your impropriety. You hurriedly released her hand, reluctant to let go. I'm sorry. Your face turned a bit red, your shy nature slipped out unintentionally. Xiao Yanan smiled knowingly, not angry at all. Have we met before? You asked seriously, staring at Xiao Yanan. You felt like you had seen her somewhere, but suddenly couldn't recall. Silly, my sister is also a graduate of our school. She was once the campus beauty. You suddenly remembered the poster left by your previous senior, which was stuck on the wall of your university dorm. And the woman on that poster was none other than Xiao Yanan in front of you. Just as your emotions surged, Xiao Yanan looked straight at you, but sadly, she said, but you're too young. When you were in college, I graduated that same year, Xiao Yanan said regretfully. Ding! Xiao Yanan's favorability towards the host increased by 20, her current favorability is 50. The host is receiving Leo. Hearing the system's prompt, you became excited. Could it be that your dream goddess has feelings for you too? Just as she was lost in thought, Xiao Yanan's WeChat suddenly pinged. She glanced at her phone, and her face turned pale. Lily, you guys stay here, I have something to take care of. I can't stay with you for now. What happened? Can we help? You asked with concern. From your brief encounter, you've realized that Xiao Yanan is not an ordinary woman, and whatever is making her so anxious is definitely serious. It's nothing, Xiao Yanan said as she hurriedly left the two of you behind. You watched Xiao Yanan's departing figure, feeling a sense of loss. Hey, what are you thinking? Are you interested in my sister? You awkwardly smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. Both women today are useful, you can't offend either. Let me tell you, don't even think about pursuing my sister. Every guy who's chased her has been a tall, rich, and handsome type, but she hasn't liked any of them. You smiled lightly, little fool, you're jealous of your sister too, as you pulled Xiao Yali closer and teased her. You do indeed have feelings for Xiao Yanan, but for now, you can only pursue Xiao Yali, so you became bolder again. However, just as it was hard to part, a commotion suddenly erupted in the hallway. Is there going to be an earthquake? Xiao Yali exclaimed. However, as you pulled Xiao Yali out of the hallway, what you saw was a completely different scene. At the windows of the corridor, some patients and nurses were actually peeking in. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked a patient. In Building 2, someone is about to jump. The patient said excitedly. Clearly, he was more interested in the excitement than the safety of the person about to jump. Just jump already. Stop wasting time. Another patient shouted. Once the firefighters arrive, you won't be able to jump. You looked at these people who thrived on the chaos with disgust. How could human hearts be so indifferent? This person jumping from the hospital either lost a loved one who couldn't be saved, or was cheated by the hospital and left with no way out. If it's really about money, it wouldn't be a problem for you now. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Moreover, with the system now on your side, it's truly not a difficult matter. You thought to yourself as you looked out the window. You were suddenly shocked as you saw a familiar figure on the rooftop of the building across Xiaoyanan. You rushed towards that building's rooftop. Xiaoyanan, if you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I will jump from here. A man shouted at Xiaoyanan, losing control of his emotions. Zhao Jia, don't scare me. Come down first, can we talk slowly? Xiaoyanan said, nearly crying from anxiety. If you don't agree, I won't come down. I'll give you 3 more minutes. When the time's up, I'll jump, Zhao Jia said, glancing at his phone. At this moment, Xiaoyanan truly didn't know what to do. With so many people watching, she helplessly sank to her knees, genuinely at a loss. Dr. Xiao, maybe you should agree to him for now. If something happens, the city will definitely investigate, and the hospital's leadership will be held responsible. You can't let your personal issues tarnish our hospital's reputation. A man who looked like a leader earnestly advised Xiaoyanan. His words were filled with sincerity, prioritizing the greater good. But to Xiaoyanan, each word felt like another straw piling onto her burden. Have you thought it over yet? Less than a minute remaining, Zhao Jia urged. Xiaoyanan stood up, staring blankly at Zhao Jia. Okay, I agree. Before Xiaoyanan could finish speaking, she felt someone cover her mouth. Then, a strong arm wrapped around her. Sorry, she can't agree, she already has a boyfriend. Xiaoyanan looked at the man in front of her in shock, feeling a bit dizzy. Who the hell are you to stop him from jumping? Zhao Jia cursed at you. You don't need to care who I am. I said she has a boyfriend. If you want to jump, go ahead, you can jump right now, you said, looking at the man in front of you. You said mockingly. Who is her boyfriend? I pursued her for so long, how could I not know she has a boyfriend? Zhao Jia was furious, seeing that he was about to succeed when this unexpected person showed up to ruin everything. Can't you see with your blind eyes? You shouted. You tightly hugged Xiaoyanan and said, want me to give you another kiss for proof? Jiang Chen intentionally provoked Zhao Jia, as he had long seen that Zhao Jia didn't really want to die. At this moment, Zhao Jia was tightly gripping the edge of the railing, and below the building, safety airbags had already been set up to prevent any accidents. With such a grand display, it was clear that Zhao Jia must be a rich second generation. One had only heard of the downtrodden being controlled by love. Who had ever heard of a rich second generation being controlled by love? It was merely a trick to fool others. Zhao Jia looked at the affectionate couple, and the jealousy in his heart threatened to burst from his eyes. Jiang Chen knew he had achieved his goal and was about to let go of Xiaoyanan in his arms. However, at that moment, Xiaoyanan still held tightly onto Jiang Chen. At this moment, Xiaoyanan not only regarded him as her boyfriend but also as her only support. Ding, Xiaoyanan's affection +5, Xiaoyanan's affection +5, Xiaoyanan's affection +5. Current affection value is 70, host keep it up. Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled by the system's voice, the next second, Xiaoyanan suddenly kissed Jiang Chen passionately. Ah! A rainbow flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. The two completely ignored the crowd in front of them, lost in a kiss. Jiang Chen's heart bloomed with joy. It seemed that today he could not only win over Xiao Yali but perhaps even Xiaoyanan would be within reach. At that moment, the sound of click-click from cameras broke through their moment, and they reluctantly parted. Xiaoyanan's eyes were a bit dazed, her face flushed, looking shy and charming. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Could you strike a few more poses for us to take some more pictures? Someone with a camera said. Sorry, my girlfriend doesn't like being watched. Jiang Chen took Xiaoyanan's hand and shielded her behind him. Xiaoyanan felt a strong sense of security. Even though she was already 30 this year, many pursued her. Yet, the one who had such intimate contact with her was only Jiang Chen. She never expected that her first handholding, first hug, and first kiss would all be given to this younger classmate. Alas! It's a pity he's my sister Xiaoyali's boyfriend. How could I compete with my own sister? Xiaoyanan thought, feeling a sense of loss. But she still held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. Damn it, who the hell are you to ruin my good thing? Zhao Jia could no longer hold back and walked down from the edge of the rooftop. Jiang Chen sneered, Zhao Gongzi, not jumping anymore? I'll jump your mother. Zhao Jia approached the two and cursed loudly. You brat just said you're her boyfriend, right? Jiang Chen replied, yes. What's it to you? Zhao Jia said, forget it, I won't waste time with you. You want to be a hero saving the beauty? She owes me money, you know? As long as she pays me back, we're even. Zhao Jie thought he could scare off this troublemaker with money, and Xiao Yanin would be easy to handle. "When did I borrow money from you?" Xiao Yanin couldn't help but retort. "Who said it was a loan? I've spent over 200,000 just to pursue you, you know?" Zhao Jie shouted. The onlookers were shocked. They never expected someone could be so shameless. "That was your own money, what does it have to do with me?" Xiao Yanin was getting anxious. 200,000 was not a small amount. She was just a small doctor, earning only a little over 5,000 a month. How could she possibly come up with that much at once? She thought of Jiang Chen and felt even more hopeless. He had just graduated a few years ago. How much savings could he have? TCH, is this even human talk? The crowd around them scoffed. Just a moment ago, they were condemning Xiao Yanin for being heartless, and now they were turning around to blame Zhao Jie. So it turns out this kid designed the whole jumping off the building act. What kind of person is this, even counting someone else's expenses as his own? I've never seen someone so shameless. With the wind blowing so hard just now, why didn't it blow this bastard away? Everyone thought this in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Jiang Chen felt Xiao Yanin trembling with anger. Nan, it's okay. I'll talk to him." Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Yanin, his eyes filled with confidence. Seeing Jiang Chen so calm, Xiao Yanin felt less afraid. Although she knew Jiang Chen might not be able to handle it, for some reason, when this man spoke, she felt a strong sense of security. Xiao Yanin stared blankly at Jiang Chen, her emotions surging. "What are you looking at this poor loser for? Look at how shabby he is, does he look like he can take anything out?" Zhao Jie looked at the two with a mocking expression. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand her over to me, or I'll make sure you can't get out of this door." Zhao Jie showed a fierce expression. "Heh, don't even mention 200,000, I have millions. I won't give you a single cent, let's see what you can do to me." Jiang Chen protected Xiao Yanin behind him, saying with a cold smile, as if he didn't care about Zhao Jie at all. Zhao Jie was completely enraged now. "Damn it, you little brat, you're asking for trouble. Brothers, get him!" Zhao Jie roared. Among the crowd of onlookers, 5 or 6 subordinates quickly emerged, looking very fierce. Like hungry tigers, they pounced on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained standing in place, his eyes showing no fear. The first 2 who charged forward didn't even have time to react. Jiang Chen suddenly swung a punch, the fist cutting through the air like a cannonball. With a muffled bang, they were instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. At the same time, the other 3 subordinates had already lunged forward, but Jiang Chen was unhurried, his body flashing as his left leg swept out like a steel whip. The leg moved with extreme ferocity, tracing an arc in the air, carrying immense power. Again, there were 3 loud bangs, and the 3 subordinates were sent flying like leaves caught in a storm, tumbling awkwardly to the ground. The remaining 2 subordinates, seeing this, felt a surge of fear, their steps faltering, but they didn't dare to flee. Jiang Chen took the initiative, rushing in front of the 2 and throwing a few punches and kicks. The 2 subordinates had no time to defend themselves and were quickly knocked down. In an instant, 5 or 6 people lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain, unable to fight back. Zhao Jie, watching all this, was completely dumbfounded. Damn! How could bodyguards hired for tens of thousands a month fall apart with just one hit? Young Master Zhao, what do you have to say now? At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Jie with a mocking expression, sneering. Young Master Jiang, I'm sorry, I was just joking with you earlier, you don't need to pay back the 200,000. Zhao Jie smiled, looking more miserable than crying. Ha, is that it? It can't be that simple, young Master Zhao. Damn it, you've been harassing Yanin for so long, isn't it reasonable to make you kneel and apologize? Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Zhao Jie wanted to say something, but when he raised his eyes and saw Jiang Chen's furious face, his legs finally went weak. Reluctantly, he knelt down to Jiang Chen and Xiao Yanin, bowing his head. Then, like a rat crossing the street, he scurried away with a few bodyguards, looking extremely embarrassed. Jiang Chen, right. I'll remember you. Zhao Jie walked to the stairs, muttering a curse, and then strode away. When everyone saw there was no excitement to watch, they all dispersed. In an instant, the vast rooftop was left empty, with only 2 people remaining. How, I really don't know what to say. Xiao Yanin could no longer control her emotions, tears streaming down her face. If you don't know what to say, then don't say anything. Jiang Chen said indulgently, pulling Xiao Yanin into his embrace. Ding, the system's voice rang in Jiang Chen's ear again. Xiao Yanin's favorability towards the host +5. Xiao Yanin's favorability towards the host +5. Xiao Yanin's favorability towards the host +5. Current favorability of Xiao Yanin towards the host is 85. Intimacy can trigger cashback. Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He prepared to kiss Xiao Yanin. Ding, the system's voice rang in Jiang Chen's ear again. Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host -10, Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host -10, Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host -10. Xiao Yali. Jiang Chen was taken aback, suddenly turning his head to see Xiao Yali looking at the two with a resentful expression. Xiao Yanan followed Jiang Chen's gaze and was startled, quickly breaking free from Jiang Chen's embrace. Lily, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen was a bit flustered. Even though he had the system, he had never encountered such a situation before. If it came to liking someone, both sisters were appealing to him. But if he had to choose between the two, he would obviously pick his dream goddess, Xiao Yanan. However, as the saying goes, one should leave a line for others to follow, so they can meet again in the future. Right now, he couldn't offend either of these two women. Who knows which one the system would lock onto tomorrow? Moreover, he had already tacitly acknowledged his relationship with Xiao Yali. If Xiao Yanan decided to cut ties with him for the sake of sisterhood, it would be disastrous. What he feared even more was if Xiao Yali abandoned him too, then it would all be in vain. So the most important thing now was to stabilize Xiao Yali's emotions and prevent the two women from falling out. Jiang Chen-gu, didn't we agree on this? After a fierce internal struggle, Xiao Yali finally managed to force a smile. Jiang Chen was confused. He really didn't understand what Xiao Yali meant by that. Sister, how are you now? We were so worried about you just now. Xiao Yali bounced over to Xiao Yanan, asking with concern. I'm fine. Xiao Yanan stammered. She was a bit surprised by her sister's unusual behavior. That's good, as long as you're okay. My Jiang Chen-gu is not bad, right? Thanks to me letting him take action just now, otherwise, sister would have been deceived by that bad guy. As soon as she said this, Jiang Chen immediately understood Xiao Yali's intention. He hadn't expected this little girl, who seemed harmless on the surface, to have such deep thoughts. With just a few words, she resolved the awkward situation and forcibly pulled him back to her side. It seemed that wanting to be a scumbag was not as easy as he thought. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Xiao Yali suddenly clung to his arm. Right? Jiang Chen-gu. Xiao Yali looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. But Jiang Chen quickly noticed that although Xiao Yali was smiling, there were tears glistening in her eyes. He felt a pang of reluctance. Yes. As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, Xiao Yali's face lit up with joy, and with her other hand, she wrapped her arm around Xiao Yanan's, her happiness beyond words. Jiang Chen and Xiao Yanan exchanged glances, silent. At that moment, it seemed as if they could feel each other's heart through Xiao Yali. Yet, Xiao Yali appeared completely oblivious. Let us take you home. I'm afraid that rich second-generation guy will come to bully you again. Xiao Yali looked at Xiao Yanan with concern. Setting aside love, she truly loved her sister very much. Actually, I can manage on my own. Xiao Yanan stammered, not even believing her own words. Deep down, she certainly wanted to be with Jiang Chen, but he was her sister's boyfriend, and she just couldn't get over that mental hurdle. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Xiao Yali threw the question back to Jiang Chen. Of course. But why don't you sisters live together? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. The house is too far from the hospital, so I rented a place near the hospital. Xiao Yanan replied. At that moment, she had regained her previous calmness. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Don't listen to my sister's nonsense. She's just afraid of our parents pushing her to get married, that's why she moved out. Xiao Yali said playfully. You little brat. Xiao Yanan pinched Xiao Yali. Ouch. The tigress is attacking. Xiao Yali laughed and ran away. Jiang Chen watched the two sisters reconcile, and a crisis was thus resolved, making him breathe a sigh of relief. However, looking at Xiao Yanan now, he felt a bit lost. Xiao Yanan noticed Jiang Chen was looking at her but deliberately avoided his gaze. At that moment, she truly didn't know how to face him. Lily, I'll go back to clock in. You guys wait for me at the door for a bit. Xiao Yanan said to Xiao Yali. Okay. Sister, hurry up. Xiao Yali replied with a smile. Jiang Chen gazed at Xiao Yanan's departing figure for a long time. Although they would meet again soon, he still felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. Jiang Chen, do you hate me? At that moment, Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Xiao Yali looking at him seriously. The smile on her face had completely vanished, and Jiang Chen felt that her face was extremely unfamiliar. Jiang Chen forced himself to remain calm. Why would I hate you? Xiao Yali said. I know you like my sister. Jiang Chen was taken aback, his expression instantly turning ugly. You must be wondering why I said that just now, right? Xiao Yali continued. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Why? Because I'm afraid of losing you. I'm afraid that between the two of us, you would choose my sister. As Xiao Yali spoke, she could no longer hold back her emotions and began to cry. Jiang Chen was stunned, unable to move for a moment. He never expected that this lovely girl in front of him had such heavy feelings. But what she said was indeed a fact. If he really had to make a choice just now, he might have chosen to be with Xiao Yanan. Jiang Chen fell silent. Jiang Chen, if you really like my sister, I won't stop you. But please don't abandon me, okay? Xiao Yali cried. Jiang Chen was truly shocked by Xiao Yali's words. Lily. What? What are you talking about? Jiang Chen, I'm clearer than ever right now. I just want to tell you that as long as my sister is willing, I actually don't mind. I only ask that you don't abandon me, okay? Jiang Chen could hardly believe his ears. He never expected that Xiao Yali loved him to such an obsessive degree. He had once struggled to handle one girlfriend, and now two stunning beauties appeared at the same time. And they could both accept him, straddling two boats. If it were the old Jiang Chen, even if the girls could accept it, his heart might not be able to bear it. But ever since he was hurt by Su Qian, he believed that women were the most fickle. When they were on good terms, even if you had not a penny to your name, she would be more than willing. But once her heart changed, you would be utterly worthless, with flaws all over. Moreover, he already had a system, and it was impossible for him to hang himself on the same tree. He absolutely could not be soft-hearted now. Alright, I promise you. Even if I fall for someone else, as long as you are still willing to follow me, I will never drive you away. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance, uttering the most despicable words of his life. Brother Jiang Chen, are you really serious? Even though Jiang Chen said so, Xiao Yali was still very happy because at least she wouldn't be abandoned by him. Of course I'm serious. Jiang Chen replied earnestly. Then let's go. Sister must be getting anxious. Xiao Yali happily linked arms with Jiang Chen and walked downstairs. Ding, detected that Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host has reached 80 again, intimacy rewards available. The next second. Ding. System reward from target beauty Xiao Yali, received 3,000 yuan in cash. Jiang Chen listened to the system's prompt and finally revealed a satisfied smile. When the two reached the door, Xiao Yanan was already waiting there early. At this moment, Xiao Yanan had changed out of her work clothes and into casual attire. She wore a white V-neck shirt that glimmered slightly under the sunset, making the lace trim inside faintly visible. Her figure was full and upright, but her waist was very slender. She wore a blue ultra-short skirt, and on her long, jade-like legs, she had black stockings. It was clear that she had put on a bit of delicate makeup, making her already stunning features even more flawless. Her long black hair swayed in the wind. She was no longer the plain-faced girl from the rooftop moments ago. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the slowly approaching duo with a hint of resentment. Jiang Chen was momentarily entranced. The woman before him looked just like his dream lover. Indeed, such a woman, once seen, would be unforgettable. Sister, did you wait long? Xiao Yali let go of Jiang Chen and bounced over. You promised to wait for me, so why did you make me wait so long instead? Xiao Yanan pretended to be angry. Xiao Yali smiled mysteriously. We just talked about some important things. What important things? This piqued Xiao Yanan's great interest. We were discussing whether brother Jiang Chen likes you or likes me. Xiao Yali said half-jokingly. Jiang Chen was taken aback, unsure of what Xiao Yali was trying to do. However, he was still very curious to see how Xiao Yanan would react. Xiao Yanan's expression instantly became serious. Lily, I won't allow you to speak nonsense. Jiang Chen is your boyfriend, although he saved me just now, it doesn't mean that we. I hope you don't think too much. There really is nothing between us. Xiao Yanan's words carried an irresistible authority, which was one of the reasons she had remained single for 30 years. If she didn't like someone, she would refuse outright, never giving the other person a chance to linger. However, for the first time, she spoke these words with a complex emotion. Because the person in question was someone she liked. And this man had just saved her. Jiang Chen felt a wave of disappointment. He had been imagining the beautiful scenario of two women serving one man, but now he was brought back to reality. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. He looked at the stern-faced Xiao Yanan and felt an unprecedented sense of strangeness. Sister. Xiao Yali looked at Xiao Yanan with a heart full of pain. Xiao Yali certainly understood her sister's meaning. Ever since they were young, whatever Xiao Yali liked, Xiao Yanan would silently give it up for her, no matter how much she liked it. How could she not know of her sister's love? Lily, stop talking. Jiang Chen, treat my sister well. She's a good girl, Xiao Yanan said resolutely. Jiang Chen replied. He knew that there was no point in saying much more in this situation. However, he really liked. No, he loved Xiao Yanan. But with Xiao Yali in the way, it was truly too difficult to get Xiao Yanan to accept him right away. It seems the only way is to separate them and take them down one by one. Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. Under the setting sun, a man and two women walked slowly down the street, each harboring their own thoughts. Xiao Yanan's rented apartment was not far from the hospital, so they walked. Wow, who is that guy? Isn't that beautiful Dr. Xiao from the hospital? Look, there's also a little lowly, and this guy has managed to win her over. He looks so plain, but turns out he's a hidden rich guy. He's got both of these beauties. Passers-by cast envious glances at Jiang Chen as they walked by. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the attention. When he was with Su Qin before, he never had such a high rate of people looking back. He looked at the two stunning beauties beside him, then at his own attire, and suddenly felt a bit low. It seemed he had to spruce himself up well for tomorrow. The 10-minute walk took over 20 minutes as the three of them were lost in their own thoughts. Jiang Chen and Xiao Yali followed Xiao Yanan into a dilapidated old neighborhood. Sister, you live here? Xiao Yali exclaimed in disbelief. It's cheap. The new neighborhoods are either too expensive or too far from the company. You know, my salary barely covers the rent, Xiao Yanan said shyly. They passed through several doors and climbed 6 flights of stairs before finally arriving at their place. Jiang Chen noticed that this floor housed 5 or 6 households. The hallway was cluttered with junk, dark and messy. He never expected that his goddess lived in a place even more rundown than his own, and he felt a pang of heartache. Once he had money, he would definitely buy the goddess the best house to live in. A golden house to hide a beauty, how could he let her live in such a place? Xiao Yanan took out her keys and opened the door. Wow! The neatness of the room formed a stark contrast to the chaos of the hallway. So exquisite, so warm. That was Jiang Chen's first impression. It was a 1-bedroom studio, with the bedroom right in the living room. About 50 square meters, it was spotless, thanks to Xiao Yanan's tidying. A faint scent of a young girl filled the room. Jiang Chen was stunned. The inside was a completely different world from the outside. He could guarantee that if he lived here, it would soon turn into a pigsty. Perhaps only this graceful and intelligent woman could transform decay into magic, arranging the place to look like this. A few people chatted for a while, and the two women went to the kitchen to cook. Xiao Yanan went to prepare the meal, while Xiao Yali assisted her. Jiang Chen sat on a simple sofa, listening to the cheerful laughter coming from the kitchen, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. How nice it would be if they were all my women. Before long, the two women brought the dishes to Jiang Chen. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. The food Xiao Yanan made was surprisingly to Jiang Chen's taste. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The two women had already put down their chopsticks. Jiang Chen, however, picked up the plate and ate it clean. Xiao Yanan and Xiao Yali exchanged glances, both showing satisfied smiles. Brother Jiang Chen, eating like that is so embarrassing, Xiao Yali teased. Jiang Chen put down his empty plate, feeling a bit shy. Sorry, I was just too hungry. Xiao Yali then remembered that Jiang Chen hadn't eaten since he fainted yesterday, and her heart ached a little. If you like it, come more often. I'll cook for you. Xiao Yanan smiled at Jiang Chen, looking at the plate that was cleaner than her face. She hadn't expected that her cooking would suit Jiang Chen's taste so well, and she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Alas, if only he weren't her sister's boyfriend, she could cook for him every day. As the saying goes, a woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. For a novice cook, nothing is happier than seeing her food completely devoured. Really? Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Yanan, excitement written all over his face. At that moment, he only had eyes for Xiao Yanan, completely forgetting about Xiao Yali's presence. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao Yanan realized she had misspoken. After all, Xiao Yali was right there. She glanced at Xiao Yali. Only then did Jiang Chen come back to his senses and look at Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali was actually very clear in her heart. In that simple exchange of glances, there was already an unspoken affection. Jiang Chen had never looked at her like that before. Xiao Yali felt a pang of sadness. But at this moment, both of them were looking at her. What are you looking at me for? Of course, you can. I also want to taste my sister's cooking more, Xiao Yali said with a smile. The awkward atmosphere finally eased. After cleaning up the dishes, the three of them sat down and chatted happily. Since they were all alumni, there were many topics to discuss. Jiang Chen shared some funny stories from his school, making the two women laugh uncontrollably. Brother Jiang Chen, did you just say that you have a picture of my sister on your bedside? Xiao Yali asked with a curious expression. Jiang Chen replied, yeah, that should be left by the previous senior. Xiao Yali asked, did you tear it down? Jiang Chen's face instantly turned red. Truly, too much talk leads to mistakes. They were having such a good conversation, how did it end up here? If he said he had a picture of Xiao Yanan on his bedside, wouldn't that mean he had been planning this for a long time? It would make him seem like a pervert. At that moment, Jiang Chen just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. However, Xiao Yanan's face also turned red. She never expected that, unbeknownst to her, her poster had been on Jiang Chen's bedside for 4 years. This showed that Jiang Chen was a thoughtful person, and he had already taken an interest in her long ago. Asterisk asterisk ding asterisk asterisk. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Reminder to the host, Xiao Yali currently has a favorability rating of 75 towards the host, and it is continuously declining. Reminder to the host, Xiao Yanan currently has a favorability rating of 60 towards the host, which is stabilizing. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Looking at Xiao Yanan's room, there was only a solitary large bed. He had originally thought about taking down these two women tonight, but it seemed unlikely now. Because there was only one bed in Xiao Yanan's room, wanting both women to be intimate with him at the same time was simply a delusion. Moreover, if the three of them continued to stay like this, it would probably end up being a futile effort. It would be disastrous if both women ended up disappointed in him. It seemed that tonight he could only settle for second best and focus on securing Xiao Yali first. Lily, it's getting late, we should leave. Jiang Chen decisively stood up and said to Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali looked at Jiang Chen's resolute expression, incredulous. How could this man change his mind so suddenly? She, of course, had no idea about the system's hints to Jiang Chen. Xiao Yanan's expression also became complicated. When she learned that Jiang Chen liked her too, although her face remained calm, her heart was filled with joy. She didn't know why, but the more she got to know this man, the more fascinated she became. His words, his experiences, seemed to have a strange magic that attracted her. She was a bit uncertain whether she had been single for too long or if Jiang Chen was truly her destined one. She had originally thought of getting to know Jiang Chen better, trying to find some flaws in him, to deny this absurd impulse of falling in love at first sight with her sister's boyfriend. However, it was indeed getting late. There was only one bed in her room, and even if she wanted to keep the two of them overnight, they couldn't all sleep on the same bed. Even if she liked Jiang Chen, she couldn't accept that. Xiao Yanan looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression and finally turned to Xiao Yali. Yes, Lily, it's getting late. You've seen the conditions here, I won't keep you tonight. Come over another day, and we sisters can have a good chat. Xiao Yanan said to Xiao Yali. At this moment, Xiao Yali fell into deep thought. She had brought Jiang Chen to Xiao Yanan's house today with a purpose. She knew very well that Jiang Chen liked Xiao Yanan, and Xiao Yanan liked Jiang Chen, and now she was the biggest obstacle between them. She had already realized that as long as she wasn't around, they would eventually be together. And she really couldn't let go of Jiang Chen. Rather than being the one abandoned, it would be better for her to take the initiative and facilitate their relationship. This way, she wouldn't annoy them and could keep Jiang Chen around. These thoughts, of course, she couldn't share with anyone. But now that both Jiang Chen and Xiao Yanan had suggested leaving, what could she say? Alright then, sister, we'll leave first. If anything comes up, just call me. You can also call brother Jiang Chen, Xiao Yali added after finishing her sentence. This addition was, of course, the key point of her words. Jiang Chen and Xiao Yanan were both surprised, their eyes meeting with a complex expression. They had no idea about Xiao Yali's thoughts. I will, Xiao Yanan replied. Jiang Chen knew that Xiao Yanan's words were false because she didn't have his contact information at all. Moreover, with this connection to Xiao Yali, he was deeply afraid that Xiao Yanan would no longer pay attention to him, and for a moment, he felt a bit hesitant. Brother Jiang Chen, you go wait for me downstairs first. I want to talk to my sister alone for a bit, Xiao Yali said with a smile as she looked at Jiang Chen. Goodbye. Jiang Chen waved to Xiao Yanan, reluctantly walking out. Goodbye. Xiao Yanan also smiled and waved to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart melted. At that moment, Xiao Yanan's voice and smile were deeply etched in Jiang Chen's mind. Lin Mengjiao reference image. Jiang Chen waited downstairs for a long time before Xiao Yali finally came down. What did you talk about? Why did it take so long? As soon as Xiao Yali came down, Jiang Chen approached her. Nothing much? Xiao Yali struggled to control her emotions. Did you cry? Although Xiao Yali had already wiped away her tears, Jiang Chen still noticed. Brother Jiang Chen, I tried my best, but my sister still. Xiao Yali finally broke down in tears. Jiang Chen finally understood Xiao Yali's heartfelt intentions. He pulled Xiao Yali into his arms. Silly girl, why do you have to go through this? Jiang Chen said with deep concern. I just want to make you happy. Xiao Yali choked as she leaned against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was completely moved by the passionate woman before him. Holding Xiao Yali in his arms, he could no longer control his emotions. At that moment, their eyes met, their noses touched. then came their lips. The two lips were like magnets, tightly pressed together. In an instant, their heartbeats quickened. Jiang Chen greedily savored her honey-like sweetness. Xiao Yali was momentarily breathless from Jiang Chen's fervent kiss. Her eyes were hazy, her body weak, and she couldn't help but respond to Jiang Chen's passionate kiss. After a long while, until they heard someone cough in the hallway, they reluctantly parted. But a glistening thread still connected their lips. Jiang Chen realized that their intimacy had increased the system balance by more than 30,000. He looked at the shy Xiao Yali, feeling even more restless. Lily, shall we find a place to rest? Jiang Chen mustered his courage to say. Xiao Yali bit her lip, looking shy. Where to? Seeing her like this, Jiang Chen immediately understood Xiao Yali's feelings. You'll know when we get there, Jiang Chen said with a mysterious smile. Saying this, he took Xiao Yali's hand and walked out. Xiao Yali's affection for him was already over 80, so why was she hesitating? Moreover, she had been holding back for several months. If she didn't vent properly now, she would go crazy. If she didn't do something, what was the point of keeping those few pounds of flesh? Might as well just chop it off. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of a 7-star hotel. Brother Jiang Chen, no, this place is too expensive. Let's find another one. Xiao Yali hurriedly grabbed Jiang Chen, who was about to walk in. Don't worry. Expensive has its reasons. Besides, this is our first time. How can we just find any random place? Jiang Chen said generously as he held Xiao Yali. At this moment, the large sum of money in his hands had risen to over 1 million again, and if he went further, the cashback would be even more. Jiang Chen was certainly not anxious. Tonight was indeed his first date with Xiao Yali, and he certainly did not want to leave any regrets. When he had dated Su Qian before, she had always complained about the cheap hotel he booked. Although he knew that Xiao Yali was not as vain as Su Qian, he also did not want Xiao Yali's experience to be diminished because of the environment. But brother Jiang Chen, staying here for a night costs at least several thousand. Let's change to another place, Xiao Yali said seriously. She truly couldn't bear to let Jiang Chen spend so much on her. No change. This one. Jiang Chen no longer gave Xiao Yali a chance to speak, wrapping his arm around her and walking inside. As soon as they entered, the two were stunned by the environment inside. The hotel was luxuriously decorated, grand and magnificent. The hall was filled with famous paintings, dazzling with gold and brilliance. The carpet was laid out neatly, spotless. There were also a cafe, a music tea house, a bar, a swimming pool, a small performance stage, a restaurant, and shops, all connected in a multi-layered, intersecting space. Upon entering, they couldn't even find where to check in. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had never been to such a luxurious place before and momentarily didn't know where to go. At that moment, a man and a woman entered behind them. The man looked to be only 23 or 24, handsome and stylish, with a very impressive physique. Jiang Chen guessed that this person was either an actor or a professional model. The woman was indeed a stunning young matron. She wore a wine-red ultra-short dress, with a fair and tight face. Although she couldn't compare to a young girl who looked like she could be squeezed for water, she was well maintained. It was obvious that her cosmetics were not cheap. The thin, gauzy clothing could not hide her stunning figure, especially her proud curves. The black stockings on her legs made it even harder for men to resist. Jiang Chen was momentarily mesmerized. Are you going or not? If not, don't block the way, you country bumpkin. The woman scolded Jiang Chen. Ding, system detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, scanning beauty data. Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt sound again. 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%, scanning complete, name, Lin Mingjiao, age, 33, nickname, Jiao Jiao, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, appearance, 83, out of 100, figure, 90, out of 100, hobbies, secrets, private encounters, sex, marital status, married, host's favorability, 20, ding, system detected Lin Mingjiao's appearance score greater than 80. Automatically adding her to the host's list of beauty candidates. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel stirred by such a seductive woman. But as soon as he thought of Lin Mingjiao's number of private encounters, he instantly understood that such a pair was definitely not in a marital relationship. Being married to such a seductive woman would be unfortunate. Wearing a green hat every day, Jiang Chen smiled faintly and stepped aside. This is a 7-star hotel. How can any rotten fish and shrimp mix in here? The woman cursed as she walked away. Jiang Chen was momentarily filled with anger. How could this woman be so foul-mouthed? There are limits to what one can tolerate. Xiao Yali sensed Jiang Chen's anger and tightly held onto him. Brother Jiang Chen, it's not worth getting angry with someone like her. Do you know her? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Of course I know her. She is the wife of our company's Lin Hui. Jiang Chen said. Lin Hui? Xiao Yali replied, the guy who was involved with Su Qian. Damn, I've been searching high and low for this, and it turns out to be so easy. Lin Hui, you're greenlighting me, huh? I'll also come and steal your home. Jiang Chen's anger flared up. Upon learning that this was Lin Hui's wife, the flames of rage ignited again in Jiang Chen's heart. The scene of Su Qian and that man insulting him flashed back into his mind. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said this, Xiao Yali said, feeling guilty. She hadn't intended to bring up Jiang Chen's pain, but that nasty woman had provoked them, and she couldn't bear to see Jiang Chen upset. So she mentioned that this was Lin Hui's wife, thinking it might balance things out for Jiang Chen, considering Lin Hui was also in a bad situation. Little did she know, Jiang Chen still couldn't forget that past. Jiang Chen tried hard to adjust his emotions. At this point, even though Su Qian had become a thing of the past, he would never look at her again, even if she came crawling back. However, the hurt they had caused him remained like a thorn, piercing his heart, occasionally popping up to stab him again. Revenge. I want revenge, Jiang Chen told himself. Such a humiliation, if not avenged, would likely leave an indelible shadow on him. Lily, how did you know she was Lin Hui's wife? Jiang Chen asked Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali replied, if I tell you, you have to promise not to get angry. Okay, I promise, Jiang Chen vowed earnestly. He knew that since Xiao Yali said this, it must be related to Su Qian. Su Qian and Lin Hui had only been together for a few days when, somehow, Lin Hui's wife found out. Lin Mingjia caused a scene at the company, and everyone got to hear about this big scandal. She even slapped Su Qian a few times. It was so satisfying. In the end, our president was worried about the situation getting out of hand, so he called them into the office for a private mediation. Xiao Yali said excitedly, as if she were the one who slapped Su Qian. And then? Your president didn't deal with Lin Hui? Lin Mingjiao stopped making a fuss? Jiang Chen asked, astonished. Aha! I don't know what they talked about in there. Lin Mingjiao left looking pleased. After that, she never caused a scene at the company again. Only that pair of scoundrels benefited. Xiao Yali said angrily. Does Lin Hui really have a lot of women? Jiang Chen recalled the moment when Lin Hui mocked him. Xiao Yali replied, yeah, he has indeed been involved with many people in the company. Those girls can tolerate him? Jiang Chen was shocked. Aha! Most of the girls he targets are young newcomers who have just joined the company. And after a while, those girls willingly left their jobs for him. Xiao Yali said, her face filled with unspeakable disgust. Has he ever harassed you? Jiang Chen, listening to Xiao Yali's words and observing her expression, sensed something was off. Who says he hasn't? When I first joined the company, he harassed me every day. Until a new girl came along, then he switched targets. Xiao Yali paused for a moment before continuing. You could say that almost all the new girls have been entangled with him. Some materialistic girls, unable to resist his temptations, naturally fell into his trap. After Xiao Yali finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Chen, who was frowning deeply. Like someone like Su Qian, right? Jiang Chen said, revealing a bitter smile. Brother Jiang Chen. Xiao Yali looked at Jiang Chen with concern. Don't worry. That bitch is already a thing of the past. Even if she were kneeling in front of me now, I would never feel a thing for her. Besides, now I have you. Jiang Chen smiled as he wrapped his arms around Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali felt Jiang Chen's affection and was overwhelmed with happiness. Though he said that, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. What could be more satisfying than getting revenge on Lin Hui by making him green with envy? Ha ha! With such thoughts, Jiang Chen held Xiao Yali and followed the direction where Lin Mingjiao and the others had gone. Miss Lin, although you are our super VIP here, your card really has no money left. I cannot check you in, the receptionist said politely with a smile. Enough! I'm not going to waste time with a little girl like you. Call your manager's son out here. I've spent over $1 million here. I said I would settle it all next time, so why can't I? Lin Mingjiao shouted furiously at the front desk. I'm sorry, our manager is not here. All I know is that you have no money. We cannot check you in. The young receptionist still wore her signature professional smile, not budging an inch. Lin Mingjiao felt utterly humiliated, having never experienced such disgrace. You bastard Lin! How dare you stop my card? I won't let this go. Lin Mingjiao cursed angrily. Since the last fallout with her husband Lin Hui, they had become a couple in name only. Now they each did their own thing, without interfering with each other. Lin Mingjiao had come to terms with it. As long as she had money, nothing else mattered. After all, without Lin Hui as her husband, no man could withstand her high spending. With monthly expenses exceeding 50,000, which man could handle that? Since their feelings were gone, she might as well fill the void with money. However, she never expected that at such a critical moment today, Lin Hui would suddenly stop her supplementary card. She had called Lin Hui over a dozen times, but he never answered. She was instantly furious. "Lin, you bastard!" Lin Mengjia fumed. This behavior quickly attracted the attention of onlookers. The young man beside her had already stepped aside, seemingly embarrassed by her outburst. "What the hell are you all looking at? I'm never coming back to this damn place. Xiao Wu, let's go." Lin Mengjiao cursed and called for the young man, ready to leave this heartless place. "We welcome you next time," the receptionist said politely again. Truly, she spoke the harshest words with the most humble attitude. "Miss, please check this beautiful lady in. I'll pay," a voice called out from the crowd. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at the source of the voice. It was a young and handsome guy, accompanied by a sexy beauty in a JK uniform. But people quickly noticed that this young man looked very young and dressed rather poorly, completely unlike a wealthy person. "Oh, what a show-off. Looks like this kid is just here to show off. Doesn't he know where this is?" Everyone thought to themselves. "Hello, which gentleman is speaking?" The receptionist seemed not to have heard and asked the crowd again. "Zhang Chen, it's me. I'm sorry, sir. Our hotel is high-end and membership-based. If you want to stay, I suggest you go to another hotel across the street." The receptionist coldly looked at Zhang Chen as she spoke. Zhang Chen was taken aback, not expecting this young lady to have such a sharp tongue. Ding, system detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, scanning beauty profile now. Zhang Chen heard the system's prompt again. 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete. Name, Meng Xiaoran. Age, 22. Nickname, Xiaoran. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90 out of 100. Figure, 95 out of 100. Hobbies, dancing, yoga. Private encounters, 1. Host's favorability, 0. Full value 100. Ding, system detected Meng Xiaoran's attractiveness greater than 80, automatically adding her to the host's list of beauty candidates. Zhang Chen looked at the girl's profile. Damn, his favorability score was actually 0. Meng Xiaoran didn't think much of him at all. "How can I become a member?" Zhang Chen tried to control his emotions and asked. With over $1 million in cash today, could he not even afford a hotel? "You need to prepay 200,000 to become our super VIP. Meng Xiaoran at the front desk replied. "Zhang Chen, sign me up." Meng Xiaoran was a bit surprised. She had originally majored in dance in college, but after spraining her ankle, she could no longer dance. In the end, she had to settle for a job at the hotel front desk. But she never expected to run into her ex-boyfriend, Wu Yifan, in such a situation. And the woman was actually the super VIP Lin Mengjiao from her place. She came here with a new boyfriend every few days. She was already reluctant to check in for the two of them. Moreover, Lin Mengjiao's VIP card happened to be out of money, and she didn't have any cash on her. This finally gave her a chance for revenge. Who would have thought that a reckless guy Zhang Chen would come out of nowhere and ruin her plans? She couldn't care less about managing her expression and gave Zhang Chen a cold shoulder. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Chen remained composed and truly wanted to sign up. Bang bang at this moment, Zhang Chen had already slammed his ID card on the counter. The payment code on his phone was also opened and placed on the counter. No matter how frustrated Meng Xiaoran felt, she could only proceed with Zhang Chen's application. Ding, Lin Mengjiao's favorability plus 10, Lin Mengjiao's favorability plus 10, Lin Mengjiao's favorability plus 10. Zhang Chen received a series of prompts from the system and hurriedly looked at Lin Mengjiao. "Thank you, handsome." Lin Mengjiao looked at Zhang Chen with a charming smile, completely shedding her earlier shrewish demeanor. "It's no big deal." Zhang Chen smiled back. "These people only recognize money, not people. Luckily you were here today, otherwise, I would have been humiliated beyond belief." Lin Mengjiao glared at Meng Xiaoran, who was busy working, and said resentfully. At this point, Meng Xiaoran could only pretend she didn't hear and continued processing Zhang Chen's application. "They're just following company policy, you can't blame them," Zhang Chen said with a smile. "Ah, it's a pity you brought a girlfriend today, otherwise, I could have rewarded you." Lin Mengjiao looked at Xiao Yali beside Zhang Chen, seeming a bit regretful. This statement might be quite ordinary for Lin Mengjiao, but for Zhang Chen, it was a blatant temptation. Zhang Chen's face instantly turned red. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be so explicit, and in a public place, to say it so openly. It was clear how open-minded this woman was. But Xiao Yali beside Zhang Chen couldn't hold back any longer. Zhang Chen sensed Xiao Yali's change and quickly gave her a look. Xiao Yali understood Zhang Chen's meaning but still stood there, puffed up with anger, her face looking very unpleasant. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only smile. How about this? Handsome, leave a contact number. I'll pay you back when I have money. Lin Mingjiao, although aware of their relationship, knew even better that men are sentimental creatures. As long as she cast her net, sooner or later, the fish would swim into it. The Jiang Chen in front of her looked shabby, using a phone that cost only about 1,000 yuan. But he nonchalantly took out 200,000, now that was a real rich man. If she could win him over, she might never have to look at Lin Hui's face again. At this moment, Jiang Chen's 200,000 had already been swept away. Actually, you don't have to pay me back. Jiang Chen said it wasn't necessary, yet he opened his QR code business card. Ding, the sound of scanning. Liangcheng, old dream? That's you, right? Lin Mingjiao smiled at Jiang Chen. Yeah. Jiang Chen blushed. Great. Added successfully. You send me a request. We'll meet again next time. I'm going up now. Lin Mingjiao said as she picked up the room card from the counter, taking that pretty boy with her towards the elevator. Meng Xiaoran watched her ex-boyfriend and Lin Mingjiao walk away, feeling murderous. Ding! 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 Meng Xiaoran's favorability -10, Meng Xiaoran's favorability -10, Meng Xiaoran's favorability -10. After a long time, the system's series of prompt sounds finally stopped. Jiang Chen noticed that Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards him had dropped to -40. He was somewhat surprised and turned to look at Meng Xiaoran. At this moment, although Meng Xiaoran appeared expressionless as she looked at Jiang Chen, he noticed her chest was rising and falling sharply, clearly indicating she was under significant emotional stress. He had charged money, and she had taken a commission. Shouldn't she be grateful? Why had her favorability dropped to a negative number? If the system locked onto her tomorrow, wouldn't that be terrible? No, he needed to probe why she disliked him so much. Your room is booked, 8th floor, 8013. Meng Xiaoran tried hard to control herself, not letting herself cry. She handed the room card and her ID to Jiang Chen. Miss Meng, you work in the service industry, you can't bring your personal unhappiness to work. Jiang Chen said, looking at Meng Xiaoran. He really couldn't imagine why her favorability towards him was so low. Was it just because he looked a bit shabby? If so, this woman was too realistic. He had to teach her a lesson with words today, vent his frustration. Nonsense. Stop talking empty words. You see your boyfriend coming to a hotel with another woman. Try being happy about that. Meng Xiaoran said, feeling wronged, tears finally unable to be controlled, streaming down her face. Ah! Jiang Chen was taken aback. He never expected such a thing to happen. He had become the clown instead. You said that pretty boy just now is your. Xiao Yali finally couldn't help but ask. What else? They were about to leave, and you just had to come and meddle. What were you thinking? Meng Xiaoran glared at Jiang Chen, speaking with resentment. Jiang Chen was once again at a loss for words. He never expected there was such a hidden story. He felt a wave of shame wash over him. You can't say that about my brother Jiang Chen, Xiao Yali retorted. Brother Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on inside. Besides, this is also your problem. Your boyfriend is being kept by someone else, and you can't let them stay in a hotel? They can always go home and do it again. You can look for a moment, but can you keep looking for a lifetime? Or maybe you just don't have enough charm to keep your own boyfriend. Xiao Yali mocked. You. Meng Xiaoran was so angry she couldn't speak. Lily, stop talking. Jiang Chen finally intervened. Xiao Yali looked at Jiang Chen and fell silent. Miss Li, today is my fault. I truly didn't know about this matter. If you want to blame someone, blame me. You also checked my ID and registered my phone number earlier. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I can compensate you. Jiang Chen said sincerely. Now that sounds like a human being. Meng Xiaoran glared at Xiao Yali, speaking through gritted teeth. Brother Jiang Chen. Xiao Yali wanted to say something but was pulled by Jiang Chen towards the elevator. Meng Xiaoran watched their retreating figures, her expression complicated. Ding! Meng Xiaoran's favorability +10, Meng Xiaoran's favorability +10, Meng Xiaoran's favorability +10. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction at the system's notification. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't understand. As soon as they entered the elevator, Xiao Yali pouted. Lily, there are some things I can't tell you right now, but you'll understand in time. But I can guarantee you that I, Jiang Chen, will never abandon you for another woman. Unless one day, you choose to leave me. Jiang Chen vowed. He certainly couldn't tell Xiao Yali about the system. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm just afraid those bad women will play tricks on you. Xiao Yali said sadly. Silly girl, don't think about that. Let's enjoy our time together tonight, okay? Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Xiao Yali again. Her cheeks instantly turned crimson, like a shy bud. In that moment, Jiang Chen thought of the first time he was with Su Qian. Back then, he was still a naive virgin. Alas, how things have changed. Brother Jiang Chen, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yali noticed the melancholy in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen replied, it's nothing. Our room number is 8013, right? He pointed at the room number on the door. Xiao Yali said shyly. Ding ding, the door to the room was swiped open. The two were stunned by the sight inside. The room was over 300 square meters, with facilities that were extravagantly luxurious, every decoration gleaming with gold. Every detail of the suite showcased its noble status, from the magnificent chandelier to the grand study. Every corner exuded power and majesty. The tall floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the night scene, complementing the luxurious decor inside, creating an imperial-like ambience. There was a separate living room, dining room, bedroom, and study. Wow, poverty really limits imagination. No wonder it's a luxury suite at $29,999 a night. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. Xiao Yali excitedly ran to the tall floor-to-ceiling windows as soon as she entered, looking out through the glass. There weren't many buildings outside, and the view was unobstructed, allowing a clear view of the charming night scene of Jiang City. As the lights began to glow, thousands of neon lights illuminated the streets, like brilliant stars dotting the night sky. But at that moment, Jiang Chen had no time to admire the beautiful scenery. He was only concerned about how big the bed was here. An hour later, Jiang Chen looked at the balance on his phone. In just over an hour, it had increased by nearly 500,000. The balance had now reached over 1.5 million. Ha ha ha. This is just too exhilarating. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Yali in his arms with a doting expression. Brother Jiang Chen, do you look down on me? Xiao Yali asked, tilting her face up. How could I? Xiao Yali said, but we just established our boyfriend-girlfriend relationship today, and tonight. Silly girl, you're so good, I can't help but cherish you. Be good. Ding, just as Jiang Chen was speaking, the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding. Reminder to the host, as of now, the host's beginner benefits have ended. After 12 noon tomorrow, a new target beauty will be locked for the host. The host can be intimate with Xiao Yali before that. Jiang Chen took his phone, glanced at it, and it was exactly midnight. System daddy. Does this mean that before noon tomorrow, being intimate with Xiao Yali will have rewards? Only after 12 will a new beauty be locked? Yes. Moreover, the system reminds the host that the new beauty locked by the system won't be as easy to deal with as Xiao Yali. The host needs to put in more effort. Tomorrow's matters will be discussed tomorrow. Let's seize today first. He. When Jiang Chen woke up the next day, the sun was already shining on his backside. He opened his eyes and saw that Xiao Yali was no longer in bed. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock. It was already 11 a.m. He checked WeChat and saw a message from Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali, brother Jiang Chen. Today we have to go back to work overtime for the financial report verification. I can't accompany you today. Xiao Yali, I was very happy last night. Shy emoji. Jiang Chen looked at the time the message was sent. It was 8:15 a.m. He suddenly felt an incomparable sense of satisfaction swell in his heart. What in the world could be more satisfying for a man than receiving a woman's affirmation? He scrolled through his phone, looking at the solid balance of 3.68 million. Ha ha ha, this is just too damn exhilarating. This is all hard-earned money. Guliolu. At that moment, Jiang Chen's stomach growled, and he realized that he hadn't eaten since dinner at Xiao Yali's house last night. After battling it out 3 or 4 times last night, even a strong body couldn't withstand hunger. What kind of lousy hotel is this, that they don't even provide meals? The hotels I used to stay in for 188 a night even had breakfast vouchers. This luxurious 7-star hotel at 29,999 a night doesn't even have a meal. Ding-dling. At that moment, the phone by the hotel bed rang. It was called a phone, but it was actually a smart screen. Jiang Chen tapped to answer. To his surprise, an image appeared on the screen. It was 2 sexy beauties dressed in maid outfits, pushing a food cart at his door. Dear Super VIP, are you awake? A maid said. Jiang Chen looked at the person speaking on the screen, surprised as the voice came from the smart display. He could see the two of them. They couldn't possibly see him too, right? He was completely naked. Jiang Chen didn't respond and quickly grabbed the cloth to cover himself. Sir, are you there? The maid asked again. Only then did Jiang Chen take a look around the screen, confirming there were no cameras before he felt relieved. It turned out this was a one-way setup. He could see the people outside, but they couldn't see him. Jiang Chen finally relaxed. Do you have something to discuss? Oh, It's like this, sir. Our hotel offers a special lunch service. Would you like to have a meal service? The maid said anxiously. She thought the guest might be dissatisfied with something. A 7-star hotel is indeed great. Jiang Chen thought happily. Lunch is lunch. And service? Do these two maids have some little show to perform? With that thought, Jiang Chen revealed a lewd smile. Sir, do you need any service? The maid asked, not receiving a response from Jiang Chen, sounding anxious. Yes. Yes. Jiang Chen hurriedly replied. They were actively offering to serve him. He had never seen such a request before. Being rich is really awesome. Please open the door for us. Let us in first. Another maid said. Just a moment. I'll go open the door. Jiang Chen said as he quickly put on a hotel bathrobe. Sir, actually, you don't need to go through all that trouble. You just need to click the unlock button on the screen, and we can come in ourselves. The maid giggled, covering her mouth. Jiang Chen suddenly felt like a country bumpkin. But he really was a country bumpkin. Even though he had money now, he had no idea what rich people did every day. Ding! Jiang Chen pressed the unlock button. Click 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 click. Soon, the sound of women's high heels tapping on the floor echoed outside. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt like a shy little wife. He peeked through the crack of the bedroom door, watching the two maids busy at the dining table, and his heart surged. He had never interacted with such sexy service staff in his life. What should he say when they come in? Just as Jiang Chen was hesitating, the two maids had already set the dishes on the table. Sir, the meal is ready. One maid called out cheerfully. Seeing Jiang Chen not respond, the two maids exchanged glances and quietly said, "Go check." They walked towards the bedroom door. Seeing this, Jiang Chen had no choice but to open the door. Sir, is the food ready? The two looked at the sun-kissed, handsome Jiang Chen, momentarily mesmerized. They didn't expect that such a young and handsome guy would be the super VIP here. The men they had seen before were either old men or lecherous old fools. They had never seen such a handsome guy. Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable under the two women's lustful gazes, as if they were trying to see through him. "Thank you for your hard work," Jiang Chen said with a shy smile. "There's no need to be polite, sir. Serving you is our job," one maid replied. Jiang Chen sat down at the dining table, but the two maids still stood there. "Aren't you supposed to provide some service? Why are you just standing there?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. He thought the two might have a little pre-meal show to perform. At the very least, they should serve him some dishes or sit down to eat with him. Now both of them were standing, watching themselves eat, and it was quite unfamiliar. "May I ask which lady you would like to serve you, sir?" a maid said shyly. "Ah, I can only choose one?" Jiang Chen asked in surprise. The two maids nodded. "Jiang Chen, can't you both stay to serve me?" The two women exchanged glances, looking at Jiang Chen in astonishment. "That doesn't comply with the rules. If you insist, we would have to apply to the supervisor," one maid said awkwardly. Forget it, that sounds too troublesome," Jiang Chen said impatiently. "By the time your supervisor approves, who knows how long it will take, and the food will be cold. One is enough. At least having someone to eat with would make him feel less lonely." "Then please choose one of us," one maid said, both of them looking at Jiang Chen with eager eyes. Who wouldn't want this handsome, sunny man in front of them? Facing those old lechers every day, seeing someone their age was certainly refreshing. How could they let such a handsome and wealthy man slip away? Jiang Chen looked around at the two and decided to choose the one who appeared slightly younger. After all, he still didn't know what kind of service was to come next. It was safer to choose someone younger. Although they might not have the experience of an older one, it felt more reassuring. Those who understood, understood. "I'll choose her," Jiang Chen said, pointing at the lady on the left. The lady on the right immediately felt a bit embarrassed, but she couldn't show her anger on the surface. "Sorry about that," Jiang Chen said apologetically. "It's fine." The maid forced a smile. She gave a knowing glance to the lady on the left and pushed the dining cart out. Until that lady left the room, the one on the left finally smiled warmly. "Thank you for choosing me. I won't let you down." The lady looked at Jiang Chen with a radiant smile. Ding! System detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, scanning beauty profile. Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt sound again. 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%, scan complete. Name, Li Meina, age, 20, occupation, junior student, nickname, Jiao Jiao, height, 162 centimeters, weight, 43 kilograms, appearance, 82, out of 100, figure, 88, out of 100, hobbies, spending money, shopping, secret count, 4, marital status, unmarried, host's favorability, 40, system detected Li Meina's appearance score greater than 80. Automatically adding her to the host's beauty candidate list. What, only 20 years old, and still a college student? Jiang Chen looked at the young figure in front of him, feeling an increase in saliva production. He swallowed hard a few times to avoid embarrassing himself in front of the beauty. After all, he was now a person of status, not the poor loser he used to be. Li Mena looked at Jiang Chen's expression and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Chen asked. The lady replied, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, you're just too handsome." Jiang Chen felt a rush of warmth at being called handsome. "What's your name?" Jiang Chen asked, pretending not to know. He genuinely didn't know what else to say. "Li Mena, you can just call me Nana." "Jiang Chen, how old are you?" "Handsome, don't you know? A girl's age is a secret, not something to be revealed easily," Li Mena said with a mysterious smile. Oh. Jiang Chen also smiled awkwardly. "Li Mena, handsome. If you have no other questions, we can start now." Jiang Chen replied. He really didn't know what kind of service would follow. He felt a bit anxious in his heart. However, he was also somewhat looking forward to that kind of service. He had never tried it before in his life. Li Mena looked at Jiang Chen and smiled gently, pulling out a rabbit ear hairpin from behind and putting it on her head. Jiang Chen saw that the woman's demeanor had completely changed, and he became even more excited. A maid outfit, plus a pair of rabbit ears. What man could resist that? If it weren't for the fact that he had already gone through 4 or 5 rounds of intense battles last night, he would probably be gushing blood from his nose right now. "Master, are you satisfied?" Li Mena stood there straight, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of desire. Satisfied. Let's get started." Jiang Chen was even more impatient upon hearing Li Mena change her address. Li Mena smiled sweetly and sat down on the chair next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the enchanting woman in front of him, momentarily unsure of what she was going to do. "Master, which one would you like to eat first?" Li Mena knew very well that Jiang Chen was staring at her with lustful eyes, just like the other guests she had seen before. Men are all such creatures. She had long since adapted to it over the past few months. However, it was indeed rare to have a guest like Jiang Chen who just looked and didn't make a move. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had no such experience. He had thought it was that kind of service, but it turned out she was just there to accompany him for a meal, serving dishes and such. He began to doubt himself. Could it be that I was thinking too far? Sigh, I really am too lewd. She's just providing a proper dining service, and I let my thoughts wander. Jiang Chen let out a bitter smile in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. "Let's start with a steak." The rabbit girl Li Mena picked up a knife and fork, cut a piece from her plate, and brought it to Jiang Chen's mouth. "Ah," Li Mena said. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and took a bite. "Is it good?" she asked with a smile. Jiang Chen replied. It was only then that he felt this was the real steak. The steak he had in the 168 yuan meal deal before was nothing compared to this. "Here, have some juice." Li Mena brought a glass of fresh juice to his lips. Jiang Chen took a sip and began to stare at Li Mena's face. Such a stunning beauty was right in front of him, yet she was just feeding him. Sigh, it was such a waste of a treasure. Li Mena felt a bit shy under his gaze, her face flushing. This only made Jiang Chen want her even more. After finally finishing the meal, Li Mena began to clear the dishes. Jiang Chen stared blankly at Li Mena, feeling an impulse to pounce on her. Li Mena certainly understood that Jiang Chen was looking at her. However, what she couldn't understand was why this man was just looking and not making a move. If it were any other man, they would have already made a move on her. But they had been told on their first day of work, unless the guest took the initiative, they absolutely could not make a move. Otherwise, if something went wrong, the hotel wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Now, if Jiang Chen didn't hold her back, this great opportunity would be wasted. How can I hint to him without violating company rules? Li Mena's heart was in turmoil. But Jiang Chen had no idea about the intricacies of the situation. Even though he was burning with desire, he didn't dare to do anything. What if she accused him of harassment? Wouldn't he be embarrassed to death? "Hey, is this your first time at our hotel?" Li Mena finally mustered the courage to ask this question after much internal struggle. She knew that opportunities like this were rare. Once she stepped out that door, this chance would be lost forever. Although she might be looked down upon by the guests, she decided to fight for it. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" Li Mena then reacted, turning to look at Jiang Chen with a flirtatious smile. "Because I've never seen a guest as serious as you." Li Mena covered her mouth and laughed at Jiang Chen. "Me? Serious?" Jiang Chen pointed at his own nose, puzzled. He really couldn't understand. His eyes were already quite unruly. How could she say he was serious? Could he possibly be even less serious? Thinking of this, the flickering flame in Jiang Chen's heart began to stir again. "That's right. You're too serious." If it were another guest, they would have. Li Mei smiled seductively at Jiang Chen. What would they have done? Jiang Chen suddenly couldn't sit still. Looking at the alluring beauty before him, it was obvious she was hinting at something, but he couldn't quite gauge how far they were willing to go. If it wasn't what he understood, he might end up in jail. Seeing Jiang Chen's impatient demeanor, Li Mei realized he was a first-timer. Silly boy, this is something all men understand. Do you still need me to teach you? Li Mei walked towards Jiang Chen with a flirtatious smile, placing her hands on the chair he was sitting in. Li Mei towered over him, their faces close together, her youthful hair brushing against Jiang Chen's eyes and nose. Jiang Chen felt his breath quicken. What man could withstand this? He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the girl's alluring curves, and with her words stirring him, he could no longer control himself, wrapping his arms around Li Mei. She promptly sat on Jiang Chen's lap. The two kissed. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to make his next move, the girl smiled and pushed him away. Jiang Chen was taken aback, wondering what was going on with Li Mei, teasing him like this only to pull away? How could he let her go? Just as he was about to stand up and question her, Li Mei laughed. What are you doing? Jiang Chen said, a bit angrily. Li Mei replied, hee, I'm just laughing at you, big brother. Me? What are you laughing at? Jiang Chen felt a bit scared. Could it be that Li Mei was trying to blackmail him? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen cautiously glanced at the door, fearing the two burly men would burst in, claiming she was their girlfriend. Not only would he get beaten up, but he would also end up losing money. Seeing Jiang Chen's panic, Li Mei immediately understood his concerns. Big brother, where are you thinking? I'm not trying to trick you, Li Mei said seriously, looking at Jiang Chen. Then what do you mean? What are you all playing at? Jiang Chen, feeling a bit mentally exhausted by the woman before him, shouted angrily at Li Mei. The interest he had finally mustered was extinguished. Who wouldn't be angry in his position? Li Mei began to panic a little. Big brother, you've really misunderstood me, Li Mei said, almost in tears. The dining service at the hotel lasts only 30 minutes, and now there are only 8 minutes left, Li Mei cried, her eyes glistening. Ah! Jiang Chen was surprised. Li Mei continued, if we go over time, not only will I lose my job, but the hotel will also face the risk of being inspected. Is it that serious? Jiang Chen asked in shock. Yes. So now you understand. I hinted at you so much just now, and you remained indifferent. There are only 8 minutes left. We can't do anything now, Li Mei said helplessly. Jiang Chen instantly regretted it, feeling as if his insides were turning green. His hesitation had cost him a good opportunity. So now you understand, brother, I'm doing this for your own good, right? In a moment, when your arrow is on the string, your sister will have to leave. Wouldn't that make you feel unwell? Li Mei looked at Jiang Chen with a concerned expression, her face full of regret. What can we do? Although Jiang Chen felt regret, he really didn't want to let the woman in front of him go just like that. Look, Li Mei's face was full of smiles as she walked up to Jiang Chen. She extended a hand. Nana has already thought of something for you. Jiang Chen was puzzled because he saw a QR code in the palm of Li Mei's hand. Jiang Chen, what is this? We're not allowed to bring our phones to work. If you think I'm not bad, add me as a friend, Li Mei said with a smile. Jiang Chen instantly understood the reasoning behind it. It turned out that the hotel didn't provide that kind of service at all. These women clearly seduced you first, and when you were unable to resist, they would stop. At that point, you couldn't refuse anymore. She would privately add you as a friend, ultimately hooking a wealthy man. The hotel itself had no responsibility. Even if the police came, they wouldn't know how to investigate. Because this was a private relationship between employees and guests, and nothing had happened in the hotel. The dining service only lasted 30 minutes, and employees weren't allowed to bring their phones. There was no violation at all. If it were the old Jiang Chen, he would have scanned the code without a second thought. But at this moment, Jiang Chen felt deceived and showed an unhappy expression. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression change, Li Mei felt a bit insecure. The men she had encountered before were all lecherous old men who, before they even started eating, would reach out with their dirty hands. She had to try hard to stop them. But in the end, when she took out the QR code, they all scanned it without hesitation. Privately, she could get more from wealthy men. The last bag she bought made her dorm mates envious, and they all inquired about what job she had. But how could she tell them? However, today was unexpected. This man had not taken the initiative. After finally getting the hang of it, now he wasn't following her script. What on earth was this man thinking? Li Mei's hand, with the QR code, stopped there, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, wore an expression of displeasure, feeling he had been tricked. Brother, are you not satisfied with Nana? Li Mena looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. You guys are way too deep in this game, Jiang Chen said angrily, looking at the woman in front of him. Li Mena looked at Jiang Chen with a wronged expression. No, not at all. How could Nana dare to trick you? Everything I said is the truth. Jiang Chen looked at her with disdain. Let me tell you, you can't hide anything from me. You start by being all sweet, then when it gets to the point where someone can't resist, you suddenly pull out a QR code. Isn't that a trick? Jiang Chen said furiously. But, Li Mena tried to explain something but was momentarily stumped by Jiang Chen's logic. Jiang Chen, this is fraud. Do you understand? If you think that way, there's nothing I can do. Li Mena's expression dimmed. To be honest, she did like this man in front of her a bit. He was so much better than those lecherous old men. But she didn't expect him to be so disgusted by the trick she was proud of. Ha, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Jiang Chen laughed even louder. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was furious after being seen through, he felt a sense of pride. You. Li Mena was so angry she couldn't find her words. She couldn't stand Jiang Chen's expression any longer. She sighed, as if she had made some kind of decision. Alright, since you don't believe me, don't blame me for being serious. Li Mena suddenly walked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback. You, what do you want to do? 6 minutes later, Li Mena looked at Jiang Chen with a charming smile. Brother, now you believe me, right? I'm really not trying to trick you. I believe. Jiang Chen smiled contentedly. You don't believe me, yet you still have the nerve to laugh. Li Mena looked at Jiang Chen, who was smiling, and said with a hint of annoyance. Jiang Chen was still lost in the earlier scene, savoring it for a long time. Although he knew that the woman in front of him was merely approaching him for the money in his pocket. He even thought that if he were still that poor boy, this woman might not even glance at him. Logically, he should despise her, feel disgusted by her. But her skills were simply too good. He hadn't had a moment to catch his breath. So now, even being scolded by her, he felt an unexpectedly pleasant sensation in his heart. Jiang Chen stared at the angry woman in front of him, momentarily dazed. Li Mena, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Seeing Jiang Chen still staring at her, Li Mena was a bit puzzled. What did this man mean? Jiang Chen finally came to his senses. I like seeing you angry. Jiang Chen blurted out. Li Mena laughed happily. You sly one. I didn't expect you to be so handsome and so smooth-tongued. At this moment, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and pulled Li Mena into his arms, his hands becoming even more unruly. Li Mena saw that the time was right. Jiang Chen had already been captivated by her. So she shyly pushed Jiang Chen away. Oh, brother, it's really getting late. I should go. At this moment, Li Mena was also betting. She was betting that Jiang Chen had fallen into her trap. Jiang Chen watched Li Mena slowly walk towards the door, not trying to keep her. Little one, still trying to play hard to get with me. At this time, Li Mena thought she had Jiang Chen wrapped around her finger. But the more she walked, the more she felt something was off. Why did this man show no intention of keeping her? She couldn't help but slow her pace, but ultimately still reached the door. I'm really leaving. Li Mena turned to look at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen wore a playful smile. Goodbye. Li Mena's heart sank. This annoying man changed his attitude so quickly. Just a moment ago, he was like this, and now he had this expression. Oh, brother, add me on WeChat. Li Mena finally couldn't help but act cute towards Jiang Chen. Seeing that she was already at the door, this annoying man not only didn't try to keep her but also said goodbye. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? How did it change? What went wrong? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at the sulking Li Mena and couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're annoying. Are you teasing me? Li Mena finally reacted. Come on, didn't you say it was time to go? Why aren't you leaving? Jiang Chen pretended to be confused. Li Mena became anxious but still said in a sweet voice, Brother, you're annoying. I know I was wrong. What was wrong? Jiang Chen asked with a teasing expression. Li Mena was momentarily at a loss for words. She truly didn't know where she had gone wrong. She never expected that she had already seen through this man and had him under her control. But this man kept changing, making it hard to figure him out. You don't know, do you? Then let me be honest with you. Of course, I'm very satisfied with your skills. It's just that one thing, I really dislike your tricks of feigning weakness to lure me in. If it weren't for my good health, with all this back and forth just now, I would really have to go to the hospital for a urology checkup. Do you understand? Jiang Chen said angrily. Li Mena looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. She never expected that the man before her could be both gracious and furious. She no longer dared to underestimate him. I understand. From now on, Whatever you say goes, okay? Li Mena jogged over to Jiang Chen's side and knelt down, massaging his legs with a sincere look in her eyes. That's more like it. Jiang Chen finally showed a satisfied smile, reaching out to stroke Li Mena's hair. Just then, Jiang Chen's WeChat suddenly pinged. He picked up his phone to check. Li Mena didn't dare to disturb him, looking at him like a docile little cat. However, Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. Damn it, Li Yang, do you really think I'm a living turtle? You want me to pay and help you support your mistress? Jiang Chen cursed angrily. It turned out that after graduating from university, Jiang Chen had rented an apartment with his college roommates Li Yang and Lu Lei. At first, the three good friends got along quite well, until one day, Li Yang got a girlfriend. This was normal, but the problem was that the soundproofing of the apartment was terrible, and at night it was simply torture. At first, it was almost every night. Both he and Lu Lei were at an age full of vigor. How could they stand the stimulation? It made them both sleep poorly every day. During that time, Jiang Chen felt that he would be fine with any woman. Su Qian's distant water couldn't quench his immediate thirst. Jiang Chen even had some improper thoughts and considered going to those kinds of places to relax, but he never acted on it. Sometimes, seeing Li Yang's girlfriend, Xia, dressed so lightly, he had the impulse to pounce on her several times. Finally, one day, his roommate Lu Lei couldn't take it anymore and moved out. The rent then fell solely on Jiang Chen and Li Yang, which was quite a burden for the two who had just started working. They discussed it and decided to find another roommate. Li Yang was very invested in this matter and quickly brought in a beautiful roommate, Chen Lu. He secretly told himself that he would help Jiang Chen win over Chen Lu, which naturally excited him. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Then, Li Yang suggested that they split the 5,000 yuan rent and let the new roommate Chen Lu live for free. Jiang Chen thought, this is a true brother. He really cares about me, so he agreed without hesitation. Until one day last month, when he got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, he discovered Li Yang, with his pants up, walking out of Chen Lu's room with a satisfied look on his face. Damn it, this isn't introducing me to a girlfriend, this is clearly making me support his mistress. Now, it was time to pay the rent again. Sure enough, Li Yang sent a message asking him for the rent. Damn it, do you really think I'm a living turtle? And you still dare to ask me for rent? Jiang Chen said angrily. At this moment, Li Mena was so frightened by Jiang Chen that she didn't dare to speak. She glanced at the clock, she really should leave. She wanted to reach out her hand to quickly let Jiang Chen scan her code to add her as a friend, but now she hesitated. Indeed, this man was unpredictable, sometimes truly hard to fathom. She stood up, feeling a bit uncertain. Jiang Chen looked at Li Mena, who had stood up, and suddenly revealed a sly smile. If he brought the alluring Li Mena into the rental apartment, how surprised would Li Yang and his girlfriend Xia, along with the new roommate Chen Lu, be? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt excited. He had to vent the pent-up frustration in his chest today. Although Li Mena was not the girlfriend he idealized, he wasn't really looking for a girlfriend either. At this moment, perhaps only Li Mena could help him release this frustration. Extend your hand, Jiang Chen said with a light laugh to Li Mena. Seeing Jiang Chen scan the code, Li Mena finally smiled brightly. Thank you, brother. Let's keep in touch on WeChat. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. If you really mean it, I'll be waiting for you at the hotel entrance in 2 hours. I have a small favor to ask of you. Jiang Chen stared at Li Mena and said, Go outside? But I'm still at work, Li Mena said in surprise. Jiang Chen laughed. What work? Once the matter is settled, I'll clear your shopping cart. Jiang Chen knew that women in this line of work were the most realistic. All her twists and turns were ultimately for the few bucks in her pocket. As long as the money was right, there was nothing they wouldn't do. If there was, it was just that the money wasn't enough. After all, there were very few women like Xiao Yanan in the world. Sighing at this thought, Jiang Chen realized that bringing Xiao Yanan today would have been the best choice. She had the best looks and was his favorite person. It was just a pity that Xiao Yanan, due to her relationship with Xiao Yali, couldn't accept him for now. Ah, are you serious? Li Mena's face was filled with excitement. Jiang Chen replied, Of course I'm serious. Okay, wait for me, I'm going to change clothes right now. Li Mena said excitedly, preparing to run outside, afraid of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rich. Wait, no need to change clothes. Jiang Chen hurriedly stopped her. Li Mena was stunned by Jiang Chen's words. What? You want me to go out in a maid outfit? Is that not okay? Jiang Chen pretended to be puzzled. Li Mena never expected that the seemingly low-key man in front of her would have such a peculiar preference. She had never seen such a bizarre request, but thinking of her shopping cart, she held back. Her shopping cart had over 50,000 yuan worth of items. going out just to clear her shopping cart. Where could she find such a good deal? Men, after all, were ultimately just after that little bit. Wearing this outfit on the street would definitely attract attention. She might feel a bit embarrassed, but she accepted it. It was better than running naked in the street. Okay, Li Mena hurriedly replied, fearing Jiang Chen would change his mind. That's good. And keep those bunny ears on, Jiang Chen said with a serious face. Of course. If brother has no other requests, then I'll go ask the leader for leave first. Li Mena pointed at the clock on the wall, speaking anxiously. It was indeed already past time. Jiang Chen no longer made things difficult for her. Go ahead. He smiled. Tap 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 tap. Li Mena hurriedly walked out in her high heels. Watching her flustered figure leave, Jiang Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Although Li Mena was far less reliable than the Xiao sisters, Xiao Yanan and Xiao Yali, she was still a rare gem in her maid outfit. If it were another woman, no one would cooperate like this. Moreover, this woman could be managed with money, and he didn't have to take any responsibility. Unlike Xiao Yali, who genuinely cared for him, he sometimes couldn't bear to hurt her feelings. Now that he had money, he would try to solve things with money as much as possible. In this world, sincerity was indeed rarer than money. Jiang Chen fantasized about bringing the sexy and charming Li Mena, dressed in her uniform, back to the rental apartment to show off. He wanted to tell them that he also had a girlfriend. Then, he would have a good time for the night. He wanted the two women in the rental apartment, Li Yang's girlfriend He Xia and his mistress Chen Lu, to know that he was the real man. Just then, his phone's WeChat suddenly chimed. Jiang Chen picked it up to see a message from Li Mena through a friend request. Li Mena, brother, I'm all set over here. Li Mena, a selfie in her uniform. Li Mena, is brother satisfied? Jiang Chen had calmed down a bit, but looking at Li Mena's selfie, he felt a rush of excitement again. He smiled in satisfaction and read the message without replying. He imagined what it would be like to bring such a Li Mena back to the rental apartment. Li Yang and his girlfriend He Xia, along with his mistress Chen Lu, would probably be shocked. Although he wanted to do something right now, he decided to conserve his energy for later. Once he got to the rental apartment, he would really put in some effort. By then, he would leave those people speechless. With that thought, Jiang Chen happily walked toward the bathroom. The bathroom was very modern, with a clean and bright mirror that made the whole space look more spacious. Jiang Chen turned on the water, and steam instantly filled the bathroom, a warm stream flowing from the showerhead, bathing the air in a fragrant atmosphere. Jiang Chen soaked in the quiet, private space, listening to the sound of water droplets falling on his skin, feeling a special tranquility that was incredibly relaxing. After a long while, he finally leisurely walked out of the bathroom, his damp body exuding a fresh fragrance, feeling an unprecedented joy. He picked up a bathrobe and carefully dried himself off, not missing any detail. Then, he changed back into his original clothes and examined himself in the mirror. Wow! Why do I look so tacky? Jiang Chen was surprised in his heart. In just one day, Jiang Chen's mindset had undergone a tremendous change. Seeing the girls around him dressed so youthful and vibrant, and then looking at his own attire, Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of inadequacy. He thought about his salary since starting work, which was just over 6,000 a month. After paying rent and giving some to his girlfriend Su Qian, there was hardly anything left for living expenses. With no money, he had even less time to shop at big malls, so he could only buy clothes online. These clothes, when first bought, had no issues except for being a bit low in quality. But after washing them once or twice, they either shed or faded. For instance, the outfit he was wearing had faded, making him look so shabby. Watching other people's girlfriends dress their boyfriends neatly, he couldn't help but feel envious. Unfortunately, his girlfriend Su Qian had never done anything like that. Just then, as Jiang Chen was feeling melancholic, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The target object locked for the host today is Meng Xiaoran. Reminder, Meng Xiaoran currently has a favorability rating of 25 towards the host. Moreover, there is no emotional foundation between the host and her, making it a bit challenging. Host, do your best. Jiang Chen was taken aback, glancing at the time, which was exactly 12 o'clock, and then realized the system had actually locked onto a beauty for him. And Meng Xiaoran was currently at the hotel lobby. The system was being too good to him. Should he put aside the matter of his rental apartment for now? After all, they were just there and couldn't run away. Li Mena was also always available, so why rush? He decided to deal with Meng Xiaoran downstairs first. Plus, before returning to his rental, he definitely needed to tidy himself up. Meng Xiaoran had studied dance, so her aesthetic sense must be quite high. If she helped him pick out clothes, it would surely be much better. Moreover, he could make up for the lack of help Su Qian had never provided in choosing clothes. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was already eager to go downstairs to find Meng Xiaoran. He quickly put on his jacket, grabbed his phone, took the room card, and opened the door. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw several staff members in maid outfits pushing a food cart, all looking at him with eager expressions, as if they could see right through him. Jiang Chen then noticed that there were indeed quite a few young and beautiful women here. No wonder Lumena had been so persistent with him. It was indeed not easy to find her among such a group of women. There were just too many beautiful people in the world. Mr. Jiang, are you checking out? Another beautiful maid approached him. Jiang Chen replied, yes, I'll show you the way. The maid said. Jiang Chen noticed that this maid was indeed more mature and charming than Lumena, but he also had a rough idea of the game being played here. He was starting to feel a bit resistant to this overly eager woman. However, the maid was still unwilling to give up, leading him to the elevator and standing in front of him. In the blind spot of the surveillance, she extended her hand with a QR code. Jiang Chen suddenly realized, wow, these women are really scary. They're so bold. No wonder there's a joke that says successful men can't resist the temptation of beauty. Now I truly understand, because beauty never tempts unsuccessful men. The meaning behind this. Such women, in the past, were always unattainable when I encountered them on the street. Yet now they are so attentive to me, actively trying to get close. Isn't it because I spent 200,000 yesterday and became the super VIP here? When the maid saw that Jiang Chen was unresponsive, she turned her head, looking at him with a face full of desire. Jiang Chen tilted his head back, pretending not to see. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unmoved, the woman turned away in disappointment. Until the elevator reached the first floor, Jiang Chen stepped out, finally letting out a sigh of relief. This is not a grand hotel at all. It's simply a spider's den, where one could easily get ensnared. The maid didn't follow him and went back up in the elevator. Sigh. What kind of world is this? Jiang Chen sighed deeply and walked towards the front desk. When he reached the front desk, he realized that the receptionist had already changed. It was no longer Meng Xiaoran. He felt a bit disappointed. The new receptionist was sitting under the counter, playing on her phone, completely oblivious to Jiang Chen's presence. Jiang Chen noticed she was playing a game of Honor of Kings. He could understand, as it was already past the peak check-in and check-out times. Hello? Jiang Chen politely called out. Just a moment. Let me finish this round. The receptionist didn't even look up, continuing to play on her phone. Jiang Chen. Liao Xiaoyu reference image. Just wait a moment. Let me finish this round. The receptionist said to Jiang Chen without lifting her head. Jiang Chen could only smile wryly and wait. Oh no, someone's coming over here. Quick, help me out. What's going on in the mid lane? Can't you have some awareness and stop feeding? Can the jungler even play? How can you give away kills like this? Can't you be a bit more mindful? I'm really fed up. I can't carry you all. Damn it, this group of pig teammates, can they really feed? This game is so frustrating to lose. The receptionist lost the game, slammed her phone down, her face turning pale, her eyes wide with fury, anger burning within. Jiang Chen found it amusing. Was this receptionist really so willful at work? Jiang Chen didn't mind and directly handed over the room card. The receptionist took it with a cold expression. However, the next second, her eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Room 8013. Could you be Mr. Jiang, who directly recharged 200,000 yesterday and became our super VIP? Liao Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Chen. Ding as the two locked eyes, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind again. System detected a high-quality beauty with a beauty score greater than 80, about to scan the beauty's data 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete name, Liao Xiaoyu age, 23 nickname, Xiaoyu height, 173 cm weight, 43 kg attractiveness, 86, out of 100, figure, 89, out of 100, hobbies, gaming, homebody, not fond of working private encounters, one host's favorability, 35, out of 100, Ding system detected that Liao Xiaoyu's attractiveness is greater than 80, automatically adding the host to the list of beautiful candidates. So her name is Liao Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart. Liao Xiaoyu is a colleague of Meng Xiaoran and should know about her. He prepared to get a little closer to Liao Xiaoyu. How did you know my name is Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Ah, how could I not know about the 200,000 recharge in one go? If this deal goes through, our front desk will earn 20,000 in commission. Sigh. I really envy Sister Xiaoran for encountering such good fortune. Liao Xiaoyu sighed. However, I've never seen a rich person like you. Even if I were given this opportunity, I probably wouldn't be able to seize it like Sister Xiaoran. Jiang Chen chuckled knowingly, this Liao Xiaoyu really speaks her mind. Sister. Let me ask you, why didn't that front desk girl with the surname Meng come to work today? Jiang Chen pretended to ask casually. Liao Xiaoyu, are you talking about the girl who handled your VIP service yesterday? Jiang Chen, yes. Do you know her? Liao Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chen with a wary expression, her face becoming somewhat complicated. If you don't know, then forget it. Seeing that Liao Xiaoyu was unhappy, Jiang Chen tactfully stopped asking. Just tell me honestly, do you have a crush on her? Liao Xiaoyu had a knowing look on her face. Clearly, although she was a bit interested in the mysterious Jiang Chen, she noticed that Jiang Chen didn't seem very interested in her today, so she didn't take it to heart. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. To be honest, Sister Xiaoran has a boyfriend, he's a male model. I think you probably don't stand a chance. Liao Xiaoyu continued to analyze for Jiang Chen. That's just how she is, straightforward and warm, but her enthusiasm fades just as quickly. Jiang Chen understood that the boyfriend Liao Xiaoyu mentioned was the pretty boy who came to the hotel with Lin Mengjia last night. However, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised by Liao Xiaoyu's reaction. He didn't expect this girl to be so open and have such a good attitude. He thought that asking about another girl in front of her would make her upset, but instead, she started analyzing the situation for him. A girl with such a good mindset is rare. How could that be possible? How could a hotel front desk worker have a boyfriend who's a male model? Jiang Chen pretended to be very surprised. Hey, you probably don't know this. Sister Xiaoran majored in dance in college, but she got injured in her ankle and couldn't pursue a career in dance. But she has the foundation. She's got looks and a great figure, and besides, they were classmates. Having a male model boyfriend isn't too much to ask, Liao Xiaoyu said proudly. Jiang Chen smiled. It turned out that Liao Xiaoyu didn't even know that they had already broken up. Yesterday, that pretty boy went to a hotel with another woman and even bumped into Meng Xiaoran. It was simply too dramatic. As Jiang Chen thought more about it, he realized something was off. It seemed that Meng Xiaoran hadn't told anyone about breaking up with the male model, which clearly indicated that she still had feelings for that pretty boy. Reflecting on her attitude towards him yesterday only confirmed that she couldn't let go of him. Last night, Lin Mengjiao successfully checked into a hotel with the pretty boy. It wouldn't have affected Meng Xiaoran, would it? With this thought, Jiang Chen felt a bit worried. Would Meng Xiaoran be feeling down? I ask you, why didn't she come to work today? Jiang Chen, no longer hesitating, asked anxiously. It seems you still plan to pursue her? Liao Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect that her previous words wouldn't scare this man away. Of course. Jiang Chen replied seriously. But we're not related, why should I tell you? Liao Xiaoyu teased with a smile. Sister Liao Xiaoyu, if you help me win her over, what do you want? I'll buy you anything. Jiang Chen said urgently. Liao Xiaoyu, really? Jiang Chen, really? Great. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. One piece of information for one skin in honor of kings, how does that sound? Liao Xiaoyu said, opening the game on her phone. Jiang Chen was taken aback when he saw the game screen on her phone. Wang Zhaojun, idol singer? Jiang Chen was stunned. This girl clearly wanted him to buy her a skin. She really was a savvy gamer. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pay. Liao Xiaoyu urged. Jiang Chen scanned the code, feeling a pang in his heart. After all these years of gaming, he had always been a freebie player, never willing to spend money on games. He never expected that his first recharge would be to buy a skin for someone else. Although he had plenty of money now, it still felt a bit painful. Last night, it was Sister Xiaoran's turn to work, and today she has a day off. Liao Xiaoyu said excitedly, looking at the newly acquired Wang Zhaojun idol singer skin, her eyes glued to the screen, not even glancing at Jiang Chen. Is that it? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Such a piece of information for a skin, how come he had never encountered such good fortune before? It's over. Didn't you just ask me why she didn't come to work? This is the answer. Liao Xiaoyu said with a smile. Damn! That skin came too easily. Jiang Chen exclaimed. Liao Xiaoyu grinned mischievously. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the kid. Why are rich people always so stingy? Ha ha, alright, then let me ask you, where does she live? How can I find her today? Jiang Chen looked at Liao Xiaoyu, feeling no anger, but instead smiling. Indeed, this little money was nothing compared to Meng Xiaoran. Liao Xiaoyu replied seriously, you're asking two questions. Why? Jiang Chen was surprised. Because I can only tell you her address, but I can't guarantee you'll find her. You also need her contact information. That's a different price. He Liao Xiaoyu said, grinning slyly. Jiang Chen, you think you can fool me? I already know her address, how could I not find her? Liao Xiaoyu stopped talking and brought her phone back in front of Jiang Chen. Dodgy Alice in Wonderland? Jiang Chen hesitantly made the payment. She lives at 52 East Street, Beigswang. Go find her, Liao Xiaoyu said with a teasing expression. By Gozhuan? Jiang Chen couldn't believe his ears. Liao Xiaoyu, yes. By Gozhuan. Jiang Chen was shocked. After all, Bai Gozhuan was the largest urban village in the entire Jiangcheng. It was filled with all kinds of people from different walks of life. The government had tried multiple times to renovate this village, but they were scared off by the deeply entrenched residents. It was said that there were over 200,000 workers living in that village. Moreover, it was rumored that as soon as evening fell and darkness approached, the streets were lined with enthusiastic young ladies. When he had felt lonely in the past, he had thought about going to such a place. But in the end, he never had the courage to put it into practice. Meng Xiaoran, after all, was once a dance student, so talented and proud in the past. How could she lower herself to live in such a mixed-up place? Furthermore, that village was at least 20 kilometers away, and taking the subway would take more than an hour. How could such a beautiful girl endure such a long commute? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen became even more interested in this former dance student. How could she live in Bai Gozhuan? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Of course, the rent is cheap. Sister Xiaoran said the rent is only 450 a month. With utilities, it comes to 500. To be honest, I also want to live in such a place, but I can't endure that hardship. Just the round-trip commute takes over 3 hours. I don't know how Sister Xiaoran can stand that, Liao Xiaoyu said, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration. After hearing this, Jiang Chen became even more curious about the mysterious Meng Xiaoran. Hey, are you going to ask more? Or if you don't, I'm going to start the game. I still want to see the effect of the new skin, Liao Xiaoyu urged. You should just give me her contact information, Jiang Chen said shyly. What did I say? You definitely need to know her contact information, Liao Xiaoyu teased, opening another skin. Diao Chan A Midsummer Night's Dream. Jiang Chen smiled at the game skin. This little girl really knew how to pick good ones. It seemed she had wanted to buy it for a long time, but the conditions hadn't allowed it. Now that she had finally caught a big spender like him, of course, she would take full advantage. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't haggle, quickly making the payment. After getting Meng Xiaoran's contact information, Jiang Chen was in a great mood. He could no longer suppress his excitement. At that moment, he really wanted to suddenly appear in front of Meng Xiaoran and rescue this proud girl who had endured so much suffering. Hey, are you leaving just like that? Not going to ask one more question? Seeing Jiang Chen about to leave, Liao Xiaoyu called out to keep him. Sigh. I want to ask too, but your fees are too high. I can't afford to ask. Jiang Chen pretended to be in pain. This is just the beginning. If you buy me an Ankyla skin, I'll tell you a top secret. I guarantee it will be worth your while, okay? Liao Xiaoyu said, pretending to be mysterious. No. Jiang Chen waved his hand. It was obvious that Liao Xiaoyu had become addicted to taking advantage. He couldn't let her fool him again. This kind of trick was just like unscrupulous merchants, the kind that had clearance sales on the last day. A month later, they were still having clearance sales. Sigh. If you don't want to know, then forget it. You don't even know the principle of catering to someone's preferences. I think you're in trouble, Liao Xiaoyu said sarcastically. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Right. After all that effort, he didn't even know what Meng Xiaoran liked. How could that be? What does she like? Jiang Chen asked, his eyes filled with eagerness. Liao Xiaoyu deliberately ignored him. Didn't you say you didn't want to know? Sister Liao Xiaoyu, just tell me. I'll buy it for you, is that okay? Jiang Chen said, thick-skinned. Liao Xiaoyu stopped teasing him and moved her phone in front of him. Angela, magic little chef. Jiang Chen hurriedly made the payment. What does she like? Jiang Chen asked again, his face full of desire. Smack. Liao Xiaoyu suddenly pulled something out from below and slapped it on the counter. Here, take a look yourself, Liao Xiaoyu said, engrossed in starting a game. This was definitely a good deal. 4 sentences, and he got 4 skins. Where else could you find such a good thing? Jiang Chen then saw that it was a folded flyer. It had some very eye-catching big words printed on it. Capital City Fitness Yoga Pilates. Jiang Chen noticed that the flyer had many creases and some faded spots. Is this Meng Xiaoran's? Jiang Chen asked. Liao Xiaoyu ignored him again and continued her game. Jiang Chen knew that when he played games, he also hated being disturbed, so he didn't want to bother her. He picked up the crumpled flyer and walked towards the door. Take care, guest. A magnetic voice startled Jiang Chen. He looked up to see the handsome security guard, who was 185 meters tall and had just started working yesterday, opening the door for him. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled as he walked outside. Once outside, Jiang Chen began to wonder. Could it be that Meng Xiaoran had always wanted to sign up for this yoga class but hadn't made up her mind because of the price? If he quietly got her a membership, would that quickly win her favor? Jiang Chen walked while deep in thought. Hey, bro, how about checking out swimming and fitness? A voice called out. Jiang Chen instinctively ignored it and kept walking. This gym was just a trap. Out of 100 people who signed up, maybe only 10 would stick with it. The gym made money off the other 90. He had once bought a second-hand gym card for 800 yuan with a colleague downstairs, but he hadn't lasted a week before he stopped going. So afterward, he avoided gym salespeople. Bro, we have a promotion now, $39.99 for a year, $5,999 for 2 years. That's only 8 yuan a day. Signing up now is a great deal. The salesperson continued to chase after him. Jiang Chen found this person really annoying. The previous ones who had called him to swim and work out had only said a couple of things before he waved them off and ignored them. Why was this guy so relentless? Although he had money now, he wasn't a fool. He couldn't just throw money away. Jiang Chen looked at the young man, who wore glasses and had a gentle demeanor. He looked quite young, probably a post-2000s kid. He spoke a bit shyly. It seemed he hadn't been in this line of work for long. He must have seen Jiang Chen's familiar face and was trying hard to sell, using it as practice. Jiang Chen felt a bit dazed for a moment, recalling his own awkwardness when he handed out flyers during college. It was his first time distributing flyers, and he was humiliated by a grumpy passerby, leaving him angry for several days afterward. Sigh. It's not easy being a worker. Forget it, even if he didn't want to be a fool, he shouldn't be harsh with him. A polite refusal would suffice. Bro, my monthly salary is only 2,200, I really can't afford it. Why don't you look for someone else? Jiang Chen pretended to look helpless as he spoke. Hey, bro. The young man, seeing Jiang Chen's response, didn't get angry. What's wrong? I already said I can't afford it, what else do you want? Jiang Chen was getting a bit impatient. Just as Jiang Chen was feeling a bit annoyed, his phone suddenly rang. It was a voice message from Li Meina. Li Meina, brother, I'm already at the door, are you coming down? Oh no. After being busy for so long, Jiang Chen had almost forgotten about this. How should he respond? He was in a bit of a dilemma. He had already set his sights on Meng Xiaoran, and he was definitely going to stand Li Meina up. But Li Meina was, after all, quite exceptional. Although her status was special and not suitable for taking out in public, her skills were top-notch. Who knows, he might need her help one night. Sigh. If things don't go well with Meng Xiaoran tonight, he might still need her. So he could only try to appease her now. Jiang Chen, Nana. I have something urgent to deal with right now, I can't accompany you this afternoon. Jiang Chen, I'll contact you once I'm done. Jiang Chen, just consider this afternoon as a day off for myself. Li Meina. Are you kidding me? Li Meina, I'm not giving you a day off. At that moment, Li Meina was downstairs, cursing in frustration. She had put on her uniform, taken a day off, only to be stood up by that scummy man. Li Meina typed out more harsh words on her phone, ready to vent all her anger. Jiang Chen looked at the messages from Li Meina with a faint smile, easily imagining her furious expression. Tap. Jiang Chen entered a string of numbers, followed by a password. Jiang Chen, transfer 5,000 yuan. When Li Meina saw the 5,000 yuan transfer from Jiang Chen, her face instantly lit up with joy. She hurriedly deleted the harsh words she had prepared to send. And she quickly retracted the message she had just sent. Li Meina, then brother, you focus on your work. Call me anytime if you need me. Smiling face with smiling eyes, Li Meina received 5,000 yuan. Jiang Chen watched Li Meina's series of actions and couldn't help but laugh. Li Meina really is someone who only cares about money. Jiang Chen thought to himself. But a woman like that is fine, at least he wouldn't feel guilty about how he treated her in the future. After all she cared about was money. And right now, what he lacked the least was money. After replying to Li Meina's message, Jiang Chen felt great. He would strive for Meng Xiaoran today. If that didn't work out, he could always find Li Meina again. The young salesman, seeing Jiang Chen in a good mood, gathered his courage. Bro, it's like this, today is my first day at work. Can you help me out a little? Don't worry. It won't cost you anything, the young man said with a pleading expression. At that moment, Jiang Chen was touched by the sincerity in the young man's words. The boy in front of him was so similar to the old him. Should he help him out? Jiang Chen, where is your gym? Brother, our gym is in that tall building not far away. It's called Imperial Capital Gym. The young man immediately said. Jiang Chen felt it was very familiar. He reached out and took a flyer from the young man's hand. Several prominent characters caught his eye: Imperial Capital Gym Yoga Pilates. Ah, so this is the place Meng Xiaoran wanted to sign up for a membership. Truly, after searching high and low, I find it without effort. Isn't this heaven helping me? Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the young man assumed Jiang Chen was shocked by the prices on the flyer. Brother, if you don't have money, it's okay. Just come with me to the gym and say you're with me. That way, I can get a commission of 200 yuan, and I'll give you 50. How does that sound? The young man said earnestly. Jiang Chen found it somewhat amusing. If he were still the poor loser he used to be, this would indeed be a good deal. 50 yuan was enough for his meals over the weekend. But now that he was carrying millions, he didn't care about that mere 50 yuan. It just so happened that this was the place Meng Xiaoran wanted to sign up for, so he might as well go take a look. If this guy was really as honest as he looked, he might as well give him this wave of fortune. With that thought, Jiang Chen made up his mind. That sounds great. Lead the way, Jiang Chen said, following the young man toward their gym. The young man led Jiang Chen into another building. They took a transparent elevator straight to the 21st floor. As soon as Jiang Chen and the young man stepped out of the elevator, they saw two beautiful women in swimsuits, carrying small bags, walking toward the elevator. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, inhaling the scent of the women and admiring their curvaceous figures wrapped in swimsuits. Brother, let's go this way, the young man reminded Jiang Chen with a smile. Oh. Jiang Chen finally snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had never seen women in such tight swimsuits in public before. Brother, they are actually all VIPs of our club. They're going to the rooftop swimming pool on the top floor, the young man explained to Jiang Chen. The rooftop swimming pool belongs to your gym too? Jiang Chen asked excitedly. Yes, brother. All the facilities on the 21st floor and the rooftop swimming pool are ours, the young man patiently explained. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. In such a prosperous place, they actually occupied 2 whole floors. This investment was really substantial. The 5,999 yuan was indeed worth it. As the two chatted while walking, they passed by the yoga area. In one of the yoga rooms, 7 or 8 women in yoga attire, with graceful figures, were doing various stretching exercises under the guidance of one woman. They stretched their bodies lightly, like Willow Catkins dancing, showcasing the lightness and beauty of yoga to the fullest. In the world of yoga, they were like blooming lotus flowers, radiating a restrained glow and exuding an enchanting aura. They were poetic and picturesque, like notes and melodies, like elegant lotus flowers, each movement revealing a unique charm and depth. Through the glass, the scene inside captivated Jiang Chen completely. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a woman in a pink camisole, sitting near the window, inadvertently glanced outside. Her gaze met Jiang Chen's burning eyes. Jiang Chen instinctively averted his eyes from hers, but the woman continued to stare at him. Finally, unable to resist, Jiang Chen looked back, only to see the woman smiling alluringly at him with her enchanting eyes. Beep, system detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, scanning beauty profile. Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt. 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete. Name, Bai Jia, age, 36, nickname, Xiaojia, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 51 kilograms, marital status, married, beauty score, 85 out of 100, figure, 95 out of 100, hobbies, swimming, yoga. Private encounters, 2, hosts favorability, 50, beep, system detected Bai Jia's beauty score greater than 80, automatically adding her to the host's beauty candidate list. Ah! Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. This was just too beautiful. This woman is already 36 years old? How is that possible? She looks like she's only a year or 2 older than me. Jiang Chen felt puzzled by the system's prompt. Bro, this is the yoga room. The gym entrance is just ahead, the young man beside Jiang Chen said. He had noticed Jiang Chen staring at the beauty repeatedly. Men understand these things, so he didn't interrupt. However, since the beauty inside had already noticed Jiang Chen, he couldn't keep looking. He prepared to lead Jiang Chen away. Jiang Chen knew that once he was discovered, it would be inappropriate to keep staring, so he was ready to leave. However, soon, the yoga instructor noticed Bai Jia's unusual behavior. In the next moment, all the women turned to look at Jiang Chen, and he instantly felt his face flush. How could anyone withstand the gaze of so many beauties at once? Jiang Chen blushed, reluctantly glancing at the young woman Bai Jia before hurriedly leaving the place. Bro, how was it? The beauties here are pretty good, right? Just a couple of steps out, the young man asked Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled back knowingly, revealing an understanding look. But bro, I must remind you, you absolutely must not provoke that woman from earlier. The young man kindly warned Jiang Chen. Why? Jiang Chen asked, curious. Because her husband practices free fighting. We had a personal trainer here before who got a bit too close to Bai Jie. Coincidentally, her husband caught them in the act and beat him into a cripple. He's still in the hospital. The young man said indignantly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was shocked. Is it really that ruthless? Hey, if we're talking about being ruthless, it's actually not that ruthless. The young man said, giving Jiang Chen a strange smile. What do you mean by that? This smile left Jiang Chen bewildered. The young man replied, that is not possible. Jiang Chen was taken aback. How could that be? When he was fighting, there was a time he got kicked in the nuts. Sigh. What a pity for such a beautiful wife. The young man lamented, his words filled with endless regret. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly became excited. He recalled the way that young woman, Bai Jie, had looked at him just now. There was no doubt that she had already entered his system as a candidate. Wasn't that what the system had prepared for him? But that Bai Jie's husband was really too unfortunate. Who would have thought that such a wealthy and powerful man, with a good physique, would be unable to satisfy his own woman? This was a good deed for him. On the other hand, this fighting expert protecting Bai Jie so well, didn't that mean it would be easier for him to deal with her? As they spoke, the two had already reached the gym's entrance. Bro, come on, let me transfer you the money, the young man said, and he really transferred 50 yuan to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was momentarily touched, not expecting this young man to be so generous. Alright, I'm off, bro. You can go in by yourself. When they ask who brought you, just say it was Wang Xinxin, and I can get 200. The young man said as he walked towards the elevator. Xinxin, wait a moment. Jiang Chen called out to the young man named Wang Xinxin. Wang Xinxin replied, what's up, bro? Is there anything else? Xinxin, let me ask you, how do you sell yoga and Pilates classes here? Wang Xinxin was a bit surprised but still began to explain to Jiang Chen. Bro, for yoga and Pilates classes, it's 500 yuan per session. If you buy a yearly package, it's 148,000 for the year, and all courses are included. Wang Xinxin thought Jiang Chen was just asking casually. Jiang Chen smiled. Xinxin, then give me a yearly package, plus 2 gym cards. Can you help me calculate the total? Wang Xinxin was stunned. Bro, isn't your monthly salary 2,600? How could? Jiang Chen looked at the astonished Wang Xinxin and laughed. It was only then that Wang Xinxin finally realized he had encountered a real tycoon today. He shakily took out his phone, opened the calculator, and started calculating. 148,000 plus 5,999 plus 5,999. Bro, the total comes to 159,998. Bro, are you really going to do this? After calculating, Wang Xinxin looked at Jiang Chen with eager eyes. Yes, Jiang Chen said decisively. Wang Xinxin led Jiang Chen to the front desk, desperately trying to control his inner excitement. Jiang Chen directly swiped 160,000 in front of the 2 shocked cashiers. Bro, why don't you go sit at the coffee table for a bit? I'll get you a drink. Let me open a card for you. Wang Xinxin was so excited that she didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen smiled. No rush, take your time. Wang Xinxin felt a bit moved. This was the first benefactor she had encountered since graduating. With this transaction, her commission alone would be over 30,000. However, what Wang Xinxin didn't know at that moment was that it was because of the 50 yuan she had just spent that had completely touched Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen looked at the excited and flustered Wang Xinxin, his gaze revealing a hint of appreciation. Although in today's cutthroat society, honest people like her find it hard to get by, she reminded him of himself when he had just entered society and was battered by it. If he were to accomplish something great in the future, he would need reliable people like her by his side. Though not very skilled in the business, Wang Xinxin still placed 2 gym cards on the coffee table after 15 minutes. Jiang Chen saw a black card and a pink card on the table. The black card had Imperial Capital Fitness written in gold, while the pink card was edged in gold and also had Imperial Capital Fitness Yoga Pilates written in gold. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Bro, this black card is yours, and this pink card is for your sister-in-law, Wang Xinxin said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction, but suddenly he remembered something. By the way, little brother, what is Pilates? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Suddenly, Wang Xinxin burst out laughing. Bro, you just looked at it through the glass for a long time, how can you still ask me? Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Isn't that yoga? Wang Xinxin, suppressing her smile, began to explain to Jiang Chen. The main difference between Pilates and yoga lies in their exercise methods and effects. Jiang Chen listened, feeling a bit bewildered. Xinxin, stop talking, I think I get it. In short, Pilates is another form of yoga, right? Yes. Wang Xinxin replied. But, bro, you don't need to understand all this. It's for your sister-in-law anyway, she knows it well. Don't worry, with this pink card, your sister-in-law can directly swipe in for all the yoga, Pilates, group classes, including all the projects on this floor. She's a super VIP among VIPs. After hearing Wang Xinxin's explanation, Jiang Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile. The 160,000 spent was indeed worth it. With such a surprise in front of Meng Xiaoran, it would be hard for her not to fall in love with him. As long as he could facilitate a good outcome tonight, the small amount of money was nothing. Bro, let's add each other on WeChat. If there's anything, I can notify you, Wang Xinxin said to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was his benefactor, it would be unreasonable not to have a way to contact him. Jiang Chen smiled and opened WeChat, happy to make friends with such a young person. In the future, Meng Xiaoran and that beautiful young woman by Jia from earlier could also inform him of any situations in a timely manner. Moreover, Wang Xinxin was a reliable young man. Perhaps in the future, for some secret matters, it would be most appropriate to ask him for help. Wang Xinxin quickly scanned the code. Bro, what's your full name? I'll save it. Jiang Chen replied, Jiang Hao. After Jiang Chen saved it, he glanced at his watch. It was already 3:30 p.m. Xinxin, I have something to do. I need to leave first. If anything comes up, just message me on WeChat, Jiang Chen said, putting 2 cards into his pocket, standing up, and making a move to leave. Wang Xinxin hurriedly stood up. Alright, bro. I'll see you off. Jiang Chen smiled, and the two walked towards the elevator. They soon passed by the yoga room again, or more accurately, the Pilates room. Jiang Chen looked inside. There were still 7 or 8 people in there, but Bai Jia was no longer in sight. He felt a moment of loss. After reaching the ground floor of the building, Jiang Chen's ride-hailing car had not yet arrived, and Wang Xinxin stayed with him to wait. Jiang Chen asked, Xinxin, do you want to leave this place? Wang Xinxin was a bit surprised. Of course I want to, but my education level isn't high, and I don't have any skills. I wouldn't know what to do if I went out, Wang Xinxin said, looking somewhat dejected. If I start a company in the future, come work with me. Jiang Chen laughed. Wang Xinxin immediately showed an excited expression. Bro, are you serious? Of course. It's just not the right time yet. You keep working here for now, and I'll contact you on WeChat when there's news, Jiang Chen said, patting Wang Xinxin on the shoulder. Wang Xinxin nodded, now fully believing Jiang Chen's words. There's one more thing, my girlfriend should be coming over the day after tomorrow. Help me say some good things about me then, and keep an eye on her, got it? Jiang Chen said, revealing a somewhat subtle smile. Wang Xinxin quickly understood that Jiang Chen was still in the courting stage. Got it. Don't worry, bro. Wang Xinxin replied with a knowing expression. Suddenly, Wang Xinxin showed a puzzled look. Jiang Chen asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? No. Bro, if you have a sister-in-law, then that young woman by Jia. Wang Xinxin scratched his head and asked. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, not expecting this little brother to consider him in this way. Keep an eye on her too. Jiang Chen smiled, giving him a knowing look. Alright, bro. Wang Xinxin replied loudly. Jiang Chen felt delighted. It seemed this kid was not only sincere but could also help him with some private matters. These 2 tasks were essentially a test for him. If he could really help him get close to Bai Jia and stabilize Meng Xiaoran, it would prove he was someone reliable. He could then entrust him with more important matters. Jiang Chen's ride-hailing car had arrived. This time, he didn't select a taxi or an economy car, but directly chose a business car, which naturally cost several times more. However, his identity had changed, so he couldn't settle for less. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get in the car, the driver hurriedly ran down and opened the door for him. One hand protected the roof to prevent Jiang Chen from bumping his head, while the other gestured for him to enter. Jiang Chen immediately understood that this money was well spent. His status was instantly elevated. He recalled how he had taken an economy car before, and as soon as he got in, the driver started complaining about the garbage system that assigned him a lousy fare. He even kicked Jiang Chen out before reaching the destination when he saw the road was a bit congested. He had almost cursed out loud, but thinking about the current society, where people's tempers were high, he could only swallow his anger. However, the driver in front of him was completely different. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he looked like a high-class servant. Indeed, as long as you have money, you are surrounded by good people. Satisfied, Jiang Chen got into the car and waved goodbye to Wang Xinxin, and the driver started the vehicle. After a 40-minute drive, they arrived quickly. However, as soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that in a first-tier city like Jiangcheng, there would be such a dilapidated and chaotic village. It was as crowded as a bustling market. Everywhere he looked, there were self-built houses of 3 or 4 stories, and several top floors were even made of color steel. In such hot summer weather, living in a color steel house felt like being in a steamer. Wasn't that risking one's life? Moreover, some railings outside were hung with quilts, bed sheets, and even underwear. The rundown streets and noisy atmosphere made the order even more chaotic, as if it had turned into a pot of porridge. Pedestrians, bicycles, electric vehicles, and motor vehicles mixed together, causing traffic jams from time to time. Did Meng Xiaoran really live in such a place? Jiang Chen walked into this city village, which had the most laborers, with a complicated mood. However, he was soon completely conquered by the prices in this village. What? A meat sandwich for 5 yuan? It costs 12 yuan outside. Ah, 10 yuan for 6 lamb skewers? Wow! It costs 4 or 5 yuan per skewer outside. Hand-pulled roast duck, 19 yuan each? Boss, give me one. Chilled Shilin watermelon, 6 yuan for half, and it's even cut? I'll take half. Jiang Chen was utterly shocked by the prices here. He didn't care about his personal image anymore. After all, no one here knew him. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. Although he was now a millionaire, he was still keen on street food. After all, if you sell me something for 12 yuan that costs 10, I can tolerate it. But if you sell me something for 50, even if I have money, I can't be that big of a fool. Moreover, such cheap prices were almost unheard of in his hometown. The Western food he had for lunch was utterly useless. If he had known there was such a place, why bother finding someone to share a rental and support a mistress? Here, the rent plus utilities was only 500 yuan, and living was convenient. It was quite nice to live here. It just looked a bit crowded and messy. But he was still a 7-foot man. Was he really afraid someone would eat him? Jiang Chen walked while thinking, and before he knew it, he had arrived at a place with fewer people. He saw some small alleys. At almost every alley entrance stood a woman in a black dress, cut high, revealing her long legs. Could it be that these are the women of the alleys? Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at one of the slender women. Although she wore a mask, it couldn't hide the alluring features that were barely visible. As the saying goes, half concealing the people while still showing the face. This woman seemed to know her advantage as well, knowing precisely what to reveal and what to hide. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the beauty seemed to see through his mind and walked towards him. Want some? She said straightforwardly. Jiang Chen looked at the masked woman in surprise, never expecting her to be so direct. 198. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, the woman added. Jiang Chen observed the surroundings. He had already passed the busiest street, and ahead was a fork in the road. There were hardly any people left. No wonder this woman was so bold. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, the woman thought he was worried about safety and said, "Don't worry. It's very safe here." Jiang Chen hurriedly waved his hand, wanting to leave. But the woman grabbed his clothes. Handsome. Handsome. The price is negotiable. 98 is fine too. Seeing the woman's boldness and unreasonable behavior, he felt a bit disgusted. If it were in the past, after months without seeing a woman, he might have succumbed to this temptation. But he had already been approached 4 or 5 times since last night. He wasn't that desperate anymore. Moreover, he was now worth millions. How could he recklessly give in at a place like this? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen ignored the woman's tugging and forcefully broke free. At the same time, he heard a shoe sound. Ah! The woman cried out. Jiang Chen turned back to see her clutching her finger, a pained expression on her face. Looking at his clothes, he realized they had been torn, and a piece of her nail art was caught in it. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Damn it, if you're not going to do it, why ruin my manicure? Pay me. The woman's expression changed instantly, furious and cursing. Jiang Chen never expected that the woman who had just been so charming now sounded like a shrew. Although she still wore a mask, he could imagine the face behind it. All right, how much? I'll pay you. Jiang Chen no longer wanted to entangle with this woman. After all, there were too many people around. If someone saw, it would be embarrassing. Others might think he had flirted and refused to pay. I just got my nails done for 588 yesterday. I won't ask for much, just pay me 500. The woman stood up, arms crossed, blocking Jiang Chen at the alley entrance. She looked determined not to back down without compensation. Jiang Chen could only smile wryly. In this situation, he couldn't argue with her. If she decided to go all out and called the police, claiming he had solicited her without paying, no amount of explanation would clear his name. He had always disliked such people when watching videos. After all, the girls earned their living through their bodies. Men like that were simply despicable. However, now the tables had turned, and he found himself in such a predicament. Ding, WeChat payment of 500 yuan, Jiang Chen transferred the money, and the woman looked at the payment notification on her phone. Only then did she step aside. Watching Jiang Chen walk out, the woman was still seething with anger. "Don't you dare look around with those eyes. Do you understand?" she shouted at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen felt a humiliation he had never experienced before. This was something he could no longer tolerate. How dare a woman speak to him like that? Ding, just as Jiang Chen was about to explode, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Meng Xiaoran's favorability -5, Meng Xiaoran's favorability -5, Meng Xiaoran's favorability -5. Meng Xiaoran's current favorability is 5, Meng Xiaoran. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He quickly looked around. A woman was looking this way. She wasn't wearing any makeup, dressed in loose clothing, her hair cascading over her shoulders in lazy curls. Her dark eyes were pure, resembling a crystal melted by sunlight, indescribably beautiful. She walked over with long strides, looking at him with disdain. Although her style was completely different from yesterday, Jiang Chen was absolutely certain that this woman was indeed Meng Xiaoran. He never expected that his most humiliating and embarrassing moment would be witnessed by Meng Xiaoran. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Firstly, their relationship hadn't reached that level of familiarity. Secondly, he really didn't know how to explain the scene before him. Meng Xiaoran also never expected that the man before her was him. She had worked a night shift last night and returned to her rental apartment around 9 a.m. today. She thought she could finally get a good sleep. However, her phone kept ringing incessantly. Her friend's gossip group was discussing a client who had spent 200,000 on VIP services last night. She didn't want to engage with them, so she set the group messages to do not disturb. After all, her boyfriend had spent the night with another woman who could understand that feeling. What was even more infuriating was that while she was changing shifts that morning, she happened to catch them checking out. The cleaning staff verified the items and found that they had used over 800 yuan on intimate products overnight. It was simply too much to bear. It felt like someone was shitting on her neck. Wu Yifan. I wish you would become a eunuch soon. She cursed fiercely in her heart. Just a moment ago, she had been dreaming that her ex-boyfriend Wu Yifan had indeed turned into a eunuch, being summoned by her. Just as she was sleeping soundly, her colleague Liao Xiaoyu called her via video. She said that the VIP who had applied for the card yesterday wanted to come to her place to find her. What a joke! That person could casually spend 200,000. How could he possibly come to this mixed-up urban village to look for her? But unexpectedly, Liao Xiaoyu sent her a photo of the company's manager's son kneeling before that client. She also said that the client had bought over 600 yuan worth of skincare products just to inquire about her information. Wasn't that just a rich person burning money? Purely brainless. But she couldn't help but fantasize about having something happen with him. Because aside from being wealthy, that man was still very handsome. Sigh. What was she thinking? No matter how much he might want to date her, he would probably be scared off by a place like this urban village. Meng Xiaoran lay in bed, scrolling through short videos for over an hour, but still didn't receive a call from Jiang Chen. Only when her stomach growled with hunger did she conclude that he really wouldn't come, so she got ready to eat. She didn't wash her face or brush her teeth, just threw on the most comfortable clothes and slipped on some flip-flops before heading out. This was the time to treat herself well after a night shift. She would only eat this one meal for the day. She absolutely couldn't shortchange herself. However, as soon as I turned a corner, I saw a man tugging at a disreputable woman. Such women are common to see when I get off work late every day. Over time, it becomes unremarkable. After all, they have no education and no life skills. They can only rely on their bodies to earn a meager living. But I could never understand why men in this world are like this. Isn't it better to find a proper girlfriend? Why do they have to associate with such women? It's simply disgusting. Today, I even saw a young man. Just from his back, I could guess he must be a handsome and tall man. How could he be entangled with such a woman? Heavens! He actually paid again. Looks like he's a habitual offender. Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen scanning the code, her face filled with disdain. At that moment, Jiang Chen happened to look over as well. Heavens! This man is the one who got the card yesterday. What is he doing here? Is he looking for a lady? Or is he looking for himself? Meng Xiaoran's feelings became complicated. Jiang Chen saw Meng Xiaoran stop in her tracks, her disdain gradually turning into surprise, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally mustered the courage to walk slowly towards Meng Xiaoran. Ding detected that today's target beauty, Meng Xiaoran, is within 10 meters of the host, about to trigger a cashback for you. Balance plus 1 yuan, balance plus 1 yuan, balance plus 1 yuan. Listening to the system's prompts, Jiang Chen felt a mix of joy and worry. The joy was that he had triggered the system's basic cashback. The worry was that such an embarrassing incident was seen by a beauty. It seemed that triggering a large cashback today was unlikely. It's not what you think. Jiang Chen was already scratching his head, his face turning red. His toes felt awkward as if they were about to dig into the ground. Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Not what you imagined? Meng Xiaoran teased Jiang Chen on purpose. Seeing Meng Xiaoran laugh, Jiang Chen knew she was deliberately teasing him, but he really couldn't understand why she would say that. Did she see him and not feel surprised at all? It was as if she had known he would come all along. Seeing him entangled with that kind of woman and still able to laugh, what was she really thinking? Sigh. It seems I have a long way to go to understand women. I just wanted to find out where, no, 52, East Street, is, but I didn't expect to be entangled by her when I got here. I wanted to leave, but she pulled me, and when I pulled back, I accidentally broke her manicure. She then demanded that I pay for it. Jiang Chen pretended to be innocent, tugging at his torn clothes to show Meng Xiaoran. After all, the material was poor, and it tore open with just a tug. Jiang Chen knew that at such times, any more pretense was unnecessary. Being honest was better than any disguise. Ding. Jiang Chen's mind indeed recalled the system's voice. Meng Xiaoran's favorability plus 5, Meng Xiaoran's favorability plus 5, Meng Xiaoran's favorability plus 5. After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Meng Xiaoran's expression quickly relaxed. Then, as if she thought of something, she looked at Jiang Chen with a vigilant face. How much did you pay? Jiang Chen, she said 588, but I could just pay 500. Meng Xiaoran, did you give it to her? Jiang Chen, yeah. Ah, you fool. You were tricked by that woman. There's a nail salon on East Street that does a full set for 58. Meng Xiaoran said angrily. Wait, I'll get it back for you. Meng Xiaoran, pouting in anger, walked towards the woman. Jiang Chen wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. He could only watch from a distance as Meng Xiaoran and the woman argued. The two exchanged words, glancing over at him, then back to each other. Jiang Chen couldn't help but like this girl even more. He hadn't expected Meng Xiaoran, who seemed so delicate, to have such a fierce side. She was clearly like a wife standing up for her husband, and Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. 3 minutes later, Meng Xiaoran jogged back to Jiang Chen with a beaming smile. Are you coming back? Jiang Chen asked, surprised. Meng Xiaoran looked proud, of course. Just look at who took action, she wouldn't dare refuse. Jiang Chen gazed at the cute dimples on Meng Xiaoran's face, feeling an impulse to pinch them. His eyes gradually revealed affection. Indeed. How could anyone not love a girl like this? What are you standing there for? Open your phone. I'll send it to you. Meng Xiaoran noticed Jiang Chen's gaze was a bit dazed. She felt a hint of shyness. However, her personality and experiences made it so that even when shy, she could remain composed. Jiang Chen replied, no need. If you're coming back, it naturally belongs to you. Meng Xiaoran exclaimed, ah, I said it's yours, so it's yours. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Seeing Meng Xiaoran insist, Jiang Chen understood she was a girl with a strong personality and decided not to argue further. However, Jiang Chen didn't open the payment code. Instead, he cleverly opened his WeChat contact card. After Meng Xiaoran scanned the code, she looked at her phone screen, her smile radiant. Ding. Soon, Jiang Chen received a friend request from Xiao Mengmeng. He smiled with satisfaction. With the friend request accepted, it seemed today was going even smoother than he had imagined. After the friend request was approved, Jiang Chen clicked on Meng Xiaoran's profile picture. The image showed a younger version of her dancing. She had her eyes closed, her head slightly tilted back, as if enjoying the warm sunlight. Her lips parted slightly, revealing a sweet smile. At that time, she exuded a gentle and confident aura, intoxicating like the most beautiful rose. Jiang Chen recalled that she had once been a dance student. It seemed that not being able to dance was a permanent pain in her heart. He then opened her moments, but it was empty. Friends only show the last 3 days of moments. He could only see her signature. Don't lower your head, the crown will fall. Don't cry, the bad guys will laugh. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken for this girl. It seemed that not being able to dance had a significant impact on her life. This signature was enough to show the kind of hurt she had endured, which explained her strong self-protection. While Jiang Chen was browsing, Meng Xiaoran had already transferred the money. He opened the message interface. The transfer information of 500 yuan was marked with bold letters, prostitution fee redemption. Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha. Meng Xiaoran laughed at Jiang Chen's complex expression. wanting to say something but unable to. Her laughter was like a silver bell, warm as sunlight, with the corners of her lips slightly upturned, exuding a fresh fragrance that made one feel incredibly comfortable and at ease, full of passionate warmth and indescribable tenderness, intoxicating those around her. Her laughter was like sweet spring water, light and joyful, lifting one's spirits. That beautiful smile was like the rising sun, sending a warm current through Jiang Chen's heart. Meng Xiaoran noticed Jiang Chen staring at her foolishly, his eyes filled with unspoken affection. She felt a bit shy. Just kidding. I'm going to eat now, what about you? Meng Xiaoran asked, looking at Jiang Chen with a smile in her eyes. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, it was obvious that the beauty was inviting him. I'm a bit hungry too. How about we go together? Jiang Chen said, patting his already round belly with a smile. Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen, who was grinning foolishly, and chuckled softly. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a small pack of wet wipes, and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Meng Xiaoran made a gesture of wiping her mouth. Jiang Chen immediately understood, pulling out a wet wipe to clean his mouth. Looking at the watermelon juice and cumin on the paper, Jiang Chen felt so embarrassed he could dig a hole with his toes. It was clear that Meng Xiaoran had seen through his excuse of being hungry. Meng Xiaoran noticed Jiang Chen's embarrassment and burst out laughing. Come on, what are you still doing here in a daze? Aren't you hungry? At that moment, even Jiang Chen, no matter how foolish, understood Meng Xiaoran's intentions. He was overjoyed and, without hesitation, followed Meng Xiaoran into the bustling market. Along the way, Jiang Chen was intoxicated by the fragrance emanating from Meng Xiaoran. He felt the urge to wrap his arms around her several times. Meng Xiaoran had long noticed the desire reflected in Jiang Chen's eyes, smiled gently, and chose not to look at him. This pair of men and women walking down the street attracted a lot of attention. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Meng Xiaoran in front and then at the earthy Jiang Chen behind her, many who had seen Meng Xiaoran before looked at Jiang Chen with jealousy. Hey, isn't this beauty often coming and going alone? Why is there a country bumpkin following her today? Many who had seen Meng Xiaoran wore expressions of envy as they looked at Jiang Chen. In their eyes, wherever Meng Xiaoran went was a beautiful scenery line. Although they knew she wouldn't have anything to do with them, just watching from afar was enough. However, today was too unusual. Behind this beautiful scenery was an eye-catching bumpkin. Jiang Chen had no idea why so many people were looking at him with hostility now when he had been fine when he first arrived. Upon reflection, it was no wonder, such a beautiful Meng Xiaoran must be a goddess-level existence to the people living in this urban village. She came and went every day, and many must know her. Today, seeing her suddenly with a boyfriend, they must have found it unbearable. Moreover, he was still looking so rustic, and his clothes had just been torn. They must be thinking a fresh flower was planted in a pile of cow dung. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Meng Xiaoran noticed Jiang Chen smiling and found it a bit strange. Hey, what are you thinking about that's so funny? Meng Xiaoran asked with a smile. Jiang Chen replied, it's nothing, I was just thinking why the people here are looking at us strangely. Meng Xiaoran said, oh, I just noticed that too. They used to be very friendly. But today, why does it seem like they all have some hostility? Jiang Chen thought to himself, isn't it because you're too beautiful? When I see a beauty, my gaze is also friendly. But when I see a beauty with another man, I want to stab him. He said, I don't know about that. By the way, what are you going to treat me to eat? Jiang Chen added. Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen with a mysterious smile, you'll know when we get there. Before long, Meng Xiaoran led Jiang Chen into a small restaurant called Zhang's Pig Trotter Rice. Boss, 2 servings of pig trotter rice, and add 2 chicken legs to each. Meng Xiaoran excitedly shouted to the restaurant owner as soon as she entered. Then she casually took a bottle of jasmine tea from the fridge and closed it. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned back to reopen the freezer door. Jiang, how? Which one do you want? Meng Xiaoran asked Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen was taken aback, a bit slow to react. He didn't expect this girl to act as if she had returned home upon entering this restaurant. It seemed she often ate here. Get me a Wanglaji. Jiang Chen smiled gently and said to Meng Xiaoran. After placing the drink on the table, Meng Xiaoran went to the glass cabinet by the window and grabbed a cold dish platter. She set it in front of Jiang Chen. Looking at the peanuts and shredded tofu skin in the cold dish platter, Jiang Chen's appetite was immediately whetted. These 2 items were still among his favorite foods. Despite his current wealth, he wasn't that pretentious. Being able to enjoy a lavish meal or street food was the essence of a truly free life. With this thought, Jiang Chen was ready to pick up his chopsticks. However, Meng Xiaoran seemed in no hurry to start eating, and he felt a bit shy to begin first. Don't be fooled by how ordinary this place looks, their pig trotter rice is truly exceptional. I think it's the best pig trotter rice in the entire Baizwang, even in all of Zhongcheng, Meng Xiaoran said excitedly, looking at Jiang Chen. Seeing such a beautiful girl so serious made Jiang Chen smile unconsciously. What? You don't believe me? You'll see I'm not bragging in a bit, Meng Xiaoran said proudly. 2 servings of pig trotter rice were quickly served. Jiang Chen was soon captivated by the delicious pig trotter rice. Although he had eaten lunch and snacked on various things earlier, he was completely conquered by the pig trotter rice now. A bite of cold dish, a bite of pig trotter rice, and a sip of drink. Oh, this feeling is just too amazing. This isn't just pig trotter rice, it's clearly a delicacy of the human world. Jiang Chen no longer cared about his image, devouring the food heartily. After all, he had nothing to show off. Meng Xiaoran watched Jiang Chen eat with such gusto and smiled with satisfaction. She didn't expect that such a lavish and generous man like Jiang Chen would come to this village to find her. Moreover, he was enjoying such cheap pig trotter rice so heartily. This made her even more curious about Jiang Chen. What kind of person was he? Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was enjoying his meal, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Meng Xiaoran's favorability +5. Meng Xiaoran's favorability +5. Meng Xiaoran's favorability +5. Meng Xiaoran's current favorability towards the host is 35, and 45 more is needed to trigger a large cashback. Host, keep it up. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's prompt. What? Just by eating a meal, his favorability had increased this much? Meng Xiaoran was truly a peculiar girl. Beep beep, beep beep beep, beep 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 beep. Just as they were enjoying their food, a sudden flurry of honking and the roar of an engine came from outside. From the sound of the horn, it was clear that the car was definitely a luxury vehicle. However, the street where the pig trotter rice was located was in the bustling area of Baizwang. It was a Sunday afternoon, already crowded with people. Even an electric bike would struggle to get through, let alone such a massive luxury car. Damn, is this guy an idiot? Can this even get through? What the hell, is this car supposed to come in here? Passers-by cursed loudly. Yet the luxury car remained unfazed, honking its horn and revving its engine, inching forward at a snail's pace. It seemed to mock the people living in this village. Who the hell is this? So arrogant, driving a damn Maybach. Here comes the show-off. The chubby boss of the pig trotter rice shop, unable to contain his curiosity, wiped his hands and shouted at the door. While scolding, he glanced at Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran, as if waiting for their response. It was still early for dinner, and in the restaurant, there were only Jiang Chen and his companions, along with a customer in the corner. This was obviously directed at Jiang Chen and the others. Seeing the boss looking at him, Jiang Chen felt he couldn't remain silent, so he just smiled in agreement. At that moment, the honking and the roar of the engine suddenly stopped. It turned out that a tricycle selling grilled cold noodles had blocked the way. Are you blind? Can't you see there's a car? The man in the car got out and yelled at the cold noodle vendor. The vendor was a middle-aged, overweight woman with a face full of flesh, looking quite formidable. Stop being so arrogant here. You're the one who's blind. Is this a road for big cars? The car enters the village from West Street, you know? The two sides were at a standstill, neither willing to back down, and the road was completely blocked. Seeing that this situation couldn't go on, the man pulled out 200 yuan. Here, this is 200 yuan. Give it back to me, he said arrogantly. Sure enough, when the woman saw the 200 yuan, her momentum gradually weakened. After all, who would want to go against money? Moreover, as a small vendor, she started her stall at around 5 p.m. and worked until after 1 a.m. After such a long time, she barely earned over 300. Now with this 200, it was like a pie falling from the sky for her. The fat woman took the 200 without saying a word and turned her tricycle around. Damn it, what a thing! The man in the car spat and turned back to his vehicle. The onlookers couldn't hold back any longer. You dog! It's just a couple of stinky bills, what's so great about it? However, the fat woman seemed to have not heard anything, silently pushing her cart and making way for the luxury cars behind. It was clear that money was indeed a good thing. At this moment, the pig trotter shop owner couldn't hold back any longer. Furious, he began to curse. Pa, it's just 200 yuan, and you let him have it? If it were me, I wouldn't let him have it. Damn, what a thing! You all agree, right? The boss turned to Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran for their opinion. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran, who were eating, had not yet recovered from the shock of what had just happened, because they had seen something even more surprising. The man in the luxury car was clearly the pretty boy that Lin Mengjiu had brought yesterday. He was Meng Xiaoran's ex-boyfriend, Wu Yifan. How did this pretty boy end up here? And driving a luxury car? Jiang Chen felt a bit puzzled. Moreover, this pretty boy was really something else. Not only was he disturbing the peace here, but he was also using money to insult others. He was nothing like the little sheep hiding behind Lin Mengjiao yesterday. Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, the luxury car that Wu Yifan was in let out honks and the roar of the engine again, like a victorious general returning home. The flames of anger in Jiang Chen's heart surged. Just a duck, and he came here to show off? Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran. He saw her eyes dimming, as if something had touched a hidden concern. Jiang Chen began to understand. Could it be that Wu Yifan and Meng Xiaoran still had lingering feelings? Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out why Wu Yifan would do such a thing in a place like this. Is it really just to show off? Moreover, the direction this car is heading is clearly towards Meng Xiaoran's place. Jiang Chen suddenly felt his mind was not enough, because he really didn't know what Meng Xiaoran was thinking. Could she still accept this scumbag? No, he absolutely cannot let such a thing happen. Although they hadn't spent much time together, and he had his own motives, but now it seemed he had already started to like this genuine, unpretentious girl. He must not let her fall into the fire pit again. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the honking and the roar of the accelerator suddenly stopped again. Damn it! Let you show off! Something happened, right? The owner of the pig's feet shop, who was watching the commotion at the door, leaned against the entrance and laughed. A typical onlooker who loves to stir up trouble. It turned out to be a delivery guy, whose order was about to be late, and he couldn't wait any longer, so he was preparing to overtake. However, the delivery guy didn't expect that while the front of the car passed, the rack at the back left a scratch on the luxury car's passenger door. Wu Yifan in the car could no longer sit still because this was not his own car. It was borrowed from an old baby after he had persistently pestered them, specifically to find Meng Xiaoran today. Back in school, Meng Xiaoran and he were the perfect couple at Zhangcheng Drama Academy. But once they entered society, everything changed. With his handsome looks and being a model, the temptations around him were simply too many. Every day, rich women fought to get his contact information, spending huge sums just to have a meal with him. However, he had long known what these women were planning. In the end, it was all for that. Many women even came straight to the point, offering 100,000 a month to keep him. No matter how strong his self-control was, he couldn't resist such temptations. Moreover, many of his colleagues were saying, "Don't go against money. Don't waste your good capital." Finally, he couldn't resist the temptation of money and gradually fell into it. He also heartlessly broke up with his college girlfriend, Meng Xiaoran. However, because he was entangled with different women all day long, and they were all predatory older women, he had long grown tired of women. Even the most beautiful woman couldn't arouse any interest in him. That thing no longer brought him joy, instead, it became as tedious as going to work. Recently, he had thought a lot. He remembered that his happiest days were in college. Of course, he also recalled the time spent with Meng Xiaoran, which made his numb heart find hope again. A few days ago, he finally got reconnected through Meng Xiaoran's friend, and she took him off her blacklist. Only then did he add Meng Xiaoran's contact information. After chatting, he found out that Meng Xiaoran still had feelings for him. However, when he learned that she now lived in Zhangcheng's largest urban village, Beizhuang, he hesitated. How could he possibly lower himself to go to such a poor place? He asked her where she worked, but Meng Xiaoran never said. He didn't know if it was due to inferiority or something else. However, he never expected that their reunion would happen in such a way. He was about to check into a hotel with the rich woman Lin Mengjiao, while Meng Xiaoran was working at the front desk of the hotel. At that moment, he felt like dying. But he couldn't do anything. Moreover, last night, Lin Mengjiao had been clinging to him, trying many new tricks. Until the next day when checking out, the cleaning staff on duty used the intercom to tell Meng Xiaoran that they had used over 800 yuan worth of adult products. At that moment, he could hardly bear to look at Meng Xiaoran's expression. He even thought about finding a mouse hole to hide in. However, he couldn't let go of Meng Xiaoran. He decided to go find her. He wanted to explain things to her properly. Yet, he couldn't lower himself to come to this dilapidated urban village and show his face. So, he drove a Maybach worth over 3 million yuan, bought by a regular client, to this place. He wanted everyone in the urban village to look up to him. He also wanted the down-and-out Meng Xiaoran to see him in a new light. He believed that no girl could resist the temptation of a luxury car. But what he didn't expect was that while he thought the urban village would be chaotic, he didn't anticipate it would be this chaotic. The quality of the people was also poor. Meng Xiaoran lived in a place like this? He couldn't help but wonder. Just moments ago, a fat woman pushing a tricycle had cleared the way for 200 yuan. He felt even more disgusted with the people in this urban village. However, soon, a bigger trouble found him. A delivery worker forcefully tried to overtake his car and scraped the passenger door. He couldn't sit still anymore. "Are you blind? The road is so wide, why are you scraping against my car?" At that moment, Wu Yifan couldn't care less about his identity. He got out of the car and started cursing at the delivery worker. I'm sorry. The delivery worker looked panicked, constantly apologizing. If such a luxury car got scratched, he couldn't afford to pay for it even if he delivered food for a year. He could only hope the car owner was a good person and plead for him to let it go today. However, Wu Yifan still wasn't ready to let him off the hook. "Sorry? How much is your sorry worth? Can you afford to pay for this car? I can't stand you delivery workers who ride electric bikes recklessly. You swarm the roads like flies, buzzing around. Let me tell you, the traffic in Jiangcheng has been ruined by people like you." Wu Yifan pointed at the delivery worker, cursing him out. This was no longer simple occupational discrimination, it was an insult to his character. The delivery worker had hoped that after venting, the car owner would let him go. However, now it escalated to a personal insult, and he couldn't take it anymore. "I scraped your car, that's our fault. But you can't insult people like this," the delivery worker said, feeling wronged. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan became even angrier. "Insult you? Do you deserve it? Do you think I should insult you?" Wu Yifan shouted, pointing at the man. "Stare. Why are you staring at me? Do you think you're tough? Then come pay for the damages." Wu Yifan continued to yell, saliva nearly spraying onto the delivery worker's face. Seeing the other person's arrogance, the delivery worker wanted to throw money in his face to show him not to look down on others. But unfortunately, he didn't have the means, so he could only swallow his anger. Wu Yifan saw that the delivery worker had fallen silent and became even more arrogant. "Poor loser. Come. Look at this scratch. The whole door needs repainting, and this is imported paint. Just to fix it will cost at least 70 to 80,000. Do you understand?" Wu Yifan dragged the delivery worker to the car door, speaking fiercely. The delivery worker fell silent. 70 to 80,000. He couldn't earn that much even after a year of running deliveries. He wouldn't argue with him, he would just endure it. The delivery worker lowered his head, allowing Wu Yifan to vent his anger. Wu Yifan realized that today this guy wouldn't be able to pay no matter what. He could only accept his bad luck. But the anger in his heart still hadn't been released. Slap! Wu Yifan slapped the delivery worker twice. Still feeling unsatisfied, he kicked the delivery man again with a duong. "Remember, if you don't have money, just keep your tail between your legs." The delivery man was filled with indignation, but how could he dare to retaliate? What if the other party really demanded compensation from him? He had to endure. He had already been kicked. Who told him he was broke? "We can't let him get away with this. Beat him up." The onlookers began to discuss the delivery man's cowardice. Being insulted and cursed at like this, he really wasn't a man. But seeing Wu Yifan so arrogant, no one dared to intervene. "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" Wu Yifan cursed at the crowd, his expression full of disdain. Although the crowd felt dissatisfied, they still didn't dare to say anything directly. After all, in this society, having money is the hard truth. Without money, even if you want to be tough, you can't be. Jiang Chen had been watching the situation unfold since earlier. He had wanted to step in and deal with the arrogant Wu Yifan several times but held back. First, he thought that although he had money, there were too many unfair things in the world. If he had to intervene in everything, how could he manage? Moreover, even if he had money, he didn't want to be a foolish victim. Second, he wanted to see Meng Xiaoran's attitude. This pretty boy was driving a luxury car today, so he must be here to find Meng Xiaoran. Besides, this pretty boy's current arrogance might actually be a good thing for him. It would let Meng Xiaoran see what her previous boyfriend was really like. However, he was also a bit worried that Meng Xiaoran might be one of those principle-less love-struck individuals. If that were the case, he would have a bit of a problem tonight. With this thought, Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran was filled with disappointment. She never expected that less than a year after breaking up with Wu Yifan, her former lover would turn into this. She had once loved him so much and held on to fantasies about him. Now it seemed that it was all a mistake. Recently, after he added her contact information back, he kept asking where she lived. She initially didn't want to tell him, but in the end, she couldn't resist him. There was no choice but to send him her location. But unexpectedly, after this big pig's hoof found out she lived in a village in the city, he stopped contacting her. Perhaps he looked down on her. She thought this matter was over. But unexpectedly, last night she caught him with another woman in a hotel, and he spent over 800 on adult toys that night. She was completely disappointed in this relationship. If the earlier issues were just due to their different social standings and values, that would be one thing. But she never expected that Wu Yifan would be such a scoundrel. Facing a poor delivery man, he insulted him so viciously. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran was trembling with anger. Jiang Chen noticed Meng Xiaoran's unusual behavior. He placed his large hand on her trembling delicate hand, gently comforting her. Meng Xiaoran immediately felt a warm current flowing through her, and her heart calmed down a little. Following that hand, Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen and smiled gently. "I'll take care of him," Jiang Chen said seriously to Meng Xiaoran. He then stood up and was about to walk out the door. At that moment, Jiang Chen's hand was pulled by Meng Xiaoran. "Be careful." Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with concern. "Don't worry." Jiang Chen smiled. He gently patted Meng Xiaoran's delicate hands and walked outside. Ding! A notification from the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host +5. Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host +5. Jiang Chen revealed a satisfied smile. From Meng Xiaoran's expression just now, it was clear that she had completely lost hope in that pretty boy. Now, dealing with this pretty boy was not just helping someone else. It could also increase Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards him. Pretty boy. Ha ha ha, you are truly my benefactor. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to win Meng Xiaoran's heart. Jiang Chen excitedly walked towards the scene of the incident. Pretty boy. Whether I can win over the goddess today depends on how much you can deliver. At this moment, Wu Yifan also did not disappoint Jiang Chen. Although he had cornered the delivery guy, he noticed that the delivery guy showed no signs of begging for mercy. Though he didn't dare to fight back, it was clear that he still held some defiance. No, this kind of person needs to be taught a lesson, to let him know who's in charge. Damn! I'm done fighting. My hands are hurting. How about this? You kneel down and call out 3 times, "Handsome, I was wrong, and I'll let you go today." What do you say? Wu Yifan looked at the delivery guy with a sinister smile. The delivery guy's eyes widened in shock. He could endure the insults and the beating, but who would want to be in such a situation? Yet this person still wouldn't let him off the hook and wanted him to kneel. It was a complete trampling of his dignity. How could he face anyone in the future? But what could he do if he didn't kneel? That was 80,000 yuan. How could he afford to pay that? Thinking of this, the delivery guy's knees went weak, his eyes filled with unwillingness. However, just as the delivery guy was about to kneel down, he suddenly felt a hand grab him. "Hey, what's wrong with you, delivery guy? It's already 10 minutes late, why haven't you delivered yet? Can you still eat duck when it's cold?" Jiang Chen pulled the delivery guy, pretending to be very angry. When he said the word duck, he even deliberately elongated the sound and glanced at Wu Yifan mockingly. Ah! Sure enough, upon hearing the word duck, Wu Yifan exploded with rage. The word duck had become Wu Yifan's shadow. After all, it was what he did for a living. He couldn't allow anyone to mention that word near him. He even vowed never to eat roast duck again. Who the hell are you calling duck? Wu Yifan glared at Jiang Chen with anger. Jiang Chen disdainfully glanced at Wu Yifan. "I didn't say you. Why are you so anxious? I was talking about the delivery I ordered. I ordered half a roast duck, and it's already 20 minutes late, still not delivered. Don't you think that's infuriating?" Jiang Chen pretended to be angry as he spoke to the delivery guy. Wu Yifan stared at Jiang Chen, feeling he looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place him. Seeing this kid dressed so poorly and appearing in such a shabby place, he didn't pay much attention. "You kneel, don't mind him." Wu Yifan continued to scold the delivery guy. It seemed he still had no intention of letting the delivery guy off the hook. The delivery guy had thought a savior had come to help him, but looking at Jiang Chen dressed so poorly, he hardly resembled a wealthy person. Instantly feeling a bit disappointed, he could only continue to kneel. Yet, Jiang Chen supported him. "A man's knees are worth gold. We kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to our parents. Why should we kneel to him?" Jiang Chen asked the delivery man with a serious expression. The delivery man was somewhat moved by Jiang Chen's words. "Dude, if I had any other choice, who would want to kneel? I don't want to, but I scratched his car." As he spoke, tears of unwillingness welled up in the delivery man's eyes. "Just for scratching a car, you have to kneel? Who the hell made up this ridiculous rule?" Jiang Chen cursed loudly, not even glancing at Wu Yifan. Hey, who the hell are you talking about? Is there something wrong with you? If not, hurry up and get lost, don't waste my time." Wu Yifan shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, however, was not angry. Instead, he looked at Wu Yifan in confusion. I'm talking about the bastard car owner who made the delivery guy kneel. Why are you getting so worked up? Wu Yifan replied, can't you tell? I'm the car owner. He scratched my car. Oh, Jiang Chen pretended to suddenly understand. So that bastard is you. Just get the car repaired. What's the big deal about making someone kneel? Besides, this delivery guy looks older than you. Can you even handle him kneeling? Jiang Chen launched into a tirade at Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan retorted, just get it repaired? Are you out of your mind? Do you know what kind of car this is? Dirtbag. Jiang Chen shook his head. This is a Maybach, worth over 3 million, you know? You poor losers probably have never seen that much money in your lives. Wu Yifan, seeing Jiang Chen shake his head, became even more arrogant. Ah, over 3 million? So what you're saying is, this delivery guy has to pay you over 3 million just for scratching your car. If he can't pay, he has to kneel down? Jiang Chen feigned shock. Wu Yifan's face turned green with anger at Jiang Chen's words. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Jiang Chen asked, when did I say I wanted 3 million? Just 70 or 80,000 for a paint job will do. But this poor guy can't even come up with that. Wu Yifan said impatiently. Hey, I'm asking if you have something going on. If not, hurry up and get lost. Don't waste my time. Wu Yifan shouted at Jiang Chen again. Oh, so it's only 70 or 80,000. That's not too much. Jiang Chen said casually. Everyone around was a bit surprised. This guy was just rambling on. What was he trying to do? The delivery man was now cursing under his breath. You make it sound so easy. If I could come up with that, would I need you to say it? Is this guy helping or harming himself? How about this, buddy? I'll cover the 70 or 80,000 for him, so just don't make him kneel, okay? Jiang Chen said calmly to Wu Yifan. At this moment, everyone around was stunned. What the hell is this guy bragging about? His clothes combined aren't worth $100, and he wants to help someone pay 70 or 80,000? What a joke. Is he here to be funny? The onlookers immediately began to discuss among themselves. At this point, Wu Yifan could hardly believe his ears, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of his life. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yifan laughed out loud. Jiang Chen looked serious. What's so funny? You poor loser. Want to be the standout? You should weigh your own worth. Do you really have that kind of power? Wu Yifan said disdainfully. 70 or 80,000 at most. What kind of strength do you need? Jiang Chen said, seemingly surprised. Wu Yifan's laughter stopped, and he was momentarily stunned. All right. If you can really come up with 70 or 80,000, I'll let him go today. After saying this, Wu Yifan pointed at the delivery guy beside him, still with a look of disdain. Jiang Chen replied, isn't that not enough? I think I just saw you slap this guy twice and kick him once. You think you're so tough, huh? You talk like it's real. Wu Yifan cursed. He couldn't believe that this bumpkin in front of him could come up with that much money. Even if he did have that much, it was hard-earned. How could he possibly spend it on something so meaningless? If you can really take it out, I'll kneel down and call him Grandpa. Wu Yifan said to Jiang Chen, his voice stern. At that moment, he had completely lost his rationality. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. This laughter made Wu Yifan a bit flustered. This guy sounded so serious. Could he really be a madman? But it was impossible. How could this poor loser have that kind of money? With that thought, Wu Yifan forced himself to calm down. Jiang Chen asked, WeChat or Alipay? WeChat. Wu Yifan looked at Jiang Chen pulling out his old phone, further solidifying his judgment. Jiang Chen took out his phone and opened the payment code. Wu Yifan saw that Jiang Chen's phone was still pattern-locked. He struggled to write the letter Z on the phone, but several times he got interrupted halfway. Seeing this, Wu Yifan laughed even harder. Ha! If you have money, you should at least get a new phone. Don't embarrass yourself here. Wu Yifan mocked. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his hands still moving. After trying 4 or 5 times, he finally unlocked it. Ding. Jiang Chen laboriously opened WeChat and scanned the code. WeChat received 80,000 yuan. Wu Yifan was stunned by the notification on the phone. He never expected that this poor loser, with such a broken phone, would actually transfer him 80,000 yuan. You. Wu Yifan stammered as he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled. What's with you? Little Wu. We met just last night, how could you forget? Wu Yifan's mind raced. They had met last night, and he knew his name was Little Wu. Could it have been when he was with Lin Mengjiao at the hotel? That's right, only she called him that. He had just said he was a duck. Was he here specifically to deal with him today? With that thought, Wu Yifan's heart began to race with fear. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Wu Yifan's face showed panic. At that moment, he was very afraid of his duck identity being exposed in front of such a large crowd. There were at least 300 or 400 people watching. If it really came out, he would never be able to show his face in public again. You ask me who I am? Jiang Chen pointed at his own nose, surprised. Oh dear, how could young Master Wu be so forgetful? Yesterday, I even covered the hotel bill for you and Miss Lin. What? Are you turning your back on me now? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Yifan with disdain. Ah, that person yesterday was you? Wu Yifan was completely shocked. Jiang Chen smiled. That's right. Looks like young Master Wu finally remembers. What? What do you want? Wu Yifan said in a panic. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Chen as if he were staring at a plague god. He was just short of kneeling down. Jiang Chen wanted to say something, but he saw Wu Yifan's even more terrified expression. Xiao Ran, what are you doing here too? Wu Yifan suddenly saw a familiar face behind Jiang Chen. Although she was dressed differently, her resentful eyes were exactly the same as last night. Jiang Chen turned around abruptly and saw Meng Xiaoran appearing behind him. He knew he couldn't say anything more, lest he ruin the good impression he had in Meng Xiaoran's heart. What are you doing here? Meng Xiaoran looked at Wu Yifan coldly. Wu Yifan was suddenly moved. Xiaoran, I came here specifically to find you. I didn't expect the people here to be so uncivilized. As he spoke, Wu Yifan looked at the onlookers with disgust. Indeed, he still believed he had done nothing wrong. Who exactly is uncivilized? Do you still think you're right? Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan. It's only today that I truly see what kind of person you are. Meng Xiaoran said, her face full of disappointment. Wu Yifan immediately began to doubt his life. Although she had scolded him when he abandoned her, it was a kind of resentment born from unrequited love. But now, her cold expression made it clear that she was completely disappointed in him. Xiao Ran, but I still love you. Wu Yifan pleaded. Ha, love me? You love yourself, don't you? Don't you find it ridiculous to say that from your mouth? Meng Xiaoran said decisively. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. Xiaoran, let me explain, she and I are just good friends. Wu Yifan begged. Good friends? Friends who used over 800 pieces of adult toys in one night? Do you want me to expose your dirty deeds in front of so many people? Meng Xiaoran questioned sharply, speechless. Wu Yifan felt panic upon hearing this. If Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran really revealed what he had done, it would mean the last shred of his dignity would be stripped away. How could he ever face anyone again? Thinking of this, Wu Yifan dared not entangle himself any further. It seemed today would have to end like this. He straightened his clothes and prepared to leave in a hurry. Don't let him go. Kneel down and call him Grandpa before you leave. Someone in the crowd said indignantly. You bastard, you think you can just leave like that? Did he not just say it himself? Take out the money and kneel down to call him Grandpa. Right. The young man has already given you the money, do you still want to play tricks? At this moment, Wu Yifan was instantly surrounded by a group of long-repressed onlookers. Everyone, don't rush. Don't let this kid kneel yet. First, let the delivery guy bring those two back. Someone who enjoyed this spectacle shouted. Yes. The crowd's emotions instantly surged. It was as if they had caught a wicked landlord from the old society, ready to publicly denounce him. Slap. Two loud slaps quickly echoed through the crowd. At that moment, Jiang Chen had been pushed out to the periphery by the crowd. But it was still clear that those two slaps must have been delivered by that delivery guy to Wu Yifan's face. So damn satisfying, let's see you act smug now. Ha, that pretty boy is going to have a swollen face. Jiang Chen felt an immense sense of relief. But when he looked for Meng Xiaoran, he found that she had already vanished from his side. Jiang Chen had no mood to watch the commotion anymore and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd to chase after Meng Xiaoran. However, he hadn't gone far when another blood-curdling scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, erupted from the crowd. Meng Xiaoran was not heading home, instead, she was walking towards the village entrance, lost and dejected. Jiang Chen silently followed behind her. He understood that although Meng Xiaoran had completely severed ties with the pretty boy, it was evident that she had invested a lot of emotion into that relationship. It would definitely take her a few days to recover. If he pursued her relentlessly now, it might backfire. In their brief time together, he seemed to have developed feelings for this girl who appeared cold on the outside but was genuine and unpretentious on the inside. Even without any system rewards, she was the girlfriend he had always dreamed of. She was the complete opposite of girls like Su Qian, who were passionate on the outside but snobbish and vain on the inside. Ding, just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Meng Xiaoran's affection plus 5. Meng Xiaoran's affection plus 5. Reminder to the host, Meng Xiaoran's affection for the host is now 55, and 25 more is needed to trigger a large cashback. Jiang Chen was a bit dazed listening to the system's notification. How was it that his affection level had risen again without him doing anything? Meng Xiaoran was indeed a special girl. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran with some curiosity. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran finally slowed her pace, and the two shifted from being one in front and one behind to standing side by side. Thank you, Meng Xiaoran said slowly. She didn't look at Jiang Chen but gazed into the distance. Jiang Chen, observing her, felt puzzled. Why are you thanking me? He asked affectionately. Meng Xiaoran paused. If it weren't for you today, I really wouldn't know how to face him. If it weren't for you, I would never have known that he is such a shameless scoundrel. After finishing, Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy. It seemed Meng Xiaoran had completely seen through the pretty boy's true colors. It looked like there was great hope for tonight, hee. This has little to do with whether I'm here or not actually, he might have his own unspeakable difficulties that led him to this point. Jiang Chen said humbly. He was now very clear that the more humble he was, the more he spoke well of the pretty boy, the more Meng Xiaoran would like him. From now on, he absolutely could not say a single bad word about the pretty boy. Because what kind of person the pretty boy really is, the facts are already laid out before us. Meng Xiaoran can see it clearly now. If she says anything more, it might seem like she's kicking someone when they're down. This only makes Meng Xiaoran feel disgusted with herself. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Chen's words, Meng Xiaoran was somewhat surprised. Alas, it's a pity he doesn't even have half of your character and demeanor, Meng Xiaoran sighed. Jiang Chen felt a bit strange, not expecting to receive such a high evaluation from Meng Xiaoran. Why didn't you just directly say what he did, the kind of shady business? Meng Xiaoran asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a bit taken aback, wondering what Meng Xiaoran meant by that. But he quickly thought, could it be that Meng Xiaoran's increased fondness for him was precisely because he didn't expose the pretty boy just now? Why should I say it? Jiang Chen pretended to be puzzled. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran suddenly smiled, her smile as radiant as sunshine, making one feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. Because if you said it like that, he might just leave in a huff. Why would you need to spend 80,000 yuan? Meng Xiaoran said with a smile, looking at Jiang Chen. It was then that Jiang Chen understood why Meng Xiaoran's fondness for him had increased. It was because he preferred to spend 80,000 to settle things with the pretty boy rather than confront him directly about being a gigolo. At first, he wanted to give the pretty boy some face. But if that pretty boy continued to be arrogant and things escalated, he wasn't sure if he would actually say it. Now, however, it turned out to be a happy accident. Although he spent an extra 80,000, he gained Meng Xiaoran's approval. It was worth it. Alas, money is just an external thing. I was just thinking, if I said it directly, he wouldn't even be able to show his face anymore. Jiang Chen said seriously. Ding! Jiang Chen's mind suddenly recalled the system's notification sound. Meng Xiaoran's favorability plus 5. Reminder to the host, Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host is now 60, and 20 more is needed to trigger the large cashback. Meng Xiaoran was completely won over by Jiang Chen's words. He was so rich, so handsome, and had no airs about him, coming to such a rundown urban village to find her. Moreover, he had such a high vision and a kind heart. Such a man was simply 1,000 times better than Wu Yifan. Although she and Wu Yifan had become like strangers now, there were still past feelings involved, and she didn't want to be so ruthless as to completely ruin him. If today she were to completely destroy Wu Yifan, first, if he couldn't take it and something unfortunate happened, she would live with guilt for the rest of her life. Second, if he took it well and sought revenge on her, she wouldn't be able to withstand that. Besides, she and Wu Yifan had been in a relationship for 2 or 3 years. He definitely had some private photos of her. If they truly became enemies, it was possible for him to ruin her. It would be best for everyone to go their separate ways and not disturb each other. There was no need to turn against each other. She was just afraid that Jiang Chen couldn't help but say it, causing irreparable consequences. Now she realized her worries were completely unnecessary. She didn't expect the man before her to be so kind and of such good character. After being with him, even if they couldn't go all the way to the end and had to part ways, he would probably be the kind of person who would part amicably. Thinking of this, Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, liking him more and more. At this moment, Jiang Chen was somewhat puzzled by Meng Xiaoran's gaze. How could he understand the depths of a girl's thoughts? Meng Xiaoran looked at this sunny boy with his silly demeanor, feeling even happier inside. Meng Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Chen looked even more confused, like a monk who couldn't grasp the situation. What are you laughing at? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. I'm laughing at you. Meng Xiaoran continued to smile. Jiang Chen pointed at his own nose, looking surprised. Laughing at me? Yes. Laughing at you. So silly. Meng Xiaoran said affectionately. Jiang Chen chuckled foolishly because when Su Qian pursued him, she had once said something similar. When a girl calls you silly, it usually means she likes you. You look foolish. Meng Xiaoran teased. Let me ask you, why are you so generous to others but so shabby with yourself? Shabby? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. Yes. Meng Xiaoran laughed as she looked him up and down. Look at your clothes, they don't even add up to 100 yuan, and your phone is an outdated model. What else could it be but shabby? Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing his expression, Meng Xiaoran couldn't help but smile knowingly. Forget it. Who told you to know me? I can't stand people being so messy. Come on. I'll treat you. Let's pick out some decent clothes for you. Meng Xiaoran said generously. Jiang Chen was amused by her words. Although one of the reasons he came to find Meng Xiaoran today was to experience shopping with a girl and to tidy himself up, he never thought about letting a girl pay for him with such a large sum. If she didn't really like him, which girl would spend her own money to buy clothes for a guy? Jiang Chen already understood in his heart that he was slowly making his way into Meng Xiaoran's heart. You wouldn't buy me a whole outfit from a street stall in this village, would you? Jiang Chen joked. Humph, who do you look down on? Meng Xiaoran retorted angrily. After their brief interaction, she had realized that Jiang Chen was not like Wu Yifan, a hypocritical and snobbish person. So when he said that, it wasn't out of disdain for her living in this village, but simply a joke. I'm a wealthy person now. Yesterday, a clueless fool recharged 200,000 at our hotel in one go. I earned over 20,000 just from the commission. Ha ha ha. Meng Xiaoran teased Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen naturally knew that the clueless fool she referred to was him. But looking at Meng Xiaoran's radiant smile, he couldn't feel angry at all. Instead, he felt a bit flustered. How could someone like her not be lovable? Forget about 20,000, even if it were 200,000, it would be worth it just to see her smile. Meng Xiaoran hadn't laughed this happily in a long time. Ever since she sprained her ankle and couldn't dance, and then was abandoned by Wu Yifan, a series of misfortunes had followed, making this cheerful girl not laugh for a long time. Thus, she often gave off a cold and aloof vibe. But now, she was genuinely smiling at Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt that everything was worth it. Ha ha, so that means I'm benefiting from that fool, right? Jiang Chen said to Meng Xiaoran with a smile. Meng Xiaoran was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, ha ha ha, and laughed even more joyfully. After a long while, when passers-by began to look at them as if they were fools, they finally stopped smiling. However, a smile still graced her face. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran both felt the sweet sensation of first love. Jiang Chen looked at the blooming Meng Xiaoran, unable to restrain his emotions, and instinctively reached for her hand. But as soon as they touched, Meng Xiaoran flinched away as if shocked. Yet, under Jiang Chen's continued advances, they finally held hands. Ding, the system has detected intimate actions between the host and Meng Xiaoran. Due to insufficient favorability, below 80, large cashback cannot be triggered. To obtain the system's large cashback, please increase favorability first. Currently, Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host is 65. Host, do your best. This time, Jiang Chen ignored the system's notification. He was deeply captivated by the sensation from her hand. At that moment, he felt her hands soft, delicate, and silky. An unparalleled wonderful feeling surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Looking at Meng Xiaoran's face, it was already flushed. They were both 23 and 26 years old, respectively, and although they had long passed the age of first love, they felt shy like a young couple experiencing it for the first time. Jiang Chen held Meng Xiaoran's hand as she led him into a large shopping plaza. At first, he was indifferent, but upon seeing the scale of the plaza, he realized that such a large shopping center could exist in a place like the urban village. It was even larger than those in the city center, with a greater flow of people. The mall had a spacious and bright environment, luxurious decor, and provided consumers with a comfortable shopping experience. The layout of the mall was reasonable, with escalators, elevators, and lifts readily available. In the center of the mall was a large fountain, with splashes of water intertwining with lights to create a rainbow of colors. The surrounding shops were bustling, with customers coming and going, creating a thriving atmosphere. The shopping center was lively, filled with a dazzling array of clothing, food, and digital products. The prosperity here formed a stark contrast to the decay of the urban village. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Meng Xiaoran said with a smile to the somewhat surprised Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen finally came back to his senses from the shock. Xiaoran, are you sure you want to help me buy clothes here? Looking at such a high-end mall, wouldn't a casual outfit cost over 1,000? Although Meng Xiaoran earned 20,000 yuan from him yesterday, could she really bear to spend it in such a place? Of course. Just relax. Today, I will definitely make sure you come back loaded. Meng Xiaoran confidently told Jiang Chen. Come back loaded? Actually, 1 or 2 pieces are enough. I can't wear that many. Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. He was afraid that Meng Xiaoran would buy him a whole basket of clothes. How could he feel right about her spending the 20,000 yuan she earned on him? Meng Xiaoran smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon. The two continued walking, but Meng Xiaoran was quickly drawn in by a song playing from a nearby shop. You love me, I love you, you love me, I love you, Mishue ice cream and tea, I love you, you love me, Mishue ice cream and tea. Meng Xiaoran ran towards the Mishue ice cream and tea shop as if she had seen a family member. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, because aside from Mishue, several other beverage shops around had hardly any customers. Only the entrance of Mishue was crowded with people. Without a second thought, Meng Xiaoran headed straight for Mishue. It was clear that this girl had always been drinking this cheap beverage. When it came time to buy clothes, how could he bear to let her pay? In no time, Meng Xiaoran returned to Jiang Chen with a cup of strawberry boba and a cup of passion fruit tea. Which one do you want to drink? Meng Xiaoran asked with a beaming smile, holding the passion fruit tea in her left hand and the strawberry boba in her right. Jiang Chen wanted the strawberry boba. But as he raised his hand towards the right, Meng Xiaoran quickly placed the passion fruit tea from her left hand into Jiang Chen's hand. Then, with a teasing look, she said, forget it. This one's too sweet. You guys probably don't like drinking this. Jiang Chen found it even more amusing. The Meng Xiaoran in front of him clearly wanted the strawberry boba but insisted on letting him choose. When he ended up picking her drink, she acted all spoiled. Such a girl truly made life full of joy. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen smiled indulgently and accepted the passion fruit tea in his left hand. Meng Xiaoran wore a triumphant smile. Indeed, it had been a long time since she had laughed so happily. Being with the person she loved, even drinking the cheapest beverage, made her heart feel joyful. The two walked on, completely unconcerned about the gazes of passers-by. The boy was dressed in a very plain manner, while the girl exuded grace. Although she was dressed casually, her exceptional figure and beautiful face could not be concealed. Even while drinking cheap Mishue, they looked very happy and satisfied. Such a stunning beauty is actually with a poor guy. What a flower growing in cow dung. Exactly. What kind of luck did this guy have to be able to date such a stunning beauty? Look, this beauty seems quite willing to be with this shabby poor guy. Although Jiang Chen couldn't hear the comments from the passers-by, he could see their envious gazes, then look at his own plain appearance, and finally at the radiant Meng Xiaoran. He understood the situation. It seemed that, from a certain perspective, being with Meng Xiaoran was indeed a bit of a stretch for him. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran. However, she didn't care at all about the looks from the passers-by. Her face still radiated a happy smile. With this thought, Jiang Chen found himself liking this extraordinarily refined girl even more. Just then, while Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Meng Xiaoran's eyes suddenly lit up. Following Meng Xiaoran's gaze, Jiang Chen saw a clothing store with an English name he couldn't recall. The clothes piled on the rack at the entrance looked like a small mountain. The sign above read, 89 for 1, 150 for 2. The shelves were already surrounded by a crowd of aunties and uncles, along with some middle-aged women, all frantically grabbing at the pile of clothes. The scene was almost like distributing porridge to refugees. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned by the chaos. This was where money was being handed out, and he didn't want to compete with this group of people. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoran showed an incredibly joyful expression. Now you have clothes. This left Jiang Chen dumbfounded. What did she mean by having clothes? Did she mean that buying clothes here was for herself? In Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, Meng Xiaoran handed him the half-finished drink she was holding. Wait for me here. After saying that, Meng Xiaoran rolled up her sleeves and dashed into the sea of people. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at Meng Xiaoran's antics. No wonder she said she would bring him back loaded. So it was to buy from here. But thinking about it, it was quite nice. Being with a girl like this put him at ease. She had an amazing figure and stunning looks. Plus, she wasn't vain, genuine and unpretentious. Such a girl was simply the ideal partner he dreamed of. Moreover, even if he didn't have a fortune, he was sure that Meng Xiaoran would never look down on him. Sigh. If only he had met Meng Xiaoran earlier, how could he have ended up being dumped? With that thought, Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran, who was grabbing clothes in the crowd, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. If she really spent thousands on clothes for him, he might not be able to accept it. After all, she only paid about 500 yuan for rent in the urban village each month. How could he bear to let her spend several months' rent in one go? While Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Meng Xiaoran had already run over to him with a large bag of clothes, smiling. From the looks of it, there were at least 5 or 6 pieces inside. Here, as soon as Meng Xiaoran arrived, she excitedly handed the bag of clothes to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and handed her the half cup of drink she had left. Then he cheerfully took the clothes. So many? Ah, I could have gotten you one more, but that old man blocked me earlier, and I was too slow. That piece was snatched away by a nasty auntie, Meng Xiaoran said indignantly. Sigh, that's such a pity. Otherwise, I could have worn one more. Jiang Chen pretended to look very regretful. Meng Xiaoran, who had been angry just a moment ago, was now amused by Jiang Chen's expression. You smooth talker. Meng Xiaoran playfully scolded him. But don't underestimate these clothes. This brand is quite famous, and these clothes are originally worth 300 to 400. They were put here for clearance because they were out of stock. I grabbed 3 sets for you, all in there. Meng Xiaoran said excitedly, her body glistening with sweat after squeezing out of the crowd. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Such a girl was truly a down-to-earth woman. Jiang Chen reached out and affectionately tapped the bead of sweat on Meng Xiaoran's nose. Ah! Meng Xiaoran felt the affection in Jiang Chen's gesture and shyly stepped back. I'm going to change into them right now, Jiang Chen immediately said to Meng Xiaoran. First, his clothes were long overdue for replacement. Second, in this situation, what could make her happier than wearing the clothes she had worked hard to buy? Jiang Chen said this and prepared to walk towards the fitting room in the clothing store. However, when he looked up, he found that the entrance to the fitting room was already crowded with people trying on clothes. Jiang Chen turned back and smiled at Meng Xiaoran, then walked towards the restroom. Ding! As Jiang Chen walked towards the restroom, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Meng Xiaoran's favorability +2, Meng Xiaoran's favorability +2, Meng Xiaoran's favorability +2. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen with deep affection. She was completely moved by his warm-hearted actions. She never expected that this man, despite being so wealthy, still cherished his hard-earned results. Her ex-boyfriend, Wu Yifan, had never done anything like this. The clothes she had worked hard to buy for him, he had never even worn. Once, he had even thrown them in the trash right in front of her. He had complained about her picking up cheap goods. In contrast, Jiang Chen not only gave her enough respect but was also ready to change into the clothes she had bought for him on the spot. Such a man was truly the ideal partner she dreamed of. Alas! Unfortunately, he was a rich man, ultimately from a different world than hers. If only he were someone with the same background as her. Meng Xiaoran thought regretfully. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen entered the restroom and changed his clothes. Unintentionally, he pulled out the membership card for the Beijing Fitness Yoga Pilates that he had spent 160,000 on for Meng Xiaoran from the pocket of his old clothes. Sigh. It seemed he had completely miscalculated. He had thought that Meng Xiaoran, being a dance student, would be proud and thus a vain, materialistic woman. Unexpectedly, she was just the opposite. She was so genuine and unpretentious. But now, how should he deal with this fitness membership card? If he gave it to Meng Xiaoran directly now, she would definitely refuse it. She might even think he was insulting her with money, which would make her dislike him instead. But now that the money had already been spent, he couldn't just let it go to waste. Sigh. He could only wait and see how things went. After changing his clothes, Jiang Chen directly threw his old clothes into the trash can. Then he walked to the sink and looked in the mirror. Wow! Indeed, people rely on their clothes, just as horses rely on their saddles. He was definitely a handsome guy. His foundation was already there, and with a woman like Meng Xiaoran helping him out, who would dare say he was uncouth? Humph! Just as Jiang Chen was admiring himself in the mirror, a man walked out of the restroom and began washing his hands next to him. After Jiang Chen clearly saw the man in the mirror, he wished he could dismember this bastard on the spot. However, at that moment, the man's phone rang. Darling, are you coming soon? A woman's urging voice came from the other end of the line. You promised to take me shopping, yet you've been in the restroom for so long. The man smiled. Sweetheart, I'm almost done. He then hung up the phone. After washing his hands, the man noticed Jiang Chen staring at him intently. He felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. So, he tidied up his clothes, adjusted his glasses, and walked out. This man is none other than Lin Hui, the affair partner of Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, Su Qian. Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger as he saw Lin Hui completely ignore him. Damn it, he stole my woman and even said he wasn't living well, which was already infuriating enough. Now he doesn't even recognize me? Ah, how can I tolerate this? Damn! However, Jiang Chen forced himself to calm down in an instant. He carefully examined himself in the mirror. The person he saw now was indeed no longer the poor, awkward boy from 2 days ago. It was normal for Lin Hui not to recognize him. But just because you bastard, forgot doesn't mean I can forget the humiliation I suffered. However, what he had initially planned was to completely seduce Lin Mengjiao, his woman, to vent his anger. Then he would ruin Lin Hui's reputation. But now that he suddenly appeared in front of him, what should he do? He couldn't just rush up and beat him up, could he? No, that would be too easy for this bastard. It might even bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Oh, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. It seemed a woman had called him earlier. Could it be Su Qian? No, that's not right. Su Qian had been his girlfriend for over 3 years. He could still recognize her voice. Who could it be? Could he use this woman to take revenge on this Lin? With this thought, Jiang Chen had an idea. He followed Lin Hui, preparing to see who this mysterious woman was before deciding how to take revenge. After leaving the restroom, Lin Hui headed straight for the spot where Meng Xiaoran was. Jiang Chen's anger shot up to the sky. Damn! Stealing Su Qian wasn't enough, does he also have his sights set on Meng Xiaoran? Jiang Chen fumed. You old bastard! If I don't beat you until you can't find your teeth today, I'm not Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen followed closely behind Lin Hui, ready for action. As long as this old bastard dared to say a word to Meng Xiaoran, he was prepared to take this scoundrel down. Darling! Over here! A slender woman waved at Lin Hui. Jiang Chen then noticed that there was another woman beside Meng Xiaoran. This woman's figure was well proportioned, her waist was slim and light like a willow branch, contrasting sharply with her full chest and hips. Standing next to Meng Xiaoran, her figure was equally impressive. This was also due to the fact that the woman had put in careful preparation, wearing makeup and dressing appropriately. At that moment, she even outshone Meng Xiaoran. Moreover, the woman's movements were very graceful. It was evident that she was likely involved in some dance-related profession. However, if judged by looks, even though she had changed her makeup, it was still clear that her beauty was slightly inferior to Meng Xiaoran's. Lin Hui walked towards the woman with a smile. Darling, let me introduce you, this is our university's dance department's flower, Meng Xiaoran. How about that? Beautiful, right? The woman smiled as she introduced Meng Xiaoran to Lin Hui. Lin Hui looked Meng Xiaoran up and down, desire evident in his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Meng Xiaoran felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Meng Xiaoran, right? Menjiang often mentions you in front of me. It's truly an honor to meet you today. Lin Hui said, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner, yet his eyes remained fixed on Meng Xiaoran. Clearly, Lin Hui had taken Meng Xiaoran as his next target. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran felt extremely disgusted. After encountering Wu Yifan, she had developed a strong aversion to slick-talking men, especially the one beside Zhang Menjiang. Back in college, Zhang Menjiang had been kept by an older man due to her superior physical attributes. Every day, she was chauffeured in luxury cars, flaunting various designer bags, wearing high-end clothes, and using expensive cosmetics. What good people could she possibly have around her? However, today, it was unfortunate that while waiting for Jiang Chen, she unexpectedly ran into Zhang Menjiang here. To make matters worse, she hadn't put on any makeup and was dressed so casually. Moreover, she was holding a half-finished cup of honey Snow City, and Zhang Menjiang, as if she had found a sense of superiority, was showering her with concern. On the surface, it seemed like deep camaraderie among classmates, but wasn't it just a way to mock her for not doing so well? Meng Xiaoran didn't want to exchange pleasantries with such a person, nor did she want to stay here with them. She just wanted to find an excuse to slip away. Just then, she finally spotted a familiar figure, Jiang Chen. Darling, over here. Meng Xiaoran waved at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hesitated. Darling? Is she calling me? Did I just go to the bathroom and the identity switch happened so quickly? Jiang Chen walked over to the group, somewhat incredulous. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran affectionately pulled Jiang Chen to her side. Darling, come here. Let me introduce you, this is a classmate from my university, Zhang Menjiang. Meng Xiaoran introduced Jiang Chen. Menjiang, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Chen. She introduced Jiang Chen to Zhang Menjiang. Zhang Menjiang looked Jiang Chen up and down. Suddenly, her initial surprise turned into a look of disdain. So, Jiang Hao, right? How could you let our fairy drink such unclean stuff? Zhang Menjiang pointed at the honey Snow City in Meng Xiaoran's hand. This statement seemed to be questioning Jiang Chen, but it was clearly a jab at Meng Xiaoran. Ding, system detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, scanning beauty data. Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt. 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%, Scan complete. Name, Zhang Menjing, age, 23, nickname, Yingying, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, beauty score, 88 out of 100, figure score, 95 out of 100, hobbies, shopping, money, love, private encounters, 5, favorability towards host, 5, ding, system detected Zhang Menjing's beauty score greater than 80, automatically adding her to the beauty candidate list for the host. Listening to the system's prompts and combining them with Zhang Menjing's words, Jiang Chen quickly understood. Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing were likely a pair of plastic sisters, or even bitter rivals. Looking closely at Zhang Menjing, her figure was well proportioned, with a slim waist. Compared to Meng Xiaoran, she was indeed on par. Plus, this woman had put in a lot of effort, had done her makeup, and was dressed very sexily. At this moment, she was even more radiant than Meng Xiaoran. If it weren't for her looks, which were slightly better than Meng Xiaoran's, today she would have completely overshadowed her. It seems this woman finally caught Meng Xiaoran today, and seeing that Meng Xiaoran wasn't doing well, she came here to seek a sense of superiority. Ah, Xiaoran, why is your boyfriend carrying such a big bag of clothes? It can't be that he picked up a bunch of rags from somewhere, right? Zhang Menjing pointed at the shop where Meng Xiaoran had just grabbed clothes, her face full of mockery. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran was so angry that her face turned red, unable to say a word. Seeing Meng Xiaoran like this only made Zhang Menjing more pleased. Oh dear, Xiaoran, I'm not saying this to hurt you. Even if you were dumped by Wu Yifan, you shouldn't degrade yourself like this. How could you find such a poor boyfriend? Just look at me, lipstick Yves Saint Laurent, clothes Balenciaga, bag Hermes. All bought for me by my boyfriend. Woman, youth only lasts a few years, don't shortchange yourself. Zhang Menjing chattered on. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran really wanted to shout, bitch, who do you think you are to lecture me? But she held it back. If she really competed with someone like this over who could spend more money, she would have completely lost. Moreover, it was obvious that this man was much older than Zhang Menjing and must have a family. If she spent so much money on someone else, he must have demands. She would definitely have to pay the same price. Zhang Menjing, oh Zhang Menjing, you may be living better than me materially, but spiritually, you must not be doing well. If it were before, Meng Xiaoran might have really said a few harsh words to scold this bitch. But unfortunately, Jiang Chen was present today. She didn't want the man she liked to see her sharp and bitter side. Besides, saying this to someone as vain and snobbish as Zhang Menjing would be pointless. She wouldn't understand and might even bring unnecessary trouble. Forget it, as long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. There's no need to waste emotions on her here. With that thought, Meng Xiaoran prepared to find an excuse to leave. However, Jiang Chen didn't think so. This Zhang Menjing came up and started to throw shade at the two of them. In the end, wasn't she just mocking their poverty and Meng Xiaoran's misfortune? Ha ha, then you are completely mistaken. Humph, what I lack the least right now is money. Seeing this snobbish gold digger Zhang Menjing throwing shade at Meng Xiaoran, openly and covertly flaunting her wealth and mocking them for being poor, Jiang Chen couldn't stand it. What a joke! He was now a millionaire. Humph, if I don't make this gold digger's face swell today, I won't be surnamed Jiang. Oh, Xiaoran, didn't you want to buy an Hermes bag last time? Just right, your old classmate is here, let her help you out. Jiang Chen said to Meng Xiaoran with a smile. Ah, Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He, young people shouldn't overestimate themselves. Do you know how much a Chanel bag costs? Lin Hui sneered from the side. Until now, he still hadn't recognized Jiang Chen. Why do you care so much about others? Zhang Menjing rolled her eyes at Lin Hui. Is this true? Xiaoran, if you really want to buy an Hermes, I have experience. Let me help you look. Zhang Menjing said affectionately, pulling Meng Xiaoran's arm. But in her heart, she thought, a poor loser, what big wolf tail are you trying to show here? Soon, you'll be crying and won't even be able to. Meng Xiaoran, however, showed a difficult expression, even though she knew Jiang Chen was a rich man. But they hadn't developed to that point yet. Spending his money now, what was that all about? Darling, don't you have something to do soon? Let's buy it next time. Meng Xiaoran said to Jiang Chen with a meaningful glance. Jiang Chen understood, of course, that Meng Xiaoran didn't want to spend her own money. However, how could he stand by and let the person he liked suffer such indignity? No matter what, he had to help Meng Xiaoran save face today. It's fine, darling. Everything has been taken care of. Today, I'm here to focus on shopping with you. Jiang Chen said to Meng Xiaoran with a beaming smile. Meng Xiaoran knew Jiang Chen was doing it for her sake, and although she was reluctant to compete with Zhang Menjing over momentary vanity, since Jiang Chen had already said so, what could she say? Where would his face go if she insisted otherwise? Don't be fooled by Meng Xiaoran. She was an independent girl with her own opinions, but she knew where to use her wisdom. She understood that in front of outsiders, especially in this situation, since the man had brought it up, she had to give him enough face. Meng Xiaoran could only nod slightly. At this point, Zhang Menjing was overjoyed. She was even more certain of her thoughts. This guy not only had no money but also liked to show off. Humph. Soon, you'll cry and won't be able to. With that thought, Zhang Menjing smiled and linked arms with Meng Xiaoran, heading towards the escalator. Jiang Chen and Lin Hui followed behind. At this moment, Lin Hui looked at Jiang Chen with a sly grin, as if to say, hee hee, poor loser, do you know how deep the waters are in luxury stores? You'll be the one suffering soon. However, just then, Lin Hui's phone suddenly rang again. Lin Hui's face turned pale with fear, and he cleared his throat. He covered his mouth with one hand, trying to keep his voice as low as possible. Then he put on a flattering expression. Hello, President Ho. Jiang Chen was genuinely disgusted by Lin Hui's demeanor. Xiao Hui. It's 10 p.m. tonight. Don't forget. A magnetic male voice came from the other end of the line. Got it, President Ho. Lin Hui now looked like a docile little sheep. Oh, by the way, Xiao Hui, we used up those 2 bottles of lubricant last week. Remember to bring 2 more when you come. Oh, and today, I prepared some new toys. I guarantee you'll like them. The man called President Ho said with a wicked smile. Lin Hui's face turned pale, filled with fear, but he still smiled. Okay, I got it. Ah, Jiang Chen's worldview was completely overturned. What? Could it be that Lin Hui was selling? Ah, ha 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 ha. This was getting interesting. No wonder this old guy was just a small manager in the company, yet he was thriving so well. Turns out he was that President Ho's little honey. Ha 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 ha. With that thought, Jiang Chen couldn't bring himself to hate this man he wanted to take revenge on. After all, he had sold the most precious thing a man had. What more could he want? Jiang Chen could no longer suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. The 4 of them, 2 in front and 2 behind, took the escalator to the 3rd floor. This level truly is a paradise for luxury goods. Various luxury boutiques dazzled the eyes, making one feel overwhelmed. For instance, traditional luxury brands like LV, BV, Chanel, Hermes, Balenciaga, as well as high-end trendy brands like Purple Label, North Face, Descente, and White Mountain, along with European and American high-end brands like Arc'teryx and Matchstick. Everything one could wish for is here. In Zhang Menjing's eyes, Jiang Chen simply did not have the spending power to be here. Today was all about making Meng Xiaoran lose face. She wanted this poor boy to go bankrupt and never dare to show off again. Zhang Menjing affectionately linked arms with Meng Xiaoran and walked into an Hermes store. Luxury goods also have their hierarchy, although brands like Hermes, Chanel, LV, and Dior are all called luxury brands. The one truly at the top is Hermes. There's even a saying in the fashion world that every woman longs to own an Hermes bag. Hermes not only has a high status but also a price that is far ahead of the rest. Zhang Menjing deliberately brought Meng Xiaoran into this store to rub Meng Xiaoran's self-esteem into the ground. As the 2 beautiful women stepped into the store, a sales associate eagerly approached them to greet them. Hello, ladies, welcome to Hermes. May I ask which of you is buying a bag? The sales associate asked Zhang Menjing. One must admit, the salespeople in luxury stores have a keen eye. Just from the way Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing were dressed, it was clear that Zhang Menjing was a customer with spending power. Therefore, the sales associate kept her gaze on Zhang Menjing and did not look at Meng Xiaoran. Seeing the sales associate's discerning eye, Zhang Menjing felt delighted. But she still said, it's this lady buying the bag. The gentleman behind her will be paying. As she spoke, she pointed to Jiang Chen, who had followed them in from behind. The sales associate glanced at Meng Xiaoran, then at Jiang Chen who had come in behind her, and instantly felt half of her enthusiasm drain away. A pair of poor folks wanting to buy Hermes? What a ridiculous joke. Wasn't this just a waste of her time? The Hermes store was spacious and bright, with a simple yet luxurious decor. Several square shelves made entirely of solid wood were divided into compartments, each displaying different styles of bags. This was Meng Xiaoran's first time in such a place. It should be noted that the bags she had bought before were all online purchases, never exceeding 200. Her gaze swept over the bags, feeling that each one seemed quite nice, making her a bit dizzy. Take that one out for me to see. Zhang Menjing pointed at a blue bag. Meng Xiaoran looked in the direction Zhang Menjing was pointing. Madam, you truly have an eye for quality. This is our latest model from Hermes. The bag is made from Togo calfskin and features an inner stitching technique, making it soft, scratch-resistant, and waterproof. The color scheme is also very suitable for you. the sales associate enthusiastically introduced. As she spoke, she handed the bag to Zhang Menjing. Zhang Menjing excitedly touched it in her hands. She had wanted this bag for a long time, but the price of 138,000 was simply too shocking. The bag she was carrying today was one that a big spender had bought for her last year for over 20,000. But compared to the one in front of her, it seemed to pale in comparison. Although she had saved up enough to buy it, she had earned that money through hard work. How could she bear to squander it like this? She thought about finding another big spender to buy it for her. 20,000 or 30,000 would be acceptable. But 138,000 was just too frightening. No one is that foolish. How could she possibly be that big spender? Thinking of this, Zhang Menjing suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit today and handed the bag in her hand to Meng Xiaoran. Hey, ma'am, this bag is 138,000. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't touch it randomly, the salesperson said sharply to Meng Xiaoran. Meng Xiaoran instantly became unhappy. She can. Why can't I? The salesperson scoffed dismissively. Do I even need to say? Because this young lady is carrying an Hermes bag. And you, dressed so casually, it's obvious you can't afford it, the salesperson said with a look of disdain. Meng Xiaoran's face instantly fell. No matter how I dress, I still have consumer rights. How can you look down on people like this? Ha! The salesperson sneered, looking at your clothes. You must have picked them up from that pile of rags on the first floor. If you really want to buy, you can go to the bridge across the street vendors there are cheap. As she spoke, the salesperson snatched the bag from Meng Xiaoran's hands, huffed, and wiped it with her hand, her face full of disgust. Meng Xiaoran was so angry she couldn't speak. At this moment, Zhang Menjing looked quite pleased. This salesperson was really taking revenge for her. The shadow of being suppressed by Meng Xiaoran for years was finally lifted today. Ha! Waiter! Bring me that bag! At this moment, Jiang Chen could no longer hold back. The onlookers were stunned. Zhang Menjing never expected Jiang Chen would take the bait. After all, this was 138,000. She had planned from the moment she entered that if Meng Xiaoran chose a bag worth 20,000 or 30,000, perhaps this guy would puff himself up. He could just swipe his Huabei or overdraw his credit card and pay it back slowly later. But this was 138,000. Even if he used a credit card, could a poor guy have such a high limit? Zhang Menjing began to doubt. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoran was somewhat dazed. After all, this was 138,000. No matter how rich Jiang Chen was, his money didn't just come from the wind. What she didn't know was that Jiang Chen's money really did come from the wind. How could he bear to spend so much money on her? If he really spent it, she wouldn't know how to pay him back. Perhaps she could only repay him with her body. If you want to buy it, you have to pay first, the salesperson said with a look of contempt towards Jiang Chen. She was now certain that Jiang Chen couldn't possibly take out the money. Why? Meng Xiaoran wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen stopped her. Jiang Chen took out his phone. Beep, the store's Bluetooth speaker sounded. WeChat payment of 138,000 yuan. Jiang Chen directly transferred the money. Now it was the onlookers' turn to be dumbfounded. The salesperson was left speechless in shock. She never expected Jiang Chen would actually transfer the money. The hand that was wiping the bag froze in place. What are you still dawdling for? Bring it to me, Jiang Chen shouted sternly. The salesperson was frightened and tremblingly handed over the bag. Jiang Chen snatched the bag and pulled at it with all his might. However, the bag was of such good quality that despite using all his strength, he could only tear a small opening. Still unsatisfied, Jiang Chen threw the bag on the ground and stomped on it a few times. Damn it, this bag has dog breath on it. How can a person use something that a dog has breathed on? Right? Jiang Chen said, looking at Zhang Menjing. Zhang Menjing was completely stunned at this moment. 138,000. Just like that, it was torn apart? Don't give it to me. Just treat me like a garbage dump. But how could she say it out loud? Yes, yes, yes. At this moment, Zhang Menjing bitterly smiled at Jiang Chen. The salesperson was also thoroughly shocked. She had thought he was just a poor kid, but unexpectedly, he was a madman. What to do now? Provoking someone who shouldn't be provoked. The salesperson's face turned pale with fear. Jiang Chen took out his phone again. Beep, the Bluetooth speaker in the store sounded again. WeChat payment of 138,000 yuan. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, not knowing what he meant. What are you still dawdling for? Get my girlfriend a new one. Also, watch your mouth. Jiang Chen scolded angrily. Yes, yes, yes. The salesperson replied in a panic. She dared not act recklessly this time. She hurriedly put on gloves from the counter and also donned a mask, fearing to anger Jiang Chen again. Then she took a brand new bag, placed it in a packaging bag, and respectfully handed it to Meng Xiaoran. Jiang Chen's anger slowly subsided. Although Meng Xiaoran felt a pinch in her heart, seeing the respectful salesperson in front of her made her feel very pleased. Although Jiang Chen's earlier outburst was somewhat excessive, thinking that he did it entirely for her made her realize how much this man loved her. He couldn't bear to see her suffer even a little. All the previous unpleasantness vanished like smoke. Ding! At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind recalled the system's voice. Meng Xiaoran's favorability +3, Meng Xiaoran's favorability +3, Meng Xiaoran's favorability +3. Reminder to the host, Meng Xiaoran's favorability has reached 84, which can trigger large cash back. The host should act quickly. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. He tried to hold Meng Xiaoran's hand. Ding! System reward from Target Beauty. Meng Xiaoran received 3,800 yuan in cash. Ha ha ha, today's goal achieved. Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was lost in joy, the system rang again. Zhang Menjing's favorability +10, Zhang Menjing's favorability +10, Zhang Menjing's favorability +10. Currently, Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host is 60, the host should keep it up. Ah, an unexpected gain. Jiang Chen's mood became even more excited. Little bitch, although you're also a top-notch one, I can't pay attention to you today. Let's talk another day. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He ignored Zhang Menjing and directly took Meng Xiaoran's hand, walking towards the door. In contrast, Zhang Menjing showed no intention of leaving at all, because her gaze had already fallen on the bag on the ground. As Jiang Chen held Meng Xiaoran's hand and just walked out the door, he heard the sound of a fight inside. It turned out that Zhang Menjing and the salesperson had already gotten into a scuffle, fighting over the bag that Jiang Chen had thrown on the ground. But thinking about it, it was normal. After all, it was 138,000. She had torn it apart, but it remained intact. Even if there were some marks, it was still worth at least 100,000 now. Lin, hurry up and help me. Ah, don't pull my hair. Zhang Menjing let out a sharp scream. At this moment, Zhang Menjing had completely lost her queenly demeanor. She was clearly a shrew from the village. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seemed that money was indeed a good thing. It could expose a person's ugly nature. Meanwhile, Lin Hui had been playing on his phone since he entered. It was clear that the man called Manager Ho was quite difficult to deal with. It wasn't until he saw Jiang Chen pay for 2 items at 138,000 each that Lin Hui was completely stunned. Watching Zhang Menjing grappling with the salesperson at that moment, he stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do. It wasn't until Zhang Menjing shouted that he snapped back to reality. That was a 138,000 bag. Even if it had some signs of wear from Jiang Chen, the quality was still there. Even if it sold for less now, getting 100,000 for it was completely feasible. With that thought, Lin Hui joined the team battle. Ah! At that moment, a strand of Zhang Menjing's hair had been yanked out by the salesperson, but she still refused to let go. The salesperson's face was also scratched and bloodied by Zhang Menjing, yet she wouldn't release her grip either. Since Lin Hui was a big man and the 2 women had already exhausted their strength, there was no way they could resist. With ease, Lin Hui snatched the bag from the 2 women's hands. The salesperson was about to go mad, having just endured so much humiliation. After struggling with Zhang Menjing for so long, now the stinky man Lin Hui was benefiting from it. How could she tolerate that? She lunged at Lin Hui, wrapping her arms around his leg and began to wail. That was thrown in our store by that gentleman. You can't take it away. Otherwise, I will call the police. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui immediately sneered, Call the police? Go ahead. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you really think I'm an idiot? That was dropped on the ground by that guy. Whoever picks it up owns it. Lin Hui said nonchalantly. The female salesperson's eyes widened in anger upon hearing this. Wow! In front of everyone's astonished gaze, the salesperson bit down on Lin Hui's calf. Ah! Lin Hui let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Let go, let go. He swung the bag he was holding at the salesperson's head repeatedly, but she refused to let go. Blood immediately began to gush from Lin Hui's leg. Darling, give it to me. At that moment, Zhang Menjing reached out her hand to Lin Hui. With no other choice, he handed the bag over to her. After receiving the bag, Zhang Menjing ran out without looking back. Seeing that the situation was lost, the salesperson finally released her grip. However, she had already been hit several times on her head and body. Although there were no internal injuries, her face, back, and head were covered in bruises. Lin Hui saw that the salesperson had finally let go and limped toward the door, dragging his injured leg. Since it was mutual fighting and they were all injured, no one called the police. Outside, Meng Xiaoran and Jiang Chen watched the spectacle unfold. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. This was truly a large-scale disaster scene of dogs biting dogs. It seemed that money was indeed a good thing, capable of making such a group of proud people tear at each other like mad dogs. It was so damn satisfying. It was just a pity that he hadn't recorded it. Otherwise, he could have pulled it out to relieve his boredom later. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Zhang Menjing had already walked out the door with the stolen bag. Just moments ago, she had been a high and mighty queen, but now she looked utterly disheveled. The sexy, tight-fitting dress had already been torn in several places. The areas that the dress had wrapped around were now exposed. Jiang Chen looked at the somewhat disheveled woman in front of him, unable to help but feel flustered. Ah! Setting aside her character, Zhang Menjing was indeed a stunning beauty. From the exposed figure, her skin appeared even more toned and fair than Meng Xiaoran's. It seemed this woman must have invested a lot in her upkeep, using cosmetics that were far more expensive than those of Meng Xiaoran. She had clearly put a significant amount of resources into her body. Although they were both former dance students, her lines looked even better than Meng Xiaoran's. Oh! Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. This woman must frequently attend yoga and Pilates classes. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoran had studied at Imperial Capital Fitness Yoga Pilates for a long time but had never been willing to get a membership. He couldn't wait to hand over the membership he had just bought for 160,000 to Meng Xiaoran. He wondered what her surprised expression would be. Given time, Meng Xiaoran would definitely be even more alluring than this Zhang Menjing. With that thought, Jiang Chen secretly smiled. Disgusting. Where are you looking? At that moment, Zhang Menjing noticed Jiang Chen staring at her exposed areas and shyly covered her chest, playfully pouting at him. Ah! 1,000 wild horses galloped through Jiang Chen's mind. This woman was too outrageous. She had made herself look like this and was blaming him for looking at her? Besides, Meng Xiaoran was right next to him. How could she so openly flaunt herself in front of him? Looking at Meng Xiaoran, her expression had indeed turned ugly. Meng Xiaoran, with a dark face, silently took a piece of Jiang Chen's clothing from his bag and tossed it to Zhang Menjing. Menjing, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Quick! Use the cheap stuff I just bought for my boyfriend to cover up, Meng Xiaoran said without giving her a chance to respond. The intent of her words was clear. First, it mocked Zhang Menjing's earlier clumsiness when she snatched the bag. Second, it countered Zhang Menjing's ridicule of her buying cheap items. And third, it firmly asserted her claim. After all, Jiang Chen was her boyfriend. He was willing to wear the discounted clothes she bought for him and could afford a 138,000 bag. He could even buy two. Meanwhile, Zhang Menjing could only act like a mad dog, scrambling with others for things. Zhang Menjing awkwardly smiled, not engaging further and not getting angry. She handed the bag she had just snatched to Lin Hui, who had just walked in. Then she put on the loose short-sleeved shirt that Meng Xiaoran had thrown at her. To be fair, Zhang Menjing's slender figure looked quite charming in the loose top. However, after putting on the shirt, when she reached out to take the bag from Lin Hui, she received no response. At that moment, Lin Hui was playing with the bag in his hands, seemingly lost in his own world. Dear, this is a woman's item. What are you studying it for? Zhang Menjing said somewhat displeased. Lin Hui, however, continued to play with it. Hey, it looks just like this. How can it be worth 138,000? Lin Hui asked in confusion. Ah, you wouldn't know this. This bag is exquisite, fashionable, and its design is simple yet elegant. It gives off a feeling of nobility and understated luxury. Its material is soft and comfortable, with a delicate touch, the craftsmanship is exquisite, and the quality is reliable and durable. Not only is it highly practical, but it also resembles a work of art. Zhang Menjing said excitedly. Stop. I only asked you, how much can it sell for now? Lin Hui said somewhat impatiently. Although it was just torn apart by Jiang Chen, fortunately, there are no marks left. I think it can still sell for at least 100,000. Zhang Menjing assessed, but she quickly sensed something was off. Because as she said this, Lin Hui's eyes suddenly lit up, bright like a hungry wolf seeing food. Zhang Menjing immediately felt a bit flustered. Darling, please stop looking. Quickly give me back my bag. Zhang Menjing said cautiously to Lin Hui. Lin Hui shot her a displeased glance. What do you mean give back? I fought hard to snatch this. Why should I return it to you? Ah! The people nearby were stunned. No one expected that Lin Hui, who seemed wealthy, would turn on his woman so quickly over a bag worth 100,000. What are you saying? Darling! Zhang Menjing looked at Lin Hui in disbelief. Wasn't this man supposed to be rich? How could he turn his back on her over a 100,000 bag? Ha! little s asterisk asterisk t. We've only known each other for 2 days, who are you calling darling? Lin Hui cursed at Zhang Menjing. Zhang Menjing could hardly believe her ears. She never expected that the man who had whispered sweet nothings in her ear yesterday would now act like this. But didn't you say last night that as long as I accompany you for 3 days, you'd give me 30,000? How come it's only been 1 day and? Zhang Menjing said, feeling a bit broken. Lin Hui sneered, ha, little s asterisk asterisk t, I have things to do tonight, no need for you. As he spoke, he took out his phone and did something. Ding ding, Zhang Menjing's phone rang. I transferred 10,000, we're even from now on. Lin Hui said, removing Zhang Menjing from his WeChat contacts. You bastard, Lin! Zhang Menjing screamed heart-wrenchingly, rushing towards Lin Hui. She tried to fight him and seize the bag back, but Lin Hui slapped her down with a big move. Zhang Menjing knelt on the ground, crying out in despair. You filthy b asterisk tch. I spit. Lin Hui said, spitting at Zhang Menjing, and walked towards the elevator with the bag he had just snatched. As he passed in front of Jiang Chen, he even waved the bag in his hand. Friend, thanks for the bag, Lin Hui said to Jiang Chen with a smile. This demeanor truly showcased the face of a villain to the fullest. Jiang Chen's anger surged. He had been paying attention to the development of the situation. He only knew Lin Hui as a senior executive from Su Qian's company. A wealthy man, thus flirting around everywhere, including his girlfriend Su Qian, who couldn't resist this temptation and ended up being taken by this old man. However, he had just inadvertently discovered that this guy was actually being supported by a man called President Ho. This President Ho seemed to be Lin Hui's backing in the company, so he couldn't really hate this old fart. But he didn't expect Lin Hui to be so ruthless. For the sake of 100,000, he could turn against a woman. Although Zhang Menjing was just a gold digger. But after all, she is a beautiful woman. At first, I really wanted to rush up and take the opportunity to beat this old bastard. But in the end, I held back. First, my goal tonight is Meng Xiaoran. It makes no sense to vent my anger on Zhang Menjing, whom she dislikes. It might even provoke Meng Xiaoran's dissatisfaction. Second, upon reflection, this might not be a bad thing. Because Zhang Menjing has also been added to my system's candidate list. Who knows, the system might lock onto her tomorrow. The more severely Zhang Menjing is dealt with by Lin Hui, the more opportunities one have. But looking at Lin Hui's ruthless demeanor, it seems he has been like this for quite some time. Has he always been this harsh towards women? As Jiang Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but remember Su Qian. Had she ever been treated like this by Lin Hui? Sigh. Although Su Qian is a bitch, she is still my first love. I still don't want to see her suffer too much. However, just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, this old fart actually waved the bag I had just thrown in front of me. Jiang Chen's anger surged instantly. Damn it, if I don't deal with you, do you really think I'm Hello Kitty? But I can't just go up and hit this bastard. Otherwise, how am I any different from that salesperson I just bit? Only dogs would tear each other apart. How could a person want to bite a dog? At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered something. Isn't this old bastard going to find that President Ho soon? Isn't this a ready-made opportunity? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly at Lin Hui. Mr. Lin, no need to be polite. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, feeling a bit disappointed. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so polite to such a scumbag. Ding Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host -5 Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host -5 Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host -5. Currently, Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host is 64, unable to trigger large cashback. The host should keep it up. Ding Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host -5 Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host -5 Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host -5. Currently, Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host is 40. Jiang Chen had just said half of his sentence when the system's prompt rang out urgently. Ah! Jiang Chen was stunned. How come I hadn't finished speaking yet? At this moment, Lin Hui couldn't help but show a smug expression. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing looked utterly disappointed. Jiang Chen instantly understood that if he didn't mock Lin Hui today, he wouldn't just lose Zhang Menjing's regard. Even Meng Xiaoran would look down on him. He had been worried that if he acted, it might provoke Meng Xiaoran's dissatisfaction. It seems he had overthought it. Women. They all like strong men. But that's fine. Now, no matter how I deal with Lin Hui, I have no worries at all. Mr. Lin, is your leg okay? I hope it won't affect your plans for tonight. Jiang Chen pointed at Lin Hui's bitten leg, pretending to be very concerned. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui panicked instantly. Tonight's plans? Could it be that he didn't notice and this kid overheard the earlier phone call? Lin Hui's face instantly turned ugly. It's nothing. It's nothing. Lin Hui laughed awkwardly, wanting to escape in a hurry, because he didn't know what outrageous thing Jiang Chen would say next. Oh, as long as it's nothing. Jiang Chen pretended to suddenly realize. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, didn't that President Ho just say for you to bring 2 bottles of lubricant? Don't forget in a bit. Otherwise, if it comes to that, it could really hurt your body. Jiang Chen said to Lin Hui, pretending to be very concerned. Lin Hui's face instantly darkened. You. Looking at Jiang Chen, who seemed to care about him, Lin Hui's eyes were filled with mockery. He was so angry that he became incoherent. Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing were both a bit confused. They really didn't understand what Jiang Chen was talking about. What President Ho? And 2 bottles of lubricant? And hard coming? Lin Hui glared at Jiang Chen, who was staring at him. He suddenly felt puzzled. Today was the first time they had met. Why did this young man seem to see right through him? His momentum gradually weakened. He understood that he wouldn't gain any advantage today. Reluctantly, Lin Hui walked around Jiang Chen and headed for the elevator. Forget it, he had just picked up a bag worth 100,000 yuan for free, and he could sleep with a few more women. Why should he care about this kid? Lin Hui tried to comfort himself with this reasoning, but he still felt frustrated until he got into the elevator. Alone, he felt a dull pain in the spot on his leg where the salesperson had bitten him. Lin Hui quickly rolled up his pant leg to take a look. Damn, 2 rows of neat bite marks were simply shocking. Damn it, even a dog wouldn't bite this hard. Lin Hui cursed loudly. Ha 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 ha. After seeing Lin Hui limping into the elevator, Jiang Chen finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. The gloom that had been suppressed for days was swept away. He felt so good inside. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the laughing Jiang Chen, Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing were a bit dazed. Darling, what nonsense is this? What President Ho? What lubricant? What do you mean by hard coming? What are you talking about? Meng Xiaoran shook Jiang Chen's arm, asking in confusion. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. If you kiss me, I'll tell you? Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran with a mischievous grin. Ah, so annoying. If you don't say, I'll tickle you. Meng Xiaoran pouted. Then she reached out her fingers to Jiang Chen's side and pinched him. Ah! Jiang Chen exclaimed instantly. Because Meng Xiaoran really knew how to read people, he was indeed fearless of anything except for being tickled. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Xiaoran! Stop! I'm ticklish. Can't I just say it? Jiang Chen laughed while dodging. At that moment, he felt like 100 claws were scratching at his heart. On one hand, he was afraid of being tickled, and on the other hand, the one tickling him was a girl he liked. The physical tickling combined with the emotional fluttering made Jiang Chen's heart waver. He laughed even louder. Seeing how ticklish Jiang Chen was, Meng Xiaoran pursued him relentlessly. At this moment, they had completely crossed the boundary of pure friendship between men and women. Moreover, even Meng Xiaoran herself didn't know why she felt so dependent and fond of this man in front of her. They had only met for the second time. How had she so quickly moved on from her previous relationship and fallen into love again? However, she wasn't thinking about that much anymore. Right now, all she knew was that she was very dependent on the man in front of her. And, she had already fallen for this man. Jiang Chen told Meng Xiaoran everything he had heard from Lin Hui's phone call, in detail. Ha 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 ha. Meng Xiaoran immediately couldn't hold back. Darling, you're really bad, but I like it. Meng Xiaoran excitedly patted Jiang Chen, laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotions. Up until today, he had never seen Meng Xiaoran laugh so happily. Ding ding ding. Meng Xiaoran's affection for the host +5. Meng Xiaoran's affection for the host +5. Meng Xiaoran's affection for the host +5. Reminder to the host, Meng Xiaoran's affection for the host has reached 82, triggering large cashback. The host should act quickly. Jiang Chen listened to the system's prompt and understood. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran had completely fallen in love with him. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and kissed Meng Xiaoran on the lips. Ding! System reward from Target Beauty. Meng Xiaoran received 4,500 yuan cash after the kiss. Jiang Chen observed Meng Xiaoran's reaction. He saw Meng Xiaoran pause for a moment, then look at Jiang Chen with burning eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He embraced Meng Xiaoran and kissed her passionately. The two of them intertwined, instantly lost in each other. Jiang Chen smiled contentedly in his heart. Ha 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 ha. It seems today's system reward is guaranteed. Ahem. Just as Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran were kissing without a care in the world, someone cleared their throat at an inopportune moment. Meng Xiaoran hurriedly pushed Jiang Chen away. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were a bit dazed. It had been a long time since she had kissed a man she liked like this. She was somewhat reluctant to part, but this was a public place, so she had to be mindful. She pushed Jiang Chen away and looked towards the source of the voice. It turned out to be Zhang Menjing, who was still slumped on the ground. Zhang Menjing's mood at this moment was understandable. Originally, she had happily gone out shopping with the rich man Lin Hui, but she unexpectedly saw the former campus beauty, Meng Xiaoran. Recalling her university days, from freshman to senior year, she had always been overshadowed by Meng Xiaoran. Every time she secretly competed with her, it ended in failure. Only recently had she heard that Meng Xiaoran had been dumped by her boyfriend Wu Yifan. Moreover, she had also heard that Meng Xiaoran was no longer in the dance industry but had changed careers. She couldn't have been happier. So what if she was the campus beauty? Wasn't she eliminated from that industry? She was the true queen. At the next class reunion, she would definitely have a good laugh at Meng Xiaoran's expense. Hee. However, she didn't expect that she had come out a bit too early that day. While out shopping with Lin Hui, she unexpectedly ran into Meng Xiaoran wearing cheap clothes, drinking cheap Mishue Bingcheng, and she was dating a poor boyfriend. This was something to laugh at, to vent the resentment she had felt for so long. However, the development of events far exceeded her imagination. She never expected that her boyfriend was not only not poor but also a low-key handsome rich man, while the Lin Hui she brought along was a true scumbag. For the sake of a 100,000 yuan handbag, she had endured humiliation and even physical abuse. At that moment, she had become the biggest joke. Watching the lovey-dovey display between Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran, Zhang Menjing felt a wave of jealousy wash over her. So she spoke up in time, interrupting their sweet interaction. It was only then that Meng Xiaoran remembered there was someone watching nearby. She finally let go of Jiang Chen. From the moment she saw Zhang Menjing today, Meng Xiaoran knew what Zhang Menjing was up to. But now, looking at Zhang Menjing, who was sitting on the ground in a pitiful state, she couldn't bring herself to hate her. Sigh. She was just another lost soul in the maze of money, a poor thing. With that thought, Meng Xiaoran released Jiang Chen and walked over to Zhang Menjing. Menjing, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Meng Xiaoran squatted down and gently asked Zhang Menjing. Zhang Menjing was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Meng Xiaoran, then glancing at Jiang Chen standing behind her. Wow! With that, Zhang Menjing hugged Meng Xiaoran and began to cry. Meng Xiaoran was taken aback. They weren't close enough for this kind of intimacy. Sigh. It must be that Lin Hui's blow to her was just too great. Meng Xiaoran gently patted Zhang Menjing's back, comforting the out-of-control girl. Sister Xiaoran, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Zhang Menjing cried out in Meng Xiaoran's embrace. Upon hearing Sister Xiaoran, Meng Xiaoran's heart softened completely. It's okay. It's okay. Menjing, you're still young. It's alright to make mistakes. After all, youth is meant for trial and error. As long as you can turn back, a wonderful life is waiting for you. Meng Xiaoran softly reassured Zhang Menjing. At that moment, this kind-hearted girl, looking at the crying Zhang Menjing, had already cast everything aside. She couldn't recall how this woman had just made things difficult for her. Really? Sister Xiaoran, can I really turn back? Zhang Menjing asked, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Meng Xiaoran. Meng Xiaoran replied, of course. Finally, Zhang Menjing broke into a smile, her snot and tears flowing together. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran felt even more convinced of Zhang Menjing's sincerity. Smiling, she took out a tissue from her pocket and began to wipe Zhang Menjing's face earnestly. Sister Xiaoran, thank you. I really know I was wrong. I treated you that way before, and yet you still treat me like this. I really don't know what to say. Zhang Menjing said, touched. Meng Xiaoran laughed heartily. It's fine. I don't remember the past. I only remember that you are a great rival of mine. Without the pressure you put on me to strive for improvement, I wouldn't have worked so hard. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran had truly opened her heart to Zhang Menjing. Indeed, this kind-hearted girl had already forgotten all the bad things about Zhang Menjing. At this time, Jiang Chen, watching these two beautiful women reconcile, felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Setting aside any judgments about others, materialism, or anything else, Zhang Menjing was indeed a remarkable person. Moreover, the system had already marked Zhang Menjing. If the two of them could really reconcile and no longer be so mutually repellent, then my chances would increase significantly. However, Jiang Chen quickly noticed that something was off. At that moment, the two women were embracing each other again. Meng Xiaoran had her back to him, while Zhang Menjing was facing him. Moreover, this Zhang Menjing was actually smiling seductively at him. Her eyes were full of flirtation. Ah, what is going on? Could it be that Zhang Menjing's earlier frailty was all an act? Was she deceiving Meng Xiaoran's trust while secretly targeting him? Jiang Chen looked at the flirtatious Zhang Menjing, feeling a bit bewildered. Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host +10, Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host +10, Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host +10. Currently, Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host has reached 90. Reminder to the host, when a beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 90, the system will provide the host with an opportunity to switch target beauties. Ah, what do you mean by switching target beauties? Jiang Chen was momentarily confused. Switching target beauties simply means that today the system has locked in the target beauty as Meng Xiaoran. But if Zhang Menjing's favorability exceeds 90, the host can change today's target beauty to Zhang Menjing. What the hell? It can be played like this. Why didn't you say so earlier, system? Jiang Chen exclaimed. Host, this is the system's hidden mechanism, as it is generally impossible for a beauty outside the target to reach 90. The probability is akin to winning the lottery. Ah, this Zhang Menjing actually triggered the system's hidden mechanism? Jiang Chen instantly became excited. System bro, quickly help me check Zhang Menjing's detailed information. Ding, the system emitted a sound. Reading Zhang Menjing's personal information, name, Zhang Menjing, age, 23, nickname, Ying, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, appearance, 88, out of 100, figure, 95, out of 100, hobbies, shopping, money, love, private encounters, 5, favorability towards the host, 90. Ah, what kind of woman is this Zhang Menjing? Shopping, money, love? These 3 points clearly indicate that Zhang Menjing is a extremely vain, greedy, and desire-filled woman, right? Oh, Jiang Chen instantly understood this woman's intentions. This Zhang Menjing clearly wasn't repentant, she was eyeing him. Her 3 simple hobbies could probably only be satisfied by him now. Wealthy men are unhealthy. Healthy men have no money. Wealthy and healthy men are ugly. And for her, isn't he the perfect match? Wealthy, healthy, and handsome. That's why Zhang Menjing's favorability towards him could rise to 90 so quickly. Ah, moreover, this woman triggered a hidden task. Should he be happy? Or should he be happy? Or should he be happy? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen's heart was blooming with joy. Wait, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. But what about Meng Xiaoran? He had just established a romantic relationship with Meng Xiaoran. How could he possibly abandon the beautiful and kind Meng Xiaoran to get close to another bad woman? If he really did such a thing, would he still be human? What difference would that make from a beast? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly at this thought. Sigh. It seems that the system's hidden function was wasted today. System bro. I've decided not to change my target beauty. Jiang Chen said firmly. Ding, reminder to the host, you can change your target beauty anytime before 12 tonight. The host can observe a bit more before making a conclusion. Ah, so that's how it is. In that case, should I observe a bit more? Jiang Chen thought, but he really couldn't think of any reason to abandon the Meng Xiaoran he loved and get involved with the materialistic Zhang Menjing. Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, Zhang Menjing had already calmed down under Meng Xiaoran's comfort, her emotions finally stabilized. Menjing, it's getting late, we should head back. Where do you live? Do you want me to call a cab for you? Meng Xiaoran said with some concern for Zhang Menjing. Zhang Menjing glanced at Jiang Chen, then looked at Meng Xiaoran. I live at Building 72, Unit 3, Room 702 in Baiziwan. Zhang Menjing said deliberately loudly. Her intention was obvious. She was clearly saying this for Jiang Chen to hear. Of course, Jiang Chen heard it clearly. After Zhang Menjing finished speaking, she paused, then put on a pitiful expression. But Sister Xiaoran, I don't want to go back yet. Why? Meng Xiaoran was a bit surprised. Zhang Menjing pointed to the clothes she was wearing. Sister Xiaoran, can I trouble you with one more thing? I want you to accompany me to buy a new outfit. I can't just go back wearing Brother Jiang Chen's clothes. Zhang Menjing said somewhat shyly. Seeing that Zhang Menjing's request was reasonable, Meng Xiaoran couldn't refuse. Alright then. Meng Xiaoran could only agree. At this moment, Zhang Menjing finally showed an excited expression, looking at Meng Xiaoran with delight. Really? That's great. Zhang Menjing immediately stood up, excitedly linking her arm with Meng Xiaoran's. Thank you, Sister Xiaoran, Zhang Menjing said again. Meng Xiaoran smiled helplessly and allowed Zhang Menjing to link arms with her. She couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. She and Zhang Menjing had been scheming against each other for 4 years in college. Just a moment ago, this Zhang Menjing was still trying to mock her. However, after seeing Jiang Chen buy 2 Hermes bags with just one move, this Zhang Menjing had completely changed her demeanor. Now she was calling her sister Xiaoran with such familiarity. Had they really turned enemies into friends? Thinking of this, Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen with a bitter smile. If it weren't for this man today, who knows how she would have been humiliated. Jiang Chen watched as the 2 women were so close, and a smile appeared on his face. If Zhang Menjing left now, it would indeed be a loss of a beautiful scenery. After all, the goodwill of the 2 women in front of him had already reached over 80. Tonight, it didn't really matter which woman he was with, he could trigger a large cashback. However, he still needed to observe a bit before deciding who to choose. Now that Zhang Menjing wasn't leaving, it was actually a good thing for him. He could take this opportunity to observe while buying clothes for Zhang Menjing. Although he had already made up his mind to choose Meng Xiaoran. But which man would mind having one more choice of partner? Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Zhang Menjing suddenly turned around and smiled charmingly at him. Then, she secretly leaned in to whisper something in Meng Xiaoran's ear. The 2 women instantly looked over at Jiang Chen, and pfft, they both burst into laughter at him. Jiang Chen was momentarily bewildered. Meng Xiaoran waved at Jiang Chen, signaling him to come over. So, feeling a bit dazed, Jiang Chen walked towards the 2 women. Darling, Menjing wants me to accompany her to buy a dress. Do you want to join us? Meng Xiaoran asked Jiang Chen with a serious expression. Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy. How could he miss such a great opportunity? However, was this a test from Meng Xiaoran? Jiang Chen began to doubt. If he agreed too readily, would Meng Xiaoran think he had no sense of boundaries? Maybe I shouldn't go. You 2 girls go ahead. Jiang Chen pretended to be somewhat reluctant. Sure enough, after he said this, Meng Xiaoran visibly sighed in relief. It seems this man does have a sense of boundaries. I can take him along to buy clothes without worry, Meng Xiaoran thought to herself. No way, you have to go. Otherwise, who will carry our things? Meng Xiaoran said playfully to Jiang Chen. As she spoke, she handed her new bag to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled wryly, feeling quite helpless as he accepted the bag. Brother Jiang Chen, and mine too. Zhang Menjing chimed in, smiling brightly as she offered her bag to Jiang Chen as well. Her eyes were full of flirtation. Jiang Chen was taken aback again, and his heart began to race. Meng Xiaoran was the girl he liked, but this situation felt somewhat limiting. He didn't dare to act recklessly with a girl like her. He had to show her enough respect. Moreover, he had to be responsible for a girl like Meng Xiaoran. But Zhang Menjing was different. She seemed to have quite a bit of romantic experience. She knew how to please a man. And like the maid he met at the hotel, Limena, she was only interested in his money. As long as he paid enough, he could do whatever he wanted. She wouldn't resist him at all. In this regard, Zhang Menjing seemed like a better choice for tonight. Jiang Chen couldn't help but fantasize. What would it feel like to roll in bed with Zhang Menjing tonight? He. Jiang Chen's mind began to wander. Ding, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind again. Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host +1. Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host +1. Currently, Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host is 84. Jiang Chen was a bit stunned. What was going on? Even his wandering thoughts could increase Meng Xiaoran's favorability? What was happening? Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran in confusion. Meng Xiaoran smiled at him with satisfaction. You should help Menjing with her bag too, Meng Xiaoran said to Jiang Chen. Only then did he come back to his senses and look at the bag Zhang Menjing was offering. Suddenly, he understood. It turned out that his earlier hesitation. In Meng Xiaoran's view, it was actually a very boundary-conscious behavior. Only getting things for his girlfriend, anything handed to him by other girls had to be approved by his girlfriend. With such a boundary-conscious boyfriend, which girl wouldn't love him? No wonder Meng Xiaoran's feelings for him suddenly increased. Jiang Chen was overjoyed but still pretended to be helpless as he took the bag handed over by Zhang Menjing. Now the burdens in Zhang Menjing and Meng Xiaoran's hands had all shifted to Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen instantly became a tool for carrying things. In contrast, the 2 women were now cozily leaning together, chatting and laughing, as if they were a pair of good friends who had been together for many years. Although Jiang Chen was holding a pile of things, he felt quite pleased inside. Shopping with 2 stunning dance majors was probably every man's ultimate dream. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Menjing and Meng Xiaoran walking in front of him and felt a bit emotional. Alas! It's a pity that Meng Xiaoran was a girl with strong principles and a firm stance. If Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing were of the same kind, he might not have to consider switching targets today. He wouldn't have to choose just one beauty. He could have both the fish and the bear's paw, he. Jiang Chen thought happily. However, Jiang Chen never expected that he would soon be questioning his life because of the two women. Jiang Chen never imagined that although Zhang Menjing and Meng Xiaoran had some past grievances, they were truly like-minded partners when it came to shopping for clothes. They had already visited over 20 stores and still weren't satisfied. In fact, the more they shopped, the more excited they became, and their conversation flowed more freely. At this point, they had become good friends who could talk about anything. Moreover, they seemed to be endlessly energetic, still full of vitality. Jiang Chen was already questioning his life from all the shopping. So this is what shopping with girls is like. Just a few days ago, he thought shopping with his girlfriend was such a happy thing. It seemed he had imagined it all too beautifully. Running a marathon wasn't even this exhausting. Jiang Chen plopped down on a chair in a clothing store, exhausted and questioning his life. "Darling, how about this one?" Meng Xiaoran asked with a smile. At that moment, she was wearing a new dress and showing it off in front of Jiang Chen. "It's quite pretty, buy it," Jiang Chen said without looking up. If at first, he could appreciate the two women trying on new clothes, at this moment, he had completely lost his sense of aesthetics and ability to discern. Now, all the clothes looked the same to him. Does this one look too revealing? I still think the one we saw earlier suits me better, don't you? Meng Xiaoran asked Jiang Chen. At this point, Jiang Chen couldn't even remember what the previous one looked like. "Darling, you look good in any of them. If you like it, just buy them all," Jiang Chen said with a forced smile. Jiang Chen certainly knew that although these clothes looked the same to him, it was different for girls. "Don't be fooled by the simple question Meng Xiaoran asked." If he answered casually, there would be even more questions waiting for him. "There is no better answer than I want it all." Sure enough, Meng Xiaoran smiled brightly after hearing this. "You annoying. I just wanted you to give me your opinion." Meng Xiaoran pouted playfully. "Jiang Chen." Just when Jiang Chen didn't know what to say, Zhang Menjing happened to walk over. At this moment, Zhang Menjing had already bought a purple lace top. The skin peeking through revealed an alluring charm, and the fitted design showcased her sexy figure. Her long collarbone and enticing cleavage, along with the close-cut tailoring, highlighted her seductive curves, making one's imagination run wild. As soon as Zhang Menjing approached, she smiled at Meng Xiaoran and began to compliment her. "Wow, Xiaoran, you look so good in that." Meng Xiaoran immediately showed a look of surprise. "Really?" Meng Xiaoran said excitedly. "Of course. Actually, Xiaoran, you have such a great foundation, anything you wear looks good." Zhang Menjing praised at just the right moment. Hearing this, Meng Xiaoran felt delighted. Who doesn't like to hear compliments? Even if the person giving them was someone she once disliked. But the praise was genuine. "But Menjing, I still think that red one we saw earlier suits me better. This one is too revealing, look," Meng Xiaoran said, turning around and pointing at her exposed back. "It's fine. Xiaoran, your figure is so good, why cover it up so much? Men actually like this kind of sexy. Am I wrong, brother Jiang Chen?" Zhang Menjing smiled seductively, asking Jiang Chen for his opinion. Jiang Chen looked at the sexy and charming Zhang Menjing in front of him, unsure of how to respond. If he said yes, wouldn't that mean he preferred women who dressed boldly like Zhang Menjing? What would Meng Xiaoran think? If he said no, would that make him seem hypocritical? What man doesn't like women who dress sexy? Zhang Menjing was really putting him in a difficult position. So, Jiang Chen just smiled lightly without responding. Meng Xiaoran became conflicted. "No, I still believe in first impressions. I think the one we saw at the first store suits me best. Let's go. Let's go back and take a look." As Meng Xiaoran said this, she prepared to change out of this outfit and go back to the first store. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt utterly disheartened. He leaned back on the bench, unwilling to get up. However, Zhang Menjing's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if she had seen a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you too tired to walk?" Zhang Menjing asked with some concern. Jiang Chen helplessly smiled and nodded. "Xiaoran, why don't you let brother Jiang Chen wait here for a bit while I accompany you to take a look?" Zhang Menjing asked Meng Xiaoran. Meng Xiaoran glanced at Jiang Chen and noticed his fatigue. "Dear, then you wait here for a bit. We'll be back soon." Meng Xiaoran smiled at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen replied, feeling somewhat grateful to Zhang Menjing at that moment. After Meng Xiaoran changed her clothes, she and Zhang Menjing held hands and energetically exited the store. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, I'm done. Shopping with girls is truly the hardest thing in the world. No more fantasizing about it in the future," Jiang Chen thought bitterly. Jiang Chen took out his phone and, feeling bored, opened a short video app to scroll through. He came across a live stream from a girl he followed, Tun Tun. Tun Tun not only attracted viewers with her sweet voice and friendly interactions but also showcased a wealth of talents. Whether it was unique song adaptations or captivating dance performances, she could effortlessly bring one surprise after another to her audience. It was hard not to marvel at her. She was a girl full of energy who never seemed to tire. At that moment, the host Tun Tun was dancing energetically. Jiang Chen couldn't help but watch, completely engrossed. However, just then, a hand suddenly blocked his phone screen. Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger. It was the climax of the performance who was ruining his good time. He impatiently looked up at the person. Jiang Chen was taken aback when he saw the person's face. It was a face he recognized all too well, Zhang Menjing. At that moment, Zhang Menjing was looking at Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. Was she back so soon? It hadn't even been 3 minutes. He glanced behind Zhang Menjing but didn't see Meng Xiaoran anywhere. In an instant, Jiang Chen had a premonition. This Zhang Menjing in front of him, who had delayed going home, had suddenly made a comeback. Could it be that she was waiting for an opportunity to be alone with him? Brother Jiang Chen, why are you watching this kind of stuff? Before Jiang Chen could respond, Zhang Menjing looked at him in surprise and spoke. At that moment, the female host Tun Tun was still dancing provocatively on Jiang Chen's phone. This dance is so seductive, my heart can't take it. This girl, I like her. That figure, those moves, my eyes are about to pop out. The host's body is simply mesmerizing. Girl, dance bolder, I can't take my eyes off you. Dancing so hot, I'm going to lose sleep tonight. This hot dance is making my blood pressure rise. It must be said that Tun Tun's dancing skills were quite impressive. To stand out among thousands of female hosts and have such high popularity on the platform, one must have real talent. Just being pretty isn't enough. You have to have skills. Under Tun Tun's dance, the enthusiasm of the viewers in the livestream was unprecedentedly high. But Jiang Chen couldn't continue watching in front of Zhang Menjing. Reluctantly, he quickly turned off his phone. Where's Xiaoran? Jiang Chen asked somewhat awkwardly. Her? She's still struggling over which outfit to buy. In my opinion, with her figure, any outfit would be a waste on her. Zhang Menjing said disdainfully. Jiang Chen was taken aback by this comment. Could it be that Zhang Menjing had been pretending all along? Although he had suspected that this woman had ulterior motives, he never expected she could act so convincingly. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, suddenly Zhang Menjing, with a charming smile, sat in his lap. Her delicate arms wrapped around his neck. Jiang Chen was taken aback. After all, this was a public place. How bold could this woman be? But surprise aside, which man would refuse such an opportunity that had come knocking? Especially when it was someone as stunning as Zhang Menjing. Jiang Chen Gij, how is it? My figure is much better than hers, right? You know, I do yoga every day. I'm afraid she's long since let herself go. Indeed, although both Zhang Menjing and Meng Xiaoran were dance students, if Zhang Menjing practiced yoga every day, her figure was indeed more slender and toned. What do you think? I'm not wrong, am I? Zhang Menjing whispered into Jiang Chen's ear. She was absolutely confident in her body. She had never failed with this tactic before. She thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of conquering men with her body. Even though Jiang Chen already had someone more beautiful than her, Meng Xiaoran. But Meng Xiaoran hadn't pursued a dance-related career after graduation. Meanwhile, Zhang Menjing not only worked in a dance-related field but also practiced yoga daily. She was confident that her current figure was more attractive to Jiang Chen than Meng Xiaoran's. Moreover, men were creatures who loved novelty. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a maid is not as good as a prostitute, and a prostitute is not as good as a stolen moment. She didn't believe that a beauty like her, taking the initiative, could be rejected by Jiang Chen. Unless he wasn't a man. At that moment, Jiang Chen, just as Zhang Menjing had anticipated, was starting to struggle to resist. After all, Jiang Chen was a young man full of vigor. He wasn't a saint. But he still hadn't expected Zhang Menjing to act so recklessly in such a public setting. Fortunately, they were in a high-end clothing store, where everyone was either rich or noble. No one paid them any mind, and it was all rather commonplace. Although he was somewhat flustered, Jiang Chen still felt a bit constrained. But then he thought about what would happen if Meng Xiaoran suddenly returned. What kind of disappointed expression would she have upon seeing this scene? With that thought, Jiang Chen steeled himself and pushed Zhang Menjing away from his embrace. Zhang Menjing was immediately taken aback, as no man had ever rejected her under such a fierce advance. She felt both embarrassed and angry, but was at a loss for how to express it. At that moment, she seemed to have made a certain resolution. Suddenly, Zhang Menjing stood up, resting her hands on the chair, looking down at Jiang Chen from above. In the next second, Jiang Chen's cheeks quickly heated up, turning as red as a ripe apple. He tried to avoid her gaze, but it felt as if an invisible force was pulling him, making it impossible to truly look away. Seeing Jiang Chen shy, Zhang Menjing suddenly stood up with a charming smile. After giving Jiang Chen a meaningful glance, she slowly walked towards the changing room. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. This woman had just teased him, so why was she walking away on her own? However, Jiang Chen quickly understood. A finger extended from the changing room, beckoning him over. Ah! Jiang Chen instantly grasped what this woman meant. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. So he stood up and walked towards that door. Jiang Chen sat on a small stool in the changing room, lighting a cigarette. At that moment, Zhang Menjing looked at him with a flirtatious smile. "Brother Jiang Chen, you're amazing," Zhang Menjing said shyly. Jiang Chen smiled. This Zhang Menjing was truly something special. So far, in less than 2 days, Jiang Chen had already had intimate contact with 2 women. One was Xiao Yali, and the other was the one in front of him, Zhang Menjing. Li Meina's encounter could only be considered a teaser before intimacy. However, the feelings Jiang Chen had for Xiao Yali and Zhang Menjing were completely different. Logically, he should be happier with Xiao Yali since he was sincere with her. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. During this encounter with Zhang Menjing, Jiang Chen actually felt an unprecedented thrill and excitement. Upon reflection, he realized it was due to his own mindset. When he was intimate with Xiao Yali, he approached it with the intention of pursuing her and a sense of responsibility. He had already regarded Xiao Yali as his lover, thinking that whatever he did with her, although it was all new, was natural and fearless. But Zhang Menjing was different. She only cared about his money. He didn't love her at all, he simply desired her body. Moreover, he didn't have to bear any responsibility. As long as he had money, that was enough. After coming to this realization, Jiang Chen felt as if he had opened up a new realm and no longer had any reservations. What am I amazing at? I think you're the one who's amazing. Tell me, how did you learn so much? Jiang Chen said with a mischievous smile. Zhang Menjing giggled. This is just the beginning. I can do even more. It's just a pity that this space is too small to fully unleash my skills, Zhang Menjing said playfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Just from earlier, he could savor that moment for half a year. If he were to give this woman more space, he couldn't even begin to imagine. Seeing Jiang Chen lost in thought, Zhang Menjing smiled to herself. This man, in the end, was conquered by himself. Zhang Menjing smiled sweetly and broke free from Jiang Chen's embrace. She quickly put on her clothes and then looked at Jiang Chen with a playful smile. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a sense of loss, as if everything that had just happened was merely an unrealistic dream. And now, this dream had awakened. At that moment, while Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Zhang Menjing turned her head and looked at him with a charming expression. "So, what do you think, brother? Are you considering coming to my place tonight? I have so much more to offer," Zhang Menjing teased, as if she could see through Jiang Chen's thoughts. After all, no man in this world had ever remained content under her advances, and now was the time for her to make her demands. Based on past experiences, no matter what conditions she proposed at such times, men would obediently comply. She believed Jiang Chen would be no exception. At this moment, Jiang Chen was indeed completely captivated by Zhang Menjing's charm. However, this was a public place. It couldn't be the same as at home. If Meng Xiaoran came back looking for him and caught them in the act, he would not only lose a good girl like Meng Xiaoran but also suffer great embarrassment, never able to face anyone again. Now, he was left with only 2 choices. Either he could walk out of the changing room and find Meng Xiaoran, completely distancing himself from Zhang Menjing, or he could listen to Zhang Menjing and go home with her tonight. This was such a difficult choice. Jiang Chen felt like his head was about to explode. On one side was the girl he liked, Meng Xiaoran, and on the other was the talented Zhang Menjing. How could he choose? If he were to follow the beautiful women the system had initially locked onto, choosing Meng Xiaoran would yield a huge reward. He wouldn't be conflicted at all. But now, the system had triggered some hidden task, allowing him to change the target beauty. System, you really know how to present a dilemma. Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. On one side was true love. On the other, indulgence. His mind was racing. Seeing Jiang Chen hesitating, Zhang Menjing was quite surprised. She had never seen a man who could be so content under her advances. Could it be that she was really not as appealing as Meng Xiaoran? Zhang Menjing began to doubt herself. After all, the men she had encountered before had all acted like hungry wolves upon seeing her. First, her conditions and skills were evident. Second, men always preferred mistresses over wives, and secret affairs over mistresses. Was Jiang Chen really an exception? Had he not grown tired of Meng Xiaoran after all this time? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meng Xiaoran could never be more interesting than me. I must win this man over tonight. Zhang Menjing thought to herself. She couldn't understand why, from any angle, Jiang Chen should not be tempted. Yet, here he was, still hesitating. So, she decided to take a bold step. Just as Jiang Chen was still hesitating, suddenly, Zhang Menjing turned around, wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen, and kissed him passionately. Jiang Chen couldn't help but kiss back. The more he kissed, the more skilled he became. He had his eyes closed before, but now he opened them to look at Zhang Menjing. Just as Jiang Chen was getting a bit lost in the moment, Zhang Menjing suddenly leaned down on his neck, leaving a big strawberry mark. Ah! Jiang Chen was startled, and he hurriedly pulled out his phone from his pocket. Through the phone's camera, he saw that under his neck, there was already a red strawberry mark. Although it might not be noticeable with clothes on, without them, it was particularly obvious. Jiang Chen panicked instantly. If this strawberry mark was seen by Meng Xiaoran, it would definitely lead to a fallout. Thinking of this, a scene flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. He and Meng Xiaoran were deep in their feelings, about to get closer. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoran saw the strawberry left by Zhang Menjing on him. Meng Xiaoran would be completely heartbroken and utterly disappointed. Everything he had done today would become a joke. More importantly, he might lose a girl who was genuine, unpretentious, and truly good to him forever. With that thought, Jiang Chen dared not think any further. So, Jiang Chen quickly grabbed his pants from the side and swiftly put them on. It seemed there was really no other way. He could only go with Zhang Menjing now. Sigh. This little vixen actually forced him to make a choice like this. You little vixen, how cunning you are. Let's see how I deal with you tonight, Jiang Chen said with a face full of resentment. He thought, since the situation had already happened, there was no turning back. At this point, wanting to have something happen with Meng Xiaoran was already impossible. Unless he was ruthless enough to scratch his neck hard, using blood to cover up the strawberry mark. But why should he? Hurt himself? It probably wasn't at that point yet. Sigh. It seemed today he could only leave Meng Xiaoran without saying goodbye. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhang Menjing actually used such a tactic to force him to submit. Humph. Today, if I don't make this little vixen cry for her mother, I won't be surnamed Zhang. Zhang Menjing saw Jiang Chen put on his pants. She already knew that this man had chosen her between Meng Xiaoran and herself. Instantly, she was overjoyed. Hearing Jiang Chen say he would take good care of her tonight made her even happier. Hee. Brother, haven't you heard? There are no fields that can't be tilled, only cows that die from exhaustion. Little sister is just afraid that brother won't be tough enough on me, Zhang Menjing said playfully. Jiang Chen immediately felt provoked. Then tonight, let you know what a real man is. Jiang Chen leaned in close to Zhang Menjing's ear, grinning mischievously. Then he embraced Zhang Menjing again. Brother, let's continue when we get home. Meng Xiaoran, she could come back at any moment. Zhang Menjing revealed a pleading look. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile inside. Hee. It seemed she really was startled by him. But what she said wasn't wrong. If Meng Xiaoran came back now, it would truly be hard to explain. With that thought, Jiang Chen decided to let it go. After all, they had the whole night ahead of them. Why rush at this moment? Zhang Menjing saw that Jiang Chen had finally stopped and felt relieved. She straightened her clothes that Jiang Chen had messed up and took out a small makeup mirror to touch up her makeup. Only then did she look back at Jiang Chen. Brother, I'm going out first. Let's meet at the back door of KFC later, so that Meng Xiaoran won't see us and cause unnecessary trouble, Zhang Menjing said to Jiang Chen. In truth, at this moment, she actually hoped Meng Xiaoran would see her, to thoroughly defeat Meng Xiaoran. Let Meng Xiaoran taste the bitterness of being a loser. But considering that Jiang Chen, although temporarily controlled by her means, was still Meng Xiaoran's current boyfriend, and it was clear that their feelings for each other were deep. If that situation really occurred, she couldn't guarantee that Jiang Chen would stand by her side. Forget it, she couldn't let a moment of impulse cause her to miss out on Jiang Chen, this quality man. First, she would completely win him over, then she could turn back and mock Meng Xiaoran. Zhang Menjing thought to herself. At this moment, it seemed she could already see Meng Xiaoran finally bowing her noble head before her. Jiang Chen had no idea about Zhang Menjing's plans. To him, her words seemed very considerate. The two of them really couldn't act together right now. If Meng Xiaoran saw them together, he couldn't imagine how heartbroken and desperate she would be. He might lose such a genuine, unpretentious girl who truly cared for him forever. With that thought, Jiang Chen nodded at Zhang Menjing. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Zhang Menjing turned back to him and smiled sweetly. See you later. Zhang Menjing smiled and waved at Jiang Chen before opening the dressing room door. Jiang Chen watched Zhang Menjing walk out, a satisfied smile on his face. Hee, this little vixen Zhang Menjing is truly a rare gem. It seems tonight, he would have to put in some real effort. Ha ha ha, but how would he explain this to Meng Xiaoran later? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of Meng Xiaoran and glanced at the hickey on his neck. In an instant, a strong sense of guilt surged to the forefront of his mind. Alas! He truly felt he had let Meng Xiaoran down. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering how to explain things to Meng Xiaoran, someone unexpectedly pushed the changing room door. Jiang Chen immediately panicked. After Zhang Menjing had left, he hadn't locked the door at all. Moreover, he was still bare-chested. So, Jiang Chen hurriedly braced himself against the door. Someone! Jiang Chen exclaimed in a fluster. But the person continued to push the door. It's me! A woman shouted anxiously. Jiang Chen instantly recognized it was Zhang Menjing's voice. He quickly released his grip. Zhang Menjing rushed in, looking flustered. She's at the door, Zhang Menjing said, her face filled with panic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen instantly became alarmed. Who? Xiaoran? Jiang Chen asked in a panic. Zhang Menjing nodded. Jiang Chen was thrown into a state of confusion. What to do? Meng Xiaoran was right at the door, blocking their way. If she found out about the two of them, it would truly be a disaster. How heartbroken would Meng Xiaoran be? He might lose her forever. At this moment, however, Zhang Menjing had a different thought. She certainly wasn't afraid of Meng Xiaoran being disappointed in her. After all, they were sworn enemies. The temporary reconciliation with Meng Xiaoran was merely a means to get closer to Jiang Chen. Now that her goal had been achieved, Meng Xiaoran had reverted to being her rival in her eyes. However, she was very clear that in this situation, it wasn't time to confront them yet, because Jiang Chen's attitude towards her was still unclear. If she forced this man to choose right now, she didn't have absolute confidence. Her relationship with Jiang Chen needed to progress further for her to have a chance of winning. What she needed now was just time. As long as she had one night, she was sure Jiang Chen would become completely infatuated with her body. By then, all the initiative would be in her hands. But at this moment, Meng Xiaoran was blocking the door. She looked at the panicked Jiang Chen and already knew that this man cared very much about Meng Xiaoran. So, confronting them now would be very unfavorable for her. Zhang Menjing thought to herself. The two of them each harbored their own thoughts. In the cramped space, they listened intently to the sounds outside. Although their thoughts were not the same, the one consistent thought was that they both hoped Meng Xiaoran would leave for a while, giving them a chance to breathe. Ding ding at that moment, Jiang Chen's WeChat notification rang out. Jiang Chen was startled and quickly pressed the volume down button on his phone. If the phone rang out loud now, it would truly be a social death scene. Jiang Chen then picked up his phone to check, and sure enough, it was a message from Meng Xiaoran. Meng Xiaoran, dear, where have you gone? Questioning emoji, Meng Xiaoran, why did you just throw your clothes and bag on the floor and leave them? Angry emoji, Jiang Chen stared at the messages from Meng Xiaoran, momentarily unsure how to respond. Is it her? Zhang Menjing asked from the side. Jiang Chen nodded. Find a way to get her to leave the door for a while. Zhang Menjing calmly analyzed. Jiang Chen immediately understood, but then he froze again. In this situation, what reason could he give to make her leave the door? Seeing Jiang Chen in a daze, Zhang Menjing grew a bit impatient. Ah, how silly, let me. Zhang Menjing snatched Jiang Chen's phone and was about to edit a message. However, at that moment, Meng Xiaoran's WeChat voice call came in. The key was that Zhang Menjing accidentally pressed the answer button. Ah! Zhang Menjing held the phone, staring at the voice call interface, completely frozen. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. Zhang Menjing looked flustered, pointing at the phone screen. Only then did Jiang Chen see that it was the interface for a voice call with Meng Xiaoran. In an instant, he lost his composure. It really was true what they said, when it rains, it pours. What do you mean what's wrong? Where are you? Meng Xiaoran said angrily on the other end of the line. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen's first question upon answering the call would be what's wrong. In that impatient tone, which instantly made her even angrier. Humph, this big pig's hoof, just wait and see how I deal with you. Meng Xiaoran thought to herself. However, after she said that, it seemed like she could hear her own voice coming from the changing room, albeit with a slight delay of a few tenths of a second. Hello, Jiang Chen. Speak. Meng Xiaoran confirmed again. Sure enough, it was coming from the changing room. At this moment, Jiang Chen dared not respond and hurriedly hung up the phone. If he spoke, wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? Ding! Just after Jiang Chen hung up, he heard the system's voice. Detected target beauty Meng Xiaoran within 10 meters of the host, triggering cashback for you balance plus 1 yuan balance plus 1 yuan balance plus 1 yuan. Jiang Chen was instantly more flustered. He never expected that one day he would hear the system's cashback sound in such a predicament. Of course, Zhang Menjing couldn't hear the system's prompt to Jiang Chen. She only saw that Jiang Chen was even more panicked. What's wrong? Zhang Menjing exaggerated her mouth movements, silently asking Jiang Chen. Only Jiang Chen could understand her meaning. Jiang Chen pointed outside the door, and Zhang Menjing instantly understood. But being a woman, she was still observant. She pointed at Jiang Chen's bare upper body. Only then did Jiang Chen realize. He was still bare-chested. He hurriedly grabbed a t-shirt from the side and put it on. Yes, even if he was caught on the spot, if he was wearing clothes, there would still be room for explanation. But being bare-chested really left no room for explanation at all. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran was a bit angry. What was going on with Jiang Chen? He even dared to question her and hung up on her call. This was truly outrageous. But she really thought she heard the sound of the call coming from the direction of the changing room. Meng Xiaoran walked towards the only changing room with the door closed. Just as Meng Xiaoran's hand reached for the doorknob, the next second, the changing room door suddenly opened from the inside. Jiang Chen walked out holding his phone. Seeing Meng Xiaoran, he showed a very surprised expression. Ah, darling, you're back. How was it? Did you buy any clothes? Before Meng Xiaoran could speak, Jiang Chen smiled and asked first. Seeing Jiang Chen like this, Meng Xiaoran was still a bit angry. What are you hiding here for? Meng Xiaoran asked, her eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly became a bit complicated. I just started a game, there were too many people over there, so I came here to play. Jiang Chen said somewhat shyly. Meng Xiaoran looked at the completely open changing room and didn't see anything, so she somewhat believed Jiang Chen's words. Then why did you talk to me like that earlier and hang up the phone? Meng Xiaoran said, still a bit angry. Ah, darling, I was in the middle of the last team fight, and I didn't expect you to call. As a result, my teammates got wiped out, and we lost in one go. Jiang Chen said regretfully. When Meng Xiaoran heard this, her doubts were dispelled. She had seen her colleague Liao Xiaoyu while gaming. She knew that once someone got into a game, they could become a completely different person. She had once seen Liao Xiaoyu get into a fight with Manager Sun over a game. It was only after the game ended that she returned to normal. In the game, they were practically unrecognizable. Meng Xiaoran pouted, You should have answered the phone first and told me you were playing. Otherwise, I would have thought something happened to you. Meng Xiaoran said, puffing up her cheeks. Seeing Meng Xiaoran like this, Jiang Chen knew her anger had subsided. Got it, darling. Jiang Chen smiled and wrapped his arm around Meng Xiaoran as they walked towards the door. After a long while, when there was no sound, Zhang Menjing finally walked out from behind the changing room door. It seemed that practicing yoga had its benefits. Meng Xiaoran hadn't noticed her hiding there just now. To be honest, the feeling of openly teasing someone else's boyfriend was quite enjoyable, especially when it was her rival's boyfriend. Ha! Zhang Menjing thought to herself. However, Meng Xiaoran was watching too closely. Moreover, this man seemed to really love Meng Xiaoran, so it wasn't the right time to confront him yet. But men are all sentimental creatures. Since they had already been together once, there would definitely be a second and third time. She was confident about that. This man was indeed interesting. You could say he was a rich guy, but he was wearing the cheap stuff that Meng Xiaoran bought. Logically, a wealthy person should have quite a bit of dating experience, right? But when she interacted with this man, it was clear that he had very little experience in that regard. He hadn't been developed yet. Moreover, his stamina was quite impressive. After just 5 minutes of rest, he was ready to go again. Such a man was truly rare. Thinking of this, Zhang Menjing recalled the man's earlier embarrassment. Zhang Menjing couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Although this man had been marked by her, he was now taken away by Meng Xiaoran. Could he still escape now? She had thought she was certain of success, not even leaving a phone number or adding him on WeChat. What if he didn't come back? Wouldn't everything she did today be in vain? Sigh. Truly a flaw in her plan. Who would have thought Meng Xiaoran would return so quickly? It seemed the only thing to do now was to go to the agreed-upon KFC and wait and see. Thinking of this, Zhang Menjing walked towards the KFC at the back door of the mall. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sneezing non-stop. Could it be a cold? Meng Xiaoran asked with some concern. Jiang Chen waved his hand, it's nothing. So, did you buy the clothes? Jiang Chen smiled, changing the subject. Of course. Look, Meng Xiaoran said, taking out the newly bought clothes from the bag and modeling them on herself. "Just this one cost me 599. Meng Xiaoran said, a bit pained. "But I think Zhang Menjing is right. Sometimes women should treat themselves better. I should take care of myself too, so I can be worthy of you." As she spoke, Meng Xiaoran happily leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Hearing Meng Xiaoran's words, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It turned out that this girl had bought new clothes today for him. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt a bit guilty and patted Meng Xiaoran's head. "Hey, by the way, did you see Menjing just now?" Meng Xiaoran suddenly looked up, staring at Jiang Chen as she asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen panicked instantly. "No, I didn't see her. What's wrong?" Jiang Chen said, feeling guilty. "Really?" Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen, whose eyes were darting around, a bit suspicious. Meng Xiaoran had just asked casually, but seeing Jiang Chen's evasive gaze, she started to doubt. "You really haven't seen her? Didn't she go shopping for clothes with you? Why are you asking me?" Jiang Chen knew that the best response at this moment was to ask a question. "Oh, that's true, maybe I was overthinking," Meng Xiaoran muttered to herself. Jiang Chen. Meng Xiaoran, hee. "It's nothing." Menjing said she would accompany me to look at clothes, but halfway through, she said she needed to go to the bathroom. In the end, I bought my clothes, and she still hasn't come back. I even thought she went to find you. Jiang Chen suddenly understood everything. It turned out that Zhang Menjing had planned everything long ago. First, she pretended to be weak to gain Meng Xiaoran's sympathy, then flattered her, starting with turning enemies into friends. Then she waited for the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. While Meng Xiaoran was temporarily separated from him, she launched a fierce offensive against him. Logically, he should have seen through such green tea tactics long ago. But unfortunately, that woman was too good at flirting. He had never encountered such an exceptional woman before, and he accidentally fell into her trap. Jiang Chen felt frustrated in his heart. No. She left and didn't come back. Jiang Chen firmly denied it. In this situation, even if he were foolish, he couldn't admit to seeing Zhang Menjing. "Well, okay." Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen, half believing. "Hey, actually, Menjing is quite pitiful, encountering a shameless man like Lin Hui." Meng Xiaoran sighed again. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but in his heart, he thought, "What's so pitiful? That woman is the one who is not pitiful. By the way, dear, do you think we should call her and ask where she went?" Meng Xiaoran asked Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately became uneasy. Just a moment ago, Zhang Menjing was right behind the fitting room door. Their conversation should have been overheard by her. Now, what could Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing be talking about on the phone? Let it go. She left without saying goodbye, definitely in a hurry. What good would it do to ask? Jiang Chen interjected. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaoran found some truth in his words. After all, she and Zhang Menjing had always been at odds. She had only accompanied her to buy clothes out of sympathy after seeing her being bullied by the scumbag Lin Hui. Now that her clothes were bought, their relationship could easily revert to its previous state, one of mutual disdain. She had left without a word, so why should she go out of her way to seek her out? With this thought, Meng Xiaoran no longer hesitated. So, the two of them, carrying bags of clothes and the new bag Jiang Chen bought for 138,000, headed towards Meng Xiaoran's residence. As night fell, the lights in the urban village gradually lit up, marking the beginning of the nightlife. The urban village under the night sky was a gathering place for countless workers, where prices were cheaper than in many other places. After a long day of hard work, friends would gather at roadside barbecue stalls, enjoying skewers, sipping drinks, sharing their distant dreams, recounting past hardships and helplessness, and fantasizing about a better tomorrow. They would raise their glasses, drinking not just alcohol, but also to life. In this fast-paced and noisy city, it was a place for workers to live, a refuge for their souls. Only here could they find a sense of belonging and warmth. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran leaned against Jiang Chen's shoulder, feeling an immense happiness. Since graduating from university, the dual blows of career and love had left her feeling down for a long time. Today, this man's presence not only helped her completely shake off her ex-boyfriend's entanglement but also turned her college rival into a friend. This man truly had a strange charm. Being with him made everything seem trivial. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran resting on his shoulder, a warm current surged in his heart. He wrapped his arm around her waist. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran did not feel offended at all. Instead, she felt a strong sense of security from him. She tightened her grip around his arm. Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was lost in his affection for Meng Xiaoran, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Reminder to the host: when a beautiful woman's favorability towards the host reaches 90, the system will provide the host with an opportunity to switch to another target beauty. Currently detected that Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host has reached 90. Does the host wish to switch the target beauty to Zhang Menjing? Reminder to the host, if not switched before midnight, this opportunity will be considered forfeited. The system emitted a continuous series of prompts. Zhang Chen took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 p.m. There was just over an hour left until midnight. But how could he possibly leave the beloved Meng Xiaoran to seek out Zhang Menjing? That would be foolish, like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Ah, no, wait. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered something. There was still a strawberry mark left on his chest from Zhang Menjing. What to do? If Meng Xiaoran saw it, wouldn't it cause an uproar? Unless I keep my clothes on and do nothing at all. But how is that possible? If the moment becomes intense and I do nothing, will Meng Xiaoran think there's something wrong with me? Ah! Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's heart became tangled. He was afraid that the girl would see his body. It was the first time after all. Sigh. That little schemer, Zhang Menjing, is really too cunning. She actually pushed him to this point. But in this situation, how could he leave Meng Xiaoran to find that little schemer? Wouldn't that make him less than human? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment. And just then, Meng Xiaoran, being an extremely sensitive girl, quickly noticed Zhang Chen's unease. At that moment, they had unknowingly walked from the mall to the village entrance. Meng Xiaoran seemed to sense Zhang Chen's discomfort. She soon realized that if they continued walking, they might have to spend the night together. Zhang Chen must be worried about that. Moreover, her place was so messy, with only a small single bed of 1.3 meters in the room. How would they even sleep? It would be hard not to end up doing something on such a small bed. Besides, Zhang Chen was a wealthy guy. How could he possibly endure such a place? Thinking of this, Meng Xiaoran moved her head away from Zhang Chen's shoulder and pushed away his arm that was around her. Zhang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran in surprise. Brother Zhang Chen, you can just drop me off here at the village entrance. I can go back by myself, Meng Xiaoran said, looking at him. Zhang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran in disbelief. Did he hear her wrong? Was Meng Xiaoran rejecting him? He began to doubt his ears. But no, it was clear. He remembered that when he was holding Meng Xiaoran just now, the system prompt was still responding. System. Quickly check Meng Xiaoran's feelings for me, Zhang Chen asked the system in his mind. Ding, currently, Meng Xiaoran's affection for the host is 88. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Chen finally realized. Meng Xiaoran didn't see through his thoughts or dislike him. It was just the modesty unique to well-mannered girls. But, Xiaoran. Now it was Zhang Chen's turn to feel reluctant. Seeing Zhang Chen's expression, Meng Xiaoran immediately understood the little calculations in his heart. But they had just established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and if she immediately went along with him, would he think she was that kind of casual woman? But she really liked this man too much. After struggling for a while, Meng Xiaoran's rationality finally overcame her impulse. No matter how much she liked him, she had to restrain herself today. Otherwise, their relationship would have impurities. She really liked this man and wanted to go all the way with him. The days they would spend together in the future were so long. She couldn't let a moment of impulse ruin the pure beginning of their relationship. With this thought, Meng Xiaoran's expression regained its rationality. Brother Zhang Chen, I'm not mentally prepared yet, Meng Xiaoran said seriously to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect Meng Xiaoran to be such a girl. It was obvious that she had genuine feelings for him. However, she was still restraining her true emotions. Xiaoran, Zhang Chen felt a bit moved, and at that moment, he didn't know what to say. Looking at the love-struck Zhang Chen, Meng Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her smile was so radiant. You look silly. You think I don't know your little thoughts? But, my dear, we have a long way to go in the future. I'm worried you might get tired of me, Meng Xiaoran said with a playful laugh. I won't, Xiaoran, I will never get tired of you, Zhang Chen said with a determined expression. At that moment, he was incredibly sure that he would never tire of such a girl. Seeing Zhang Chen's serious face, Meng Xiaoran was instantly moved to tears. Suddenly, she kissed Zhang Chen passionately. At that moment, it felt as if the whole world contained only the two of them. After a long while, Meng Xiaoran finally pushed away the reluctant Zhang Chen. Her face was flushed, and under the night sky, she appeared even more charming. Looking at Zhang Chen's fiery gaze, Meng Xiaoran knew she had to leave now. Otherwise, what would happen next would truly be out of control. My dear, I'm going back now. Oh, and you should go home soon too. Don't go into those alleys, okay? Meng Xiaoran said, teasingly looking at Zhang Chen. She recalled how Zhang Chen had been cornered by a woman in the alley during the day, and she found it somewhat amusing. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen's face turned slightly red at Meng Xiaoran's words. I won't. I won't, Jiang Chen said, feeling embarrassed. He, silly. I was just joking with you. Meng Xiaoran laughed. Then I'm leaving, Meng Xiaoran said again. She knew that Jiang Chen would definitely not leave first. He had to watch her go before he felt at ease. Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Chen stood at the village entrance, only coming back to his senses when he saw Meng Xiaoran completely disappear from view. He looked at his watch. It was 10:45 p.m. At that moment, he was caught in deep struggle. Indeed, if he switched his target beauty to that little vixen Zhang Menjing, he could reap a huge cash reward. But after hearing Meng Xiaoran's confession, he fell into deep turmoil. He clearly knew that Zhang Menjing had ulterior motives towards him. Moreover, they were sworn enemies. How could he betray the sincere Meng Xiaoran and roll in the sheets with her rival? Was this still him? Jiang Chen was engulfed in deep self-doubt. After parting with Jiang Chen, Meng Xiaoran was in high spirits. Thinking of Jiang Chen's silly and naive appearance, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh my god, did I save the galaxy in my past life? How could I meet such a wonderful man? To meet you, did I use up all my luck for a lifetime? Meng Xiaoran thought happily to herself. Ding ding, just as Meng Xiaoran was feeling joyful, her phone suddenly rang. When she opened it, she found a message from Zhang Menjing. As soon as Meng Xiaoran opened her phone, she saw the message from Zhang Menjing. Zhang Menjing, Sister Xiaoran, where are you guys now? I can't find you anywhere. Laugh cry emoji. Meng Xiaoran was a bit puzzled. Was Zhang Menjing still at the mall? So she replied. Meng Xiaoran, we couldn't find you earlier, and we've already left. Zhang Menjing, oh, okay then. Smiling expression. Zhang Menjing, by the way, Sister Xiaoran, where do you live? I'll come find you to hang out another day. Meng Xiaoran was taken aback. She certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to give her address to Zhang Menjing. So, Meng Xiaoran replied, I live near this mall, just send me a message next time you come here. Meng Xiaoran thought she had politely declined Zhang Menjing. However, not long after, Zhang Menjing sent a voice message that lasted over 20 seconds. Meng Xiaoran felt a bit surprised. They weren't close enough for voice chatting yet. In this day and age, sending voice messages on WeChat was something only close friends did. Generally, for casual concerns, everyone just typed. That's how it was at her company. Among a dozen colleagues, only Liao Xiaoyu and she occasionally sent voice messages. But Zhang Menjing did just that. In the end, Meng Xiaoran couldn't resist her curiosity and opened the voice message. Zhang Menjing, Sister Xiaoran, I was immature about things in the past. I really want to be good friends with you again. Since you're unwilling to tell me your address, it means you're still wary of me. Pity expression. How about this? I'll leave you my address, and you can come find me to hang out when you have time, okay? I live at Building 72, Unit 3, Room 702, Baiziwan. Remember, it's Building 72, Unit 3, Room 702, Baiziwan. Zhang Menjing raised her voice intentionally when saying the address and repeated it twice. Meng Xiaoran felt a bit confused, so she only replied with 2 words. Meng Xiaoran, okay, smiling expression. Looking at the message Meng Xiaoran sent, Zhang Menjing revealed a triumphant smile. At that moment, she was in KFC, and everyone she was waiting for was about to leave, yet she still hadn't seen Jiang Chen. But she wasn't willing to give up. It was hard to find a quality man, and she had already given herself to him. How could she let him go so easily? However, she had been in such a rush earlier that she hadn't had the chance to get Jiang Chen's contact information. What to do? After hesitating for a long time, she decided to send Meng Xiaoran a message to test the waters. As a result, Meng Xiaoran revealed that Jiang Chen was with her. She knew that if that was the case, there might be no chance tonight, but she couldn't push Jiang Chen too hard. Otherwise, it could lead to mutual destruction. So, she sent Meng Xiaoran a voice message, deliberately repeating her address loudly. Of course, she hoped Jiang Chen would hear it and come find her directly when he had time. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. She believed Jiang Chen would eventually come looking for her. After all, she had never met a man who could be satisfied with just one encounter. However, no matter how she calculated, she never expected that Jiang Chen wasn't even by Meng Xiaoran's side. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran found it a bit amusing. This Zhang Menjing really wanted her to go find her at her place? What a joke! They were completely from different worlds. Meaning to buy clothes was one thing, as Zhang Menjing indeed had a good understanding of clothing. But chatting about other things? Let's not! In the future, they would just see each other at class reunions and exchange pleasantries, with no further connection. As Meng Xiaoran thought this, she walked back. At this point, she was almost at the corner of the intersection, near those small alleys. She recalled the scene where Jiang Chen was cornered by a woman in that alley, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was nearly 11 p.m., and the street was pitch black, with not a single shadow in sight. It must be because it was the weekend, everyone wanted to relax. Those women in the alleys surely had no shortage of customers. At that moment, there wasn't a single figure at the alley entrance. Suddenly, a few drunken men with bare shoulders staggered over from behind her, reeking of alcohol and making a ruckus. Meng Xiaoran could smell them from a distance. "Hey, today I'm treating. Let's have a good time, the three of us." One bald drunkard slurred. "Sure thing, big brother." The other two drunken men replied cheerfully. "But I want that lady from last time, no one better fight me for her today," the bald drunkard said, swaying slightly. "Ah, don't worry, big brother. No one will fight you for her. But big brother, I have to say, that woman is so ugly, how could you even go for her? Hee hee, you guys just don't know. Women, when the lights are off, aren't they all the same? I won't be afraid to tell you, I've tried almost all the women in these alleys. Only that ugly woman is the tightest. Hee hee hee." The man called Big Brother laughed. Vocal. As expected, the older ginger is spicier. "Big brother, we really admire you," the two younger men exclaimed in realization. Meng Xiaoran listened to their conversation, her heart sinking. What kind of people were they? That man actually claimed to have tried all the women in these alleys. Ah, just thinking about it made her feel sick. A wave of disgust washed over her, and she quickened her pace to distance herself from them. At that moment, the drunken men seemed to have noticed Meng Xiaoran. They staggered forward, surrounding her in the middle. "Wow, this lady is pretty. How much for a night?" The bald drunkard leered at Meng Xiaoran. Meng Xiaoran took a step back discreetly, glaring at them in anger. "You blind fool, who's a lady? Ah, so late at night, a person appears here. If not a lady, then what? Do you look down on us?" the bald drunkard said, reaching out to grab her. Meng Xiaoran was startled and quickly shook off his hand. The bald drunkard, however, laughed even more happily. "Oh, she's feisty, I like that. Hee hee hee. San, I want this girl tonight. No one better try to snatch her from me." Meng Xiaoran panicked, trying to break free from the encirclement of the three men, but they held her tightly, unable to escape. At that moment, every hair on her body stood on end. "Don't touch me, I'm really not a lady," Meng Xiaoran shouted in terror. "Hee hee, whether you're a lady or not, we have money. Just come have some fun with us tonight," the younger drunken man behind her said lewdly. Why are you wasting your breath on her? This woman clearly looks down on us. You're all disheveled like this, yet acting like a virtuous woman. What's the act for? Better shut your mouth and save your breath, there will be plenty of time for you to scream later." The leading bald drunkard cursed, then lunged at Meng Xiaoran, preparing to force himself on her. Hearing this, Meng Xiaoran's heart leaped to her throat. You, don't come over, or I'm going to call the police," Meng Xiaoran said as she picked up her phone, ready to report. Smack just as she was about to dial, the drunk man slapped the phone out of her hand, sending it crashing to the ground. The force of the blow numbed her hand. "Damn it, how many times have I been in jail? You think I'm afraid of you calling the cops? Go ahead, I'll make sure to have my way with you today." At that moment, Meng Xiaoran was completely terrified, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. After exchanging a glance with the bald drunk, her arms were suddenly restrained by two of his lackeys behind her. The bald drunk approached her with a sinister grin, reeking of alcohol, his eyes cloudy and fixated on her. "Don't come any closer, let me go, let me go." Meng Xiaoran screamed in fear, but she couldn't break free from the restraints. "Don't move, or I'll kill you, do you believe me?" the bald drunk threatened. Before long, Meng Xiaoran was pinned to the ground, his greasy hands groping her, the nauseating smell of alcohol filling her nostrils, mixed with a foul stench that made her feel sick. The man continued his advances, trying to rip her clothes off. She turned her head and bit down hard on the man's hand, causing him to yell in pain and slap her across the face. "You're asking for it, I'll kill you." Meng Xiaoran's head buzzed from the blow, but she gritted her teeth and clawed at the man's face with all her might. If she were to be violated by such a person, she would rather die. The bald drunk, enraged by the pain, grabbed her hair and leaned in with his foul mouth. Bang! Just as the bald drunk was going wild, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. He instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. A strong figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The man lifted his foot and with a thud, kicked the bald drunk aside. Meng Xiaoran finally broke free and saw who had come to her aid. Jiang Chen stood there, furious, holding a half-brick that he had picked up from somewhere. After parting ways with Meng Xiaoran at the village entrance, he found that his thoughts were completely occupied by her. Although he couldn't do anything with her tonight, he really didn't want to seek out Zhang Menjing for the system's reward. Once he regained his senses, he realized he had almost fallen into Zhang Menjing's trap of lust today. Fortunately, Meng Xiaoran hadn't found out, otherwise, he would have been too late to cry. But now, he didn't even know Meng Xiaoran's exact address. What kind of qualified boyfriend was he? So he quickened his pace, intending to find out where she lived, making it easier to visit her when he had time. However, he happened to see Meng Xiaoran being bullied by the drunk. Anger surged within him, and noticing a half-brick nearby, he picked it up and smashed it directly onto the head of the drunk who was about to assault her. At that moment, the bald drunk was already down and out. The two younger brothers, seeing their older brother fall, were instantly startled awake. Jiang Chen's anger was still simmering as he picked up a brick and hurled it at the two younger brothers. Seeing someone so reckless, the two brothers took off running. However, one of them was hit on the heel and cried out in pain, falling to the ground. The other brother had already vanished in a flash. Jiang Chen approached and grabbed the man's hair, delivering a solid punch to his face with a loud bang. One punch after another, each one more brutal than the last. Ah, ah, ah. The man was utterly defenseless, pleading, "Brother, brother, spare me. Spare me. It's not my fault. It was that bald guy." The man knelt on the ground, covering his face and begging for mercy. Jiang Chen paused, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar, and looked at the man kneeling and pleading. "Damn it, it's you, the delivery guy?" Jiang Chen exclaimed. The delivery man finally looked at Jiang Chen. "Yes, I'm the delivery guy, please let me go." He kept banging his head on the ground. Jiang Chen looked at the man before him, clearly the same delivery guy who had been forced to kneel and call grandpa by the pretty boy Wu Yifan that afternoon. A chill ran through him. Damn, it seems everyone has their own fate. That afternoon, he had been forced by Wu Yifan to the point of almost kneeling, and he had to pay 80,000 to avoid it. Now, he was kneeling like a dog before him. Can you say this isn't fate? Damn, what a heartfelt gesture wasted. There's always something to despise in the pitiful. I'm not getting involved in other people's business anymore. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Quickly help that bald guy up and get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen commanded with an irresistible tone. Yes, yes, yes. The delivery man stood up, limping as he helped the bald drunkard up, hurriedly leaving. At this moment, the delivery man still hadn't recognized Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, sigh. Jiang Chen, don't let your saintly heart overflow anymore. Do you think you've done someone a huge favor? Yet they don't even remember who you are, and even come with others to bully your woman. This is the kind of world we live in. Jiang Chen thought resentfully. After the drunken men had walked far away, Jiang Chen finally stood up to check on Meng Xiaoran's condition. Xiaoran, how are you? Are you okay? Jiang Chen asked with concern. Meng Xiaoran was breathing heavily, covering her face, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Her clothes were somewhat disheveled, her long hair was a mess, and her expression was dazed, trembling uncontrollably. He took a piece of clothing from the bag, wrapped it around her, and picked her up, heading towards the corner. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Meng Xiaoran's phone that had fallen to the ground. He bent down to pick it up and tucked it into his pocket. Jiang Chen carried Meng Xiaoran towards her rental apartment. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered Liao Xiaoyu saying that Meng Xiaoran lived at 52 East Street, but unfortunately, he didn't know her apartment number. He looked at Meng Xiaoran in his arms, her expression was dazed, and she couldn't speak. An idea struck him, and he reached into Meng Xiaoran's pants pocket to see if her keys had the apartment number on them. But to his disappointment, he found the keys but no information. Xiaoran, where do you live? Jiang Chen shook Meng Xiaoran gently, asking anxiously. However, he still received no response. At that moment, Jiang Chen remembered Meng Xiaoran's phone. Perhaps there was something in her phone. Jiang Chen placed Meng Xiaoran on his lap, freeing one hand to laboriously take out her phone. At that moment, the outer screen of Meng Xiaoran's phone was already shattered, but fortunately, it was still stubbornly powered on. Jiang Chen directly unlocked it using Meng Xiaoran's facial recognition. He opened WeChat and saw that the first person was Zhang Menjing. Jiang Chen immediately felt a bit flustered. This Zhang Menjing had actually contacted Meng Xiaoran privately? He hurriedly opened the chat history between Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing. After looking at their conversation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhang Menjing was quite sensible and hadn't said anything inappropriate. Jiang Chen clicked on the voice message and held it to his ear to listen. Only then did he realize Zhang Menjing's intention. That little vixen had hinted to him, after finding out that he and Meng Xiaoran were together, to go to her place. This was serious. No, it seemed that this Zhang Menjing was a ticking time bomb. Although tempting, she was dangerous. It would be better for him to keep his distance from her in the future. With that thought, Jiang Chen blacklisted and deleted Zhang Menjing from Meng Xiaoran's phone. However, what Jiang Chen didn't know was that the address, Building 72, Unit 3, Room 702, Baizi Bay, had already etched itself in his mind. After doing all this, Jiang Chen finally browsed through Meng Xiaoran's phone and found a contact named landlord of Room 52, East Street. Sure enough, there were chat records, along with a transfer record that included the door number, 501. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and carried Meng Xiaoran upstairs. Even though Jiang Chen was physically fit, carrying over 90 pounds of Meng Xiaoran up 5 flights of stairs still left him gasping for breath. Finally, he arrived at the residence with the door number 501, took out Meng Xiaoran's key, and it indeed unlocked the door. Jiang Chen carefully placed Meng Xiaoran on the small bed and then lay down beside her. He couldn't help but sigh. His physical fitness had really declined too much since graduation. Just a little while and he was already this exhausted. After resting for a moment, he sat up to pull the clothes draped over Meng Xiaoran. Ah! Meng Xiaoran suddenly trembled all over, and after realizing it, she suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and bit down hard. Ah! Jiang Chen instantly cried out in pain. Xiaoran! Look clearly, it's me, it's me! Meng Xiaoran's emotions slowly relaxed as she stared blankly at Jiang Chen for a few seconds. Suddenly, she cried out, wow, and then threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen then held Meng Xiaoran tightly, feeling an immense heartache. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Chen was filled with infinite tenderness. The two embraced like this, and Meng Xiaoran felt that Jiang Chen's embrace was so wide and warm. She slowly fell asleep in such an embrace. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was in a different situation. Meng Xiaoran lay in his arms. After crying, she turned to sobbing. Even after she fell asleep, she still held on to Jiang Chen tightly, not letting go. Jiang Chen thought, I can't move, I absolutely can't move. At first, it was fine, but maintaining the same position for over half an hour made his waist sore, his back hurt, and all his limbs felt numb. He could only slowly move Meng Xiaoran's blanket and pillow under his waist, which barely provided some support, making it a bit more bearable. Ding! Just as Jiang Chen slightly stretched his arms, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Reminder to the host, there are 10 minutes left until midnight. Does the host want to change today's target beauty to Zhang Menjing? Jiang Chen, damn you! The system's list of beautiful candidates does not include your grandpa. Jiang Chen was instantly speechless. Not cutting it. The system interface finally disappeared. Humph. If it weren't for that B*TCH Zhang Menjing causing such a scene today, things wouldn't have come to this point. Jiang Chen thought bitterly. It seems it's better to keep a distance from such women. He recalled various things about Zhang Menjing, and to his surprise, that B*TCH's schemes were so deep. Fortunately, when he was at the village entrance, he was thinking about Meng Xiaoran. Otherwise, with just a moment's lapse in thought, Meng Xiaoran could have been taken advantage of by those drunken men. The consequences of that would be unimaginable. It seems he still needs to be tougher in the future, to achieve passing through a sea of flowers without touching a single leaf. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind was heavy, and his body was tired, so he finally leaned against the blanket and fell into a deep sleep. He was only awakened by the urge to urinate in the middle of the night. Looking at Meng Xiaoran, who was still sleeping peacefully in his arms, he slowly picked her up and moved her aside. He tiptoed into the bathroom to relieve himself. Only then did Jiang Chen examine Meng Xiaoran's room. The room, barely a dozen square meters, could only fit a bed, a wardrobe, a small table, and a small stool, along with a tiny kitchen and bathroom. From the window, the view was completely blocked by a building in front, making it impossible to see anything. So even during the day, the lights had to be on. On the wall, there was a small photo wall, crookedly displaying her past photos. Despite this, the room was spotless, filled with a warm atmosphere thanks to Meng Xiaoran's tidying up. Ultimately, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the sleeping Meng Xiaoran. Watching her rise and fall with each breath, he felt a surge of excitement. The small flame in his lower abdomen suddenly ignited. Jiang Chen looked at the peacefully sleeping Meng Xiaoran. The small flame in his lower abdomen flared up. But he ultimately held back. After all, she had just escaped from the clutches of danger. If he were to take advantage of the situation now, would he still be human? Jiang Chen steadied his mind and looked back at Meng Xiaoran. At this moment, her fair face was streaked with tear marks. Her clothes were torn and ragged from that drunken man. Her eyes were puffy, her hair was messy, and she looked utterly disheveled. Jiang Chen felt a pang of heartache. He thought, if she wakes up the next day, looks in the mirror, and sees herself like this, it would probably bring back those bad memories from last night. He absolutely could not let her see him sad. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately went to the bathroom, filled a basin with hot water from the showerhead, and placed it on the small stool. He gently wiped her face and tidied her hair. Finally, his gaze fell on Meng Xiaoran's torn clothes. Jiang Chen swallowed hard a few times, steadying his mind. He just wanted to help Meng Xiaoran clean her body. While waiting for the moisture on Meng Xiaoran's body to dry, Jiang Chen was lost in thought for a while. Reluctantly, she went to her wardrobe, took out a nightgown, and put it on Meng Xiaoran. Finally, she threw the torn clothes into the trash can and lay down on the bed, feeling satisfied and falling asleep. Meng Xiaoran's alarm clock rang at 6:30. She felt her head heavy and sensed that she had a long dream. In the dream, she was betrayed by her ex-boyfriend, humiliated by her arch-rival, and finally surrounded by a group of bad people, almost losing her virginity. But fortunately, the Prince Charming in her life finally appeared. He dealt with her ex-boyfriend, tore apart the green tea bitch, and beat up the group of bad guys, appearing like a hero to save her from danger. She squinted her blurry eyes and instinctively reached for her phone on the bedside, but found nothing. The alarm clock continued to ring urgently. Hey! It must be out of battery. I should charge it on the table. Meng Xiaoran bitterly smiled to herself as she tried to sit up to get her phone from the table, but she found she couldn't sit up and quickly looked down. Ah, Meng Xiaoran exclaimed, because she discovered a strong arm was wrapped around her. She instantly felt panicked. Who could be in her bed? She hurriedly turned her head to look behind her, and only when she saw that familiar face did her heart finally settle. She listened to his heavy snoring, smelled the masculine scent emanating from him, and felt his warmth. She felt as if she might faint from happiness. Beep 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 beep. It wasn't until 5 minutes later, when the second round of the alarm clock rang, that she came back to her senses. She carefully lifted his arm and gently placed it back down, afraid of waking Jiang Chen. But when she got out of bed and went to the table, she only saw the lonely data cable and no sign of her phone. However, the alarm clock still rang urgently, and she was puzzled as she followed the sound. Finally, she found her phone in Jiang Chen's pants pocket. She saw the cracked outer screen of the phone, and last night's memories flooded into her mind. She only remembered being pushed down by a bald drunk man, and then she seemed to have seen Jiang Chen. After that, she couldn't recall anything, including how she got home. Thinking of this, she quickly looked at the clothes she was wearing. Ah! She exclaimed, she was actually wearing a nightgown. But she clearly remembered wearing different clothes when she left. How did she change her clothes when she was so out of it? Thinking of this, Meng Xiaoran hurriedly looked at Jiang Chen. Fortunately, he was still wearing his pants. It seemed that Jiang Chen hadn't done anything to her while she was out of it, but she actually managed to bring Jiang Chen to her place while in a daze, then changed into a nightgown and let him hold her to sleep. Looks like I'm even more capable than I thought. He. Meng Xiaoran secretly rejoiced in her heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen would probably laugh awake if he knew Meng Xiaoran's thoughts. After a brief pause, Meng Xiaoran realized that she still had to go to work today. So she hurriedly got out of bed, went to the bathroom, washed her face, brushed her teeth, put on makeup, a series of actions flowing smoothly. Because she had to catch the subway, she had long practiced her speed and could finish all of this in 15 minutes. At this moment, she looked at her exquisite makeup in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. When she was barefaced yesterday, she happened to run into Zhang Menjing, and it felt a bit stifling. After putting on makeup, her confidence instantly returned, didn't it? Suddenly, Meng Xiaoran thought of something. When she was alone, she usually just bought a couple of buns on the way to the subway to take to the office. But today Jiang Chen was still here. He should be hungry when he wakes up, right? So, Meng Xiaoran got busy in the kitchen. Before long, breakfast was served. 2 fried eggs, 2 slices of bread, and 2 bags of heated pure milk were placed on the table. Darling, wake up! Meng Xiaoran shook the soundly sleeping Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had gone to bed too late last night, so how could he be woken up now? He turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoran, with her keen eyes, noticed something familiar peeking out of Jiang Chen's other pocket. Meng Xiaoran held the membership card for Beijing Fitness Yoga Pilates, and looked at the crumpled gym flyer she had crumpled up. Her eyes instantly became moist. Tears fell down her cheeks like pearls that had broken free from a string, crystal clear, like morning dew nourishing flower petals, expressing endless emotions. In the end, they all fell onto Jiang Chen's face. The soundly sleeping Jiang Chen was suddenly bewildered. What's going on? Is it raining? Jiang Chen touched the droplets on his face, startled, and opened his eyes. However, at that moment, Meng Xiaoran was lost in her feelings and kissed him passionately. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xiaoran, who was kissing him wildly, somewhat surprised. At that moment, she was genuinely expressing her feelings, her pure femininity radiating from her bones, striking the softest part of Jiang Chen's soul. Coincidentally, it was around 6 or 7 in the morning, the peak time for male hormones. Jiang Chen pulled her into his arms, fervently responding to her kiss while caressing her cheek. After a while, Meng Xiaoran pushed Jiang Chen away. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she looked at Jiang Chen with tearful eyes, like a pear blossom in the rain. Silly! Why are you so good to me? Meng Xiaoran scolded playfully, her eyes filled with tears but her face beaming with a happy smile. Jiang Chen was momentarily entranced. At that moment, she was truly breathtakingly beautiful. However, Jiang Chen was still a bit puzzled. He thought she had discovered what he did last night, wiping her body. Xiaoran, let me explain. Jiang Chen wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Silly. What's there to explain? I just didn't expect the dead girl Liao Xiaoyu would actually give this to you for a game skin. Humph. Stinky girl, just wait and see how I deal with you today. Meng Xiaoran said, tightly clutching the flyer for Beijing Fitness Yoga Pilates in her hand. Jiang Chen suddenly woke up from his daze. Looking at the flyer in Meng Xiaoran's hand and his own membership card, everything became clear. So this is what she was talking about. Honestly tell me, how much did you spend on this? Meng Xiaoran glared at Jiang Chen, a bit angrily. Not much. Jiang Chen replied with a cheeky grin. Meng Xiaoran furrowed her brows, stop hiding it from me. One class here costs 500 yuan. I researched for a long time, wanting to take 3 or 4 classes, and then practice at home after learning. But in the end, I just couldn't bear to. Meng Xiaoran sighed as she spoke. But I didn't expect that you would end up signing me up. Why do you want me to owe you so much? 2 lines of hot tears streamed down Meng Xiaoran's face. Because I love you. Jiang Chen pulled Meng Xiaoran into his arms again, speaking with deep affection. But I'm afraid I can't repay you. Meng Xiaoran cried. It's okay, at worst, I'll just offer myself in return. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran finally broke into a smile. After a long while, Meng Xiaoran pushed Jiang Chen away. Alright, dear. It's getting late, let's get up and eat. Meng Xiaoran got off the bed and pushed the small table to the side of Jiang Chen's bed, sitting on a small stool on the floor. Jiang Chen looked at the breakfast Meng Xiaoran had prepared for him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. While Jiang Chen was slowly eating, Meng Xiaoran had already finished. She glanced at her phone, it was already 7 a.m. Dear, I have to go, or I'll be late for work. Meng Xiaoran stood up and said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt a bit reluctant. He pulled Meng Xiaoran to sit on his lap. Can you take a day off today? I can't bear to see you go. Jiang Chen pleaded. Meng Xiaoran giggled on Jiang Chen's lap. Silly, that won't do. Be good. Wait for me to come back, okay? After saying that, she gave Jiang Chen a kiss on the cheek and smoothly slipped away from him. Jiang Chen immediately felt a sense of loss. Dear, I'm leaving now. You can sleep a bit more. Meng Xiaoran laughed as she walked out the door. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming loneliness wash over him. He took out his phone to check the time. It was only 7:05. Oh! Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Meng Xiaoran lived here, and her company was over 20 kilometers away. Taking the subway and walking would take at least over an hour. Sigh. How could he bear to let his beloved girl suffer like this? He looked at the balance on his phone. Although he and Meng Xiaoran had not had the closest contact all night, the balance had increased by nearly 2 million. Now, the bank card balance had reached over 2 million. Joking aside, he could now say he was a wealthy man worth over 6 million. Letting his girlfriend live in a village in the city, suffering like this. What was going on? Moreover, he had dealt with those 3 drunk men last night. What if they came back to take revenge on her? No, he absolutely could not let such a thing happen, Jiang Chen thought. At that moment, a bold idea sprouted in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen thought that if he hadn't shown up in time last night, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Meng Xiaoran would definitely have been humiliated by those 3 drunk men. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and decisively opened the rental app. Soon, he found a high-end apartment near Meng Xiaoran's company, a place called Maple Forest Green City. It was less than a 10-minute drive from where Meng Xiaoran worked. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and directly chose a large apartment of over 130 square meters. The monthly rent was 9,500, with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent paid up front, totaling 47,500. Jiang Chen didn't even blink and paid the amount directly. This money was nothing to him now. After finding the apartment, Jiang Chen called a delivery service. He then got up and started packing Meng Xiaoran's things. Meng Xiaoran didn't have much, and it was quickly packed up. Before long, the delivery driver arrived. Jiang Chen instructed the driver to pack and take away everything Meng Xiaoran could bring. Although he knew that many of these things would not be needed in the new apartment, for Meng Xiaoran, who had lived here for a long time, each item held sentimental value, filled with her memories. He wanted to make her happy. The driver was very efficient, quickly packing everything and loading it onto the truck. Not long after, the truck arrived at the main entrance of Maple Forest Green City. Because he had already informed the agent, the truck drove straight in. Jiang Chen did not expect to find such a green community in the city center, where every inch of land was precious. Lush trees and colorful flowers intertwined to create a beautiful picture. The fresh air greeted him, refreshing and uplifting. The carefully designed landscape pool sparkled under the sunlight, complementing the surrounding greenery. The architectural design of the community was unique, with towering buildings, spacious balconies, and exquisite window frames, each reflecting the designer's ingenuity. The community's facilities were also complete, with all kinds of amenities available. The vehicle soon stopped in front of a 28-story building. After telling the driver the door number, Jiang Chen took the elevator straight to the 23rd floor. This is a 2-unit layout, and the environment in the hallway is clean and tidy, showing that it is often cleaned. Jiang Chen's rented apartment is 2301. He entered the door lock code sent by the agent, and the door opened. As soon as he stepped inside, Jiang Chen felt a sense of spaciousness and luxury wash over him. The living room is grand, with a high ceiling that gives the space an endless sense of openness. Sunlight pours in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire living room with brightness and warmth. The polished marble floor reflects the gorgeous chandelier above, like a mirror reflecting the brilliance of life. A set of soft and comfortable leather sofas surrounds an exquisite glass coffee table, creating a cozy area for conversation. The artistic paintings hanging on the walls add a rich cultural atmosphere to the space. Connected to it is an incredibly spacious balcony, like a tranquil harbor extending the indoor space outward. Standing on the balcony, the bustling city unfolds before him. A gentle breeze sweeps by, bringing fresh air that makes one feel intoxicated. The floor-to-ceiling windows act like a giant frame, capturing the liveliness and prosperity of the commercial area outside. The moving master quickly moved Meng Xiaoran's belongings into one of the guest rooms. In addition to the packing and moving fees, Jiang Chen also tipped the mover an extra 200 yuan. The mover left happily. Only then did Jiang Chen walk into the master bedroom and lie down on the comfortable, soft bed. In an instant, he felt as if he had sunk into a fluffy cloud, experiencing an unparalleled relaxation. The soft bedding was as smooth as silk, gently brushing against his skin, bringing a delicate and tender touch that made one feel at ease and enchanted. At this moment, Jiang Chen recalled the scene from yesterday when he wiped Meng Xiaoran's body. The feeling of touching her fair, delicate skin. Thinking back on it now, it still lingered in his mind. At this thought, a small flame ignited in Jiang Chen's lower abdomen. Alas, it was a pity that Meng Xiaoran was too fragile last night. He really couldn't bear to torment her. He merely satisfied his visual cravings and hand cravings. After resting for a night, he felt filled with primal energy again. He needed to vent it properly. With this thought, Jiang Chen couldn't sit still. He went to the bathroom to wash his face briefly and took a look at the strawberry mark left by Zhang Menjing on his neck, which had already faded. Only then did he feel at ease to step out. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see Meng Xiaoran, the woman he had been thinking about. On his way to Meng Xiaoran's company, Jiang Chen passed by the building where he had helped her get a gym membership. Just thinking that if Meng Xiaoran lived in the new apartment, she wouldn't have to spend so much time on the subway. After work, she could come here to do some yoga or Pilates. How comfortable that would be. Ha ha ha. If he doesn't cherish his own woman, who will? She should be pampered like this, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking this, an ambulance suddenly screeched to a stop at the entrance of the building. A few people in white coats rushed down from the vehicle, pushing a stretcher towards the building. Before long, a robust man was awkwardly lying on the stretcher, being carried out. His tightly shut eyes had a trace of blood at the corners of his mouth, and his once powerful body now hung limply, having lost its former resilience and vitality. Jiang Chen recognized him. He seemed to have seen this person at the gym when he was getting his fitness card that day, but he couldn't quite recall at the moment. Look at this. Didn't I touch you enough last night? Why do you still let him touch you? At that moment, a strong middle-aged man dragged a pale, slender woman's arm as he walked out of the building. The man looked like a wild beast out of control, glaring at the woman with rage. His eyes were wide open, filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, and the calmness and rationality he usually had were completely gone. The veins on his forehead bulged, each one telling of his uncontrollable fury. His tightly clenched fists, carrying the strength and ferocity from the boxing ring, gripped the woman harshly. At that moment, the woman's slender arm seemed ready to snap at any moment. Yet her face remained indifferent, as if she had experienced such scenes many times before. Because you are not a man at all. The woman glared at the man, still speaking coldly. Ah! The man hit a nerve, and his defenses crumbled instantly. He squatted on the ground, on the verge of collapse. Liang Kuan, I beg you, just let me go, okay? In these 5 years, every time a man touches me, you beat him to a pulp. But you can't satisfy me, so why keep me around? The woman shouted hoarsely at the man squatting on the ground. This statement struck the man like a bolt from the blue, as if his world was about to collapse. He was stunned for a moment, finally making a decision. You bitch. Stinking whore. It seems giving you freedom was a mistake, the man said in a steady voice. Ah, what do you want, Liang? The woman turned pale with fear, her eyes filled with terror. Humph. The man snorted coldly, what do I want? Just stay at home from now on. You will never see another man again. Upon hearing this, the woman instantly broke down, her legs going weak as she collapsed to the ground. No, Liang, you can't do this. I don't want to go back to that home anymore. The woman cried out in despair. That's not up to you. The man had completely lost his reason at this point, grabbing the woman's hair and dragging her towards a luxury car parked by the roadside. After opening the back door, he roughly shoved the woman inside. Her cries were filled with despair. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was witnessing all of this, was completely stunned. Because this woman was none other than the beautiful young woman he had seen in the yoga room that day, Bai Jia. The one who had just hit him must be her husband. Jiang Chen wanted to rush over to save Bai Jia, but seeing that muscular man being taken away by the ambulance made him hesitate. Moreover, it was a matter between the couple. What reason did he have to interfere? Should I go up and say, hey, your wife has been marked by my system, and I want to get close to her? I'd definitely get beaten up. Ding ding. Just as Jiang Chen hesitated, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Wang Xinxin. Wang Xinxin, how gu? Are you there? Wang Xinxin, today, Bai Jia's husband Liang Kuan, beat up one of Bai Jia's personal trainers and sent him to the hospital. Then Wang Xinxin sent a video of that muscular guy being knocked out with one punch. At first, the muscular guy was making a fuss, wanting to confront Bai Jia's husband. But the next second, he was sprawled on the ground, motionless. After watching, Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, thank goodness I didn't foolishly go to save Bai Jia just now. Otherwise, who knows what kind of mess I would have ended up in. Jiang Chen watched helplessly as Bai Jia was roughly shoved into the back seat of a luxury car by her husband, Liang Kuan. Then, with a stomp on the gas, they drove off. Jiang Chen felt a wave of regret wash over him. Listening to Liang Kuan, it seemed he wanted to keep Bai Jia locked up at home forever, never letting her see any other man again. Sigh. 5 years without a man's affection is indeed hard for a woman in her 30s, at the peak of her desires. However, Liang Kuan was also somewhat pitiable. He probably loved this woman too much and didn't want to lose her. But his methods were a bit too extreme. Alas, it's hard to judge. It's just a pity that I should never have the chance to be close to a woman like Bai Jia. Ding, just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. The target object locked by the system for the host today is Bai Jia. Reminder to the host, Bai Jia currently has a favorability rating of 35 towards the host. Keep it up, Jiang Chen. System, what kind of joke is this? Are you messing with me? Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. Going to find Bai Jia today felt like a death wish. Moreover, he had no idea where Bai Jia lived. How could he find her? Sigh. It seems this is fate. My system reward for today is hopeless. Forget it, I'll just spend some quality time with Meng Xiaoran today. Thinking this, Jiang Chen stopped dwelling on it. He quickened his pace towards the hotel where Meng Xiaoran was. He was eager to see her. He imagined how excited Meng Xiaoran would be when she learned everything he had done. At that time, I must seize the opportunity and make up for the homework I didn't do last night. However, at this moment, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. Although the system had locked onto Bai Jia, she was being controlled at home by her husband. First, Jiang Chen didn't know her address. Second, her husband's mentality was already twisted. How could he dare to get involved with such a person? He had just received the system's blessing. Things were getting better day by day, and a bright future was waiting for him. What if her husband decided to go all out? Wouldn't he be in deep trouble? Forget it, today's task seems hopeless, I'll understand it later. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After a while, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of the hotel where Meng Xiaoran and the others were staying. He recalled that the last time he came to the hotel, he couldn't even find the door. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the memory. Ah, it's you! You're that Jiang. How? As soon as Jiang Chen stepped through the hotel door, a woman walking out recognized him. Jiang Chen replied, "You are Liao Xiaoyu?" Liao Xiaoyu smiled. "What are you doing here at this time?" she asked, a bit puzzled. That. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed to say. Darling, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Meng Xiaoran came excitedly from behind Liao Xiaoyu, naturally wrapping her arm around Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen smiled happily. Liao Xiaoyu immediately felt a pang of jealousy. "What is this?" Liao Xiaoyu looked at the affectionate pair in surprise. Meng Xiaoran nodded happily. Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen and I are together now," Meng Xiaoran said, leaning affectionately against Jiang Chen's shoulder. At that moment, Jiang Chen lovingly patted Meng Xiaoran's head. "Are you really together like this?" Liao Xiaoyu still looked incredulous. "Yes. Speaking of which, you were our matchmaker, but your fees were a bit too high." Before Meng Xiaoran could speak, Jiang Chen teased Liao Xiaoyu. At this point, Liao Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. "Oh, what do you mean expensive? For game skins, and you managed to win our goddess, is there a better deal than this? Why are rich people always so stingy?" Liao Xiaoyu pouted, fuming. Meng Xiaoran then realized that Liao Xiaoyu was telling the truth. Jiang Chen had indeed bought game skins to find her. "What? You little brat. You really sold me out for a few skins?" Meng Xiaoran said, pinching Liao Xiaoyu's arm. It hurts. It hurts. Sister Xiaoran, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Brother-in-law, help me." Liao Xiaoyu laughed and ran, then hid behind Jiang Chen, looking mischievous at Meng Xiaoran. That call of brother-in-law was surprisingly effective. After glancing at Jiang Chen, Meng Xiaoran's cheeks instantly flushed. A delicate blush spread from her ears to her neck, like a peach blossom about to bloom, exuding a charming allure amidst her shyness. Jiang Chen looked at the bashful Meng Xiaoran and felt a strong urge to protect her. He couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. Liao Xiaoyu behind them immediately felt jealous again. Hey, this is a public place. Watch your image." Only then did Meng Xiaoran reluctantly push Jiang Chen away. "Darling, did you come specifically to find me today?" Meng Xiaoran asked, tilting her head. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. That's great. Looks like I won't have to spend my money on dinner today." Before Meng Xiaoran could respond, Liao Xiaoyu excitedly said. Meng Xiaoran shot Liao Xiaoyu a sideways glance, staring Liao Xiaoyu into quickly covering her mouth. She revealed a pair of playful and cute eyes, eagerly watching the two. Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seemed that Meng Xiaoran had a natural dominance over Liao Xiaoyu, but he quickly realized that it was just past noon, and the two of them were probably about to go eat. He had been so focused on wanting to take Meng Xiaoran down that he had completely overlooked mealtime. "Looks like I'm really hungry," Jiang Chen thought to himself with a bitter smile. I already said my phone screen is broken. I took it for repairs. You let me treat you for a day, and yet you're dragging your feet," Meng Xiaoran said, pouting in anger. But after she finished speaking, she quickly felt a bit regretful. Would this statement make her seem like a green tea bitch? Jiang Chen thought she was hinting for her to buy a phone. No, he had already spent a lot yesterday. He couldn't accept anything from him now. Otherwise, what would he think of her? Meng Xiaoran thought to herself. Jiang Chen then remembered that Meng Xiaoran's phone screen had been broken last night. If they were going to eat at noon, then it would have to be Liao Xiaoyu paying. It seemed that today's lunch was going to be tight and heavy on tasks. He had only been thinking about bringing Meng Xiaoran to the new house to surprise her. Then, when the mood was right, they could properly review the homework they hadn't done last night. Looking back now, he realized he had been a bit lacking in consideration. "Let's go. What do you want to eat?" "It's on me," Jiang Chen said, wrapping his arm around Meng Xiaoran and turning to smile at Liao Xiaoyu. He saw Liao Xiaoyu covering her mouth, looking at Meng Xiaoran with a pitiful expression. Meng Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh out loud. She then gave Liao Xiaoyu a look. Only then did Liao Xiaoyu lower her hand. Can I say whatever I want?" Jiang Chen, of course. "Let's go eat Hey Dileo," Liao Xiaoyu quickly said. That's been too long. Let's just have some spicy hot pot," Meng Xiaoran said seriously. Liao Xiaoyu pouted. "How can spicy hot pot compare to Hey Dileo?" Liao Xiaoyu said, feeling wronged. Seeing Liao Xiaoyu's adorable expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go. We'll eat Hey Dileo," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liao Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. "I knew brother-in-law is the best. I know there's one on the basement level of the hotel." Liao Xiaoyu excitedly linked her arm with Jiang Chen's and headed towards the escalator. However, at that moment, Meng Xiaoran frowned slightly. Although Liao Xiaoyu called him brother-in-law and she was still very happy, Seeing Liao Xiaoyu so unreservedly linking arms with Jiang Chen made her feel a bit uncomfortable. But due to face, it was hard to say anything directly. Ding! Just as Jiang Chen had Meng Xiaoran on his left and Liao Xiaoyu linked on his right, the system's voice sounded again. Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host -2, Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host -2, Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host -2. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen glanced at Meng Xiaoran out of the corner of his eye and instantly understood the problem. He subtly withdrew the arm that Liao Xiaoyu had linked. Only then did he see Meng Xiaoran's brow gradually relax. The system's prompts also stopped. When Meng Xiaoran saw Jiang Chen withdraw his hand, she finally revealed a satisfied smile. How could a man who was so considerate and had boundaries not be lovable? The group quickly arrived at the He De Leo on the B1 level. While waiting for the hot pot to heat up, Jiang Chen went to the bathroom. Liao Xiaoyu took the opportunity to ask Meng Xiaoran how Jiang Chen found her yesterday. Meng Xiaoran recounted the embarrassing incident where Jiang Chen was cornered by a streetwalker in a small alley. Ha 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 ha. Liao Xiaoyu couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, doubling over. What are you laughing at? So happy. At that moment, Jiang Chen returned, holding a small bag. Hee, we were just talking about how you got scammed out of 500 yuan by that streetwalker yesterday. Liao Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chen with a mischievous grin, ready to burst into laughter again. Jiang Chen's face instantly turned a bit awkward. He glanced at Meng Xiaoran, who was also looking at him with a smile. It was obvious that she had told Liao Xiaoyu about it. Jiang Chen recalled the embarrassing scene from yesterday, where he had been scammed out of 500 yuan, and it was Meng Xiaoran who got it back for him. He had even added her on WeChat because of it. In a way, that woman was his benefactor. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen didn't respond, just smiled faintly and sat down. Today happened to be a weekday, and there were few people eating at He De Leo, only a few scattered tables of customers. Because it was a weekday, the restaurant had a tranquil and unique atmosphere. The spacious area, tidy tables and chairs, and soft lighting created a perfect setting. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of hot pot broth, and soft music played in the background, making people feel particularly relaxed. At this moment, Jiang Chen placed the small bag on the table and took out its contents. iPhone 15 Pro? 2 of them? Liao Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, Jiang Chen replied, quickly unboxing 2 of the phones. Xiaoran, this purple one is for you? Jiang Chen said, handing one of the purple phones directly to Meng Xiaoran. As soon as Meng Xiaoran received the phone, her eyes instantly filled with tears, sparkling with emotion. She pressed the phone tightly against her chest, her lips trembling. She wanted to say something but was momentarily speechless from excitement. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, not looking at Meng Xiaoran. He then took out the SIM card ejector from the packaging. Pop! The SIM card from the old phone popped out. Jiang Chen picked up the SIM card and inserted it into the other black phone. Only then did he look up at Meng Xiaoran. This black one is mine. Meng Xiaoran was instantly overwhelmed with tears and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. At that moment, she had let go of all her reservations, forgetting about the light bulb Liao Xiaoyu beside her, forgetting everything around her. All that remained in her eyes was Jiang Chen. Earlier, she had casually mentioned that her phone screen was broken. After saying that, she regretted it, fearing Jiang Chen would overthink and spend money on her. But this man not only caught her words but also worried that she wouldn't accept it, even buying a phone for himself. It was important to note that they were now in a romantic relationship, and using the same model of phone was perfectly normal. He had already unwrapped the phone and used it. In this case, it would be unreasonable for her to refuse the phone he gave her. From this incident, one could see how delicate his feelings were and how much he loved her. Meng Xiaoran was utterly moved. Meng Xiaoran's reaction was so intense that Jiang Chen hadn't expected it. It was just buying a phone, not a big deal. After all, yesterday, Meng Xiaoran's phone was smashed by a drunk man, and she had picked it up herself. He should have thought of buying her a new phone long ago. However, it had slipped his mind until he overheard Meng Xiaoran chatting with Liao Xiaoyu just now. Fortunately, when they went to He De Leo for dinner, he happened to see a mobile phone store. So he made an excuse to go to the restroom. Thinking that his own phone also needed replacing, he directly bought 2 phones. It only cost him 20,000 yuan in total. He didn't expect to move Meng Xiaoran this much. Hey, women can really be hard to figure out sometimes. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Meng Xiaoran. Oh my, look at you two being all lovey-dovey. I can hardly watch. Can we just eat first? Liao Xiaoyu replied with a hint of jealousy. At this, Meng Xiaoran reluctantly released Jiang Chen. She made a face at Liao Xiaoyu and then looked at Jiang Chen with a blissful expression. Darling, let's eat first. Jiang Chen smiled and agreed. TCH, the smell of love is so sour. Liao Xiaoyu scoffed. Seeing Liao Xiaoyu's sour expression, Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the hot pot was boiling, the broth bubbling, and the aroma wafting through the air. Bright red chilies and peppercorns danced in the hot oil, as if calling out to the taste buds. The side dishes were all laid out, with tender slices of beef, each piece as thin as a cicada's wing, crisp tripe, distinct and slightly quivering, and translucent shrimp paste, elegantly presented in a delicate bamboo tube, making one eager to taste. Gently picking up a slice of beef, he swished it in the pot a few times, and the beef instantly changed color. Dipping it in the carefully prepared sauce and placing it in his mouth, the tender, juicy, spicy, and fragrant flavor burst forth, intoxicating him. The three enjoyed the delicious food while chatting happily, and before long, they were all full. After settling the bill, the three of them exited the restaurant. Liao Xiaoyu, unwilling to smell the sourness of love any longer, supported her already full belly and went to the front desk to take a nap. Jiang Chen then took Meng Xiaoran out of the hotel. "Darling, you came to find me at noon. Is there something going on?" As soon as they stepped outside, Meng Xiaoran looked up and asked Jiang Chen curiously. Follow me, I'm taking you somewhere," Jiang Chen said, stroking Meng Xiaoran's hair with a doting expression. Meng Xiaoran replied, "But I have to work in the afternoon." Jiang Chen smiled. "It's fine, it's nearby. It won't delay your work in the afternoon," Jiang Chen said confidently. Looking at Jiang Chen's earnest demeanor, Meng Xiaoran believed the man's sweet talk. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen brought Meng Xiaoran to the entrance of the Fenglin Green City community. In Meng Xiaoran's astonished gaze, Jiang Chen took out his phone and opened the community's access control. "Dear, how can you open the door here?" Meng Xiaoran asked in surprise. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously at Meng Xiaoran and wrapped his arm around her. "It's a secret for now. You'll know when we get there." Meng Xiaoran's heart began to race. She had a feeling that Jiang Chen had prepared a big surprise for her. However, since he said to keep it a secret, she felt it was best not to ask further, lest she ruin the beautiful and mysterious atmosphere. "All right." Meng Xiaoran happily leaned against Jiang Chen's shoulder. However, just as the two were immersed in the happy atmosphere, suddenly, a car came speeding around the corner, turning without slowing down. Bang! The car crashed straight through the railing and barreled out of the community gate. The sudden situation frightened Meng Xiaoran, causing her to shrink tightly into Jiang Chen's embrace. Rushing to reincarnate, a security guard cursed as he walked out from the booth. "Stop cursing and just report it for repairs. It's that owner again," another, slightly older security guard calmly said as he stepped out, accustomed to the situation. "Hey, second uncle, do you think this owner has some issues? Why do they always crash into our railing when they're unhappy?" The young security guard couldn't help but ask. "Hey, that's none of your business. Anyway, each railing costs 6,000 yuan, and they always pay for it, but they crash again next time. Just don't provoke him. A smile is all you need, got it?" the old security guard advised. "Oh, got it, second uncle." Once the roar of the engine faded, Meng Xiaoran, like a startled little rabbit, wriggled out of Jiang Chen's arms. However, when she looked at Jiang Chen, she saw an even more shocked expression on his face. Because Jiang Chen recognized that the driver was none other than Bai Jie, the beautiful target marked by the system today, her husband, Liang Kuan. In that instant, Jiang Chen had a strong premonition. He felt that the system's marking was not just a coincidence. Jiang Chen watched as a luxury car revved its engine, speeding around the corner, crashing through the railing, and rushing out of the community. He was already somewhat surprised. But when he realized that the driver was Bai Jie's husband, the target marked by the system today, his heart sank even more. He had heard in the gym that Bai Jie's husband was a tough guy. At that time, he didn't quite believe it. But just 2 hours ago, he had witnessed it firsthand. This Liang Kuan had sent a strong fitness instructor straight to the ambulance. He had even dragged his wife Bai Jie by the hair and pulled her into the car. Now, this man had made such a reckless move again. It seemed Wang Xinxin was right. This man not only had money but also had a vendetta. More importantly, he was reckless enough to risk his life. Such a man was like a nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. It seemed best not to provoke Bai Jie lightly, otherwise, it would end badly. After all, when comparing the system's rewards to one's life was certainly more important. "Dear, are you okay?" At that moment, Meng Xiaoran gently called out, bringing Jiang Chen back from his fantasies to reality. Oh, I'm fine, Jiang Chen hurriedly replied. "Why don't we leave? I feel like this place isn't where we belong," Meng Xiaoran said, somewhat troubled. Firstly, she truly felt that this community was too upscale, completely not a place for her. Only staying in the urban village made her feel at ease. Secondly, she had indeed been startled by the reckless actions of that luxury car earlier. "It's okay, dear, I've got everything under control." Jiang Chen had already recovered from his earlier surprise. He certainly couldn't agree to let Meng Xiaoran leave him at this moment, because her home had already been moved here by him. Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen and read confidence in his eyes once again. This eased her mind. Perhaps a woman's confidence comes from a man's assurance. Meng Xiaoran gently nodded. Soon, the two took the elevator upstairs. Under Meng Xiaoran's astonished gaze, Jiang Chen skillfully entered the door lock code. Click! The door opened. In an instant, Meng Xiaoran's eyes were filled with the spaciousness and splendor before her. Her heart raced, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart. Her eyes widened, sparkling with disbelief, scanning every corner, trying to take it all in. The spacious room, the luxurious decor, the bright light, every detail felt like a scene from a dream, making her dizzy. Her hands trembled unconsciously, wanting to touch the smooth walls and exquisite furniture, as if to confirm that this was not an illusory dream. "Do you like it? This will be our home from now on," Jiang Chen whispered gently in Meng Xiaoran's ear. "Dear, is this real?" She turned around excitedly, throwing herself into Jiang Chen's arms, her voice trembling slightly with joy. At that moment, her thoughts became chaotic, and countless beautiful images of living here flashed through her mind. She imagined spending joyful times with her loved one in the cozy living room, cooking delicious meals in the spacious kitchen, and drifting into sweet dreams in the comfortable bedroom. This beautiful anticipation for the future intensified her excitement, almost making her heart leap out of her chest. "Of course, I changed the door lock code to 240709, which is our love day yesterday," Jiang Chen gently said, stroking Meng Xiaoran's head. In an instant, Meng Xiaoran could no longer hold back her tears, which fell on Jiang Chen like a string of broken pearls. "Dear, don't cry yet, go take a look over there." Jiang Chen pointed to one of the guest rooms. Meng Xiaoran then released Jiang Chen, hesitantly pushing open the door to that guest room. In an instant, her eyes turned red again. Because in this guest room, she saw all the things from her home in the urban village. The familiar bed sheets, the familiar duvet cover, including that patchwork wardrobe, small table, and small stool, and the 2 pots of succulents she had raised. The wall was still adorned with her own photo wall. The arrangement of this guest room was almost identical to her place in the urban village. "Do you like it?" Jiang Chen leaned against the door, looking at Meng Xiaoran with a smile. Whoa! At that moment, Meng Xiaoran's vision was instantly blurred by tears. Her lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but she found that the emotion had choked her throat, leaving her unable to utter a word. She could only let the tears flow freely, tears of joy and emotion. It was as if an invisible force was pulling her, and she rushed towards Jiang Chen, hugging him tightly, as if he would disappear the moment she let go. Then, without a second thought, she kissed his lips. Her tears fell on their cheeks, but it did not affect the passionate kiss at all. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the whole world was left with just the two of them, along with the overflowing love and emotion. As the kiss deepened, Jiang Chen held Meng Xiaoran tightly. In an instant, her pretty face turned even redder, like a ripe peach. Beneath her long, curled eyelashes, her captivating big eyes blinked, conveying love. They were simply enchanting, like a pool of spring water. Darling. Meng Xiaoran couldn't help but call out. "I want to take a shower first," Meng Xiaoran said, her face full of shyness. At that moment, Jiang Chen wanted to say that he had just helped her clean up yesterday, so what was there to wash? But saying it now would make him seem like a pervert. Girls, it's a good thing to be clean. So Jiang Chen could only temporarily suppress the fire in his heart. Seeing Jiang Chen stop his movements, Meng Xiaoran swiftly darted past him. Her heart raced wildly as she blushed and ran towards the bathroom. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt a sense of loss, as if he had lost something. He was even a bit afraid that Meng Xiaoran would just run away like this, until he heard the sound of the bathroom door closing and the water from the showerhead. Only then did Jiang Chen relax. It seemed she wasn't going anywhere. As Jiang Chen listened to the whoosh of water in the bathroom, his mind began to wander. Although Meng Xiaoran hadn't danced in a long time, her figure was still well maintained. Compared to Zhang Menjing's slender beauty, Meng Xiaoran was definitely more curvy. Moreover, her skin was both fair and smooth. The important thing was that Meng Xiaoran was a girl who valued her purity, and since he had already fallen in love with her, it naturally gave him a very reassuring feeling. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought of something. No, I can't get too excited again. Otherwise, it will end just like last time with Xia Yali, and the battle will be over quickly. With this thought, Jiang Chen quickly walked into the master bedroom's bathroom. He turned the water temperature to the lowest setting. In an instant, cold water poured down from the shower head. Before long, Jiang Chen's excitement indeed cooled down quite a bit. Sure enough, a cold shower can really calm me down, Jiang Chen thought to himself. He turned the cold water to the maximum, keeping himself calm at all times. He opened the door to the master bathroom, listening for any movement from Meng Xiaoran. After a long while, Jiang Chen heard a pada. The door to the living room bathroom slowly opened, and a cloud of steamy air rushed out first. Then, Meng Xiaoran emerged, draped in a silky, sexy bathrobe. She lowered her eyes, revealing her inner shyness. Her damp hair casually fell over her shoulders, with a few drops of water sliding down the tips, tracing along her graceful collarbone and disappearing into the neckline of her bathrobe. Her lips were slightly pursed, and a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, like a hazy crescent moon in the night sky, carrying a touch of playful charm and shyness. Her steps were light and slow, as if each one was filled with hesitation and nervousness. The entire world seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only her shy and enchanting figure. Jiang Chen was instantly mesmerized. Well, the cold shower was in vain. In front of the stunning Meng Xiaoran, all that was wasted. Meng Xiaoran looked at Jiang Chen. In the next second, her face turned crimson with embarrassment, and she no longer dared to meet his gaze. Meng Xiaoran's bathrobe was thin and fitted. Her smooth skin, willow-like waist, and stunning beauty all captivated Jiang Chen. Returning to the master bedroom, after Jiang Chen flipped a switch, the curtains closed. The ambient lights turned on. In an instant, Meng Xiaoran felt as if it were the night of their wedding. The bed in the master bedroom was large and soft, with creamy white sheets and blankets, giving a very tidy and clean feeling. In such an environment, Meng Xiaoran felt a sense of security. Speaking of which, Meng Xiaoran was already the third woman in Jiang Chen's life, aside from Xiao Yali and Zhang Menjing. But her temperament and appearance far surpassed Xiao Yali. Her fair, silky, and elastic skin was also much better than the bony Zhang Menjing. Moreover, Jiang Chen truly liked and cared for her. That was why he felt nervous. In contrast, when it came to the gold-digging Zhang Menjing, he felt no pressure at all, just enjoying himself as he pleased. Jiang Chen desperately sought a balance between impulse and calm. He wanted to fully appreciate the beauty of this first experience, yet he didn't want to lose control in the midst of it. In Meng Xiaoran's eyes, Jiang Chen was both a bit impatient and somewhat cautious. She knew that he cared deeply for her, so she responded to him with great restraint, allowing him to experience all the beauty without completely losing control. Everything unfolded in a warm, romantic atmosphere. After a long while, the quiet room was filled with the lingering warmth of intimacy. Jiang Chen held Meng Xiaoran in his arms, lying under the covers, gazing at her with tenderness. Meng Xiaoran felt the man's gentleness. She knew that in this special moment, Jiang Chen's feelings were no longer driven by desire, but stemmed from a deep and sincere love within him. She slightly turned her head to look at the man, her eyes filled with endless warmth and gratitude. She gently held the hand that was wrapped around her, as if wanting to keep this warmth in her heart forever. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The whole world was reduced to just the two of them, and in this silent exchange, their souls intertwined even more closely. Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion. For the first time in a long while, he sensed that he was the one being loved and cared for. This feeling was something that Xiao Yali had never given him, nor had Zhang Menjing, and as for Su Qian and Li Meina, they were even less so. He knew that Meng Xiaoran truly loved him. Thinking of this, he held her even tighter. Meng Xiaoran, feeling blissfully content in his embrace, softly said, "Darling, thank you. I feel like you love me so much. I really love you so much too." Jiang Chen smiled gently at Meng Xiaoran. He, "Of course. I hope we can always be like this." Meng Xiaoran laughed happily. However, she suddenly remembered something and reached for her phone on the bedside table to take a look. "But, darling, I still have to work this afternoon." Meng Xiaoran frowned slightly. Jiang Chen looked at her. "Then just don't go this afternoon. I can't bear to let you leave." He held her even tighter. Meng Xiaoran's lips curled up, but her eyes held a hint of feigned annoyance as she playfully scolded, "You little clingy one." Her voice was soft and sweet, showing no real anger. Jiang Chen not only didn't let go, but held her even tighter, whispering gently in her ear, "Darling, I really don't want to be apart from you for even a moment." Meng Xiaoran's slightly flushed cheeks and eyes sparkling with happiness hesitated for a moment before she said, "Darling, do you know? I was named Employee of the Month this month. I can get an extra 1,200 yuan. You have no idea how many people at the company envy and hate me, so I can't take a single day off this month. I can't let them find any faults." Jiang Chen pouted, "Darling, just don't go to work. Let me take care of you, okay?" Although he knew that Meng Xiaoran would not agree, he couldn't help but say it anyway. Meng Xiaoran was slightly taken aback, a warm current suddenly surging in her heart. But soon, her stubborn and independent nature took over. She pushed Jiang Chen away and shook her head slightly. "Darling, I understand your feelings, and I'm touched. But I don't want to rely completely on you. I have my own dreams and pursuits." Jiang Chen looked at the woman's determined eyes, feeling both admiration and a bit of helplessness in his heart. He held her tightly in his arms again and gently said, "I know you're strong, but I really can't bear to see you struggle like this." Meng Xiaoran leaned against the man's embrace, feeling his warmth and care, and softly said, "I understand your love, but this struggle is also part of my growth. And darling, you're so excellent. If I don't work hard, I'm really afraid that one day you'll find me unworthy." "Silly. You're so wonderful, I will never find you unworthy," Jiang Chen said with deep affection. Meng Xiaoran was suddenly a bit moved. But she glanced at her phone. There wasn't much time left before she had to go to work in the afternoon. If they did it again, there wouldn't be enough time. She understood that she had to leave now. Otherwise, once they started, it would be impossible to end it in a short time. So Meng Xiaoran smoothly broke free from Jiang Chen's embrace and stood up lightly. Her long legs drew a graceful arc in the air. She methodically put on her lingerie, each movement appearing so elegant and charming. However, this made Jiang Chen feel a wave of loss in his heart. His eyes revealed a deep reluctance. Watching the woman who had been so tender in his arms now being gradually wrapped in professional attire, it felt as if she was about to temporarily withdraw from his world. Jiang Chen felt a bit uncomfortable, as if this brief separation was an unbearable torment. Meng Xiaoran smiled and turned her head, her gaze filled with deep affection and anticipation. "Darling, I'm leaving now. We finish work at 8:30 tonight, so be good and wait for me to come back." Immediately after, accompanied by the sound of tap-tap-tap footsteps, Meng Xiaoran's figure slowly disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. The room instantly fell silent, and Jiang Chen looked at the empty doorway, his heart filled only with loss and dissatisfaction. Sigh. "It seems I can only take a cold shower again." Jiang Chen glanced at the changes beneath him and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. To be honest, the time he spent with Meng Xiaoran just now wasn't short, but Jiang Chen really didn't feel satisfied. First, Meng Xiaoran was a girl he cared about. He didn't want her to be greatly disappointed on their first time. Second, Meng Xiaoran's body was simply too tempting. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into a state of madness. So Jiang Chen remained somewhat restrained, not wanting to end things quickly. If it weren't for Meng Xiaoran's well-measured cooperation, he might have already lost control. And if they did it again, it would be different. First, the interval would be short, and second, he had a good understanding of his own physical condition. He was sure that this time, even in front of the most alluring beauty in the world, he wouldn't lose control. Moreover, he could enjoy the process without worry. But now that Meng Xiaoran was gone, what was the use of thinking so much? Sigh. Jiang Chen let out a deep sigh. It seemed that now he could only conserve his energy and wait for a good fight later in the evening. However, his body remained in a state of excitement. There was no other way. Jiang Chen could only get up and walk into the bathroom. He turned on the shower, and the cold water poured down like a waterfall, drenching his heated body. The cool water stimulated every inch of his skin, and the impulse in his heart gradually cooled down. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen sat naked on the sofa, feeling bored. He then picked up the new iPhone 15 Pro he had bought today and started playing with it. However, the female streamer he was interested in, Tun Tun, was not live. Jiang Chen felt a little disappointed for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Jiang Chen quickly swiped to the next beauty. This time, Douyu's recommendation was quite impressive, as it introduced him to a female streamer named Ing Air. Her figure was exceptional, surpassing Tun Tun. Unfortunately, she was wearing a mask, making it impossible to see her face. On the phone screen was a graceful woman. Her long legs were straight and toned, each step seemed to dance to an enticing melody. She wore a form-fitting black long dress that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Her full chest rose and fell slightly, as if hiding endless temptation and secrets. Her perky hips swayed in and out of view beneath the hem of her dress, tantalizing. However, the most eye-catching feature was the exquisite mask on her face. The mask covered most of her features, revealing only a pair of deep and mysterious eyes, like an unfathomable dark pool, making one unable to resist the urge to peek into its secrets. The mask was adorned with dazzling jewels, shimmering with enchanting light, complementing her sexy figure and adding an extra layer of mysterious allure. She resembled a sprite emerging from the night, sexy and mysterious, causing one to fall into a trance without realizing it, yet difficult to grasp. Not to mention the viewers in the live stream, even Jiang Chen, who had just finished a battle and had taken a cold shower, was feeling a bit overwhelmed at this moment. After the female streamer Ing Air finished her dance, she walked to the front of the screen and began to read the bullet comments. The female streamer, Dear viewers, the dance is over, and now we come to the most exciting segment of Truth or Dare. You can ask any questions. Wow, as soon as Inger said this, the viewers in the live stream exploded with excitement. Has the streamer ever secretly watched adult films? Have you ever had inappropriate thoughts about friends of the opposite sex? Streamer, have you ever thought about a one-night stand? Have you ever secretly observed someone else's private parts? Have you ever fantasized about dating multiple people at the same time? Have you ever tried going out without wearing a bra? Zhang Chen looked at these boring comments and laughed. What was the use of knowing these things? It was much more straightforward to just dance a couple of hot dances. At this moment, the female streamer interrupted everyone's discussion. Dear viewers, tonight I can only answer one question from everyone. Let's unify and ask again. Host Inger flirtatiously said. Everyone began to urgently discuss in the bullet comments. Finally, they unified around a question posed by an old pervert. When was the last time the host did it? What position? This question had a bit of technical content, Zhang Chen thought to himself. The female host Inger smiled charmingly. Netizens, are you all sure you want to ask this question? If so, hit 1. The bullet comments were instantly flooded with 1111111111111. Okay, then I can tell everyone that the last time I did it was just last night around 9 p.m. in the fitting room of a mall. The female host Inger said with a playful laugh. Wow, the viewers in the live stream instantly erupted. At this moment, Zhang Chen was. What the hell? Last night at 9 p.m.? In the fitting room of a mall? Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Zhang Chen carefully scrutinized the sexy female host Inger from top to bottom on his phone screen. What the hell, she really looks like that S-goods. While Zhang Chen was feeling extremely frustrated, the viewers in the live stream had already gone wild. Fitting room? Vocal. Fitting room? This is too damn exciting. Host, quickly tell us, what position? Yes, host, quickly share the details. The viewers urged impatiently. At this point, the atmosphere in the live stream had reached a climax. The host Inger saw that the time was right. As usual, you need to send the host 20 super fires before Inger can show the perverts. After streaming for so long, she certainly understood men's thoughts and how to keep them on their toes. If she didn't give them a little sweetness, how could they impulsively spend? The live stream fell silent. After all, most of the viewers were freeloaders, earning so little in a month. How could they afford to send gifts? They were just hoping for a few big spenders to indulge their eyes. After a while of hesitation, they finally sent 12 rockets, and then it stopped there. Babies, everyone, put in some effort. Just one more minute left. We only need 8 more rockets to see it. Which Big Brother still has some stock? Host Inger continued to pressure the viewers while encouraging them. During this time, she posed in various seductive ways, making extremely tempting expressions with her face to stimulate these men's spending enthusiasm. For her, it was all profit. It's a live stream. This is the routine. If they sent enough, she would simply show off her figure. If they didn't send enough, the men would still be there daydreaming. After all, she wouldn't suffer any loss. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Host Inger began the countdown. Everyone had lost all hope. However, the next second, 8 super fires were sent directly. Ah! Thank you to Cool City Old Dream for the 8 super fires. Host Inger exclaimed. Cool brother is generous, cool brother is forever a god. Cool brother 666. Host, quickly show us. The viewers' emotions were extremely high. The streamer Inger saw the situation and, with no other choice, pretended to be very shy and began to showcase her skills. It seemed that this streamer had a certain foundation in dance. At that moment, in front of the camera, she performed various elegant and breathtakingly difficult moves. Vocal. Oh my gosh, the streamer is too good, my heart can't take it. Who can withstand this? Streamer, don't do this. The streamer's poses are making me think wild thoughts. This is just too tempting. Oh no, I can't take my eyes off it. Streamer, you're breaking the rules. Streamer, you're playing with fire. No, my blood pressure is rising. Streamer, you're going to make me commit a crime. Vocal. Which lucky guy could possibly date such a beauty? Exactly. And in the changing room too. After the performance, the female streamer Inger directly ignored everyone's questions and focused on the man who had just sent 8 super hot gifts in the last few seconds. While rockets were sent daily, having 8 sent at once had never happened before. This made her realize that this man was not an ordinary person. Thank you to brother, Lianqing Judream, for those 8 super hot gifts just now. If I'm not mistaken, brother is here for the first time, right? I wonder what brother wants to see. Inger will arrange it for you. The words of streamer Inger were full of flattery. She knew that no one would give gifts for no reason, he must have some request. However, the next second, she was dumbfounded. The man named Liangqing Judream did not heed the viewer's opinions and directly typed 4 big words, "Take off the mask." A flash of panic crossed the female streamer Inger's face, but after streaming for so long, she still had some ability to adapt. "Brother, Liangcheng, I'm a mysterious streamer, so I can't take off the mask," Inger said in a delicate voice. Of course, she couldn't take off the mask. After all, she was a resident dancer in a dance troupe. However, due to the recent economic downturn, the troupe had not had many performances. She was forced to become a streamer to make a living. Yet, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Once she tasted the sweetness, how could she easily stop? Moreover, she still needed to use the identity label of dancer to seduce wealthy men. If she went out and said she was a streamer, her value would certainly drop significantly. And in this era of advanced information, as soon as she showed her face, the next day, everyone she knew would probably find out that she was doing this kind of borderline streaming. If that happened, how would she face people in the future? So she learned from others' tricks and specially customized an extremely sexy and charming mask at a high price. Although she knew her face was also very beautiful, after putting on this mask, her fan count should multiply several times. But she still couldn't let go of this facade. And under the strong demands of so many people in the livestream, she had never taken off the mask. Yet today, this man was so rude. After sending 8 super rockets, you don't even know who you are anymore, right? Do you still think you're the savior? The streamer Inger felt a surge of anger in her heart, but with so many people watching in the livestream, she couldn't let it out. However, the man's next move completely broke her defenses. "Name your price," he sent over without any small talk. Inger felt even more furious. It seemed this guy was quite stubborn, not easily intimidated. If Big Brother really wants to see, then send Inger 200 super rockets to show your sincerity first. Only then will I consider taking off my mask, she replied. She set this price for a reason. First, 200 super rockets would cost at least 400,000. If this man was poor, he would definitely back off. Second, if he could really come up with 400,000, he must be a true tycoon. If she split it with the platform, she'd still get 200,000. And since the tycoon was interested in her and willing to spend 400,000, he would be her treasure boy. She would be the one chasing after him. At this moment, the live stream was in an uproar. Ha! This old dream of Liang City is hilarious. After sending 8 rockets, you don't even know who you are, right? Yeah. I remember when Inger first started streaming, our room said a total of 32 rockets, and she still didn't take off her mask. Hee, if he really gets the streamer to take off her mask, I'll eat shit live. However, the next second, everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a rocket shot up into the sky and kept going. At this time, Jiang Chen was operating methodically. You should know that before this, he had never spent money while watching live streams. Why would anyone be foolish enough to spend money when they could enjoy it for free? But this female streamer was completely different today, because she looked so much like someone he wanted to forget but couldn't shake off from his mind. He even clearly remembered her address, Building 72, Unit 3, Room 702, Baizi Bay. Even more coincidentally, this woman had just said that she last streamed last night at 9 p.m. in the changing room. This was too coincidental. The time and place matched perfectly. You should know that yesterday, although he didn't check the time, it was probably around 9 p.m. At that time, he was indeed entangled with Zhang Menjing in the changing room. But he was still a bit uncertain until after sending 8 rockets, this streamer Inger actually posed in the same way as yesterday. It was exactly the same as what he had seen. Oh my god. Jiang Chen's mind exploded. He was now very sure that the woman in front of him was indeed Zhang Menjing from yesterday. However, this woman was too bold. To make money, she actually shared such a secret in the livestream. Jiang Chen was completely stunned. Only just now, when this streamer Inger asked him what he wanted to see, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. This Zhang Menjing wasn't completely without boundaries. At least she wore a mask and didn't expose her true identity. Moreover, she didn't mention the address of the mall or her identity at all. It seemed she still had some bottom line. Otherwise, this would truly be a ticking time bomb. If she revealed her identity, she would be embarrassed to the point of running to her grandmother's house. How could she go out after that? She would be completely cyberbullied. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen lost interest in considering other matters. He had to test where Zhang Menjing's bottom line was. After all, Zhang Menjing was the woman who activated the system's hidden mission. Who knows, one day he might not be able to resist seeking her out again. After all, this woman seemed to have many tricks waiting for him to unlock. But if this woman had no bottom line, he wouldn't dare. Just after they had done that, she went straight to the live stream and exposed everything. This was unacceptable. So he decisively prepared to send her 200 super rockets, just to see the face behind her mask. Today, he would tear off her shamecloth and see how far this gold digger, Jiang Menjing, would go for money. As the rockets increased, the viewers in the live stream erupted. At this moment, Jiang Menjing was completely stunned. Since she started live streaming, she had never seen such a scene. This was the first time she encountered such a wealthy big shot. This was too exaggerated. But the rockets came with conditions. He wanted to see her face beneath the mask. This was nothing at first, but now she was a public figure. If people saw her, it would be equivalent to tearing apart her self-esteem and exposing herself completely to the public. Meanwhile, as Jiang Menjing was in turmoil, Jiang Chen's 200 rockets had already been sent. The number of people in the live stream doubled again, as they heard that another rich person had sent 200 rockets, wanting to see Inger reveal herself. They all came to watch. Jiang Menjing was now completely panicked. After Jiang Chen sent the 200 rockets, the enthusiasm of the viewers in the live stream reached unprecedented heights. Brother Liang is mighty, Inger, don't be shy, show your face. Brother Liang 666, Inger, quickly take off the mask, don't keep us in suspense. Host, quickly take off the mask, stop dragging it out, let us see your beauty. Now Jiang Menjing was caught in a dilemma. However, she quickly reacted and then showed a charming smile. Oh, thank you, Brother Liang, for the 200 rockets. Brother Liang wants to see what my face looks like under the mask, right? How about this? Brother Liang, let's add WeChat, and I'll show you privately, okay? After Jiang Menjing said this, the viewers in the live stream felt disappointed. The host is untrustworthy, so disappointing. We were looking forward to the host showing her face, but instead, she's performing privately for Brother Liang. We've been played, so disappointing. We can only watch helplessly, feeling sour. Brother Liang is favored, and we silently shed tears. The host is too realistic. This differential treatment is too obvious, it's heart-wrenching. Although the viewers were disappointed, there was nothing they could do. After all, the rockets were sent by him, and the money was spent by him. He had the priority in choosing a partner. Jiang Menjing looked at the live stream, where more than half of the viewers had disappeared. Although she wanted to keep them, there was nothing she could do, because none of these people came to see the secret behind her mask. But how could she let them see? Fortunately, the big brother Liang Cheng Jiomeng was still there. As long as she could keep him, that was enough. As for the others, he believed they would uncontrollably come to his live stream again tomorrow. At worst, he would dance a few more times to compensate them, and they would be happy. After Jiang Chen replied with a good, Jiang Menjing hurriedly ended the stream. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. Today, he wanted to see Jiang Menjing's bottom line. If she was a woman without boundaries, no matter how tempting she was, he would absolutely never get involved with her again. Before long, Jiang Menjing indeed sent a friend request to Jiang Chen. He clicked to accept. However, he moved her into a group called Company Personnel. His circle of friends was completely blocked from seeing anyone in that group. They couldn't see any information he posted. Originally, it was meant to block those leaders from the company, but now it was used on Jiang Menjing, because he didn't want her to know too much about him just yet. However, he clicked on Jiang Menjing's profile picture. He was now incredibly sure that this was indeed Jiang Menjing. Although her profile picture didn't show her face, he had seen her avatar last night while browsing through the WeChat chat history between her and Meng Xiaoran on Meng Xiaoran's phone. Meanwhile, Jiang Menjing immediately opened Jiang Chen's circle of friends, only to find it completely empty. The signature read, 1,000 sales have passed, yet the original intention remains unchanged. Having seen the splendor, I remain indifferent at heart. The background image was of a vast, boundless desert, with the sunset's afterglow casting beautiful light and shadows on the dunes, symbolizing a man's heart as broad as the desert, capable of embracing all things in the world. After reading it, she found this man's identity even more mysterious. Jiang Menjing quickly sent a private message. Jiang Menjing, Brother Liang, thank you so much for the gifts you just sent. Your support means the world to me. Jiang Menjing, I feel a special connection with you. I wonder if I have the honor to meet you privately to express my gratitude. Jiang Menjing, I promise, I will bring you a different surprise. Then, Jiang Menjing attached a few sexy photos of herself, but they were all taken from behind, without showing her face. Jiang Chen, how about a photo with your face showing? Jiang Menjing, dear, I want to show my face when we meet, is that okay? Jiang Menjing, when the time comes, you can see whatever you want, alright? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, thinking that Jiang Menjing really knew how to flirt. But he quickly remembered his original purpose. So he sent her another message. Jiang Chen, not showing your face is fine, but you have to tell me, who was the man with you in the changing room that day? Ah! Zhang Menjing was momentarily stunned. In an instant, she had a premonition that this man who sent her gifts today was not simply looking to have something happen with her, he must have some unusual purpose. Zhang Menjing, brother Liang, why are you asking about him? He's just an ordinary male friend of mine. Jiang Chen smiled at his phone and then edited another message to send. Jiang Chen, I'm just asking you, who is he? What's his last name? What's his name? What does he do? At this moment, he had already made up his mind. If Zhang Menjing dared to reveal even a hint of information, he would immediately delete and block her. No matter how skilled Zhang Menjing was or how well she could please him, he would absolutely never get involved with her again, because everything they had done would be exposed by this woman, and what secrets could there be in the future? At this moment, Zhang Menjing was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Chen's series of questions. Who exactly is this Liangcheng old dream? Why does he insist on knowing the identity of the man she has been involved with? Suspicious. Terrifying. Zhang Menjing's mind was racing with 100 different scenarios. But what could she do at a time like this? He had just spent 200 rockets, after all. How could she dare to provoke him? He could shower her with gifts worth 400,000, but he could also destroy her at any moment. She looked at the cold, emotionless text he sent, feeling for the first time the terrifying power of being controlled by money. His words seemed to carry an irresistible command. She knew she had to answer this question seriously. Otherwise, she truly didn't know how this man on the other end of the phone would ruin her in the next second. After much hesitation, Zhang Menjing finally nervously edited her message. Zhang Menjing, Liangcheng Gij, I can only tell you that his name is Lin Hui, and he is an executive at a listed company. Zhang Menjing was not foolish. She knew that last night, Jiang Chen had splurged on 2 Hermes bags worth 138,000 each. He was a real tycoon. Perhaps in reality, this Liangcheng old dream on the other end of the phone wasn't as wealthy as he seemed. Moreover, Jiang Chen was handsome, young, and in great shape. And that man had yet to be developed. She was very confident she could win him over. But this Liangcheng old dream was different. So aggressive, he might be an old man or even a pervert. If she were to extract information about Jiang Chen that could be detrimental to him, she couldn't agree to that. To be honest, she cared a lot about Jiang Chen. After all, a man who was that handsome, that rich, and in such good shape was hard to find in the world. There was no way around it. This Liangcheng old dream was just too aggressive. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration, recalling how she had fought with her awful man Lin Hui over a bag last night. Humph. Let this dog of a man take the blame. Sure enough, Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone couldn't help but smile at the message Zhang Menjing sent. He. Looks like this woman is somewhat reliable. In this situation, pushing Lin Hui out not only protected her but also avenged herself. If Liangcheng old dream turned out to be a bad person and posed a threat to her, Lin Hui would be the scapegoat. He. Zhang Menjing was quite interesting. She was reliable at a critical moment. It seemed they could continue to interact in the future. Zhang Menjing, if she knew she was being played like this, she wouldn't know what tricks to use against him. He. Jiang Chen's imagination began to run wild again. However, at this moment, Zhang Menjing couldn't feel happy. Because after the man received her message, he went silent. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with her answer? Or had he seen through her lies? With this thought, Zhang Menjing could only edit another message to test the waters. Zhang Menjing, Gij, can we not mention him anymore? Zhang Menjing, when do you have time, Gij? Someone wants to meet you privately to express their gratitude. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and replied to a message. Jiang Chen, sure. When I'm not busy, I'll come find you. Zhang Menjing saw Jiang Chen's reply and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Zhang Menjing, shared a location. Zhang Menjing, great. I live here, so contact Inger in advance before you come. Asterisk covers mouth and laughs, covers mouth and laughs. Asterisk Jiang Chen looked at the address Zhang Menjing sent and felt a bit puzzled. Jiang Chen, aren't you living in Baizi Bay? Why did you move? Zhang Menjing felt a chill run down her spine upon reading the message from the other side of the phone. She had never revealed her real address during her live streams. The address she sent Jiang Chen was a fake one, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from where she actually lived. But there was no choice, being a streamer was like that, afraid of being targeted by unsavory people. But how did this man on the other end of the phone know? For the first time, Zhang Menjing felt the terrifying aspect of this man. Soon after, she quickly edited another message. Zhang Menjing, brother Liangcheng, how did you know I live in Baizi Bay? Terrified expression. Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. Why is she asking me how I know? Didn't she just tell me? But he quickly realized that he was not Jiang Chen right now, but Lianqing Old Dream. It seemed this woman must not have revealed her real address during her live streams. Jiang Chen, I guessed it. Sly smile, Jiang Menjing. Jiang Chen, I have some things to do. Let's leave it at that for today. Jiang Chen, I'll come find you when I have time. After sending this message, Jiang Chen turned off his phone and leaned back on the sofa. Only Jiang Menjing was left on the other end, completely going crazy. After playing with his phone for a while, Jiang Chen's eyes felt a bit sore, but his mood was quite good. It seemed this Jiang Menjing had quite a tight-lipped nature. She knew what to say and what not to say. Her performances in the livestream were probably just to attract men's attention. After all, live streaming is all about these tricks. Whoever plays on the edge, whoever attracts attention, can grasp the flow of traffic. But she still had her bottom line, as could be seen from earlier. First, she wore a mask and refused to reveal her true identity. Second, even when pretending to be a big shot and throwing money around, she didn't dare to reveal her true identity. Third, even if a big shot wanted to date her, she didn't disclose her real address. Moreover, she had been eager to tell him where she lived last night. What does this indicate? It indicates that this woman still has her bottom line, choices, and a sense of security. More importantly, it shows that he holds a certain status in her mind. It seems that the 138,000 spent yesterday were not in vain. Although he knew she was just after his money and his youthful body, who isn't? Isn't he also after Jiang Menjing's talent? Moreover, this woman activated the system's hidden mission, and being close to her also had huge cashback benefits. Essentially, the nature is the same, everyone is just taking what they need. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but compare Jiang Menjing and Meng Xiaoran again. They were two completely different women. He loved Meng Xiaoran, and being with her made him feel at ease. Moreover, he truly respected and cherished her. In this regard, there were times when he found it hard to let go. He couldn't just do whatever he wanted, he had to follow Meng Xiaoran's wishes. But Jiang Menjing was different, his feelings for her were purely a need. He didn't have to consider her feelings at all, he could do whatever he wanted, Jiang Chen recalled the scene from last night in the changing room with Jiang Menjing, and a bitter smile crept onto his face. Ah, brother, how can you be so insatiable? You just finished with Meng Xiaoran, how could you not hold back so soon? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Hey, if it weren't for today being the first day of cohabitation with Meng Xiaoran, he would definitely have rushed over to that little s*** T Jiang Menjing's place. He wanted to learn a thing or two from that little s*** T. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen got up and paced around, finally stopping in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking out at the scenery. The window was like a huge picture frame, capturing the vibrant community landscape. The community was filled with lush trees, and the carefully trimmed greenery was arranged in an orderly manner, resembling a green tapestry. Winding paths peeked through the flower beds, and the surface of the artificial lake shimmered, occasionally disturbed by a gentle breeze that created ripples. In the distance, the city's hustle and bustle surged like a tide. On the busy streets, vehicles flowed endlessly, their taillights creating brilliant streaks of light. Tall office buildings reached for the clouds, forming a picture of a prosperous urban landscape. People hurried along the streets, their expressions sometimes weary, anxious, or determined. Some carried heavy packages on their shoulders, their steps slightly unsteady, others tightly clutched documents in their hands, rushing while making urgent phone calls, and some looked haggard yet continued to stride forward for the sake of their livelihood. Jiang Chen watched these busy people striving for a living and thought of Meng Xiaoran again. She was truly a good girl, even with his wealth, she was unwilling to spend her own money. She let him support her, and for the sake of 1,200 yuan, she wouldn't even take a day off in a month. Where could one find such a self-reliant girl? If one day he lost the system, he believed Meng Xiaoran would be the kind of person who could endure hardships alongside him. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt even more respect and affection for Meng Xiaoran. A self-reliant girl had a certain magical charm, he thought. At this moment, the sun was about to set, and the evening sun shone on Jiang Chen's face. He glanced at the clock, it was almost 5:30. Meng Xiaoran should be back in 3 hours. Jiang Chen's mood brightened again. He didn't know why, but Meng Xiaoran had only been gone for 2 or 3 hours, and he missed her so much. He really liked girls like Meng Xiaoran, who were genuine and unpretentious. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. Today is the first night of living together with Meng Xiaoran, and it has to be a bit romantic. We can't just rush into things without any ambience. How can that be acceptable? With this thought, Jiang Chen's mind started racing again. He picked up his phone, opened a delivery app, and began to shop like crazy. Jiang Chun ordered a lot of red candles and beautiful candle holders online, planning to create a warm candlelight atmosphere in every corner of the room. He also selected a bouquet of vibrant red roses. Then he chose a bottle of aged red wine and 2 exquisite wine glasses. He reserved a dinner at a 5-star restaurant, including top-quality steak, fresh seafood, delicious pasta, and more. He arranged for it to be set on the dining table before Meng Xiaoran got off work. He also bought some delicate snacks and fruits for dessert. After placing the order, Jiang Chen began to fantasize. He imagined the surprise on Meng Xiaoran's face when she returned home to the romantic setup. Her face would be filled with a happy smile, her eyes sparkling with emotion. He would gentlemanly pull out a chair for his girlfriend and invite her to sit down. Under the flickering candlelight, they would gently clink their glasses, savoring the delicious red wine and dishes while enjoying pleasant conversation. He would play a romantic song to create an incredibly romantic atmosphere. The two would gaze deeply into each other's eyes, their hearts full of love. In this beautiful moment, he would tell her how much he loves her and how much he looks forward to spending every day of the future with her. After dinner, they would embrace on the sofa in the living room, sharing their dreams and aspirations. Once the atmosphere was just right, he would gently kiss her and hold her. Then they would walk to the bedroom together to continue their deep exchange. He wouldn't rest until he had fought his brother hundreds of rounds. Ha ha ha. Duan, Duan, Duan. Just as he was lost in his fantasies, there was a sudden urgent knocking at the door. Jiang Chen was momentarily puzzled. He had just placed the order, and it had arrived already? Living in the city center is great. The delivery is so fast, isn't it a bit too convenient? So, Jiang Chen hurried to open the door. However, as he approached the door, he realized that the knocking was not on his door. It was on the door of the neighbor next door. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen quickly looked through the peephole. Through the peephole, he saw 3 scruffy little delinquents standing in front of the neighbor's door. They all looked rough, with hair dyed in various colors, dressed in strange and shabby clothes. The leader of the group was stocky, with a dragon tattoo on his left arm that seemed to writhe as he pounded on the door. His face was filled with hostility as he banged on the door and shouted curses. Another delinquent was thinner, with a bizarre skull tattoo on his neck, his eyes filled with menace, holding a wooden stick and continuously banging on the door, making loud bang-bang sounds. The last delinquent was short, with a scorpion tattoo on his right cheek, jumping around and shouting obscenities, his face twisted in anger. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What kind of trouble had the neighbor gotten into? They looked so fierce and intimidating. It's better not to meddle too much, lest trouble comes knocking. It would be a loss that outweighs the gain. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly heard the long-lost prompt sound from the system. Detected today's target beauty, by Jia, within 10 meters of the host. Cashback will be triggered for you. Balance plus 1 yuan, balance plus 1 yuan, balance plus 1 yuan. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. Listening to the system's prompt, he was completely bewildered. What's going on? Didn't the system just say Bai Jia is nearby? Jiang Chen hurriedly looked into the door mirror again. There wasn't a trace of Bai Jia. In the corridor, he only saw 3 little thugs jumping around like mad. Damn it, get the hell out here. You scratched our car and just ran off. Are you tired of living? I'll tell you, if you don't cough up the compensation today, we'll smash your broken house. The skinny thug shouted while banging on the door with a wooden stick. You think ignoring our calls will solve anything? I'll tell you, we have people in the traffic police. We might not be able to do much else, but we can definitely check your house number. Liang Kuan, right. You have a wife named Bai Jia, right. Oh, and a daughter in elementary school named Liang Wanwan, right. The big-headed thug paused deliberately. If you're smart, just open the door and pay up. Otherwise, we'll barge in and you'll regret it. Jiang Chen listened to the thug's shouts and broke out in a cold sweat. No way. The door across is indeed Bai Jia and Liang Kuan's home. Recalling earlier when he and Meng Xiaoran returned to the community, he had indeed seen Liang Kuan drive out. Ah, he had known Liang Kuan lived in this community, but he never expected they lived right across. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. This is outrageous. But what's going on now? These thugs are banging on the door like this. Why hasn't that hot-tempered Liang Kuan said a word? Could it be that he went out driving and hasn't returned yet? There should only be Bai Jia at home now. Oh, perhaps their daughter Liang Wanwan is also at home. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of the system's prompt again. He was even more certain that Bai Jia was within his 10-meter range. But now, with these 3 thugs blocking the door, what can a woman do at home when the man isn't there? Looking at Liang Kuan's furious demeanor, he wouldn't be back anytime soon. If these 3 thugs barged in, it would be disastrous. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel anxious. But alas, 2 fists can't fight 6 hands. If he stepped in now, wouldn't he just get beaten to a pulp by these 3 thugs? Meanwhile, from a perspective Jiangchen couldn't see, Bai Jia was also trembling behind the door. Today was supposed to be a wonderful day. After sending her child to school as usual, she went to the yoga studio to practice. After finishing, she planned to do some cardio before heading home to cook. So she went to the gym next door to ride the stationary bike. But a new fitness instructor said her posture was a bit off. She was preparing to guide herself a bit. Originally, this was nothing, but unexpectedly, her husband Liang Kuan saw it. As soon as Liang Kuan saw how close she was to another man, he instantly exploded with rage. No matter how she tried to stop him, it was futile. After all, it was because he couldn't satisfy their relationship that he felt a bit inferior. But she felt she had been very accommodating and understanding of him. Even if she had desires, she had persisted in suppressing them, and after 5 years of this, it had become a habit. But her husband Liang Kuan just couldn't let this matter go, constantly doubting her and keeping a close watch on her. Today, after another disagreement, he ended up beating that coach into the hospital. She felt utterly humiliated. Over the years, she had always endured and compromised. She knew he was a bit insecure and had a temper. But today, he had gone too far, beating someone in front of so many people. Although he compensated the person, how could she ever go to the gym again? They were all acquaintances, and who knew how many people would be gossiping about her behind her back. She felt her anger rising and threw Liang Kuan a bit of a cold shoulder, saying a few angry words. Unexpectedly, Liang Kuan took it to heart, not only beating her but also locking her in the house. Furious, she stormed out. But then she realized it was already time for their daughter Wenwen to come home from school. Her husband Liang Kuan's phone was unreachable. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. However, even more frightening, 3 local thugs had now arrived at the door. It seemed they had heard that her husband Liang Kuan had scratched their car and had come to demand compensation. But all the financial power in the household was in her husband Liang Kuan's hands. She only had a few hundred in WeChat for groceries. What was she going to do now? She called her husband, but he still wouldn't answer. At that moment, Bai Jia was hiding behind the door, trembling with fear, not daring to make a sound. She just hoped these thugs would tire themselves out and leave. At this point, the thugs were indeed getting a bit tired. They had originally planned to come in and extort some money, but they hadn't expected the door of this upscale community to be so sturdy. They hammered, kicked, and slammed against it, but it didn't budge an inch. Damn it! The thugs cursed, but there was still no response. Finally, one of them couldn't hold back anymore. Bro, it looks like no one's home. Anyway, you can run away from the monk but not the temple. How about we just leave it for today? The skinny one asked the leader of the thugs. The leader thought for a moment. It seemed there was no way today. They could come back another day. After all, they couldn't escape. He nodded, and the group could only reluctantly head towards the elevator. At that moment, Bai Jia saw the thugs preparing to leave and finally let out a sigh of relief. However, just as the thugs were about to press the elevator button, the elevator doors suddenly stopped on the 23rd floor. Bai Jia's little daughter Wenwen unexpectedly walked out of the elevator. Bai Jia's heart instantly leaped to her throat. The thugs were just about to press the elevator button when it stopped directly on the 23rd floor. A little girl with a backpack walked out. She was wearing a pink school uniform, with 2 playful pigtails, bouncing out of the elevator. Carrying a small backpack adorned with cartoon patterns, her face radiated a sweet, innocent smile, and her bright big eyes sparkled with lively light, like 2 brilliant stars. Her cheeks were rosy, like ripe little apples. Humming a tuneless little song, her head bobbing, she was truly adorable. After the little girl stepped out of the elevator, she glanced curiously at a few delinquents, then walked towards her home. The leading thug exchanged glances with the other 2, who instantly understood, looking like hungry wolves spotting a lamb, and followed the little girl. The child had no idea of the danger lurking around. She walked to the door and began to input the door lock code. Bai Jia's heart had already leaped to her throat. No matter how she calculated, she never expected her daughter Wenwen to return at this moment. She must have been picked up by her classmate's mother. Wenwen knew the door lock code. If she opened the door now, those 3 thugs would definitely barge in, and that would be disastrous. There was only herself, a weak woman, at home, and her man was not there. If they wanted money, she only had a few hundred yuan for groceries in her WeChat. What if they wanted something else? And what about her little daughter Wenwen? What if they meant her harm? In an instant, Bai Jia's heart raced wildly. Jiang Chen saw the thugs returning and his heart also leaped to his throat. The 3 thugs outside were armed, and he definitely couldn't take them on. Although Baijia was marked by the system today as a woman, and she was of a type he had never encountered before, she was still a married woman, and her husband was a lunatic. If he risked his life to save Baijia, he might end up with nothing. If he didn't save her, he might die here. He thought, and he still had over 6 million left unspent. He couldn't take this unreasonable risk now. But how could he just watch as such a charming young woman like Baijia was harmed by those three thugs? This could leave him with a lifelong shadow. Jiang Chen's mind raced with strategies. However, the situation at hand no longer allowed him to think so much. Wenwen's tiny finger had already finished inputting the code. Click! The door lock popped open. Baijia should have fought to lock the door just now. However, the moment she saw her daughter, she lost her composure. In the next second, her daughter Wenwen had already pushed the door open. Baijia quickly yanked her daughter back inside and used all her strength to close the door. But it was too late. The thugs had already braced the door from the outside. The short thug kicked the door with a bang, sending Baijia tumbling. The thugs swaggered in. The leader, with a face full of flesh and a menacing scar on his forehead, looked particularly terrifying. His bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at the woman in front of him, roaring, "You filthy woman, why didn't you open the door just now?" At that moment, Baijia sat helplessly on the ground, tightly holding her young daughter Wenwen in her arms, trembling uncontrollably. Her pale face was filled with panic, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears from fear, and she trembled as she said, I don't know you, you're too scary, so I dare not open." Before she could finish her sentence, the smallest thug, furious, raised his hand and slapped Baijia across the face. His palm cut through the air, creating a gust of wind. Smack! In the next second, Baijia's fair and delicate cheek quickly swelled up, a clear handprint like a branding iron etched upon it. Tears swirled in her eyes but stubbornly refused to fall, sliding down her pale face. She covered her bruised cheek, her eyes filled with pain and grievance, her lips trembling slightly. Any man witnessing such a scene would find it hard to continue. "Don't hit my mom, you bad guys!" Baijia's little daughter, Wenwen, cried out. She was still in a daze, but upon seeing several people burst in and hit her mother, she concluded they were bad people. Although scared, she lunged at the short thug, her small fists pounding against him. The damage was minimal, but it completely enraged the little thug. Smack! The little thug slapped Wenwen, knocking her to the ground. The little girl instantly fell silent. "Don't touch my daughter, you bunch of bad guys!" Seeing her daughter being hit, Baijia immediately lunged at the little thug. In that moment, she didn't know where her strength came from, but she actually pushed the little thug out the door. Then she went to pick up her daughter, Wenwen. At that moment, Wenwen's little face was flushed red, and she was struggling to catch her breath. Under Baijia's gentle caress, she finally cried out, "Wah!" The little thug hadn't expected this woman to explode with such strength. Instantly embarrassed and furious, he grabbed the stick from the thin thug's hand, preparing to strike Baijia. "Third, stop!" The thug leader beside him finally called out to the little thug. The little thug quickly looked at the leader. At that moment, the thug leader's murky eyes lewdly roamed over Baijia, a smirk plastered on his face. The thug leader stopped the little thug who was about to strike. His murky eyes brazenly roamed over the young woman, a lewd smile on his lips. He leered, "TSK, third, how can you lay a hand on such a beautiful woman? You really don't know how to cherish a lovely lady." As he spoke, the thug leader licked his lips with his tongue, slowly leaning towards Baijia. He did not hide the fervent desire in his heart. "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, that guy is a brute. I'll help you teach him a lesson after I'm done," the thug leader said, letting out a nauseating laugh as he continued to approach the young woman. "Baijia, what do you want?" Baijia looked at the man getting closer, her eyes filled with terror. "What do I want?" The thug leader pointed at his own nose, seemingly surprised. You'll know soon," the thug leader said as he began to make his move on Baijia. Please let me go. Money, I will have my husband pay you," Baijia pleaded. "Hey, sister-in-law, don't rush. We'll talk about the money later. What I want right now is you." The thug leader's face was filled with an impatient, sinister smile. In front of such a beautiful young woman, it seemed that waiting even a second was a tremendous torment. Baijia was now in a state of panic, but she still tightly held her daughter, Wenwen, in her arms. The thug leader was instantly furious. "Second, third, what are you still dawdling for? Get this accessory off me." The thug leader turned his head and shouted at the two little brothers. "Yes, big brother." The two thugs stepped forward, roughly pulling the still sobbing daughter, Wenwen, from Baijia's arms. Why, in an instant, the entire hallway echoed with Wenwen's cries. "Please, don't hurt my daughter." Baijia had already knelt down before them, crying, her face full of desperation. The two lackeys then looked in unison at their leader. Bai Jia followed their gaze to the thug leader, realizing that whatever they did was at his command. "Big brother, please, let my daughter go, you can do anything to me," Bai Jia pleaded on the ground. Only then did the thug leader show a satisfied smile. The next second, he took out a phone and opened the camera, pointing it at Bai Jia. "Sister-in-law, say what you just said again," the thug leader said with a sinister grin. He certainly had his own plans. By recording this video, if the other party ever thought of calling the police, he could pull out this video, and women would generally be intimidated. After all, no one wants to show such a side of themselves to others. Most would have to swallow their pride in silence, greatly reducing their own risk. Moreover, keeping these videos would allow him to enjoy them later. Ha ha ha! Killing two birds with one stone. He had used this trick to control countless women. It was simply too satisfying. Bai Jia looked at the thug leader in shock, her eyes filled with fear. It was one thing for him to violate her, but she had no choice for her child. But now he wanted to record a video. How could she ever face anyone again? And if her husband found out, it would be a matter of life and death. But what could she do now? They had her child. Sigh. It seemed this was the only way today. After saving her daughter, she would just seek death. After all, with her husband like that, living had no meaning. With that thought, Bai Jia had made a fatal decision. Following the thug leader's request, she recorded the video. After watching the recorded video, the thug leader finally revealed a satisfied smile. Ha ha ha! Sister-in-law, this is what you asked for. I didn't force you, I'm just helping, the thug leader shamelessly said. He then set the phone aside. After saying that, he exchanged a glance with the two lackeys. The two thugs then roughly picked up Wenwen and walked out the door. At this moment, Bai Jia's daughter, Liang Wenwen, had cried herself hoarse, trembling all over. After the two thugs exited, they sensibly closed the door behind them, allowing their leader to enjoy himself. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Soon, the sound of clothes being torn echoed from inside. Anyone could guess what would happen next. The two thugs exchanged a knowing smile, then tossed the trembling Liang Wenwen at the door and went to the stairwell to smoke. However, as they pulled out their lighter and just lit their cigarettes, they suddenly heard beep 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 ding, followed by a click, clearly the sound of the door being opened. The two thugs instantly became alert and hurried towards the door. However, they saw nothing, only hearing the sound of the door closing. "What the hell?" the skinny thug muttered, puzzled. "Damn! Second brother, that kid is gone. Did that kid open the door?" the shorter thug exclaimed. "Hey, it's just a kid, why make a big deal out of it? Come on, let's keep smoking," the skinny thug said nonchalantly. So the two continued walking towards the staircase. "Damn it, weren't you two supposed to wait outside? What are you doing coming in now?" The thug leader, hearing the door open, turned around and scolded impatiently. Beside him, Bai Jia's clothes had already been torn, her graceful figure fully exposed. The thug leader was in a hurry to take off his own clothes. However, the next second, when he saw the man's face clearly, he was taken aback. "Who the hell are you? Where are Air and San?" The thug leader looked at Jiang Chen, his face filled with suspicion. "Jiang Chen, I'm your father." Thug leader. Jiang Chen, who had been holding back for so long, could no longer control himself. He picked up the stick that the skinny thug had left at the door. Like a whirlwind, he rushed over and swung it at the thug leader. The thug leader was furious to see a young man he didn't even know suddenly barging in. Damn it, the woman's clothes were already off, and he was in the process of taking off his pants. Who dared to ruin his fun? He would kill him in a minute. However, he never expected that this young man would be so ruthless. As soon as he entered, without saying a word, he picked up the stick and swung it at him. But after all, he had been fighting in the underworld for many years. Would he be afraid of a kid who hadn't even grown facial hair yet? He was confident he could handle this kid with his bare hands. However, just as he was about to stand up, he tripped over his half-removed pants and fell to the ground. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and immediately rushed up, swinging the stick, hitting the thug leader again and again. Each strike was fueled by all his strength. The stick landed on the thug's back, arms, and legs. The thug leader was caught off guard by Jiang Chen, this unruly sixth brother, and instantly cried out in pain. In his panic, he turned around, his eyes filled with fear, pleading, "Brother, spare me, I won't dare again, please spare me." However, the stick in Jiang Chen's hand did not stop, continuing to fall heavily on him. It turned out that Jiang Chen had been paying attention to the movements at the door from the very beginning. He thought that these thugs must have come to demand compensation. Once they got the money, they would probably leave. At most, they would just take advantage of Bai Jia a bit, and that would be it. After all, there were 3 of them, and he could only endure it. However, what he didn't expect was that these thugs suddenly took a fancy to Bai Jia. They had developed some twisted thoughts about her. This was supposed to be a harmonious society. Were they not afraid of the police? Yet, it wasn't until the thug leader took out his phone and started recording Bai Jie that Jiang Chen realized these scoundrels had likely done this more than once. The anger in Jiang Chen's heart surged to the heavens. Damn it, if he didn't act now, could he still call himself a man? Moreover, he was shocked that these thugs could even lay their hands on a child. Damn it, they were like wild beasts. Jiang Chen was furious, but he forced himself to analyze the situation calmly. If he rushed in recklessly, not only would he fail to save anyone, but he would also end up in danger himself. Furthermore, Bai Jie and her daughter Wenwen might suffer secondary harm. So, he decisively called the police. Then he waited patiently for the right moment. It was only when the two thugs dragged little Wenwen out of the door that Jiang Chen saw a glimmer of hope. Just moments ago, when Bai Jie's daughter Liang Wenwen entered the password, he had been watching through the peephole. At that moment, the password was vividly clear in Jiang Chen's mind. The two thugs had gone to the stairwell to smoke. Jiang Chen heard the sound of a lighter igniting. He silently counted 3, 2, 1, then opened the door, dashed across the hallway, and entered the door lock password. He picked up Liang Wenwen and rushed into the room, locking the door behind him. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, without any hesitation. He was on high alert, not daring to make a single mistake. Because if he entered the wrong code even once, those two thugs outside would not give him any chance. If he was surrounded by 3 thugs, he would be in grave danger today. Fortunately, in this highly focused state, he made not a single error. As soon as he entered, he saw that Bai Jie's clothes had been torn, her graceful figure fully exposed. Then he noticed the thug leader was in the process of taking off his pants. Jiang Chen had only charged and fueled by adrenaline, but now, facing this sturdy and experienced thug leader, he didn't have complete confidence in victory. To his surprise, the thug leader tripped over his half-removed pants. Such a great opportunity couldn't be missed. Jiang Chen swung the stick, hitting the thug leader with all his might. Each blow was fueled by his entire strength. In fact, after a few hits, the thug had already lost the ability to resist. Yet Jiang Chen was still not satisfied, continuing to rain blows down on the thug leader. The thug leader was already dazed from the beating. Ugh! Ugh! It hurts, it hurts! The thug leader knelt on the ground, wailing incessantly. At that moment in the stairwell, one thug said, "Listen, Big Brother is having a great time." Hey! Of course. He never screamed like this when he was with other women. Ha 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 ha. The two thug lackeys exchanged glances and then continued to smoke their cigarettes. The leader of the thugs inside would surely be furious to know that his 2 little brothers were still outside smoking. He would probably jump up in anger. However, at this moment, he had no chance to consider these things, because he had already been beaten by Jiang Chen to the point where he could no longer get up, losing all ability to resist. The sounds of his screams gradually weakened, until he lay on the ground, completely motionless. Only then did Jiang Chen stop, turning to check on Bai Jie's condition. At this moment, Bai Jie was in a semi-nude state, breathing heavily, her hands covering her chest. Tears streamed down her face. Jiang Chen looked at her, half of her face swollen, marked with handprints, her long hair disheveled. Her expression was dazed, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Jiang Chen could no longer entertain any wicked thoughts, all that remained was pity. He casually grabbed a thin blanket from the sofa and wrapped it around her completely. Meanwhile, a notification sound echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. The system has detected that the host has had intimate actions with Bai Jie. Due to insufficient favorability, below 80, a large cashback cannot be triggered. Currently, Bai Jie's favorability towards the host is 35. Host, please work hard. But at this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't care less about the system. He picked up Bai Jie and headed towards the bedroom. He could feel that Bai Jie's body was truly fair and clean. Her delicate waist was so slender it could be grasped with one hand, her long legs straight and proportionate, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The brief intimate contact from the living room to the bedroom was enough to leave Jiang Chen reminiscing for half a year. If it weren't for the fact that this woman had just gone through such an ordeal today, he really wouldn't know if he could maintain his composure in front of such a mature and charming woman. After placing Bai Jie on the bed in the bedroom, Jiang Chen prepared to head back to the living room to check on Bai Jie's daughter, Wenwen. That little girl had already fainted from crying outside the door. When he had just entered, he had set her down. Then he went to deal with the thug leader, not paying attention to her. Fainting was better, it spared her from witnessing such a scene, which would leave a greater shadow in her heart, Jiang Chen thought. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to get up and leave the bedroom, Bai Jie hugged him from behind. Ah! Jiang Chen's heart raced instantly. He paused in a daze, trying to break free. But he heard the woman's voice, trembling and tearful, "Husband, don't leave me, I'm scared." Only then did Jiang Chen turn around to look at Bai Jie. Her face was lost and disheveled from fear and anxiety. Tears flowed freely down her still alluring face, smudging her delicate makeup. Her autumn-like eyes were filled with tears, brimming with helplessness and confusion, yet still radiating an enchanting glow. Her slightly curled long hair fell messily over her shoulders, swaying gently with her trembling body, adding to her pitiful appearance. She hugged Jiang Chen tightly, the thin blanket she had draped over herself just moments ago slipping away. She clung to Jiang Chen, unwilling to let go, as if he were her only support in this world. Her body trembled continuously, her hair a bit disheveled, and her eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such a situation. Logically, if it weren't for what had happened earlier, and if Bai Jie were in a clear state of mind, he would have definitely embraced her and cared for her properly. But given the previous events, he knew the woman was still in a state of confusion. If he took advantage of the situation now, and if Bai Jie didn't acknowledge it later, he would be in big trouble. Her husband would definitely come after him, and he might even end up in prison for a few years. It was too risky. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen forced himself to calm down. He turned around and discreetly pulled the thin blanket up over Bai Jie a bit more, to prevent himself from losing control again. That. Big sister, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your husband, I'm your neighbor living across the hall, Jiang Chen hurriedly explained. However, it seemed Bai Jie didn't hear him at all, tightening her embrace around him. Husband, what I said during the day was all in anger, she said. I know that matter has always been a burden on your heart, but I really don't mean to despise you. You can hit me or scold me, just please don't leave me, okay? Bai Jie cried, tears streaming down her face, holding onto Jiang Chen for dear life. Jiang Chen's heart was instantly filled with mixed emotions. It seemed Bai Jie was not the kind of promiscuous woman he had imagined. Sigh. It appeared he had been too tainted in his thoughts. But what could he do in this situation? At this moment, Bai Jie was still not fully conscious and had mistaken him for her husband. If he were to forcefully leave, he really didn't know what extreme action she might take. Forget it, for now, he would pretend to be her husband and let her calm down first. Considering Bai Jie's safety, Jiang Chen could only turn around and sit facing her. He wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back, trying to soothe her emotions. However, the next second, Bai Jie suddenly leaned in closer to Jiang Chen. Her warm breath brushed against his cheek. Then, she passionately kissed his cheek, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. At the same time, Bai Jie's gaze was already dazed, her lips murmuring intimate words that only couples would say. Jiang Chen felt his face flush with embarrassment from this sudden situation, wanting to break free but afraid of hurting her. However, Bai Jie's kisses grew even more fervent. Soon, Jiang Chen felt his mind go completely blank. His mind was completely stagnant, unable to think, nor did he want to think, only wishing to be forever immersed in this dreamlike kiss. It was as if he were in an illusory dream, everything around him becoming blurred. Faced with the proactive advances of the beautiful woman, Bai Jie, Jiang Chen found himself momentarily unable to resist. Although he knew in his heart that Bai Jie only regarded him as her husband, he couldn't help but feel a reluctance to let her go. In her embrace, he felt as if he were in a warm and safe harbor. Her arms were soft yet strong, exuding a faint fragrance, a unique scent that blended maturity and elegance, as if offering a silent comfort and support. Although he knew she was not comforting him, but rather her husband, Liang Kuan, yet he could clearly feel her breath, steady and deep. Each exhale was like a gentle breeze brushing against his cheek, bringing a touch of warmth. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if he could hear the voice and desires deep within her heart, a calmness and tranquility forged through the passage of time. She lacked the youthful innocence and impulsiveness, instead filled with the tolerance and understanding of a mature woman. Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented peace in her presence. This was Jiang Chen's first encounter with a woman as mature and charming as Bai Jie. He found it hard to let her go. At that moment, Bai Jie seemed to suddenly remember something. She abruptly began to move, unfastening Jiang Chen's belt. Jiang Chen panicked instantly. He hurriedly pressed down on his waistband and pushed Bai Jie away. In an instant, Bai Jie looked somewhat confused. Husband. You. Bai Jie looked at the man before her in astonishment, not expecting to be pushed away like this. Jiang Chen's rationality ultimately triumphed over desire. He knew he couldn't continue like this. If this went on, it might lead to an irreparable mistake. Because Bai Jie was now in a state of confusion, mistaking him for her husband. What he was doing was simply a bit insane. Moreover, there was still a gang leader lying half dead in the room, beaten by him. If it came to court, the gang members might retaliate. Could he explain himself clearly? If he were to engage with Bai Jie in such a situation, he would probably end up in prison for a long time. With this thought, Jiang Chen suddenly became clear-headed. No, he couldn't continue. This would not only ruin him but also Bai Jie, benefiting those gang members instead. So, Jiang Chen decisively pushed away the already overwhelmed Bai Jie. Husband, don't you want me anymore? Bai Jie was now shedding tears of sadness, looking at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. Jiang Chen's heart shattered. But what could he do? Just as Jiang Chen faced the greatest test of his humanity in this life, a loud knocking sound came from outside. Bang 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 bang. Jiang Chen instantly became alert. Big brother, are you done yet? Hurry up. The cops are all outside. Two thugs keeping watch outside said anxiously. At that moment, the thug leader had already been knocked unconscious by Jiang Chen. He couldn't hear their words at all. As soon as Jiang Chen heard the police were coming, he became alert as well. He quickly put on the clothes that Bai Jie had just taken off him. Then he rushed to the wardrobe and grabbed another piece of Bai Jie's clothing, throwing it in front of her. Wife, quickly put on the clothes. The police are here. Jiang Chen said gently to Bai Jie. He knew that Bai Jie, being completely naked, couldn't face anyone. She had to wear something. But fearing that Bai Jie might not listen to him, he could only speak to her in a husbandly tone. When Bai Jie heard Jiang Chen call her wife and saw his gentle demeanor, it seemed she finally understood. She obediently nodded. I'll listen to my husband. Then she happily put on the clothes. Bai Jie thought to herself, humph. Anyway, my man has regained his vigor. Isn't it just a matter of time? Why rush it? He. Let's deal with the outsiders first. At that moment, she seemed to have become that pampered, happy little woman, cradled in her husband's hands once again. The two little thugs, seeing their big brother still hadn't come out and not knowing the door lock's code, were jumping up and down in anxiety outside. There was no choice, the police were almost there. The two decisively chose to flee, not even daring to take the elevator, and ran straight down the fire escape. They ran down a full 23 flights of stairs. No, to be precise, it was 25 floors. To avoid the police, they ended up in the B2 underground parking lot. They didn't dare come out until the early hours of the morning. As for the thug leader, he was in a worse situation. Not only had Jiang Chen nearly beaten him to death, but the indecent videos on his phone had also fallen into the hands of the police. He would end up serving a long sentence. But that's a story for later. Just as Bai Jie finished putting on her clothes, the police knocked on the door. Jiang Chen hurried to greet them. After talking with a few officers for a while and describing the entire incident, two policemen took the unconscious thug leader downstairs. The thug was pushed into a police car, and after the police confirmed the information with Jiang Chen, they asked the victim to go to the police station to make a statement. Jiang Chen nodded and walked back to the bedroom. Wife, the police want you to make a statement. Are you in a condition to go to the police station? Jiang Chen still spoke to Bai Jie in a husbandly tone. Hearing her man's words, Bai Jie obediently nodded. I'll listen to my husband. Earlier, Jiang Chen had already explained to the police that he was just Bai Jie's neighbor. After being startled, Bai Jie mistakenly thought of him as her husband. Therefore, to stabilize Bai Jie's emotions, he could only address her this way for now. Jiang Chen was worried that the two thugs might come back to cause trouble. He carried Bai Jie's daughter, Wenwen, who was still asleep, to his own home. Then he called Meng Xiaoran and briefly described what had happened today. After Meng Xiaoran repeatedly confirmed that Jiang Chen was not injured, she finally felt relieved. Promising Jiang Chen that she could leave work early to take care of Bai Jie's daughter Wenwen, Jiang Chen finally felt at ease and accompanied Bai Jie into the police car. They went to the police station to give their statements. In the car, Bai Jie still affectionately leaned against Jiang Chen, continuously whispering the intimate words that only a couple would share. Jiang Chen, I don't dare to move. I really don't dare to move. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers began their investigation and soon discovered that these three thugs were not simple at all. They primarily relied on debt collection to make a living. Over the past few years, they had taken advantage of their work to bully more than 30 women. The victims had not reported them because they had pre-recorded videos in their possession. Unexpectedly, today, things took a turn for the worse. First, they had a minor collision with Liang Cohen's car. When they went to claim compensation, they encountered Jiang Chen, this cunning man. In a surprise attack, they incapacitated the leader of the thugs. Unfortunately, the other two thugs managed to escape. This posed a significant risk. By the time they finished their statements, it was already past 10 p.m. Jiang Chen immediately called a cab, and both he and Bai Jie sat in the back seat. After a long day, Bai Jie was feeling quite exhausted. She naturally leaned against Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen also wrapped his arms around her. A warm current surged in Bai Jia's heart. It had been a long time since her man had held her so tenderly. Ever since her husband Liang Kuan was injured, at first, he felt guilty and took great care of her. But gradually, Liang Kuan's temper had become very volatile. He would often lash out at her, and any slight rebuttal from her would only infuriate him further. Insults were mild. When he was really angry, he would even hit her. However, today was completely different. She never expected her husband to be so gentle with her today. Bai Jia felt as if she were dreaming, lost in a haze. Jiang Chen, too, had shed his earlier concerns. The two of them sat in the cramped back seat and began to kiss. The driver in front was starting to feel overwhelmed. He usually drove this kind of business car, and most of his passengers were wealthy people. Wealthy people were rarely without women by their side. Those bosses had done many outrageous things in the back seat of his car. However, it was rare to see such a young guy with such a sexy and charming woman like today. The driver was envious, his eyes turning red, wanting to shout at them. But out of professional courtesy, he didn't dare to say a word. Bai Jia leaned in Jiang Chen's embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, she still maintained a shred of rationality. Husband. Bai Jia's eyes were filled with pleading. Although it was a bit of a buzzkill, there could very well be cameras in this private car. How could she feel at ease? This call of husband truly brought Jiang Chen back to reality. Whether Bai Jia saw herself as a mistress or just an ordinary woman, he could accept it all. But she insisted on treating herself as his wife. If he were to be so muddled and with her, what would he become? Moreover, how would she interact with her husband in the future? If she accidentally let something slip, her husband Liang Hui was not someone to joke around with. So Jiang Chen could only suppress the desire burning within him. Forget it, they lived right across from each other, and there were still many days ahead. Why rush for this moment? He was confident that Bai Jia would still remember him once she regained her senses. At that time, it wouldn't be considered going against a woman's will, right? Jiang Chen thought to himself. Bai Jia still believed that Jiang Chen had listened to her, and her affection for him deepened. She held him even tighter. Yet Jiang Chen dared not make any further moves towards Bai Jia, fearing he might truly lose control. The car soon drove into the Fenglinldu community. The two of them cuddled closely all the way, taking the elevator straight to the 23rd floor. However, as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Bai Jia's daughter Wenwen came running out from Jiang Chen's rented apartment, 2301. Mom! 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 Wenwen suddenly leaped into Bai Jia's arms. Bai Jia also held her daughter tightly with all her strength. At that moment, a feeling of having survived a disaster surged in her heart. Her eyes gradually blurred, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. After a long while, Bai Jia finally calmed down. One hand still holding her daughter, she used the other to tightly embrace Jiang Chen as they walked towards the door. Mom! Is he Uncle Jiang Chen, the boyfriend of Auntie Meng? Wenwen innocently asked Bai Jia. Bai Jia was taken aback. Silly girl! What Uncle Jiang Chen? How could you not even recognize your own father? Bai Jia said somewhat angrily. Mom, are you silly? He's clearly not Dad. Bai Jia then stared blankly at Jiang Chen again. In an instant, she felt a wave of confusion. Those damned memories rushed into her mind. At the same time, Jiang Chen also saw Meng Xiaoran, who was standing behind the door, witnessing everything. For a moment, Jiang Chen felt a bit flustered. Bai Jia, reminded by her daughter Wenwen, became somewhat dazed. She struggled to recognize the man in front of her. In an instant, she felt like her head was going to explode. Those damned memories crazily invaded her mind. The husband in front of her was slowly transforming into another person. She could hardly believe her eyes. Suddenly, panic crossed her face. Frightened, she quickly released her hold on the man. Wenwen, what did you just say he is? Bai Jia asked her daughter in her arms. At that moment, she was somewhat afraid to speak directly to the man, as she completely did not recognize him. She couldn't even tell if he was a good person or a bad person. He's Uncle Jiang Chen. He saved us when the bad guy broke into our house, Wenwen said innocently. It turned out that Liang Wenwen wasn't really hurt. She just cried so hard that she got a bit breathless and fainted. After waking up from a nap, she realized she wasn't at home. Her parents were nowhere to be found, and she was immediately scared to tears. Just then, Meng Xiaoran happened to come home from work. From Jiang Chen's phone call, she had already learned the general situation. She knew this was a little girl from a neighbor's house, so she took care of her with great care. Meng Xiaoran really liked children, so she and Wenwen played very happily together. Until now, when Jiang Chen and the others returned. At this moment, Bai Jia finally began to realize that the man in front of her was not her husband at all. Remembering everything that had happened today, her face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. She was somewhat at a loss on how to face Jiang Chen now. As Bai Jie regained her senses, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding, the system has detected that the target beauty Bai Jie has a favorability level of 35 towards the host, and 45 more is needed to trigger a large cashback. Jiang Chen? So all that effort last night didn't trigger any large cashback at all. He glanced at his balance, and sure enough, it was only the basic reward of over 20,000. It seemed that Bai Jie had indeed mistaken him for her husband, Liang Kuan. That's why the favorability level hadn't increased at all. However, he couldn't afford to think about that now. He needed to figure out what to do next. The intimate moment he had with Bai Jie earlier was probably seen by Meng Xiaoran. She must be disappointed in him by now. With that thought, Jiang Chen glanced at Meng Xiaoran with a hint of guilt. Meng Xiaoran was slightly taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. That calmness was not a facade but stemmed from her inner cultivation and understanding of the situation. She smiled gently at Jiang Chen, without a hint of questioning or blame. Then, with a smile on her face, she walked up to Bai Jie. You must be Sister Bai Jie. Jiang Chen told me about today over the phone, but thankfully, everyone is fine in the end. Meng Xiaoran comforted Bai Jie softly. Bai Jie felt a sudden surprise in her heart because she had never seen this exceptionally graceful young woman before. Who are you? Bai Jie asked, somewhat astonished. Mom, she's Sister Meng. She really likes me. Before Meng Xiaoran could speak, Bai Jie's daughter Wenwen eagerly answered. Meng Xiaoran smiled gently and patted Wenwen's head. My name is Meng Xiaoran, and I just moved in today. You can call me Sister Meng or Xiaoran. Meng Xiaoran said warmly. Then, she naturally linked her arm with Jiang Chen's. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Jie immediately understood the relationship between the young couple in front of her. When she went to the police station earlier, she had been in a daze. She hadn't noticed where her daughter Wenwen had been taken by her husband. Now she realized that her daughter Wenwen had been entrusted to this young woman for care. And the husband she had thought of earlier was actually the man in front of her, Jiang Chen. In an instant, Bai Jie's emotions became complicated. Oh, thank you, Bai Jie said politely, preparing to hug her daughter and return indoors. So much has happened today that she no longer has the energy to deal with the complicated relationships in front of her. Moreover, she has no idea how to face Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran right now. After all, just a few minutes ago, she had regarded Jiang Chen as her husband. Meng Xiaoran saw that Bai Jie was now showing signs of exhaustion and panic. She wasn't angry at all. Instead, she revealed a look of concern. Sister Bai Jie, after a whole night of turmoil, you haven't eaten yet, right? I've already prepared dinner, so if you don't mind, let's eat together. Meng Xiaoran said sincerely. Bai Jie was even more surprised. She looked into Meng Xiaoran's eyes and understood that she genuinely cared about her. However, in her current state, it was really not suitable to see anyone else. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what rude things she might do or what inappropriate words she might say. Oh, no, thank you. I'm feeling a bit tired right now and want to rest. I'm sorry. Bai Jie politely declined Meng Xiaoran's invitation. Then she hugged her daughter Wenwen and opened the door to her home. Seeing this, Meng Xiaoran no longer insisted. Goodbye, Aunt Meng. Liang Wenwen happily waved to Meng Xiaoran. Wenwen, goodbye. Meng Xiaoran replied with a smile. Bang! Bai Jie closed the door from the inside. Click! She locked the door again. Her mind was in chaos. It seemed that only by closing the door could she truly give herself a closed space to think. She didn't want to see anyone right now, including her husband Liang Kuan, and also her other husband Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran outside the door were somewhat dumbfounded. They didn't expect Bai Jie to act so rudely. Perhaps what happened today is indeed a bit hard for her to accept. Jiang Chen thought to himself, but he pretended to be angry and scolded. What kind of problem is this? Who is she throwing a tantrum at? This was, of course, directed at Meng Xiaoran. Because he had only told Meng Xiaoran on the phone, a few thugs broke into the neighbor's house intending to commit violence. I had no choice but to save the neighbor, and now I have to go to the police station to give a statement. The neighbor's child, Wenwen, asked her to take care of her when she comes back. He hadn't mentioned anything about Bai Jie. Naturally, he didn't mention the absurdity of Bai Jie thinking of him as her husband either. Jiang Chen originally planned to send Bai Jie back to her room first before meeting Meng Xiaoran. It was best not to let these two women meet. However, things didn't go as planned. Who would have thought that just as they got on the elevator, Bai Jie's daughter Wenwen would rush out? This caused the development of events to spiral out of control. This remark was indeed effective on Meng Xiaoran. Seeing Jiang Chen so angry, she no longer cared about her earlier doubts. "Sure, darling, you can't say that about her. After all, she just went through such a big event, so you should be a little understanding," Meng Xiaoran said in a lowered voice. Then she pulled Jiang Chen towards the room. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. However, the next second, Jiang Chen's arm was suddenly pulled by Meng Xiaoran, and he felt a sharp pain. "It must be the lack of exercise usually. Just now, when I swung the stick at that thug leader, I swung it too hard. I didn't notice it when I was excited. Now, in front of my beloved Meng Xiaoran, I completely relaxed. Only then did I feel that my arm was already swollen to the point where I could hardly lift it. Let me see where it hurts." Meng Xiaoran anxiously pulled Jiang Chen's arm to take a look. Seeing Meng Xiaoran so worried about him, Jiang Chen instantly felt a wave of happiness. He casually draped his swollen arm over Meng Xiaoran's shoulder. With her support, he walked into the room. When the two returned to the room, Jiang Chen discovered that everything he had bought earlier that afternoon had already been decorated by Meng Xiaoran. Red candles and beautiful candle holders were lit, and the corners of the room were filled with warm candlelight. On the table was a dinner prepared by a five-star restaurant, including top-quality steak, fresh seafood, delicious pasta, and more. Although it looked like it had been set for a long time, it appeared untouched. Clearly, Meng Xiaoran had been waiting for him. Only a few exquisite snacks and fruits looked like they had been nibbled on. It could be inferred that they had been eaten by Meng Xiaoran and by Jie's daughter, Liang Wenwen. In addition, there was a bottle of aged red wine and two exquisite goblets on the table. There was also a bouquet of vibrant red roses. It was evident that Meng Xiaoran had been waiting for him for a long time. In such a romantic atmosphere, it seemed like tonight would take off directly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think. However, Meng Xiaoran, supporting Jiang Chen, did not stop in the living room at all. She directly led him into the guest room that Jiang Chen had prepared for himself. Jiang Chen felt surprised. "Sit there." Meng Xiaoran pointed to a small stool she had brought from the urban village and said to Jiang Chen. Although he found it a bit strange, he obediently sat down. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran got up and rummaged through her luggage. In no time, she found a small medical kit. From it, she took out a bundle of snow-white gauze, cotton swabs, iodine, and an ice pack, placing them on the small table in front of Jiang Chen. Then she walked in front of Jiang Chen and bent down. In an instant, her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders, gently brushing against Jiang Chen's face, bringing a subtle, soft tickling sensation. She first dipped a cotton swab in the medicine and carefully wiped the swollen area on Jiang Chen's arm, each delicate movement so gentle, as if afraid to cause him even the slightest pain. Jiang Chen silently gazed at her, his eyes fixed on her slightly furrowed brows and her soft, pink lower lip that she was lightly biting. Watching the woman in front of him, so focused and undistracted, Jiang Chen unknowingly became entranced. In an instant, as he looked at her beautiful face, so close and ethereal, he couldn't help but lean in towards her. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation coming from her lips. Meng Xiaoran giggled. It turned out she had already seen through Jiang Chen's intentions. He reached out to grab the ice pack on the table and held it up to his face. At that moment, Jiang Chen kissed the ice pack. But Jiang Chen was not willing to give up. He used his other hand to push the ice pack aside and continued to kiss Meng Xiaoran. A blush immediately spread across Meng Xiaoran's face, and she dodged Jiang Chen's advance once again. She pouted, "You look like this, and you still won't behave." Jiang Chen could tell that Meng Xiaoran wasn't really angry, and his heart fluttered even more. I took the opportunity to wrap my uninjured arm around Meng Xiaoran and pulled her onto my lap. With a mischievous smile, I said, "Isn't it because you're too charming that I can't help myself?" As Jiang Chen spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, his eyes filled with sweetness and tenderness. Meng Xiaoran looked at the man in front of her, filled with love, and couldn't feel angry at all. Instead, she felt a wave of happiness. So she could only let Jiang Chen hold her in his arms, continuing to help him reduce the swelling. After all, he was a patient now. In the end, under Jiang Chen's persistent interference, Meng Xiaoran finally managed to apply the medicine. Before she could even tidy up the supplies, the next second, Meng Xiaoran felt her waist tighten, and she was lifted off the ground. In a whirlwind, her back had already sunk into the small bed in the guest room. The bed in the guest room was only 1.5 meters wide, just a little bigger than the small bed Meng Xiaoran had in the urban village. It could barely accommodate 2 adults lying on it, but for the 2 who were in love, it was more than enough. Mainly, the quality of the bed seemed to be a bit worse than that of the master bedroom. The noise in the room was quite significant. If it were in Meng Xiaoran's rental in the urban village, it would definitely attract the envy, jealousy, and hatred of everyone upstairs and downstairs. The old bachelors would be crying in their blankets. Fortunately, they were in such a luxurious place with good sound insulation. Otherwise, Meng Xiaoran would probably be too embarrassed to go out again. Darling, is this okay? What if the neighbors come knocking? Meng Xiaoran's shy words carried a hint of worry. Jiang Chen laughed. It's fine. The sound insulation here is really good. Besides, I'm more worried they won't hear us. He. What Jiang Chen said was, of course, his true feelings. Living in a rental with roommates, he had to listen to his roommate Li Yang and his girlfriend He Xia's noises every day, which made him gnash his teeth in frustration. He wished he could rush over and kick him out, taking his place. Now, with the tables turned, he would love for everyone to hear, driving them crazy. Moreover, the community he lived in was a high-end neighborhood, with very few young people. Those who could afford to buy a house here were mostly middle-aged. Middle-aged people have a lot of life pressure, and many are sub-healthy, often out of breath. After a long day, if they could manage to stir things up once a week, that would be quite good. What more noise could they expect? So for people nowadays, the louder the noise from others, the more it made them feel inferior, and the more they envied, hated, and resented. Who would dare to come upstairs and make things uncomfortable for themselves? Jiang Chen finally didn't have to be as cautious as he was at noon, afraid of losing control and being looked down upon by Meng Xiaoran. At the same time, Meng Xiaoran felt that Jiang Chen was completely different from how he was at noon, as if he had become a different person, bringing her a completely different feeling. By the time they finished, it was almost midnight. Meng Xiaoran went to the bathroom to take a shower, and when Jiang Chen wanted to join her, he was pushed out. With no choice, Jiang Chen sat at the dining table and started eating by himself, recalling the scene from earlier. The corners of his mouth lifted, and he couldn't help but laugh. This is my true level, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Before long, Meng Xiaoran walked out of the bathroom, her skin glowing with the moisture from her shower, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. She was wearing a simple yet elegant light blue long dress, resembling a fairy who had stepped out of a dream. The warm candlelight on the dining table flickered, creating a dreamy atmosphere. Jiang Chen quickly stood up and pulled out a chair for his goddess. Meng Xiaoran smiled gently at Jiang Chen, a sweet smile gracing her lips. On the table were exquisite steaks, vibrant flowers, and fragrant red wine. The candlelight illuminated her beautiful face, making her even more enchanting. The two sat across from each other, their gazes meeting, as if the whole world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. In the extremely warm and romantic atmosphere, they finally finished their dinner. Jiang Chen originally planned to take a moment to relax and then rest, but Meng Xiaoran insisted on tidying up the house. With no choice, Jiang Chen had to agree. Women. It's a good thing they love to clean. This is the kind of woman he idealized, capable in the living room and the kitchen. While Meng Xiaoran was tidying up, Jiang Chen went to the bathroom to take a shower, making sure to wash all the important places and even brushed his teeth. Things had escalated too quickly earlier, and he hadn't had a chance to tidy himself up before everything happened. Jiang Chen looked at his incredibly handsome self in the mirror and couldn't help but admire himself. Ah, what a handsome guy he was. When he was with Su Qian, what kind of days had he been living? Now, being with Meng Xiaoran, he finally felt the nourishment of love. At this moment, he looked radiant, his aura elevated to a new level, as if he had become 2 years younger. It seems that love nourishes not just women, but men as well, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Just as Jiang Chen was admiring himself in the mirror, suddenly, outside, there was a crack sound, the sound of glass breaking. Then, he heard Meng Xiaoran scream. Jiang Chen was instantly startled. Without bothering to get dressed, he ran outside. He saw Meng Xiaoran clutching her stomach, looking in pain. Jiang Chen's heart instantly leaped to his throat. What happened, my dear? Are you okay? Jiang Chen rushed to support Meng Xiaoran. Meng Xiaoran was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, but she still clutched her stomach, her face contorted in agony. Jiang Chen instantly panicked. He hurriedly took out his phone, ready to call 120. But Meng Xiaoran stopped him, saying, I'm fine, just give me a moment. Just a moment. Jiang Chen could only hold Meng Xiaoran like that, sitting on a nearby chair. He remained still, holding her tightly. Sweat beads dripped from Meng Xiaoran's forehead onto Jiang Chen. Inside, Jiang Chen was extremely anxious. In this situation, he truly didn't know what to do. After a long while, Meng Xiaoran finally began to feel a little better. Seeing Jiang Chen, who was so tense in front of her, a hint of a smile appeared on her pale face. Jiang Chen sensed something was off and looked down at Meng Xiaoran. Darling, what just happened? You scared me to death. Jiang Chen said, his face filled with worry. Maybe it's that time of the month. Meng Xiaoran said, her expression shy. Jiang Chen? Meng Xiaoran, every time before it comes, it hurts for a while, but it's the first time it's hurt this much. And the timing is off. It's 2 days early. Meng Xiaoran explained, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Jiang Chen was instantly stunned. After a long pause, he said, then, that, could it be? I was too rough just now. Jiang Chen's voice trembled, filled with deep self-reproach. Seeing this, Meng Xiaoran gently stroked Jiang Chen's head. It might have something to do with how intense it was just now. But it's okay, darling. It's mainly because there have been too many things happening lately, and life has been a bit irregular. Meng Xiaoran comforted Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen still felt guilty. He couldn't even remember his girlfriend's cycle. What kind of qualified boyfriend was he? Moreover, his girlfriend was exhausted from work. He still had to trouble her. Sigh. He was simply too much. Meng Xiaoran noticed that her comfort didn't seem to help Jiang Chen at all. She realized he was still blaming himself. She knew she had to say something different. Otherwise, how could she bear to see him continue to feel this way? Darling, it came a bit suddenly, and I wasn't prepared. Could you help me check on a certain delivery app to see if they're still delivering? Meng Xiaoran said shyly. It was already so late. She wasn't that picky actually, she still needed some supplies. But seeing Jiang Chen so self-reproachful, maybe letting him do something for her would make him feel better. It should reduce some of his guilt, right? Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen heard this, he immediately stood up as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He started rummaging through his phone. However, it was already past midnight. There were still delivery services available, but the delivery time would take over an hour. An hour. Meng Xiaoran would probably bleed to death. Jiang Chen felt anxious and desperately wanted to do something for Meng Xiaoran. So he quickly put on his clothes, grabbed his phone, and walked towards the door. Darling, the delivery time on that app is too long. I'm going to buy something from the convenience store across the street. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Wait for me. Jiang Chen quickly changed into his shoes, opened the door, and headed for the elevator. Meng Xiaoran wanted to say something, but bang, the door had already closed. Reflecting on the man's nervous demeanor, Meng Xiaoran smiled happily. How could someone so rough yet delicate, emotionally nuanced, and gentle not be lovable? However, it was a bit late now, and she still felt worried about him. She walked to the balcony and watched Jiang Chen jog towards the entrance of the community. At this moment, Jiang Chen still felt a bit guilty towards Meng Xiaoran. How could he have been so rude at that time? Fortunately, it hadn't caused any major consequences. Otherwise, he would regret it for a lifetime. No, he had to be gentler with her in the future. After all, he had already decided that she was his woman, and he needed to cherish her. Then, Jiang Chen recalled what Meng Xiaoran had said to him. She seemed to have mentioned, although it was somewhat related to being too intense, the main reason was that there had been too many things happening recently, and her life was not very regular, leading to, sigh, a hotel receptionist earning around 4,000 yuan a month. Yet she had to stay there all day, occasionally working night shifts. He had already told her that he wanted her to take a break and that he would support her. But Meng Xiaoran was adamant about not wanting that. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt an immense heartache for Meng Xiaoran. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. He remembered something. Wasn't Meng Xiaoran a dance major like Zhang Menjing? Zhang Menjing could enter a dance troupe and become a dancer. Why couldn't Meng Xiaoran? She just needed one opportunity. No, he had to find a way to help Meng Xiaoran get out of this job. How wonderful it would be for her to be a dancer or a dance teacher. She would enjoy it and not be so tired. With this thought, Jiang Chen suddenly had a plan. This was all he could do for her right now. Jiang Chen imagined how excited Meng Xiaoran would be if she could return to her dance major, no longer having to deal with those difficult customers at the hotel every day. He felt exhilarated. His woman deserved to be cherished. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Jiang Chen quickly exited the community and walked into a 24-hour convenience store across the street. He didn't know which brand Meng Xiaoran used, and it was awkward to call and ask. So he bought a pack of the same kind. The two girls working the night shift at the convenience store saw Jiang Chen buying over a dozen packs of sanitary pads and immediately burst into laughter, pointing and gesturing at him. Jiang Chen paid no attention to their surprised looks and smiled calmly as he paid. He thought, what's so embarrassing about buying sanitary pads for my girlfriend? You girls can just envy me. Jiang Chen happily walked out of the convenience store with a big bag full of sanitary pads. However, just as he returned to the entrance of the community and swiped the access card, he saw two men walking out with fierce expressions. Jiang Chen was instantly startled. Because these two men were the ones who had barged into Bai Jie's house during the day, the two little thugs who had escaped after assaulting her. They were about to run into each other. Jiang Chen's heart jumped into his throat. It turned out that these two thugs had seen the police arrive, but their boss inside hadn't made a sound. In a panic, they could only leave first. They didn't even dare to take the elevator, running down 25 floors through the fire escape to hide in the B2 underground parking lot. They had only just waited until now, when there was no commotion outside, to dare to come out. At this moment, as they reached the entrance of the community, they saw a young man walking in from outside, looking quite handsome. They were somewhat surprised. After all, it wasn't easy to afford a house in such a high-end community. This young man could actually live here? He. Without saying a word, they knew what he was up to. The two thugs exchanged a knowing smile, revealing lewd grins. Then they looked at Jiang Chen, who was holding such a big bag of sanitary pads. Ha 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 ha. The two of them immediately burst into laughter. Jiang Chen, feeling confused, was a bit dazed. What is going on? What are they laughing at? He wore a surprised expression but didn't dare to show it, because just a few hours ago, he had just dealt with their boss. If these two were seeking revenge, he wouldn't stand a chance. Kid, take it easy. How much blood does it take to use so many sanitary pads? The thug looked at Jiang Chen, teasing him with a mocking expression. Jiang Chen. 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his mind. However, he quickly realized. He had been observing through the peephole. He recognized these two thugs, but they had no idea who he was. As for how their boss had been dealt with by him, they probably didn't know either. In that case, they were in the open, and he was in the dark. There was no danger now. Jiang Chen smiled and said nothing as he walked past them. Second brother, what do you think our boss is doing now? Has he been arrested by the police? The short thug asked. The skinny thug replied, who knows? The short thug said, how about we go check the police station tomorrow? The skinny thug was immediately startled. Go to the police station? You must be out of your mind. We're wanted criminals now. If we step into the station, we'll probably be recognized on the spot. The short thug suddenly realized and said, right. You're so thoughtful, second brother. So what should we do now? The skinny thug thought for a moment. How about this? Tomorrow we'll go to 2302 and pay that B*TCH a visit. We'll find out everything we need to know, right? The short thug scratched his head. What if we go now? If we make a surprise visit now, they definitely won't expect it. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was eavesdropping behind the door, felt his heart leap into his throat. If these two thugs decided to make a comeback, he really wouldn't be able to stop them. However, just then, with a slap, the skinny one smacked the short one's head. Are you stupid? The door is locked now. How can we get in? If that little girl hadn't opened the door this afternoon, could we have gotten in? The short one suddenly realized. Got it, second brother, you mean we should come back tomorrow with tools? Exactly. Looks like you're not completely dumb. But, third brother, that woman has a really nice figure. I was planning to have my turn after Big Brother was done today. I didn't expect the police to show up. Tomorrow, no matter what, we have to take care of her. He. The skinny one said, a wicked grin on his face. Jiang Chen, who was listening to all this from inside the community, felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected these two little thugs were actually planning to come back tomorrow. Luckily, he had overheard their conversation. Otherwise, the consequences tomorrow would be unimaginable. It seemed he needed to prepare some self-defense tools to protect himself. Otherwise, he would end up like today, hiding behind the door, waiting for an opportunity. After all, the next time they struck, they might not give him a chance at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen began to devise a plan. Eventually, his gaze fell on the security guard dozing off in the guard booth by the door. He. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself and stealthily took the guard's electric baton. TSK. This is perfect. With this electric baton, dealing with those two thugs will be a piece of cake. Who knows, maybe this time I can directly take down Bai Jie. Jiang Chen happily walked towards the building where he lived. The next day, the security guard, who found his electric baton missing, was devastated. His 200 yuan salary was gone. Jiang Chen quickly arrived at the elevator on the first floor. However, after he pressed the button, the elevator didn't stop, it went straight to B1. Jiang Chen felt puzzled. It was already past 1 in the morning, who could still be using the elevator? The next second, the elevator finally came up from B1. The doors slowly opened. The moment the door opened, a strong smell of alcohol rushed out. A burly drunk man stood in the corner, facing away from the door. From the mirror in the elevator, Jiang Chen could see his face was flushed, his eyes dazed and unfocused. His thick arms hung loosely, swaying unsteadily with his body. His brows were tightly furrowed, filled with irritation and impatience. The veins on his forehead bulged like angry worms, as if he could explode at any moment over a trivial matter. This man was actually urinating in the elevator. For a moment, Jiang Chen was stunned. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly lost his temper. Because the man inside was none other than Bai Jie's husband, Liang Kuan. Clearly, Liang Kuan had drunk a lot. Seeing Jiang Chen standing at the door, Liang Kuan immediately got angry. Damn it, what are you pressing the elevator for? Can't you see I'm pissing? Jiang Chen. In his heart, 1,000 horses galloped by. But seeing Liang Kuan like this, who would dare to say anything more? Any movement or word from him could easily provoke the man in front of her. Why bother? At this moment, there was no need to stoop to his level. With this thought, Jiang Chen could only smile faintly, not showing any dissatisfaction. He could only wait for another elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Liang Kuan was still cursing under his breath. At this time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but worry about Bai Jie. A man who was this drunk might go home and abuse Bai Jie again. Facing this man, he felt a bit intimidated. How could that delicate woman endure it? Jiang Chen watched as the elevator Liang Kuan was in stopped at the 23rd floor. After waiting for a while, he finally pressed the elevator button. At this moment, he had to keep his distance from this drunken man to avoid unnecessary trouble. When Jiang Chen exited the elevator, he saw Meng Xiaoran already waiting for him at the elevator entrance. She had already put on her coat and changed her shoes. It seemed she wasn't just waiting, she was preparing to go downstairs to find him. Jiang Chen glanced at his watch and realized he had promised Meng Xiaoran to be back in 10 minutes. Now he had delayed for almost half an hour. Meng Xiaoran must have been worried about him and was ready to go downstairs to look for him. How come you took so long when you said 10 minutes? Meng Xiaoran said, her face full of concern. Hee, I ran into 2 acquaintances and chatted for a bit. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Then, proudly shaking the large bag of sanitary pads in his hand, he said, look. Meng Xiaoran looked at the dozen or so packs of sanitary pads in Jiang Chen's hand and instantly blushed. Ah, who needs this many? Others will think something's wrong with me. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't know which one you use, so I bought one of each. Meng Xiaoran was immediately moved to tears, her uncontainable emotions spilling over. Jiang Chen then took the opportunity to pull her into his arms, walking with her into the room. Jiang Chen didn't mention the encounter with the 2 thugs to Meng Xiaoran, fearing it would worry her. He also didn't bring up meeting Liang Kuan, as he could tell from Meng Xiaoran's expression that she likely hadn't encountered him. Otherwise, she would have been startled. By the time they returned to the room, it was already 1 a.m. Since Meng Xiaoran had to work the next day, after changing into her sleepwear, the 2 went straight to the master bedroom to rest. In bed, Jiang Chen gently held Meng Xiaoran in his arms, his movements incredibly tender, as if she were the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. His body was tense, not daring to move, afraid of causing her any discomfort. Meng Xiaoran leaned against his chest, feeling his steady and powerful heartbeat, an endless wave of emotion swelling in her heart. At that moment, she felt like the luckiest woman in the world, having such a considerate and caring man by her side. The 2 embraced like this, and before long, Meng Xiaoran fell asleep. However, Jiang Chen found it hard to sleep. He felt a deep sense of emotion in his heart. Ah, what kind of days had he lived before? Now, holding his beloved woman and sleeping together, this was the life a normal man should have. Then, he remembered that he needed to help Meng Xiaoran find a new job. Yes, this matter had to be put on the agenda. His girlfriend was so exhausted from chasing a 1,200 yuan reward that her menstrual cycle had become irregular. This was unacceptable. Moreover, he couldn't be the one to intervene, he had to quietly ask someone else to handle it. Otherwise, if Meng Xiaoran found out it was because of him, that stubborn girl might refuse outright. But who did he know that was related to dance? Zhang Menjing? It didn't seem feasible that S***T was indeed a dancer. But after what happened last time in the changing room, he absolutely couldn't let her meet Meng Xiaoran again. Besides, last time, he had already blacklisted and deleted that S***T from Meng Xiaoran's phone. At that moment, Jiang Chen recalled the scene from the last live stream, where he had trained that little S***T Meng Xiaoran. It was simply too satisfying. If he were to let them meet, he would have to completely conquer that S***T first. He needed to make sure she wouldn't dare to have any ideas about Meng Xiaoran. After all, Zhang Menjing was just an outlet for his release, a mere seasoning in his life. But Meng Xiaoran was someone he truly cherished. The 2 of them were not comparable at all. There was no need to think about who was more important. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen remembered Bai Jie. This mature beauty was completely different from that Tijan Menjing. When she treated him like her husband today, he felt the urge to commit a crime several times. This clearly showed that he had no resistance to such a mature woman. Unfortunately, as soon as he exited the elevator today, her daughter came out to greet her. Otherwise, if he had quietly sent her home, he might have been able to do something good. However, he still had a chance to be a hero and save the beauty tomorrow. At the entrance of the community, those two thugs seemed to plan to come back tomorrow. He had already prepared the electric baton. As long as the timing was right, he could definitely win over Bai Jie. He couldn't let it happen like last time, where he acted too slowly and she was so scared that she mistook him for her husband. He had wasted half a day. This time, he had to act while she was still sober. Who knows, if he raised her favorability, he might trigger a big cashback. Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was tossing and turning, suddenly, he heard the system's voice in his mind again. Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +1, Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +2, Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +3, Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +2, Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +5, Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +3. The entire process was intermittent and lasted nearly 5 minutes. Ding! Reminder to the host, Bai Jie's favorability towards the host has reached 86, which can trigger big cashback. The host should act quickly. Jiang Chen was completely stunned at this moment. What? What happened? Did something happen to Bai Jie? Listening to the system's prompt, Jiang Chen was bewildered. What was going on? He had just had this thought and hadn't done anything yet. How did the favorability go up? Oh! Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Bai Jie's husband had just come home drunk. Could it be that the woman had mistaken her husband for him again? Did all the favorability points come to me? It shouldn't be. Liang Cohen drank so much, how could his favorability increase so much? Unless that Bai Jie is a masochist. Or could it be that Liang Cohen has done well again? Has he made Bai Jie comfortable? It seems this is the only explanation. Sigh. It seems I was overthinking. This woman really knows how to mess with people, one moment treating me like her husband, the next treating her husband like me. She really knows how to stir things up. But this system is also something else. It doesn't say anything early or late, and now it says the favorability has reached 86. Does it want me to go to Bai Jie's house now, in front of her husband, and get intimate with her? Do I want to live or not? Sigh. No more to say. So frustrated. Jiang Chen could only smile bitterly and helplessly fall asleep. Meanwhile, from a perspective Jiang Chen couldn't see, at Bai Jie's home, it was a different scene. Today, Bai Jie was inexplicably bullied by 3 thugs who came to her door. Later, she spent a few hours at the police station giving a statement. Then she discovered that her husband wasn't her husband at all, but rather a young guy who had just moved in next door. Moreover, this handsome young man had a very beautiful girlfriend with excellent temperament. This series of events all happened in a very short time. Her peaceful life was completely shattered. Just thinking about the series of intimate actions with that husband, she couldn't hide her inner excitement, her cheeks flushed, her breathing quickened, and her heart raced like a deer, so exhilarated that she couldn't sleep at all. How long had it been since her husband had given her such tenderness and real touch? She knew this was not good, but she just couldn't help but think in that direction. What could she do? Helpless, she turned on the small lamp by the bed and glanced at the clock. It was almost 1 a.m. She realized she couldn't go on like this. She took out a sleeping pill from the bedside table, poured one into her palm. Just as she was about to take it, she heard a duong, duong, duong knocking at the door. In an instant, her heart jumped to her throat. Coming again? Bai Jie was already on the verge of collapse. It wasn't until she heard the shouting and cursing outside that she realized her husband had really come back. She was suddenly a bit overjoyed. She hurried downstairs to open the door, only to see a drunken Liang Kuan. Not only was he covered in vomit, but his pants and shoes were also soaked in urine. He was still cursing at her. But what could she do? After all, he was her husband. Bai Jie, with her delicate frame, managed to help her husband onto the sofa. Then she went to take off his clothes, shoes, and socks. After tossing them into the washing machine, she found a thin blanket and covered him with it. She planned to let him sleep here for the night, and he could take a shower after waking up the next day. After doing all this, Bai Jie returned to the bedroom to prepare for sleep. However, just as she lay down, Liang Kuan rushed in. "You filthy bitch, how dare you seduce wild men behind my back? Tell me, which wild man is this?" Liang Kuan stood at the door, holding a string of prayer beads, drunkenly questioning Bai Jie. He had just been lying on the sofa when he suddenly felt something uncomfortable. Looking down, he discovered a bracelet. This was clearly a man's item. Bai Jie looked at the bracelet in the man's hand and quickly recalled. It must have fallen off when Jiang Chen fought with that thug leader during the day. It wasn't Jiang Chen's, it was that thug's. Today, I was too tired to tidy up properly. Now the man is drunk, and how can I dare to tell my husband about what happened during the day? Wouldn't that mean risking my life? Not just the thug's life, but also Jiang Chen's, who saved me. Sigh. Forget it, I'll just bear all of this. After all, I've gotten used to it. Every time he gets drunk, he has to vent like this before forgetting everything the next day. Bai Jie gritted her teeth and said nothing. The man became even angrier, grabbing the belt from the coat rack, cursing stinking bitch as he struck the woman again and again. Bai Jie bore the blows on her waist, legs, buttocks, back, and face, leaving behind terrifying blood marks. At this point, Liang Cohen was also getting a bit tired from his rampage. He collapsed on the floor and fell into a deep sleep. Bai Jie remained silent throughout, allowing the man to vent his anger on her. Because in the next room, her daughter Wanwan was sound asleep. She didn't want her child to see this side of her. It wasn't until Liang Cohen was exhausted and asleep that Bai Jie got up, found a thin blanket from the sofa, and covered Liang Cohen with it. She had been living this way for 5 years. Whenever she saw another man approach her, Liang Cohen would directly deal with him. If she dared to retort even a little, he would take it out on society or go on a bender. This was all fine. After all, when he came back drunk, she would inevitably receive a beating. In fact, this bracelet was just an excuse for him to hit her. But the next day, Liang Cohen returned to normal. He would frantically apologize to himself, slap his own face, kneel, and bow his head, begging for forgiveness. This had been her life for 5 years. She had somewhat resigned herself to her fate. But after experiencing that gentle husband today, her dim world seemed to be illuminated by a ray of light. She felt an intense desire to see that gentle husband again. It seemed that only by returning to his embrace could her wounded soul find some solace. Listening to her husband Liang Cohen snoring, Bai Jie tossed and turned. A strong impulse surged within her. She wanted to find that gentle husband Jiang Chen. But soon, she was amused by her ridiculous thought. Go knock on the door now? Who do I think I am? Besides, if he were single, that would be one thing. But he has a girlfriend. And that girlfriend is quite beautiful. Sigh. Bai Jie, oh Bai Jie. You really are desperate. Bai Jie bitterly smiled to herself, feeling both exhausted and pained, and with tears, she drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen heard the system notification that Bai Jie's affection for him had skyrocketed from 35 to 86. He could only stare in disbelief. System, oh system. What kind of international joke is this? You want me to go knock on Bai Jie's door now? Do I want to live? Wouldn't Liang Cohen beat me to a pulp? Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly and force himself to sleep. Fortunately, he was still holding Meng Xiaoran in his arms. Although she was on her period and they couldn't do anything, touching and feeling was still fine. It's still comforting to have his girlfriend in his arms. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen finally dozed off in a daze. The next morning, Meng Xiaoran got up early, a habit formed from living in the urban village for so long. She had to rise at 6:30 every day and then take the subway for over an hour to get to work. She had long since gotten used to it. Although her current place was only a 10-minute walk from the company, she still hadn't adjusted. As soon as she woke up, she felt a wave of happiness. Because Jiang Chen was still tightly holding her at that moment. This man was truly too good to her. She nestled in his arms, lingering for a while before reluctantly getting out of bed. She went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her beloved. She skillfully handled the spatula, the eggs sizzling in the pan, the bread gradually turning golden and crispy in the toaster, and fresh fruit cut into delicate pieces, arranged neatly. She couldn't help but reminisce about her days in the urban village, where she could only cook on an induction stove without a range hood, filling the room with smoke. Now, in such a spacious kitchen, she could cook for her beloved man every day. Meng Xiaoran thought happily. Before long, a beautifully arranged breakfast was ready on the dining table. She tiptoed back into the bedroom, her eyes filled with affection, gently leaning down to whisper in Jiang Chen's ear, "Darling, it's time to get up." It was only then that Jiang Chen slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Meng Xiaoran's flower-like smile. In that instant, he felt completely filled with happiness. He reached out to embrace her, burying his head in her arms, greedily inhaling her familiar scent. Meng Xiaoran playfully pushed him away, her face flushed. "Stop it, let's eat first." She took Jiang Chen's hand and led him to the dining table. They sat across from each other, eating while sharing smiles. In the moment their eyes met, love filled the air. Meng Xiaoran ate quickly, finishing her meal even faster than Jiang Chen. After putting on a delicate makeup and changing into her professional attire, she transformed into a polished and capable workplace elite. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of desire, holding onto her for a while, leaving Meng Xiaoran both amused and exasperated. They embraced until 8:20, just as Meng Xiaoran's work time was approaching, before reluctantly parting. As she reached the door, she turned back to Jiang Chen with a smile, her eyes full of affection and anticipation. "Darling, I'm off. Be good and wait for me to come back." Jiang Chen nodded obediently. Meng Xiaoran's figure slowly disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. The room fell silent, and Jiang Chen stared at the empty doorway, feeling an instant emptiness in his heart. In contrast, Meng Xiaoran wore a face of happiness, not expecting that after moving closer to the company, she still had to rush to work. "But who told me this is my boyfriend? A boyfriend I found, so I have to pamper him. Others want a clingy boyfriend like this, but they don't have one. He. With that thought, Meng Xiaoran walked along, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Meng Xiaoran quickly exited the community gate, only to unexpectedly run into Bai Jia, who had just returned from dropping her child off at kindergarten. At that moment, although Bai Jia had put on a bit of light makeup, she still couldn't hide the fatigue on her face. Moreover, there seemed to be a mark on her snow-white neck. The two women locked eyes. Meng Xiaoran, in a hurry to get to work, didn't stop to exchange pleasantries. She simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Jia was taken aback for a moment, then managed to force a smile. She watched the youthful and radiant Meng Xiaoran walk away, and then looked at herself. In an instant, a bitter feeling surged in her heart. Both being women, why was her life so hard? Ultimately, it was because she had loved the wrong person back then. Her looks weren't bad at all. If she were a few years younger, she might even be more beautiful and more attractive to men than Meng Xiaoran. What a pity! She hadn't been born a few years later to meet a good man. Ah, women! Natural beauty is one thing, but the nourishment of love is another. If she could receive the nourishment of love, she was sure she would be more charming than anyone else. Unfortunately, having chosen the wrong person, her life was already over. When her husband, Liang Kuan, woke up that morning, he had indeed forgotten all about last night's events. Seeing the injuries all over her body, he kept slapping himself and apologizing. He swore that there would never be a next time. But she knew that with Liang Kuan's character, he probably wouldn't change for the rest of his life. Sigh. At that moment, Bai Jia felt a bit bitter. She recalled the gentleman from yesterday and couldn't help but reminisce about their few intimate encounters. For a moment, she felt her cheeks flush. If she went back now, she might run into that gentle husband. Although she had no capital to entertain any ulterior motives towards him, just being able to say a few words and see his sunny, gentle handsome face would be enough. With that thought, Bai Jia quickened her pace home. After Meng Xiaoran left, Jiang Chen began to tidy up the dining table. After all, if he didn't clean up, Meng Xiaoran would have to do it when she returned in the evening. She was in a special period and worked so hard. Would he really let her clean up after work? He couldn't bear it. Jiang Chen also recalled the thrilling scene from last night. It was truly terrifying. It seemed that he had to be more careful when dealing with his woman. Fortunately, Meng Xiaoran recovered quickly. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Sigh. In the future, he should leave the rough side to those irresponsible women outside. Like that Zhang Menjing. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Just as Jiang Chen finished tidying up the dining table and sat down in a chair to daydream, he unexpectedly heard the system's voice. Ding! He actually heard the system's voice again. Detected that today's target beauty Bai Jia is within 10 meters of the host, about to trigger a cashback for you. Balance plus 1 yuan, balance plus 1 yuan, balance plus 1 yuan. Reminder to the host, Bai Jia's favorability towards the host has reached 86, which can trigger a large cashback. The host should act quickly. Jiang Chen? Favorability 86? Ah, the system is serious? Yesterday, I was so dazed I thought I was still dreaming. This can't be, can it? A favorability blown in by the wind. Jiang Chen instantly sprang up and looked towards the door. Bai Jia slowly stepped out of the elevator and walked towards her front door. She walked very slowly, glancing over at this side from time to time. If it weren't for the door between them, Jiang Chen would even suspect that she had seen him. It took her a full 2 minutes to reach the door across from him, and she kept turning her head to look at his door, as if she had something to discuss with him. Jiang Chen was left in a fog, wondering, what could she possibly want from me? His mind was filled with big questions. Suddenly, Bai Jia seemed to think of something, quickly opened her door, and returned to her room. The system's cashback prompt disappeared, and Jiang Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Although Bai Jia's affection for him had already reached 86, he still dared not cross this minefield. On one hand, he was indeed somewhat wary of her husband, Liang Kuan. On the other hand, he felt a bit guilty about potentially disrupting someone else's family. After heroically saving Bai Jie yesterday, he had somewhat stepped into the role of her husband. Now that he was calm, he felt it was a bit absurd. He still felt a little uneasy about it. However, just as Jiang Chen was hesitating, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Detected that today's target beauty Bai Jie is within 10 meters of the host, about to trigger cashback for you. Balance plus 1 yuan, balance plus 1 yuan, balance plus 1 yuan. The next second, the door across from him opened. Bai Jie walked out again and headed straight for her door. After tidying up her makeup, she hesitated for 3 seconds before pressing her doorbell. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Bai Jie was actually ringing his doorbell. In an instant, his heart raced. What is she ringing my doorbell for? Could it be that she has mistaken me for her husband again? No way. Liang Kuan was already drunk and went home yesterday. What could she possibly want from me? Or could it be that she's come to confront me about yesterday's incident? Jiang Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He didn't know how to face Bai Jie at that moment. However, Bai Jie seemed unwilling to leave. Seeing that there was no response from inside, she pressed the doorbell a second time. Jiang Chen could no longer hesitate. It seemed this woman was determined to see him. After all, the incident from yesterday had already happened, so what was there to be embarrassed about? He wasn't someone who couldn't face people. Jiang Chen opened the door. "Hello?" he asked with a habitual smile. Bai Jie's face flushed red, revealing a shy and charming expression. Although she was already a 36-year-old woman, her husband Liang Kuan was a jealous type, so she hadn't interacted with many men. Her social experience was still that of a woman in her 20s before marrying Liang Kuan. After the absurd events that had transpired between them yesterday, it was still a bit awkward to meet today. About yesterday, thank you, Bai Jie said somewhat hesitantly. While saying this, she didn't even dare to look Jiang Chen in the eye. It's nothing. In that situation, any man would have acted. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. In fact, Jiang Chen was also someone who could easily feel shy, but seeing Bai Jie so bashful made him feel less shy himself. At that moment, that smile completely captivated Bai Jie. She slightly steadied her mind, not allowing herself to appear too infatuated. After all, she was already a 36-year-old woman and needed to be a bit more mature and composed. Is this your bracelet? I didn't notice it yesterday, but I found it on the sofa while tidying up today. Bai Jie held a bracelet in her hand and asked Jiang Chen. She refrained from mentioning that she had been beaten by her husband yesterday because of this bracelet. Jiang Chen took a careful look and saw that it was an old bracelet, plain and unremarkable, with significant signs of wear and a somewhat dull color. It was clearly from that thug leader. Jiang Chen wanted to say it wasn't his, but he quickly realized that might bring up Bai Jie's unpleasant memories. Anyway, this thing was obviously not valuable, he could just deal with it. Oh, it's mine. No wonder I couldn't find it anywhere. Jiang Chen pretended to be very surprised. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie let out a soft laugh. She handed the bracelet to Jiang Chen. As he reached out to take it, he inadvertently brushed against the smooth, delicate hand of the woman. Ding! In Jiang Chen's mind, the system's voice immediately rang out. Received a large system reward from Target Beauty Bai Jie, gaining 4,200 yuan in cash. At the same time, the moment they touched, Bai Jie seemed to be electrified, shivering slightly. A beautiful blush, like the glow of evening clouds, quickly spread across her face, from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Then, as if wanting to escape this embarrassing moment, she quickly withdrew her hand. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit ambiguous. The moment their hands touched, Bai Jie instinctively pulled her hand back shyly. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Logically, this was a gesture typical of a young girl in first love. However, in front of this man, she unconsciously felt shy. In an instant, she truly felt a sense of first love. But she quickly forced herself to calm down. No, if she acted so eager, wouldn't that be a bit cheap? Would he look down on her? Forget it, just knowing that such a man lived across the hall was enough. She hadn't planned to have anything happen with him. The purpose of her visit today was, first, to deal with this bracelet to prevent her husband Liang Kuan from seeing it and thinking too much. Second, she had indeed been eager to see him, finding an excuse to do so. It was as if just seeing his sunny, gentle face could make all her grievances and sorrows vanish in an instant. She really hadn't planned to have anything happen with him. Just seeing him from a distance was enough. Jiang Chen, seeing this scene, felt a bit shy himself. Why don't you come in and talk? Jiang Chen invited Bai Jie. They had been chatting at the door. What was that about? Sitting down to talk slowly might lead to other opportunities for contact, triggering a large system cashback. He. Moreover, being with such a mature and beautiful woman, even without the system cashback, he definitely wouldn't be at a loss. Bai Jia was taken aback. She hadn't expected the man to invite her, but she couldn't help but feel worried. She absolutely couldn't let anything happen with this gentle, sunny man, because once her husband found out, it wouldn't be a joke. Her husband would definitely go all out. She was already a withered flower, how could she drag someone else down with her? Bai Jia sighed deeply. I won't go in. I still have to continue tidying up the house. Bai Jia smiled gently. She turned and walked back to her room, leaving Jiang Chen still standing there in a daze. What's going on? Didn't the system say the favorability was 86? Why isn't there even a chance for some intimate contact? This system must have a problem. Jiang Chen looked at the bracelet in his hand and smiled wryly. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the door for a while before turning back to his room. Similarly, after Bai Jia returned to her room, she also observed Jiang Chen through the peephole for quite a while. It was only after Jiang Chen went back that she reluctantly left the doorway. She began to tidy up the house. Disgusted, she threw Liang Kuan's clothes, which were stained with alcohol and urine, into the washing machine. Now there were 2 washing machines at home, one for her and the child's clothes, and one specifically for her husband Liang Kuan's clothes. Then she went to clean the dining table, wash the dishes, mop the floor, and tidy up the house. In no time, she had made the place spotless and clean. After finishing everything, a sense of loneliness slowly crept into her heart. Originally, after dropping her child off at kindergarten every day, she could go to the yoga studio for a while. But ever since yesterday, when her husband Liang Kuan hit a coach in front of so many people, and then dragged her into the car and brought her back, she felt disheartened. She didn't want to argue with Liang Kuan over this matter anymore. Moreover, she felt too embarrassed to go back to that place. So many people were pointing fingers at her behind her back, she really couldn't stand their strange looks anymore. Sigh. How did her good life turn into this? If it weren't for her daughter Wenwen, she would have completely cut ties with Liang Kuan. Even if it meant being beaten to death by him, it would be better than this. Just as Bai Jia was lost in her thoughts, suddenly, she heard a rustling sound at the door, like the sound of a door lock being opened. Bai Jia hurriedly got up and walked towards the door. However, before she could reach the door, it was opened. The next second, 2 men walked in, holding lockpicking tools. Bai Jia was instantly shocked. The visitors were actually the 2 lackeys of that thug from yesterday. They had been locked out by Jiang Chen, and the police had come and searched but found nothing. Now they had come knocking again. Moreover, they were holding lockpicking tools, clearly prepared. Her husband Liang Kuan had woken up, received a call, and left the house. Now she was all alone. In an instant, Bai Jia was so frightened that her legs went weak. The 2 thugs stormed in angrily. Damn it, you filthy bitch, how dare you call the police yesterday? Where's my big brother? If you say one more lie, I'll kill you in a minute. Do you believe it? The short thug was furious, grabbing Bai Jia by the collar and demanding, what about your brother? Bai Jia was already terrified. Just yesterday, the same thug had not only beaten her but also her daughter. She knew he was not joking. Your brother. He was taken away by the police. Bai Jia said, panic written all over her face. In front of this ruthless man, she could only speak the truth. WCNM. Upon hearing this, the thug instantly exploded with rage, shoving Bai Jia to the ground. Lao San, don't be impulsive. Just as the thug was about to go wild, the skinny man quickly stopped him. At this point, it won't help to kill her, the skinny man said seriously. He then walked slowly towards Bai Jia with a sinister smile. Don't come over. Bai Jia was terrified. She understood exactly what the skinny man meant. Big sister-in-law, the moment I saw you yesterday, I felt a bit restless. I thought after my brother was done, I would come back. I didn't expect my brother to end up inside. Today, you should just submit to me. Otherwise, Lao San's ruthlessness is no joke, the skinny man said, pointing to the furious thug behind him. Bai Jia looked in fear at the thug. Suddenly, she saw an incredibly familiar figure. In the next second, the thug's eyes widened, his pupils rapidly constricting. His muscular body began to twitch violently, uncontrollably convulsing, limbs flailing as if struggling against an invisible demon. His mouth opened wide, wanting to scream in pain, but only broken, soundless whimpers escaped his throat. He seemed to lose control of his body, his previously arrogant demeanor collapsing in an instant. His face twisted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring out like rain, quickly soaking his forehead and cheeks. His once upright body lost support and collapsed to the ground. The loud crash startled the skinny man, who quickly turned to look. he saw a handsome young man standing behind him. Lao San had completely fallen at his feet and was still twitching. "Ah, who are you?" The skinny thug was taken aback. "How could you two forget so quickly? We met just last night, how could you forget me?" Jiang Chen said calmly. "Met last night?" The skinny thug's mind raced. "Ah, you're that pretty boy we met at the door," the skinny thug exclaimed. "So, you bought so many sanitary pads yesterday for her?" The skinny man sneered, pointing at the already terrified Bai Jie. Jiang Chen. In the next second, the skinny man was directly stunned. Jiang Chen turned off the electric baton in his hand. He quickly tied up the two thugs securely. Then he called the police. Since it was daytime and the community was in a good location, the police arrived quickly at the scene. Fortunately, it was the same officers who had dealt with Jiang Chen yesterday. This time, a simple explanation of the situation was enough. There was no need to go to the police station to make a statement. The officers led the two thugs away. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the bracelet Bai Jie had given him in the morning. He had handed it to the police officer, asking him to deliver it to the gang leader in prison. However, the officer took a glance at the somewhat shabby bracelet and handed it back to Jiang Chen, suggesting he handle it himself. After all, the gang leader was involved in a murder case and probably wouldn't need this thing anymore. Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly and put it back in his pocket. After sending off the police officer, Jiang Chen went to check on Bai Jie's condition. It turned out that after hearing the short gang member's furious shout, he had reacted instantly. This time, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately found the electric baton he had taken from the security guard yesterday. He rushed over without any delay. Although it was somewhat against the rules of martial ethics, considering Bai Jie's safety, he acted decisively and knocked out two people with the baton. At this point, Bai Jie was already quite frightened. Jiang Chen felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to help her to the sofa, but the next second, Bai Jie suddenly wrapped her arms around him. With no choice, Jiang Chen could only lift her up in response. Ding! At the moment of contact, Jiang Chen immediately heard the system's voice in his mind. Received a large system reward from Target Beauty Bai Jie, gaining 4,300 yuan in cash. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. He had unexpectedly triggered a large cashback, which meant Bai Jie was now conscious. Looking at the woman in his arms with a dazed expression, he changed his mind and carried her toward the bedroom. After placing Bai Jie on the bed, he prepared to set her down. However, she clung tightly to his neck, refusing to let go. Bai Jie gazed at the man before her, with thick eyebrows and sharp features, a striking presence. This man had risked his life to save her twice now. At this moment, she just wanted to nestle in his warm embrace forever and never part again. "Hubby, don't go." Bai Jie looked up at him with tearful eyes, pitifully. "Ah." When she called him hubby, Jiang Chen felt as if he had frozen in place. Clearly, Bai Jie was conscious at this moment. She knew he was not her husband. Yet, in this situation of being alone together, she still referred to him as hubby. There could only be one explanation for that. He. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. Indeed, it was like rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Jiang Chen felt completely at ease, an overwhelming sense of comfort washing over him. He looked down at the languid Bai Jie in his arms and gently moved her to the bed. He adjusted her so that her head rested on the pillow, lying flat on the bed. Only by stretching out like this could she sleep comfortably. Jiang Chen gently covered her with the blanket. Then he quietly got out of bed and dressed. Turning back to gaze at the woman's flushed face, he knew she was too exhausted. Aside from a few injuries left by that thug from yesterday, her back, neck, and thighs were all marked with whip scars from a belt. It was clear that these were left by Liang Kuan, who had been drunk the night before. Sigh. At that moment, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with infinite pity. But what could he do? He sighed deeply and prepared to leave. Just then, with a ding, Bai Jie's phone rang. She lazily stretched and slowly opened her eyes. It had been a long time since she had slept so well. Although she had only slept for a little over 20 minutes, it felt as if she had rested for 7 or 8 hours. And this feeling was the nourishment of love. After 5 years, she finally tasted the flavor of love. At that moment, Bai Jie felt incredibly happy. Similarly, Jiang Chen looked at Bai Jie, who had just woken up, with a lazy demeanor. Like a rose after a spring rain, she appeared even more delicate, exuding a strong feminine charm. He was momentarily entranced. Bai Jie slowly opened her eyes and then realized someone was watching her, instantly feeling a bit shy. She quickly pulled the blanket up. "What are you still shy about? What should be seen and what shouldn't have already been seen, right?" Jiang Chen said with a smile as he looked at Bai Jie. Her face flushed red. Because the man was absolutely right. Moreover, it was she who had taken the initiative earlier. After a moment, she noticed that Jiang Chen was already fully dressed. Clearly, if she hadn't been woken by the phone, he might have left without a word. In an instant, a hint of disappointment flashed in Bai Jia's eyes. If he left now, what would they have just been? A one-night stand? Or something that didn't require responsibility? After hesitating for a moment, Bai Jia still didn't want to draw a clear line with the man. Are you leaving? Bai Jia looked at Jiang Chen with reluctance and asked. At that moment, Jiang Chen was taken aback by Bai Jia's question. Why would I leave? Am I supposed to wait for your husband to come back? Jiang Chen thought to himself. But how could he say that? Saying so would clearly mean he was being irresponsible. To be honest, Bai Jia was quite something. He was still very reluctant to part with her. He also wanted to take their relationship a step further. However, it probably wasn't that simple. After all, she had a family. Could she really get entangled with a little kid like him? Come on. After all, her life experience was evident. He should just know when to stop. Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively at Bai Jia. At this moment, Bai Jia felt extremely lost. She realized that she had indeed become somewhat infatuated with the young man before her. His embrace was warm and reassuring. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a feeling. She really didn't want to miss out on this man. But, can you not go? Bai Jia looked at Jiang Chen with hopeful eyes, trying to keep him there. At this point, she had already wagered her last shred of dignity. She was the kind of person who usually didn't make firm decisions. But once she was determined about something, she would go all out. After saying those words, she had made up her mind. If Jiang Chen agreed, that would be the best. If he rejected her, it would mean he wasn't interested in her at all, and she wouldn't have to hold on to any fantasies in the future. It was better than being in this unclear situation, saving herself from future longing. Being good neighbors would be enough. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Jia, who was gazing at him with anticipation. He knew that the woman had now wagered all her last bit of dignity. If he rejected her, it would probably mean the end for both of them. What a joke! Why was he even here? Not only was she the woman he desired, but she was also the one the system had locked onto. In this situation, if he abandoned her and left, could he still call himself a man? Could he face Bai Jia? Could he face the system? Could he face himself? With that thought, Jiang Chen immediately made a decision. However, more than 2 hours later, Jiang Chen began to regret it. Bai Jia, I really have to go. Jiang Chen felt like crying without tears, his lips were pale, and his eye sockets were slightly sunken. This was too terrifying. Who could withstand this? For the first time in his life, Jiang Chen felt that his physical strength and energy could actually fall short. Just as Bai Jia was clinging to him, her phone lit up again. Her WeChat messages had been ringing non-stop earlier, but at that time, the two of them couldn't separate. So, Bai Jia had directly put her phone on silent. Jiang Chen had also cooperatively silenced his phone, but now, it had to be taken seriously. Quick, check your phone. What if there's something urgent? Jiang Chen reminded Bai Jia. Normally, this was the time when one should not answer calls. But who could blame Bai Jia for being so enthusiastic? He was already feeling a bit overwhelmed. But a strong man would never admit defeat at such a time. Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Jia received a call, which would help him by some time. Bai Jia smiled, I'll listen to you. She then picked up the phone from the bedside table. When she looked at the caller ID, it turned out to be her good friend, Meng Yu. She made a shoe gesture at Jiang Chen, signaling him to be quiet, and then answered the phone. On the other end of the line, a woman's roar quickly erupted. Bai Jia, what are you doing? It took you so long to answer the phone. Are you cheating on your husband? Bai Jia didn't expect her best friend's words to pierce through her hidden thoughts, and she immediately panicked, stammering for an excuse. Darling, I was cooking just now. I didn't hear the phone ring. However, Meng Yu didn't believe her at all, snorting coldly. Don't give me that. I see you're definitely cheating. Bai Jia's hands trembled violently, and her voice quivered. I really am not. At that moment, the laughter on the other end suddenly burst out. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not teasing you anymore. I believe you don't. With such a fierce husband watching you all day, which man outside would dare to touch you? The voice on the other end chuckled. Bai Jia glanced at Jiang Chen in front of her, smiling inwardly. She thought, who says there isn't? Not only is there, but he's also a handsome guy, but of course, she couldn't say that to her best friend, otherwise, Meng Yu's big mouth would surely spread it all over the world. So Bai Jia changed the subject. Darling, what's the matter calling me at this time? Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end became a bit angry again. Oh, can't I call you if there's nothing going on? Bai Jia could only laugh along. Of course. That's more like it. Meng Yu paused for a moment and cleared her throat. But darling, I really have something super big to tell you. My husband and I just established a children's dance training institution, and now we're scratching our heads over hiring dance teachers. You were the first person I thought of. With our solid friendship, I won't beat around the bush. I really hope you can help me with this. I know you don't need the money, but I can offer you a guaranteed monthly salary of 8,500. If there are many kids coming to learn dance, there will be plenty of commissions too. Just think about it, how challenging that would be, and how fun it would be for us to teach kids to dance together. We've been best friends for so many years, doing this together would definitely be amazing. What do you say, darling, can you help me out? The voice on the other end spoke non-stop. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia's eyes lit up. After all, she graduated from a dance academy. But ever since marrying her husband Liang Cohen, she had become a housewife. Liang Cohen wouldn't let her work at all. It was fine at first, but now she felt like she was almost forgetting what it felt like to dance. She could only go to yoga classes to find some feeling. But now even that had been taken away by her husband Liang Cohen. Not only had he deprived her of her physical freedom, but even her soul had been taken from her. Bai Jia's expression dimmed. Darling, although I really want to join you, I'm just afraid my husband won't agree. Bai Jia stammered. Meng Yu on the other end clearly raised her voice. Your husband? Oh, is that Liang still treating you like that? Bai Jia bit her lip, a hint of pain and helplessness flashing in her eyes, and sighed deeply. Her best friend sensed Bai Jia's helplessness and softened her tone, that Liang has no right to restrict someone else's freedom. Bai Jia, since that's the case, why don't you leave him and find another man to start over? There are plenty of good men out there. Bai Jia fell silent, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Caught in such an immoral chaos again, Meng Yu on the other end of the phone said earnestly, Bai Jia, you need to think about your future. You can't go on like this, you have the right to pursue your own happiness. Dear, I know you care about me, but please don't say such things anymore. Bai Jia's voice was filled with deep confusion and helplessness. Alright. If you don't want me to say it, then just keep enduring it. Meng Yu said angrily on the other end. But this Saturday is the day our dance class starts. You have to come and support me, understand? Meng Yu added. Dear, but I really can't get away. Bai Jia said, feeling a bit troubled. Although she really wanted to go, her husband Liang Cohen would definitely not allow her to show her face. I don't care. Anyway, my sister is just starting out. If you can't even help with this, then we can't even be sisters. Meng Yu said, and then hung up the phone in a huff. Bai Jia was left in a daze for a long time. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked with concern as he held Bai Jia in his arms. Although Bai Jia's phone was not on speaker, he could still hear their conversation. He was obviously asking knowingly. Bai Jia felt wronged and recounted the whole situation to Jiang Chen. On one side was her husband, and on the other was her best friend of over a decade. She really didn't know what to do. Moreover, she had always been the one asking Meng Yu for help over the years. Meng Yu had never asked her for anything. Now, with such a big event happening, it really felt unreasonable if she couldn't help. Besides, she wanted to go herself. After dropping the kids off at school, she basically had nothing to do. Living day by day without a sense of self was enough already. But her husband Liang Cohen would never allow her to show her face. The only place she could go every day was the Beijing Fitness Center in the building where Liang Cohen worked. Moreover, he would occasionally come to check on her, and if he found her getting too close to any man, he would deal with them directly. Sigh. She really felt helpless now. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen listened and felt overjoyed. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity tailored just for my Meng Xiaoran? He. Jiang Chen secretly rejoiced, but of course, he couldn't say that out loud. She needs a dance teacher. Why not just hire someone from outside? Why does it have to be you? Jiang Chen pretended to be puzzled as he held Bai Jia and asked. Dear, you don't know this. Meng Yu and I have been friends for over a decade. We graduated from the same university and were assigned to the same theater company after graduation, so we know each other very well. Now that her career is just starting, she definitely needs someone with solid dance skills, someone she can trust. People like that are not easy to find. Bai Jia seriously analyzed to Jiang Chen. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Jiang Chen chuckled. What's so difficult about that? There's a very suitable candidate right here. Good-looking, serious and responsible at work, reliable. It's important to dance. And when she was at the dance academy, she was the department's flower. Jiang Chen praised endlessly. Indeed, in his heart, Meng Xiaoran was just that perfect. It was just unfortunate that she lacked some opportunities. Now that this huge opportunity lay before him, he had to fight for it. Bai Jia was taken aback. Really? Darling, who is this person you're talking about? Do I know her? Bai Jia asked Jiang Chen impatiently. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. You've seen her before. Ah, I've seen her? When? Bai Jia looked incredulous. Jiang Chen, last night. Last night? Bai Jia's mind raced. Ah, are you talking about that little Meng? Bai Jia exclaimed. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Bai Jia recalled that woman in her mind. She had already lost her composure last night, but that little Meng remained so magnanimous. Not only did she help take care of her daughter, but she also didn't mind her at all. She even invited her to dinner at her home. Such character was indeed rare. Moreover, her looks, figure, and temperament were all quite good. When she was younger, she could still compete a bit, but now, there was basically no comparison. In front of her, she felt somewhat overshadowed. Of course, the most important thing was her professionalism. According to Jiang Chen, this little Meng graduated from the dance academy, and she was even his junior. My goodness, she was simply the most suitable candidate. There was no one else like her. Bai Jia immediately beamed with joy. Darling, what does that little Meng do for a living? Would she be willing to join a newly established dance class? Bai Jia asked with some concern. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It all depends on how sincere you are. Sincere? Bai Jia smiled charmingly. What kind of sincerity do you want? Jiang Chen panicked instantly. The sincerity I mentioned. Really isn't that meaning. Whoa, who said sincerity means that? Jiang Chen said angrily. Then darling, you should show her the way. Bai Jia said in a sweet, coaxing tone. At this point, she had become very close to Jiang Chen, sharing everything. Naturally, she treated Jiang Chen as her closest person. She could be soft and hard to persuade. Speaking of sincerity, you first have to let her know that you need her. You can't let her come running to you. Jiang Chen said slowly. Darling, I understand now. You want me to visit 3 times to invite her, right? Bai Jia suddenly realized. Where does little Meng work? Then I'll go find her this afternoon? Jiang Chen smiled. I haven't finished speaking yet. Also, after all, she currently has a job. Asking her to abandon her current job to help you is the base salary of 8,500. Jiang Chen said, wearing a knowing smile. Darling, I understand. I'll have Meng Yu raise the base salary to 10,000 right away. Do you think Xiao Meng will agree? Bai Jia looked obedient. Jiang Chen chuckled. If these 2 points can be achieved, the external conditions will be about right. Next, it depends on your eloquence. Jiang Chen teased. Darling, you might not know this. Meng Yu and I both graduated from Jiangcheng Dance Academy. In a way, we're both Xiao Meng's seniors. We definitely have a lot in common. Just you wait and see. Bai Jia said confidently. Then she suddenly remembered something. Darling, what do you think about me inviting you all over for dinner tonight? We can bring this up, and you can say a few good words for me. Bai Jia asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback by this suggestion. It was quite a significant arrangement, but the only uncertain factor was Bai Jia's husband, Liang Kuan. That man was no joke. Moreover, if he was present, it would be easy for Meng Xiaoran to interpret it as a deliberate setup. This would likely diminish the surprise for Meng Xiaoran. It would be best if he wasn't there. Let them meet unexpectedly, chat casually, and bring up the matter naturally. That would be the best. Then Meng Xiaoran would truly be happy. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought of something. Wasn't Bai Jia doing yoga at the Imperial Capital Gym? And didn't he also get Meng Xiaoran a gym membership? Wouldn't it be perfect if the two met in the yoga room? So Jiang Chen quickly came up with an idea. How about this? I'll arrange for her to go to the gym tonight, and you can have a chance encounter. I think being neighbors, seniors, and in the same major, they will definitely have a lot to talk about. Wouldn't it all come together naturally then? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yes, darling. That would be the best. You're really thinking of me. Bai Jia looked touched. Tell me, how do you want me to repay you? Bai Jia suddenly sat up, looking at Jiang Chen with a beaming smile. Jiang Chen? The next second, Jiang Chen cried. How is this a repayment? This is clearly revenge. Whoa, at that moment, Jiang Chen's heart was collapsing. Even though he had put in so much effort to elevate Meng Xiaoran to a high position, raising her status and salary, he had ended up involving himself. Whoa. Just then, suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Chen's heart jumped to his throat. Is someone here? Jiang Chen looked panicked. At this moment, Bai Jia also turned pale with fright. Quick! To Wenwen's room! Bai Jia reminded the panicking Jiang Chen. Although she was scared too, she still knew what to do at that moment. Clearly, women are more rational than men in certain matters. Jiang Chen immediately understood and hurriedly got up, darting around the living room like a headless fly. This was the first time Jiang Chen had done something like this, and he was so flustered that he couldn't think straight. In fact, he had dealt with 2 thugs' electric batons that morning, which were just lying in the living room. Holding the baton wouldn't scare Liang Kuan, but right now, he couldn't remember that at all. All he could think about was escape. At that moment, Bai Jia was surprisingly calm, even though she was scared too. But once she thought about what had already happened, and how after meeting Jiang Chen, she never wanted to be with another man again, because there was no other man in the world like him, so gentle, so capable, and so considerate of her. Most importantly, she had developed feelings for him. After pushing the panicked Jiang Chen into her daughter Wenwen's room, Bai Jia began to tidy up the room a bit before heading to the door. Passing through the living room, she even picked up the electric baton from the floor. Today, it would be fine if Liang Kuan didn't notice. If he did, it would be okay if he only targeted her. If he dared to lay a hand on Jiang Chen, she would definitely protect him, because it was Jiang Chen who had helped her rediscover the feeling of love. Moreover, Jiang Chen had saved her from peril time and again. Now, she absolutely would not allow Liang Kuan to harm the man she loved. She was that kind of person, she could endure anything for herself. But for the one she loved, she could sacrifice everything. For these past few years, she had endured Liang Kuan, who could neither give love nor refrain from beating her. In fact, the couple's bond had long since run its course. Now, it was largely for her beloved daughter Wenwen. And now Jiang Chen had also entered her heart. She was determined to protect these two, even if it meant facing Liang Kuan. After making up her mind, Bai Jia no longer hesitated and walked resolutely toward the door. However, after taking a glance through the peephole, she was momentarily stunned, because outside the door stood a completely unfamiliar man, who took 2 deep puffs from a cigarette before throwing it on the ground. Then, he swaggered into the opposite door. Even more bizarrely, Jiang Chen's door was wide open. What on earth is going on? Bai Jia felt even more puzzled. Could it be that there were other people living in Jiang Chen's house? Bai Jia hurriedly took a couple of steps toward her daughter Wenwen's room. She was eager to share this news with Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, hiding in Wenwen's room, Jiang Chen was in a panic. He had never imagined that he would find himself in such a situation. He strained to listen to the sounds outside, terrified of making even the slightest noise. The next second, he heard someone approaching, getting closer to the door. Jiang Chen's heart leaped to his throat. Oh my god, was today destined to end here? The next moment, Bai Jia pushed the door open and walked in, holding an electric baton. Seeing Jiang Chen's panicked face, she burst out laughing. Jiang Chen? This woman is going crazy. How can she still laugh? Hee. No one. Look how scared you are. Bai Jia looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. Jiang Chen was panting heavily, taking a while to catch his breath. So what was that just now? Jiang Chen asked, a bit puzzled. I don't know either, maybe it was a mistake. By the way, dear, are you sharing a place with someone else? Bai Jia asked, somewhat curiously. Jiang Chen replied, no. Then why did a man just go into your room? Jiang Chen was suddenly shocked. How could that be? I locked the door when I came in, and I changed the password. In an instant, Jiang Chen had a bad premonition. Could it be that a thief had broken into his home? I'll go take a look, Jiang Chen decisively said. At that moment, he no longer felt the panic he had earlier. He exuded a strong masculine aura, which made Bai Jia feel a deep sense of security. This man is really manly. He was just like this when he saved me yesterday. Bai Jia thought to herself. Take this. Bai Jia knew that Jiang Chen was going out and that she couldn't stop him, so she handed the electric baton back to Jiang Chen. Holding the electric baton in his hand gave Jiang Chen a bit of reassurance. However, he suddenly remembered that when Bai Jia had just entered, she was holding an electric baton. Did she already have thoughts of breaking ties with Liang Kuan? Jiang Chen was momentarily moved. This woman really dares to love and hate. Did she hold the electric baton just to protect herself? Sigh. A woman like this makes one instinctively want to protect her. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely help her escape from her suffering. Jiang Chen, feeling touched, took the electric baton from Bai Jia's hand. He nodded at her and opened the door to head back to his home. At that moment, from a perspective Jiang Chen couldn't see, a woman in a well-fitted business suit, wearing high heels, with a graceful figure and a charming smile, approached a man. The man was dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously styled, deliberately creating the image of a successful person. His gaze wandered over the woman, a faint smile playing on his lips. The woman leaned closer to the man, her voice soft and delicate. Zheng Xiao, look how impressive this house is. over 130 square meters of space, the decoration and layout are all meticulously designed, very tasteful. If it weren't for the landlord's financial troubles and the urgent need to sell, you wouldn't have such a good opportunity. The man called Zhang Xiao surveyed the items in the room, his expression showing displeasure. What's going on with the stuff in this house? These are all the tenant's belongings. Don't worry, as long as you like this house, we can have the tenant move out immediately to make space for you, the woman hurriedly explained. Only then did Zhang Xiao nod slightly. Overall, this house is not bad, but... He deliberately elongated his voice, his gaze lewdly fixated on the neckline of the female salesperson. I still feel like something is missing. The female salesperson naturally understood his meaning, her face flushed, but she maintained a professional smile, saying, Zhang Xiao, are you saying it needs some soft furnishings for decoration? That's not a problem. We can arrange it according to your preferences. Zhang Xiao chuckled, his hands becoming restless, saying, Yuqing, you should understand what I mean. If this house had a beauty like you in it, that would be perfect. Yuqing cleverly avoided his hand and pouted, saying, Zhang Xiao, you really know how to joke. Let's take a look at the other parts of the house first. As she spoke, she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, pointing at the view outside. Look at how spacious this view is, and the greenery in the community is also very nice. Zhang Xiao followed her, standing behind Yuqing, saying some ambiguous words. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it can't compare to your beauty, Yuqing. I'm not afraid to tell you that I already own dozens of properties. Having one more or one less doesn't matter. As long as you satisfy me, we can talk about this house. The female sales representative's face instantly turned red. The man's words were already very clear. Although she was filled with resistance in her heart, she knew that if she missed this deal, she didn't know when she would encounter such a big client again. Moreover, if this deal went through, the commission alone would be hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, the female sales representative had no way to retreat. She pouted and said, Zhang Xiao, don't be in such a hurry. How about we take a look at the details of the house first? However, the man called Zhang Xiao disregarded her and reached out to wrap his arm around the woman's waist. The woman instinctively dodged but didn't dare to move too obviously, and the atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous. Just at that moment, someone suddenly pushed the door open. Ah! The two were instantly startled. Damn it, who let you in? As Jiang Chen entered, he loudly reprimanded the two. Jiang Chen never expected that a man and a woman would enter his home so casually. Moreover, in his own room, they were about to disregard everything. What was wrong with this world? Jiang Chen was starting to doubt life itself. The female sales representative was also a bit surprised, but she quickly reacted, realizing this person should be the tenant. You are Jiang Chen, right? The sales representative asked Jiang Chen. Who the hell are you? Jiang Chen said with a face full of anger. The female sales representative sneered, oh, so you didn't know, Mr. Jiang Chen, it's like this. The owner of this house, Mr. Zhao Defa, has entrusted us to sell this house, so we can't rent it to you anymore. The remaining rent and deposit will be refunded to you, but you have to move out within 3 days, otherwise, the deposit won't be refunded. The female sales representative looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, speaking incessantly. Who the hell asked you these things? I only asked you, who allowed you to come in? You know this is trespassing without my permission, right? Jiang Chen said with a face full of anger. At this moment, the female sales representative indeed looked indifferent. You didn't answer the phone, and you weren't home when we knocked. The client was anxious to see the house. What could I do? Who told you not to be home? The female sales representative shrugged, looking quite aggrieved. Jiang Chen was now amused by this woman's logic. Trespassing into my home, and it's my fault? Ha! Have you ever read the criminal law? Illegal search or illegal entry into a citizen's residence carries criminal responsibility, you know. Do you believe I'll call the police right now? Jiang Chen said angrily. Upon hearing the words call the police, the female sales representative Yuqing finally panicked. Because bringing clients to see the house was indeed her own decision, even though the real estate market was not doing well, houses in high-end communities like this one were still in high demand. With such good listings, the early bird gets the worm, while the latecomer gets nothing. Therefore, she didn't even get permission from the store. She directly took the keys from the store and privately brought the client to see the house. She thought that everything would open a convenient door for her simply because she was a beautiful woman. However, she never expected to encounter a man like this today. Not only was he completely unmoved by her, but he was also so fierce. At this moment, she began to feel a bit scared, her face turning pale with fright, and only then did she realize what fear was. Big brother, please don't call the police, please don't call the police. I'm just doing this for work, it's not easy for anyone, Please don't make it difficult for me, I'm begging you. The female salesperson kept pleading, looking pitiful, almost in tears. Jiang Chen sneered coldly in his heart. The speed of her changing expressions was truly remarkable. How could such a lowly little fairy expect to get away easily today? Just as Jiang Chen was getting a bit angry, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. System detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, about to scan the beauty's data, 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete. Name, Fang Yuqing, age, 22, nickname, Xingxing, Xiaoyu, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, beauty score, 86, out of 100, figure score, 87, out of 100, hobbies, money, money, money. Private encounters, 28, host's favorability, -20, beep, system detected Fang Yuqing's beauty score greater than 80, automatically adding her to the beauty candidate list for the host. Jiang Chen was taken aback when he saw this woman's data. 22 years old, 28 private encounters? This system is really ridiculous. Why add such a woman to the system? Not only did he not find her attractive, but her favorability towards him was also -20. He had never seen a woman with a negative favorability towards him before. Moreover, this woman looked so mature, she seemed 2 years older than his 26. How could she possibly be only 22? It seemed that those 28 private encounters were not for nothing. Humph. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen sneered. He crossed his legs and sat down on a nearby chair. You still want to play moral coercion with me? Ha ha, I'm not falling for your tricks. Bringing clients to see a house without the owner's permission and just barging in? Which real estate company would dare to do that? Do you think I'm an idiot? The female salesperson Fang Yuqing was now completely stunned. Since she started working, she had never met a man who was completely immune to her charms. But I really called you, and you didn't answer, so it can't all be my fault. Don't you have any responsibility at all? Fang Yuqing had now resorted to the unreasonable tactics of women. Jiang Chen could only smile wryly. Was this really his responsibility? But then, he thought again. Encountering a woman like this, playing the rogue, I really have no way to deal with her. After all, such a small matter shouldn't warrant involving the police. In less than a day, I've already reported to the police twice because of Baijie. If I see them again, they'll think I'm a troublemaker. Damn it, just you, wasting the precious time of the officers day after day. Is it that wherever you go, trouble follows? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen took out his phone. If this little fairy really called me, then let's just forget about today. It's better to know when to stop. Anyway, talking to this woman is just a waste of breath. Jiang Chen looked at his phone, it was indeed on silent mode. He immediately thought that it must have been silenced when he was being intimate with Baijie earlier, which is why he didn't hear it. And there were indeed 6 missed calls. They were from 2 different numbers. Upon closer inspection, 5 were from the same number, starting with 131. One was from a number starting with 155. Is it this one? Jiang Chen opened his phone and pointed to the number with the most calls. No, it's the one starting with 155, the saleswoman said somewhat shyly. Jiang Chen glanced at it, there was only one call, and it rang 3 times? What the hell, it rang 3 times and then hung up. And she says she didn't answer the call? Jiang Chen was utterly speechless at this little fairy. Just as Jiang Chen was about to say something, another call came in. It was actually from the number that had called him 5 times in a row. Jiang Chen clicked to answer. Hello, is this Jiang Shengsheng? A very pleasant woman's voice came through the phone. Jiang Chen felt a bit impatient. Right off the bat, she asks if he is Mr. Jiang. This is either about a credit card or changing a phone plan, so annoying. Who are you? Jiang Chen replied somewhat impatiently. The voice on the other end cleared her throat. Hello, Mr. Jiang, good day. I am the housekeeper for your property at Zhangfeng Greenland. My name is Li Xian. I was the one who messaged you on the platform yesterday. I'm really sorry to disturb you, but I have a rather tricky situation to discuss with you. The voice on the other end trembled slightly. At this point, Jiang Chen had already figured out what was going on with Fang Yuqing's antics, but he still wanted to hear what the housekeeper had to say. What is it? Jiang Chen asked coldly. The housekeeper on the other end seemed a bit nervous. She paused. It's like this, Mr. Jiang. Today, the landlord suddenly entrusted our company to sell the house as soon as possible. I know this is very sudden for you. I felt particularly awkward and troubled when I received this news. But rest assured, our rental contract is legally binding. During the contract period, you have the right to live here peacefully. However, there may be potential buyers coming to view the house, but I will definitely discuss the timing with you in advance to minimize any disruption to your normal life. the female housekeeper explained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. Discuss the timing in advance? While I'm not home, just barging in, is that called discussing? Jiang Chen teased, still a bit angry. The housekeeper replied, that won't happen, Mr. Jiang. Our company has regulations. No one would dare to enter without your permission. The person is already in the house, and you're still talking about regulations? Jiang Chen was so angry he almost laughed. On the other end of the phone, the person immediately panicked upon hearing this. Soon, Jiang Chen heard a flustered voice. Where's the key to my Maple Forest Green City, 2301? Who took it? It was clear that the woman on the other end was already in a state of distress. Xian, don't panic. Xian, look for it carefully. It can't be lost. After a while, a weak voice finally said, Xian, I think I saw the key being taken by Fang Yuqing. The saleswoman named Xian on the other end of the line was obviously even more flustered. It's Fang Yuqing. What did she take it for? It seems she took it to show a client the house. At this point, Xian was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. A big brother advised, don't panic. Xian, just go directly to the client's house and check. That Fang Yuqing is a troublemaker. Make sure she doesn't cause any more issues. Only then did Xian hop on her little electric scooter and rush towards Jiang Chen's place. At this moment, she was so flustered that she had lost her composure, completely unaware that everything she said on the phone was heard by Jiang Chen. On the other end, Jiang Chen had absorbed their entire conversation. He quickly formed a rough judgment of the situation. It seemed that the Xian on the phone was indeed the property manager, and the little fairy Fang Yuqing in front of him was merely someone who relied on her looks to take advantage of others and undermine their efforts. Before long, there was a knock on Jiang Chen's door. A flustered woman walked in, looking very pure and clean. There were traces of tears on her face, making her appear very deserving of concern and sympathy. She entered without even glancing at Jiang Chen and directly glared at Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing, what are you doing here? The woman named Xian loudly questioned the intermediary Fang Yuqing. Showing a client the house. What else can I do? Fang Yuqing replied with an air of entitlement, though it was evident she felt a bit guilty. Did I not tell you? I haven't contacted the tenant yet. I asked you to wait. Xian was nearly in tears from anxiety. Oh, I didn't hear that. I thought you had already gotten the tenant's consent. Fang Yuqing said nonchalantly. You. Xian was so furious that she was at a loss for words. Fang Yuqing was utterly shameless, usually relying on her looks to steal her colleagues' clients. Generally, everyone just let it slide. But today, she had gone too far. Without the tenant's permission, she took the key and directly entered someone else's home. If the tenant decided to pursue this, not to mention violating company regulations, she could lose her job. If things went badly, she could even end up in jail. What are you talking about? How can you be like this? Can't you be a bit magnanimous? I know exactly what you're thinking. Ultimately, you're just jealous of me, afraid I'll sell the house. Fang Yuqing looked at the speechless Xian with disdain. Who is jealous of you? Xian was completely infuriated by Fang Yuqing's twisted logic and couldn't find the words to respond. Just admit you're jealous instead of denying it. Look at us, we joined the company around the same time, and look at you. Every day dealing with those poor tenants. Renting out 20 units a month. The commission you earn doesn't even compare to what I make from selling one unit, you know. What else could this be if not jealousy? Fang Yuqing said with a cold smile. Fang Yuqing, I'm not jealous of you at all. Who in our company doesn't know how you sold those 20+ units before? Xian, provoked by Fang Yuqing, suddenly became clear-headed. Fang Yuqing hit a sore spot and instantly lost her composure. What did you say? Li Xian, how dare someone like you talk about me? Let me tell you, Li Xian, you want to sell? It's not even certain anyone would buy. Fang Yuqing was now completely enraged. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was sitting in a chair, had been witnessing everything unfold. It was obvious that if these two women continued, they would start tearing into each other. This was his home. How could he let them continue this endless quarrel? Enough! If you want to argue, take it outside, this is my home. Jiang Chen shouted. The two women finally quieted down. It was only then that the woman behind, Li Xian, noticed Jiang Chen sitting there. She had been thrown off by that *tch Fang Yuqing just now. She adjusted her emotions, took a deep breath, and walked up to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. This is a failure in my work. I'm sorry for the trouble caused. If possible, I can do my best to compensate for your losses, Li Xian said with a face full of regret as she approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wanted to say something, But at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, about to scan the beauty's data 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete. Name, Li Xian. Age, 22. Nickname, Xian. Xiao Xian. Height, 158 cm. Weight, 45 kg. Appearance, 93 out of 100. Figure, 85 out of 100. Hobbies, making money, saving money, gourmet food. Private encounters, 0. Favorability towards host, 25. Ding. System detected Li Xian's appearance score greater than 80, automatically adding her to the beauty candidate list for the host. Ah! Jiang Chen's heart suddenly soared with joy. Private encounters at 0. This is too good. So far, since binding with the system, aside from Xiao Yanan, she is the first girl with 0 private encounters. On the first day of binding with the system, it said that girls with 1 private encounter would have their favorability raised to over 80, along with additional talent rewards. Isn't this like a pie falling from the sky? Hee hee. At this moment, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang. Li Xian looked at the man in front of her with some surprise. He suddenly laughed inexplicably. Could it be that he has forgiven himself? Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. However, I have thought of 2 solutions for you to consider. At this moment, Jiang Chen's smile faded. It seemed that Li Xian was not only a pure girl but also serious about her work. In this situation, she could still come up with solutions for herself, so he might as well see what she had to say. Let's hear it, Jiang Chen said. Seeing Jiang Chen finally show a smile, Li Xian relaxed. It seemed that today's matter could be resolved. The first solution is that I will quickly use the resources at hand to find you a more suitable house. The second solution is to refund you all the remaining rent and deposit. You can rent another place yourself. What do you think? Jiang Chen smiled. I choose solution 3. Li Xian was instantly shocked. Solution 3? I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I don't understand what you mean. Jiang Chen stood up. Aren't you still selling houses? Can't I just buy it directly? Jiang Chen said seriously, as if he were not buying a house but a cabbage at the market. Everyone was instantly stunned. Of course, Jiang Chen had his own plans. Just now, while Li Xian and Fang Yuqing were busy arguing, he had already checked the selling price of this house on his phone. It was about 8 million, over 130 square meters, averaging 60,000 to 70,000 per square meter. Although he only had over 8 million yesterday, after spending the morning intimately with Bai Jia, his balance had directly surged from the original 8 million to 92 million. It seemed that indeed, the greater the investment, the greater the return. Sigh. This intimacy system is good, but it does consume a lot of energy. Although he didn't necessarily have to buy this house right now, the situation had come to this. The landlord insisted on selling, and he had no choice. Thinking of how much Meng Xiaoran liked this love nest, and how he had also spent effort decorating this house, it was really hard to just let it go. Moreover, Bai Jia lived right across from him. If he lost this geographical advantage, he might have fewer opportunities to interact with Bai Jia in the future. With this in mind, Jiang Chen made up his mind to secure this house today, no matter what. After all, he had the system, and there would be plenty of money in the future. At worst, he could work hard like he did with Bai Jia, and wouldn't he have everything then? Hee. However, at this moment, the 3 people in the room were no longer calm upon hearing Jiang Chen's pretentious remarks. Especially Fang Yuqing, who had seen countless people. A hint of surprise flashed across her exquisitely made-up face, followed by a smirk of mockery. Hee. What are you pretending for? Do you think this is a market for buying cabbage? Look at your shabby appearance, and you want to buy this house? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. You can't even afford a toilet. Fang Yuqing's voice was sharp and piercing. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Li Xian spoke up. Mr. Jiang, I also very much understand your feelings. But to be honest, although the landlord is eager to sell this apartment, you know that the location and environment of this place are very advantageous. It's in high demand. So this apartment really isn't that cheap. Li Xian paused and said, Mr. Jiang, if you trust me, let me handle the rental for you. I promise to find you another place similar to this one by tomorrow. I can help you move then, how does that sound? Li Xian spoke sincerely. Jiang Chen smiled after hearing Li Xian's words. This girl is quite interesting, thinking of me like this. Sure. Hee. It's rare to find such a sincere and kind girl. Moreover, her private encounters are actually 0. Such a girl is exactly the kind of beauty the system should bind to. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think. It's fine, no need to look for me anymore. I can still afford a place like this, Jiang Chen said confidently, looking at Li Xian. Ding! At the same time Jiang Chen spoke, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound in his mind. The target object locked by the system for the host today is Li Xian. Reminder to the host, Li Xian currently has a favorability rating of 25 towards the host. Keep it up. Ah! Jiang Chen's heart suddenly filled with joy. Li Xian is simply the ideal target beauty for him. Fortunately, the system didn't lock onto Fang Yuqing, who has 28 private encounters. That would have been daunting. Not to mention, her character isn't good either. He really wished he could completely blacklist Fang Yuqing and never have any association with her again. Thankfully, today the system locked onto the pure, sincere, and kind Li Xian. Although Li Xian's figure is somewhat lacking compared to Meng Xiaoran and Zhang Menjing, her looks are still very high. The important thing is that her private encounters are 0. A girl who looks this good and is so virtuous is rare in this society. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at Li Xian a couple more times. Li Xian felt a bit surprised. This Mr. Jiang must be putting on a brave face. He can say that, but I can't let him misunderstand. After all, with Fang Yuqing here being a nuisance, I can't really let my client lose face. I should clarify the pros and cons with him privately. Mr. Jiang, could you step aside for a moment? Li Xian looked at Jiang Chen seriously. At that moment, Fang Yuqing, as if hearing a huge joke, covered her mouth and laughed exaggeratedly. Ha ha ha, exactly. Li Xian, hurry up and take your poor tenant away, and clear out this apartment. This place is meant for someone like young Master Zhang, who has status and identity. What are you, a poor tenant? Just go somewhere cool and stay there. Fang Yuqing mocked while intimately linking her arm with young Master Zhang. This immediately infuriated Li Xian, who was standing nearby. Fang Yuqing, how can you speak to my client like that? Li Xian said angrily. It was one thing for Fang Yuqing to be arrogant usually, but today she actually spoke to her client like this, and she couldn't tolerate it any longer. Let me tell you, Fang Yuqing, this house hasn't been sold yet. Right now, I'm still the property manager, and the landlord's agreement is signed with me. I'm asking you to leave. Right now. Immediately. Li Xian erupted with immense energy at that moment. She wasn't usually like this, but today she simply couldn't hold back any longer. Fang Yuqing had crossed her bottom line. At this moment, even Jiang Chen didn't expect that this young girl, Li Xian, would unleash such powerful energy. It was clear that although she appeared sincere and kind, once her bottom line was touched, she could be quite temperamental. And right now, she was doing it for herself. Heh, so what if I said that? Is he your little lover or your boyfriend? Why are you protecting him so much? Fang Yuqing was also enraged by Li Xian's words. You. Li Xian was momentarily choked by Fang Yuqing's remarks. What do you mean, you? Ha! Today I've finally seen it, you two poor losers are cut from the same cloth. Fang Yuqing mocked, walking up to Jiang Chen, crossing her arms, and looking down at him disdainfully. Wearing a whole outfit of clearance sale clothes, do you think I can't tell? This whole outfit must have cost you 200 bucks. You, a poor loser, dare to dream of buying a house? Humph, do you know where this is? This is Fenglinlevdu, one of the best neighborhoods in the city. The listed price is 8 million. Still dreaming of buying a house here? Ha ha ha, maybe in your next life. Hope for a better start then. However, the louder she laughed now, the more painful her face would be later. Jiang Chen didn't get angry at Fang Yuqing's words. He didn't even bother to respond to her. He was too lazy to explain and look down on people like her. He smiled faintly and turned back to Li Xian. Miss Li, is this house really 8 million? Li Xian was taken aback. Yes, Mr. Jiang. The landlord's psychological price is 8 million, but if we negotiate well, there's a space of 200,000 to 300,000. After all, he's eager to sell. Although Li Xian felt a bit surprised, she still answered Jiang Chen seriously. All right, I'll take this house. Where do we handle the paperwork? Jiang Chen said grandly to Li Xian. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, what did you just say? Li Xian could hardly believe her ears. Jiang Chen chuckled. You didn't mishear me. I said, I want this house. Li Xian still wore a face of disbelief. After all, this was 8 million, and if it really sold, she could earn a 2% commission. Even if it was 8 million, she could still take home 160,000. She had never seen so much money in her life. She had primarily focused on renting out properties before. Renting out a place would earn her at most half of the commission. During peak season, she could close a dozen deals in a month and save a bit. In the off-season, it would only be 2 or 3 deals a month. It was tough just to make ends meet. In a first-tier city like Jiangcheng, after paying rent, it was just enough to get by. Although selling a house would be enough to live on for a year and a half with just one deal, she knew she wasn't cut out for that. First, she couldn't do anything unethical, unlike Fang Yuqing, who could twist the dead into the living. First of all, I am not as cheap as Fang Yuqing to sell my body. So for her, the thought of selling a house was something she wouldn't even dare to consider. However, Fang Yuqing, who had been ignored, became even more furious. Seeing that she had just said so much, Jiang Chen completely disregarded her, as if he couldn't hear her words at all. Moreover, he shamelessly claimed he wanted to buy a house. The most frustrating part was that Li Xian, that foolish girl, actually believed him. Fang Yuqing was even more enraged. What procedures are you talking about? Do you think of us as some kind of joke? Just wandering around for fun? Let me tell you, this house requires a down payment of over $1 million. Even if you sold a kidney right now, you still couldn't afford it. We don't have time to waste with your nonsense. Fang Yuqing looked at him with disdain. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Isn't it just buying a house? What down payment? Selling a kidney? Miss Li, just give me the full payment, Jiang Chen said to Li Xian. At that moment, Li Xian looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. If it were someone else, they wouldn't believe that Jiang Chen would buy this house. He looked like a loser. How could he possibly come up with $8 million? But at that moment, Li Xian started to believe him a little. For some reason, when she looked at Jiang Chen, she felt he exuded a trustworthy and reliable aura. Even if he said he could come up with $800 million, she would believe it. Facing Jiang Chen's gaze, she didn't hesitate. She couldn't hesitate. She took out her phone and directly opened the company's back-end management system. She accessed the information corresponding to this house. The unit price, floor, listing price, age, ownership, purpose, decoration, floor, orientation, elevator, surroundings. All the information was displayed. After operating for a while, the order information was pushed to Jiang Chen's phone. Jiang Chen opened it and directly entered the payment interface. Just as he was about to make the payment, he suddenly remembered something. What was it? Zhang Xiao, right? Do you still want this house? If you don't want it, then I'm going to make the payment. Jiang Chen asked Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao didn't say anything, just waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chen to continue. This surprised Jiang Chen because Zhang Xiao had put on sunglasses since he entered the room and hadn't said a word. He kept looking around, seemingly avoiding Jiang Chen's gaze, as if afraid someone would recognize him. Moreover, Jiang Chen felt that this person's face looked somewhat familiar. But in this situation, he couldn't care less about figuring out who he was. So Jiang Chen ignored it, verified the amount, and directly entered the payment password. 3 seconds later, Li Xian's phone displayed a message indicating the payment was successful. Li Xian stood there in disbelief, stunned. Fang Yuqing, beside her, also leaned over to look at Li Xian's phone screen, and she was instantly petrified. It was only at this moment that she had to accept this fact, her heart bleeding even more. $8 million. This was a genuine $8 million. Just now, she had been in front of Jiang Chen and hadn't realized he was a true tycoon. If only she had seized the opportunity, that 160,000 commission would never have reached Li Xian's hands. Fang Yuqing wished she could slap herself twice. Last month, she had to accompany a big-bellied tycoon for 3 days to sell a house worth $3 million, and only then did they sign the contract. She had been disgusted for 3 whole days. She only earned over 50,000. And just now, Li Xian had earned 160,000 without putting in any effort. It was too heart-wrenching. How could she make such a rookie mistake today? Sigh. Regret. Heartache. Fang Yuqing felt like she was about to crack open. Soon, the status of that house changed to sold, and the company received the payment information of $8 million. The WeChat group of Li Xian's company instantly exploded. Wow, did that house in Fonglin Green City sell so quickly? Yeah. I didn't expect Fang Yuqing to actually have some skills to sell it so fast. Who said it was Fang Yuqing's? I think this deal was closed by Li Xian. Wait, Li Xian? Yes. Wow. Are today's young girls this amazing? An $8 million house, just listed at 10:30, and now it's sold by 12? Yeah. Wow, this girl is so lucky, selling a house for the first time and landing such a big client. Why does all the good fortune go to her? $8 million? Just the commission is over 160,000. I've been working my ass off for so long and haven't achieved this. Where do we seniors put our faces? Ha ha, you can only blame it on the fact that you're not a woman. Wow, Li Xian, you're impressive. You don't make a move, but when you do, it's a big one. Amazing, thumbs up for you. Li Xian, now you're a rich woman, don't you have to treat everyone to a big meal? The colleagues in the group had all put down their work and started chatting. You have to know that it's currently the off-season for real estate, and no one had made a deal in months. Unexpectedly, the young girl Li Xian made a bomb move. Instantly, she attracted everyone's attention. Of course, there were also some disdainful comments. A female salesperson can sell a house, who doesn't know how she sold it? Without putting in something, how can there be such high returns? However, at this moment, Li Xian couldn't care less about the messages in the group. She still couldn't believe what she saw on her phone. She had seen wealthy people before, but she had never encountered someone who could directly take out 8 million in reality. Were the tycoons in real life all like Jiang Chen? Li Xian couldn't help but feel curious about the man in front of her. When she first entered, she had been too busy arguing with Fang Yuqing. She hadn't taken the time to properly look at this young tycoon. Now, upon closer inspection, Mr. Jiang was indeed young, handsome, low-key, and cultured. Ding! At the same time, Jiang Chen heard the system's notification sound. Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5. Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5. Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5. Currently, Li Xian's favorability towards the host is 45. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Haha, as expected, when money is spent, favorability just soars. He. Just as Jiang Chen was reveling in his thoughts, Fang Yuqing's gaze towards him had clearly changed. Ding! Fang Yuqing's favorability towards the host +10. 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 Currently, Fang Yuqing's favorability towards the host is 60. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, was I too loud just now? Can you forgive me? Fang Yuqing, feeling anxious, quickly apologized. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. He had completely seen through what kind of person Fang Yuqing was. In her eyes, if you have money, you're a father, if you don't, you're a dog. Moreover, this Fang Yuqing was only 22, and her number of intimate encounters had reached an astonishing 28. How many people had she been with? Even if he was starving, he couldn't bring himself to touch a woman like her. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more words with her. With that thought, Jiang Chen once again ignored Fang Yuqing and looked at Li Xian. Miss Li, this building now belongs to me, right? Li Xian was taken aback. Theoretically, yes. But we still need to schedule a time with the landlord this afternoon to go over the agreement. Then this building will be completely yours. Li Xian patiently explained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly at Li Xian. The next second, he suddenly turned to the pair of dog men and women behind him. Did you hear that? This apartment is now mine. I ask you to get the hell out of my place immediately. Jiang Chen glared angrily at Fang Yuqing and Zhang Xiao behind him, leaving no room for negotiation. Fang Yuqing's face instantly looked worse than if she had eaten shit. She never expected that after countless encounters with men, she would misjudge someone today. She was actually being kicked out directly. She, who considered herself a great beauty, had never suffered such humiliation. Jiang Chen looked at Fang Yuqing with a cold smile, then at the mysterious Zhang Xiao. He spat out a single word, "Get out." At this moment, Fang Yuqing regretted her words. But who told her to speak so harshly earlier? However, she couldn't admit defeat. Why are you being so fierce? What are you showing off for? In the end, this apartment was still given to you by our Zhang Xiao. As she spoke, she linked her arm with Zhang Xiao's. Zhang Xiao, let's go. There's no need to stoop to the level of such a person. I'll take you to see another place, one even better than this. Although she said this, she still felt sour inside. After all, whether Zhang Xiao was really a wealthy person was still uncertain. If he were truly wealthy, whether he would buy a house was also not guaranteed. Sigh. The humiliation and blow she suffered today were too heavy, and it wouldn't be easy to recover from it. At this moment, she could only hope that the Zhang Xiao in front of her was a rich man. Fang Yuqing pulled Zhang Xiao, wanting to leave this place. At this moment, Jiang Chen had no desire to pay attention to this lower-ranking woman, Fang Yuqing, so he stepped aside to let them pass. However, as the two walked by Jiang Chen, he was momentarily taken aback. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with this Zhang Xiao in front of him. He should know this person. Just now, he had been avoiding Jiang Chen's gaze, and since Jiang Chen entered the room, he hadn't spoken a word. It was only now, standing in front of him, that Jiang Chen felt this person seemed somewhat familiar. Yet, he just couldn't recall who it was. Hey, friend, do we know each other? Jiang Chen asked Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao adjusted his sunglasses and smiled faintly. Then he shook his head. Jiang Chen didn't press further, so he let Zhang Xiao and Fang Yuqing leave. Jiang Chen watched the man's departing figure, lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Damn! That smile! That walking posture! Isn't that the guy? Damn! How did he end up like this? Jiang Chen's mind was filled with questions. He never expected that the Zhang Xiao who had just been with Fang Yuqing was actually Zhang Haotian, someone from his own department in college. Back in college, this guy was a troublemaker. He had no other skills but was quite adept at picking up girls. He packaged himself as a rich second-generation heir, tricking those gold-digging girls into falling for him. The most important thing was that this guy had once had inappropriate thoughts about Jiang Chen's college girlfriend, Su Qian. Fortunately, someone informed him in time. At that time, he was playing in an internet cafe with his roommates, dominating the game as a jungler with Qing Ganging, specifically targeting the enemy's backline, locking them down completely. The enemy's super god ADC Kaisa was left questioning her life after being locked down by him. In the final team fight, he executed a perfect E-flash with his teammates to take down the fattest Kaisa, leading the team to victory. Just as he was feeling on fire and ready for another round, he heard the news, and he and his 5 roommates couldn't hold back any longer. They cornered Zhang Haotian and Su Qian in the cafeteria and gave him a good beating. Because of this incident, Su Qian had a fallout with him for several days. In the end, he spent half a month's allowance to buy Su Qian over 1,000 worth of cosmetics, and only then did they reconcile. Looking at the current situation, it was clear that this guy had set his sights on the saleswoman Fang Yuqing. Buying a house was a lie. His true intention was to seduce her. After Jiang Chen entered the room, this guy had been silent, deliberately avoiding him, probably afraid that Jiang Chen would expose his fake rich kid identity. Ha! Zhang Haotian. It seems you really overthink things. A gold-digging woman like Fang Yuqing, with a history of 28 partners. I have no interest in her whatsoever. I wouldn't want her even if she was offered to me for free. I would rather keep her in the dark forever. I should thank you for taking her away, allowing me to spend time alone with Li Xian. He. At this moment, only Jiang Chen and Li Xian were left in the room. Jiang Chen looked at Li Xian in front of him, seemingly lost in thought. It seemed that when he first bound the system, it had said that new functions could be unlocked on beautiful women with a private count of 0. However, he had never had the opportunity to interact with a girl who had a private count of 0. In fact, after being hurt by Su Qian, he had lost the desire to accompany a girl in her growth like he did during college. Therefore, he felt that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for girls to have some emotional experience. First, women become sufficiently mature after experiencing some emotions. They can keenly sense the emotional changes in men and provide appropriate comfort and support. They won't just complain or blame but will listen to his troubles with a calm mindset. Second, mature women usually understand compromise and tolerance better. They won't make a big fuss over minor disagreements. Third, they will have their own careers and hobbies, not overly relying on men, which allows them to have more personal space in a relationship. This is also why he liked Meng Xiaoran so much. She had been in a relationship and had been hurt in it. Therefore, she understood how to cherish herself better. She could keenly perceive her emotional changes and knew how to be tolerant without relying on him. However, young girls without emotional experience were different. Being with them was truly a test of energy. They would occasionally throw small tantrums over trivial matters, leaving you flustered as you tried to appease them, yet nothing seemed to work. Moreover, they were particularly clingy. If you weren't by their side for a moment, calls and messages would bombard you like a barrage, inquiring about your whereabouts. Their thoughts were delicate and changeable. One moment they might be smiling through tears over a small gift, and the next, they could fall back into a low mood due to a careless remark from you. You had to rack your brains, use all kinds of methods, and say sweet nothings. It was truly exhausting and hard to bear. However, the Li Xian in front of him seemed different from those imagined little fairies outside who could be noisy and troublesome. From their brief interaction just now, it was clear that this girl was serious and responsible about her work, sincere, enthusiastic, and principled. Moreover, it was evident that she had a good rapport with her colleagues. After all, female salespeople deal with various peculiar clients every day. In such an environment, maintaining a private count of 0 was impossible without possessing the above qualities. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the girl Li Xian in front of him. Li Xian was 158 centimeters tall, petite and delicate, like a tender little flower that made one feel a sense of affection. Although she wasn't tall, her features were particularly exquisite. Her fair skin radiated a rosy glow, like flower petals in the morning dew. A pair of big, watery eyes resembled clear lake water, lively yet exuding innocence. When she smiles, her cherry-like lips always curve slightly upward, revealing a warm smile like the gentle sun of spring. The 2 little dimples at the corners of her mouth appear and disappear, and if I could win over such a pure girl today, it would be simply delightful. Ha ha ha. Ding, just as Jiang Chen was lost in his fantasies, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5, Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5. Reminder to the host, Li Xian's current favorability towards the host is 55, and 25 more is needed to receive a large cashback. Ding, the system detects that Li Xian's private encounters are 0, and new system functions can be unlocked after favorability reaches 80. Jiang Chen? Wow, so it turns out it's not just my one-sided imagination. It seems the girl is also interested in me. This is simply a mutual pursuit. Ha ha ha. Listening to the system's prompts and looking at Li Xian, who was shyly gazing at him, Jiang Chen's heart began to race. At that moment, Li Xian looked at the man in front of her with a hint of shyness. She hadn't expected that the tenant she contacted on the platform yesterday, Mr. Jiang, would be so young. Since she entered the industry, she had never encountered such a straightforward tenant. He directly chose a house on the platform, asked her for the door lock code, and moved in right away. If all tenants were this efficient, she wouldn't have to ride her little electric scooter every day, taking clients around to view houses. However, what surprised her even more was that what she saw yesterday was just the tip of the iceberg of this man. Today, without any hesitation, he bought the entire property. My goodness! She had encountered such a low-key tycoon. Moreover, this man had helped her take revenge on Fang Yuqing today. Just the commission from this deal would be over 160,000. She had never seen so much money before. This Mr. Jiang, although dressed very ordinarily, exuded a confidence and brightness that made him stand out. Such a man was simply the Prince Charming in her heart. Thinking of this, Li Xian's face flushed, and her heart raced rapidly. But she quickly realized she couldn't continue like this. Although she liked the man in front of her a bit, he had just spent 8 million. If she showed too much affection, would it seem like she was after his money? If that were the case, what would she be in his eyes? What would be the difference between her and Fang Yuqing, who sold herself to sell houses? Moreover, a young hidden rich man like him, with looks and charm, surely had no shortage of girlfriends. What was she even worth? With this thought, Li Xian felt deflated. She adjusted her mood and put on her professional smile again. So, Mr. Jiang, I will contact the landlord, Mr. Zhao Defaf now. Let's see when he has time, and we can sign the contract directly? Then the house will truly be yours. Li Xian asked Jiang Chen. The dazed Jiang Chen finally came to his senses and nodded at Li Xian. After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative response, Li Xian quickly dialed the landlord's number. Upon learning that the house had been sold, landlord Zhao Defa was overjoyed. Oh my! Young lady, you are truly capable. I was worried this house would take a long time to sell. I didn't expect you to be so impressive, resolving it all in just one morning. A magnetic man's voice came through the phone. Li Xian suppressed her inner joy, her voice crisp and bright. Brother landlord, it's just good luck to have met such a suitable and straightforward buyer. The landlord on the other end continued to praise her enthusiastically. Li Xian, don't be modest. This isn't luck at all, it's entirely your ability. Knowing so many agents in your company, why did I choose you to sign my rental contract? It's because your sincerity moved me. I know I can always count on you. Li Xian felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments. Thank you for your praise. I feel a bit ashamed. Mr. Zhao, do you have time to come over this afternoon to sign the contract? Li Xian asked the landlord. The landlord on the other end thought for a moment. No need for the afternoon, girl. I'm near your store right now. How about this? Let's not go to your store. I'll book a table at old dad's private kitchen. You bring the contract and come here directly with the buyer. We can sign the contract while having a meal. How does that sound? The landlord said generously. It was clear that he was a straightforward and open-hearted man. Li Xian was a bit stunned. There really was an old dad's private kitchen nearby. But the dishes there were outrageously expensive, and she had never been there as a small salesperson. Fortunately, the landlord had not only invited her but also the buyer. That made it a bit more acceptable for her. After all, with such a handsome guy like Jiang Chen accompanying her, she felt more at ease. Li Xian cast a questioning glance at Jiang Chen. Sure. Jiang Chen nodded. Mr. Zhao, the buyer said it's fine. Li Xian relayed. Great, great. Then we'll see you soon. The landlord Zhao Defa said hurriedly before hanging up the phone. Jiang Chen certainly had his own plans. Originally, the beautiful woman the system had locked onto today was Li Xian. He was worried about how to find a reason to be alone with her later. After all, he couldn't keep Li Xian at his place all the time. Now that such a good opportunity had come, how could he let it slip away? Moreover, that landlord Zhao Defa should be a wealthy man. From the way he spoke, he seemed to be the straightforward type. Interacting with people from that social class would be beneficial for him. Mr. Jiang, if that's the case, I'll head back to the store to prepare the contract right away. Shall we meet at old dad's private kitchen in a bit? Li Xian asked Jiang Chen. In fact, Li Xian had her own little thoughts. After all, she was going to such a high-end restaurant, and she would be with two wealthy men, one of whom was someone she had her eye on. She urgently needed to return to her rental to change out of her work clothes. It would be better to change into something beautiful before going to eat. Jiang Chen had no idea what the girl was thinking. Since that's the case, let's go together. Just right, I also want to check out your store, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He knew that old dad's private kitchen was actually nearby and wouldn't take long to walk to, but seeing that he now had the chance to spend more time with the girl, how could he let it go? Riding on the girl's little electric scooter, being led by her, how romantic that would be. He. At this moment, Li Xian showed a troubled expression. Mr. Jiang, preparing the contract might take a little more time. I'm just afraid of wasting your time. How about this? Once I finish organizing the contract, I'll come here to pick you up, okay? Anyway, I ride a little electric scooter, it only takes me 5 or 6 minutes to get here, Li Xian said to Jiang Chen. Seeing that she had already said this much, Jiang Chen had nothing more to say. He could only agree to her suggestion. Then Li Xian hurriedly left Jiang Chen's house. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Chen charged his phone for a while. He didn't expect that while the iPhone was indeed useful, its battery couldn't hold up. It was even worse than the old Android phone he had used for several years before. Once the battery was charged enough, he sent a message to Meng Xiaoran, reminding her to go to the gym where he had signed up, the Beijing Fitness Center, to do some yoga after work, since she had spent a lot of money and shouldn't waste it. In reality, he was creating an opportunity for Meng Xiaoran to meet Bai Jia. Meng Xiaoran readily agreed. Then, he sent a message to the gym staff member, Wang Xinxin, asking him to keep an eye on his girlfriend Meng Xiaoran and Bai Jia's situation today, and to inform him of any developments. Finally, he got up to knock on Bai Jia's door. At this moment, Bai Jia had been waiting anxiously, and as soon as she heard the knock, she hurried to open the door. Once inside, the two embraced tightly, as if they were reuniting after a life-and-death separation. Little troublemaker, you scared me to death, Bai Jia cried, holding Jiang Chen, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't expect that after just a few brief encounters with Bai Jia, such a deep bond would form. Yet, he had spent over 3 years with Su Qian in college, and more than 2 years after graduation, totaling almost 6 years of relationship, which had shattered at the slightest touch. Indeed, there is a difference between women. Such a woman is truly worth cherishing. Jiang Chen held her tightly as well. He didn't hide anything from Bai Jia and briefly recounted what had happened in the room earlier. Of course, he didn't mention anything about the system or Li Xian. Although Bai Jia was a bit surprised that Jiang Chen had directly bought a house, she didn't ask more once she thought about how she would be able to see him often in the future. After all, she loved him as a person. How much money he had nothing to do with her. The two of them were affectionate for a while before Bai Jia reluctantly let go of Jiang Chen. Darling, wait for me, I'm going to cook for you, Bai Jia said to Jiang Chen with a happy face. She hadn't felt this happy in a long time. The feeling of cooking for the person she loved was truly blissful. You see my memory. I forgot to tell you that the landlord just invited me to the old dad's private kitchen for a meal and to sign the contract, Jiang Chen explained to Bai Jia a bit awkwardly. Upon hearing that it was at old dad's private kitchen, Bai Jia didn't know what else to say. She had eaten there before. To be fair, she couldn't replicate the taste of their dishes. The environment, ingredients, and chefs there were all top-notch. Anyone who could be invited there for a meal was definitely a big shot. She wasn't the kind of woman who lacked understanding, and she couldn't let her selfishness hold back a man. So, the two of them cuddled on the sofa for a while, whispering sweet nothings. Jiang Chen also reminded Bai Jia about the meeting with Meng Xiaoran at the yoga studio. Until Li Xian called, the two were reluctant to part. As Jiang Chen took the elevator down, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. If all the women marked by the system were as considerate as Bai Jia, how wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, such a big sister is hard to come by. As soon as he stepped out of the building, Jiang Chen saw an Ima electric scooter parked at the entrance. However, he didn't see Li Xian anywhere. Just as he was about to call her, suddenly, a girl sitting on the sofa in the lobby burst out laughing. When Jiang Chen turned to look, the girl stood up. He saw a petite and lovely girl wearing a white pleated skirt, like a pure lily brushed by a gentle breeze. Her features were delicate and clean, and a pair of bright eyes blinked at him. With a slight smile, she revealed a radiant grin that seemed capable of melting hearts. She exuded youthful vitality and a unique charm from within. Jiang Chen looked at the girl in disbelief. It was clearly Li Xian from earlier. Indeed, people rely on their attire, and a change of clothes can transform one's aura entirely. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? Can't recognize me anymore? Li Xian asked, her smile as bright as a flower. From Jiang Chen's expression, she could tell that she had stunned him. Earlier, in her rush to ride back to her rental, she had almost been hit by a car while changing clothes. But now, seeing Jiang Chen's astonished look, she felt it was all worth it. I didn't expect you to look so beautiful in a dress. Jiang Chen sincerely praised, knowing that at such moments, no sweet talk could compare to a genuine compliment. Li Xian's face instantly turned red, and her heart bloomed with joy. After a long while, Li Xian led Jiang Chen to her little electric scooter. Jiang Chen didn't say much and obediently sat on the back seat. Once she adjusted her sitting position, Li Xian started the vehicle. The gentle breeze brushed through her hair, and the sunlight cast a warm glow on her fair face, adding to her charm. Sitting on the back seat, Jiang Chen inhaled the unique fragrance of the girl, feeling a bit entranced. It was a scent that mixed a faint floral aroma with the freshness of youth, making his heart race uncontrollably. Jiang Chen unexpectedly felt a first love-like sensation. Old Dad's private kitchen was not far from there, and soon they arrived at the place. After parking the scooter, the two walked towards Old Dad's private kitchen. This pair of talented and beautiful individuals attracted quite a few gazes as they entered the restaurant. Stepping into this private kitchen felt like entering an elegant realm isolated from the world. From the antique carved wooden door at the entrance to the soft and warm lighting inside, every detail revealed a unique charm. The decor was simple yet exquisite, with profound landscape paintings hanging on the walls, adding an artistic atmosphere to the space. The wooden tables and chairs were arranged in an orderly manner, their texture warm and smooth, as if telling the stories of time. On the dining table, the pristine white tablecloth was spotless, and the exquisite tableware was neatly arranged. Fresh flowers and greenery were perfectly placed in the corners, exuding a refreshing and pleasant fragrance. In the corner, there was a small bookshelf filled with various classic literary works, making the wait for the dishes to arrive feel poetic. Through the window, one could see a carefully arranged small courtyard outside, with rockeries and flowing water, winding paths leading to secluded spots, resembling a tranquil Chinese painting. Jiang Chen did not expect that in the heart of the city, there would be such an elegant place. It was just past 1 in the afternoon, still a workday, yet there were still many people dining. At this moment, the landlord Zhao Defa had not yet arrived, so the two found a windowside table to sit down. The waiter quickly brought the menu. Jiang Chen picked up the menu and was instantly taken aback. Damn! A serving of home-style shredded potatoes costs 88. What stone slab garlic shrimp, hand-grabbed fan bones, fragrant crispy pork, stir-fried meat, love chicken wings, stone slab beef ribs, stir-fried cumin beef strips. All the meat dishes were over 100. Plus, the specialty dishes were in the thousands. Just a few random dishes would add up to several thousand. Damn, this is really a rip-off. It's at least 5 or 6 times more expensive than those small restaurants I used to go to. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Fortunately, someone was treating today. Otherwise, if I got ripped off like this, it would really hurt. Just for a home-style shredded potato, did you mix ginseng in the potatoes? How dare you charge 88? Jiang Chen frowned at the menu in front of him. At that moment, a young couple walked in at the door. The man was dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously styled, deliberately creating the image of a successful person. The woman wore a well-fitted professional outfit, high heels, with a graceful figure and a charming smile on her face. Damn! It's Zhang Haotian and Fang Yuqing. This couple. Jiang Chen felt a wave of frustration. How could I run into this couple just to have a meal? Zhang Haotian. Zhang Haotian. You just keep pretending to be a rich young man, chasing after trash, and I won't expose you. Why are you haunting me like this again? Meanwhile, Zhang Haotian and Fang Yuqing also spotted Jiang Chen and his companion sitting by the window. Fang Yuqing immediately beamed, waving her hand to greet them. In contrast, Zhang Haotian's expression looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant. At that moment, Zhang Haotian never expected to run into an acquaintance here, and 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. But now, there was no way to avoid it. Just earlier, while looking at houses with Fang Yuqing, he had encountered Jiang Chen, which was surprising enough. He had barely managed to get through that. He never expected to bump into him again while dining. Was he destined to be caught by Jiang Chen today? Zhang Haotian thought to himself. In fact, Zhang Haotian used to be a self-conscious poor loser. Because he had no money, he was tormented by the girl he liked. One day, he realized that he was just one of many simps for girls, not even a backup. That was when he had an epiphany. Damn it, I will never be a woman simp again, I will make women submit to me. By chance, he joined an off-campus packaging design group. He created an incredibly luxurious and high-end circle of friends. Once during my time at university, I basically changed girls every day. However, there was a hidden danger. A few acquaintances in my department knew my true situation, so I generally didn't dare to be too high profile. Until one day, in the school cafeteria, I saw two very beautiful girls sitting across from me. After chatting casually for a bit, I added both of their WeChat. The two girls laughed uncontrollably at my high-end, luxurious moments. Soon, they were completely smitten, wild and carefree. I once thought that maybe at night, I could have a 1v2, but I didn't expect that one of the girls was Jiang Chen's girlfriend, a classmate from my department. To be honest, I didn't do anything. It was his girlfriend Su Qian who was too wild. I felt so wronged. However, Jiang Chen's roommates didn't listen to my explanation and cornered me for a beating. This made my fake rich kid identity well known throughout the school, and my reputation was ruined. There was no choice but to learn my lesson and set my sights outside the campus from then on. However, it's strange to say, recently, during my attempts to flirt, I kept running into acquaintances. Especially today, I unexpectedly encountered the culprit who caused my downfall, Jiang Chen, twice. As soon as I saw Jiang Chen, I wanted to mock this poor guy with Fang Yuqing. But if we exposed each other, it would only lead to mutual destruction, so I held my tongue. However, I didn't expect that this guy seemed to have hit it big now. He actually bought a house for 8 million in one go. Thank goodness I didn't mock him. Otherwise, I would have been the one slapped in the face. But how should I handle the current situation? Just now, I managed to blend in with my sunglasses. Now, face to face, even if Jiang Chen is faceblind, he would recognize me. What if he exposes my fake rich kid identity? Not only would I fail to flirt today, but I would also die socially right here. Zhang Haotian's heart was filled with panic. However, he saw Jiang Chen glance at him with disdain and then continue looking at the menu. Suddenly, he felt that maybe today wouldn't end in disaster after all. From what I knew of Jiang Chen, although we had some grievances, he was still quite graceful. As long as I didn't go too far, he wouldn't go all out against me. I should just keep my distance and not provoke him. With that thought, Zhang Haotian prepared to find a seat further away from Jiang Chen. However, Fang Yuqing didn't seem to think so. Zhang Xiao, let's sit over there. Aren't there acquaintances? Fang Yuqing said, pulling Zhang Haotian toward the empty seats next to Jiang Chen. Xian Xian, what a coincidence, you're here too. Fang Yuqing smiled at Li Xian. At that moment, she deliberately avoided looking at Jiang Chen, fearing he would think she was coming for him. However, this intention was as clear as day. How could Jiang Chen not see through this little thought? This guy was clearly enjoying the best of both worlds. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. Li Xian replied casually. Although she understood Fang Yuqing's intentions, they worked at the same company, so they would inevitably run into each other. Since she was asked, it would be awkward to say nothing, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This woman was really too much this morning. If it weren't for meeting a man like Jiang Chen, but rather a difficult tenant, I would definitely have lost my job because of her. Thinking of this, Li Xian's face already showed displeasure. If Jiang Chen weren't here with me, I would have definitely gotten up and left. Someone like Fang Yuqing, once she clings to someone, that person is bound to suffer. It's better for me to keep my distance from her in the future. Fang Yuqing looked ahead, completely ignoring the two in front of her, but she understood everything in her heart. Still, she remained expressionless and pulled Zhang Haotian beside her to sit down. Young Master Zhang, how was the 180 square meter apartment you just saw? Isn't it much bigger than the one in Fenglin Green City? Some people just spent over 8 million and don't even know who they are. Fang Yuqing said sarcastically. It was obvious she was targeting Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, as if he hadn't heard anything. What Fang Yuqing didn't expect was that the young Master Zhang sitting across from her was looking at her as if she were an idiot. At this moment, Zhang Haotian just wanted to get through this meal. But this foolish Fang Yuqing insisted on provoking Jiang Chen. He was cursing in his heart. Damn, idiot. Do you want me to die even faster? Seeing Zhang Haotian's bad mood, Fang Yuqing was a bit confused. What was going on with these people? From the moment she walked in, Jiang Chen and Li Xian had given her the cold shoulder. Now, even young Master Zhang was giving her the cold shoulder. What was going on? Was she really that annoying today? Fang Yuqing was starting to doubt her life. Ahem. Yuqing, let's order first. Zhang Haotian cleared his throat and said. He understood very well that if this idiot kept talking, she would definitely provoke Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen got angry, he would definitely suffer social death here today. so he interrupted Fang Yuqing's topic by suggesting they order. Seeing that young Master Zhang had said so, Fang Yuqing had no choice but to give in, so she reluctantly picked up the menu and started ordering. Steamed king crab, truffle steak, lobster sashimi, Kobe beef with black truffle sauce, braised abalone with sea cucumber, shark fin soup, papaya stewed snow frog, typhoon shelter fried crab. Fang Yuqing seemed to deliberately show off, ordering almost all the most expensive signature dishes from Lao Abba's private kitchen. First, it didn't matter since she wasn't the one treating. Second, it was to slap Jiang Chen and Li Xian's faces, letting them know young Master Zhang's power. However, this didn't scare Jiang Chen and Li Xian. Instead, it shocked the fake rich kid Zhang Haotian sitting across from her. Damn! What is this idiot trying to do? Only picking the expensive ones. At this rate, this meal will cost at least over 30,000. Damn, she really thinks she's some rich fool. Looks like I need to find a chance to slip away later. Otherwise, I might end up in trouble. Zhang Haotian smiled innocently on the outside, but inside he was already preparing to skip out on the bill. After Fang Yuqing finished ordering, she looked at young Master Zhang's smiling face across from her and her heart instantly bloomed with joy. Hee. It seems this young Master Zhang is a real rich kid. After looking at a few apartments with him this morning, he hinted that as long as she was with him, buying a house would be no problem. But deep down, she was still anxious. What if he was just a fake rich kid? Wouldn't that mean she had lost herself for nothing? So she never took that step. As a top salesperson, she certainly had her own way of doing things. She knew there was an expensive restaurant near the company store. Whenever she had doubts, she would bring the other person here for a meal. If he was a fake rich kid, she would scare him off. However, today, she had already ordered so many dishes, and this Zhang Xiao still remained unfazed. Moreover, he could still smile. This clearly indicated that he was a real rich kid. It seemed she could safely give herself to him later. Hee. Ah, Zhang Xiao, did I order too much? Fang Yuqing pretended to be surprised as she spoke to Zhang Haotian. Zhang Haotian laughed. Not too much, not at all. He thought to himself, anyway, I'll just take a couple of bites and then slip away. What do I have to be afraid of? Fang Yuqing smiled with satisfaction. I knew Zhang Xiao was the best. Unlike some people, they think they're rich. But after staring at the menu for so long, they still can't pick a dish. It's just laughable. As she spoke, she disdainfully glanced at Jiang Chen's table. Jiang Chen certainly understood Zhang Haotian's thoughts. This little snot wants Zhang Haotian to pay the bill. Hee. You probably don't know his nickname, Iron Rooster, do you? He's dated so many girls, but he's never paid for a meal. Jiang Chen could even imagine that Zhang Haotian would definitely slip away soon, leaving Fang Yuqing to face the consequences. Hee. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen calmly took out his phone and started scrolling. However, it was strange that the landlord, Zhao Defa, still hadn't arrived. On the other hand, Li Xian was quite angry at Fang Yuqing's words. Her little face turned red with anger. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and gently patted her arm. In an instant, Li Xian was a bit dazed. She didn't expect the man in front of her to have such a big heart. After being humiliated several times, he could still remain calm. Even she couldn't stand it anymore. He could even comfort her in return. It seemed that such a man was the truly strong man in her heart. Although she had dated a few boyfriends, they were all too frivolous and impulsive. Compared to the handsome, wealthy, and composed man in front of her, they were simply not worth mentioning. Thinking of this, Li Xian suppressed her anger. With such a man by her side, she didn't need to be angry with a person like Fang Yuqing anymore. Ding! At the same time, Jiang Chen heard the system's voice in his mind. Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5, Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5, Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5. Reminder to the host, Li Xian's current favorability towards the host is 70, and 10 more will grant a large cashback. Ding! The system detected that Li Xian's private encounters are 0, and after the favorability reaches 80, a new system function can be unlocked. Jiang Chen listened to the system's prompts, feeling a bit dazed. What is going on here? I just touched her a little, and my favorability rating shot up again. Sigh. Women are truly strange creatures. Speaking of which, there was Xiao Yali on the first day, Meng Xiaoran on the second, Bai Jia on the third, and today, Li Xian. The increase in favorability is all rather inexplicable. It suddenly erupted out of nowhere. Sigh, it seems that truly understanding what women are all about is indeed a profound study. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Just as Fang Yuqing was feeling proud, the door of the restaurant was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Zhang Haotian, what are you doing? A woman's shrill voice shattered the tranquility of the restaurant. A plump woman, around 50 years old, with a Hermes bag slung over her arm, stormed in with an angry expression. Xia! Sister Xia, you! How did you come here? In an instant, Zhang Haotian turned pale with fright, his soul nearly leaving his body. You still have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing here? I was just having a meal with some girlfriends nearby. Some sisters said they saw my car around here. Tell me, who is this bitch next to you? The woman called Sister Xia loudly questioned Zhang Haotian. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was a bit confused. Young Master Zhang, who is this fat lady? Why is she talking to us like this? As soon as she said this, the fat woman was instantly enraged. Bitch, you think you're worthy to ask me who I am? Haotian, just tell her who I am. The fat woman threatened Zhang Haotian. Xia, Sister Xia, I. Zhang Haotian's expression at this moment was unimaginable. Humph, useless thing. The fat woman shot a fierce glare at Zhang Haotian. As she spoke, she directly overturned the table in front of them. Ah! The tea on the table splashed onto Fang Yuqing, causing her to scream in pain. At this moment, Zhang Haotian couldn't care less about her. Sister Xia, I was wrong. It was this bitch who seduced me, tricking me into buying a house. I really don't like this bitch at all. My heart only belongs to you, please believe me. In the next second, Zhang Haotian slid to his knees and hugged the fat woman's thigh. For a moment, the diners in the restaurant were all abuzz with discussion. At this moment, Fang Yuqing looked at young Master Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground like a dog, and felt as if the sky had fallen. Do you really want me to forgive you? The fat woman looked at Zhang Haotian, who was kneeling on the ground like a dog begging for food, with a face full of disdain. Then fine, you give this stinky bitch 2 slaps, and strip her of her clothes, and I will forgive you. The fat woman pointed at Fang Yuqing behind her, speaking furiously. Zhang Haotian saw that the woman was finally willing to give him a chance. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood up. Smack! Smack! 2 hard slaps landed on Fang Yuqing's face. Fang Yuqing was stunned by the blows. Young Master Zhang, you! Fang Yuqing covered her already swollen face, her expression one of shock. What do you mean what? Stinky bitch! Dead green tea! If it weren't for you bringing me here to eat, would I have ended up like this? Zhang Haotian vented all his pent-up anger on Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing was dumbfounded. She never expected that she would once again misjudge someone today. In front of her stood Zhang Xiao, and he was actually a fake. Moreover, he was a man who relied on others. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, the man in front of her suddenly became visibly agitated, his eyes starting to bloodshot. What? What do you want to do? Fang Yuqing screamed in fear. The man said nothing, directly grabbing Fang Yuqing and tearing at her clothes. Ah! Help! Let go of me! In an instant, Fang Yuqing was enveloped by terror. Zhang Haotian understood that as long as he could calm this old baby, everything else would be negotiable. Even if the police were involved today, it would be fine. This Sister Xia would definitely help him sort it out. Conversely, if he angered this old baby today, he would not only lose his support but his life would be completely over. At this moment, the fat woman watching from the side looked at the screaming Fang Yuqing and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Stupid bitch, dead green tea, let you seduce men again. Humph. Yes. Little Zhang. Just like that. Strip this slut naked, let everyone here see what kind of trash she is. The fat woman was very pleased with Zhang Haotian, who obeyed her every word. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. In her dictionary, raising a man was like raising a dog. Sometimes, you had to discipline them. Otherwise, they really wouldn't treat you as the master. Given the current situation, she wasn't afraid even if someone called the police. With one phone call, he could be released. Stop. If you touch her again, I'll call the police. At this moment, Li Xian, sitting nearby, shouted tremblingly. She was holding her phone, recording Zhang Haotian. Zhang Haotian was taken aback, stopping his actions and looking towards the source of the voice. As soon as he saw the woman recording him, he was instantly enraged. If this woman uploaded the video online, it would be a disaster. Zhang Haotian abandoned the already frightened Fang Yuqing. Hey! Stop filming! Give me the phone! Give me the phone! Zhang Haotian had lost control, pointing at Li Xian and shouting angrily. If you want the phone, you have to let her go. Li Xian said timidly. Looking at the man in front of her with wide open eyes, she was extremely scared. She never expected that in broad daylight, these people would dare to be so brazen. It was one thing to fight a couple of people, but they even dared to tear someone's clothes in public. This was unacceptable. She had to record it to keep evidence. Little Zhang, quickly grab her phone. We can't let her post it online. The fat woman shouted anxiously from the side. The power of netizens was incredibly strong. If she were doxxed, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zhang Haotian was given a death order and became even more frantic, lunging at Li Xian. Just then, a man with no expression suddenly stood up and abruptly blocked Li Xian. Bang! A loud noise. Zhang Haotian was knocked down under the table by Jiang Chen's punch. Jiang Chen never expected that Zhang Haotian would fall to such a low point. Although the previous Zhang Haotian was a fake rich kid, he was still a man. Those who understand, understand. One shouldn't sour grapes just because they can't have them. To be fair, he really didn't have the same capabilities as Zhang Haotian. It was only after he seduced his girlfriend Su Qian that he felt a bit targeted. But this was a personal grudge, and there wasn't much to say about it. Moreover, his college girlfriend Su Qian was indeed not a good catch, which allowed this kid to take advantage of the situation. After realizing Su Qian's true character, he let the matter go. He had no intention of exposing Zhang Haotian's fake rich kid identity. However, he never expected that Zhang Haotian would sink to such depths. To think he would be a gigolo for such a fat woman. This really had nothing to do with him. After all, everyone has their own way of surviving, and that's understandable. But to publicly strip a woman's clothes? Even though this woman was someone he didn't care for at all, Fang Yuqing, it was still unacceptable. What is wrong with this world? Jiang Chen was starting to question life itself. Just as he was about to intervene, he was unexpectedly preempted by the young girl Li Xian beside him. It seemed that Li Xian was also a person with a strong sense of justice. Jiang Chen silently admired her. It was only when he saw Zhang Haotian lunging at Li Xian that he realized he had to take action. At this moment, Zhang Haotian, who had been knocked down by Jiang Chen's punch, was dazed. He shook his body and struggled to sit up. Only then did he see that it was Jiang Chen who had hit him. WCNM, Jiang Chen, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. ND, Jiang Chen, it was you guys who ruined me back in college. Do you want to ruin me again? Let me tell you, that time in the cafeteria, it wasn't my fault at all. It was your girlfriend Su Qian who came onto me after seeing my social media. At this point, Zhang Haotian was already on the ground, wailing and cursing. But it was of no use against Jiang Chen. The fat woman, however, showed no intention of helping him up. Instead, she kicked Zhang Haotian with her foot. Hey! Get up! Stop playing dead. Useless thing, can't even win a fight? Let me tell you, if you don't get that video back from that girl today, don't ever come to see me again. The fat woman scolded. Unexpectedly, even after Zhang Haotian was beaten like this, she showed no concern at all. Instead, she was threatening him to retrieve the video from Li Xian. This was enough to show that Zhang Haotian was like an ant in her eyes. At this moment, Li Xian was comforting the already frightened Fang Yuqing, who had curled up in a ball. Although Fang Yuqing was a despicable person, she was still a weak woman, and in such a situation, she was understandably terrified. She looked quite pitiful. The two women, watching Zhang Haotian get back up, were frightened into a flurry. Jiang Chen leisurely stepped in front of the two, shielding Li Xian and Fang Yuqing behind him. Zhang Haotian was even angrier now. His fury seemed to be about to burst from his eyes, as if he would devour Jiang Chen in the next second. Meanwhile, Zhang Haotian glared at Jiang Chen, who was blocking his way, gritting his teeth in anger. Jiang, do you really have to push me to my death today? Zhang Haotian wailed. He knew he was no match for Jiang Chen now. The power Jiang Chen had unleashed just a moment ago was no joke. Engaging Jiang Chen again would be tantamount to seeking death. But that Sister Xia had already issued a death order. What could he do? If he lost Sister Xia, his life would be over. With that thought, Zhang Haotian braced himself to fight Jiang Chen to the death. Xian, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Jiang Chen calmly turned back and asked Li Xian. Yeah. Li Xian was taken aback but still handed her phone to Jiang Chen. She had unconditionally trusted Jiang Chen by now. No matter what he did, he must have his reasons. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and took the phone. Here. Jiang Chen then handed the phone to Zhang Haotian. Zhang Haotian was stunned. The fat woman was stunned. The onlookers were all stunned. Give it to me? Zhang Haotian couldn't believe his eyes. He had just prepared himself to fight to the death. But he never expected Jiang Chen would hand the phone to him. What did he mean? Was he planning to strike while he was distracted with the phone? Zhang Haotian looked at the phone within reach, his eyes filled with suspicion, fearing Jiang Chen would not play fair. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Delete the video, and remember to return it to me. Only then did Zhang Haotian realize that Jiang Chen genuinely wanted to give it to him. He took 2 shaky steps forward and accepted the phone from Jiang Chen's hand. Then, he opened the album, selected the video Li Xian had just recorded, and hit delete. After that, he opened the recycle bin and permanently deleted it. He then nodded at the fat woman, Sister Xia, before handing the phone back to Jiang Chen. Jiang, don't think I'll be grateful to you. We're even at most. Zhang Haotian said to Jiang Chen without courtesy. But it was clear his attitude had improved significantly. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then revealed a satisfied smile. In the past, just mentioning Zhang Haotian made him grit his teeth in anger. It was because this guy had once flirted with his college girlfriend, Su Qian. Today, he realized that he couldn't blame everything on Zhang Haotian. After all, Su Qian wasn't exactly a good person either. Not long after that incident, he reconciled with Su Qian. It seemed that the one truly hurt was Zhang Haotian. Since then, Zhang Haotian's reputation had gone downhill. For more than 2 years in college, this guy couldn't hold his head high in front of his classmates. Seeing Zhang Haotian kneel before that fat woman, he felt a twinge of emotion. After all, they were once classmates, and seeing him reduced to this state was somewhat unsettling. However, when he saw Zhang Haotian actually trying to tear off Fang Yuqing's clothes in public, intending to harm his woman, Li Xian, that was just too much. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, such a thing was happening. How could he endure it to the point of taking action? But seeing the despair in Zhang Haotian's eyes, he couldn't help but hesitate a little. What good would it do him to ruin him today? He was already living like a ghost. If he was pushed to a dead end now, he would not only risk his own life but might also harm the women around him. By then, he wouldn't even be able to cry. Moreover, he had indeed gone too far with a few roommates in the past. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt relieved. This matter would end today. The fat woman, seeing that the matter was settled, stopped her entanglement. Cursing under her breath, she left with Zhang Haotian. As the two stepped out, the crowd in the restaurant erupted in chatter. They began to discuss among themselves. At the same time, they cast admiring glances at Jiang Chen. To outsiders, it seemed Jiang Chen had already gained the upper hand. He didn't even need to regard Zhang Haotian and the fat woman. Yet, he let that kid off the hook. What a magnanimous heart. No wonder he had such a beautiful girlfriend. Jiang Chen stared at Zhang Haotian and the fat woman as they left, then came back to his senses. He thought, it seems that sometimes, letting others go is equivalent to letting myself go. If I really pushed Zhang Haotian to a dead end today, I would probably lose sleep every night. I would have to constantly think about how he might retaliate against me. What's the point of living in such constant fear? Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was thinking this, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Fang Yuqing's favorability towards the host +5 Fang Yuqing's favorability towards the host +5 Fang Yuqing's favorability towards the host +5 Fang Yuqing's favorability towards the host has now reached 90. The host can change the target beauty to Fang Yuqing. Ding! Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5 Li Xian's favorability towards the host has now reached 75. The host should keep it up. Jiang Chen? It seems that my approach of winning people over with virtue is quite effective. Women really do like generous men. With this thought, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and turned to return the phone to Li Xian. However, the next second, he was met with the incredibly admiring gazes of Li Xian and Fang Yuqing. Thank you, brother Jiang Chen. At that moment, Fang Yuqing could no longer control herself. She elbowed Li Xian aside and hugged Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's decisive action earlier, effortlessly defeating Zhang Haotian, was simply stunning. This is what a real man looks like. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, she might have really been stripped of her clothes in public, and would never be able to face anyone again. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned by Fang Yuqing's embrace, watching as Li Xian was clearly pushed back a step by her. In an instant, he understood Fang Yuqing's trick. This B*TCH really changes her face quickly. Just a moment ago, she was clinging to that Zhang Xiao without letting go, and now she's playing this game with me. Such a dead green tea, a filthy whore, truly makes one feel disgusted. Moreover, the key point is that she is 22 this year and has had 28 intimate encounters. Damn, with such a trashy character, her morals are so low. Even though her favorability towards me has now reached 90, I can't muster any interest in her. With this thought, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a second and pushed Fang Yuqing away from him. He walked straight to Li Xian's side. Xian, are you okay? Jiang Chen held Li Xian's hand, full of concern as he asked her. Li Xian gently shook her head. Looking at the man in front of her who cared for her, she could no longer control herself. Suddenly, she threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. She poured all her love into this warm embrace. She felt the man's strong arms, as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. Everything around them became unimportant. His chest was solid and warm, that familiar scent felt like a kind of magic. She slightly closed her eyes, her face radiating happiness and satisfaction, her delicate body perfectly fitting against Jiang Chen's, with not a single gap. She just wanted to hold him like this forever. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's mind was reminded of the system's notification sound. Ding! The system's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5, Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5, Li Xian's favorability towards the host +5. Currently, Li Xian's favorability towards the host is 90, large cashback can be activated, ding. Detected that Li Xian's intimate encounters are 0, about to unlock new system features for the host. Host name, Jiang Chen. Age, 26. Height, 178 centimeters plus weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 18 plus, average 20, Constitution, 19 plus, average 20, Spirit, 17 plus, average 20, Agility, 20 plus, average 20, Endurance, 16 plus, average 20, Status, Subhealthy. Enhancement points, 7, ding. The host has activated Strength, Constitution, Spirit, Agility, and other physical attributes. Reminder to the host, when the favorability of the beauties in the system reaches 80, the system will provide enhancement points based on the beauty's figure, looks, and favorability towards the host. Enhancement points can be directly used to upgrade a specific physical attribute. Jiang Chen looked at the additional system interface in front of him. Each physical attribute now had a plus sign next to it. Jiang Chen felt that the others were temporarily useless to him, so he focused on Strength and Constitution, rapidly clicking on those two attributes. He allocated all 7 enhancement points directly to Strength and Constitution. Ding! Enhancement successful. The host's current strength is 21, Constitution is 21. The next second, Jiang Chen felt his muscles visibly swell, especially his chest and arms. It was as if he had just come out of the gym, feeling pumped. However, the next second the system chimed again. Ding! Received a large system reward from Target Beauty Li Xian, gaining 41,000 yuan in cash, holy *T. Jiang Chen could hardly believe his ears at that moment. Previously, Meng Xiaoran and Bai Jia had only received a cashback of over 4,000, right? How could it be that Li Xian had over 40,000? Could it be that after activating the new system feature, the cashback amount increased by more than 10 times? Damn! This is too damn good. Just today, with Bai Jia, we made over 7 million in just one morning. If it multiplies by 10 again, wouldn't I simply have tens of millions in cashback? Hee. I can't spend it all. I simply can't spend it all. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with ecstatic joy. Fang Yuqing looked at the two tightly embraced together, completely feeling like she was invisible. Her heart was bleeding. This man, so handsome, powerful, low-key, wealthy, and magnanimous, was now holding onto Li Xian, someone she had previously looked down upon. He didn't even glance at her. At this moment, Fang Yuqing regretted not needing Jiang Chen earlier. She had sold her chastity for those worthless men outside. Otherwise, with her looks and figure, she was no worse than Li Xian. It should have been her in Jiang Chen's arms. Fang Yuqing felt like her insides were turning green with regret. She had not cherished her body before. Only when she truly met someone she loved did she realize she had already become a worthless person no one wanted. Ah, there is no greater pain in the world than this. Watching Jiang Chen and Li Xian tightly embraced, Fang Yuqing felt utterly defeated. However, this was just the beginning. After a while, several waiters came to clean up the table where Fang Yuqing and Zhang Haoyan were sitting. After tidying up the table, they swept the floor clean of debris. Everyone thought to themselves, the service in this big restaurant is really good. Even after such a commotion, the waiters still served with smiles. However, the next second, Fang Yuqing found herself unable to cry. She saw the waiters lined up neatly, coming out from the kitchen, each carrying a dish. At the same time, a graceful, exquisitely made-up female manager, wearing high heels and with a walkie-talkie at her waist, approached with a professional smile. Ma'am, let me introduce the dishes to you. This is steamed king crab. This is truffle steak. This is lobster sashimi. This is Kobe beef with black truffle sauce. This is abalone with sea cucumber. This is shark fin soup. This is papaya stewed snow frog. This is typhoon shelter fried crab. The female manager introduced each dish to Fang Yuqing with a smile and a crisp voice. In no time, the table was filled to the brim. It turned out that the kitchen had already prepared the dishes during this time. It was just that they hadn't dared to serve them earlier due to the conflict. This female manager dealt with all kinds of people every day. She had seen all sorts of big scenes. She immediately instructed the waiters not to go over or call the police, but to assess the situation first. After all, the dishes ordered at that table amounted to over 38,000. If they were taken away by the police, the restaurant would suffer a huge loss. Even if they flipped the table today and smashed the teapot and cups, it wouldn't matter. Compared to the over 38,000 yuan for the meal today, it was just a drop in the bucket. It wasn't until everything calmed down that she allowed the waiter to clean up the table and prepare the dishes. At that moment, Fang Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. She had originally wanted to test whether Zhang Xiao was really a wealthy man. She never expected that a fat woman would suddenly appear, not only beating her up but also taking away the meal ticket for today. Fang Yuqing's heart tightened, but she feigned calmness and said, "This dish wasn't ordered by me, it was ordered by that man who was with me just now. I won't be paying the bill." The beautiful manager smiled slightly, but her eyes revealed an undeniable firmness. She calmly pulled out a menu from her folder and gently placed it on the table, saying, "Excuse me, ma'am, are you Fang Yuqing? Your signature is right here." It turned out that this large restaurant required customers to sign for confirmation after the waiter took their orders due to the preciousness of the dishes. Fang Yuqing looked at the menu, and her expression immediately turned sour as if she had eaten something terrible. It truly echoed the saying, "Whoever spits in the sky will have it fall back on their own head." But when had Fang Yuqing ever suffered such a loss? With a slight turn of her mind, she came up with an idea. "Alright then, please help me take all these dishes to that table." Fang Yuqing pointed to Jiang Chen's table. "Jiang Xiao, Xian, you haven't ordered yet, right? Let's eat together. It's on me." Fang Yuqing smiled at Jiang Chen and Li Xian at the neighboring table. Seeing that she couldn't escape the dishes at her table, she set her sights on Jiang Chen. After all, it was over 38,000. How could she possibly come up with that? "You, Jiang, look down on me, don't you? Just wait and see how I use my silver tongue to make you pay up later. He. As long as you take a bite of the dish, I'll make sure you're full, and you'll be like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express your suffering. At the very least, I have to make sure these two share this meal with me." 38,000. It's not easy to sell a house. I have to accompany those old men for several days to earn that much. How could I be so foolish as to be the big spender here today? Jiang Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was obvious that this woman was trying to find ways to make him pay for her. "Do you really think I'm a fool with more money than sense?" However, before Jiang Chen could say anything, the beautiful manager was taken aback. "Are you Mr. Jiang Chen? And you are Miss Li Xian?" The beautiful manager suddenly showed a very surprised expression. The aggressive demeanor she had when facing Fang Yuqing had completely vanished. Jiang Chen was stunned. What? Do we know each other?" The beautiful manager smiled. "Oh my. What a surprise. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhao Defa has already reserved the best private room on the second floor and has been waiting for you two for a long time. I didn't expect you two to be here, it's my oversight at work, please forgive me." The beautiful manager said apologetically to Jiang Chen and Li Xian. "Oh, Mr. Zhao Defa has already arrived?" Li Xian asked the beautiful manager. "Yes, Mr. Zhao has been here for a while, waiting for you two in the private room. Please, let me show you the way." The beautiful manager eagerly spoke to Jiang Chen and the other person. Then, she suddenly remembered something and turned around. "Is this Ms. Fang Yuqing a friend of yours?" The beautiful manager pointed at Fang Yuqing in front of them and asked Jiang Chen and the other person. Jiang Chen glanced at Fang Yuqing beside him, gave a cold smile, and said, "I don't know her." In an instant, Fang Yuqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. It felt like she had just taken a hit of 10,000 points. She never expected that Jiang Chen, with his 37-degree demeanor, could utter words as cold as -100 degrees. All her previous calculations had fallen through. It was so frustrating, so uncomfortable, so heart-wrenching. The beautiful manager smiled. "Then I can rest easy. I was worried that someone like Mr. Jiang would have such unworthy friends. It seems I was overthinking," the beautiful manager said to Jiang Chen with a smile. At this moment, Fang Yuqing's self-esteem had been completely crushed to the ground. Yet, she couldn't utter a single word. "Mr. Zhao is in the private room upstairs, please follow me." The female manager courteously led Jiang Chen and Li Xian. She then shot a sharp glance at the two waiters. "You two don't need to worry about anything today, just serve that lady well. Do you understand?" The two subordinates immediately nodded in understanding. "Yes, Manager Yi." The group quickly went upstairs into the private room, leaving Fang Yuqing, with a pale face, facing a table of 38,000 worth of delicacies. Suddenly, her defenses crumbled. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Li Xian were intimately linked arm in arm. Under the guidance of the beautiful manager, they ascended to the second floor and entered a large private room. As soon as they stepped into the room, they were deeply attracted by the environment. Inside the room, the vermilion carved doors and windows were ancient and elegant, and the floor was laid with deep brown solid wood. The walls were adorned with landscape paintings, making one feel as if they were amidst the mountains and rivers. In the corner, a display shelf showcased various exquisite porcelain and antiques, exuding a sense of ancient charm. From the ceiling hung an octagonal palace lamp, with warm yellow light filtering through the thin shade, creating a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood, allowing one to relax both body and mind. In the center stood a round table made of sandalwood, with a deep color and delicate grain, covered with a satin tablecloth embroidered with exquisite patterns, appearing solemn and luxurious. Surrounding the table was a circle of armchairs, carved with auspicious dragon and phoenix designs. Leaning against one of the chairs was a man, around 50 years old. He was slightly plump, showing signs of middle age. At a glance, he was clearly a shrewd businessman. As soon as he saw someone enter, he immediately put on a smile. "Xiao Li, you finally made it." The landlord, Zhao Defa, stood up with a smile and shook hands with Li Xian. The rental agreement was signed with Li Xian, so he naturally recognized her. However, when he saw the young and handsome Jiang Chen, who was also behaving intimately with Li Xian, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Li, who is this?" Zhao Defa asked with some confusion, thinking, "What's going on with this girl Li Xian? I asked you to bring the buyer, but you brought your boyfriend instead." "Mr. Zhao, this is Mr. Jiang, who is buying your house," Li Xian said to the landlord Zhao Defa with a smile. This is Mr. Jiang Chen? I didn't expect him to be so young." Zhao Defa looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, still somewhat unable to believe it. After all, how could a man who directly took out 8 million to buy a house in cash be so young? Moreover, Zhao Defa had been in the business world for many years, encountering all sorts of people, and had long since become astute. The temperament of Jiang Chen before him did not resemble that of a rich second generation at all. If he were to say he was a rich first generation, it seemed that the young man in front of him had no signs of being well-versed in the ways of the world. Therefore, even though Li Xian had already introduced him, Zhao Defa still had some doubts. But regardless of whether it was true or not, the formalities still had to be observed. Zhao Defa politely extended his hand to Jiang Chen. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Jiang Chen also extended his hand, openly acknowledging it. "I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge from the young." Zhao Defa flattered. Although he said this, he was still observing Jiang Chen's words and actions, trying to glean the answers he wanted from Jiang Chen's micro-expressions. Jiang Chen already understood in his heart. He took the opportunity to sit down in his seat. "Mr. Zhao, let's skip the pleasantries and get down to business," Jiang Chen said. At this moment, Zhao Defa was somewhat surprised. He had realized that Jiang Chen was a bit displeased. He didn't expect this young man, though not very old, to have such a strong presence. "Mr. Jiang, don't be in such a hurry. After all, it's the middle of the day, and I've invited you two over. I should at least show some hospitality," Zhao Defa said with a smile. "Xiao Zhu, serve the dishes," Zhao Defa shouted towards the door. "Okay, Mr. Zhao," the beautiful manager who had been waiting outside responded. The fact that the previously unruly beautiful manager was waiting like this showed that Zhao Defa's status was quite extraordinary. "By the way, I also hold 45% of the shares in this restaurant. This Xiao Zhu has grown up under my watch," Zhao Defa said somewhat proudly. At this point, Jiang Chen began to taste a bit of the flavor. No wonder that beautiful manager had shown such respect to Zhao Defa earlier. It turned out he was a major shareholder here. In such a large restaurant, to rise to the position of manager, aside from personal ability, it probably also required the support of the shareholders. His relationship with the beautiful manager was definitely not simple, Jiang Chen thought. "Mr. Zhao, since you are so wealthy, why are you in such a hurry to sell a house?" Looking at the smug Zhao Defa, Li Xian could no longer hold back. In her impression, Zhao Defa was quite approachable. What was going on today? Every word seemed to be about how impressive he was. This was clearly directed at Jiang Chen. Although she had not yet established a formal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Jiang Chen, it was only a matter of time. She was determined not to marry anyone but such a man in this lifetime. How could she let Jiang Chen endure this kind of treatment from Zhao Defa? Zhao Defa suddenly felt a bit awkward, but he quickly realized that this little Li and Jiang Chen's relationship should also be quite special. However, given his current situation, he was indeed in a weak position. After all, his cash flow had already run dry, and he urgently needed to recover funds. The purpose of today's dinner invitation was originally because he had a request of the other party. It was better not to appear too strong. Little sister Li Xian, you've hit the nail on the head. You don't know that your brother is into collecting. Recently, I've had some bad luck and was tricked by a few old foxes. I thought I had found a great bargain, but in the end, I spent over 80 million and ended up with a sample worth only a few thousand. Now my cash flow has been cut off, leading to a depletion of liquid funds. Now we can only survive by cutting off our arm, Zhao Defa said, somewhat moved. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It turned out that since entering the room, Jiang Chen had noticed Zhao Defa fiddling with a bracelet on his hand. He had heard that Zhao Defa was a collector. Oh, so Brother Zhao, you are a collector. By the way, Brother Zhao, I have a bracelet here. Could you take a look at it for me? Jiang Chen said casually as he pulled the bracelet out of his pants pocket. This bracelet was the one that had fallen from the head of the gang that tried to assault Bai Jie that day. At the time, he had handed it over to the police, asking them to deal with the gang leader. However, the police said the gang leader was no longer needed and told him to handle it himself. He had kept it in his pocket ever since. Normally, he would feel embarrassed to show such a shabby item in front of an expert. But seeing Zhao Defa also holding a bracelet, which was even less impressive than his, made him think, how could a collector like him be holding something inferior? There was only one explanation: his bracelet might actually be a genuine item. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a collector too, little brother. Then I'll reluctantly take a look for you, Zhao Defa said dismissively, thinking to himself, what could such a young person have that is genuine? However, Zhao Defa was completely stunned. What the hell? This is an old item. Zhao Defa's heart surged with joy. Looking at the bracelet Jiang Chen had taken out, he was ecstatic. With his years of experience in collecting, he was already 99% sure this was a genuine antique. Although he was surprised that this young man had such an item, he knew he couldn't show too much excitement. If he appeared too eager, the other party might wake up and raise the price. Little brother, where did you get this? Zhao Defa asked, pretending to be calm. What he didn't know was that sweat was already forming on his forehead. While he could hide his emotions, his body was still honest. Oh, this is a family heirloom, Jiang Chen said, seemingly indifferent. He had noticed Zhao Defa's series of actions earlier. Zhao Defa had initially underestimated him. If it were a fake, he would have scoffed and dismissed it long ago. The more cautious he was, the more it indicated the item's value. Upon hearing that it was a family heirloom, Zhao Defa was even more convinced that the bracelet was genuine. Little brother, are you planning to part with this item? Big brother can help you. Zhao Defa tried hard to control his inner excitement as he asked Jiang Chen. He thought to himself, if he could get this treasure, it would definitely send shockwaves through the collecting world. Everyone would have to look at him differently. If all went well, he could make back the money he lost last time. Jiang Chen was well aware of Zhao Defa's thoughts. He was now very certain that this item was definitely worth a lot. I appreciate your kindness, big brother, but I'm not short on money. I have no plans to part with it, Jiang Chen said. Zhao Defa was very shrewd. He immediately realized that Jiang Chen was not someone to be easily fooled. This was a negotiation. If he offered too low a price, Jiang Chen would use that as an excuse to brush him off. It seemed he had to be cautious in his approach. Zhao Defa then put on a smiling face. By the way, Li Xian, how much did that 23rd floor apartment in Jiangfeng Greenland sell for? Zhao Defa asked Li Xian, who was standing nearby. Li Xian was taken aback. 8 million. Mr. Jiang didn't even haggle. He just bought it outright. The money has already arrived in our company's account. As long as we sign the contract in a bit, I can handle it on my end, and you'll receive the payment immediately, Li Xian replied earnestly. Although Zhao Defa had asked casually, she still felt the need to respond seriously. Can you help me refund the payment back to Mr. Jiang? Zhao Defa continued to inquire. Both Jiang Chen and Li Xian were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Mr. Zhao, what are you saying? You don't plan to sell the house anymore? Li Xian asked, somewhat confused. Not at all. Not at all, Zhao Defa said with a mysterious smile, then turned to Jiang Chen. I want to give this house to Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen could hardly believe his ears. But he quickly calmed down. There was no such thing as a free lunch. And this was not just a free lunch, it was an 8 million house. This matter was definitely not that simple. Zhao Defa was clearly after that bracelet, which indicated that the bracelet was worth far more than 8 million. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen remained composed, pretending to admire the scenery in the private room. Meanwhile, Zhao Defa was watching Jiang Chen with a smile, trying to read his inner thoughts from his subtle expressions. However, he was disappointed. His words seemed to have stirred no waves in Jiang Chen's heart. At that moment, Li Xian's jaw dropped in shock. If she remembered correctly, today was the first time Jiang Chen and Zhao Defa had met. How had they reached the point of giving away a house? She looked at Jiang Chen's calm expression and then at Zhao Defa, who was staring intently at Jiang Chen. In an instant, she realized that this matter was far from simple. Zhao Defa was a genuine businessman. How could he make a losing deal? So, despite having 1,000 questions in her mind, she swallowed them down. At this moment, Zhao Defa, seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent expression, realized that his offer had not moved Jiang Chen, and he felt a bit anxious. Zhao Defa took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision. Brother Jiang Chen, I know you don't lack money right now, and I don't have any cash either. The fact that you came to this dinner today shows that you respect me. I won't hide anything from you. This bracelet, if you take it to the market, at most, it will sell for around 60 million. It absolutely cannot be higher than that. But if you give it to me, I can sell it for 80 million. Zhao Defa said, taking a sip of tea to pause for a moment. However, I currently have no cash, only 26 properties worth about 60 million. How about I sell them to you at a discounted price? Wow! Now it's Jiang Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. He had thought this bracelet was valuable, possibly worth more than 8 million, but he never expected it to be worth over 80 million. Could this be a reward from heaven for my bravery? After taking care of 3 thugs, not only did I win by Jie's heart, but the system also rewarded me with several million. And now, I receive such a grand gift. Jiang Chen could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Jiang Chen tried hard to control his inner joy, but soon noticed something unusual. Mr. Zhao, you must be mistaken. With over 20 properties, if we calculate each at 8 million, that's over 160 million. Why do we still need to offset the restaurant shares? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Zhao Defa's nose turned sour, and tears almost fell. Jiang Chen looked on in confusion. Alas, little brother. The more I say, the more it's tears. Others think I have houses, cars, and shops, living the good life, but in reality, my cash flow has long been cut off. Now I'm just robbing Peter to pay Paul. Zhao Defa lamented. Now, as long as you can save me from this sea of suffering, Zhao Defa said, casting a pleading look at Jiang Chen. Hearing Zhao Defa's words, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly filled with joy. When he had just interacted with Li Xian, he had already discovered that the large cashback he triggered had multiplied tenfold. Now, as long as he worked hard, he could earn tens of millions every day. Clearly, what he lacked the least now was money. Even if Zhao Defa really gave him over 60 million in cash, he actually had nowhere to spend it. But properties were different. Even if one day the system disappeared and no longer provided cashback, these real estates would still be his security. Moreover, there were shares in this big restaurant. Such an expensive restaurant must have a daily turnover of hundreds of thousands. Plus, he could eat for free. How delightful. Hee. Furthermore, the properties with mortgages that Zhao Defa mentioned were a burden for him. For Jiang Chen, it was not a problem at all. He could pay off the mortgage in just a few days. By then, he would keep the good houses and build a love nest for his women. The rest could be rented out. Even if the system disappeared in the future, wouldn't he still be lying in the arms of beautiful women, counting money every day? Hee. Alright, since you said that, big brother, I won't be polite. I'll choose option 2. Jiang Chen said generously and calmly. Zhao Defa's eyes immediately lit up. He no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen before him. At this moment, the young man displayed a depth and demeanor he had never seen before. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's image suddenly became grand. Meanwhile, Zhao Defa's aura gradually weakened. Dang. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Come in. The beautiful manager pushed the door open and walked in. Mr. Zhao, the dishes are ready. Can we serve them now? The beautiful manager still wore a professional smile. Go ahead. Zhao Defa smiled knowingly, then sat down and spoke to the beautiful manager. Immediately, many waiters began to enter one after another, quickly filling the table with dishes. Xiao Zhu, let me introduce you to someone. Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, he is likely to become one of our shareholders. Zhao Defa pointed at Jiang Chen. The beautiful manager looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Mr. Zhao, do you mean? Yes. It might be in the next couple of days. I will transfer part of my shares to Mr. Jiang. Ah, the beautiful manager was taken aback, and then she looked Jiang Chen up and down again. She had recently learned that the restaurant's largest shareholder, Mr. Zhao, had encountered some problems in his business. He had been overwhelmed with these issues lately. She didn't expect that today he would be transferring his shares in the restaurant. It seemed that the one who could help Mr. Zhao through the crisis was Jiang Chen in front of her. For a moment, she was a bit shocked. She never imagined that such a young Mr. Jiang would have such strength. The beautiful manager couldn't help but feel a good impression of him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's mind recalled the system's voice. Ding, system detected a high-quality beauty with a beauty score greater than 80, about to scan the beauty's information, 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete. Name, Zhu age, 28, nickname, Xiaoyan, Xiaozhu, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, beauty score, 88, out of 100, figure, 91, out of 100, hobbies, work, make money, have children, private encounters, 1, host's favorability, 45, ding, system detected Zhu beauty score greater than 80, automatically adding her to the host's list of beauty candidates. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen's heart soared with joy. Such a career-oriented strong woman, and her private encounters were only 1? This was truly rare. Wow! After the beautiful manager Zhu served the dishes, she went to wait at the door. After all, the discussions inside were not something at her level could listen to. Jiang Chen watched Zhu leave the private room before he came back to his senses. Zhao Defa looked at Jiang Chen's expression and revealed a shrewd smile. Oh, by the way, brother Jiang Chen. I forgot to mention, this manager Xiao Zhu is currently renting another apartment of mine at Jiangfeng Greenland. It's right downstairs from your place, 2201. This time, we can transfer it to you together, Zhao Defa said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was currently buying 2301. Li Yan lives in 2201? This means I am completely surrounded by beauties. Living in the room is Meng Xiaoran, across the hall is Bai Jia, and downstairs is Zhu. Wow, this is just too damn great. Zhao Defa looked at Jiang Chen's expression and understood everything. When he was young, he too couldn't resist the allure of women. What a pity. Now he had money, but he had also reached a point where a man felt powerless. Sigh. Too much talk only brings tears. Brother Jiang Chen, sister Li Xian, come, let's eat first. We can discuss the rest after the meal. Let's see how our cooking is. Zhao Defa called out proudly. He wouldn't dare say much, but he was quite confident in the food at this restaurant. Jiang Chen looked at the table full of delicacies and felt quite hungry. After working with Bai Jia all morning, he had exhausted a lot of energy without any replenishment. He was now so hungry that his stomach felt like it was sticking to his back. He directly picked up a piece of crispy pork belly and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the meat sizzled with oil, and the crispy outer skin made a delightful crunch under the pressure of his teeth. The tender inside was bursting with rich juices, flowing freely on his tongue. Jiang Chen chewed heartily, each bite bringing unparalleled satisfaction. He had never eaten such delicious food before. Indeed, there was a reason why expensive things were expensive. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Once the shares here were settled, he would come here to eat every day. During this meal, Jiang Chen ate very well, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. First, it was because he had spent the whole morning with Bai Jia, which had taken a huge toll on him. Second, after increasing his strength and physical attributes, he felt his appetite had surged. His food intake had nearly increased by half. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with his meal. Even Zhao Defa had to admit it. Young people have good appetites and strong vitality. It seems he really was getting old. After the meal, Li Xian prepared the contract, and both parties signed it. The house at Jiangfeng Greenland, 2301 was officially transferred to Jiang Chen's name. The 8 million also entered Zhao Defa's account. Zhao Defa then reviewed his assets. He now owned 26 properties. Among them, 6 were in prime locations in the city center, while the other 20 were mainly distributed in the west and south of Jiang City. Only, Jiangfeng Greenland, 2201 and 2301 were bought outright. Zhao Defa planned to live in one of them. The other houses were acquired through mortgage loans and low down payments. Some had already been rented out, while others were still vacant. After calculating, these properties were worth about 48 million. 60 million, 48 million equals 12 million. The remaining 12 million, converted into shares of Old Dad's private kitchen, was about 6%. Jiang Chen directly transferred 8 million to Zhao Defa, holding 10% of the shares. After all, holding 6% wouldn't even give him a say. Holding 10% was still somewhat acceptable. Besides the house at Jiangfeng Greenland, 2301, the transfer of the other houses would take some time. However, fortunately, these houses all had password locks. Except for those that were rented out, Jiang Chen could go to any of the houses without any issues. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt as if he had crossed into another world. So much had happened in just half a day. First, he saved Bai Jia, then the two of them busied themselves for the entire morning. Later, he encountered Fang Yuqing and Zhang Haotian causing trouble in his home. He had just decided to buy the apartment 2301. Then, he went to a restaurant with Li Xian for a meal. He ran into Fang Yuqing and Zhang Haotian again, activating a new attribute in the system, increasing his strength and physique by nearly twice, and he beat up Zhang Haotian. Moreover, unexpectedly, he obtained a bracelet that allowed him to exchange for 26 apartments. Plus, he now owned 10% of the restaurant's shares. What a bountiful harvest. He. But just now, he spent the 8 million he had just earned to buy shares in the restaurant. Now, he only had a little over 300,000 left. But it didn't matter, his target beauty, Li Xian, was right beside him. It seemed he had to work hard soon to make more money. After finishing everything with Zhao Defa, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Defa wanted to drive his Porsche Cayenne to take Jiang Chen and the others home. However, Jiang Chen refused. In the shocked gazes of Zhao Defa and the beautiful manager Zhu Yan, Jiang Chen sat in the back seat of Li Xian's electric scooter and cheerfully rode away. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Wow! This young brother Jiang Chen is truly unfathomable. The bracelet he just bought plus the cash he paid amounts to around 70 to 80 million. He spends money without even blinking. This means this brother's assets are at least in the billions. Such a billionaire drives a little electric scooter? Such low-key, such depth. Achieving this in my lifetime seems difficult. Zhao Defa marveled inwardly. At the same time, the beautiful manager Zhu Yan watched Jiang Chen and Li Xian riding away on the electric scooter, her eyes filled with envy and anticipation. If only my boyfriend had half of this young, handsome, low-key, and cultured man. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat in the back seat of the electric scooter, tightly hugging Li Xian's waist, trying to take advantage of the system. After all, having bought so many apartments and shares in the restaurant, he only had a little over 300,000 left. He felt no sense of security. He couldn't miss any opportunity to take advantage of the system. In contrast, Li Xian, riding the scooter, had a shy expression on her face but couldn't bear to push away Jiang Chen, who was holding her. After all, a tycoon worth over 100 million who didn't mind her sitting on the back of his electric scooter was truly precious. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind again. Zhu Yan's favorability towards the host +5. Zhu Yan's favorability towards the host +5. Zhu Yan's favorability towards the host +5. Currently, Zhu Yan's favorability towards the host is 60. Reaching 80 will grant a physical attribute enhancement point. Host, keep it up. Jiang Chen? The bewildered Jiang Chen was somewhat confused. What's the deal with the beautiful manager Zhu Yan? Just now, Zhao Defa said that this beautiful manager Zhu Yan, with a private count of 1, lives right downstairs from him. He had originally planned to find a time to get to know her better and cultivate some feelings. Unexpectedly, it seems that feelings don't need much cultivation, he's already moved up. Women are indeed strange creatures. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Brother Jiang Chen, we're almost at our store. Where are you going now? Home, or? Li Xian asked somewhat reluctantly. Although she had only spent a short 4 or 5 hours with Jiang Chen today, she had already fallen deeply in love with this sunny, handsome, low-key, wealthy man with a strong sense of justice. Now, as they were about to part ways, she truly felt a bit reluctant. After this separation, who knows when they would meet again? When they meet again, would he even remember her? After all, he is a real tycoon. How could he possibly be interested in someone like her, a mere intermediary? She had already witnessed such a man today. She knew she would never be able to have feelings for another man again. With this in mind, Li Xian made up her mind. Even if Jiang Chen rejected her today, she would never do something that she would regret for a lifetime. She was preparing to invite Jiang Chen to do something to bridge the gap between them. Then, she would take the opportunity to confess her feelings to him. But what should she do? She was a bit troubled. She couldn't just invite him to sit at her workplace, could she? No way. The store was crowded and chaotic. It would probably not only fail to bring them closer but also attract teasing from her colleagues, which would cause him trouble. How about inviting him to her rental apartment? No, her place was shared with 3 roommates, and it was a mess. It would be too inconvenient to take him there. Besides, he had just bought 26 houses. How could he possibly want to go to a place like hers? With this thought, Li Xian, who had never taken the initiative before, felt a bit troubled. But she really didn't want to miss out on Jiang Chen like this. Jiang Chen looked at the blushing Li Xian in front of him and thought about how her feelings for him had already reached 90. She actually asked him if he wanted to go home? What a joke! Li Xian was the purest girl he had met so far, with a private count of 0, locked in by the system today. There was no way he could let this opportunity slip by. Jiang Chen calmly took out his phone. He checked the housing distribution map that Zhao Defa had sent him. The closest available property was a unit in Fujing Garden, which hadn't been rented out yet and was currently vacant. Jiang Chen immediately had an idea. Xian, do you know where Fujing Garden is? Do you have time now to go take a look with me? Jiang Chen asked Li Xian. Then he felt it was a bit inappropriate. I don't mean anything else. I just saw that this unit is still available. I want your company to help me rent it out," Jiang Chen added. To be honest, although the rent for such a well-located property would be high, he had no intention of renting it out. After all, he didn't really care about that little bit of rent. This kind of place would be perfect for building a love nest with his women. The current situation is one of the man has feelings and the woman is interested, but they just lack an opportunity to be together. As long as Li Xian agrees to go look at houses with him, when the time comes, with mutual affection in a shared space, it would be hard for something not to happen. When Li Xian first heard Jiang Chen invite her to see his house, she was instantly so shy that she didn't know what to say. But when she heard Jiang Chen say he was just asking her to help him rent a place, the enthusiasm that had just ignited was suddenly doused with cold water. She tried hard to control her inner disappointment. Forget it, as long as she could chat with him more, that would be fine. Is the East District or the West District of Fujing Garden? Li Xian steadied her emotions and asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at his phone. It seems to be the West District. Li Xian was shocked. Which building in the West District? Jiang Chen looked at his phone again. Building 23, room 1501. Li Xian was instantly overjoyed. Brother Jiang Chen, the house I'm renting is in Fujing Garden West District, building 21, room 1202. It's just one building apart from yours, Li Xian said excitedly. Ah, really? Jiang Chen was surprised. Of course it's true. But Fujing Garden has 3 units per floor. Your 1501 is open on 3 sides, north, south, and east. 1503 is open on 3 sides, north, south, and west. The interior space is over 140 square meters. But our 1502 only has one side open to the south. The interior space is only over 90 square meters. Plus, I'm sharing it with 3 roommates. So our living environment can't be compared at all. Li Xian teased with a smile. Jiang Chen was stunned. The next second, he reacted. Wow, that's amazing. So wonderful. Isn't he experiencing the benefits of having multiple houses right away? Ha. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? I have 26. TSK. Jiang Chen could no longer contain the joy in his heart. Jiang Chen sat on Li Xian's little electric scooter, chatting and laughing, unknowingly attracting envious glances from many people along the way. Before they knew it, they had entered the Fujing Garden community. Jiang Chen found that this Fujing Garden was also a very impressive community. Inside the community, the greenery was exceptional. Lush trees were arranged in an orderly manner. The green grass was like a soft green carpet, stretching endlessly. The tranquil artificial lake resembled a giant mirror, with gentle breezes creating ripples, making it very refreshing. The geographical location was also outstanding, with all the surrounding facilities readily available. The transportation was incredibly convenient, with a bus stop right outside. The subway was only about 500 meters away. The community was very close to schools, shopping malls, and hospitals. If the Maple Forest Green City, where he lived with Meng Xiaoran, was a wealthy area that was not of this world, then the Fujing Garden they were looking at now was a top-tier living area with a very high cost-performance ratio and a lot of liveliness. Since Li Xian already lived in this community, she was very familiar with it. Instead of going back to her rented home, Li Xian took Jiang Chen directly to his big house at 1501. As soon as Li Xian entered the house, she was captivated by the environment inside. Although she often brought clients to view properties and was very familiar with the layout of Fujing Garden, she had never seen such exquisite decoration before. The interior space was over 140 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. There was even a small study. And it was all beautifully furnished. Of course, what was most enticing was the oversized balcony. It had 2 lounge chairs and a small round table. When she had some free time, she could sit on the balcony, sip tea, bask in the sun, and enjoy the scenery. What a delight! Li Xian couldn't help but be lost in thought. How could the gap between people be so vast? If only she could live in such a big house for a few days, she would have no regrets in life. While Li Xian was immersed in her beautiful fantasies, Jiang Chen suddenly hugged her from behind and gently asked in her ear, "Do you like it?" In an instant, Li Xian's face turned bright red with embarrassment. In fact, the two had already had some intimate contact earlier at the restaurant. At that time, Li Xian was in an excited mood and felt no shyness at all. Now, with the two of them alone in a room, she finally felt shy. After a while, she softly replied with a "If you like it, how about living here often in the future?" Jiang Chen said gently while still holding Li Xian. Li Xian was taken aback. Although she really wanted to live here, she quickly realized that she had only known Jiang Chen for half a day. Even though she liked him a lot, and she could sense that he liked her too, renting this house would cost at least 6 or 7,000 a month. How could she let him incur such a loss? Moreover, their identities were inherently unequal. Jiang Chen was a billionaire, while she was just a small intermediary. If she didn't maintain her integrity and allowed him to spend so freely, what would she be in his eyes? What would be the difference between her and that gold digger Fang Yuqing? Thinking of this, Li Xian pushed Jiang Chen away. Brother Jiang Chen, how can that be? A house like this in the same community would rent for at least 5 or 6,000 a month. Plus, with the decoration of this house, the rent would definitely be 6 or 7,000. This is a place only social elites can afford. How could a small intermediary like me deserve to live here? I'm already very satisfied to be able to share a rental in this community. Li Xian turned around and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, looking at him seriously as she spoke. At that moment, Jiang Chen was taken aback by Li Xian's words. After thinking it over, he realized the preciousness of this young girl. No wonder the girl in front of him had 0 intimate encounters so far. It turned out there was a reason behind it. Normally, it seemed natural for women to accept things from men, but Li Xian was different. She wouldn't even accept gifts. This was enough to show that Li Xian was of the same kind as Meng Xiaoran. Emerging from the mud yet untainted, washing in the clear ripples yet not enchanting, he thought, and Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. He stepped forward and gently caressed Li Xian's cheek, softly saying, "Silly girl, who says you don't deserve to live here? What is a small house? You deserve the best of everything in this world." Ah! Before Jiang Chen could finish his sentence, in that moment, Li Xian was overwhelmed with emotion. It was the first time in her life that someone had told her, "You deserve the best of everything in this world." In an instant, Li Xian burst into tears and fell into Jiang Chen's embrace, her eyes filled with heartfelt tears. Jiang Chen was taken aback. It was just a short sentence. She was moved to this extent. How could that be? She really was a silly girl. After a long while, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Xian, when is your birthday?" Li Xian was taken aback. Why are you asking this? I want to set your birthday as the password for the door lock here. From now on, this will be our shared home," Jiang Chen said with a sunny smile as he held Li Xian. Woo! Li Xian choked up again. But that wasn't all. "By the way, Xian, there's one more thing. According to the landlord Zhao Defa, the mortgage on this house isn't fully paid off yet. I'll transfer the money to you. If you have time in the next few days, could you help me pay off the mortgage? Then we can put both our names on the title of this house. From now on, you will be the mistress of this home. Is that okay?" Jiang Chen said to Li Xian with a bright smile. Li Xian was shocked. If at first Jiang Chen's words were just empty promises, now he was directly fulfilling them. She had dated a few boyfriends before, but they were all lofty and boastful. Yet the man before her was so wealthy yet so low-key. Moreover, the most important thing was how attentive he was to her, wanting to pay off the mortgage first and then add her name. Such a man was truly her destined partner. In that moment, Li Xian's emotions erupted like a volcano, and she could no longer suppress her deep feelings for Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, she leaped into Jiang Chen's arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck, their lips meeting passionately. At that moment, all words seemed pale and powerless, unable to express the fiery love deep within her heart. Time seemed to stand still, with only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths intertwining. Jiang Chen felt the girl's passionate kiss and understood that she had completely fallen in love with him. He knew in his heart that what the girl truly wanted was a sense of security. If he didn't add her name to the house, she might always feel like just a passerby, at risk of being swept out at any moment. Moreover, Li Xian was such a sensitive and innocent girl. He genuinely wanted to build a nest of love with her. Therefore, adding her name to the house might not mean much to him, but for her, it was indeed a monumental matter. Women need that kind of security. But now there's an awkward problem. I only have over 300,000 left in the system. Just now, after being intimately close with Li Xian, my balance has reached over 800,000 again. But it's still not enough. It's nowhere near enough to pay off the remaining mortgage on this house. So I need to swipe more money later to settle the loan. In short, I don't have to give anything now. I just let a pure girl be completely devoted to me. Then, with the money she earns as a reward, I'll buy her a house. This move is definitely not a loss. Absolutely not a loss. And it's a huge profit. TSK. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Xian, shall we take a look at the bedroom? Okay? Li Xian blushed and lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Jiang Chen held Li Xian's hand and walked into the master bedroom. The room was covered with a soft carpet, and the sunset filtered through the curtains, casting mottled light and shadow on the big bed. Jiang Chen casually closed the bedroom door. It didn't really matter since it was just the two of them in the house. but it felt more private, more solid, and more secure this way. Li Xian looked at Jiang Chen and immediately understood the man's intention. In an instant, her face turned as red as a ripe apple, full of shyness. She didn't dare to meet the man's fiery gaze. However, Jiang Chen at this moment was not concerned about so much. He picked up Li Xian in one swift motion. Li Xian was taken by surprise, the blush on her face had spread to her neck, stammering, "Brother Jiang Chen, it's my first time." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "It's okay, Xian, I'll be very careful," Jiang Chen said softly. Li Xian nodded shyly, but her heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. After getting the girl's consent, Jiang Chen finally took a step forward, like holding a piece of pure and flawless jade, cherishing it. After a long time, the quiet room was filled with the warmth left after the intimacy. Jiang Chen held the shy Li Xian in his arms, inhaling her faint body fragrance, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility and stability. At the same time, Li Xian felt an immense sense of security. This man was truly too gentle, too loving towards her. She felt very safe in his embrace. "Dear, there's something you asked me earlier that I haven't told you yet," Li Xian said with a shy expression. What is it?" Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. "Today is my 22nd birthday," Li Xian said, her cheeks flushing again. "Ah, really?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Li Xian shyly nodded. "I didn't expect that heaven would be so kind to me. On my 22nd birthday, I met my true love, and I gave him my most precious thing. I'm truly the happiest woman in the world." At this moment, Li Xian leaned against Jiang Chen's chest, her heart filled with happiness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's mind suddenly became hazy. He looked at the loving woman before him, and a strong sense of responsibility surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, looked firmly at Li Xian, and said earnestly, "Xian, I love you. You have to believe me, I will take full responsibility for you." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's heartfelt confession, Li Xian was deeply moved, her eyes gradually moistening, tears swirling in her eyes. Suddenly, she stood up, excitedly leaping into Jiang Chen's arms, hugging him tightly and kissing him passionately. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a silent anguish. This girl Li Xian is truly innocent, but isn't this a bit too innocent? She seems to have no idea what a cooling-off period is. Woo. At this moment, Li Xian had no doubt about the seriousness of Jiang Chen's confession. She was a very opinionated girl, and once she determined that he was the one she loved, she would be willing to give everything for him, including herself. At the same time, she was also a very traditional girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had no experience at all before meeting Jiang Chen. Listening to Jiang Chen's confession now, all she wanted was to make him happy, to see him smile, because it seemed he was very happy just now. At this moment, Jiang Chen was feeling distressed. If he had known Li Xian's thoughts, it would have been fine. He could have taken his time to let things develop, but he knew nothing at all. Just then, Li Xian's phone rang. Jiang Chen's moved tears streamed down his face. "Family. So touching. Save my life." Jiang Chen cheered inwardly. Is it Xiao Rui calling? "Brother Jiang Chen, can I take this call first?" Li Xian asked Jiang Chen apologetically. She felt that taking a call at this moment was quite a mood killer, but she knew her best friend Sun Rui's personality very well. If she couldn't get through to her, she would keep calling until she did. Last time, because her phone was off for a while, this best friend even called the police, causing them to come looking for her. It might sound a bit exaggerated, but Sun Rui, with her fiery personality, could really do something like that. Jiang Chen certainly welcomed it. "Hello, Xiao Rui. After getting Jiang Chen's consent, Li Xian answered the phone. "Damn it. You filthy bitch. Dead green tea. Junk." As soon as the call connected, the other end began to hurl insults. Rui, what's going on?" Li Xian was completely baffled. What was happening that she started cursing as soon as the call was answered? Isn't it because of Fong Yuqing that B*TCH? I don't know what she ate this afternoon. As soon as she got back to the company, she had a long face, looking like she had eaten shit. Sun Rui said angrily. Li Xian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She was ready to share with her best friend about how Fong Yuqing had spent 38,000 on a meal today. "What are you laughing at? I haven't finished yet." "Damn it, just making a sour face is one thing. Do you know what she said when she got back to the company?" Sun Rui paused. "What?" Li Xian asked, her heart filled with confusion, her brows tightly knitted. But she knew very well that Fong Yuqing wouldn't say anything good. That shameless person actually said, "The reason you were able to successfully sell that house in Jiangfengdu today was because you slept with a man." She said it was in the big private room of old dad's home cooking. And it wasn't just one man, she described it vividly, mentioning some surnamed Zhang and some surnamed Zhao. Sun Ruwei on the other end of the phone spoke with great agitation, filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a buzzing in her head. She stood there as if struck by lightning. Immediately, a flame of anger ignited in her heart. Her breathing became rapid, her whole body heaving violently. Her face turned bright red, and her furious expression seemed like it could spit fire. Her body trembled slightly from extreme anger, her teeth grinding together. How could she say such a thing? Clearly, it was her. Li Xian was so angry, but in this situation, she couldn't even articulate her thoughts clearly. Hey, don't you dare, At a critical moment, I can't even say a coherent sentence. Nothing at all. At a critical moment, it still relies on you, my sister? Sun Ruwei paused, catching her breath. I couldn't hold back at that moment and slapped the dead green tea right across the face. Taking advantage of the fact that she hadn't recovered yet, I thoroughly went over her previous actions of stealing clients and climbing into men's beds. You should have seen that dead green tea's expression. It was like she had eaten shit. It was so satisfying, so refreshing, so exhilarating, Sun Ruwei said, her face filled with satisfaction, as if she had returned to that moment. Li Xian on the other end of the phone was stunned. If someone else had said this, it would have sounded like bragging. But she believed every word her best friend Sun Ruwei said. Because Sun Ruwei was just that kind of fiery person. They were college classmates and even roommates. Back in college, when she returned to the dorm one night, she encountered a thug. In the end, she almost lost her virtue, but at the critical moment, it was her best friend Sun Ruwei who stepped in and beat that thug to a pulp. Looking back now, she was grateful to have someone like that by her side. Otherwise, even if she met an excellent man like Jiang Chen now, she wouldn't be worthy of him. Thinking of this, Li Xian happily leaned into Jiang Chen's embrace. Jiang Chen, who had been listening to their phone call, could no longer contain the anger in his heart when he heard that Fang Yuqing was spreading rumors about Li Xian at the company. Damn it, that filthy bitch, how dare she? How could she? When they were at the restaurant, how did he save her? Damn it, why not let Zheng Haotian deal with that bitch? Humph, I saved you, and you spread rumors about me? And not just rumors about me. You dare to slander such a good girl like Li Xian? Damn! Jiang Chen's heart was about to burst with anger. However, when he heard that Fang Yuqing was taught a lesson by Li Xian's good friend, Xiao Ruwei, he instantly felt much better. Fortunately, Li Xian had such a fiery guardian by her side. Otherwise, with the anger he had just felt, for his beloved little Li Xian, he really didn't know what impulsive thing he might do. Xiao Ruwei, did you really hit her? And then? She didn't hit you, right? Li Xian asked Sun Ruwei with some concern. She wouldn't dare. That dead green tea has no popularity in our store at all. Does she dare to hit me? Even if I lent her 10 guts, she wouldn't dare touch a single hair on me. Sun Ruwei said disdainfully on the other end of the phone. Anyone could tell that in Sun Ruwei's eyes, Fang Yuqing was simply beneath her notice. That kind of contempt radiated from her very bones. My girl, for the next few months, I might have to keep mooching off you for meals. At this point, Sun Ruwei seemed a bit embarrassed. Why? Li Xian asked, puzzled. In the past, Sun Ruwei had always spent money lavishly. By the end of the month, when she ran out of money, she would come to mooch meals from her. Li Xian could accept that. But today was different. She had just established a romantic relationship with Jiang Chen. She hadn't even experienced the world of two yet. Why was Sun Ruwei suddenly talking about staying at her place to mooch meals? Li Xian felt a bit anxious and, without controlling her tone, blurted it out. However, as soon as Sun Ruwei heard this, she became alert. Little girl, honestly confess, are you hiding something from me? You never asked what I wanted to eat before, Sun Ruwei said suspiciously. Li Xian then realized that her reaction had been a bit too extreme. I was just worried about you. It's not even the end of the month yet. What? Did you spend all your money again? Li Xian changed the subject. She heard a deep sigh from the other end of the phone. Sigh. That's why we are good friends. Nothing can be hidden from you. To tell you the truth, it's still because of that dead green tea, Fang Yuqing, Sun Ruwei said angrily. Li Xian was puzzled. Fang Yuqing? Yes, Fang Yuqing. After I slapped that dead green tea, there was nothing at first. But not long after, that dead green tea's face actually started to deform. Damn it, turns out that green tea's face is all about technology and harsh treatment. That green tea actually wanted me to pay her 38,000 for repair costs. I was a bit stunned at the time, so I swiped my Huabei and credit card to pay her. Now that I think about it, I feel a bit cheated. For such a problem, I think those beauty institutions definitely wouldn't need to spend money on it. Sun Rui realized it too late. You must remember this favor from your sister. Your sister slapped the dead green tea for you, costing 38,000. Just tell me, are you touched? Sun Rui asked proudly. 38,000? Why does this number sound so familiar? Oh, I remember now. Fang Yuqing spent 38,000 at the restaurant. Ha ha, Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. Fang Yuqing really never takes a loss. The money spent at the restaurant was actually made up for. Hee. Touching. At this moment, Li Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sun Rui, oomph. Really touching? Li Xian, hee. Really touching. Hey, if it's touching, then open the door for me. I'm already at your doorstep, Sun Rui said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xian panicked instantly. She quickly broke free from Jiang Chen's embrace and sat up. Xiao Rui, I'm not home right now. Just wait a moment. I'll be back soon, Li Xian said, a bit flustered as she got dressed. Jiang Chen was taken aback and sat up as well. Are you leaving? Jiang Chen softly asked Li Xian. Li Xian obediently nodded. However, unexpectedly, Sun Rui overheard this on the phone. What the hell? A man's voice. Who is it? Sun Rui exclaimed in surprise. No, you must have heard wrong, Li Xian hurriedly explained. Xiao Rui, wait for me 2 minutes, okay? I'll be right back, Li Xian said, quickly hanging up the phone, afraid of revealing too much. Her love with Jiang Chen was pure. Moreover, it was currently in a greenhouse. If she told Sun Rui, that big mouth, wouldn't the whole world know? She didn't mind herself, but she was worried it would cause trouble for her beloved Jiang Chen. Li Xian quickly finished getting dressed. Then she turned around and smiled back at Jiang Chen. Darling, I'm going back to the rental place to check on things. You wait here for me a moment. I'll settle her and come to keep you company, Li Xian said sweetly to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not willing to let her go. He suddenly sat up and wrapped his arms around Li Xian. No way. I'm afraid you might not come back, Jiang Chen said playfully. He knew Li Xian was a bit anxious but deliberately wouldn't let her leave, curious about her reaction. Oh, I'm already all yours, why would I lie to you? Li Xian said, her face full of playful pouting. That's true. Hee, then if you kiss me, I'll let you go, Jiang Chen said with a mischievous smile. Li Xian broke free from Jiang Chen's embrace and ran shyly towards the door. Jiang Chen touched his cheek where Li Xian had kissed him, smiling with satisfaction. Being with such a pure girl like Li Xian made him feel a few years younger. The only small downside was that she was a bit too innocent. He would have to educate her properly later. TSK. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something. He quickly walked to the bedside and pulled back the blanket. Sure enough, Jiang Chen could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. After Li Xian left, he lay on the bed, recalling the scene from earlier, and couldn't help but laugh. Being with a pure and sensible girl like Li Xian was truly delightful. It felt as if he had become a few years younger, returning to the time of his first love. However, he was still inexperienced, having just begun to experience the world. It seemed he would have to educate her on some relevant knowledge soon, hee. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen recalled that scene again. Up until today, he had faced unprecedented challenges. In the morning, it was with Bai Jia, and in the afternoon, it was with Li Xian. Although their situations were different, the outcome was the same. That is, he was already feeling a bit overwhelmed. Reflecting on his university days, he had little money. Only on weekends would he stay one night in the cheapest hotel with Su Qian. He only ate meat once every 7 days, so he never felt any pressure. After graduation, although he was in the same city as Su Qian, he was in the southern part of Jiang City while Su Qian was in the city center. They barely saw each other once a month. Even when they did meet, Su Qian had long since changed her heart, her thoughts no longer on him. Here he was, a young man full of vigor, yet every day he could only listen to his roommate Li Yang boasting next door. He had a strong body but no place to use it. One could say he had never experienced the feeling of being completely drained. However, today he had experienced that feeling twice. Although it wasn't his fault, just due to the short intervals. But, as a man, not being able to respond to every request left him feeling a bit frustrated. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. Right. In the afternoon, hadn't the system just unlocked the physical attributes? When he had fought with Zhang Haotian at the restaurant, his legs had gone weak, and he could barely stand. He had used enhancement points to upgrade his physique and strength, instantly revitalizing himself, reborn from the ashes. He wondered if these physical attributes could help reduce his cooldown time. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately became excited and opened the system panel to study it. Ding, host name, Jiang Chen. Age, 26 height, 178 centimeters weight, 70 kilograms strength, 31 plus, average 20, physique, 31 plus, average 20, spirit, 17 plus, average 20, agility, 20 plus, average 20, hidden attribute, 15 plus, average 20, status, subhealthy. Enhancement points, 7 system balance, 1122 7,890 yuan. At this moment, Jiang Chen carefully looked at the panel, stunned. Wow! In such a short time, the balance had increased from over 300,000 to over 11 million? It seemed his guess was correct. After activating the system attributes, the large cashback had multiplied nearly tenfold. When he had fought with Zhang Haotian at the restaurant, he had only noticed the strength and physique attributes. He hadn't properly studied the other attributes. Now he realized that besides strength and physique, there were also height, spirit, agility, balance, and other attributes. Most importantly, what was this hidden attribute? P.S. Actually, it wasn't that the protagonist didn't notice, but the author made a slight adjustment. Hidden attribute. Wow! Just hearing about it makes me want to give it a try. Moreover, Jiang Chen noticed that there was a plus sign next to each of these attributes. This indicates that these attributes can be enhanced using enhancement points. This was all understandable. However, what was quite strange was that there was also a plus sign next to height. Jiang Chen began to wonder. Could it be that enhancement points can also increase height? Jiang Chen decided to give it a shot. System, let me enhance my height by 1 point first. Ding! Enhancement successful. The current height of the host is 179. In the next moment, Jiang Chen felt an incredible sense of comfort throughout his body. It felt as if a mysterious and gentle force was quietly stretching and extending his body in all directions. Every inch of skin, every bone, every tendon seemed to be stretching freely under the influence of this force, as if breaking free from some invisible restraint, releasing the vitality of life. This stretching sensation was not a harsh pull, but a gentle and continuous extension. It was like tender sprouts in spring, naturally growing in the warm sunlight and nourishing rain, full of life and hope, making one feel immensely comfortable and pleasant. After a while, this feeling finally stopped. Did I really grow taller? Jiang Chen was somewhat incredulous. He jumped off the bed to check, measuring against the doorframe, and found he had grown 1 centimeter, which was indeed not very noticeable. He felt nothing at all. This time, he learned his lesson and made a mark on the doorframe. System, enhance my height by 1 point again. Ding! Enhancement successful. The current height of the host is 180. In the next moment, that mysterious and gentle force was quietly stretching and extending his body again. Jiang Chen felt incredibly unblocked, as if all the cells in his body had been activated. His entire body seemed to become lighter. This feeling was like when he was a child, dreaming of falling off a cliff, and then suddenly waking up with a jolt. This time, he should have really grown taller. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately walked to the doorframe to compare again. Sure enough, he was taller than before. Wow! I really reached 1.8 meters. Jiang Chen suddenly became excited. Once upon a time, he lacked confidence because he was under 1.8 meters tall. He had even been teased by a few female classmates, saying, others are tall, rich, and handsome, while you're just a short, poor, handsome guy. Apart from being handsome, you're practically nothing. But now, things were different. He not only had money but had also grown taller, transforming into a complete tall, rich, and handsome guy. Damn, let's see who dares to laugh at me now. After realizing that enhancement points could also enhance height, Jiang Chen began to study other attributes. Ding, host name, Jiang Chen. Age, 26 height, 180 centimeters plus weight, 70 kilograms strength, 31 plus, average 20, constitution, 31 plus, average 20, spirit, 17 plus, average 20, agility, 20 plus, average 20, hidden attribute, 16 plus, average 20, status, subhealthy. Enhancement points, 5 system balance, 1122 7,890 yuan. Jiang Chen hesitated about whether to allocate all 5 remaining enhancement points to height. But after thinking it over, he temporarily set that idea aside. First, the enhancement points were a bit scarce, and he hadn't tried enhancing other attributes yet. Second, these physical attributes only had plus and no dash. If he really grew to 1.85 meters or even 2 meters, and then couldn't reduce it, that would be quite awkward. What if I turn into a complete fool? Then what should I do? So, I still need to carefully consider the attribute of height in the future. With that thought, Jiang Chen looked at the other attributes. Strength and physique, I had already tried them at the restaurant. Physique is about enhancing one's own physical condition. After strengthening my physique in the afternoon, my big belly had disappeared, replaced by 8-pack abs. Moreover, the muscles in my legs were as defined as those of a professional runner, seemingly sculpted by a master craftsman. Those solid quadriceps were full and powerful, brimming with aggression and explosiveness. They also contained immense elasticity and tension. Overall, I was as strong as an ox, and my appetite had doubled. As for strength, there's no need to say much. I can easily do over 200 push-ups now. When I picked up Li Xian just now, it felt as easy as holding a little kitten. And most importantly, I could wield such great strength with ease. I didn't hurt Li Xian at all, and it even made her so happy. This is enough to show that I have mastered the use of my strength. In other words, the only attributes I haven't tried yet are agility, spirit, and hidden attribute. System Dad. Strengthen my agility by 1 point. Ding. Strengthening successful. Host's current agility is 21 points. The next second, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a strange power surge through his body, making him feel exceptionally light. It was as if the gravity on Earth had decreased by many times, allowing him to jump and move effortlessly. He tried to lightly tap the ground with his toes and surprisingly jumped over a meter high with ease. He excitedly attempted to jump again, this time leaping even higher and further. Wow! With such a physique, combined with agility, I could win a gold medal at the Olympics. Jiang Chen thought ecstatically. However, Jiang Chen did not pause for a moment. System Dad. Strengthen my spirit by 1 point. Ding. Strengthening successful. Host's current spirit is 18 points. As soon as the system's voice fell, Jiang Chen felt a cool breath surge in his mind. He inexplicably felt that his thoughts were becoming exceptionally clear. It was as if many questions he previously didn't understand suddenly made sense. Moreover, all his memories became instantly clear. At this moment, Jiang Chen could even clearly recall all the specific addresses and door numbers of the 26 houses that Zhao Defa had transferred to his name. Wow! Awesome! Next came the most exciting part. Jiang Chen looked at the hidden attribute on the system panel and immediately revealed a wicked smile. TSK. What could this be? Without further ado, let's get started. System Dad. Strengthen my hidden attribute by 1 point. Ding. Strengthening successful. Host's current hidden attribute is 17 points. The next second, Jiang Chen felt 2 warm currents surge from his lower abdomen, intertwining and merging, instantly permeating his limbs and bones. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt warm all over, incredibly comfortable. Moreover, he felt the energy in his waist swell, as if the blood within his body was about to boil. There was a warm sensation, as if heat was about to burst forth. Damn! It really is like this. Jiang Chen felt the flames in his heart suddenly ignite out of nowhere. It was a feeling he had longed for. He urgently needed to see Li Xian. Meanwhile, Li Xian hurried back to her rental apartment. As she reached the door, a pair of sharp eyes were already fixed on her. Where have you been? A short-haired woman stood at Li Xian's door, coldly questioning her. This woman, in her 20s, had unremarkable short hair and a neutral outfit. Ah, Xiao Rui, you scared me to death. Li Xian clutched her chest, gasping for breath. The short-haired girl in front of her was none other than her best friend, Sun Rui. You little girl, you nearly gave me a heart attack. How dare you hang up on me? Ha? Honestly confess, who was that man just now? Sun Rui questioned Li Xian with a detective's gaze. Li Xian immediately pretended to be clueless. What man? You must have heard wrong, Xiao Rui. She joked. He. So you want to play dumb with me, huh? You're still a bit too green. Look at your rosy face. Clearly you've just been taken care of. Honestly confess. Did you give yourself to him? Sun Rui stared at Li Xian's face with a detective's glint in her eyes. Li Xian's face instantly turned red. She was not good at lying, especially in front of her best friend who knew her so well. Li Xian shyly nodded. Seeing Li Xian's expression, Sun Rui immediately broke down. What? Did you really give yourself to him? You little brat. What were you thinking? How could you give your body to a man after just a short time apart? Sun Rui said, heartbroken and distressed. Li Xian smiled. Xiao Rui, don't be anxious. Come inside, I'll explain everything to you. Li Xian gently smiled, took out her keys from her bag, and opened the door. Oh my goodness. Sun Rui, anxious as ever, urged. What time is it, and you're still going inside? Quickly tell me, did he force you? Let's go. I'll find him. Damn it, I want to see which guy has the guts to sneak in while I'm not around. Just wait, I'll make sure he can never be a man again. Sun Rui gritted her teeth. Don't. Xiao Rui, please don't go. Actually, I was willing. Li Xian stammered, her face full of shyness. Damn. You. Sun Rui's pupils widened, her heart shattered, and she took 2 steps back in shock. Hearing that her best friend Li Xian was actually willing, Sun Rui instantly broke down. My silly girl. Why didn't you discuss it with me before giving yourself away? You know how precious a woman's purity is in today's society. How could you? Sun Rui said with a heavy heart. Unfortunately, her silly best friend Li Xian was slow-witted, and at critical moments, she would get confused and stick to her own ideas. At this point, they were both so exasperated that they didn't know what to say. When Li Xian saw Sun Rui like this, she laughed. After all, they had been best friends for so many years, and she understood Sun Rui well. She could understand her reactions because she knew Sun Rui genuinely cared for her. Oh, little Rui, don't be angry, Li Xian said playfully to Sun Rui. She knew Sun Rui was most susceptible to this kind of charm. Just listen to me properly. You have no idea how good he is to me. If you knew what kind of person he is, you wouldn't say that about me, Li Xian said, pulling Sun Rui into the house and sitting on the sofa. Go on. I'm listening. I really want to hear what kind of person he is that he managed to get you into bed in such a short time, Sun Rui said, still with a look of disdain. He. Li Xian laughed happily. She then started from the morning, talking about how Fang Yuqing poached her client, then how Jiang Chen wanted to buy a house, Zhao Defa inviting her to dinner at old dad's private kitchen, how Fang Yuqing was almost stripped by a fake rich kid, how Jiang Chen acted heroically, and how he generously let Zheng Haotian go, then how Fang Yuqing got her comeuppance, ordering 38,000 worth of food and having to pay for it herself. Sun Rui immediately dropped her guard. Damn it! That dead green tea scammed me for 38,000 this afternoon, and it turns out it came from here. Damn, that bitch, dead green tea, worthless trash. Sun Rui couldn't help but curse. Li Xian looked at Sun Rui like this and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Keep talking, Sun Rui said angrily. Li Xian looked at her best friend and knew that her story had piqued Sun Rui's interest. It seemed there was a chance. If she could make Sun Rui less resistant to Jiang Chen, her goal would be achieved. After all, on one side was her best friend, and on the other was the man she loved most. They were both the most important people in her life, and she couldn't afford to lose either. So Li Xian continued to embellish her story. She talked about how after dinner, they signed the agreement with Zhao Defa, and then Jiang Chen gave up riding in Zhao Defa's luxury car and instead sat on the back of her little electric scooter. Then, Li Xian said, her face already as red as a ripe apple. And then, keep going, Sun Rui urged. She was already captivated. Such a romantic love story, she had never seen anything this outrageous even in melodramatic dramas. She never expected all this to happen to her best friend. Plus, Li Xian was intentionally trying to make Sun Rui less hostile towards Jiang Chen, so she added some embellishments. Sun Rui was completely enchanted by Li Xian's story. A man who was domineering, low-key luxurious, had a sense of justice, a sense of responsibility, and was handsome, who wouldn't be smitten. Just listening to it was intoxicating. And then, he asked me if I wanted to see the bedroom. Li Xian stammered with a face full of shyness. Sun Rui, who had also been single for 22 years, was taken aback. So, you just gave yourself to him? Li Xian lowered her head, shyly nodding. Sun Rui, who had been single for 20 years, felt as if he had taken 1,000 critical hits, his mouth agape. No. Sun Rui suddenly muttered to himself. I just feel like something's off, but I can't put my finger on it. If what you're saying is true, this Jiang Chen sounds too perfect to be a real person. Sun Rui questioned. After all, he had already interacted with many people in society and was no longer the naive and foolish college student in love. He knew well that human hearts could be treacherous, and there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, let alone a perfect man falling from the sky. Xian, tell me again, did he really give you a house? Sun Rui continued to press. She even said she would add my name to it. Li Xian said proudly. Oh, I get it, Sun Rui suddenly exclaimed. He remembered a popular scam that had been going around recently, a pig butchering scheme. Some male agents pretend to be rich and handsome, dating women and luring them into buying houses and paying the down payment. Then they have the women sign high-priced contracts and take out large loans, only to suddenly disappear. In the end, the women lose both their bodies and their money, ending up with nothing. The Jiang Chen that Li Xian met today couldn't possibly be that kind of person. As Sun Rue thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his back, and he looked terrified. Xian, quick! Did he make you take out a loan too? Sun Rue suddenly grabbed Li Xian's arms, shaking her as he spoke with agitation. Li Xian was startled by Sun Rue's sudden reaction. No, not at all. He said he would pay off the loan first, then add my name. Xiao Rue, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Xian was a bit confused. She really didn't understand why Sun Rue was showing such a stark contrast in emotions. Oh my! You scared me to death. Thank goodness you haven't gotten to that point yet. Sun Rue exclaimed, her heart finally easing a bit. I thought you had fallen for that online scam about selling houses. Some male agents pretend to be rich and handsome, dating women and luring them into buying houses and paying the down payment. Then they have the women sign high-priced contracts and take out large loans, only to suddenly disappear, leaving you, little girl, with nothing but losses. Sun Rue patted her chest, calming down. Luckily, I called you back. Otherwise, I think that man would have made you take out a loan next. Sun Rue said, patting her chest and catching her breath, looking relieved that she had intervened. At this moment, Li Xian also began to realize something. She felt as if she were in a dream today. Everything seemed so unreal. Now, with Sun Rue's reminder, Li Xian also began to doubt herself. Xiao Rue, are you saying that I was really deceived? At this moment, tears were about to fall from her eyes. Not just because of being tricked for money or her body, but because the perfect man she met today turned out to be a fraud. Her beautiful dream of youthful infatuation had shattered. Of course, you little brat, you should know that today was a setup just for you, Sun Rue said decisively. Everyone you met today was an actor. While Li Xian could no longer hold back her tears. She had never imagined that she would fall for such a big trick today. She had even given herself away. Stop crying, quick. Where does he live? We need to confront him now. We can't let this pervert get away, Sun Rue said firmly. The two of them hurriedly rushed out the door. Just then, Li Xian's phone suddenly rang. Ding, 800 million yuan received on Alipay. What the hell? Li Xian and Sun Rue stared at the Alipay notification of the 800 million transfer, instantly shocked into sitting on the sofa, unable to say a word. Jiang Chen lay on the big bed in the master bedroom, sneezing continuously since a while ago. He was a bit puzzled. What's going on? Am I catching a cold? Or is this a side effect of enhancing my physical attributes? No way. Sneezing can't be a side effect. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. Earlier, he had tested all his physical attributes. Each attribute had been enhanced, and now his height had reached 1.8 meters. Agility, spirit, constitution, strength, and hidden attribute had all improved. Especially the hidden attribute, which felt warm and full ever since he finished the enhancement. He felt capable again. Moreover, he had specifically studied this hidden attribute. After upgrading, it was now at 17. Each time it would decrease by 1 point. If he didn't do anything for several days, it would automatically recover to 20 points, which was the normal level. But if he kept using it, the value of this hidden attribute would keep decreasing until it reached 0. And once it hit 0, he might just vanish into thin air. Also, it seemed that going above 20 wasn't good either. If he couldn't take care of himself in time, he might go crazy. Thus, Jiang Chen concluded that this hidden attribute was a consumable. It had to be maintained between 15 and 20. Below 15, his body couldn't handle it. Above 20, he would go insane. Jiang Chen decisively allocated all his remaining enhancement points to the hidden attribute. Ding! The system's voice immediately echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Enhancement successful. Current hidden attribute is 19 points. In an instant, that familiar feeling returned. Jiang Chen felt warm all over, incredibly comfortable. Moreover, the energy in his waist felt even fuller, as if the blood within his body was about to boil. I miss Li Xian. But Li Xian has been gone for so long, why hasn't she come back? Jiang Chen felt a bit gloomy. Thinking about Li Xian's friend, Sun Rue, was quite interesting. To stand up for Li Xian, she even dared to slap Fang Yuqing. Such a girl is truly bold and righteous, a chivalrous woman who would go to great lengths for her friends. However, having such a girl as a friend is fine, but as a girlfriend, it might be a bit too fierce. He wouldn't dare to want that. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something. It seemed that Sun Rue had just said she was scammed out of 38,000 by Fang Yuqing. It looked like she would be staying at Li Xian's house for meals. Oh no, that wouldn't be good. If it were any other day, it would be fine, but today is his big happy day. Just when he and Li Xian were inseparable, how could they be interrupted by such a third wheel? With that thought, Jiang Chen had an idea. It's just 38,000 yuan. He had just made over 11 million in that brief moment with Li Xian. Could he really be short of her 38,000? With that in mind, Jiang Chen planned to directly transfer 38,000 to Li Xian, so she could send the Sun Rui away. But then he thought, that might not be appropriate. After all, Sun Rui was Li Xian's best friend, who had been guarding her for so long. If he did that, it would seem a bit like kicking the donkey after the load was gone. Moreover, girls and boys think differently. If these two girls overinterpreted things in his absence, his image would collapse, and it would be hard to recover later. After thinking it over, Jiang Chen had another idea. Hadn't he just planned to have Li Xian help him pay off the mortgage on this house in the next few days? Earlier, he only had over 300,000, which was not enough. But now, after being intimate with Li Xian, his balance had reached over 11 million. No problem at all. If he didn't act now, when would he? So Jiang Chen decisively transferred 8 million to Li Xian. The reason he chose Alipay was that he was afraid Li Xian wouldn't dare to accept a WeChat transfer. With Alipay, there was no such worry. The money would go directly into Li Xian's account. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Li Xian and Sun Rui. After some interpretation, they were already very sure that Jiang Chen was a scammer who deceives with houses and sex. They were just about to confront Jiang Chen when they suddenly received the 8 million that Jiang Chen had just transferred. They were instantly shocked and collapsed onto the sofa. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Oh my god. Xian, am I seeing things? This is 800 million? The instigator, Sun Rui, was stunned, her pupils dilating, and her mouth forming an O shape. Half a minute later, the shocked Sun Rui finally confirmed that this was indeed real 8 million. Oh my god. Xian, it's really 8 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Sun Rui exclaimed excitedly, shaking Li Xian, who was holding the phone. However, Li Xian remained expressionless, showing no reaction. What's wrong, Xian? This is 8 million. Why are you? Hey, why are you crying? Sun Rui exclaimed. Woo. Li Xian could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. Xiao Rui. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. As Li Xian spoke, her small fists kept pounding on Sun Rui's body. It's all your fault for analyzing randomly, making me misunderstand him. What should I do now? Li Xian said anxiously, tears in her eyes. Sun Rui, feeling a bit embarrassed, blushed. He hadn't expected to misjudge this time. This silly girl, Xian, had actually met a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Ah, silly girl, why are you crying? We haven't done anything yet? At this moment, Sun Rui was the calm observer. Just now, he was only planning to settle accounts with that Jiang guy, and nothing concrete had happened yet. Otherwise, today would have been a total embarrassment. If that were the case, little Xian would probably hate him for a lifetime. At this point, Li Xian also realized that she had only suspected Jiang Chen and thankfully hadn't acted on it. Xiao Rui, what should I do now? Li Xian asked anxiously. She had never encountered such a big scene before. Now her mind was in chaos, and she had no idea what to do. You should call him first, ask him why he suddenly transferred you 8 million. Sun Rui calmly analyzed. Yes. Normally, if someone transferred such a large sum of money, the first thing to do would be to ask why. Li Xian's hands trembled slightly as she dialed the man's number. Hello? On the other end of the line, the familiar voice of the man quickly rang out. Brother Jiang Chen, why did you suddenly, transfer me so much money? Li Xian's voice trembled as she spoke. The man on the other end chuckled lightly, and upon hearing that laugh, all of Li Xian's doubts and displeasure vanished. The man's sunny and handsome smile resurfaced in her mind. Silly girl, did you forget? This is the money I asked you to use to pay off our mortgage. The man paused for a moment. Oh, and remember to add your name to the property deed after paying off the loan. Jiang Chen emphasized again. Li Xian was instantly moved to tears. She hadn't expected the man to remember such a small matter. This clearly showed how much he loved her. But, it seems like we won't need this much for the loan. Li Xian stammered. The rest can be considered as the betrothal gift for marrying you. Jiang Chen said calmly on the other end of the line. Once those words were spoken, Li Xian completely lost her composure, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Xian, settle your friend and come back quickly. I miss you a lot, Jiang Chen added. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Li Xian on the other end had already cried into a mess. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone, completely unaware of what had happened on the other end. Listening to Li Xian's voice on the phone, it seemed she was crying. Sigh. Women are indeed emotional creatures. It's just 8 million. What's the big deal? However, right now she was with that fierce best friend, Sun Rui, so it would take some time to send her away. She should just take a good rest. Speaking of which, things had been non-stop since she got up this morning, and she hadn't had a moment to rest. Now she was really feeling a bit tired. Jiang Chen yawned and was about to take a short nap. However, just as he put down his phone, he suddenly remembered something. Damn! Today is Li Xian's birthday. I just got a first blood. How can I not do anything to celebrate? That's just unacceptable. So Jiang Chen picked up his phone again and opened the most high-end cake brand, Black Swan. He chose a Pure Love Angel cake style, priced at $29,999, and placed the order directly. Next was the gift. He really didn't know what to buy, so he directly bought 2 Hermes bags worth over 80,000 each, one for Li Xian and one for her best friend Sun Rui, to build a good relationship in advance. After all, a bag can cure all ailments. There shouldn't be any girl who would refuse an Hermes bag. After doing all this, Jiang Chen finally fell asleep contentedly. Jiang Chen slept very well during this nap. First, his physical condition improved, and the insomnia he had before was gone. Second, he had been busy all day and was indeed a bit tired. Third, he even dreamed of Li Xian again. So happy that he didn't want to wake up. Ding ding ding, it was the knocking sound from outside that woke Jiang Chen up. He excitedly flipped up like a fish. Hee, Xian Mei Mei. You finally came. I've missed you so much. Jiang Chen jumped out of bed with a face full of excitement and walked towards the door. As soon as he opened the door, it became awkward. There stood a handsome delivery man, 185 meters tall, wearing a cake shop uniform, smiling and speaking gently. Sir, I'm happy to serve you. May I place the cake in your designated location? Jiang Chen was taken aback. No need, just give it to me. However, the delivery man had no intention of leaving. Sir, we can arrange it for you for free. Would you like that? Jiang Chen thought, free is good. So he let the delivery man in. Once inside, the delivery man quickly took out the prepared balloons and flowers from the delivery box and skillfully arranged them. In no time, the living room was decorated very romantically and warmly. Sir, I wish you all the best. If you have any issues while enjoying the cake, feel free to contact us. After saying that, the delivery man smiled, bowed, and politely left. Jiang Chen. It's still great to have money. Buying a cake comes with so many details. When Xian came back and saw this scene, she thought she had arranged it herself. One word, awesome indeed. With money, you can buy anything. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. When he opened the door, he found that the Hermes bags he had just bought for Li Xian and her friend had arrived. After placing the gift box on the table, Jiang Chen felt a bit puzzled. He had slept for so long, and the gifts were all prepared. Why hadn't Li Xian come yet? Jiang Chen hurried to the bedside table in the bedroom and picked up his phone. However, he was shocked when he saw the screen. Damn! 99 plus unread messages. It was then that Jiang Chen remembered that his phone had been set to silent while he was chatting with Bai Jia in the morning. That was why he hadn't heard any notifications. Jiang Chen quickly unlocked his phone. First, he checked the messages from Jim Wang Xinxin. Wang Xinxin, 1900 hours, bro. Bai Jia came to the gym. Wang Xinxin, 1900 hours, image, Wang Xinxin, 1921, bro, is this your wife? I saw her holding the membership card you got last time. Wang Xinxin, 1922, Meng Xiaoran image, Wang Xinxin, 1941, bro, it seems like Bai Jia and your wife know each other? They started chatting in the yoga room. Wang Xinxin, 1942, 32-second video, Wang Xinxin, 2032, bro, Bai Jia and your wife walked away arm in arm, looking very close. Wang Xinxin, 2033, 8-second video. Jiang Chen opened the images, and sure enough, it was Bai Jia and Meng Xiaoran. When he opened the video, the two were sitting on yoga mats, chatting intimately about something, looking very engaged. Meng Xiaoran was covering her face, blushing, while Bai Jia looked on with admiration and approval. It was clear that Bai Jia was quite eloquent and had probably persuaded Meng Xiaoran. In the end, the two indeed left the capital gym, arm in arm. Jiang Chen felt very pleased. He hadn't expected his, no, 2 beauty Meng Xiaoran, and, no, 3 beauty Bai Jia, to get along so well. TSK. If all his women could be like this, that would be great. Jiang Chen sent Wang Xinxin an okay gesture and flipped to the next person's messages. Wang Xinxin was quite reliable. He knew that saying thank you was just empty words. In the future, if there were any benefits, he just needed to think of him more. There was no need to be bound by momentary formalities. The next message was from Bai Jia. Bai Jia, 2045, ahau, your idea is amazing. Bai Jia, 2046, I had a great chat with Xiaomeng. She has already agreed to go to my friend Meng Yu's place in a few days to give it a try. Bai Jia, 2046, I did a preliminary assessment, and Xiaomeng's physique is really great. She's a good candidate. Being a dance teacher would be a waste of her talent. Bai Jia, 2052, ahau, when are you coming again? Bai Jia, 2052, let me treat you well again. Shy emoji, shy emoji. Jiang Chen looked at the messages from Bai Jia, and his heart suddenly felt a stir. If it weren't for the system locking him to Li Xian today, he might have really rushed back. In the morning, he had felt somewhat passive due to not having a breather. But now, he had activated his physical attributes. He could refresh the cooldown. It was completely fine. This time, he was determined to win her over completely. He. Jiang Chen tapped on Bai Jia's profile picture, and the words I tapped Bai Jia popped up. The chat ended there. Jiang Chen thought to himself, after all, Bai Jia is a married woman, and her family still doesn't know what the situation is. I must be extremely cautious about what I say on my phone. Otherwise, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Although my physique and strength have doubled now, I'm not afraid of her husband, Liang Kuan. But who knows if Liang Kuan might hurt Bai Jia? That would be terrible. After all, the tap feature doesn't have a message pop up. The risk is low, and being discovered wouldn't have a big impact. If Bai Jia sees it, she'll understand my meaning. In the next moment, Jiang Chen actually received a tap from Bai Jia. Jiang Chen understood immediately. It seemed Bai Jia also couldn't speak freely right now. Otherwise, she would have sent a direct message. It's still me. I'm really so damn clever. TSK. Jiang Chen then opened the chat with Meng Xiaoran. He was stunned because he couldn't see the beginning of the voice messages Meng Xiaoran sent. There was also a video call and 2 voice calls. Meng Xiaoran, 2045, video call, Meng Xiaoran, 2046, voice call, Meng Xiaoran, 2046, darling, are you busy? Meng Xiaoran, 2046, why aren't you answering the phone? Meng Xiaoran, 2047, alright, I have some fantastic news to announce to you. Meng Xiaoran, 2047, today I listened to you and went to the gym. Guess who I met at the gym? Meng Xiaoran, 2047, humph. You wouldn't know at all. Meng Xiaoran, 2047, I met our neighbor, sister Bai Jia. She was doing yoga there too. Meng Xiaoran, 2049, it was her who took the initiative to chat with me. We found out that we both attended the dance academy. She's actually my senior. Meng Xiaoran, 2051, then the senior said there's a great opportunity to be a dance teacher and wanted to see if my basics are still there. Meng Xiaoran, 2052, I casually demonstrated a few moves, and Sister Bai Jia was very satisfied. She said she would introduce me to her friend to be a dance teacher. Meng Xiaoran, 2052, do you know how much they're offering me? 10,000. And that's just the base salary. Meng Xiaoran, 2052, that's so many times better than the 4,500 I earn working my ass off at the hotel. Meng Xiaoran, 2054, darling, thank goodness you saved Sister Bai Jia yesterday. And thank goodness you let me go to the gym today. Otherwise, how would I have such an opportunity? Meng Xiaoran, 2054, you're really my lucky star. Heart. Meng Xiaoran, 2120, voice call, Meng Xiaoran, 2121, pout. Jiang Chen looked at the messages from Meng Xiaoran, feeling a mix of joy and worry. The good news was that the situation had finally been resolved. Bai Jia's troubles were solved, and Meng Xiaoran's dance dream was realized. His efforts had not been in vain. Accomplishing such a thing gave him a great sense of achievement. He was even happier than if he had earned a large sum of money. He wanted his women to feel happy and joyful because of his presence. The point of concern, ironically, is precisely because of this. Ever since the system was activated, I have had to run between different women. In fact, so far, the system has already bound 4 women to me, 1st, Xiaoyali, 2nd, Meng Xiaoran, 3rd, Bai Jia, 4th, Li Xian. Jiang Chen has also discovered some patterns among them. The women locked by the system ultimately develop an inseparable bond with me for various reasons. However, women like Lin Mingjiao, Li Meina, Fang Yuqing, and Zhang Menjing, who have an absurd number of intimate encounters, may be added to the system but only serve as a backdrop. The system does not lock onto them at all. Because for these women, with their absurd number of intimate encounters, it is impossible for me to develop any deep feelings. It is merely a temporary physiological need. Therefore, Jiang Chen can basically conclude that as long as a woman is locked by the system, she is somehow connected to me in a mysterious way. This is not something I can control. For example, I know deep down that my true love is still Meng Xiaoran. But can I abandon Li Xian, who has given me her most precious first time? Obviously not. And can I abandon the infatuated JK girl Xiao Yali? Absolutely not. Moreover, I have sworn to Xiao Yali that I will never abandon her. As for Bai Jia, her dull and lifeless marriage, coupled with Liang Kuan's various forms of domestic violence, has nearly pushed this seemingly glamorous woman to the brink of collapse. Can I cruelly sever ties with her? I cannot. So, in summary, my true heart cannot possibly be given to just one person. It is destined to be divided into halves, thirds, quarters, fifths. If I were truly a scumbag, it wouldn't matter. But I happen to be sincere with every woman. I give my all to each one, unable to let go. This sounds like a joke, but I am indeed that kind of person. Each one is a genuine love. Jiang Chen found himself falling into self-doubt. Could it be that I, a person like this, am the scumbag among scumbags? I once thought I was like Xiao Feng, loving only one Zhu was enough. But as I live on, it seems I have become Duan Jinchuan. I love one after another, and I can't let go of any of them. And it seems I am even more Duan Jinchuan than Duan Jinchuan. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile helplessly. Jiang Chen reflected on the changes he had undergone in the past few days. It seemed a bit scummy, but he couldn't quite pinpoint where the scumminess lay. Because he truly had given his heart to every girl. He couldn't let go of any of them. Just then, Meng Xiaoran sent another message. Meng Xiaoran, 2205, dear, are you coming back tonight? I'm so scared alone. Meng Xiaoran, 2205, pitiful expression, pitiful expression. Jiang Chen felt a pang in his heart after seeing the message. Although he really wanted to go back and accompany Meng Xiaoran, he was stretched too thin. After giving Li Xian the money, he had very little left. So today, he definitely had to find a way to get some money back from Li Xian. Jiang Chen's mind raced, and he finally came up with a practical excuse. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, dear. Recently, a project I'm responsible for is on a tight schedule. Jiang Chen, I might not be able to go home for the next few days. Jiang Chen, you have to take care of yourself at home. Remember to drink more hot water. Jiang Chen, oh, I saw all those messages you sent. Jiang Chen, that's really great. I believe you can do it. Keep it up. Flexed biceps, flexed biceps. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran looked at the messages Jiang Chen sent, feeling a bit complicated. She edited a message, then deleted it. She edited another message, then deleted it again. It wasn't until Jiang Chen sent so many messages in a row that she finally calmed down. Meng Xiaoran, dear, I'm sorry, I should understand you. Crying face, Meng Xiaoran, you've already spent too much money on me these days. Yoga card, buying bags, renting a house. Meng Xiaoran, you've taken on so much, and I haven't been able to share any of it with you. Meng Xiaoran, yet I'm selfishly wanting to spend your money and have your company. Meng Xiaoran, woo-woo. I really don't deserve your love for me. Jiang Chen looked at the series of messages Meng Xiaoran sent, feeling a bit dazed. But he quickly realized it was probably because of the little lie he just told. Jiang Chen, Xiaoran, thank you for understanding me so well. Loudly crying face, this time, Meng Xiaoran's reply came back quickly. Meng Xiaoran, but, dear, just focus on your work. Don't worry about things at home for now. Meng Xiaoran, and these days, I'm preparing to hand over my hotel work. Next week, I'll go directly to be a dance teacher. Meng Xiaoran, in the future, my salary will be over 10,000. I can help share a big part of the rent. Smirking face, Jiang Chen smiled in his heart. This silly girl, Meng Xiaoran, was even thinking about making big money to help him with the rent. How could he not love a woman like her? If she knew that he had already bought that apartment for her in full this afternoon, she would probably be even more excited. When he got home, he would definitely hand her the property deed personally, giving her a huge surprise. Jiang Chen, silly girl. Don't think too much for now. I've got everything covered. Jiang Chen, I know dancing has always been your dream, so don't worry about money. What's most important is to enjoy it. Meng Xiaoran looked at the message Jiang Chen sent and instantly burst into tears. She must have saved the galaxy in her past life to meet a man like Jiang Chen in this life. Meng Xiaoran lay in her blanket, tears blurring her vision. Meng Xiaoran, dear, then you be busy. Make sure to rest early. Meng Xiaoran, if you can't finish today, you can always do it tomorrow. Just don't wear yourself out. Although Meng Xiaoran didn't know what Jiang Chen's work situation was like, but she often chased after those workplace dramas. She had already imagined a group of people working day and night to launch a project, living and eating at the company. Jiang Chen must be in such a state right now. This man has sacrificed so much for himself. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen quickly sent a message, okay, Xiaoran, you should go to bed early too. Good night. Good night. Jiang Chen looked at the good night sent by Meng Xiaoran and sighed deeply. Meng Xiaoran truly is his soulmate. Such thoughtfulness, such consideration for him. If he were the emperor, she would definitely be his most favored concubine. Once her period is over, he must rush home at the first opportunity. To take good care of her, to cherish her. Jiang Chen sighed again and then opened the next contact's message. After all, it wasn't time to lie flat yet. He had just transferred 8 million to Li Xian, and now he only had about 3 million left. There was no sense of security at all. He still needed to make more money. Making sure his woman could live a happy and carefree life was the top priority. Finally, Jiang Chen found the message from Li Xian. Since Li Xian had messaged first, her message was at the bottom. Li Xian, I am so happy today, it feels like a dream, everything seems a bit unreal. Shy emoji, 15 minutes later. Li Xian? Darling, why aren't you replying to my messages? Li Xian, my best friend Sun Rui wants to meet you. Should I tell her our address? Another 5 minutes later. Li Xian, okay then. I get what you mean. Li Xian, darling. I know you probably don't want her to disturb our world of two. Li Xian, but Sun Rui has no intention of leaving right now. Whoa, 40 minutes later. Li Xian, darling, we made dinner, do you want to come over and eat with us? Li Xian, photo, 5 minutes. Li Xian, darling, are you mad at me? Why are you ignoring me? Li Xian, crying emoji. Jiang Chen glanced at the messages and laughed. This girl Li Xian is too sensitive. It's just an address, what's there to not give? Anyway, after tonight, he might not be able to be with her often. With such a big house, what harm would it do to let her best friend move in with her? They could keep each other company. However, Jiang Chen noticed that it had been another half hour since Li Xian last sent a message. Was it too late for him to say anything now? Damn! What does he look like in the eyes of those two girls now? A petty, narrow-minded hypocrite? It seemed that was the only way to understand it. At that moment, in Li Xian's rental apartment. Xian, the food has been ready for so long, when is your boyfriend coming? Sun Rui leaned against the sofa, looking impatient. Xiao Rui, it's almost there. There's a traffic jam on the way. Let's wait a little longer. Li Xian explained awkwardly. She was very glad she hadn't told Sun Rui that Jiang Chen lived just one building away from here. Otherwise, Sun Rui would definitely throw a tantrum. What kind of traffic jam is there at this hour? Sun Rui said impatiently. It's just a couple of stinky coins. How dare they make this young lady wait so long? This is unacceptable. Xian, when he arrives, you better not stop me. I have to teach him a good lesson, otherwise, he really thinks we sisters are easy to bully. Sun Rui said angrily. Xiao Rui, he's not that kind of person, you mustn't say that about him. Hearing that Sun Rui was going to confront Jiang Chen, Li Xian felt a bit anxious. Oh, little girl, and you haven't even seen what's going on yet. You're already talking to an outsider like that. A guy who values romance over friendship. Sun Rui complained. Li Xian smiled shyly. However, she was also a bit worried. Why was Jiang Chen taking so long to reply to her message? Was he coming or not? There wasn't even a clear answer. Moreover, if she left Sun Rui now to find him, she might really lose her best friend. Sigh. Did she really have to choose between friendship and love? If it were before, she would definitely choose her good friend, Sun Rui. But now, she hesitated, she loved that man too much. In just half a day, she couldn't bear to part with him anymore. Ding 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 at that moment, the door of the rental apartment was suddenly knocked on. Before Li Xian could react, Sun Rui jumped up from the sofa in a huff. She stormed to the door, flung it open, ready to curse. However, in the next second, she froze. There stood a handsome guy, about 6 feet tall, with strikingly handsome features and deep, charming eyes. In his left hand, he held a high-end black swan cake. In his right hand, he carried 2 exquisite gift boxes, smiling at the door. You! Sun Rui was about to angrily shout, but upon seeing the person, she instantly stuttered. Her eyes widened as she stared blankly at the man before her, as if she had been hit by a spell. At that moment, even Jiang Chen himself didn't realize that after enhancing his physical attributes, he had not only grown to 6 feet tall but also improved in spirit, physique, and agility to varying degrees, making him look radiant. He had reached the exaggerated level of whoever sees him gets pregnant. Even the tough girl Sun Rui in front of him was mesmerized and lost her temper. Hello, may I ask if Li Xian lives here? Jiang Chen was the first to politely ask. Who are you? Sun Rui stuttered as she looked at Jiang Chen. My name is Jiang Chen, I am. Just as Jiang Chen was about to introduce himself, "Ah, darling, you finally came." Li Xian suddenly popped out from behind Sun Rui, like a cheerful little bird, and joyfully jumped into Jiang Chen's arms. Looking at the loving couple in front of him, Sun Rui felt like he had taken 1,000 critical hits. Damn it! After being single for 20 years, the first time I meet a handsome guy who makes my heart race, and that silly girl Xian Xian gets to him first. "Xian Xian, let me put my things down first," Jiang Chen said gently, looking at Li Xian, who was clinging to him. "No way. No way. I miss you." Li Xian pouted. Jiang Chen could only helplessly let her hold him. He sighed inwardly, girls in their first love really are clingy. "Ahem. That's enough. There's still someone here," Sun Rui said sourly from the side. Only then did Li Xian notice that her good friend Sun Rui was still nearby. For some reason, the moment she saw this man, he was all she could see, as if everything around her had been ignored. Li Xian quickly released Jiang Chen from her embrace. "Dear, let me introduce you. This is my best friend Sun Rui. Xiao Rui, this is Jiang Chen, the one I told you about. How about it? My taste is pretty good, right?" Li Xian introduced him, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of affection. She didn't know why, but after just a short separation, she missed him so much. Moreover, after a little while apart, he seemed even more handsome. The more she looked, the more pleasing he became, the more she liked him. "TCH. The sour smell of love," Sun Rui said, her face full of disbelief. Jiang Chen finally set the cake and gift he was holding down on the ground. Smiling, he extended his hand to Sun Rui. "Hello, you must be Sun Rui. I've heard about you from Xian Xian." Although Sun Rui pretended to be indifferent, when Jiang Chen really reached out to shake hands, she immediately extended her hand in return. "Oh, hello," Sun Rui said, her gaze a bit awkward as she looked at Jiang Chen. Ding, just as the two were locking eyes, Jiang Chen's mind recalled the system's voice. System detected a high-quality beauty with a value greater than 80, about to scan the beauty's data, 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete. Name, Sun Rui. Age, 22. Nickname, Rui, Xiao Rui. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance, 88 out of 100. Figure, 86 out of 100. Hobbies, standing up for others, fighting, private encounters, 0. Favorability towards host, 45. Ding, system detected Sun Rui's appearance value greater than 80, automatically adding her to the host's list of beauty candidates. Ding, detected that Sun Rui's private encounters are 0. Once favorability reaches 80, a new system function will be unlocked for the host. Jiang Chen? What the hell, Sun Rui is also a girl with 0 private encounters? Only then did Jiang Chen carefully examine Sun Rui in front of him. He had originally thought Sun Rui would be an ugly, flat, sharp-tongued, and mean girl. Unexpectedly, she was different from what he had imagined. One could only say it wasn't very big and not particularly flat. Moreover, her appearance was different from what he had imagined. Her short hair made her look quite spirited. She had a bit more of a heroic air than other girls, and she wasn't as sharp-tongued and mean as he had thought. Since he entered the room, she had only been teasing Li Xian and hadn't attacked him at all. At that moment, Jiang Chen couldn't recall that after enhancing his system attributes, he had become even more handsome. Ordinary girls simply couldn't resist, including the tough girl Sun Rui. At this moment, Sun Rui was also looking at the man before her. He was so different from what she had just imagined. In her mind, Jiang Chen must be a pretty boy, skilled in sweet-talking and charming women. Otherwise, how could he have so easily captivated her best friend Li Xian, making her willing to give herself to him? In reality, this man was tall and handsome, exuding a strong masculine aura. It was just that his clothes seemed a bit small, tightly hugging his muscular frame. Sigh. If only he weren't her best friend's boyfriend. Otherwise, a man like this could easily tame her. Sun Rui thought to herself. Darling, why did you take so long? I thought you were mad at me. Li Xian pouted. Jiang Chen gently patted Li Xian's head. Silly girl, what could I be mad about? I just accidentally fell asleep. See, as soon as I woke up and saw your message, I rushed over. Jiang Chen looked at Li Xian, his eyes filled with affection. Li Xian smiled happily. By the way, Xian, this is a gift I brought for you. Jiang Chen picked up the gift box from the ground and handed one to Li Xian. He then handed the other to Sun Rui. Sun Rui? And mine? Sun Rui pointed to her own nose, incredulous. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Sun Rui took the gift box from Jiang Chen's hands, and her nose suddenly felt a bit sour. Don't be fooled by her tough girl demeanor. Deep down, she really needed a man's care and affection. She just had never met a man who made her heart flutter. And today, not only did she meet one, but this man also gave her a gift. It was the first time in her life that she received a gift from a boy. In an instant, Sun Rui felt her nose tingle. Her heart inexplicably began to race. In 22 years, she had never felt this way before. Meanwhile, ding, the system's prompt sound echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Sun Rui's favorability towards the host +5, Sun Rui's favorability towards the host +5, Sun Rui's favorability towards the host +5. Current favorability of Sun Rui towards the host is 60, reaching 80 will grant you enhancement points. Jiang Chen looked at Sun Rui, who was dazedly holding the gift box, feeling puzzled. What's going on? Just a moment ago, he thought from Li Xian's call that Sun Rui was a man-eating tigress. I didn't expect it to be so easy to tame. Or is it that my charm is just too great? Amidst the laughter and joy, a few people warmly enjoyed their dinner. The frightening scenario that Li Xian had feared did not occur. Her best friend Sun Rui did not, as she had initially imagined, deliberately make things difficult for her brother Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen was not angry about the misunderstanding from earlier. Instead, he reassured her and took good care of her best friend Sun Rui, who would be moving into their new home together. With such a man and such a best friend, Li Xian truly couldn't imagine anything happier in the world. Meanwhile, Sun Rui and Jiang Chen had already become familiar with each other. They had both had a bit to drink during dinner. At this moment, Sun Rui's face was flushed, and she was slightly tipsy. She pulled Jiang Chen along, chatting away, feeling as if they had met too late. She discovered that Jiang Chen was not just a handsome, dashing young man with a strong sense of justice. He was also a man of great depth and substance. Some of the things he said and his views could reach deep into a person's heart, evoking empathy. To reach such a level, one must have rich experiences and insights. It was simply impossible otherwise. Sun Rui was completely captivated by Jiang Chen's charm, her eyes filled with hearts. Thus, she expressed some of the difficult questions she had previously pondered, some phenomena she didn't understand, and all the grievances and hardships she had endured. Jiang Chen patiently answered each one for her. Sun Rui suddenly felt enlightened. The two of them drank and chatted, the conversation flowing more and more, becoming increasingly engaging. In the end, Sun Rui, with a rosy complexion, collapsed into Jiang Chen's arms, completely drunk. Li Xian and Jiang Chen exchanged glances and both laughed. Li Xian didn't expect that her best friend Sun Rui and her boyfriend Jiang Chen would hit it off so well. Many of the thoughts and words she had just shared had never been heard by her best friend. Yet, she had shared them with Jiang Chen, allowing him to analyze them one by one. It was clear that her good friend Sun Rui had completely let go of her prejudices and suspicions towards Jiang Chen. Li Xian felt extremely happy inside. Jiang Chen was amused, not expecting Sun Rui's carefree personality to be so sensitive and thoughtful. From what Sun Rui had just implied, her family background was one that favored boys over girls. Ironically, she had 3 sisters and only one younger brother. She was the third child, raised as if she were a boy. Over time, she even forgot that she was a girl. Due to a lack of love, she easily got stuck in her own thoughts about many things. With just a little guidance, she could see through it. It seemed like he was a life mentor. In reality, it was just very simple and basic reasoning. Moreover, after upgrading his physical attribute, mental, he felt his thinking was exceptionally clear today. His eloquence had improved significantly as well. Sun Rui was quickly enchanted by him. Furthermore, during their chat, Sun Rui's fondness for him increased by 15. Now, Sun Rui's favorability towards herself has reached 75, and only 5 more points are needed to trigger the system reward. Moreover, Sun Rui is also a girl with a private count of 0. If she can win her over, the system will unlock new features. Just thinking about it makes one a bit excited. TSK. It's just a pity that Li Xian is right next to her. She can only chat with Sun Rui in the role of a best friend's boyfriend. Otherwise, she is quite confident that she could have won over this tough girl Sun Rui today. Looking at her best friend Sun Rui, who has fallen asleep, Li Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Chen and smiled. Jiang Chen planned to leave Sun Rui in Li Xian's room. The two of them would go to the big house and enjoy some intimate time together. However, Li Xian was worried about her drunken best friend Sun Rui being left alone. If something were to happen, it would be terrible. There was no choice, Jiang Chen had to agree. After all, leaving a drunken Sun Rui alone here was indeed concerning. Fortunately, there were 2 other roommates in Li Xian's shared apartment, and neither of them was home tonight. One of the roommates, named Nana, had a good relationship with both Li Xian and Sun Rui. So, Li Xian asked Jiang Chen to help her get her best friend Sun Rui to lie down on Nana's bed. Just as Sun Rui was placed on the bed, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to pull Li Xian into his arms. Xiao Xian, I really missed you, Jiang Chen said eagerly. When he was in his big house, his hidden attribute had already been upgraded to 19. He had been burning with desire for a while, but since Sun Ruwei was present earlier, he couldn't let it out. During the time they were eating, Jiang Chen discovered that his hidden attribute had actually increased to 20 points. Now that Sun Ruwei had fallen asleep, Jiang Chen could no longer suppress his inner feelings. Brother Jiang Chen, I miss you so much too, Li Xian responded passionately. After tasting the sweetness of love for the first time, she didn't know what was happening to her. It seemed she was very much looking forward to and craving it. She couldn't even understand how she had spent the previous 22 years. She even began to doubt whether she had become the kind of bad woman she used to look down upon. Little did she know, this was just her nature. At this moment, after Sun Ruwei had fallen asleep, Li Xian no longer controlled her instincts. She reached out her arms and tightly embraced him, kissing him fervently. Her lips were soft and warm, merging with Jiang Chen's, allowing them to feel each other's passion and desire. Jiang Chen responded to Li Xian's enthusiasm, stroking her hair and feeling her tenderness. Their breaths became rapid, and their hearts raced. In the middle of the night, Sun Ruwei propped her heavy head up and sat up in bed. She felt a bit parched, so she instinctively pushed Li Xian, wanting her to get some water. However, there was no one beside her. Sun Ruwei was a bit puzzled. Where did that dead girl go in the middle of the night? Sun Ruwei cursed inwardly. She reached out to turn on the lamp by the bed. Only then did she realize that this was not her good friend Li Xian's room. It seemed to be her roommate Nana's room. Sun Ruwei was filled with questions. How did I end up here? She tried hard to remember, but at that moment, she suddenly felt the floor of the room shaking slightly. Ah, could it be an earthquake? Sun Ruwei panicked and jumped out of bed, running towards the living room. However, as soon as she stepped into the living room, she realized it didn't seem to be that way. The sound of creak creak ah was actually coming from her good friend Li Xian's room. Sun Ruwei felt a bit curious. She tiptoed towards the door of Li Xian's room and gently opened it. In an instant, Sun Ruwei's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly closed the door and returned to her own room. Fortunately, the two were so engrossed that they didn't notice her. But now, Sun Ruwei couldn't sleep at all. The scene she had just witnessed lingered in her mind. Were they fighting? Although Sun Ruwei usually acted carefree, as if she feared nothing, she had never seen such a thing. She had never even thought about it until she just saw that scene with her good friend. It was then that Sun Ruwei truly realized that she was also a girl. At this moment, Sun Ruwei listened to the noises coming from next door and couldn't sleep at all. Her mind was racing with chaotic thoughts. Fortunately, after a while, the noise from next door finally stopped. Sun Ruwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now she could finally get a good night's sleep. However, just as she was about to sleep, she heard footsteps coming from the living room again. Then, creak, her bedroom door was pushed open. Xiao Ruwei Ruwei, Xiao Ruwei Ruwei. Li Xian called softly twice. Sun Ruwei could only pretend to be asleep and did not respond at all. He, darling, come out, Xiao Ruwei Ruwei is still sleeping, Li Xian said happily. Then she heard another person's footsteps. Soon, the sound of water from the shower in the bathroom started to flow. Occasionally, laughter from both a man and a woman could be heard from inside. The pretending to be asleep Sun Ruwei listened to all of this. Hearing Li Xian's giggles, she wished she could drag Li Xian out and give her a good beating. Then, she didn't even know what she wanted to do anymore. The sound of water in the bathroom continued until nearly an hour later, when it finally stopped. Xiao Ruwei Ruwei, Xiao Ruwei Ruwei. Li Xian's voice called out again at the door of Sun Ruwei's room. At this moment, 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through Sun Ruwei's mind. Damn it! Should I wake up or not? If I were really asleep, you would have woken me up by now. Sun Ruwei felt like cursing. Brother Jiang Chen, come out quickly. Xiao Ruwei Ruwei is still sleeping, Li Xian said with a look of surprise. The two of them sneaked back into the bedroom like thieves. At this moment, Sun Ruwei, lying on the bed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could sleep soundly. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, there was movement next door. Sun Ruwei felt like crying without tears. Damn it! I want to go home. I want to find my mom. Whoa, this is too cruel for a single dog. And so, Sun Ruwei spent the night wide awake. It wasn't until dawn approached that he finally dozed off in a daze. However, not long after he fell asleep, that most annoying voice came from the door. Little Ruwei Ruwei, Little Ruwei Ruwei. Li Xian called out again. Sun Ruwei finally lost his composure. Damn it! Can't I just live in peace? Sun Ruwei couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. Little Ruwei Ruwei, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Li Xian, fully dressed, sat by his bed, asking with concern. Sun Rui felt strange. This girl had been busy all night, yet she looked completely unfazed. In fact, she seemed radiant, even more beautiful and feminine. How? Wasn't she tired? Wasn't she struggling? Sun Rui was filled with questions but couldn't ask. What do you want? Sun Rui asked Li Xian impatiently. Little Rui, what's wrong? Why do you look so haggard, with so many dark circles under your eyes? Li Xian continued to ask. Sun Rui thought, how can you still ask me what's wrong? Don't you have any self-awareness? But he replied, oh, my dear Miss Xian, you all go about your business, don't mind me. I really need to sleep now. Sun Rui was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open and lay back down. Li Xian thought that Sun Rui was uncomfortable sleeping on his roommate Nana's bed. She didn't think much of it. Oh no, little Rui, you can't sleep anymore. It's already 8:10, if you don't get up now, we'll be late for our morning check-in. Li Xian forcibly pulled Sun Rui up. Sun Rui was cursing in his heart. Damn it, so you want me to sleep? I can't sleep even if I want to, right? Fine. Although Sun Rui felt helpless, he had no choice but to get up. After all, he had been scammed out of 38,000 by Fong Yuqing yesterday, and if he didn't show up for work properly, missing a few attendance checks would mean he'd be eating dirt this month. Although Sun Rui was a girl, he wasn't that delicate. He didn't need to put on makeup or anything, just washed his face. He followed Li Xian out of the rental apartment. As they passed the living room, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen in Li Xian's room, lying on the bed with his bare arms, sound asleep. The whole room was filled with a strong scent. Clearly, he was really exhausted. Sun Rui couldn't help but blush at the thought of the scene he had seen last night. In the cozy room, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed, bringing warmth and brightness to the entire space. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes on the bed, a satisfied smile on his lips. He stretched lazily, recalling the joyful moments he had with Li Xian last night, and couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected that this little girl, Li Xian, contained such great energy. She was simply too gentle, too passionate, and too intoxicating. Moreover, Li Xian was also a clever girl who loved to learn. Each time, she made significant progress compared to the last. Until it was almost dawn, he found himself running out of things to teach her, and only then did he stop. It was just a bit of a pity that Li Xian's good friend, Sun Rui, lived next door, so he had to restrain himself a little. Otherwise, things would have been, well, you know. Jiang Chen sat up, looking out at the scenery, feeling particularly cheerful. The small space was filled with the scent of the two of them, making him feel incredibly at ease. At that moment, he noticed that there was a bag of pure milk and a small bread on the bedside table. There was also a note left on top. Dear, you really worked hard last night, so I didn't wake you up this morning. Just sleep well. Oh, and I really love you. Alright, remember to have breakfast. Love you, little Xian. Heart. Jiang Chen looked at the note left by Li Xian and smiled with satisfaction. It must be said that if he had to describe beauty for Li Xian in 3 words, they would be soft, tender, smooth. The system dad is truly sincere. He. System dad. Let me see how much I earned last night. Jiang Chen asked loudly. Ding, host name, Jiang Chen. Age, 26, height, 180 centimeters plus weight, 70 kilograms strength, 21 plus, average 20, constitution, 21 plus, average 20, spirit, 18 plus, average 20, agility, 21 plus, average 20, hidden attribute, 16 plus, average 20, status, subhealthy. Enhancement points, 6 skills, level 10 fighting, plus system balance, 7222 7,890 yuan. At a glance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. Holy crap, did I earn over 70 million last night? System dad is too powerful. Looking again, what? How did I gain 6 more enhancement points? And what's this skill about? At this moment, Jiang Chen was filled with questions. Ding, reminder to the host. While the host was asleep, the system marked Beauty Sun Rui's favorability towards the host has reached 90. Due to Beauty Sun Rui's private encounters being 0, the host unlocks a new system feature. The host can obtain a specialty from a beauty with a favorability of 80, magnified by 10 times as their own skill. Note, beauties who have already reached 80 do not count. The host can also use enhancement points to upgrade skills. Ding, detected that Beauty Sun Rui's specialty is fighting, rewarding the host with level 10 fighting. Jiang Chen listened to the series of prompts from the system and became even more excited. Holy crap! This feature is pretty awesome. System dad, Are beauties with a favorability of 80, like Meng Xiaoran and Li Xian, still counted? Ding! Beauties with a favorability of 80 do not count. Only those with a favorability below 80 are eligible. Jiang Chen was so angry that he cursed. With this function, why didn't he unlock it for himself earlier? The 4 beautiful women in front of him were wasted for nothing. This system is also ridiculous. It insists that the favorability of pure girls must be raised to 80 before it can be unlocked. In this society driven by material desires, how hard is it to meet exceptional girls like Li Xian and Sun Rui? At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, the situation was a bit strange. Sun Rui, that tough girl, got drunk last night. Wasn't she sleeping in Li Xian's roommate Nana's room? Li Xian called her twice last night, but she slept like a dead pig. How come when he woke up today, her favorability suddenly increased so much? Moreover, he unlocked a new skill slot and received enhancement points. This was too strange. Jiang Chen was sitting on the living room sofa with his shirt off. He held a piece of bread in his left hand and pure milk in his right, pondering the contrast of Sun Rui before and after, utterly baffled. Just then, the door to the room where Sun Rui had slept last night suddenly opened. A woman with a facial mask and a sexy figure dressed in silk pajamas walked out. Her skin was smooth and shiny, her hair damp, looking like a water lily. She held a phone in her hand, typing away with a tap-tap-tap sound, humming a little tune, appearing to be in a great mood. Ah! Jiang Chen was taken aback. Although the woman in front of him had a mask on her face, he could still tell that she was neither Li Xian nor Sun Rui. Could she be Li Xian's roommate Nana? Jiang Chen was shocked. At that moment, he was sitting on the sofa in nothing but a pair of cotton boxers, his heart racing. If this woman discovered him, he wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter how many times he tried. Don't see me, don't see me, Jiang Chen prayed in his heart. He stared intently at the sexy woman in front of him, not daring to move. But what he feared came true. The next second, when the woman's gaze inadvertently glanced towards the sofa in the living room, it met Jiang Chen's eyes. In that instant of eye contact, ah! The woman screamed in fright, dropping her phone on the floor. You, who are you? How did you get in? The woman looked at Jiang Chen in terror, wrapping her arms around herself to protect her important parts. She never expected that there would be a shirtless man sitting on her sofa. At the same time, Jiang Chen was at a loss for what to do. Although he had seen many women in the past few days, he had never encountered a situation like this. I am Xian's boyfriend. Jiang Chen stood up in a panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, stammering as he tried to explain. What? Xian's boyfriend? Who are you trying to fool? Xian doesn't have a boyfriend. The woman in front of him shouted, her face filled with suspicion as she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt a wave of despair in his heart, unable to defend himself, as he had just gotten together with Li Xian yesterday. Li Xian definitely didn't have time to mention anything to anyone. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. However, the next second, the woman's squinting eyes suddenly lit up after scrutinizing him for a while. You are Brother Jiang Chen? The woman exclaimed. Jiang Chen was filled with questions. What was going on? Did Li Xian mention me to her? That shouldn't be. She just said she hadn't heard Li Xian say anything. Seeing Jiang Chen standing there in a daze, the woman named Nana burst into laughter. What's wrong? Brother Jiang Chen, it's only been 2 days, and you don't recognize me anymore? The woman giggled at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Who are you? He really couldn't remember who this sexy woman was, especially since she was wearing a face mask. At that moment, the woman suddenly remembered something, shoo, and ripped off the face mask. Jiang Chen was instantly taken aback, his eyes wide open. Holy crap! It's Li Mena. Yes, Brother Jiang Chen. I didn't expect you to remember me, Li Mena said with a face full of surprise as she walked towards Jiang Chen. It turned out that Li Mena was slightly nearsighted. She had just taken a shower, put on a face mask, and hadn't had time to put on her contact lenses. She had been startled earlier and hadn't clearly seen that the man sitting on the sofa was Jiang Chen. All she saw was a blurry figure. After squinting and looking closely, she finally felt that the man in front of her looked somewhat familiar. She suddenly remembered that this man was the young rich guy who had stood her up that day, the one she had been thinking about. However, since they had only met 3 days ago, she hadn't seen him again. Encountering this man again today made her feel indescribably excited. Moreover, this man was standing in front of her with his bare arms. She had only known that this man was very young and very wealthy, but she hadn't expected his physique to be perfect. The well-defined, neatly arranged abdominal muscles looked like carefully sculpted works of art, and those strong, powerful arms, with bulging muscles, seemed to contain endless strength. The muscle lines were perfect, smooth, and full of tension. From the broad chest extending to the tight waist, and down to the solid thighs, every part showcased male charm and strength. Oh my god! Li Mei felt her heart racing, saliva almost dripping down, her eyes filled with heart-shaped bubbles. Brother Jiang Chen, how did you come here? Are you looking for me? Li Mei's voice was soft like cotton candy, and it felt like a warm, fragrant breeze rushing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. At that moment, he never expected that Li Xian's roommate Nana was actually Li Mei, the one who had served him last time. If it had been someone else, he would have definitely been in trouble today. If it got to the police station, what would he become? Hey! Knowing more people seems to have its benefits. Jiang Chen felt secretly pleased. However, Jiang Chen quickly realized the awkwardness of the situation. At that moment, Li Mei was wearing the thinnest pajamas. Water droplets were still dripping from her hair, and her skin was smooth and shiny, just like a freshly bloomed lotus. Being so close, he could clearly feel the warmth coming from her body. At such an age, when one is as honest as a wolf or a tiger, how could one withstand such a scene? But now, the situation is different. If she were at work or out and about, there would be no need to say more, she would be completely unrestrained. However, now they are at home, considering that Li Xian and Sun Rui could return at any moment. Jiang Chen felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Moreover, he hadn't seen Li Mei for a few days, and suddenly facing her so openly made him feel an unnatural sense of shame. Nana! Don't do this, it's not appropriate here. Jiang Chen half-heartedly pushed back. However, at this moment, Li Mei was not about to let him go. Ever since their last parting, she had often thought of him. Of course, the reason for her thoughts wasn't just because this man was handsome. The most important reason was, of course, that he was wealthy. Moreover, this man had promised her that as long as she helped him with something, he would help her clear her shopping cart. Now, such a good opportunity was right in front of her, how could she let it slip away? In the next second, Jiang Chen felt a damp, soft warmth kissing his ear. Hiss! Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This little enchantress actually knew how to use such tactics. How about it? Do you want to continue? Brother Jiang Chen. Li Mei's sweet voice floated into Jiang Chen's ears like a dream. The little willpower he had at the beginning was instantly shattered. A sound involuntarily escaped from Jiang Chen's throat. The room was instantly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. Li Mei smiled. Ding! The system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Name, Li Mei, age, 20, occupation, junior student, nickname, Nana, height, 162 centimeters, weight, 43 kilograms, appearance, 85 out of 100, figure, 88 out of 100, hobbies, spending money, shopping, secret count, 7, marital status, unmarried, host's favorability, 60, specialty, silver-tongued, ding. Reminder to the host, Li Mei's specialty is silver-tongued. When a beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 80, the host will be rewarded with silver-tongued level 10. Jiang Chen? What is this silver-tongue thing? What use is this broken skill? I'm not in sales, what do I need a silver tongue for? However, he soon experienced the terrifying aspect of this skill. Originally, Jiang Chen was afraid that Li Xian and Sun Rui would return at this moment and catch him in the act. However, under the influence of the special skill, he found that he could hold on much longer than he had imagined. It was just like the last time at the hotel, coming and going in a hurry. Before long, Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa. He looked at the woman in front of him, her delicate face glistening with fine beads of sweat. Her fair, tender skin seemed as if it could be broken with a touch. Especially that soft, cherry-like mouth and her quick wit. Just looking at her makes one want to commit a crime. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reach out and pull the woman into his embrace. Little enchantress, how do you do it so well? Ha! Jiang Chen teased as he stared at her. Li Mei laughed happily, gently biting her lip and gazing at Jiang Chen with sultry eyes. How about that? Brother Jiang Chen, now you know how powerful I am, right? He Jiang Chen chuckled. I knew it last time. He. Humph. Smooth talker. You knew it, yet you stood me up last time and didn't contact me for several days. Li Mei pretended to be angry, turning her face away. Hey, don't be mad, Nana, I'm here now. Jiang Chen forced himself to make excuses. You're lying, Li Mei pouted, playfully hitting Jiang Chen's chest with her small fists. You just said you came to find Xian. Still trying to lie to me. Clearly, Li Mei had a good memory. She remembered what he had said in that situation. No way. I actually came specifically to find you. Jiang Chen swore earnestly. Although he wasn't very good at lying, he understood women quite well. He knew that in this situation, he absolutely couldn't admit it. And he could never mention another woman in front of one. After all, His relationship with Li Mena had started as a transaction. He was just looking for something fresh and exciting, never intending to take responsibility for her. He just needed to muddle through. As it turned out, Jiang Chen's expectations were correct. Li Mena really didn't pursue the matter further, because what she was interested in was Jiang Chen's money, even though she had feelings for him too. But she knew that Jiang Chen could play with her. However, if it came to something serious, what was her status, and what was his? Would he really look at her? It was impossible. Li Mena was a smart woman. She understood what role she played in Jiang Chen's heart. She knew that if she really pushed the issue, she would only push this man further away. If she could be appropriately accommodating and serve him well each time, she could not only get money but perhaps even secure a position as an external staff member. Although it was slightly worse than the treatment of those within the system, it was certainly better than being nothing at all, right? Thinking of this, Li Mena giggled. Hee hee, I knew it, brother Jiang Chen, you can't forget me. As she spoke, Li Mena planted a kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek with a mwah. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Li Mena really understands things. It seems she has recognized her position. It looks like the last bit of training was effective. I don't need to say much more. Jiang Chen caressed Li Mena's little cheek, full of teasing intent. Little enchantress, how did you end up living here? Aren't you working today? This question caught Li Mena off guard, and her face flushed red. She certainly understood what Jiang Chen meant by working. While working at the hotel, of course, it was a different story. But at this moment, at home, especially in front of this man, bringing up her job made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She didn't know that Jiang Chen had only asked casually and thought he might be somewhat disdainful of her. Li Mena felt a bit embarrassed. Jiang, how? Brother, actually, I'm not doing that. I'm still a junior in the art department of the Fine Arts Academy. Last time was just a part-time job introduced by a senior. I only worked for one day, and you just happened to see me. I really like you too much, so I couldn't help it. Li Mena's cheeks flushed, her expression flustered as she stammered her explanation. Li Mena knew very well that if she could get close to a man like Jiang Chen, she would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. However, if he found out that she had been in this line of work for almost a month, and that she rented this place just for the convenience of working at the hotel, it would be a problem. Every weekend or when she had no classes, she would come here to earn some extra money. The last time she met Jiang Chen was on a weekend, and today she had no classes in the morning, with only one class at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. So today she planned to see if she could find another opportunity to get close to a wealthy man, to be a little mistress or earn some extra cash. She had planned to wash up and get ready to head out. But unexpectedly, the prey came knocking at her door. How could she let him go today, and how could she tell him the truth? If she could really become Jiang Chen's extra personnel, what would she need to attend that lousy class for? So, rounding it off, it was equivalent to her not lying. This left Jiang Chen beside her stunned. Ha ha, Li Mena was completely treating herself like a fool. She acted like that the first time they met, and now she was saying it was an accident. Did she really think he was an idiot? However, considering her private encounters were 7, he could barely accept it. After all, a girl like Li Mena, with such skilled techniques, was still quite useful to him. However, after hearing all of Li Mena's explanation, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What? Fine Arts Academy. Art Department. Junior student? Jiang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking her up and down again. He only knew that Li Mena was a college student, but he didn't expect her to be a student of the Fine Arts Academy. When he was in college, he had even been to the Fine Arts Academy. It was a place full of handsome guys. Simply a paradise for male students. He had once seen a rather unattractive boy playing cards on the playground with 3 girls, and all 3 girls looked at that boy with admiration and desire. It left him dumbfounded. Damn, these girls really were desperate. Moreover, when he left, several girls had their eyes on him, looking at him like he was prey. Luckily, he had his girlfriend Su Qian with him, otherwise, who knows, he might have been. TSK. Thinking back, he was really foolish at that time. Su Qian, that bitch. You misunderstood me. Jiang Chen cried out in his heart. In the current situation, if Li Mena really is a student at the Art Academy, then I have essentially obtained a key to enter the Art Academy. There are so many young and beautiful girls there, surely many of them are pure and have never been with anyone. At that time, wouldn't it be a direct flight? TSK. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. Jiang Chen Gij, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Li Mena's face turned rosy as she noticed Jiang Chen examining her from head to toe, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. Could it be that this man saw through her lies? Sigh. But it was true. This man wasn't a fool. During their first meeting, they had already. How could he not understand? There was no way to clear her name now. Lee Mena felt a bit frustrated. However, the man in front of her suddenly wore a questioning expression. Nana, are you really a university student in the art department? Lee Mena's heart, which had been hanging in the air, relaxed a bit. If he questioned whether she really did that kind of work, she might not be able to answer. But if he asked if she was a university student, then it would be fine, because she was indeed a genuine university student. Moreover, her student ID was right in her bag. Originally, she intended to use her identity as a university student to elevate her status at work. She didn't expect it would come in handy now. Of course, Jiang Chengij, I really am a university student. If you don't believe me, I'll go get my student ID, Lee Mena said, and she actually stood up. No. Jiang Chen wanted to stop her. After all, what he cared about wasn't this. However, Lee Mena was unwilling to listen. It was a rare opportunity to elevate her status. How could she let it slip away? In no time, Lee Mena came out of the bedroom with a smile, handing her student ID to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen opened it and saw that indeed, Lee Mena hadn't lied to him. He had to admit, Lee Mena looked quite innocent on her student ID. She hadn't fully matured yet. She was still a pure and natural good girl. But now, she was beautiful, just with a bit of the world's influence. Wow! Nana, I didn't expect you to really be a university student in the art department. No wonder your artistic accomplishments are so high. Jiang Chen pretended to be very surprised, praising Lee Mena. When he said the word accomplishments, he deliberately emphasized it. Lee Mena was taken aback by Jiang Chen's words. Artistic accomplishments? What artistic accomplishments did she have? She looked at Jiang Chen with some confusion. When she saw Jiang Chen staring at her intently, she instantly understood. Her face flushed bright red. Jiang Chengij, you're so annoying. Are you making fun of me? Lee Mena's face was full of shyness as she playfully pounded her small fists against Jiang Chen's iron-like chest. Jiang Chen, watching this shy iron fist, felt a bit restless. He directly pulled Lee Mena into his embrace. Just now, Lee Mena hadn't given him a chance to catch his breath, leading to their conversation ending in just a few minutes. He hadn't had enough of their chat. Moreover, if it gets out that I'm a fast man, how am I supposed to get by in the future? Forget about the other pure girls in the art academy for now. No matter what, today I have to deal with this Lee Mena properly and let her know my strength. Once could be excusable, but with the last time at the hotel added in, it's already happened twice. It's always such a quick end to the battle. Damn it, if I don't let her know my strength today, not only will I have to worry about how Lee Mena sees me, but I won't be able to get over this mental hurdle myself. Jiang Chen pulled Lee Mena into his arms, wanting to make a move. However, what Jiang Chen never expected was that Lee Mena unexpectedly pushed him away. With a charming smile, she ran off. Nah, what are you doing? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. He never thought Lee Mena would actually reject him. Lee Mena shook her head while stepping back. Brother Jiang Chen, can you wait a moment? Let me prepare a bit first. Lee Mena cautiously asked Jiang Chen. Although she didn't dare to defy him, she understood men. Her experience told her that if they jumped straight to the point without any foreplay, she simply couldn't handle it. She planned to put on a little show first, to build up the atmosphere, and then take this man down in one go. Jiang Chen was confused. What is there to prepare for? My body is ready at any time. However, he never wanted to force a woman. Even if Lee Mena was that kind of woman, he didn't want to push her into something she wasn't ready for. So, Jiang Chen could only nod in agreement. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Lee Mena was overjoyed. She happily walked towards her room. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something. Oh right, brother Jiang Chen, what do you like me to wear? A maid? A nurse? Or a policewoman? Black stockings? White stockings? Or fishnets? Lee Mena turned back and asked Jiang Chen nonstop. Jiang Chen? After realizing, damn, she was actually preparing for this. Let's start with a maid. White stockings, I guess. This start was quite clever. TSK. Okay. Lee Mena replied with a smile and went back inside. The waiting time felt a bit long. Jiang Chen recalled the last time he met Lee Mena. She was wearing a maid outfit. It was the first time he encountered it in real life. The scene was still vivid in his mind, and he remembered the stunning feeling he had when he saw Lee Mena. Her figure perfectly illustrated the charm of the maid outfit, especially those long beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings, which made it hard to resist. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa. His heart felt like it was being burned by a raging fire, pounding wildly, filled with excitement and anticipation that made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Although only a few minutes had passed, Jiang Chen felt as if a whole year had gone by. Every second of waiting felt like torture, as if it were being stretched infinitely. Images of Li Mei in her maid outfit kept flashing through his mind. He could hardly contain the excitement within him. After a long while, a sound of creak whoosh was heard. The tightly closed door finally opened. In the next moment, Li Mei walked out with a radiant smile. She had indeed put on that sexy maid outfit. The black and white skirt perfectly accentuated her slender waist. The white stockings seemed like a second layer of skin, delicately outlining her long, straight legs. The exquisite high heels made a crisp and rhythmic sound on the floor. A hint of shyness and charm graced her face, like a rose about to bloom. Jiang Chen wanted to stand up and rush over, but certain changes made it a bit inconvenient for him to get up. Seeing this, Li Mei let out a soft laugh. Just when Jiang Chen thought this was Li Mei's limit, in the next moment, she played a very suggestive dance track on her phone. She began to move to the music, each motion filled with power and temptation. Her twisting waist resembled a graceful snake, exuding a primal and captivating allure. Her arms waved as if weaving an invisible web of affection. Her gaze was always filled with enticing charm, occasionally directed at Jiang Chen in front of her. Her eyes brimmed with teasing and seduction. Watching the man in a daze, Li Mei's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't look away. His whole being seemed to be under a spell, completely entranced by the scene before him. His heart raced faster, blood felt like it was boiling. He was as red as a flame. Li Mei knew the moment had come. Whether she could win over Jiang Chen, whether she could seize this opportunity, depended on this very moment. Without hesitation, she pretended to lose her balance and gently fell into Jiang Chen's arms. A wave of fragrance scent slowly flowed into Jiang Chen's nostrils. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Jiang Chen felt a pause in his breath, and the whole world was left with only the woman's alluring presence. The strands of her hair brushed lightly against Jiang Chen's cheek, bringing a ticklish sensation. Her hands gently caressed Jiang Chen's back, her fingertips barely grazing his skin, causing a shiver to run through him. Then she employed the same tactic again, her lips slowly approaching the man's ear, whispering softly. Her voice was like a spell, completely ensnaring Jiang Chen. In the next moment, Jiang Chen felt that soft, sticky kiss on his eyes. Jiang Chen instinctively flinched. However, Li Mei was unwilling to relent. She tightly wrapped her arms around the man's head, leaving Jiang Chen with nowhere to escape. Soon, the hottest flames deep within Jiang Chen reignited fiercely. His brain felt almost oxygen-deprived, unable to control the beast within him any longer. Under Li Mei's advances, Jiang Chen could no longer restrain the beast inside him. He knew he couldn't let Li Mei continue like this. Otherwise, I would repeat the same mistakes from last time. Perhaps even in a shorter time than before. When will this end? Am I going to be forever at the mercy of that little enchantress, Li Mei? No, I can't let her run wild any longer. Jiang Chen slightly closed his eyes and exhaled a few heavy breaths. He forced himself to think of things unrelated to the scene before him, steadying his mind. Only then did he interrupt Li Mei's spell. Brother Jiang Chen, what are you? Li Mei's mind was filled with big question marks. She stared at the man in front of her with wide eyes, puzzled. She had a bad feeling. Could it be that this man was dissatisfied with her earlier actions? It couldn't be. Ever since she learned this move, she had never failed. But what was happening right now? For the first time, Li Mei began to doubt herself. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. He placed both hands on Li Mei's waist and lifted her up like a chick, setting her down on the sofa beside him. Li Mei was instantly frightened, her face changing color. She hadn't expected this, but Jiang Chen couldn't care about that now. He gently supported Li Mei's calves and carefully removed her red high heels, placing them on the floor to avoid accidentally hurting himself later. The stockings could stay on for now, he could tear them off later. Next, he began to unbutton his shirt. At this moment, Li Mei noticed that as Jiang Chen unbuttoned his shirt, he was surprisingly methodical and calm. Each button took several seconds to undo. Other men, by this point, would have been almost ravenous. Not only would the stockings be torn apart roughly, but their clothes and buttons would also be damaged, forcing her to buy new ones each time. But this man was different. He was the first man to be so careful and cautious with her. Could it be that he has already fallen in love with me? Li Mei felt a bit moved. She had no idea that Jiang Chen just wanted to control the rhythm of this battle. He didn't want a small detail to affect his performance later. Ding, a voice from the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Li Meina's favorability towards the host +5. Li Meina's favorability towards the host +5. Currently, Li Meina's favorability towards the host is 70. Upon reaching 80, the host will be rewarded with enhancement points and level 10 eloquence. Host, do your best. Jiang Chen? What's going on? Unbuttoning a shirt can also increase favorability? This is too absurd. Women. I really can't figure you out. Jiang Chen was not affected by the system's prompt sound, and he continued to unbutton the woman's top. Next was the second, the third, the fourth. However, just as Jiang Chen was unbuttoning the last clasp, a sudden knocking sound came from outside the door. Damn! 1,000 wild horses galloped through Jiang Chen's mind. His heart instantly leaped to his throat, and the mood he had finally managed to adjust was instantly shattered. His resolve crumbled, and his emotions collapsed. However, he had no time to complain. After all, if Li Xian and Sun Rui discovered the scene before him, his social life would be over today. It should be noted that both Li Xian and Sun Rui were high-scoring girls with 0 private encounters. Women like Li Meina were simply not on the same level as them. He felt like he had lost a watermelon and picked up a sesame seed. Ah, indeed, the word lust is a knife. He was momentarily confused. How could he not resist Li Meina's temptation just now? Moreover, with so many houses now, why didn't he think of changing places? Why did he have to mess around in this crowded rental apartment? At this moment, Jiang Chen regretted it immensely. However, it was too late to say anything now. Jiang Chen hurriedly scrambled up. Nana, you mustn't tell them you've seen me. Do you understand? Jiang Chen said very seriously. After saying that, he dashed like a flash of light towards Li Xian's bedroom, pretending to sleep on the bed. Compared to Jiang Chen's panic, Li Meina was actually quite calm. First, she didn't know about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Li Xian. She really thought Jiang Chen had come to find her. Second, she knew that the one knocking at the door was not Li Xian. After all, Li Xian had a key, how could she be knocking? However, seeing the man's flustered expression and that he directly ran into her roommate Li Xian's bed, even she, no matter how foolish, began to realize something. The man before her definitely had an unusual relationship with her roommate Li Xian. Moreover, he wasn't specifically here to find her today. A sense of unspeakable loneliness filled Li Meina's heart. Although she had known from the start that a young and handsome rich guy like Jiang Chen would never make any promises to someone like her, seeing it in person now, at a critical moment, he actually wanted to distance himself from her. It still left a bitter taste in her heart. She sat up in disappointment, buttoning up the clasps that the man had just undone. Then she went to put on the high heels he had taken off. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Li Meina glanced at it. It was a delivery number. The surge of anger in her heart inexplicably flared up. She answered the call directly. Hello, your delivery has arrived. The voice of the delivery person came from the other end. How many times have I told you? Just leave it at the door. At the door. Can't you understand human language? Don't knock or call again, got it? Li Meina roared impatiently. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll know next time. The delivery person hurriedly apologized. Being scolded for no reason, he didn't dare to retort. There's no choice, delivering food is too hard these days. If he can endure, he will. As long as he doesn't get a bad review, what's a few scoldings? It's already a common occurrence. Li Meina felt her anger ease a bit when the delivery person apologized. She sat on the sofa, took a moment to calm her emotions, and then got up to fetch the delivery at the door. She really wanted to question Jiang Chen. Wasn't he supposed to be looking for her? Why did he suddenly want to distance himself at such a critical moment? However, she understood that she had no right to do so now. Sigh. Li Meina let out a deep sigh. At first, she only wanted his money. But now, seeing how excellent he was, she found herself wanting him. Li Meina, one shouldn't be so greedy. After coming to this realization, Li Meina no longer felt conflicted. She picked up her recently ordered Yang Wofu spicy hot pot and knocked on Jiang Chen's door. Brother Jiang Chen. It's okay now, my delivery has arrived. Do you want to eat? Li Meina forced a smile and called out at Jiang Chen's door. The next second, the door to the room opened. Jiang Chen appeared, dressed neatly, stepping out from inside. It turned out that when Li Meina was on the phone earlier, Jiang Chen had heard everything. Upon learning that it wasn't Li Xian and Sun Rui returning, Jiang Chen's anxious heart finally relaxed. However, the system's voice soon came through. Ding, Li Meina's favorability towards the host -5, Li Meina's favorability towards the host -5, Li Meina's favorability towards the host -5. Jiang Chen understood that he had acted a bit out of line in his moment of impatience. He had been so focused on fearing that Li Xian and Sun Rui would catch him in the act that he wanted to distance himself from Li Mena, neglecting her feelings. Now that Li Mena had come to understand, she would probably hate him. Sigh. Having too many women brings such troubles. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just when Jiang Chen thought that Li Mena would be very angry, even furious, questioning him about why he abandoned her at a critical moment to enter Li Xian's room, the system's continuous voice echoed in his mind again. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +2, Li Mena's favorability towards the host +3, Li Mena's favorability towards the host +1, Li Mena's favorability towards the host +3, Li Mena's favorability towards the host +2, Li Mena's favorability towards the host +1. Damn! He didn't expect Li Mena's favorability to slowly rise again. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. It wasn't until Li Mena called out to him, asking if he wanted to eat her ordered Yangguofu spicy hot pot, that Jiang Chen finally opened the door. He had originally planned to explain things to Li Mena, but upon opening the door and seeing her attentive demeanor, Jiang Chen already understood. This woman had figured it all out, yet she still pretended not to know anything. So what was there to explain? But thinking about it, this woman was quite clever. If she really pursued him, he might never contact her again. After all, if she wanted money, he had it, but if she wanted love, he couldn't give that to her. Eat. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, pretending nothing had happened. Hee, okay? Li Mena smiled back. Soon, Li Mena took out 2 small bowls and placed the takeout box on the coffee table in front of the sofa. The two of them sat down and started eating. Jiang Chen didn't expect that the ingredients Li Mena ordered for the spicy hot pot were quite to his taste: beef rolls, bean curd skin, fish tofu, wide noodles, baby bok choy, and beef balls. All his favorites, Li Mena had ordered them all. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the meal. In the end, still wanting more, he asked Li Mena to throw a bag of instant noodles into the soup. They continued to drink the soup and eat. By the end, there was not a drop of soup left in the last bowl of spicy hot pot. Ah, so satisfying. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, holding his stomach, looking completely content. Brother Jiang Chen, are you full? Do you want to order another serving? Li Mena asked him with a smile. She didn't expect that a wealthy guy like Jiang Chen would enjoy the spicy hot pot she ordered so much. She felt very happy. It turned out that rich people could be so down to earth. I'm full. I'm full. Jiang Chen replied to Li Mena with a smile. What Li Mena didn't know was that her 2 unintentional actions had unexpectedly changed Jiang Chen's impression of her greatly. First, after Jiang Chen had distanced himself from her, she didn't blame him but instead welcomed him with a smile. Second, while eating the spicy hot pot, Jiang Chen noticed that Li Mena kept adding food to his bowl. He had eaten 4/5 of it, while she had probably only eaten 1/5. Moreover, when he suggested adding a bag of instant noodles to the soup, Li Mena didn't hesitate and went straight to do it. What man wouldn't like a woman who was so obedient and considerate? Skilled, smart, understanding, able to accept that he had other women, and caring. The key was that even after being wronged, she could heal herself. Such a woman, even if she was a little materialistic and had a bit of cunning, what did it matter? After all, he had plenty of money, and her cunning was all aimed at getting close to him and pleasing him. What was there for him to worry about? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He took Li Mena's delicate hand, which was busy cleaning up the bowls, and pulled her to sit on his lap. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Nana, don't work in that kind of place anymore. If you need money in the future, just tell me. Nana, don't work in that kind of place anymore. If you need money in the future, just tell me. Jiang Chen said seriously while holding Li Mena, who was sitting on his lap. Li Mena could hardly believe her ears. Brother Jiang Chen, are you serious? Li Mena's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the man in front of her. Jiang Chen smiled at the astonished Li Mena and nodded. Brother Jiang Chen, I love you to death. After receiving the man's affirmative response, Li Mena could no longer contain her excitement. She rushed to kiss Jiang Chen wildly. You have to know, she had been busy all day, using all her charm to please him. For what? Wasn't it just to be with this man? Now, without her even having to say anything, he had taken the initiative to bring it up. Li Mena simply didn't know how to express her excited feelings. The only way she could think of to repay him was to use all her skills to please him. However, what surprised Li Mena was that this time, she was actually pushed away by the man. Li Mena looked at the man in disbelief. Brother Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Li Mena found it hard to understand this man. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. Nana, it's too inconvenient here. Let me take you somewhere else. As soon as she heard that the man wanted to take her to another place, Li Mena hesitated. But she quickly realized that what the man said was a fact. The two of them were in this shared apartment, and their roommates could come in at any time. It really affected the experience. It didn't matter much for her as a woman, but for the man in front of her, it would probably affect his performance. Remembering how startled he was by the knock on the door earlier, Lee Maina understood. "Okay, where are we going?" Lee Maina quickly responded. She knew that this man had finally taken a liking to her. She had to make him understand that she would unconditionally obey him. "You'll know in a bit." Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that Lee Maina had really chosen well. Smart, sensible, and obedient, she asked what needed to be asked and didn't ask what shouldn't be asked. With such a rare gem, keeping her would bring nothing but benefits. TSK. Because he had upgraded his mental attribute, Jiang Chen had an exceptionally good memory. He remembered that among the 26 properties he bought from Zhao Defa, there was a house in the Dashan Huafu, located near the Jiangcheng Academy of Fine Arts, which was close to where Lee Maina and her friends studied. Originally, he was a bit anxious. Taking Lee Maina to the house of Li Xian in Building 23 was the most convenient. It was just one building away. A couple of steps down and they would be there. However, Jiang Chen was now really a bit jumpy. If Li Xian and Sun Rui returned to the rental house and didn't see him, they might go looking for him there. Would he still be alive? If he got disturbed again, he would really be on the verge of a nervous breakdown and might need to see a urologist. Moreover, he had to consider one more factor, that was the love nest he had built for Li Xian. Their names were already written on the house. If he took another woman there, it would probably bring unnecessary trouble. Although Li Maina and Li Xian were roommates and had a good relationship, it seemed more prudent to keep them unaware of each other's existence. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen made up his mind to take Li Maina to the house in Dashan Huafu. This way, all those issues would be perfectly avoided. Plus, right across from there was the Art Academy, so there would definitely be many female students. Establishing a base there had its obvious advantages. TSK. Then brother Jiang Chen, do I need to bring anything? At this moment, Li Maina asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smirked. Bring what you just mentioned, maid, nurse, policewoman, and white stockings, black stockings, fishnet and so on. Jiang Chen said with a mischievous smile. Brother Jiang Chen, you are so annoying. Li Maina's face turned bright red, full of shyness. She had imagined that Jiang Chen would take her to a secret place. She thought about preparing some drinks and snacks for the journey, just in case they needed a little something along the way. But she never expected Jiang Chen to be so straightforward. It seemed he was determined to have a good talk with her today. Then brother Jiang Chen, wait for me a moment. Let me tidy up here and change my clothes, Li Maina said shyly, pinching the hem of her maid outfit and pointing to the messy sofa where they had just fought, as well as the leftover takeout boxes and small bowls on the coffee table. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He stood by, watching Li Maina in her maid outfit clean the room. In no time, she restored the small living room to its original state. Seeing a maid tidy up the house for the first time was a bit exciting for Jiang Chen. While Li Maina went back to change clothes, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to call Li Xian in the hallway. He told Li Xian that he had woken up and had to leave for something today, reassuring her that she and Sun Rui could stay in their love nest without worry. When Li Xian received Jiang Chen's call, she was overjoyed. At that moment, she was carrying 8 million in cash, feeling extremely anxious. It was as if everyone around her could see the huge sum in her pocket. She had no intention of going to work. She was riding her little electric scooter with her good friend Sun Rui, heading to the bank to sort out the mortgage issue that morning. The 8 million felt unbearably heavy, making it hard for her to breathe. Only when she saw Jiang Chen's call did she feel a little more relaxed. When she heard Jiang Chen say that her good friend Sun Rui could also go to their big house, Li Xian was even more delighted, excitedly sharing the news with her best friend. At this moment, Sun Rui's fondness for Jiang Chen had reached 90. The reason this tough girl liked Jiang Chen was more pure compared to others. She had no ulterior motives, she simply admired him as a person. When chatting with him, she felt like a girl. Knowing that Jiang Chen agreed to let her go to their house made her even happier. This meant she would have more opportunities to get close to him. Although he was her best friend's boyfriend, she didn't dare to hope for anything more. But just being able to chat together was already wonderful. Li Xian excitedly flirted with Jiang Chen for a while before ending the call. After hanging up, Jiang Chen smiled. If 8 million was enough to scare her like this, what would she think of the 70 million he had on him? Just then, Li Maina finished tidying up and walked out of the room. As soon as she stepped out, Jiang Chen was stunned by her beauty. At that moment, Li Maina had delicate light makeup on, wearing a light blue short-sleeve shirt that faintly revealed her white underwear underneath. She carried a milky white small bag and wore a black fitted short skirt that showcased her fair and proportionate legs. On her feet were white sneakers. She was truly a youthful and sunny girl. Who could imagine that she was a woman who had weathered storms? Jiang Chen was momentarily captivated, unable to look away. Li Meina watched Jiang Chen's expression, feeling extremely happy inside. She understood that her careful preparations had not been in vain. When doing something bad, men certainly enjoy excitement and novelty. But in public, men generally do not like their women to be too ostentatious. Despite only wearing light makeup, she had actually spent 3 times more time than usual. However, thankfully, it was all worth it. Seeing Jiang Chen's infatuated gaze, Li Meina smiled. Jiang Chen Gij, is it okay for me to wear this outfit? Li Meina slightly lowered her head, shyly asking Jiang Chen. Of course. Jiang Chen replied repeatedly. Because Jiang Chen had just learned that Li Xian was still repaying a loan at the bank, he had no reservations. He wrapped his arm around Li Meina's slim waist and entered the elevator, walking out of the building towards the community entrance. Such a handsome couple attracted envious glances from countless people along the way. Li Meina looked at the tall, handsome Jiang Chen, feeling extremely happy. Not to mention she had never been with such a handsome man. Even if she turned her university upside down, she wouldn't find a man as handsome as him. She snuggled against Jiang Chen's shoulder, feeling overjoyed. Before she knew it, they had arrived at the community entrance. Jiang Chen took out his phone and called for a car. Jiang Chen Gij, where are we going? Li Meina finally couldn't help but ask. To the opposite side of your school. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Li Meina was a bit puzzled. Is it de Xianhuafu? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Ah, Jiang Chen Gij, you have a house there? Li Meina's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Chen smiled, not 1, but 2. Ah, Li Meina was instantly stunned. It was known that the houses in de Xianhuafu were right across from her university, a new community built in recent years. The environment, houses, facilities, and transportation there were all top-notch. It was said that when they first opened for sale, they were sold out immediately, and people had to use connections to buy a house there. Many couldn't buy one even with money in hand. So owning a house there was not just about being wealthy. It also represented a significant status for the owner. And her Jiang Chen Gij not only had a house in that community but more than one. Oh my! She had truly struck gold. If her classmates knew she was with a man who owned a house across from the school, she couldn't imagine their astonished expressions. They could work their whole lives and still not reach that level. Thinking of this, Li Meina looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Jiang Chen Gij, you are amazing. I heard that houses there can't be bought even with money, yet you have more than one. You are truly incredible. Li Meina's face was full of admiration. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. What's so amazing about that? Just got lucky. In a bit, you'll see how much more amazing I am. Jiang Chen said with a mischievous smile, gently touching Li Meina's cheek. Li Meina smiled shyly. Soon, the car Jiang Chen called arrived. The two sat in the back seat, with Li Meina leaning against Jiang Chen. A thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind, and his hands began to wander restlessly. Li Meina's cheeks flushed, burying her head in Jiang Chen's embrace, allowing him to act mischievously. This scene reminded Jiang Chen of that day when he was in the car. That night, he had been in a similar situation with Bai Jie. He had even faced some resistance from her. Yet Li Meina completely allowed him to be playful. It was broad daylight now, and the circumstances didn't permit anything further. Otherwise, who could say what he might do? At that moment, Jiang Chen really wanted to fly straight to their destination. Then, get straight to the point, and let Li Meina know just how capable he was. However, as the saying goes, fear brings what you dread. Just 2 intersections away, the car got stuck in traffic. They waited through 3 traffic lights without moving. Jiang Chen gradually lost his patience, and his grip involuntarily tightened. Li Meina, lost in her bliss, suddenly opened her eyes. I'm sorry. Realizing what he had done, Jiang Chen quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed as he repeatedly apologized. Frustrated by the traffic, he had unconsciously squeezed Li Meina. Her eyes, which had been closed in ecstasy, now opened wide. Seeing the man apologizing to her, Li Meina wasn't angry. It's okay, brother Jiang Chen. Li Meina smiled sweetly, not blaming him. She had enjoyed leaning against him, feeling a strong connection. So, she understood that brother Jiang Chen's sudden action must have had a reason. Li Meina then glanced out the window at the traffic situation. She quickly realized why Jiang Chen was irritated. Brother Jiang Chen, this road does often get congested. How about we ride bikes instead? Look, there are so many little yellow bikes over there. We can get there in about 7 or 8 minutes. Li Mena excitedly pointed to 2 little yellow bikes by the roadside outside the window. Jiang Chen looked out the car window and indeed saw many little yellow bikes. The thought of being stuck in traffic for who knows how long made him feel restless. He wasn't the type to be overly picky. Riding a bike would be fine, as long as they could get there. So, the two got out of the car. Jiang Chen scanned a little yellow bike. The starting fare was 1 yen, 5, allowing for 15 minutes of riding. If they exceeded that, it would cost an extra yuan for every 10 minutes. Since Li Mena had said they could get there in 7 or 8 minutes, they shouldn't need to pay extra. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He was a billionaire, yet here he was fretting over a few yuan. Ha ha, he had really gotten used to being frugal. But still, it was important to save where necessary and spend where needed. No matter how rich one was, they shouldn't waste money. The two quickly rode their bikes to the Dexian Huafu community across from the Art Academy. The environment of the community was comparable to the Jiangfeng Greenland he had bought for Meng Xiaoran. It was also a high-end luxury community. The difference was that this place was closer to the school, making the atmosphere a bit more lively. Jiang Chen remembered his 2 apartments, one at 68 Building 3201 and the other at 88 Building 3202. Both were in tall buildings. Jiang Chen decided to take Li Mena to the 68 building, where they could see the entire view of the Art Academy. From now on, it will be convenient for me to lock onto the beauties of the Art Academy. TSK. I should buy a high-precision telescope, and I'll have the movements of all the beauties in the school under my control. He. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk wickedly. Just then, a black Porsche 911 suddenly zoomed out from behind Jiang Chen. It was driving so fast that it nearly brushed past him. Jiang Chen was startled and almost fell over. Damn! Can you even drive? Jiang Chen yelled at the exhaust fumes of the car. However, the car showed no signs of stopping. After driving a short distance, the window rolled down, and a middle finger was raised from inside. F***CKU. Jiang Chen completely lost it. How dare they act so arrogantly while driving a damn Porsche? Meanwhile, inside the Porsche. Damn it, 2 broke losers riding a shared bike, and they think they can mess with us? Be careful, or I'll hit the gas and run you over. This community management is useless. They don't even care when shared bikes come in, damn it. A man in his 30s was cursing while driving. Honey, calm down, don't let 2 poor idiots ruin our good mood, said the woman in the passenger seat, with a sassy tone. She looked about 25 or 26, wearing a tight, low-cut dress that was well-tailored and flowed nicely, with a card-playing logo printed on it. Her makeup was also very exquisite, with a delicate foundation giving her skin a flawless texture, and the combination of eyeshadow and blush perfectly highlighted her facial features. She carried an expensive Hermes handbag. Hearing the woman's words, the man's anger eased a bit. After all, he had important matters to attend to today and couldn't let this little incident affect his mood. Shanxian, do you know why I brought you here today? The man switched to a smile and asked the woman. Right. Honey, didn't you say you wanted to give me a big surprise? What are you bringing me here for? The woman named Shanxian asked curiously. The man smirked. Shanxian, the tenants in the house you're living in now are too many and too messy. It's not convenient for me to find you every time. I'm planning to rent a new place for you here. You can live here from now on. That way, it'll be easier for me to find you. The man said with a smile. Honey, is that true? But this, Dexian Huafu, is the most expensive community nearby. The rent alone is over 10,000 a month, plus utilities. My salary. I'm afraid I can't even afford the rent. The woman named Shanxian said with some worry. You don't have to worry about the rent. The man said confidently, patting his chest. Thank you, brother Lin Hui. You're amazing. After hearing what she wanted, Shanxian happily threw herself into the man's arms. The woman in the passenger seat was Su Qian, Jiang Chen's girlfriend for over 3 years during college and 2 years after graduation. At that moment, Su Qian looked at this incredibly upscale community and felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Fortunately, I have my supervisor, a man like Lin Hui. If I were still with that poor guy Jiang Chen, I would never dream of living in such a high-end community for my entire life. Thinking of this, Su Qian took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of the community's scenery, then took some beautiful selfies. She was ready to post on her moments, and the caption was already edited. Sitting in the Porsche, on the way to see the house. Suddenly, the world feels so small. This life is truly both love and exhaustion, but who says I don't deserve all of this? To those who once looked down on me, are you regretting it now? Phone location Dexian Huafu. Then she clicked publish. Just after posting, she received several likes. Su Qian imagined how envious and jealous her old classmates and girlfriends would be when they saw her post. Especially that poor guy Jiang Chen. Let him know just how well she was doing now. Humph. She used to be like that too. How could she have been so foolish? How could she have fallen for that poor guy Jiang Chen and let him sleep with her for 3 years for nothing? ND, thinking back, it was such a loss. If she had gotten close to a man like Lin Zong earlier, she would have started enjoying life long ago. Soon, the car stopped in front of a building. A young man in a white shirt and tie, looking like a real estate agent, was already waiting downstairs. When he saw the car stop, he hurried over. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin? I'm the agent Xiao Lu you contacted earlier," the agent said with a warm smile. "Oh, it's Xiao Lu. The house I was looking at earlier, is it still available?" Lin Hui got out of the car, hands behind his back, striking a pose like a leader in the company. Su Qian also got out of the car, linking her arm with Lin Hui's. Agent Xiao Lu, seeing the scene before him, didn't dare to be negligent. Yes. I'll take you both to see it right now," Agent Xiao Lu said immediately. The three of them got into the elevator and soon arrived at the large house on the 32nd floor. As soon as they entered the house, Su Qian was captivated by the environment inside. It was over 150 square meters, with top-notch facilities. Upon entering, there was a spacious and bright living room. The floor was laid with high-quality solid wood, with clear textures and a comfortable feel underfoot. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space with its dazzling light. In the center of the living room was a set of Italian-imported genuine leather sofas, paired with exquisite silk cushions, showcasing luxury and comfort. The dining room was connected to the living room, with a large marble dining table that could seat 8 people placed in the center. The kitchen featured a European design style, fully equipped with appliances, including a built-in oven, microwave, dishwasher, and more. The master bedroom was covered with a thick carpet, making it feel like walking on clouds. A supersized double bed was placed in the center, along with a separate walk-in closet and a private bathroom. There were also 3 guest bedrooms and a study. The study was located in a corner of the house, furnished with a solid wood desk and a row of bookshelves filled with books. What excited Su Qian the most was the viewing balcony, which faced directly towards the Jiangqing Academy of Fine Arts. From here, the entire Jiangqing Academy of Fine Arts was in full view. Su Qian was completely mesmerized. "Darling, I love it here," Su Qian said excitedly to Lin Hui. Lin Hui smiled with satisfaction and didn't waste any words. "Alright, Xiao Lu, let's go with this house. Let's sign the contract directly." Little Lu, the agent, was overjoyed and couldn't help but marvel at how great this house was. There was no need to boast about how good it was settled right away. If everything were this efficient, he wouldn't have to be so busy every day. "Mr. Lin, please hold on a moment, I need to confirm with the new landlord." "Okay." Little Lu quickly dialed the landlord's number. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, this is Agent Little Lu. Mr. Zhao Defa, the previous landlord, gave me your contact information. 2 clients are interested in your property at Dashan Huafu, Building 68, Apartment 3201. Are you still planning to rent it out?" The voice on the other end was clearly impatient. "Not renting anymore." Then bang, the call was abruptly ended. The 3 of them stood there, dumbfounded, like fools. Who was this person? How could he be so arrogant? Little Lu, right? Give me the landlord's number, I'll call him myself," Su Qian said angrily to Agent Little Lu. Damn it, she had finally found a house she liked and had come all this way. The landlord just said not renting anymore, and that was intolerable. Su Qian planned to start soft, trying to persuade the landlord to reconsider. If that didn't work, she would give him a good scolding to vent her frustration. This was the first time Agent Little Lu had encountered such a situation. The previous landlord, Zhao Defa, had said the new landlord was a young person who was easy to communicate with. Moreover, it seemed the new landlord had bought several properties all at once and couldn't possibly live in them all. He must be looking to rent them out. That's why he hadn't given a heads up. Damn! He didn't expect it to be so hard to communicate. His top-notch sales pitch hadn't even been used before the call was cut off. But now he had no choice. He could only give the phone to this woman. Maybe, seeing that she was a woman, the other party would agree right away. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was extremely frustrated. Damn it, he almost got hit by a broken Porsche 911 while riding his bike. The driver even gave him the finger. Damn, you better not let me find out who you are. As Jiang Chen rode, an idea struck him. He was worth several tens of millions now, he should at least get a luxury car to drive. Otherwise, taking a taxi every day was quite inconvenient. Plus, he had just been looked down upon by a broken Porsche. Damn it, don't let me catch you, otherwise, you'll see how I deal with you. Jiang Chen finally arrived at the foot of building 68 with Li Meina. As he looked up, he saw the Porsche that had almost hit him earlier. He was instantly furious. The next second, with a loud duong, Jiang Chen kicked the car door, leaving a huge dent. He couldn't wait to attract the car owner over to give that guy a good lesson. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in. Jiang Chen thought it was the car owner calling and answered immediately. To his surprise, it was a real estate agent asking if he wanted to rent the property at Dashin Huafu, Building 68, Apartment 3201. Jiang Chen looked up at the building sign. It was indeed Building 68. What an international joke. He had come all this way to have a two-person world with Li Meina. Now, without doing anything, they wanted to rent it out to him. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time talking. He simply replied, "Not renting anymore," and hung up the phone. However, the phone rang again the next second. Jiang Chen felt a wave of frustration. Damn it, was it never going to end? Just as he took out his phone, he realized this time it wasn't a call from the agent. It was a number he was once all too familiar with. No way. It was really her. Jiang Chen could hardly believe his eyes. That bitch Su Qian, what was she calling me for now? Could it be that she had a change of heart? No way. Damn, that bitch was now kneeling right in front of him. He absolutely could not have any kind of relationship with her again. Jiang Chen stared at the call from Su Qian, hesitated for a few seconds, and then hung up. He had already faced several unpleasant events today, and his mood was bad enough. If he answered Su Qian's call now and got into another argument, it would ruin whatever good mood he had left. Besides, there was also Li Meina beside him. At that moment, Jiang Chen noticed Li Meina next to him. Since he had kicked the car door earlier, her eyes had been fixed on him, looking anxious. She must have been scared when he lost his temper just now. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt a bit guilty. "Nana, it's okay," he said, pulling the somewhat timid Li Meina into an embrace. He gently comforted her. After all, she was the great contributor to his upcoming battle. He couldn't let her feel that he was a man with violent tendencies. At that moment, Li Meina felt a sense of relief. She had been at a loss for words when she saw the man so angry. Now, even though his anger hadn't subsided, he was comforting her instead. "He really loves me so much." Li Meina felt a wave of happiness. The two of them affectionately embraced as they walked toward the elevator. Meanwhile, Su Qian, who had been hung up on, was fuming. Damn it, what was wrong with this landlord, not even giving her a chance to speak? If she had just one opportunity, with her eloquence and alluring voice, Su Qian was absolutely confident that no man would refuse her. But the landlord wouldn't even give her a chance to talk. Su Qian was utterly speechless. At that moment, Su Qian had no idea that the person on the other end of the phone was her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen, with whom she had been together for over 5 years. They had mostly communicated through WeChat and rarely made phone calls. So, his number was not even in her contacts. Therefore, she had no way of knowing that the landlord on the other end was Jiang Chen. The agent, Xiao Lu, seeing that the beautiful woman's call had also been hung up by the landlord, was even more convinced that this new landlord was an unapproachable person. Fortunately, there was another property available in the community. Otherwise, she would have been in big trouble today. "Mr. Lin, Miss Su, I'm really sorry. This was my mistake. There's another property available in this community. How about we go take a look at that?" Agent Xiao Lu said apologetically. Su Qian and Lin Hui were still unwilling to leave, lingering in the room. This house was supposed to be the prime location in the entire community. The view, the floor, it was simply a dream home. They really felt a bit reluctant to leave. "Hey, sir, don't come in to look. This landlord isn't renting this house anymore. Let's go see another one." Su Qian and Lin Hui, still in the room, heard Agent Xiao Lu say at the door. This was clearly directed at someone else. Su Qian looked up and saw that the person about to come in was none other than her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen. Fuck, Su Qian was instantly furious, venting all the pent-up anger she had just accumulated. "Jiang Chen, do you have any shame? I've already told you, we are done. Why are you still shamelessly following me? You saw my location on social media and came here, right? Humph. You like this, it only makes me more disgusted and hate you even more." Su Qian pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. Jiang Chen was a bit bewildered. What the hell? What's going on today? Why is everything happening at once? Just a moment ago, he was enjoying a sweet moment with Li Meina. He almost got hit by a car, and he let that slide. But now this group of idiots came to his house to cause trouble. First, a lousy agent blocked him at the door and spoke rudely. What he didn't expect was that inside the house were the two people he hated the most, Lin Hui and Su Qian. And that bitch Su Qian, upon seeing him, immediately started cursing. accusing him of stalking her. Damn it, Su Qian, do you really think I'm still that naive boy you could manipulate? Su Qian, you really think you're something special? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're just a pile of stinking dog shit. Who would want to stalk you? I'm here to show my girlfriend the house, you know, Jiang Chen said as he held Li Meina's hand and walked into the house. Su Qian's face instantly turned ugly. First, she didn't expect Jiang Chen, who used to be so obedient to her, would say such things. Second, she didn't expect Jiang Chen had really found a new girlfriend. And this woman's looks and figure were not any worse than hers. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone not be disgusted by Jiang Chen, that poor loser? Although he was handsome and had impressive qualities, she was still quite satisfied. Back in school, almost every weekend. After graduation, every time they met. But he always took her to those cheap motels. She could never muster any interest. If he hadn't sent her 2,500 yuan every month, she would have cut ties with him long ago. It wasn't until she met someone like President Li, a wealthy man, that she realized her worth. Just a casual gift from President Lin could equal several months of Jiang Chen's salary. Humph. Luckily, she was wise and cut ties with him in time. Otherwise, she would have suffered in the future. However, Su Qian never expected that the boyfriend she considered a loser would find a new love just 3 days after their breakup. And the new girl's figure and looks were not inferior to hers at all. Su Qian was extremely unhappy. I broke up with you to show you how well I'm doing without you. I didn't expect you to be living even better than me. Su Qian's face looked as if she had eaten shit. But after thinking carefully, Su Qian realized this couldn't be true. Jiang Chen's monthly salary was only around 6,000 yuan. How could such a beautiful girl possibly like him? Humph. Could this woman be an actress he hired? Thinking of this, Su Qian suddenly felt more confident. Humph. Jiang, stop deceiving yourself. With your monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, you think you can rent a place here? Are you kidding me? Let me tell you, you can't hide anything from me. This woman must have been hired with money. You're putting on this show today just to save face and make me jealous. You want to get back together with me? Humph. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. I will absolutely not get back together with a poor loser like you. Su Qian's tone was sharp, as if she could see through everything. Jiang Chen was left speechless by Su Qian's logic. Ding! At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. System detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, about to scan the beauty's information. Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt again. 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete. Name, Su Qian, age, 25, nickname, Qian, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, attractiveness, 90, out of 100, figure, 88, out of 100, hobbies, making money, shopping, showing off, private encounters, 8, host's favorability, -50, out of 100, ding, system detected Su Qian's attractiveness greater than 80, automatically adding her to the host's list of beauty candidates. Jiang Chen listened to the system's prompt, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Damn! System, what kind of joke is this? Why are you adding someone like Su Qian to the system? He had no interest in this shameless woman at all. Moreover, he didn't expect that her favorability towards him was actually -50. Damn it, Su Qian, I spent a whole 5 years of my youth on you, and in the end, this is the result I get. No way! And this data is also very strange. What does this private encounter count of 8 mean? Damn, we've only been apart for 3 days, and you already have 8 private encounters? Did you spend 3 days with 7 different men? Jiang Chen's anger surged at this thought. But after thinking carefully, he quickly dismissed that possibility. 2.5 men a day, that frequency is way too high. Could it be that this shameless woman was already seeing other men while she was with him? Damn! This shameless piece of trash. With that thought, Jiang Chen's anger boiled over. Ha! Am I going to beg you to get back together? Su Qian, have you lost your mind? Let me tell you, even if you kneel down and beg me to get back together, I will never, ever get back with you, this trash. Jiang Chen said resolutely. Just thinking about how Su Qian had secretly seen 7 other men while being with him made him unable to hold back. Su Qian's face turned pale upon hearing this. Am I going to beg you? Jiang Chen, what kind of daydream are you having? Let me tell you, even if all the men in the world died, I wouldn't look for you. Su Qian said angrily. She couldn't believe that the once obedient poor loser would say such things to her. She was suddenly a bit shaken. Shanqian, don't be angry. Let's not waste time arguing with this poor loser. Lin Hui pulled the agitated Su Qian. Then he turned to the agent, Xiao Lu, and gave him a knowing glance. That's Xiao Lu, right? We've rented this apartment, and we can sign the contract now. Can you clear out the unnecessary people for us? Lin Hui said to Xiao Lu while signaling with his eyes. He felt that Jiang Chen looked very familiar since he walked in, as if he had some leverage over him. He seemed a bit intimidated by this person. It wasn't until Su Qian mentioned that he was her ex-boyfriend that he relaxed. It seemed he had overthought it. Agent Xiao Lu, seeing Lin Hui signaling to him, understood immediately. He glanced at the casually dressed Jiang Chen and Li Meina, then at the well-dressed Lin Hui and Su Qian. Agent Xiao Lu quickly made a choice. These two poor folks didn't look like they could afford to rent this place. Sir, as you can see, this apartment has already been rented. Why don't you take a look at something else? Agent Xiao Lu still spoke politely to Jiang Chen and Li Meina. Really rented out? No way. I heard the landlord had no intention of renting it. Jiang Chen stared at Agent Xiao Lu, a mocking expression on his face. Agent Xiao Lu felt a bit awkward at Jiang Chen's words. After all, what Jiang Chen said was indeed a fact. The landlord had not agreed to rent it out. He had just wanted to please Lin Hui and had come up with an excuse. Kid, who said the landlord disagreed? Let me tell you, you better get the hell out of this place. Otherwise, I'll call security. Seeing that Agent Xiao Lu was actually intimidated, Lin Hui quickly scolded Jiang Chen in a harsh tone. At this moment, Jiang Chen was truly angry. You want me to get out? I think it's you who should leave. To tell you the truth, I am the landlord, and this apartment is mine. Jiang Chen glared at the three in front of him, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Lin Hui and Su Qian immediately couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ha ha, he actually said this apartment is his? Ha ha, what a huge joke. Poor loser. Do you even know how much this place costs? You probably have to sell both your kidneys just to afford a bathroom here, you know? Jiang Chen, I really misjudged you. I thought you were just poor, but I didn't expect you to have a problem with your brain too. Breaking up with you was truly the wisest choice I ever made. Lin Hui and Su Qian laughed as if they had just heard the funniest joke of their lives. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, looked at the two in front of him as if they were fools. He thought, laugh all you want. The louder you laugh now, the more it will hurt when I slap your faces later. Just as Lin Hui and Su Qian were laughing mockingly at Jiang Chen, the agent Xiao Lu, who had been silent, looked a bit surprised and examined Jiang Chen from head to toe. Are you really the new landlord, Mr. Jiang? Agent Xiao Lu asked Jiang Chen, somewhat astonished. Zhao Defa had told him over the phone that the new landlord's surname was Jiang, and he was a young man in his mid-20s, very handsome. Although he was a billionaire, he dressed very ordinarily, and his vehicle was even an IMA electric scooter. He was a very low-key, deeply cultured young man. And this guy named Jiang Chen looked surprisingly consistent with Zhao Defa's description. Most importantly, he had just spoken to this new landlord on the phone. The tone, the voice, were exactly the same. The intermediary, Xiao Lu, was momentarily dumbfounded. Ah, Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? He said he was the landlord, and you believed him? I've been dealing with him for 5 years, I know him well. Humph, he's just a poor loser. Su Qian said, her face filled with disdain. It was a contempt that was etched deep in her bones. At this moment, Xiao Lu couldn't care less about Su Qian's manipulation. He was now very certain that the man in front of him, Jiang Chen, was indeed the new landlord. Just a moment ago, he had seemed to mock him. If Jiang Chen were to blame him, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Seeing that Su Qian was being reckless, Xiao Lu's eyes darted around, preparing to slip away to avoid being dragged into this mess. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I was rude just now, please don't hold it against me. We'll leave right now. Right now. Xiao Lu respectfully apologized to Jiang Chen and was about to make his escape. However, as soon as he lifted his leg, Su Qian grabbed him. Stop. Where do you think you're going? We haven't finalized the house deal yet. We just said we want this house. Sign the contract immediately, right now. Su Qian looked at Xiao Lu's actions, feeling a bit dazed. But she was already too invested to care about anything else. Humph. Jiang Chen, aren't you the type who doesn't shed tears until you see the coffin? Today, I'll show you how I can rent a house worth over 10,000. With a deposit in 3 months' rent, plus the agency fee, that's a total of 50 to 60,000. You, poor loser, probably earn just that much in a year without eating or drinking. Xiao Lu's mind was racing with 1,000 curses. No! Sister, why are you dragging me into this mess? Xiao Lu, pulled by Su Qian, felt a bit panicked. Miss Su, but the landlord just said. Xiao Lu looked at Jiang Chen nervously, stammering. Xiao Lu, contact the landlord right now. Tell him that as long as he's willing to rent the house to us, we're willing to pay double the price. At this moment, Lin Hui had completely lost his mind. Damn it, he had originally planned to find an excuse to rent the house and drive this poor loser away. He didn't expect this guy to get bold and claim to be the landlord. The key was that Xiao Lu actually believed him. Damn, how much can one endure? No matter what, he had to stand his ground today. Otherwise, if word got out that someone of his status was intimidated by a poor loser, how would he ever show his face again? Xiao Lu found himself trapped between the two and had no way out. You two can fight it out, but don't drag me, a small fry, into this. He thought quickly and came up with a plan. Miss Su, didn't I just give you the landlord's phone number? You can talk directly to the landlord. I'm not good with words and might not explain it clearly, Xiao Lu said somewhat playfully to Su Qian. He then smiled at Jiang Chen, trying to curry favor. Jiang Chen understood what Xiao Lu meant. Su Qian looked at him with complete disdain. You're nothing. If you're so bad with words, why are you even an intermediary? Hurry up and go home to take care of your kids. Xiao Lu smiled and said nothing. Su Qian could only pick up her phone and dial the landlord's number again. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang. What the hell? Jiang Chen, are you serious? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Why are you playing music at a time like this? Su Qian pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed loudly. The phone rang several times without being answered, and Su Qian grew increasingly impatient. Finally, after 5 rings, the landlord's call connected. Hello, Mr. Landlord, we are willing to pay double the price to rent the apartment in Building 68 of Deshan Huafu. What do you think? Su Qian got straight to the point once the call connected, fearing the landlord would hang up, which would be truly awkward. However, Su Qian couldn't hear the response from the other end. Hello, Mr. Landlord, can you hear me? Hello? Su Qian adjusted her phone, thinking it might be a bad signal. The next second. I'm saying this one last time. I'm not renting. I'm not renting. Su Qian, can't you understand human language? Jiang Chen's roar was deafening. Everyone present heard it clearly, especially Su Qian, whose eardrums felt like they were about to burst from the sound. The phone was so startled that it fell to the ground. Su Qian was shocked because the voice coming from the phone was in sync with Jiang Chen's voice. Looking up again, she saw Jiang Chen holding his phone, glaring at her fiercely. The landlord is actually Jiang Chen. How? How is this possible? He's clearly a broke loser. Su Qian was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her face turning pale. It was still Xiao Lu from the agency who had been mentally prepared and quickly recognized the situation. Taking advantage of the distraction, he slipped away unnoticed. Jiang Chen did not stop him. Meanwhile, Lin Hui was also triggered by Jiang Chen's shout, activating some of his memories. He suddenly remembered that this was the guy who spent 138,000 on a bag at the mall that day. He had even been bitten by a saleswoman while trying to grab the bag that this guy had thrown away. His butt still hurt. Moreover, he knew about the little secret between himself and President Ho. This guy knew everything. Thinking of this, Lin Hui's face twisted in fear. Damn! No wonder I was so scared of this guy. He knows all my dirty little secrets. Lin Hui trembled with anger. How did he get involved with this disaster? Jiang, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Just let me off the hook. Lin Hui suddenly knelt down. After all, if Jiang Chen revealed all the embarrassing things he had done, he would probably never be able to show his face again. Jiang Chen never expected Lin Hui would suddenly kneel before him. He quickly reached out to help him up. Talking is one thing, but this kneeling business was too much for him. But what Jiang Chen didn't expect was that not helping him made Lin Hui even more panicked. He thought Jiang Chen was going to deal with him and actually hugged his thigh, crying. Young Master Jiang, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to steal your girlfriend. I'll give her back to you right now. I just beg you. Please, don't tell anyone about those things. Lin Hui cried, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. President Lin wouldn't dare make such a joke. This cheap woman, this worthless trash, only you would treat her like a treasure. I don't need her. Get up and get out quickly. Don't dirty my place. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Lin Hui felt a wave of relief as the man finally let him go. He hurriedly bowed his head to the ground, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Then he got up to help Su Qian. At this moment, Su Qian was slumped on the ground, her legs weak, her face devoid of color. Her ex-boyfriend turned out to be the landlord of a house worth over 10 million. That was shocking enough. Then, the Lin who had been pursuing her was actually kneeling in front of Jiang Chen, wanting to return her to Jiang Chen. Su Qian's mindset completely collapsed. It felt like she had swallowed 1,000 flies. At this moment, she looked up at the standing Jiang Chen. Somehow, he seemed taller, more handsome, and more imposing. He had already become someone she needed to look up to. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's mind recalled the system's notification sound. Ding, Su Qian's favorability towards the host plus 10, 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 Su Qian's favorability towards the host plus 10. Su Qian's favorability towards the host is 50, host, keep it up. Damn it! Jiang Chen's mind was filled with 1,000 curses. Su Qian, you crazy woman. I treated you well for 5 years, and in the end, your favorability towards me is minus 50. Now that I treat you like this, your favorability towards me increases so much. How can you be so cheap? Qianqian, let's go. At this moment, Lin Hui stepped forward to support Su Qian. But unexpectedly, Su Qian pushed him away. I can walk by myself. Su Qian's face was pale with anger. She had originally pursued Lin Hui for his status and wealth, thinking he was a married man. Now she didn't expect that her ex-boyfriend was even richer than him. Moreover, Lin Hui was even kneeling in front of her ex-boyfriend, wanting to return her to him. The strong and the weak had already been distinguished. Su Qian felt extremely regretful at this moment. She bit her lip and awkwardly walked up to Jiang Chen. I'm sorry, Jiang. How? I was wrong. I was just momentarily blinded by his sweet words and boarded his pirate ship. I know you still have feelings for me, right? Just for the sake of our 5 years of relationship, forgive me this once. I promise to love you wholeheartedly in the future. As Su Qian spoke, she reached out to wrap her arm around Jiang Chen's. However, she never expected to be violently shaken off by Jiang Chen. Ha! Once? You cheap woman, how long do you plan to keep this from me? You've been with 7 men behind my back, do you think I don't know? A worthless piece of trash like you makes me sick just to look at. I want to vomit. Get the hell out of my house. Jiang Chen scolded sharply. Ah! Su Qian felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. She never expected that Jiang Chen knew about all the things she had done behind his back. He only said it now, clearly having been giving her chances all along. Yet she didn't know how to cherish them. Looking at Jiang Chen's sharp gaze and then at the gentle and lovely Li Meina beside him, Su Qian felt both shy and angry. She walked out the door in a daze. Bang! Just as she stepped outside, the door was slammed shut from the inside. At that moment, Su Qian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally sank. She recalled the little things Jiang Chen had done for her in the past. When she was sick, he came in the middle of the night to bring her medicine. When she was hungry, he got up at dawn to buy her soup dumplings. When she was angry, he spent half a month's living expenses to buy her gifts and cheer her up. He even tolerated her various little tempers. Even after starting work, he would come to find her whenever he had time. But she had taken all of this for granted, even feeling that he was poor and not ambitious. Now that she thought about it, with his monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, after paying rent and daily expenses, he could still give her 2,500. How hard must his life be? Yet she still felt he gave too little. If she had been resolute, she would have been the mistress of this house worth over 10 million yuan by now. But now, it had gone to that dead green tea. Thinking of this, Su Qian shed tears of regret. As soon as Su Qian and Lin Hui stepped out, the door was slammed shut from the inside with a bang. Qianqian, don't be angry. I actually think this house isn't that great. The decoration is quite ordinary. Let's go see another one, Lin Hui said, avoiding the main issue. After all, the facts were already laid out, and saying anything more was unnecessary. It was better to change his mindset and comfort himself. So what if there was a house? I can rent a place and still live here. And I even get to sleep with your girlfriend. This isn't a loss, Lin Hui thought to himself. However, when the two of them went out, they didn't see the figure of the agent, Xiao Lu. It was then he remembered that the moment things looked bad, that guy had slipped away. Lin Hui was instantly furious. Damn it! That guy knew Jiang was the landlord but didn't give a heads up. He made me act all high and mighty, only to get slapped in the face. Damn it! Lin Hui angrily called Agent Xiao Lu. At that moment, Agent Xiao Lu had already ridden his little electric scooter out of the community gate. Xiao Lu, where the hell are you? Lin Hui questioned aggressively as soon as the call connected. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lin, I've already returned to the store. What? Do you have anything else to say? Agent Xiao Lu spoke in a tone as if he were an outsider watching the drama unfold. He could already imagine how embarrassed these two must feel. Acting all high and mighty, wanting to chase someone away, only to find out they were the real landlord. Anyone who encountered this would feel like a fool. Luckily, he had recognized the situation early and slipped away in time, otherwise, he would have been in trouble too. Agent Xiao Lu secretly felt relieved. What kind of service attitude is this? We still haven't seen the other high-rise in Building 88 that we scheduled for today, have we? Why did you just leave? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Lin Hui couldn't hold back when he heard that Agent Xiao Lu had already left. Damn it, Jiang Chen was one thing, but even a small agent dared to ignore him. What the hell was going on today? Lin Hui felt extremely frustrated. Ha ha ha. The voice on the other end of the phone unexpectedly laughed. Mr. Lin, I advise you not to look at that apartment anymore. The agent, Xiao Lu, laughed heartily. Why? Lin Hui was taken aback. Because another apartment belongs to that Mr. Jiang as well. Moreover, I'll tell you this, Mr. Jiang has taken over a total of 26 properties from the original owner. And there are shares in restaurants. Mr. Jiang's assets and background are unfathomable. I advise you not to provoke Mr. Jiang in the future. Beep beep beep. After finishing, Agent Xiao Lu hung up the phone. What the hell? If it was just a minor skirmish before, Lin Hui and Su Qian were truly shocked now. What? 26 properties? Just counting one at 10 million, that's 260 million. My god, what did I miss? Su Qian felt utterly hopeless at this moment. She never expected he had hidden it so deeply, keeping it from her for 5 whole years. Jiang Chen, you're such a big liar. Why do you have to test me like this? Su Qian shouted to the sky. Just then, boom, a sudden thunderclap echoed in the clear sky. Pitter-patter, a torrential downpour suddenly fell. It was as if the heavens were responding to Su Qian. Qian, it's raining heavily, let's get in the car. At that moment, Lin Hui and Su Qian were still trying to walk towards the car, but Su Qian shook him off. She looked at Lin Hui with disdain. Damn it, if it weren't for this man's sweet talk, I wouldn't have broken up with Jiang Chen at all. Driving a broken Porsche, and he wants to take me to rent a place, and he's not even as handsome as Jiang Chen. Su Qian felt increasingly disgusted by Lin Hui. Who wants to ride in your broken car? Su Qian said, not looking back as she walked away. At that moment, she recalled all the little moments they had shared together. She just wanted to cry her heart out. She never expected that the wealthy man she had been desperately pursuing was right beside her. Jiang Chen, did I spend 5 years with you and never enter your heart? Why didn't you ever mention you were a rich second generation when we were together? If you had said it earlier, how could I have resisted the temptation of other men? Boo-hoo-hoo, otherwise, those houses, that money, those shares would all be mine. Su Qian walked in the rain, crying out loud. Lin Hui watched Su Qian's distant figure, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. Damn it! It's all because of that Jiang guy that I'm humiliated today. Qian Chen looks down on me now. The humiliation of today, I will make you pay for it in the future. Lin Hui glared fiercely at the 32nd floor above and then walked towards the car. However, the next second, Lin Hui was so angry he cursed. What the hell? Who the hell kicked such a big dent in my car door? If I catch you, I'll definitely break your legs. Lin Hui looked at the big dent on his beloved car, suddenly losing his composure. The story splits into 2 threads. After Jiang Chen had cleared Lin Hui and Su Qian out, he found it hard to calm his inner turmoil. Memories of the past 5 years with Su Qian flooded his mind, leaving him with a myriad of emotions. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with that wretched Su Qian, but rather he missed the infatuated version of himself from before. I will never treat another woman so seriously again. Jiang Chen silently vowed to himself. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Li Meina's favorability towards the host -5, Li Meina's favorability towards the host -5, Li Meina's favorability towards the host -5. Currently, Li Meina's favorability towards the host is 55, keep it up. Jiang Chen felt a bit dazed. He suddenly turned to look at Li Meina. He had been so caught up in the conflict with Su Qian and Lin Hui that he had completely forgotten about Li Meina's feelings. It only just occurred to him that since Li Meina entered the room, she hadn't said much. Other than curling tightly in his embrace, she had hardly spoken. It was only when he pushed her away to close the door that they finally separated. At that moment, Li Meina stood awkwardly in the center of the living room. Her legs were tightly pressed together, and her hands nervously fiddled with the emblem on her bag. Her head was lowered, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang Chen felt puzzled. Nana, what's wrong? He asked, somewhat confused. Brother Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Li Meina looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What did you do wrong? He asked, bewildered. Brother Jiang Chen, I shouldn't have lied to you. But, even though I have been with several men before this, it was just a transaction between us. I really didn't have any real feelings. I only wanted to earn some living expenses because my family is not well off. I am really not like Su Qian. You have to believe me. After saying this, Li Mena looked at Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression. Oh, Jiang Chen finally understood. It was likely that his earlier zero tolerance towards Su Qian, who had been unfaithful behind his back, had frightened Li Mena. She was afraid he would discover her disloyalty and treat her the same way he treated Su Qian. Or perhaps she interpreted some of the things he said to Su Qian as a warning directed at her. However, he only saw her as a spice in his life. It was purely to solve his own problems. Everyone was getting what they needed, he appreciated her skills, and she appreciated his money. It was purely for pleasure. As long as they were healthy, the better the skills, the more they could please him, and wouldn't that be more beneficial for him? How could he care about these issues like before? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen chuckled. It's okay, Nana, I believe you. With a beaming smile, he embraced Li Mena. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind again. The target object locked by the system for the host today is Li Mena, reminding the host, Li Mena's current favorability towards the host is 55. Keep it up. Damn! Jiang Chen could hardly believe his ears. What a coincidence. System daddy, you really are my real dad. Jiang Chen instantly became excited. Not only could he be happy, but he could also earn money from the system. TSK. This is just too amazing. At this moment, Li Mena was in Jiang Chen's arms, hardly believing her ears. Jiang Chen was so resolute with his unfaithful ex-girlfriend Su Qian. But why was he so forgiving towards me? Ah, as expected, he still cares about me. Today, I will use all my charm to make him happy. Let him completely fall for me. He. Ding! At this time, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +5. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +5. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! Li Mena's favorability towards the host has reached 70, just 10 points away from receiving a large cashback, silver tongue level 10, and enhancement points. Jiang Chen looked at Li Mena's favorability reaching 70 and his heart soared. Just 10 more points to go. This is easy. By the way, Nana, didn't I promise to help you clear your shopping cart last time? Come on. Let me see what you have in your shopping cart. Jiang Chen smiled broadly, looking at Li Mena in his arms. Ah, brother Jiang Chen, you, are you serious? Li Mena was stunned, hardly believing her ears. Of course it's true. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Ah, Li Mena excitedly kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek. Brother Jiang Chen, you are just amazing. Li Mena opened her JD shopping cart. Inside were clothes, shoes, bags, skincare products, masks, makeup, perfume, bracelets, and an iPhone 15 Pro, tablet, and other digital products. After calculating, it was about 90,000 yuan worth of items. Jiang Chen didn't even blink and directly paid for it. It was like spending 9 yuan on a small commodity from Yiwu. Li Mena immediately couldn't hold back, bursting into tears of joy. You have to know, this is over 90,000. Originally, the items in her shopping cart were just over 20,000 yuan, things she wanted to buy but couldn't bear to. She planned to save more money and buy them during Double 11. The last time she heard Jiang Chen was going to clear her shopping cart, she immediately took it to heart and added more things she wanted, like that set of Estee Lauder cosmetics and the iPhone 15 Pro tablet, which she added later. Moreover, she intentionally kept the total under 100,000, fearing it would scare Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, the man in front of her didn't even blink and paid over 90,000 directly. This, Li Mena immediately broke into a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, I really love you. Li Mena excitedly hugged Jiang Chen. For a moment, her soft and fragrant body pressed tightly against Jiang Chen. Ding! At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind again. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +5. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +5. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! Detected target beauty. Li Mena, favorability towards the host has reached 85. Ding! Successfully counterattack Li Mena, reward enhancement points 6 points. Ding! Detected that Li Mena's specialty is silver tongue, rewarding the host with silver tongue level 10. Ding! Target beauty. Li Mena's favorability towards the host has reached 85, triggering a large cashback. Jiang Chen listened to the system's continuous prompts, excitedly opening the system panel. Ding! Host name, Jiang Chen. Age, 26. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 21 plus, average 20. Constitution, 21 plus, average 20. Spirit, 18 plus, average 20. Agility, 21 plus, average 20. Hidden attribute, 16 plus, average 20. Status, subhealthy. Reinforcement points, 12 skills, fighting skills, level 10, silver tongue, level 10, system balance, 7,222 8,890 yuan. At the same time, Jiang Chen felt that his entire tongue, teeth, and lips had undergone some changes. His teeth felt incredibly hard, as if they could bite through steel bars. Moreover, every inch of skin on his lips had become sensitive, as if he could feel the flow of air. His tongue was even more so. Jiang Chen looked at the delicate Li Mena in his arms, and a thought crossed his mind. He gazed at Li Mena's translucent earlobe and attempted to kiss it. Hiss! Li Mena couldn't help but make a sound from her throat. Her face flushed red, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. "Brother Jiang Chen, you're making me feel so ticklish. How can you do this?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "This is just the beginning. I have many more tricks up my sleeve." Soon, Li Mena was left in a mix of laughter and tears, unable to hold back the tears that Jiang Chen's kisses had squeezed out. She fell completely into Jiang Chen's embrace. After a long while, Li Mena was happily humming a little tune while taking a shower. She had never thought she would be this happy. In the past, she had only cared about others' feelings, not realizing that she didn't enjoy the process at all. However, today was completely different. He was just too good. For over an hour, she hadn't felt the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, she felt that time passed so quickly, and she was still a bit unsatisfied. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood on the balcony with his hands behind his back, watching the pouring rain outside. It truly felt like a sense of how lonely it is to be invincible. Just now, both sides had exchanged blows, using their best skills. Fortunately, his side's willpower was strong enough to withstand several rounds of bombardment from the opponent, allowing their great crystal to remain intact. When the opponent had nearly exhausted their means, it was finally time for his performance. Under his side's attack, the opponent simply couldn't hold on any longer and could no longer organize an effective counterattack. In the end, the opponent could only surrender obediently. He slowly took down all the outer towers of the opponent. Finally, he pushed down the opponent's great crystal, achieving the final victory. TSK. Jiang Chen even noted the time. This game lasted a full 62 minutes. It truly was a heaven-shaking, ghost-crying, divine match. Jiang Chen looked at the mobile game interface and spoke truthfully. Soon, the bathroom door opened. Li Mena, dressed in a flight attendant uniform and wearing black stockings, walked out. Jiang Chen was instantly mesmerized. "System, quick! Give me a boost of 5 points of hidden attribute." Ding! Boost successful. Host's current hidden attribute is 20 points. In the next moment, Jiang Chen felt 2 warm currents surge from his lower abdomen, merging and intertwining, instantly permeating his limbs and bones. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt a warm sensation throughout his body, an incredible sense of comfort. Moreover, he felt the energy in his waist swell, as if the blood within him was about to boil. There was a warm feeling, as if steam was about to escape from his body. The earlier feeling of weakness vanished in an instant. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This must be the correct way to unlock hidden attribute. After all, he had already consumed 7 points of hidden attribute from his encounters with Li Xian last night, plus 2 times with Li Mena. If it weren't for his good constitution, he would have only recovered 2 points on his own. Just now, he could barely handle it. At this moment, the hidden attribute value was exactly 15 points, already reaching the limit of enjoyment. If he continued, it might not be a pleasure anymore. His body might not be able to handle it. Now was the best time to use the boost points. TSK. At 6 p.m., Jiang Chen was awakened by the vibration of his phone. He looked at the woman still sleeping in his arms, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Li Mena resembled a rose, vibrant and dripping after a fresh rain, exuding a unique charm of youth. Jiang Chen couldn't help but kiss her rosy cheek. Then he tiptoed out of bed, careful not to wake her. After all, she had just been a great contributor, and now she was truly exhausted. He couldn't bear to disturb her. Jiang Chen stepped out of the bedroom and walked towards the balcony. He saw an unfamiliar number calling on his phone. He initially didn't plan to answer, as such unknown numbers were usually just spam calls. However, this number was a bit special. Its last 5 digits were all 8s. Someone with such a number should have an extraordinary identity. Jiang Chen decided to pick it up. "Hello?" Jiang Chen answered the call. "Hello, is this brother Jiang Chen?" A magnetic male voice came from the other end, full of energy and confidence. "Yes, who is this?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. Ha, little brother, I finally got in touch with you. It's me, Zhao Defa." The voice on the other end laughed, and it was clear that Zhao Defa was in a very good mood. Oh, so it's brother Zhao. Did you call specifically for something?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Little brother, I called this time to tell you some good news. That bracelet you had yesterday, I sold it today for 90 million to a Hong Kong tycoon. That's 10 million more than our expected 80 million. Little brother, you really saved me from a crisis, Zhao Defa said gratefully. Ah, that's great. Congratulations, brother, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Little brother, to be honest, during this time, I'd been so worried about financial issues that I can't sleep at night. Without any new funding, I might face the risk of having my assets mortgaged or frozen. All the hard work of my life could go down the drain. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do, Zhao Defa said, his voice choked with emotion. Brother, we're friends, no need to be polite. Besides, didn't I also get your 26 properties? Jiang Chen said with a forced smile. In fact, he was speaking from the heart. He had just noticed that his balance had exceeded 100 million. It was likely to keep increasing. Without the properties he exchanged with Zhao Defa, things might not have gone so smoothly. However, this sounded different in Zhao Defa's ears. To him, these houses were nothing but liabilities. Just paying the bank loans each month cost over $1 million. They were a hot potato. And how could a wealthy tycoon like Jiang Chen be willing to live in such houses? Of course, he would want to live in a big villa. What he was doing was purely to help himself. Zhao Defa felt a bit moved. Brother, I'll add you on WeChat in a bit, and you can accept it. For the extra 1,000 sold, we'll each get 5 million, and I'll transfer it to you, Zhao Defa said gratefully. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Brother, it's not like that. How much you sell is your own skill. It relies on your connections and abilities. What does that have to do with me? I can't take this money, Jiang Chen said resolutely. After all, he had just stumbled upon a bracelet by chance. At that time, it was already priced at 60 million, and he had exchanged houses and shares. Now he had gained so much benefit. He had already spent so much money on Li Xian, Sun Rui, and Li Meina. The fact that Zhao Defa could say such things only showed that he had a grateful heart. If he didn't tell the truth, what could Jiang Chen do? No, he couldn't take this money. Moreover, it's just 5 million. If he worked a bit harder today, he could get back 50 million. Did he really need this little amount? After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhao Defa felt immensely grateful. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen, at such a young age, would have such a high perspective. He originally planned to use this 5 million to show goodwill and establish a special trust relationship with Jiang Chen. He wanted the other party to know that he was someone who understood gratitude. Only then could he gain more benefits in the future. But he didn't expect this young man to have such a high perspective. This young man's future is limitless, Zhao Defa secretly praised. Ah, brother, what can I say? Zhao Defa thought for a moment. How about this? Brother, I've been in society for so many years, I may not have much, but I probably have more connections than you. You can add me on WeChat, and I'll pull you into a group. It's filled with big shots from various industries, and I'll introduce you to them, Zhao Defa said seriously. As everyone knows, business people are generally profit-driven and use each other. This resource and network that he has slowly accumulated, he is willing to share with you. This absolutely shows that he trusts your character completely. Of course, having character alone is not enough. The most important thing is strength. If Jiang Chen hadn't casually taken out 60 million to help Zhao Defa through his crisis, and then rejected Zhao Defa's kind offer of 5 million, how could Zhao Defa possibly acknowledge someone like Jiang Chen? After ending the call, Jiang Chen opened WeChat, as his phone number was also his WeChat ID. Zhao Defa had long since sent a friend request. Jiang Chen directly accepted Zhao Defa's friend request. Before long, Jiang Chen was added to a group chat. Dear old friends and partners, let me introduce a young and promising friend, Brother Jiang Chen. Thanks to Brother Jiang Chen's strong support, we were able to smoothly overcome old Zhao's crisis. Brother Jiang Chen is capable, has vision, and depth. I, old Zhao, truly admire and appreciate him from the bottom of my heart. Please take care of him in the future. After Zhao Defa finished speaking, he didn't forget to tag Jiang Chen. As soon as Zhao Defa's words came out, the group chat erupted. Anyone recognized by old Zhao is definitely not simple. Everyone, give a warm welcome. Welcome the newcomer to the group. As per tradition, let's have a red envelope. Exactly. This kind of group is indeed not something anyone can just join. It serves as a test for each person entering, to prevent anyone from pretending to be something they are not. It's a sort of threshold. In fact, there were only about 20 people in the group, and a red envelope would top out at just over 20,000. However, how could someone pretending to be a wealthy person just give away money like that? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and directly sent a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. The people in the group now recognized Jiang Chen. Congratulations to Brother Jiang Chen for becoming one of us. Here, we have elites from various industries. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to bring them up, and we'll help each other out. Brother Jiang Chen, I heard you took over old Zhao's 26 properties in one go, is that right? Yes, Jiang Chen replied. Brother Jiang Chen, I have a villa available, right at Bishui Bay. I wonder if you're interested? Brother Jiang Chen, I heard from old Zhao that you don't have a vehicle yet. If you want to buy a car, you can contact me. Brother Jiang Chen, I have many new girls at my club. Are you interested? P.S. Everyone, remember this, it will be useful later. TSK. Brother Jiang Chen, if you need anything in the underworld, come find me. Brother Jiang Chen, I work in media. If you need anything in this area, just reach out to me. Brother Jiang Chen. The people in the group were all throwing olive branches at Jiang Chen, because before Jiang Chen joined the group, Zhao Defa had already given them a heads up. He briefly introduced Jiang Chen's situation. A young man in his mid-20s. Currently, he has a small electric scooter and lives in his own Fenglin Green City community. He has a strong desire for women and is in his prime. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The earlier probing was indeed as Zhao Defa had said. So they began to introduce their own businesses. After all, everyone came together for mutual benefit. There was no need to hide anything. Similarly, if you have any business, you can bring it up and everyone will help you find connections. Zhao Defa's bracelet was sold thanks to the connections from these people. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. It turned out that real wealthy people could be so straightforward. With this group, wasn't he set to take off directly? Luxury cars, villas, women, careers, social connections. All the things these men desired could be obtained here as long as they had money. The big shots in the wealthy group were all extending olive branches to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Moreover, since it was his first time in the group, everyone was watching him. They all wanted to see his strength. It's really not appropriate not to buy something. Jiang Chen recalled how he had almost been hit today by Lin Hui's old Porsche 911. He had already been planning to buy a car. So, Jiang Chen directly contacted the big shot who sold luxury cars and reserved a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 20 million. To be honest, he didn't have any particular requirements for a car. Just having a simple one, a car worth around 100,000, would be enough. Buying such an expensive car was purely to slap the faces of those who looked down on him. After all, he was now a wealthy man worth over 100 million, and he needed to raise his profile. Being looked down upon by others, was that acceptable? Jiang Chen then made an appointment to go see the car tomorrow morning. After that, he checked the location of the Bu Bay Villa on the map. It looked pretty good too. After some discussion, the price was around 55 million. The villa had a total of 4 floors, with one household on the first and second floors, and another on the third and fourth floors. If bought separately, it would cost 30 million, but if bought together, it would only be 55 million. Jiang Chen looked at his balance, which had already reached over 120 million. No need to hesitate, just go for it. He scheduled to view the house tomorrow afternoon. After all this, the wealthy people in the group were stunned. To know that a Bu Bay villa costs 55 million and a Rolls-Royce Phantom luxury car is over 20 million. Together, that's over 75 million. At first, when Zhao Defa said that this Jiang helped him through a tough time, everyone didn't believe it. Now, seeing him not making a move until now, and then spending over 75 million at once, they were instantly in awe. Jiang is amazing. As expected of Jiang. Jiang, now that you have both the car and the house, why not consider our club, to check out some beautiful girls, streamers, stars, flight attendants, everything you could want, guaranteed to satisfy. Hey, old Hong, enough already. What do you think of my Jiang? Can my Jiang lack women? Do I need to go to your club for that? Exactly. He. You guys are just country bumpkins. Those amateurs outside can't compare to my professionalism. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. With me, there's nothing you can't think of, and nothing they can't do. Moreover, we require a full body check every 3 days. Guaranteed to be foolproof, absolutely safe. So, what do you think? Jiang, will you consider it? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by what this old Hong said. He couldn't help but feel that the world of the rich was so simple and unadorned. But he still had to work hard to make money. He couldn't waste a man's limited energy in such places. Besides, he felt that the women the system had locked for him felt safer. They said they did checks every 3 days, but there were still risks involved. Well, I'll pass for now. Jiang Chen replied. Old Hong, since Jiang won't consider it, we will. Send us the location of your club. Hee exactly, send the location, and we'll definitely visit when we have time. Old Hong quickly sent out the location of the club. Once the location was sent, a wave of excitement surged through the group. Many usually quiet big shots began to discuss. Jiang Chen watched for a while and secretly saved the location. He exited the chat. After all, in situations like this, what if? It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Right. After Jiang Chen left the group chat, he prepared to check out the livestream on Feiyu. He wanted to see how that little sassy Zhang Menjing had been doing these past few days. However, to his surprise, Zhang Menjing was not live. Instead, it was Tunton who was streaming. So Jiang Chen directly entered Tunton's live room. At that moment, some viewers recognized Jiang Chen's ID, Cool City Old Dream. What the hell, isn't this the guy who directly sent 200 super rockets to our Inger that day? It's him. Big shot, quickly tell us what you did to our Inger after you went offline that day. Yeah, she hasn't streamed for 3 days. Big shot, did you lock our Inger in your basement? What the hell? The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Jiang Chen looked at the viewers' discussion, stunned by the questions. He had just chatted with Zhang Menjing on WeChat that day, and he hadn't done anything to her. Locking her in a basement? Their imagination was too rich. Did he really look like a pervert? This was so baffling. But speaking of which, why hadn't Zhang Menjing streamed for 3 days? Could something have happened to her? Setting aside everything else, he still missed Zhang Menjing's figure and skills. At that moment, the female streamer Tunton noticed something unusual in the live room. Why is my live room discussing another female streamer? She didn't care at all about what had happened to Inger. Having one less competitor was a good thing. She could take the opportunity to pull her #1 fan over. Wasn't that just a direct takeoff? Congratulations to Brother Cool City Old Dream for entering the live room. Brother Cool City, what kind of performance do you want to see? Whatever Inger can do, Tunton can do too. Whatever Inger can't do, Tunton can do too. As soon as Tunton said this, the viewers instantly exploded. What the hell? Host, you are too realistic, only seeing the rich. So we, the viewers, aren't worthy. Host, please don't follow in Inger's footsteps. Be careful you don't end up locked in a basement too. Yeah, Cool City Old Dream is using this method to take Inger down. Exactly, Tunton, you better be careful. Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face was filled with black lines. What was going on? Who had he offended to provoke such public outrage? He had lost interest in watching the live stream. The last time he tipped that Inger was just to confirm whether she was Zhang Menjing, but now the situation had changed. He had inadvertently become famous and was being targeted by so many people. He just wanted to quietly enjoy some free content, but that was no longer possible. There was no choice. Jiang Chen casually sent Tunton about 20 super rockets and then exited Feiyu Live. The most important thing now was to ask the little sassy Zhang Menjing what she had been up to. 3 days without a stream and no explanation. It made him the target of the viewers' outcry. Jiang Chen directly opened the chat history with Zhang Menjing. The chat messages were frozen 3 days ago. It was still Zhang Menjing who invited him over, wanting to treat him to a lavish meal. Moreover, Zhang Menjing still didn't know that he was Jiang Chen. She thought he was some behind-the-scenes big shot who had tipped her 2 million. The feeling of having the enemy in the open while he was in the dark was quite exhilarating. However, what was up with this little brat now? With millions of fans, she was making quite a bit of money every day. Why had she suddenly stopped streaming? With this thought, Jiang Chen quickly took action. Are you there? Jiang Chen soon sent a message to Zhang Menjing. He thought that she must have encountered some issue and would probably take a while to reply. He was preparing to take a shower or something. However, the next second, his phone rang. Sure enough, it was a message from Zhang Menjing. Zhang Menjing, I'm here, brother Liang Cheng. Smile, Jiang Chen felt puzzled. Wasn't this good? She even sent him a smiley face. But the next second, Zhang Menjing changed her tone. Zhang Menjing, brother Liang Cheng, could you lend me some money? Please, Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at the message. What was this? The first thing she said was to borrow money? He had money, but he wasn't a fool. What kind of friendship was this? Could he just lend her money? Besides, hadn't he just tipped her over 2 million last time? Was she still short on cash? Was she treating him like a big fool? Jiang Chen, how much? Although he was reluctant to lend her money, he couldn't help but be a bit curious about how much she wanted to borrow and what she needed the money for. After all, a big streamer with millions of fans suddenly stopped streaming, and the fans were blaming him for it. He had to get to the bottom of this. Zhang Menjing, 5 million. Zhang Menjing, Brother Liangcheng, I know you're not short on this little bit of money, but this money could save my life. Zhang Menjing, if you really help me through this crisis, Brother Liangcheng, I'm willing to give you everything. Jiang Chen, are you sick? Confused, Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. As soon as Zhang Menjing heard there was hope, she felt like she had grabbed onto a lifeline. She quickly sent a voice message to Jiang Chen. Zhang Menjing, Brother Liangcheng, don't worry, I'm not sick. I just. Zhang Menjing, sigh. Zhang Menjing, brother, that day when I was streaming, didn't you tip me 2 million? Then, I was targeted by someone. Zhang Menjing, they are simply inhuman, holding my personal information and some past photos, threatening me. Zhang Menjing, they forced me to go to the Platinum Han Entertainment Club to entertain clients for a month. Zhang Menjing, unless I can come up with 8 million, they won't let it go. Zhang Menjing, in these years, I've only saved 1 million, plus Brother Liangcheng's tip, that's only 3 million. Zhang Menjing, Brother Liangcheng, I'm so scared. Zhang Menjing, I really have no way out. I know you must have a way to save me. Zhang Menjing, if Brother Liangcheng helps me through this crisis, I will be yours from now on. Jiang Chen listened to Zhang Menjing's continuous voice messages, growing more and more alarmed. This was too ridiculous. Zhang Menjing was clearly being exploited, fattened up before being slaughtered. And his tip that day was the last bit of pig feed to fatten her up. But whether she was worth that 5 million, he still needed to weigh carefully. System, please help me take another look at Zhang Menjing's profile. Ding, Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt again. Name, Zhang Menjing, age, 23, nickname, Yingying, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, attractiveness, 88 out of 100, figure, 95 out of 100, hobbies, shopping, money, love, private encounters, 5, hosts favorability, 55, specialty, proficient in dance. Ding, the system detects that Zhang Menjing's specialty is dancing. After a comeback, the host is rewarded with dance proficiency level 10. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Menjing's profile and felt overjoyed. Zhang Menjing's figure and attractiveness were indeed exceptional, her conditions were quite solid. The number of private encounters was 5, even fewer than Li Meina. Perhaps it was because their business was different. It was said that Zhang Menjing had been kept by someone before, unlike Li Meina's fast food nature. That must be why it was less. Moreover, Zhang Menjing was a woman who had once unlocked the system's hidden features. Her favorability towards him had once reached 90. Although it had now dropped to 55, it was understandable since he hadn't interacted with her for several days. With just a little effort, it could definitely soar again. The main issue now was whether 5 million could really save her. If he transferred the 5 million, would the behind-the-scenes big shot threatening Zhang Menjing ask for more? Wouldn't that be a bottomless pit? No, this wasn't how to solve the problem. Platinum Han Entertainment Club. Jiang Chen mumbled, recalling the place where those people forced Zhang Menjing to entertain clients. It sounded somewhat familiar. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered and opened his WeChat favorites. Damn! It was indeed the location of that old home from the rich group just now. Jiang Chen learned that the behind-the-scenes big shot threatening Zhang Menjing wanted her to go to the Platinum Han Entertainment Club to entertain clients, and the Platinum Han Entertainment Club was precisely the territory of General Han, who had repeatedly invited him in the rich group. Jiang Chen instantly had an idea. This Zhang Menjing still foolishly thought that money could solve everything. Little did she know that once she was targeted by the behind-the-scenes people, she was already a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. That 5 million would not solve her problem at all. It was simply quenching thirst with poison, and would only accelerate her tragic fate. Fortunately, he had now joined a rich group. Otherwise, if he really wanted to save her, he wouldn't even know where to start. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen sent another message to Zhang Menjing. Liangcheng old dream, Menjing, do you know who is threatening you? Zhang Menjing, I don't know their real names, I only know the leader is called Big Head in the underworld. After sending the message, Zhang Menjing finally noticed something strange about the other party. The next second, she reacted and was instantly scared out of her wits. Oh my god, he called me Menjing? How did he know my real name? She thought she was hiding well behind a mask, but unexpectedly, everyone knew who she was. Oh my god. Zhang Menjing was stunned. Zhang Menjing, Brother Liangcheng, how do you know my name is Menjing? Shocked expression. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Damn. He had been distracted by the situation and forgot about this detail. It only just occurred to him that Zhang Menjing had no idea he knew her. However, since it has already been exposed, it would be inappropriate to deny it forcefully. Otherwise, it would make one seem quite lacking in character. Liang Cheng, old dream, hee, you don't need to worry about that. Liang Cheng, old dream, you just need to know that if I don't even have this little bit of means, how could I possibly help you with your situation? Zhang Menjing was taken aback by Jiang Chen's words. Indeed, she had already witnessed the terrifying nature of that group of people. How could she still gauge the person opposite her with common sense? And this precisely indicated that the person known as Liang Cheng, old dream, was quite a formidable character. If he could truly help her through this crisis, then having such a man on her side would ensure that no one would dare to bully her again in the future. Zhang Menjing, alright then. Brother Liang Cheng, when can you transfer the money to me? Zhang Menjing, they only gave me 3 days, and today is the last day. Zhang Menjing, after tonight, they will. They will. Crying emoji after sending the message, Zhang Menjing held her breath, staring intently at the notifications on her phone. If the Liang Cheng old dream in front of her was unwilling to help her, she would truly be finished. She had heard that the Platinum Han Entertainment Club was a paradise for men but a nightmare for women. They would not let you go until they had drained every bit of your value. They said that working there for a month would be enough. However, once you got in, getting out would be harder than ascending to heaven. Just the thought of facing a group of men every day made Zhang Menjing feel like she wanted to die. But she couldn't bring herself to make a decision. The Liang Cheng old dream in front of her was her last lifeline. Zhang Menjing soon saw the message from the man, but to her surprise, it was not a transfer notification. Instead, it was the simplest of texts. Liang Cheng old dream, it's okay, Menjing, with me around, no one dares to touch you. Liang Cheng old dream, just do what you need to do today, stay grounded, and I'll help you sort it out. Liang Cheng old dream, just, he. After everything is settled, don't forget what you said. Zhang Menjing was taken aback. She then remembered what she had said earlier. She had promised that as long as the man could help her avoid this calamity, she was willing to dedicate the rest of her life to him. Zhang Menjing bit her lip, finally seeming to make a decision. After all, losing herself to one man was better than facing so many men every day. Okay, Zhang Menjing replied. After receiving Zhang Menjing's affirmative response, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He directly went into the wealthy group and added that Mr. Hong is a friend. This was the same man who had repeatedly invited him to their Platinum Han Entertainment Club. Jiang Chen planned to add him and then mention him in the group. To his surprise, the other party accepted the request immediately. On the other end, the boss Hong Yuanshan was overjoyed to see Jiang Chen's friend request. Hong Yuanshan, oh, it seems that President Jiang has come to a decision. Hong Yuanshan, so, what type do you like, little brother? Just tell me. I'll make sure to arrange it clearly for you. After all, Jiang Chen had just made a move worth 75 million. Luxury cars and villas were all taken care of in one go. What do men make money for, if not for cars, houses, and women? His earlier introductions in the group were for nothing else, just to get this sign out first. I believe any man would be tempted. Even if they don't act now, they will eventually. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to contact him so quickly. Jiang Chen's capabilities, he had just witnessed. Moreover, according to Zhao Defa, he is only about 25 or 26 years old. It's the age of being as fierce as a wolf or tiger. If he can be served well, he is definitely a client with the most potential. Perhaps with this person, I can make my Platinum Han Entertainment Club the #1 entertainment venue in Jiangcheng. Therefore, Hong Yuanshan showed Jiang Chen an extraordinary enthusiasm. Jiang Chen saw the message from Hong Yuanshan and felt his face flush, but he quickly pulled his thoughts back. Jiang Chen, Mr. Hong, I didn't come to you for this matter. Jiang Chen, actually, I have a friend named Inger who has been threatened by someone called Big Head, saying they would send her to your Platinum Han to work as a prostitute. Jiang Chen, I want to inquire about who this Big Head is. Hong Yuanshan's expression changed instantly upon seeing the message. He didn't have any impression of this Big Head, but since Jiang Chen mentioned it, it must be true. It should be one of his subordinates. Although the other party was inquiring, it was obviously coming to him for accountability. This was already giving him face. After all, to take out someone worth over 70 million, dealing with a small Big Head should be as easy as squashing an ant. This was a step down for him. Hong Yuanshan was instantly furious. Damn it, which bastard had the guts to provoke Jiang Chen's friend? Hong Yuanshan, Mr. Jiang, I don't know this Big Head. Hong Yuanshan, but please rest assured, I will have my subordinates investigate immediately and guarantee you a satisfactory answer. Saying this, Hong Yuanshan quickly dialed a number. Along, help me find out who is called Big Head. I want to see him within half an hour. Hong Yuanshan said in a grim voice. Yes, boss. As soon as Hong Yuanshan gave the order, the club was in an uproar. Coincidentally, Big Head was at the club, currently playing with 2 actresses. 10 minutes later, he was bewilderedly dragged to a deep corner of the club. You should know, at his level, he had never had the qualification to enter before. Boss, the person has been brought. Turns out he is under a bow. Along reported to Hong Yuanshan. Hong Yuanshan looked at the man, who was only wearing big shorts and covered in lipstick marks from women. He was now kneeling on the ground, trembling. It was obvious that this guy had just been pulled out from a woman's nest. Hong Yuanshan's anger surged up. Damn it! You caused such a big mess, and you're still having a good time? First, give this kid a beating, Hong Yuanshan said coldly. Soon, several subordinates came up and beat Big Head until he was crying for mercy. After a while, Hong Yuanshan finally waved his hand, stopping his subordinates' actions. Then he took a video for Jiang Chen. Hong Yuanshan, 8-second video. Hong Yuanshan, Mr. Jiang, I have found the person. You can tell me how you want to deal with him. As soon as this was said, all the subordinates were shocked. Damn! What kind of person did this Big Head provoke? The boss was so respectful, and you dared to mess with him. You really must be tired of living. Jiang Chen looked at the video, where a bare-chested man was being beaten, his face swollen and bruised. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Hong Yuanshan to be so heavy-handed. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. After all, he wasn't very familiar with President Hong yet. Moreover, the man had already been beaten to such a state, so there was no need to deal with him further. As long as the problem was resolved, that was enough. So, Jiang Chen quickly sent a message to Hong Yuanshan. Jiang Chen, President Hong, you misunderstood me. My brother has no intention of seeking revenge. Jiang Chen, I just hope that this big-headed brother will stop harassing my friend. It's that simple. Jiang Chen, oh. And also, my friend said she has some private photos in the hands of this big-headed brother. Hong Yuanshan, brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. I know what to do. I will definitely handle this matter clearly for you. Hong Yuanshan was afraid that Jiang Chen would be furious and demand the big-headed man's life. What he had just done was both unintentional and intentional, beating the big-headed man to that extent. It was a deliberate act to vent Jiang Chen's anger. It was meant to keep Jiang Chen from speaking out. The other party wanted to deal with me, right? I'll take care of it myself, and then the other party won't have a reason to speak up. Sure enough, when Jiang Chen saw the big-headed man in such a miserable state, he found it hard to say anything more. A clever self-inflicted punishment. On the way the big-headed man was brought in, Hong Yuanshan also learned that the big-headed man was a capable aide. If something really happened to him, it might chill the hearts of the brothers. Thinking of this, Hong Yuanshan smiled and walked over to help the big-headed man. Meanwhile, curled up in bed, Zhang Menjing was anxiously lost in thought. She was somewhat doubtful whether this dream of Liangcheng could really help her through this calamity. But now, not believing in it seemed to leave her with no other options. She could only entrust her life and fortune entirely to this dream of Liangcheng. What she hadn't expected was that this dream of Liangcheng actually knew she was Zhang Menjing. Who on earth was this person? Could he be a pervert? Or perhaps an old lecher? But at this moment, what could she do? It seemed she could only resign herself to fate. She was destined to be nothing more than a plaything for the rich. Being played by one person was certainly better than being played by many. With this thought, Zhang Menjing had already resigned herself. Just then, Zhang Menjing's phone suddenly rang. She thought it was Dream of Liangcheng sending her good news that things had been resolved. However, when she picked up the phone, she was completely shocked. It was a video call from the big-headed man. Zhang Menjing's heart raced, filled with fear. But she dared not ignore the call. Otherwise, she would only end up in a worse situation. Big-headed brother. I am already gathering the money for you. Please give me another half a day's grace, and I will transfer it to you first thing tomorrow morning. Zhang Menjing desperately controlled her trembling voice, pleading. However, the scene on the other end of the phone was far beyond her expectations. Miss Zhang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I truly didn't know you were President Zhang's friend. I'll destroy your fruit photo right away, and I'll return the money I took before. I only ask you to tell President Zhang to let me go. Zhang Menjing saw on her phone screen a man with a bruised face, looking like a big head, kneeling on the ground, crying and pleading with her. Zhang Menjing was a bit stunned. After careful recognition, she realized that this bruised man was actually the one who had threatened her big head. Zhang Menjing? She was immediately surprised. What was going on? The infamous big head, how did he end up like this? Moreover, his attitude towards her had made a complete 180-degree turn. He even called her Miss Zhang. Big head, are you joking? I don't know any President Jiang. Zhang Menjing said tremulously. After hearing Zhang Menjing's words, Big Head thought she was unwilling to plead for him. His face instantly turned pale with fear. He kept banging his head on the ground. Miss Zhang, please don't scare me. You can't joke with me at a time like this. Otherwise, I really might get beaten to death. Zhang Menjing became more anxious, but I really don't know any President Jiang. Just then, a big shot appeared on the phone screen, exuding authority. Hello, Miss Zhang. President Jiang's full name is Jiang Chen. What? Aren't you his friend? This middle-aged man, although smiling kindly, was clearly a deep and cunning old hand. His identity was definitely not simple. Big Head was probably this big shot's subordinate. Zhang Menjing, of course, didn't know that this was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Platinum Han Entertainment Club, Hong Yuanshan. Jiang Chen? At this moment, Zhang Menjing was filled with question marks. Her mouth was agape. What does this have to do with Jiang Chen? Seeing Zhang Menjing's confused expression, the worldly wise Hong Yuanshan immediately made a judgment. It seemed this woman still didn't know President Jiang's real name. After all, someone like President Jiang, who was like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail, how could he confide in a female streamer? Miss Zhang, President Jiang's WeChat ID is Lianqing Old Dream, you must know it, right? Hong Yuanshan added. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Menjing was instantly overwhelmed by the massive amount of information. Oh my god! This man who had dealt with Big Head so thoroughly referred to Jiang Chen as President Jiang. And President Jiang's WeChat ID is Lianqing Old Dream? That means, the person who had been chatting with her on WeChat, Lianqing Old Dream, was actually Jiang Chen? Oh my god! Zhang Menjing was completely shocked. As soon as she thought of Jiang Chen, images immediately filled Zhang Menjing's mind. She recalled that night, the handsome, low-key, wealthy man, and the scene of their playful antics in the changing room. Zhang Menjing clearly remembered that although the man tried to act experienced, she knew he was actually quite inexperienced. He was awkward and naive, not yet fully developed. With just a little teasing, she had him completely enchanted. It was a pity that his girlfriend, Meng Xiaoran, was too vigilant. They had agreed to meet at KFC later, but Jiang Chen never returned. She was a bit bewildered. Later, she cleverly sent her home address to Jiang Chen through Meng Xiaoran's WeChat voice message. But to her surprise, it also vanished into thin air. The next day, when she tried to contact Meng Xiaoran, she found that the wretched girl had actually blocked her. Damn it! Just like that, she lost connection with Jiang Chen. Afterward, she even tried to find them at the mall for a chance encounter, but came up empty-handed. If Zhang Menjing had known at that time that Meng Xiaoran blocking her was Jiang Chen's doing, and that Jiang Chen and Meng Xiaoran had bought a house in the city center at Maple Forest Green City, she would have probably been so furious she would have spat blood. But at this moment, Zhang Menjing never expected that the man she had been desperately searching for, Jiang Chen, was actually the wealthy man who had given her a 2 million yuan reward during a live stream just a few days ago, Lianqing Jiomeng. Oh my god! Zhang Menjing felt her mind was racing. Recalling that day, she had been wearing a mask while live streaming. Suddenly, Lianqing Jiomeng had barged in and rewarded her 2 million just to see her face beneath the mask. Ah! Zhang Menjing instantly understood. He had recognized her then, and the reason he wanted her to take off the mask was for a final confirmation. But why did he have to toy with her like that? At that time, he had pressured her on WeChat, asking who the man was that had been fooling around with her in the changing room. Damn it! Wasn't it you? And he had accurately stated her address. Now that she thought about it, who else could it be but him? Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! You really played me for a fool. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was scrolling through Hong Yuanshan's WeChat video account. It was filled with stunning beauties, including flight attendants, celebrities, car models, and streamers, each one more unique than the last. The more he looked, the more surprised he became, because his favorite pure and innocent star Gulina was among them. Holy crap! This world is too crazy. Can money really allow one to do whatever they want? Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was pondering this, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host -5 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 Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host -5. Ding! Currently Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host is 20. Keep it up, host. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Did Hong Yuanshan mess things up? It can't be. The big guy just got beaten up like that. Is that jerk still not being honest? Jiang Chen wanted to call Hong Yuanshan to confirm again. However, unexpectedly, the next second, the phone screen displayed that Zhang Menjing was initiating a video call with him. Looking at the video call initiated by Zhang Menjing, Jiang Chen was taken aback. After all, he was not Jiang Chen at the moment, but rather Liangqing Old Dream. This was not the time to reveal his identity to this little brat. He wanted to save this moment for when they met in person. He needed to scare her a little, make her recognize his identity, and completely submit to him. Most importantly, he couldn't let this little brat threaten his relationship with Meng Xiaoran. With that thought, Jiang Chen hung up the phone directly and edited a message. Liangqing Old Dream, Inger, I'm not in a good position to take calls right now. Liangqing Old Dream, how's everything going? Is that big head still not letting you go? Zhang Menjing looked at the message from Jiang Chen, feeling both amused and exasperated. Zhang Menjing, why are you still calling me Inger? Don't you already know my name is Zhang Menjing? Pouty face, pouty face, pouty face, Jiang Chen frowned, noticing that something seemed off with Zhang Menjing. Liangqing Old Dream, oh. Menjing, how's it going? Liangqing Old Dream, is that big head still not letting you go? Liangqing Old Dream, then wait for me a moment, I'll make another call. Zhang Menjing found Zhang Chen's messages even more amusing. Zhang Menjing, it's not that the big head won't let me go, he has already destroyed my photos, and the money he extorted from me has been returned. He even bowed and apologized to me. Liangqing Old Dream? Zhang Menjing, it's someone else who won't let me go. Jiang Chen was instantly shocked. Could it be that Zhang Menjing had caught the eye of Hong Yuanshan himself? Damn! This is too outrageous. He quickly replied to Zhang Menjing's message. Liangqing Old Dream, is it Hong Yuanshan who won't let you go? Zhang Menjing, who is Hong Yuanshan? Liangqing Old Dream, the big head's boss, the behind-the-scenes owner of Platinum Han Entertainment Club. Ah! Zhang Menjing finally realized that the big shot who had just spoken to her was actually the behind-the-scenes owner of Platinum Han Entertainment Club, Hong Yuanshan. Zhang Menjing, but it's not him, it's someone called President Jiang who won't let me go. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Who the hell is President Jiang? Is he a client of Hong Yuanshan? Damn it! This is unacceptable. To steal a woman right under his nose is beyond tolerable. Liangqing Old Dream, damn it, which President Jiang? What's his name? Tell me quickly. At this point, Jiang Chen was getting a bit heated. They were bullying him now. After all the effort he put in today, was he just making a wedding dress for someone else? Damn. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen's anger vanished. Zhang Menjing, I think it's something like Jiang Chen. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Menjing was almost laughing out loud. She had planned to question Jiang Chen about why he had deceived her, but she didn't expect this man to be so amusing. When he got serious, he could even take care of himself. Who would have thought that a big shot in the underworld would be so respectful to him, yet in reality, he was such a silly fool. Jiang Chen looked at the message from Zhang Menjing, completely stunned. So that President Jiang was actually himself? Damn! What did Hong Yuanshan say to Zhang Menjing to create such a huge misunderstanding? Just when Jiang Chen was feeling extremely frustrated, the sound of the system unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding, Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host +10. 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 Ding, detected target beauty Zhang Menjing, favorability towards the host has reached 90. Ding, successfully counterattacked Zhang Menjing, reward, 7 enhancement points. Ding, detected Zhang Menjing's specialty is Master of Dance, reward for the host, Dance Mastery level 10. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Chen was even more bewildered. What's going on? Just chatting a bit, and the favorability skyrocketed? Moreover, he was currently Liangqing Old Dream, not Jiang Chen. System, did you make a mistake? Just as Jiang Chen was feeling down, Zhang Menjing sent 2 messages. Zhang Menjing, Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you've kept me in the dark for so long. Zhang Menjing, how long do you plan to tease me? Jiang Chen could tell from her words that there was a hint of a woman's grievance, even a sob in her tone. Clearly, she wasn't really angry at him. Connecting this with the fact that Zhang Menjing's favorability towards him had already reached 90, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of affection for this woman. In an instant, Jiang Chen understood everything. His disguise had been exposed. He quickly replied to Zhang Menjing with a voice message. Jiang Chen, ha ha ha, Menjing, so you knew all along. It was only then that Zhang Menjing heard the voice of Liangqing Old Dream for the first time. It was indeed Jiang Chen's voice. Hearing this man's voice, she instantly couldn't hold back anymore. She felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance and stability. All the humiliation and gloom she had endured over the past few days were washed away by the man's hearty laughter. She could no longer resist and called Jiang Chen on video. She eagerly wanted to see the man's sunny, handsome face. It felt as if she would suffocate if she couldn't see him again. As soon as the call connected, upon seeing Jiang Chen's smiling face, Jiang Menjing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. "Brother Jiang Chen, you've tricked me so badly. Woo, can you come find me right now? I really miss you so much." Jiang Menjing looked at the real Jiang Chen on her phone screen. She could no longer control her emotions. She had never imagined that she, a person like her, would so desperately want to see someone at this moment. Although this man had teased her, he was also the one who had forcefully rescued her from the abyss. Without him, she truly couldn't imagine what she would face next. Every day facing various men at Platinum Han was truly worse than death. Wasn't he her true savior? Even though he already had a girlfriend, Meng Xiaoran, but there was no other man like him in this world. As long as she could be with him, even without a title, it would be worth it. Just as Jiang Menjing was lost in thought, the continuous prompt sounds from the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Jiang Menjing's favorability towards the host +1. 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 Ding. Currently, Jiang Menjing's favorability towards the host is 95. Exceeding 90 will activate additional rewards. Reward, host enhancement points +50. Skill, dance mastery, level +5. Current host, dance mastery, level 15. The large cashback triggered on her will increase by 5 times. Jiang Chen listened to the system's prompt sounds, somewhat dazed, and opened the system panel. Ding. Host name, Jiang Chen. Age, 26. Height, 180 centimeters plus weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 21 plus, average 20. Constitution, 21 plus, average 20. Spirit, 18 plus, average 20. Agility, 21 plus, average 20. Hidden attribute, 19 plus, average 20. Status, subhealthy. Enhancement points, 62. Skills, fighting skills, level 10, silver tongue, level 10, dance mastery, level 15, system balance, 1,222,288,890 yuan. After a long while, he finally reacted from his daze. So this is how the system works. Indeed. In all these days, no woman had ever had a favorability value towards him exceeding 90. He had taken it for granted that a favorability value of 90 was the limit. But now he realized that after exceeding 90, there should be a bottleneck. If he wanted to increase the favorability further, it would be somewhat difficult. Jiang Menjing's favorability towards him had reached 93 days ago. It was only just now, when she learned of all the things he had done for her, that her long-suppressed feelings suddenly erupted like a flood. This broke through the bottleneck and reached 95. After reaching 95, his skills increased by 5 levels, enhancement points directly increased by 50, and the large cashback increased by 5 times. Wow! This is too exhilarating. This will definitely lead to financial freedom. Jiang Menjing is truly unexpected. Not only is her skill solid, but she also triggered the system's additional functions twice. Ha, it seems he should treat this woman better in the future. Brother Jiang Chen, can you hear me? Jiang Menjing looked at Jiang Chen, who was dazed and silly smiling on the phone screen, somewhat puzzled. She thought Jiang Chen couldn't hear her speaking. I just heard it now. What did you just say, Menjing? Jiang Chen was brought back to his senses by Jiang Menjing calling his name and asked her. Jiang Menjing felt all soft and mushy when Jiang Chen called her Menjing. I wanted to ask you, do you have time tonight? I really miss you? Jiang Menjing said, her face full of shyness. Even she herself couldn't understand why, having already experienced several men, she now showed a pure, girl-like shyness in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the blushing Jiang Menjing on the phone screen, quite surprised. Is this still the same little brat Jiang Menjing I saw last time? Could it be that this is the worth of a favorability score of 95? Good, very good, Menjing, I'm afraid tonight won't work. How about tomorrow? I'll come find you tomorrow, Jiang Chen said. Actually, it would be fine to find Jiang Menjing tonight. It's just that, let's not forget, there's still a Li Mena sleeping in the bedroom. After all, Li Mena is the girl the system locked onto today, and I haven't fully taken advantage of that yet. Moreover, looking at this situation, it seems Jiang Menjing has already been completely conquered by me. So why rush it? Well, okay. Jiang Menjing pouted, feeling wronged. She knew that although she really wanted to see Jiang Chen, he still had Meng Xiaoran, and he loved her very much. How could he just drop Meng Xiaoran and come find her? Forget it, tomorrow is tomorrow. The fact that he agreed to meet her is already quite good. Before this, she had tried to use tricks to take Jiang Chen away from Meng Xiaoran. But after today's events, Zhang Menjing no longer dared to have such thoughts. How could someone like Jiang, the boss behind the Platinum Han Entertainment Club, be someone I could handle? Besides, she had told him that if he could help her settle today's matter, she would be his from now on. All Zhang Menjing could do now was to recognize her position and hope for tomorrow, using her best skills to make Jiang Chen satisfied with her abilities. If he could come see her a few more times each month, that would be enough. By the way, Menjing, are you still living over by Baiziwan? Jiang Chen continued to ask Zhang Menjing. Yes. Brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to remember. Zhang Menjing felt delighted when she heard Jiang Chen directly mention her address. He really still cares about me. TSK. At that moment, she remembered something. Oh, by the way, brother Jiang Chen, there's one more thing. Dai Tu and the others also know my address. Although they don't dare to bully me anymore, I'm still a bit worried. So I want to rent another place. I wonder if there's anything suitable near you. Zhang Menjing asked earnestly. Jiang Chen smiled. This Zhang Menjing really loves to use her little brains. What she said earlier was quite reasonable and touching. Who would have thought that her tone would shift and it would feel off? After all, isn't it just that she wants to live near me for convenience? TSK. However, this is exactly what I want. After all, Baiziwan is in the south of Jiang City, quite a distance from here. It is indeed troublesome to go there. Unlike the city center, which is convenient. Living nearby would be different. Whenever I want to go, I could just go downstairs for a stroll. Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly popped into Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. How about this? Menjing, I have a place at Dashan Huafu, right across from Jiangcheng Academy of Fine Arts. I don't know if you'd be willing to move over here? Jiang Chen said. Zhang Menjing's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. Although she didn't know Dashan Huafu, she was familiar with Jiangcheng Academy of Fine Arts. It was located between the 2nd and 3rd Ring Roads. It was only 3 or 4 kilometers from her dance troupe, just a short ride on her little electric scooter. She wouldn't have to squeeze onto the subway every day anymore. She would have more time to relax and stream. Plus, it was closer to that man. Most importantly, she wouldn't have to pay rent anymore. Oh my god. Such good fortune exists in the world. It seems she really chose the right person. I'm willing. Zhang Menjing said excitedly. Alright, then I'll send you the location. It's in Building 88, Room 3201 at Dashan Huafu. Jiang Chen smiled and sent the location to Zhang Menjing. Jiang Chen Gij. I want to move over tomorrow, is that okay? Zhang Menjing looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. Of course, that will be your place from now on. You can move whenever you want. Jiang Chen waved his hand grandly. Really? Jiang Chen Gij, then I'll start packing now. I'll move over tomorrow. You can just come find me there then. Zhang Menjing said excitedly. At that moment, she couldn't wait to imagine herself and Jiang Chen in their new home, in their little world together. Jiang Chen looked at the elated Zhang Menjing and smiled to himself. Ha. Today it's Li Meina, tomorrow it's Zhang Menjing. TSK. This is just too enjoyable. A seamless transition. And most importantly, being in the same community means he wouldn't even have to leave the complex. One in Building 68, the other in Building 88, just a short walk downstairs to visit. This was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Alright then, Menjing, you go ahead and pack. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Jiang Chen said, looking at Zhang Menjing with fondness. Previously, he had only seen Zhang Menjing as a good outlet for his frustrations. But now that he was more familiar with her, he found her quite adorable, with a charming feminine side. Okay, Jiang Chen Gij, you must remember to come find me tomorrow. Zhang Menjing said eagerly. She was already impatient to be in the new house, in their little world with the man in front of her. After hanging up, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. It seems that having some connections is quite beneficial. Not a penny spent, and with just one call, he had made a big impact. And it had directly boosted Zhang Menjing's affection for him, unlocking more features in the system. The substantial cashback, enhancement points, and special skills. How could a mere few million compare to that? Thinking back, if he had accepted Zhao Defa's 5 million at that time, he wouldn't have had the chance to meet so many important people. If he couldn't make those connections, no matter how much money was spent today, it would be of no use. He would have to helplessly watch Zhang Menjing be sold off. So, some money should be saved, while some money simply cannot be saved. With that thought, Jiang Chen sent a voice message to Hong Yuanshan. Jiang Chen, President Hong, I'm sorry for the trouble today. Jiang Chen, transferring 5 million, Jiang Chen, this is a small token of appreciation from a brother, please don't refuse, President Hong. At this moment, Hong Yuanshan was waiting for Jiang Chen's reply. He knew that the female streamer must be chatting with President Jiang, so he kept waiting and didn't dare to interrupt. It was only now that Hong Yuanshan saw the message Jiang Chen sent. After listening to Jiang Chen's voice message, Hong Yuanshan was even more captivated by Jiang Chen's charisma. Hong Yuanshan, ah, little brother, what are you doing? Hong Yuanshan, you're really making me feel overwhelmed. Hong Yuanshan, today's matter is all my fault for not being strict enough, how can I still accept your money? Hong Yuanshan, I'll return the money to you right away. Jiang Chen, no. Older brother, that's not how it should be. Jiang Chen, actually, brother Data didn't do anything wrong. He didn't know at the time that Inger is your friend. Jiang Chen, this money should be considered as brother Datu's medical expenses. Jiang Chen thought, what did Data want when he brought Jiang Menjing to the club? Isn't it just for money? I just casually said a word and got the person over. Hong Yuanshan must have incurred some losses. If I don't show any gesture, that would really be inconsiderate. Moreover, although Datu is a minor character in front of Hong Yuanshan in real life, reaching such a level is definitely not easy for a thug. He also shouldn't be provoked. I'll just give the 5 million I prepared for Jiang Menjing directly to them. This way, I repay Hong Yuanshan's favor without having to think about how to return it in the future, and I won't offend Datu. Killing two birds with one stone. TSK. Things didn't go as Jiang Chen expected. After seeing the message from Jiang Chen, Hong Yuanshan was completely charmed by Jiang Chen's charisma. President Jiang is indeed a person of principle. It seems I've made the right choice in befriending President Jiang. Hong Yuanshan, haha, alright then. Hong Yuanshan, since little brother has said so, if I don't accept it, I'd be unreasonable. Hong Yuanshan, okay, then I'll accept it on behalf of brother Datu. Hong Yuanshan, by the way, little brother, when do you have time to come to our club for a visit? Let me treat you as a host. Jiang Chen, haha, next time for sure. Jiang Chen ended the conversation with a smile. Unfortunately, the system only recognizes women and not men. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have seen that on the other end of the line, Hong Yuanshan and Datu's favorability towards him was skyrocketing. At this moment, Datu was crouched by Hong Yuanshan's feet, clearly hearing the words Jiang Chen sent. Damn! Getting beaten up could earn me 5 million in medical expenses? This money is too damn easy to make. President Jiang, please hit me again. Moa. Brother Datu, you've suffered. At this moment, Hong Yuanshan finally stood up with a smile and helped Datu, who was half kneeling. Someone, quickly call my private doctor over to take care of brother Datu's wounds. Hong Yuanshan shouted towards the door. Datu was overjoyed, thank you, boss, The next second, he realized. Damn it. 5 million, and you don't plan to give me a single cent. Boo-hoo. After handling everything, Jiang Chen was in a great mood. He happily went to the bathroom to take a shower. Today has been incredibly fruitful. I joined a wealthy group and connected with resources and networks. Then I completely won over Jiang Menjing, that little vixen. Jiang Menjing and Li Mena are two completely different types of women, with different focuses in their skills. By a stroke of luck, I arranged for them to be in the same neighborhood. This move was definitely the right one. With these two women, I don't even have to take responsibility. From a certain perspective, it feels even more fresh and exciting. Moreover, Building 68 is just a short walk from Building 88. I could easily manage 2 rounds a day without any problem. Worried about my body not being able to handle it? Haha, not a chance. Just now, after Jiang Menjing's favorability reached 95, the system unexpectedly rewarded me with an additional 50 enhancement points. Wow! Even if I only do it 5 times a day, that's enough for 10 days. And the most important thing is, if the enhancement points reach 95, there will be extra rewards. So, the favorability values that have already reached the critical point, like Xia Yali, Meng Xiaoran, Bai Jia, Li Xian, Sun Rui, and Li Mena, can naturally also receive rewards. As long as I think a little and put in some effort, I can definitely achieve it. Hee. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open. A cool breeze blew in from outside. Jiang Chen quickly turned around to look at the door. It was Li Mena, who had just fully revived, peeking in with a playful expression. She smiled at Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, I want to use the bathroom, can I come in? Jiang Chen smiled broadly, of course you can. Hee. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Chen finally finished washing up. Well, He had originally planned to have Li Mena take him to the cafeteria at the Art Academy for a meal and to get familiar with the school environment. This would make it easier for him to hunt later. But now, he had been busy until late at night. The cafeteria had long since closed. After this, Jiang Chen was so hungry he felt like his front was sticking to his back. The spicy hot pot that Li Mena ordered in the morning had long been digested. Fortunately, there were 2 Shikima snacks in Li Mena's bag to tide him over. After waiting for Li Mena to finish her light makeup, the two were ready to head out for food. After all, even a strong body needs to eat. However, Jiang Chen found it strange that Li Mena, who had eaten so little in the morning, didn't seem very hungry. Humph, she must have eaten secretly, Jiang Chen thought indignantly. Luckily, there was a large shopping mall nearby, less than a kilometer away. After exiting the neighborhood gate and crossing a traffic light, they arrived. The two walked into the mall without any hesitation, heading straight to the 4th floor where the dining area was. They finally settled on a hot pot and barbecue buffet Zhishaoguan, at 99 per person. Originally, Jiang Chen wasn't short on money, and eating something more expensive wouldn't be a problem. But who could blame him for being so hungry? Besides, he wasn't the type to be too picky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have finished the spicy hot pot and thrown a bag of instant noodles in as well. It really proves that saying, save where you can, spend where you should. After being hungry all day, nothing feels better than going for an all-you-can-eat barbecue or hot pot. In the restaurant, fresh tripe was neatly arranged, available in unlimited supply, along with a variety of fresh seafood, including octopus, black mussels, red shrimp, and more. Steaks, beef chuck, pork belly, and all kinds of meats were there for the taking. The two also grabbed some sushi, cold dishes, and cooked delicacies, filling the table to the brim. Watermelon, peaches, grapes, mangoes, cantaloupe. Seasonal fruits were also available in unlimited supply. The total bill for the two was 198, which meant Jiang Chen had already eaten his share back. TSK. Sitting across from him, Li Mena smiled with pure happiness. No wonder he was so impressive. It turned out his appetite was astonishing too. After the meal, the two strolled around the mall and eventually arrived at the supermarket on the B1 floor. They bought some daily necessities, food, drinks, and other items. Li Mena was in high spirits, already looking forward to living in a big house. Brother Jiang Chen, I want to cancel the lease on the house at Eujinjuan. I want to move here this weekend. Is that okay? Li Mena cautiously asked Jiang Chen. Originally, she was just an art academy student, and she rented that place purely for convenience to work part-time at a hotel. Now that she had hooked up with Jiang Chen, such a wealthy guy, why would she need to work anymore? She could just relax and take good care of Jiang Chen. So renting a place was no longer necessary. Plus, living in Jiang Chen's house across from the school meant no rent and the chance to show off in front of her classmates. She was definitely a winner in life. Later, she even planned to invite her girlfriends over to her luxurious home for a gathering. She wanted them to see how handsome and wealthy her boyfriend was, dazzling them with his charm. TSK. Of course, she wouldn't invite the prettiest one, XXX, to avoid any threats to herself from Jiang Chen's attention. He. Jiang Chen looked at Li Mena's harmless demeanor and chuckled inwardly. To be honest, when he brought Li Mena here today, he was only thinking about having a private place for the two of them to get close. He hadn't considered letting Li Mena live in his house long term. But after spending the whole day together, he had already established an extraordinary relationship with her. Moreover, Li Mena's affection for him had now reached 90. He had already made nearly 300 million from her. So what did a 10 million house matter? If she wanted to live there, then let her. After all, he had so much money now that buying more properties was no problem at all. So Jiang Chen smiled slightly and agreed to Li Mena. Li Mena immediately beamed with joy. Brother Jiang Chen, that's amazing. I really love you. Li Mena excitedly hugged Jiang Chen. Ding! At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +1. Li Mena's favorability towards the host +1. Ding! Currently, Li Mena's favorability towards the host is 92. Exceeding 90 will activate additional rewards. Reward, 20 enhancement points for the host. Current enhancement points, 82. Skill Silver Tongue level +2. Current host Silver Tongue, level 12. The large cashback triggered on her will be doubled. Jiang Chen listened to the system's prompt and was completely shocked. Wow! He never expected Li Mena's favorability towards him to break through the 90 barrier. It reached 92. It seems he underestimated Li Mena's potential. Tonight, he was originally only going to earn 600 million, but now it's doubled, directly earning 1.2 billion. TSK. It looks like tonight will be another fierce battle. He. "Brother Jiang Chen, we have no classes tomorrow afternoon. I want. After moving, to invite a few of my dorm sisters over, tidy up the house, and decorate a bit. Then we can have a meal at home to celebrate the housewarming. What do you think?" Li Meina asked Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "Of course, that's fine. From now on, that will be your home, you can invite whoever you want. But, Nana, I have some things to do tomorrow, so I can't accompany you guys," Jiang Chen said, gently stroking Li Meina's cheek, a hint of apology in his voice. "It's okay, brother Jiang Chen, you do your thing," Li Meina hurriedly replied. After all, the man in front of her was worth billions. How could he always have time to accompany her? Moreover, she wanted to show off a bit tomorrow, to make those sisters see her in a new light. If brother Jiang Chen saw her as a vain girl, it would backfire. Besides, those dorm sisters were all somewhat attractive. If they took a liking to her brother Jiang Chen, she would end up losing out. It's better that brother Jiang Chen isn't around, Li Meina thought. After finishing shopping at the supermarket, Jiang Chen and Li Meina walked back together, carrying a large bag of food and drinks. Originally, with Jiang Chen's current strength and physique, carrying it alone wouldn't be a hassle. However, Li Meina insisted on carrying it together, saying it was more romantic. Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly and comply. It seems that even a materialistic girl like Li Meina is just a little girl in front of the one she loves. He. The two quickly approached the entrance of the community. Just then, Jiang Chen vaguely noticed something unusual. He saw a black van parked not far from the entrance, in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. From the rolled-down window, it was clear that the inside was shrouded in mist. It could be inferred that there were definitely quite a few people inside. As Jiang Chen was about to get closer, the driver gave him a meaningful glance. Then he extinguished his cigarette, spat, and finally rolled up the window. Jiang Chen instantly became alert. "By the way, Nana, did we forget to buy drinks? Can you go over to that convenience bee and get me a bottle?" Jiang Chen said calmly to Li Meina. Li Meina looked a bit puzzled. "Brother Jiang Chen, didn't we buy a whole case of Wanlaoji? You picked it out yourself." Jiang Chen replied, I suddenly don't want to drink that anymore. Can you help me buy a bottle of Red Bull instead?" "Alright, brother Jiang Chen, just wait for me here for a moment, I'll go get it for you." Li Meina didn't think twice and skipped away. She was completely obedient to Jiang Chen's requests. Not far from where Li Meina had just left, the door of a van was suddenly flung open. 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. 8 thugs jumped out of the small van, all wielding steel pipes. They swaggered menacingly towards Jiang Chen. The leader, still with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, tossed it to the ground and stomped it out upon seeing Jiang Chen. "So you're the one called Jiang Chen?" the thug leader said with a fierce expression. However, Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen asked. Ha, kid, you don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that someone paid us to deal with you. So you better stop pretending to be tough. Got it? The thug leader sneered. Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. Damn! Just for pretending to be tough, he was going to get beaten up? This guy was really lacking in class. Why not just go to heaven? Besides, he was always forced to act tough by circumstances. He had never pretended without reason. Jiang Chen tried hard to recall if he had offended anyone recently, but at that moment, he just couldn't remember who he had provoked. While Jiang Chen was puzzled, the thug leader gave a command, and 2 thugs charged forward. Without saying a word, they swung their steel pipes at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen skillfully dodged them. At the same time, he threw a punch that landed on one thug's side and kicked another in the lower back. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. He suddenly realized that his improvements seemed to be more than just in physique and strength. He had also gained the skill, Mastery of Combat Level 10, after successfully countering Sun Rui. Wow! He didn't expect Mastery of Combat Level 10 to be this impressive. Before he could react, his body instinctively countered while dodging. Damn! He's actually a master. The thug leader was taken aback. Brothers, let's all go together. The thug leader commanded. The 8 thugs with steel pipes surrounded Jiang Chen menacingly, their weapons glinting coldly in the moonlight. Jiang Chen showed no fear. His eyes sparkled like lightning, already prepared for battle. The thugs launched their attack first, swinging their pipes like a rainstorm. Jiang Chen dodged and weaved, skillfully evading their strikes. But the problem was that there were too many of them, and they were armed. Jiang Chen could only dodge, unable to fight back, because attacking one person would leave an opening, and he might take a few hits. Just as Jiang Chen was exhausted from evading, one of the thugs seized the opportunity to sneak attack, striking him on the ankle with a club. Jiang Chen immediately lost his footing, and several people rushed in, hitting him on the shoulder and back with 5 or 6 blows. Then he was pinned down by a few of them. The leading thug finally smiled in satisfaction. "Good kid, you've got some skills." He then waved his hand towards the other side of the street. The next moment, a Porsche 911 across the street roared to life, executing a graceful U-turn. It stopped behind the van. Then, the car door opened. A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the car, exuding an air of arrogance. As Jiang Chen clearly saw the man's face, his defenses instantly crumbled. Damn it! The person getting out of the car was none other than the scoundrel Su Qian's lover, Lin Hui. "Kid, still dare to act tough?" Lin Hui strode up to Jiang Chen, his face fierce. "You think just because you have a few houses, you can show off? How dare you stir up trouble on my turf? And dare to touch my woman? Damn it! Let me tell you, when I was ruling the underworld, you hadn't even seen a woman yet. Do you really think that knowing some of my secrets means I'll be at your mercy, trampled underfoot for life? Ha ha, you're too naive." At this moment, Lin Hui was slapping Jiang Chen's face, gritting his teeth, as if he wanted to vent all the anger he had suffered that morning. However, Jiang Chen, who was subdued by the thugs, reacted in a way that greatly surprised Lin Hui. "That Porsche 911, is it your car?" Jiang Chen coldly asked, looking at the vehicle. At that moment, he resembled a beast ready to pounce. "Lin Hui?" Lin Hui was momentarily stunned, and the thugs were also bewildered. This kid, damn it, is he out of his mind? Even in this situation, he's concerned about someone else's car. Ha 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 ha, the crowd burst into laughter. Damn it, this kid must have been hit in the head. How can he still care about someone else's car at a time like this? Exactly. It was Lin Hui who first stopped laughing. "It's mine, so what? You think flattering my car will make me let you go? Humph, you really think too much. Let me tell you, even if you break your head today, I won't let you off." Lin Hui's words carried a chilling menace that sent shivers down one's spine. However, Jiang Chen showed no sign of fear. We don't seem to have such a deep grudge, do we?" Jiang Chen asked calmly. Seeing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Lin Hui's defenses crumbled instantly. "Damn it, what did you do to me that you forgot so quickly? Then let me help you remember. At the mall that time, you treated me like a dog. I got bitten on the butt by that woman while trying to snatch your Hermes bag, and it still hurts. This is fine, knowing a bit of my secrets. You mock me for buying lubricant. Damn it, do I need your reminder? Damn. Have you considered my feelings when you make others pay in your joke?" Lin Hui said, gritting his teeth in anger. "Moreover, today you made me lose face, and Shanshan won't talk to me anymore. Humph, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll really think that someone with the surname Lin is a soft persimmon." After saying this, Lin Hui stood up and took a few steps back. "Brother Mouth, don't rush to make a move just yet. Help me strip this kid of his clothes first. I want him to trend on social media tomorrow. Let him know what shame is. Then we'll deal with him," Lin Hui said with a sinister smile to the leading thug. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, all the thugs burst into laughter. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, decided to stop pretending. "System, give me 20 points in strength, 20 points in constitution, 20 points in agility." Ding! Enhancement successful. Current enhancement points, 82, remaining after enhancement, 22, host name, Jiang Chen. Age, 26 height, 180 centimeters plus weight, 70 kilograms strength, 41 plus, average 20, constitution, 41 plus, average 20, spirit, 18 plus, average 20, agility, 41 plus, average 20, hidden attribute, 19 plus, average 20, status, subhealthy. Enhancement points, 22. Skills, fighting skills, level 10, sharp tongue, level 12, dance mastery, level 15, system balance, 2,622,288,890 yuan. In the next second, Jiang Chen felt a strange surge of heat suddenly flowing within him. At first, the heat was just a faint sensation, but in an instant, it surged like a roaring river. Jiang Chen felt as if there was a volcano about to erupt inside him, endless power rolling and roaring within. Like a wild beast breaking free, it erupted from every cell in his body. His muscles tightened, as hard as forged steel. The four thugs pressing down on Jiang Chen were the first to notice something was off. They still wanted to hold him down and strip him of his clothes. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen stood up straight, directly bearing the weight of 4 people. Then, with a bang, an invisible force erupted from Jiang Chen's body, sending the few of them flying. Jiang Chen's sudden burst of power scared the thugs so much that they nearly wet themselves. At that moment, he was like a 5-layered bloodthirsty Noxus hand. One person's bloodthirst, the whole family ascends, standing there like a war god. At this time, the sneaky old six made his move again. He swung a steel pipe towards the back of Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen heard the rush of wind but deliberately did not dodge. Crotch! The metallic echo of the impact rang out. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. With a swift move, Lao Lu swung his steel pipe, which bent upon impact. Yet, Jiang Chen was unscathed. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and slowly turned to look at Lao Lu. Lao Lu was so frightened he nearly wet himself. He wanted to retreat behind others, preparing for a sneak attack next time. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of giving him that chance. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen kicked out, and Lao Lu was sent flying 5 meters away. That was still Jiang Chen holding back, using only 20% of his strength. Otherwise, he feared he might actually kick the kid to death. Jiang Chen's kick was fast, accurate, and fierce, leaving the onlooking thugs dumbstruck. "Stop dawdling, let's all go together," Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Just now, he had deliberately taken Lao Lu's hit to test the limits of his body. As expected, the steel pipe hitting him felt like foam, shattering upon contact. Now, he was no longer afraid of them swarming him. The thugs had been in the game for many years, and although they were surprised by Jiang Chen's prowess, they couldn't withstand his provocation. "Damn it, kill him," the thug leader shouted, already losing his cool. In the next moment, steel pipes rained down from all directions. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to dodge. He charged forward like a heavy tank, trampling over the crowd. He moved without pause, darting left and right, each strike infused with tremendous power. His fists were like iron, crashing into the thugs and producing dull thuds. The thugs were knocked around, their steel pipes as fragile as foam. Soon, they were howling in pain, sprawled all over the ground. The thug leader was stunned, his eyes wide, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The cigarette in his mouth burned his lips, yet he remained oblivious. Lin Hui, who was recording with his phone, was also dumbfounded, frozen in place. Jiang Chen slowly walked over to Lin Hui. "Open the air delivery. Send me the video you just recorded," Jiang Chen said, looking at the iPhone 12 in Lin Hui's hand. Lin Hui stammered, yes, yes, yes. Then, Jiang Chen, as if no one else was around, began watching the scene of him taking on 8 opponents, smiling with satisfaction. "You just said that Porsche 911 is yours, right?" Jiang Chen asked, still focused on the video, not even glancing at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, dazed, nodded. "Show me a middle finger," Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Lin Hui couldn't believe his ears. But looking at Jiang Chen's stern face, he dared not disobey. Reluctantly, he raised his middle finger. In the next moment, hiss-ah! Lin Hui cried out in pain, his ugly face contorted. His middle finger had been brutally bent back. The surrounding thugs were terrified. "Damn! This guy is like a living king of hell. Today was truly a day of bad luck, getting involved with such a plague." "Get back!" Jiang Chen said coldly. Lin Hui looked at the stern man in front of him, fear etched on his face, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He didn't dare to speak again. Deep down, he had always thought that Su Qian's ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen was just a poor loser with no skills, as she had described. Even if he had won the lottery and bought a few houses, he could never escape his cowardly nature. That's why he dared to bring people to deal with this kid today. But he never expected he was wrong, completely wrong. It turned out this kid was just pretending. He hadn't won the lottery at all. Perhaps. He was originally a wealthy young master, and now he was just returning to his true self. Remember, when driving in the future, don't give people the middle finger. Otherwise, if I catch you next time, it won't be as simple as just a broken finger. Do you understand? Jiang Chen said sternly. I understand. Lin Hui knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly. Jiang Chen's anger was somewhat alleviated. Damn it! Su Qian was originally my girlfriend, and you stole her away. I haven't even settled the score with you. I just mocked you a couple of times, and you're holding a grudge? And, about your pathetic little business, you want me to promote it for you? Humph, who do you think you are? If you're not embarrassed, I'm still worried about dirtying my mouth. Jiang Chen unleashed a barrage at Lin Hui. In fact, what Lin Hui had done today deserved to be beaten to a pulp. But Jiang Chen thought that if he really beat him up, it might cause more trouble. He was busy making money and chasing women, and didn't have time to play with him. It was enough to make things clear. At this moment, Lin Hui, kneeling on the ground, felt 1,000 points of damage. He had always thought Jiang Chen was targeting him, but listening to Jiang Chen's words, it seemed he didn't take him seriously at all. Thinking back, in their 2 encounters, it seemed he was the one who had provoked Jiang Chen each time. Jiang Chen had never actively sought trouble with him. Lin Hui was left speechless by Jiang Chen's words. Trembling, he didn't dare to look up at Jiang Chen. He had less money, less strength, was older, and less handsome. His ambitions were smaller too. He was completely defeated in every aspect. An overwhelming sense of frustration surged in Lin Hui's heart. Open the WeChat payment code. At this moment, Jiang Chen continued to speak to Lin Hui. Lin Hui? Although Lin Hui was a bit confused, he didn't dare to disobey. Beep, WeChat payment of 100,000 yuan. Lin Hui looked at the 100,000 yuan that had just arrived in his phone, feeling even more terrified. Giving him 100,000 for no reason, was this to continue dealing with him? That dent was made by me. Take the money and fix the dent on the car door. Jiang Chen pointed at the deep dent on Lin Hui's Porsche and said casually. Ah? Lin Hui's mouth dropped wide open, completely shocked. He felt his brain was a bit slow. After a long time, he finally understood. No wonder he had given him the middle finger. It turned out the person he almost crashed into today was him? Holy crap, he had even given him the middle finger. Damn, today was truly the worst luck ever. Damn it, Qian Qian misled me. Such a person with a clear sense of right and wrong. How could she control him, calling him a poor loser and a good-for-nothing? She completely underestimated this kid, and today she suffered a huge loss. At this moment, Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to Lin Hui and stood up to walk towards the gang leader. The gang leader, Zue Gu, was in a panic. Seeing his little brothers sprawled all over the ground, he recalled how Jiang Chen had calmly broken Lin Hui's middle finger just moments ago. With such ruthlessness, how could he dare to provoke him? But after all, he was in the underworld. If he begged for mercy, how would he survive in this line of work in the future? Kid, do you dare to let me call for backup? Zue Gu deliberately provoked Jiang Chen. Sure, I'll be waiting right here. Jiang Chen replied indifferently. Jiang Chen thought, after beating these few thugs like this, how could they possibly let it go? Better to settle it tonight and avoid future troubles. Zue Gu quickly dialed a number. Hello, De2, where are you? Zue Gu asked. I'm at the club. What's up? Came the reply from the other end. Ah, De2, I have a bit of trouble here, can you come and help? How many people are on the other side? One. Yes, just one. Xiao Zue, are you fucking kidding me at this late hour? The voice on the other end cursed. De2, I'm really not joking. Xiao Zue was almost in tears. One person had taken down his entire group. No one would believe it if he said it. What's his name? The voice on the other end asked skeptically. I think it's Jiang. How? Ah. At that moment, De2 had just finished bandaging his wounds and returned to his suite. Still in high spirits, he was playing around with two female models. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, De2's expression changed instantly. He was so scared that he wilted. The next second, De2 exploded in anger. Xiao Zue, you better not involve me in this. Xiao Zue was a bit dazed by De2's scolding. He feared nothing and valued loyalty above all, so what was going on with him today? De2, actually this kid isn't that tough. If we call more people and bring some weapons, this kid will definitely be no match for us. Xiao Zui thought De2 was just scared out of his wits. Stupid idiot, I really don't know what the hell is going on in that head of yours. Do you know who Jiang is? You still dare to bring weapons to deal with Zhang? De2 cursed loudly. Who is he? Xiao Zui was even more confused by De2's scolding. De2 was the toughest person he knew in his life, with the most brothers under him. For De2 to be scared out of his wits by someone called Zhang, he really couldn't figure out who this Jiang Chen could be. Let me tell you, Jiang is our boss, a business partner. The boss treats him like a brother, so you tell me, who is he? De2 said, exasperated. He certainly couldn't tell Xiao Zui that he had accidentally offended Zhang's girlfriend and got beaten into a pulp. Jiang Chen's 5 million in medical expenses was actually withheld by the boss. He still felt somewhat dissatisfied with the boss, but he truly held a deep-seated respect for Jiang Chen. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Zui was completely stunned by De2's words. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Chen in front of him. He couldn't fathom how Jiang Chen could be someone who was on such friendly terms with the boss. No wonder he was so formidable. Damn! How did he get involved with someone like this because of that Lin? Wouldn't it have been better to just enjoy the women at the club? Are you even capable of this? Can you bring someone over? Jiang Chen, who was waiting nearby, was getting a bit impatient. This so-called Zuegu was taking too long to make a call. He was really losing his patience. Xiao Zui's face was already pale with fear. The next moment, thud. Xiao Zui unexpectedly knelt down before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to be bringing someone over? He was ready to deal with everything and go home for a good sleep. Why was he suddenly kneeling? Jiang, Mr. Jiang, we were wrong, we didn't recognize the great mountain. We really didn't know you were a friend of our boss. Please, have mercy and let us go. Xiao Zui pleaded on the ground. Jiang Chen? Who is your boss? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Xiao Zui, our boss is the owner of the Platinum Han Entertainment Club, Hong Yuanshan. As soon as he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Lin Hui, as a small-time elite in the workplace, he had been to such places before. The quality of women there was very high, but of course, the prices were extremely steep. And this Xiao Zui was someone he had met while playing at the club. He had always thought he was impressive. He believed that knowing Xiao Zui meant he had connections in the underworld. He thought he could do whatever he wanted without fear. But today he realized he was wrong, he was truly wrong. It turned out that there were always greater powers and people beyond his understanding. Xiao Zui had a superior, and that superior had a boss. And Jiang Chen directly knew the owner of Platinum Han. My God! Lin Hui's mindset completely shattered. Damn, he really had the worst luck to get involved with someone like this. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Zui, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. He finally understood that the Detu Gu Xiao Zui had been calling on the phone was actually the Detu who had just been beaten up by Hong Yuanshan to calm Jiang Chen down. Jiang Chen understood everything. Oh, I see. So you are also Brother Hong's friend? Since we're all brothers, get up. Get up. Jiang Chen changed his expression to a smile and stepped forward to help the kneeling Xiao Zui. Supported by Jiang Chen, Xiao Zui stood up in shock. Mr. Jiang, you think too highly of me. At my level, I actually have never even met the boss. I'm just a dog for the boss, the kind that doesn't even get to be on the stage. Xiao Zui self-deprecatingly said. Xiao Zui understood in his heart that although Jiang Chen's status could stand on equal footing with the boss, he was still a young man. And what do young people want? Isn't it face? If he gives it to him, wouldn't that be enough? As long as he belittles himself to elevate Jiang Chen, he surely wouldn't hold a grudge about what just happened. Who knows, he might even say a few good words about him in front of the boss. At that time, wouldn't he be soaring directly? TSK. Sure enough, Jiang Chen was quite pleased with this wave of reverse flattery. This was more effective than directly praising him. Brother Xiao Zui, you flatter me. Oh, right. How is that big-headed brother who just called you? Is he hurt? Jiang Chen suddenly asked Xiao Zui. Big head got hurt? I'm not too clear on that. Xiao Zui said, looking bewildered. He hadn't expected that Big Head, with over 20 brothers under him, could get hurt. Moreover, Big Head hadn't mentioned anything about being injured during the call. Jiang Chen sighed. Alas, today's incident is also my fault. I didn't expect President Hong to be so heavy-handed. It really didn't have to be like this. It was just a misunderstanding. Once it's cleared up, it's fine. Alas, Brother Zui, please send my regards to Big Head. I'll go see him when I have time next. Jiang Chen said with great indifference. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zui was utterly shocked. What the hell? So it turns out Big Head was injured by the boss, Hong Yuanshan. And the reason for hitting him was to show Jiang Chen? What the hell? One can only imagine what kind of status Jiang Chen held in the boss's eyes. No wonder Big Head changed his expression the moment he heard Jiang Chen's name. It turns out there was such a hidden story. I'll definitely pass it on, definitely. Xiao Zui nodded and bowed repeatedly. So, Jiang Zong, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave today. Xiao Zui said submissively. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the gangsters felt as if they had regained their lives. They hurriedly got up and stumbled towards the van. Bang! The door was yanked open, and several of them rushed into the vehicle like startled birds. V-room! With a stomp on the gas, the van roared to life. In an instant, it sped away like an arrow, quickly disappearing without a trace, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes. Meanwhile, Lin Hui, still kneeling on the ground and not having reacted, was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, are they rushing to reincarnate? Why are they running so fast? What am I supposed to do? Watching a group of gangsters vanish in the blink of an eye, Lin Hui was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are you all running so fast? Now that you've all left, what am I supposed to do? Lin Hui was filled with regret at this moment. He had thought that Jiang Chen, this poor loser, had just won the lottery by chance. After buying a few houses, he was acting all high and mighty. That's why he wanted to teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless, actually fighting 1 against 8. It's one thing to be strong. He had just thought that this kid had offended the underworld. This kid could fight 800, but it was of no use. He was still planning to see how the people brought by Chaozue would deal with this kid. After all, the underworld could find 100 ways to kill you. You're empty-handed, with no background, what good is being able to fight? But he never expected that this guy actually knew the boss of Platinum Han, Hong Yuanshan. Damn! Who in Jiangcheng didn't know about Hong Yuanshan's power? He had genuinely swallowed up so many forces to sit in his current position. How on earth did Jiang Chen know this guy? He really couldn't figure it out, but at this moment, he couldn't afford to think about it. All he wanted was to escape, but after kneeling for so long, his legs were a bit numb, and he had slight high blood pressure. He suddenly stood up, feeling a bit dizzy, and his legs couldn't hold him steady. Thud, he fell back down, involuntarily bowing to Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen? No need to bow anymore, just get lost. Jiang Chen glanced disdainfully at Lin Hui, who was kneeling on the ground. He turned around to look for the big bag of food and drinks he had just bought from the supermarket, left by the roadside. Leaving Lin Hui, who was kneeling on the ground, with grievances he couldn't express, feeling worse than eating 1,000 flies. Jiang Chen didn't know why, but after enhancing his physique and strength, he felt extremely thirsty. It was as if he had just returned from the Gobi Desert. It must be because the sudden increase in attributes had consumed a lot of water from his body. He was still a bit dehydrated. It seemed he needed to be more careful in the future and couldn't suddenly increase so much again. However, the situation had been too urgent just now. He really didn't dare to take it lightly. Now he realized that he didn't need to enhance his strength, physique, and agility by 20 points each. Just increasing strength and physique by 10 points would already be enough to handle 8 opponents. And once strength and physique were enhanced, agility was no longer necessary. After all, a steel rod hitting him was as fragile as foam. He didn't need to dodge with agility at all. Sigh. It was indeed a bit wasteful. But who could blame him for the urgent situation at that time? It was unavoidable. It seemed he needed to treat women better and earn some enhancements afterward. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and began to rummage through the shopping bag. Finally, he found the Wang Laoji he had just bought. He tore open the packaging. With a gentle flick of his finger, the pull tab was opened, making a crisp sound. Jiang Chen eagerly brought the can to his mouth, and a cool liquid instantly flowed into his mouth. That icy sensation felt like finding a spring in the hot desert, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in satisfaction, so damn refreshing. A small pack, a total of 6 cans of Wang Laoji, was down in one go by Jiang Chen. He wanted to rummage some more to see if there was anything else to drink. Just then, an incredibly white and delicate hand, holding a can of chilled Red Bull, was presented to Jiang Chen. He looked up and met the smiling face of Li Mena, blooming like a flower. Have you been waiting long, brother Jiang Chen? Li Mena said somewhat shyly. Seeing her brother Jiang Chen in such a state of thirst made her feel a bit guilty. But who told her to step in a pile of dog poop when she came back just now? She was afraid of ruining her image in Jiang Chen's eyes and spent a long time cleaning herself up. Only when there was no odor left did she return. I didn't wait long, the timing is just right. Jiang Chen smiled as he took the chilled Red Bull from Li Mena's hand. Ding, Li Mena's favorability towards the host +1, Li Mena's current favorability towards the host is 93, ding. Currently, Li Mena's favorability towards the host is 93, exceeding 90, which will activate additional rewards. Reward, host strengthens by 10 points, current strength points, 32, skill silver tongue level +3, current host silver tongue, level 13, the large cashback triggered on the host will increase by 3 times. Li Mena thought, brother Jiang Chen really loves me. I was gone for over 20 minutes. Not only did he not blame me at all, but he also comforted me instead. How can I find such a tolerant, mature, and charming treasure boy? Heaven is really good to me. Just then, Li Mena suddenly saw something. Brother Jiang Chen, look, isn't that the Porsche that almost hit us this morning? Li Mena exclaimed, tugging at Jiang Chen's shirt. Jiang Chen looked in the direction Li Mena was pointing. At that moment, Lin Hui's face was ashen as he slowly drove away. The blow he received today was simply too great. The events that unfolded in just over 20 minutes would take him at least 10 days to recover from. Jiang Chen recalled Lin Hui's pleading posture from earlier, and a smile crept onto his lips. Maybe so, Jiang Chen said with a nonchalant smile. He then bent down, lifting a shopping bag with one hand while placing the other on Li Mena's slender waist, walking towards the community. Li Mena still had some questions, but she quickly brushed them aside. Who cares? As long as it doesn't affect her world with brother Jiang Chen, that's all that matters. TSK. The two quickly returned home, heading straight to the point. Jiang Chen soon discovered that aside from her silver tongue, Li Meina's ability to embody different roles was astonishing. Chatting with this woman was like a mesmerizing feast. When she wore a nurse's outfit, she was the pure and gentle angel in white. The fitted cut highlighted her curvaceous figure, and her long legs exposed beneath the short skirt made it hard to look away. When she changed into a flight attendant's uniform, she exuded an elegant charm. The tailored suit perfectly outlined her figure. The slight lift of her lips, accompanied by a confident smile, made one yearn to get close to her, to conquer her. Dressed in a student outfit, she radiated youthful vitality. Her eyes were clear and bright, with a hint of playfulness and innocence, making one feel as if they had returned to their reckless youth. In a policewoman's uniform, she possessed a unique blend of authority and sensuality. Beneath this majesty lies an endless temptation, making you both in awe and eager to challenge her authority. Throughout the night, Li Meina continuously switched between various identities, chatting with Jiang Chen. This fresh and stimulating feeling equally excited Jiang Chen. It was as if, for one night, he was conversing with several women at once. Each time brought a different kind of novelty and thrill. As dawn approached, Li Meina could no longer keep up and finally called it a night. The two of them embraced and fell into a drowsy sleep. The next morning, Li Meina was awakened by the alarm clock. She looked at the man sleeping beside her and smiled happily. After a while of touching and exploring, she finally got out of bed, satisfied. However, as soon as she stood up, she realized something was off. Her legs felt incredibly weak, and her walking posture was a bit. Jiang Chen was just too amazing. The duration of his skills was long, and the cooldown time was short. She simply couldn't withstand it alone. Sigh. Li Meina sighed deeply. It seemed she needed to find a reliable girlfriend for Jiang Chen, someone he would approve of, to share the burden. Otherwise, if she had another night like this, she would definitely be done for. With that thought, Li Meina unusually found a long dress to change into. She looked in the mirror repeatedly until she couldn't see anything unusual before heading back to school for class. In the bedroom, Jiang Chen slept soundly until the sun was shining on him. He woke up with a satisfied expression. TSK. Yesterday was truly enjoyable. After increasing his physique by 20 points and his strength by 20, his combat power was terrifyingly strong. If it weren't for Li Meina saying she had class the next day, he would have wanted to continue chatting. TSK. If Jiang Chen knew that Li Meina was planning to find a reliable person to share the burden, he might have laughed out loud. Ha. System, let me see how much money I made yesterday. Ding. Host name, Jiang Chen. Age, 26. Height, 180 centimeters plus weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 41 plus, average 20. Physique, 41 plus, average 20. Spirit, 18 plus, average 20. Agility, 41 plus, average 20. Hidden attribute, 16 plus, average 20. Status, subhealthy. Enhancement points, 52. Skills, fighting skills, level 10, silver tongue, level 15, dance mastery, level 15, system balance, 24,622,288,890 yuan. Jiang Chen looked at the 4 billion lying in his balance, feeling a bit dazed. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion. Holy crap! This is 4 billion. How can I possibly spend all this? Jiang Chen sighed. Just a few days ago, he was still a penniless loser. In a first-tier city like Jiangcheng, earning over 6,000 a month still leaves you exhausted. Who would have thought that one could suddenly transform into a billionaire? TSK. Jiang Chen took a closer look at his body attributes. What the hell? After reinforcing his constitution, strength, agility, yesterday, didn't he have 32 points left? Why are there 20 more today? Looking at Silver Tongue level 15, Jiang Chen immediately understood. It seems that while he was asleep, that little vixen Li Meina increased her favorability towards him by 2 points. TSK. It looks like she has completely been tamed by him. After experiencing a man like him, he couldn't believe she would still be interested in other men? Jiang Chen stretched his back. He sat up with a roll. He reached for his fully charged phone on the bedside table. However, he was shocked when he looked at it. His WeChat messages filled the entire screen. Among them were, Little Vixen Zhang Menjing, no. 5 Li Meina, no. 4 Li Shen, no. 3 Bai Jia, no. 2 Meng Xiaoran, no. 1 Xiao Yali. All of them had sent him messages. They were all girls. Jiang Chen was somewhat stunned. What the hell is going on? Is this what it feels like for an emperor to flip through his harem every day? Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and directly replied to the messages from the women in order. Zhang Menjing, 9:20, Brother Jiang Chen, I finished packing, and I'm getting ready to move to Xianhuafu soon. Zhang Menjing, 9:21, image, Zhang Menjing, 9:21, isn't my stuff a bit too much? Shy expression, Zhang Menjing, 9:22, Brother Jiang Chen, I've already booked a moving truck, it should arrive in about half an hour. Zhang Menjing, 9:26, by the way, Brother Jiang Chen, I have a lot of stuff, it might take a while to organize once I get there, I'll let you know when I'm done. Zhang Menjing, 9:26, you must come to find me tonight. Shy expression. Jiang Chen looked at the images Zhang Menjing sent, showing her packed items over a dozen large boxes. He was somewhat incredulous. What the hell, with so much stuff, wouldn't they need a big truck to haul it? Otherwise, how could a regular vehicle manage? Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This female streamer really knows how to accumulate things. One person managed to gather so much. He could imagine that Zhang Menjing was the type who felt uneasy if she didn't open her packages for a day. Fortunately, his Xianhuafu apartment was over 140 square meters. Otherwise, fitting all this stuff would be quite a hassle. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. Who told her to be a woman with skills? Let her do as she pleases. After all, what he was infatuated with was her body and skills. It's not like he was going to live with her long term, get married, and have kids. Who cares? At worst, he'd let her mess around in the 140 square meter apartment. He could treat it as having a mistress, enjoy it, use it up, and then leave. Moreover, what she cared about was that he could support her and give her money to spend. He didn't feel any guilt towards her. Just like Li Mena, as long as he was happy, that was enough. TSK. Jiang Chen replied with a single word, good. Concise and to the point, without any unnecessary embellishments. Next, Jiang Chen opened the message from 5th Li Mena. Li Mena, 8:15, Brother Jiang Chen, I have class this morning, so I'm leaving now. Li Mena, 8:16, Brother Jiang Chen, I prepared breakfast on the table, remember to eat after you wake up. Li Mena, 9:20? Li Mena, 9:21, Brother Jiang Chen, are you awake? Confused expression, Li Mena, 9:22, Brother Jiang Chen, I want to ask you, will you be staying here tonight? Li Mena, 9:22, I want to introduce one of my girlfriends to you. P.S. This girlfriend is not ordinary. After reading Li Mena's messages, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Will you be staying here tonight? Introducing a girlfriend to you? This is too much information. Li Mena wouldn't be thinking of playing cards with 3 people, would she? A wicked smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Looking at the messages from Li Mena, his mind raced. Yesterday, Li Mena had played 5 roles by herself. He had already been, little knife pulling the butt opened his eyes. Now she wanted to add another person? This Li Mena really knows how to surprise him. TSK. But Jiang Chen quickly remembered that he had already promised Zhang Menjing to meet her tonight. Moreover, he didn't seem to be mentally prepared for a 1v2 situation. He should first go online and learn some relevant knowledge. Better to be prepared. Otherwise, he was really afraid he wouldn't know what to do, and would embarrass himself greatly. Jiang Chen, another day. Nana, I'm a bit busy today. Li Mena, who was in class, felt a wave of disappointment upon seeing Jiang Chen's message. With such wealth and fortune, it was ultimately hard for her to accept. After chatting last night, her body felt like it was falling apart, and even now her legs were still a bit weak. She had planned to find someone to share the burden. But Brother Jiang Chen seemed unwilling. As expected, he only liked her. He didn't want a third person to intervene between them. Sigh. Li Mena sighed deeply. It seemed she would have to think of other ways. With that thought, Li Mena sent a message to Jiang Chen. Li Mena, all right then. Brother Jiang Chen. Disappointed expression. Jiang Chen looked at the message from Li Mena and felt like laughing. What's up? This little girl really wants to play Do Di Zhu, huh? Sigh. As expected of a post-00s college student, her thoughts are so open. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. He sent a comforting emoji to Li Mena. Jiang Chen, petting head emoji, then he flipped to the next person's chat. On the other end of the phone, Li Mena saw the message Jiang Chen sent. She felt even worse inside. No, Jiang Chengij is so good to me, I can't let him down. Li Mena pondered deeply, considering again and again. Finally, she made a difficult decision. She thought of a very suitable candidate. If it were her, Jiang Chengij would definitely not refuse. Li Mena thought to herself. Jiang Chen had no idea about Li Mena's little schemes. He continued to scroll through WeChat. Next, Jiang Chen came across a message from No. For Li Xian. Yesterday, Li Xian, 2200 hours, Jiang Chen Gij. We have already paid off the mortgage for our house today. Li Xian, 2201, the 8 million you gave me, I paid back less than 8 million, and there's still over 2 million left. Li Xian, 2201, payment bill screenshot, Yuibo screenshot, Li Xian, 2202, Jiang Chen Gij. I put the remaining 2 million in Yuibao, and the daily earnings are over 70 yuan. Li Xian, 2202, so happy. Li Xian, 2202, in the future, I won't have to do anything, and I'll have over 70 yuan income every day. Back home, that's enough to live on. Li Xian, 2203, Jiang Chen Gij, do you know? Li Xian, 2203, my best friend Sun Rui even tried to persuade me to buy funds, saying there are a lot of earnings if I put it there. I rejected her. Li Xian, 2203, I can't easily try unknown things. Li Xian, 2204, I told her, this is the betrothal money that Jiang Chen Gij prepared for our future. Li Xian, 2204, how could I put it in such a risky place and get trapped? Li Xian, 2205, what if one day Jiang Chen Gij needs it urgently and can't withdraw it? That would be terrible, right? Li Xian, 2205, Jiang Chen Gij, don't you think what I said makes sense? Li Xian, 2215? Li Xian, 2235, Jiang Chen Gij, are you already asleep? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Confused emoji, Li Xian, 2237, oh. Right. Jiang Chen Gij, I have a roommate Li Meina, who is planning to move recently. Li Xian, 2239, I was thinking. Our big house is sitting there empty. Why do we still need to rent a place? Li Xian, 2243, I want to cancel the rented house, let Sun Rui cancel hers too, and move into our big house together, okay? Li Xian, 2245, that way, if you're often not around, I'll have a companion. Pitiful emoji, Li Xian, 805, Li Xian, 850, Jiang Chen Gij, why aren't you replying to me yet? Jiang Chen looked at the messages sent by Li Xian. A bit heartbroken. No wonder he gave his first time to the woman he loves. In everything she does, she always considers her man first. A woman like this truly deserves to be cherished. Jiang Chen hurriedly began to edit a message. Jiang Chen, Xian, I'm sorry, I was busy yesterday and didn't notice, I just saw your message now. Jiang Chen, silly girl, there's something you must remember. Jiang Chen, everything you do in the future, I fully support. You don't need to consult me at all. Jiang Chen, besides, without Sun Rui by your side, I really can't rest easy with you alone. Jiang Chen, tell Sun Rui to settle in comfortably, just like at home. Jiang Chen, I agree with you about not buying funds. Just put it in Yuibao, don't get cut like leaks. At that moment, Li Xian was already on her way to show a house to a client. But she still felt a bit anxious. It had been almost 12 hours since brother Jiang Chen last replied to her messages. Did he find her annoying, too chatty, too troublesome? Always talking about trivial matters? Or maybe he didn't want Sun Rui to disturb their little world together? But she had never lived in such a big house before. Living alone in a house of over 135 square meters. It was indeed a bit eerie without brother Jiang Chen around. Just as Li Xian was riding her electric bike with a client, feeling restless, her phone suddenly rang continuously. Li Xian quickly hit the brakes and stopped the bike by the roadside. She left the client behind and focused on the messages Jiang Chen had sent. After reading Jiang Chen's messages, Li Xian jumped up 3 meters high. She instantly burst into a bright smile. She never expected that her brother Jiang Chen not only didn't find her annoying but also fully affirmed everything she had done. He not only agreed to let her good friend Sun Rui come to their big house to keep her company but also supported her decision to put her money in Yuibao. He even said he would support all her future decisions. Wo was suddenly feeling so moved that she wanted to cry. Brother Jiang Chen really loves me so much. Li Xian quickly replied to Jiang Chen. Li Xian, brother Jiang Chen, I love you to death. Li Xian, kissing emoji. Li Xian, then I'll listen to brother Jiang Chen and put the money in Yuibao. Li Xian, whoever tells me to buy financial products, I won't listen to them. Li Xian, then I'll tell Sun Rui now, let's pack up this afternoon. Can we move in tomorrow? Jiang Chen, good. Li Xian, brother Jiang Chen, when are you coming back? Li Xian, I miss you so much. Jiang Chen, silly girl. I'll be back after I finish these busy days. Li Xian, okay, then let me know in advance when you're coming back. Li Xian, so I can prepare. Shy emoji, Jiang Chen, okay. After finishing the chat with Li Xian, Jiang Chen smiled to himself. This girl Li Xian is so silly, so infatuated with him. It seems he needs to treat her even better from now on. Jiang Chen thought to himself, so far, Zhang Menjing, Li Meina, Li Xian, Sun Rui, Meng Xiaoran have all moved into their own houses. This feeling of being a local emperor is quite enjoyable. No wonder ancient emperors built so many palaces. It seems that I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give each woman I like a home. After replying to Li Xian's message, Jiang Chen felt satisfied. Next, he flipped to the message from number 4, by Jia. By Jia, 825, little cutie. Are you up yet? By Jia, 825, I just dropped one off and ran into Xiaomeng on her way to work. By Jia, 825, do you want to come over to my place? Naughty smile. By Jia, 825, I have a surprise for you. Shy. By Jia, 835? By Jia, 835, little cutie, why aren't you replying? By Jia, 840, I'm knocking on your door. By Jia, 841, I really went. By Jia, 845, little cutie, are you really not home? By Jia, 845, I'm a bit worried about you. Can you reply as soon as you see this? Jiang Chen looked at the messages Bai Jia sent. A warmth spread through his heart. How did this nickname Little Cutie come about? He was already a 26-year-old man, and it was the first time someone called him that. It felt like being treated like a pet. It seems Bai Jia must really miss him. Such an affectionate nickname could only be used if someone was particularly close and really wanted to. Jiang Chen recalled the scene when Bai Jia chatted with him that day and couldn't help but laugh. Bai Jia had been out of work for 5 or 6 years, and when she suddenly returned to labor, it was quite shocking. He almost couldn't resist. Fortunately, a phone call from her best friend gave him a chance to breathe. Otherwise, he would have faced a Waterloo. Just 2 days had passed, and look at how anxious she was. Seeing Xiaoran leave the house made her impatient. TSK. He definitely needed to find an opportunity to go back again. Because a woman like her, mature, charming, and well-maintained, is one of a kind. What she can offer, other young girls probably can't provide at all. For example, a nickname like Little Cutie, no one else could evoke that feeling. Jiang Chen quickly edited a message and sent it to Bai Jia. Jiang Chen, Sister Bai. Jiang Chen, I've been out doing business these past few days, not at home. Jiang Chen, don't worry, as soon as I get back, I'll definitely come find you. Naughty smile. On the other end, Bai Jia was feeling flustered. She was getting a bit anxious. After all, she had endured for 5 or 6 years. But, after that day, it felt as if everything had been reopened, and it spiraled out of control again. I simply couldn't hold back. Just one day without seeing Jiang Chen felt like an entire year had passed. Sigh. Once this started, it truly felt like jumping off a cliff, completely beyond my control. Bai Jia thought to herself. Just when Bai Jia was feeling a mix of resentment and frustration, her phone finally rang. She was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly picked it up to check. However, when she saw Jiang Chen say he really wasn't home, her disappointment was visibly palpable. Bai Jia, well then. Little cutie. Bai Jia, finish your business and come back early, okay? Bai Jia, I really miss you. Shy emoji. Jiang Chen smiled. He could already imagine what Bai Jia looked like at that moment. A woman in her 30s, without that kind of life. After dropping her child off at school, she had nothing much to do. Every day was just filled with random thoughts. She must have been quite idle now. Before, she didn't have many thoughts, but after chatting with her, she had one more thing on her mind, him. After all, that day only lasted a morning. For someone who had been lonely for 5 or 6 years, that little bit was hardly enough. It would be difficult for her to return to those days of being desireless and aimless, especially since Bai Jia was only 36 this year. It was a good age. If she didn't see him for a few days, it would probably feel like years. No, he definitely had to find some time to go back, to help her out. With that thought, Jiang Chen quickly sent a message to Bai Jia. Jiang Chen, alright, Bai Jia. Jiang Chen, I'll finish up and then come find you, then head home. Mischievous smile. Bai Jia looked at the message from Jiang Chen and immediately burst into laughter. Bai Jia, you cheeky one, I can't dare to wish for that. Bai Jia, you should go check on Xiaomeng first. Bai Jia, once you settle her, come find me, and we can take our time having fun. Bai Jia, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be thinking about someone else while chatting with me. Jiang Chen looked at the message from Bai Jia, completely impressed by her logic. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. He wouldn't have thought of that. If he went straight back to find Bai Jia, he would definitely be thinking about Meng Xiaoran. The experience would be greatly diminished. But if he changed the order, it would be different. He could enjoy both sides well. TSK. Jiang Chen, haha. Alright then, Bai Jia. I'll settle Xiaoran and then come find you. Bai Jia, hee, that's more like it. Jiang Chen, okay, Bai Jia, let's leave it at that for now. I have to get busy. Bai Jia, alright, little cutie, take good care of yourself. Bai Jia, for our happiness, you also need to take good care of little Jiang Chen. Shy expression. Jiang Chen? Little Jiang Chen? Is Xiaoran pregnant? No way. When did Xiaoran get her period? How could this be possible? Jiang Chen suddenly realized. The little Jiang Chen she mentioned is. Damn. Jiang Chen was instantly flustered, his face turning red, unable to control himself. Jiang Chen blushed as he ended the chat with Bai Jia. To be honest, the feeling of being teased by a mature woman is truly indescribably wonderful. TSK. Next, Jiang Chen finally flipped to the chat interface with to Meng Xiaoran. To be honest, among these women, the one Jiang Chen thought about the most was Meng Xiaoran. If it weren't for the need to earn money, and if Meng Xiaoran happened to be on her period these days, he would have rushed back long ago. Thinking about it, Xiaoran had been on her period for 3 days now, and it should be ending soon. He should earn some money for a couple more days. Then, as soon as she finishes, he would appear right in front of her. To make her happy. However, he couldn't be too forceful now. Last time, when she had menstrual cramps, he was really worried. His woman still needed to be treated well. He should leave the rough side to Li Meina and Zhang Menjing, those little vixens. Jiang Chen thought to himself as he opened the messages with Meng Xiaoran. Yesterday, Meng Xiaoran, 2311 dear, I have good news for you. Meng Xiaoran, 2311 I have already submitted my resignation to the hotel. Meng Xiaoran, 2312 and the hotel has agreed to let me go. Meng Xiaoran, 2313 they want me to stay for a few more days until they find a replacement, then I can leave. Meng Xiaoran, 2315 I'm so happy. Just thinking about being able to dance every day in the future makes me unable to sleep. Meng Xiaoran, 2317 and I will earn more in the future, so I can help you pay off the loan. Meng Xiaoran, 2319 you won't have to work so hard anymore. Meng Xiaoran, 2319 I can take care of you. Meng Xiaoran, 2325 dear, I know you're busy. Meng Xiaoran, 2326 but no matter how busy you are, you need to rest. Meng Xiaoran, 2327 you have to remember, you still have me. Meng Xiaoran, 2328 love you, moi. Meng Xiaoran, 2350 okay, I'm going to sleep now, good night. Jiang Chen saw the messages from Meng Xiaoran, and his eyes unconsciously became a bit moist. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down without him realizing. The love contained in Meng Xiaoran's words was something that no little vixen like Li Meina or Zhang Menjing could compare to. In fact, he could even guarantee that if he were a broke loser, Meng Xiaoran would still take care of him. But for others, it wouldn't be the same. Especially Li Meina and Zhang Menjing, they would definitely run away faster than anyone else. Li Xian was just a recent graduate, a blank slate, and didn't have such a big capacity yet. Bai Jia was a housewife with no income, so she naturally didn't count. So, the only one who could truly connect with him and share a life was probably Meng Xiaoran alone. Thinking of this, a warm current surged in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen, Xiaoran, I love you. Jiang Chen, I will love you forever, for a lifetime. Meng Xiaoran, who was working at the hotel front desk, saw the message from Jiang Chen and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Her colleague Liao Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Then, with curiosity, she leaned over to look at Meng Xiaoran's phone screen. However, she quickly regretted it. Oh, so cheesy. Sending this kind of message in broad daylight, I have goosebumps. Liao Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around herself, shivering with goosebumps. In contrast, Meng Xiaoran's face had already turned a shade of red. From what she knew of Jiang Chen, for him to suddenly say something like this was definitely not just a cliché. He must have been touched by something, genuinely wanting to say these words to her. Otherwise, even if a knife were at his throat, he wouldn't say it. The love contained in those words was something outsiders could never understand. Meng Xiaoran directly ignored Liao Xiaoyu and sent a message back to Jiang Chen. Meng Xiaoran, silly, I love you too. Meng Xiaoran, for a lifetime. Meng Xiaoran, dear, let me tell you some good news. My relatives are about to leave. Meng Xiaoran, you work hard, finish the project, and come home quickly. Meng Xiaoran, love you. Moi. Liao Xiaoyu, listening nearby, was stunned, her teeth feeling sour. Oh, you two cheesy monsters, I really can't stand you. Liao Xiaoyu's face was full of disdain. Seeing Liao Xiaoyu's sour expression, Meng Xiaoran smiled. Jealous, right? Envious, right? Who told you to just play games all day and not properly date a boyfriend? Meng Xiaoran said with a laugh. Liao Xiaoyu looked at Meng Xiaoran's proud expression, unimpressed. I don't want that. Being alone is great. I can do whatever I want, buy whatever I want, no one can control me. Two people are too troublesome, I can't handle it. Liao Xiaoyu started another game, playing while talking. Meng Xiaoran sighed deeply. I used to think like that for a while, but until I met brother Jiang Chen, I never wanted to be alone again. Xiaoyu, I hope you meet your him soon. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran gazed into the distance, as if she could see Jiang Chen's sunny and handsome face again. No, I just want to be with you, Sister Xiaoran, every day. Liao Xiaoyu said while playing the game. Clearly, she didn't understand Meng Xiaoran's feelings at all. Xiaoyu, I want to tell you something. Meng Xiaoran's expression turned serious. Go ahead. Liao Xiaoyu said dismissively. Meng Xiaoran said lightly, I've already handed in my resignation to President Sun. So what if you did? Liao Xiaoyu still had a nonchalant demeanor. The next moment, she reacted. What? Resigning? Why? Liao Xiaoyu's expression changed immediately as she looked up at Meng Xiaoran. There's an opportunity to be a dance teacher now. I want to give it a try. Xiaoyu, you know, I was originally a dance student. Meng Xiaoran said gently, looking seriously at Liao Xiaoyu. Smack. Liao Xiaoyu slammed her phone down heavily on the table. Bah, what a trash teammate. So disappointing, I'm never playing again. Liao Xiaoyu cursed at her phone. Meng Xiaoran certainly caught the underlying meaning in her words. Having worked this job for over a year, Liao Xiaoyu was the only friend she could truly connect with in the company. Hearing that she was leaving and having such a reaction was not surprising at all. Xiaoyu, look at you, getting angry so easily. I'm just changing jobs, it's not like we won't see each other again. I'll still come back to see you. Meng Xiaoran gently stroked Liao Xiaoyu's head. Liao Xiaoyu stared blankly at the gentle Meng Xiaoran, and after a while, she could no longer hold back, bursting into tears as she threw herself into Meng Xiaoran's arms. Sister Xiaoran, can you not leave? If you go, who will keep an eye on me? Wowo, how will I slack off? How will I play games? Wowo, if you go, who will take care of me? I'm still a child. Wowo. The more Liao Xiaoyu spoke, the more absurd it became, while Meng Xiaoran smiled the whole time, gently holding her and patting her back, listening to her complaints. As Liao Xiaoyu cried, she blew a snot bubble and then completely lost it. People are crying like this, and you're still smiling. Meng Xiaoran handed her a tissue. Sneeze, sneeze, sneeze. Liao Xiaoyu disregarded her ladylike image and blew her nose. Sister Xiaoran, I actually knew long ago that you don't belong here. But it just hurts in my heart. I really can't bear to part with you. Even though you said you would come to see me often, I still don't know you. You take everything too seriously, too responsibly. In the future, when you become a dance teacher, you might be even more worried. Where will you have time? So, you're just lying to me. Liao Xiaoyu said earnestly. Meng Xiaoran smiled, silly girl. You're thinking so much for such a little head. After a long contemplation, Meng Xiaoran finally seemed to have made a decision. Xiaoyu, I'll tell you something, but you mustn't tell anyone else, okay? Meng Xiaoran said mysteriously. Liao Xiaoyu perked up instantly upon hearing something that couldn't be shared with others. Her back didn't hurt anymore, she let it go, and stopped sniffling. I promise not to tell. Liao Xiaoyu vowed earnestly. I've already moved in with brother Jiang Chen. We've rented a place, right in Jiangfeng Green City. Whenever you miss me, or don't want to go home, just come find me. Okay? Meng Xiaoran said with a smile, lowering her voice. Fenglin Green City? Liao Xiaoyu could hardly believe her ears. Fenglin Green City is the most upscale community in the area, and it's just nearby, only a 10-minute commute to the office. Oh my gosh. No wonder you've been in such good spirits these days, even with your period. So you live around here. Sister Xiaoran, the rent there must be nearly 10,000 a month, right? Liao Xiaoyu said with a look of gossip. Meng Xiaoran shrugged. I don't know. It's all paid for by brother Jiang Chen, so I don't want to tire myself out every day just to earn him that 4 or 5,000. I need to earn more money to share some of the pressure with brother Jiang Chen. I can't let him bear all the expenses alone. Meng Xiaoran said sincerely. At this moment, Liao Xiaoyu finally showed an envious expression. Sister Xiaoran, I just realized why brother Jiang Chen loves you so much. There probably isn't anyone else in this world who would do this much for him. Liao Xiaoyu said with a heart full of sympathy. Meng Xiaoran felt delighted by the compliment. She thought, silly girl, I'm just getting started. If you knew how much brother Jiang Chen has done for me, you wouldn't say that. She recalled all the little things Jiang Chen had done for her during this time. Before she met Jiang Chen, she was just someone living in a village in the city, earning 4 or 5,000 a month, with no hope for life, just a walking corpse. But now, after meeting Jiang Chen, living in the most upscale community, able to pursue her passion for dance, and going to her favorite gym every day for yoga and Pilates. Most importantly, she had a man she adored, who loved her deeply. This reignited her hope for life. Why is that? Isn't it all because that man brought her all of this? Now without him, she really didn't know how to go on living. Xiaoyu said she contributed a lot, which is really a joke. Her little contributions were nothing compared to brother Jiang Chen's, like the glow of fireflies competing with the brilliance of the sun and moon. The difference was just too far. Meanwhile, after seeing Meng Xiaoran's message, Jiang Chen was about to reply, but he kept sneezing. Jiang Chen felt a bit frustrated. What? Did I overdo it yesterday and catch a cold? Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was feeling down, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host +1. Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host +1. Ding! Meng Xiaoran's current favorability towards the host is 92. Ding! Currently, Meng Xiaoran's favorability towards the host is 92. Exceeding 90 will activate additional rewards. Reward, host enhancement points 20 points, current enhancement points 72 points. Ding! Detected that Meng Xiaoran's specialty is dance mastery, rewarding the host with dance mastery level 10. Ding! Skill dance mastery level +2, current host dance mastery, level 12. The large cashback triggered on her will be doubled. Ah! Jiang Chen's mouth dropped wide open. It seems that his previous guess was correct. When the favorability reaches 90, it indeed hits a bottleneck. Some other conditions are needed to stimulate a breakthrough. Moreover, even for the girls that the system has already marked, as long as their favorability towards him rises to 90, they can still reward enhancement points and skills. For example, after Meng Xiaoran's favorability reached 92, she directly gave him another 20 enhancement points. More importantly, dance mastery is not at level 2, nor level 10, but level 12. This shows that the system is quite humane. And if Meng Xiaoran can do it, then others can too. It seems he can not only focus on new girls but can also continue to put effort into those he has already marked. Jiang Chen quickly edited the message to reply to Meng Xiaoran. Jiang Chen, alright, Xiaoran, I'll be back in a couple of days after I finish this. Looking forward to it, looking forward to it, looking forward to it. After sending the message, Jiang Chen felt great. He was already looking forward to the next intimate moment with Meng Xiaoran. Last time, he was too rough and made her uncomfortable for quite a while. This time, he must be very careful and very gentle. After all, she is the woman he loves the most, so he has to take it easy. Next, Jiang Chen finally found the last chat with No. 5 Xiaoyali. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Xiaoyali for a full 5 days. After that happy day, Xiaoyali left early the next morning without saying goodbye. It left him feeling a bit down at the time. Moreover, Xiaoyali's sister, Xiao Yanan, hadn't added him as a friend in all these days. It's worth noting that Xiao Yanan is also a girl with a private count of 0. What's more rare is that Xiao Yanan is already 30 years old. After graduating from university for so many years, she is still the most beautiful campus flower in the hearts of many male classmates. His university has crowned campus flowers every year, but the only one not forgotten over the years is her. The most important thing is that this campus flower has some feelings for him. However, because of her sister Xiaoyali, Xiao Yanan has always been unwilling to accept him. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. However, this is something that cannot be helped. Xiaoyali is so infatuated with him. If he were to dump Xiaoyali for Xiao Yanan, it would really be inhumane. Otherwise, he would have already made a move to win over Xiao Yanan. Putting other things aside, just based on the private count of 0, she is definitely a catch. Such an outstanding girl would surely unlock a bomb-level new feature in the system. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen looked at the message sent by Xiaoyali. Xiaoyali, 801, Brother Jiang Chen, how have you been lately? Xiaoyali, 801, I haven't seen you for a few days, I really miss you. Xiaoyali, 802, recently, there have been a lot of things at the company, working overtime every day. Xiaoyali, 802, I'm so busy that my head is spinning, I haven't had time to chat with you, you won't be mad at me, will you? Xiaoyali, 805, but it's okay, the weekend is just around the corner. Xiaoyali, 806, this weekend, no matter what, I will make time to spend with you, Brother Jiang Chen. Xiaoyali, 807, Brother Jiang Chen, which day do you have time, tomorrow or the day after? Xiaoyali, 810, I plan to bring my sister, Xiao Yanan, along, and we can all go to Disneyland to have fun for a whole day, okay? Jiang Chen looked at the messages Xiaoyali sent, his mouth curling into a smile. This is just too good. Whatever I think comes true. Jiang Chen's mind was already filled with images. A handsome young man, with the JK girl, Xiao Yali, on his left and the stunning school beauty, Xiao Yanan, on his right. 3 good-looking boys and girls appearing together in Disneyland, playing and having fun. How much envy and jealousy would that attract? Ha 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 ha. System. I hope you can help out too. By then, I must awaken an amazing talent in Xiao Yanan. Jiang Chen looked at the messages from Xiao Yali, feeling overjoyed. He quickly edited a reply. Jiang Chen, Lily, I miss you so much too after not seeing you for a few days. Jiang Chen, how about tomorrow? I want to see you both as soon as possible. Xiao Yali immediately beamed with joy. Xiao Yali, okay, brother Jiang Chen. Xiao Yali, then I will go to my sister's place tonight to meet her. Xiao Yali, we won't miss each other tomorrow. Sending hearts, sending hearts, sending hearts. Jiang Chen, alright, we won't miss each other tomorrow. After replying to the messages, Jiang Chen felt great. Leaning on the bed, he began to indulge in wild fantasies. Ah, is this what an emperor experiences every day? Not to mention, replying to every woman's message is quite exhausting. In fact, the time he spends chatting with each woman isn't long, but when added together, it becomes quite lengthy. Unknowingly, almost an hour had passed. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Fortunately, his women were all quite harmonious and obedient, with no troubles. They basically listened to him without question. He didn't have to rack his brain to please them, which was great. He really hoped this state could last forever. Then, Jiang Chen opened the Notes app on his phone. He recorded some things he needed to do in the next few days. 1. Tonight go to Dexian Huafu, Building 88, accompany Zhang Menjing. 2. Tomorrow accompany the Xiao sisters, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yanan, to Disneyland. 3. Return to Fenglinal Du, spend time with Meng Xiaoran. The next day, go find Bai Jia to deepen feelings. Time to be determined. 4. Study some related knowledge, go to Dexian Huafu, Building 68. Play Do Diju with Li Mena and others. Time to be determined. 5. Go back to Yujinjiwan, to check on the purely Xin and Sun Rui, see how they have been lately. Just as Jiang Chen was tapping on his phone, tap, tap, it suddenly rang. It turned out to be a message from the car emperor, who was selling luxury cars in the rich group, initiating a private group chat with him. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he was still in the rich group yesterday. Not only did he reserve a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 20 million, but he also booked a villa in Bu Bay for 55 million. They had agreed to meet in the morning to look at the car and in the afternoon to see the villa. Oh no! How could he forget such an important matter? Jiang Chen recalled that yesterday, his net worth was over 100 million. When buying luxury cars and villas, he had hesitated a bit, trying to show off that he was a rich man. Now, his net worth had risen to over 2 billion. He was clearly a true tycoon now. Spending over 20 million felt completely trivial to him, as if it were only natural. His confidence surged. Indeed, a man's confidence comes from how much wealth he has. Jiang Chen quickly thought that after buying the car today, he could take the sisters Xiao Yali and Xiao Yanan to Disneyland tomorrow. How impressive that would be. Moreover, he had noticed when he looked at the Bu Bay villa yesterday that it had a total of 4 floors. One household on the first and second floors, and another on the third and fourth floors. Wasn't this the most ideal living arrangement for the sisters? The older sister could live on the top 2 floors, and the younger sister on the bottom 2. They could see each other whenever they wanted, and when they didn't, they wouldn't interfere with each other. How wonderful. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen revealed a wicked smile. Hello? Jiang Chen quickly answered the voice call from the car emperor. Hello. Mr. Jiang, hello. I am the car emperor from the rich group, Che Wenjie, who contacted you yesterday. I just added you as a friend, but it hasn't gone through, so I had to reach you this way. I wonder when you plan to come and see the car. I'll send you the location of the store. Che Wenjie asked Jiang Chen on the other end of the line. After all, a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 20 million was no joke. It was a big deal. Even though Che Wenjie had seen countless people, he had never encountered someone like Jiang Chen, who, with just a few words, was buying both luxury cars and villas. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent. First, a transaction of over 20 million was indeed a significant amount. Second, he was eager to befriend someone like Jiang Chen. Thus, Che Wenjie was determined to close this deal today, no matter what. However, he was anxious because he couldn't get Jiang Chen's friend request approved. He had no choice but to directly call Jiang Chen using the group voice chat. Oh, it's Mr. Che. I can come over in the morning. Jiang Chen replied. He thought to himself that after all, he had already agreed with him last night to look at the car this morning. It wouldn't be honorable to keep changing plans. Moreover, in the group of wealthy individuals, so many people were watching. They all wanted to see if this so-called General Jiang was truly a rich man or if he was just bragging yesterday. If he messed up at this moment, it would be a huge embarrassment. Che Wenjie felt overjoyed upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Alright, General Jiang, please approve my friend request, and I'll send you the location of the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Che Wenjie said very politely. Okay. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he exited the group voice chat. He then opened WeChat. Sure enough, there was a friend request from a WeChat account named Che Huang. What puzzled Jiang Chen was that at the same time, there was another friend request from someone with the username Summer. The profile picture was of a well-proportioned girl walking barefoot on the beach. Who is this? Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Jiang Chen quickly accepted the friend requests from both individuals. Che Wenjie soon sent him the location of the Rolls-Royce 4S store and informed Jiang Chen that he had been waiting there for him all morning. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock. It was already 10:30 a.m. He was about half an hour away from Che Huang's store. Jiang Chen also wanted to see what this girl named Summer wanted by suddenly adding him as a friend. However, the other parties seemed to be busy and didn't have time to respond to him. P.S. Everyone remember this Summer for now. Jiang Chen decided not to wait idly and exited the chat with Summer. He called a car. After casually freshening up, he picked up the breakfast prepared by Li Mena on the table and started eating as he walked out. By the time the car arrived, he had just finished his breakfast. Not a minute wasted. Half an hour later, the car drove directly to the front of the Rolls-Royce 4S store. As a guy, Jiang Chen was quite fond of cars. However, with his previous salary of over 6,000 yuan, he could barely support himself in Jiang City. How could he even think about buying a car? He recalled that summer after graduating from high school when he confidently got his driver's license, thinking he had grown up and could finally do what he wanted. But he never expected that the adult world would be so difficult. It had been years since he got his license, yet he had never even touched a car. It was quite a miserable situation. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. However, today was different. Who would have thought that the once miserable boy would have his first car be a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 20 million? He was about to drive it and feel the wind on the road, dazzling those who once looked down on him with their titanium alloy dog eyes. Jiang Chen was filled with joy as he walked towards the Rolls-Royce 4S store. There weren't many people looking at cars in the store at this time. The salespeople were huddled together, playing on their phones and chatting. Seeing Jiang Chen dressed in a rather shabby manner, they completely ignored him. After all, they encountered many poor losers like him who only looked but never bought every day. As a luxury car salesperson, if you can't even discern this much and accurately select clients, then you'll be exhausted every day. The moment they saw Jiang Chen, they knew this kid didn't look like someone who could afford a car. Jiang Chen noticed no one was paying attention to him and didn't mind. After all, he had already ordered a more than 20 million yuan Rolls-Royce Phantom. Just looking around, having someone beside him chattering away was a hassle. After browsing around, Jiang Chen finally locked onto a Cullinan. He couldn't help but touch it. Indeed, it was worthy of its 7 million yuan price tag. Compared to the training car he had driven, it was like heaven and earth. The grand and imposing exterior, with its sharp yet elegant lines, and the Parthenon-style grille showcased its nobility and majesty. The side of the car, with its suicide doors, exuded luxurious tradition, and the moment they opened, it felt like the classiness shot up instantly. Jiang Chen couldn't resist opening the door and sitting inside. In an instant, he felt as if he had stepped into a moving palace. The leather seats were as soft as clouds, perfectly conforming to his body, incredibly comfortable. The interior was filled with a faint scent of high-quality leather, mixed with the natural fragrance of solid wood decorations. Jiang Chen ran his fingers over the delicate texture of the seats, the sensation making him marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship. Everywhere he looked, it was all about refinement and luxury. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, leaning back in the seat, feeling utterly at ease. Indeed, aside from being expensive, a good car had basically no other flaws. Dang. Just as Jiang Chen was getting ready to familiarize himself with the car's features, planning to compare it with his Rolls-Royce Phantom to see what was so great about it, suddenly, someone outside knocked on the car window. Jiang Chen looked through the window and saw a female salesperson, one hand holding a phone and the other knocking on the window, her face full of impatience. Jiang Chen rolled down the window. Hey, get out. The female salesperson said impatiently. This is a 7 million yuan car, just looking is enough, why are you sitting inside? She spoke without courtesy. Are you saying that you don't even allow people to test the car here? Jiang Chen pretended to be clueless and asked. Test? Ha, of course, You can test it. But not for someone like you, a poor loser. Let me tell you, this car is over 7 million. Can you afford to pay for any damages? The female salesperson stood outside, looking at Jiang Chen with disdain as she scolded him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This female salesperson didn't seem very old, yet she had such a foul attitude. Hopefully, you'll be just as unruly later. Jiang Chen was about to say something to mock this arrogant person. After all, this was the usual trope in novels where one gets to show off and slap faces. However, the next second, the female salesperson actually made a move. Hey, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Get out quickly. The female salesperson actually opened the car door and reached in to pull Jiang Chen's arm. In an instant, Jiang Chen was furious. He shook off the female salesperson's hand and whoosh, jumped out of the car. Damn it, who do you think you are to mess with me? The female salesperson was about to unleash a torrent of curses. However, in the next moment, slap. A resounding slap landed on her face. The female salesperson was momentarily stunned by the blow. She felt a burning pain on her cheek. In disbelief, she looked at Jiang Chen, unable to believe he actually dared to strike her. She instantly began to scream. You hit me! Who the hell do you think you are to hit me? The female salesperson shouted angrily. Ha! I'm hitting you, you lowly thing with dog eyes, Jiang Chen replied with a furious expression. Who do you think you are? Am I someone you can just push around? The voices of the two instantly attracted a crowd. At that moment, a female manager in a sharp work outfit stepped out from the crowd. What's going on? The female manager asked as she approached. Sister Zhou, he just hit me for no reason. The female salesperson became even more agitated upon seeing her ally. She pointed a finger at Jiang Chen, as if she wanted to devour him whole. The beautiful manager followed the direction of the salesperson's finger. In the next second, her eyes widened in shock. You are Jiang Chen? The manager exclaimed. You are. Jiang Chen looked at the female manager in surprise, feeling she looked somewhat familiar. I'm Zhou Ting, Su Qian's best friend. We were in the same department in college, don't you remember? The manager smiled. Zhou Ting? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Had Zhou Ting become this beautiful? Ding! Just as Jiang Chen was surprised, he heard the system's voice in his mind. System detected a high-quality beauty with a score greater than 80, about to scan the beauty's data, 5%, 20%, 60%, 80%. Scan complete. Name, Zhou Ting, age, 26, nickname, Tingting, Sister Zhou, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, appearance, 88, out of 100, figure, 91, out of 100, hobbies, money, men. Private encounters, 11, hosts favorability, 20, ding, system detected that Zhou Ting has undergone technology on her face, and has a high number of private encounters. Would you like to add her to the beauty system list? Jiang Chen? What the hell? Is there even a need to ask? With 11 private encounters and having undergone technology on her face, why would you want to add her to my list? Ding, okay host, Zhou Ting has been removed from the system list for you. Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Ting in front of him. After undergoing technology, she indeed looked much better than before at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, there was still a difference compared to a completely natural face. Seeing Jiang Chen's astonished expression, Zhou Ting smiled. Lily, you can go now. This is my old classmate. I'll personally attend to him. Zhou Ting signaled to the female salesperson Lily and said. Lily, the saleswoman, helplessly covered her swollen red face and retreated in indignation. Zhou Ting looked Jiang Chen up and down, revealing a disdainful expression. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Zhou Ting asked from a position of superiority. She noticed that although Jiang Chen looked much more handsome than before, his fashion sense remained as poor as ever. She had already concluded that Jiang Chen must be struggling badly now. A sense of superiority immediately surged within her. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, didn't you once look down on me? How about now? You've ended up like this, let's see how I can toy with you today. He. Zhou Ting recalled the time in college when Jiang Chen was dating Su Qian. She had hinted at him several times, but Jiang Chen, the thick-headed fool, just didn't get it. He completely ignored her, which infuriated her. Although she wasn't particularly good-looking back then, her figure was exceptional. How many boys had overlooked her looks just for her figure? They chased after her, wanting to be with her, but Jiang Chen was the exception. During the more than 3 years he was with Su Qian, she had hinted at him countless times. Yet, nothing ever came of it. Humph. Speaking of which, Zhou Ting had never seen a man like Jiang Chen who was so faithful. She had even guided Su Qian to find other, better, and wealthier men out there. However, who would have thought that Jiang Chen, the thick-headed fool, would be so oblivious? Even after being greened by Su Qian so many times, he still remained devoted to her. It was utterly speechless. However, just a few days ago, she heard Su Qian say that she had kicked Jiang Chen to the curb. Jiang Chen, that idiot. He had been cheated on 6 or 7 times and still didn't realize it. Who would have thought it would end like this? Looking back, she had also wanted to prove a point. The more uninterested he was in her, the more she wanted to conquer him. And now, he was a complete failure, and she had lost all interest in him. TSK. But she still needed to vent that frustration. Today, she had to have some fun with this fool who had once ignored her. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Zhou Ting teased without any courtesy. Jiang Chen carefully examined Zhou Ting's changes. He indeed found that after her transformation, she looked very elegant. Coupled with her already good figure, she was now wearing work attire that accentuated her curves, exuding the charm of a professional woman. It was a pity that his intimacy count was already at 11. It was all in vain. Oh, I'm here to buy a car, Jiang Chen said with a friendly smile. Although her intimacy count was 11, making her a biological mother, as long as it wasn't in the system, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, they were old classmates, so at least a modicum of respect was due. What? You want to buy a car? Ah, ha. Jiang Chen, I think you're here to be funny. This is a Rolls-Royce dealership. It's not some second-hand car market. Zhou Ting finally couldn't help but mock him. Just a poor loser, and here I am, deliberately being polite to you, and you're acting all high and mighty. Jiang Chen was taken aback by Zhou Ting's words. He didn't expect that he was treating her as a classmate, giving her some face. But Zhou Ting had no intention of thinking that way. Moreover, from her laughter, Jiang Chen could already tell. Zhou Ting was not simply mocking him, it was a deep-seated contempt that came from her bones. Ha! You've had your private encounters 11 times, and I still considered you an old classmate, wanting to give you some respect. I didn't expect you to treat me like a joke. Fine. Then don't blame me for being rude. I know this is a Rolls-Royce dealership, so what? Can't I buy one? At this moment, Jiang Chen also put away his earlier smile. He replaced it with a serious expression. Ha! Jiang Chen, you're called fat, and you're still panting. Poor loser. Do you know how much the cars here cost? The one right in front of you, the Cullinan, is priced over 7 million. Do you even know what 7 million means? Country bumpkin, even if you sold 10 kidneys, you couldn't afford it, you know? Zhou Ting's eyes were filled with disdain. She wanted to vent all the neglect and humiliation she had suffered today in one go. Jiang, who told you to fall into my hands today? If I don't tear you apart today, I won't be surnamed Zhou. Everyone in the store laughed when manager Zhou said that. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen, instead of getting angry, laughed. Just over 7 million, that's not a lot. Do you have any more expensive cars in your store? Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. As soon as he said this, everyone laughed even louder. That kid must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. What nonsense is he talking? Exactly, look at the clothes on him, they can't be worth more than $200. And he still thinks 7 million is cheap. Zhou, why are you even talking to him? Let's just beat this kid up and throw him out. 2 male salesmen said indignantly. Seeing that this kid actually dared to slap a female colleague, they wanted to act just now, but since this kid was manager Zhou's old classmate, they had to swallow their anger. However, now they found that manager Zhou also seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for this poor loser. So, the anger they had just felt reignited. Everyone, don't get too excited. Zhou Ting smiled and waved her hand to her subordinates. Let me introduce my old classmate. His name is Jiang Chen, and he's my best friend Su Qian's boyfriend. Ever since this kid started dating Su Qian, he's become a complete sycophant. Whenever my best friend wants something, this kid rushes to fulfill it. He even thinks he's struck gold. He treats my best friend like she's made of glass, afraid she'll break, and like she's candy, afraid she'll melt. Little does he know, above his head, it's already a vast green pasture. Ha. From what I know, my best friend has been with 6 men behind his back. Now my best friend has hooked up with a rich guy, and this kid has already been kicked to the curb. Ha. You guys tell me, does this kind of stupid thing even deserve to live? Zhou Ting paused as she spoke. Jiang Chen, if I were you, I would have already crashed my head into a wall and died. How can you still have the nerve to shout here? Ha. Zhou Ting said, laughing arrogantly. The onlooking salespeople laughed even more recklessly. At this moment, even Jiang Chen felt a bit defensive. Damn! So it turns out Su Qian was finding men behind my back, and Zhou Ting knows all about it. Damn! Jiang Chen was burning with anger. Although he had already slapped Su Qian hard that day, it seemed now that he had gone too easy on her. Damn! Jiang Chen really wanted to drag Su Qian out and beat her up again. This time, he would make sure she was unrecognizable. Unfortunately, Su Qian was not around. Forget it, it's you. Zhou Ting, you're unlucky to run into me today. Su Qian turning into a worthless piece of trash is definitely your fault. You'll bear the brunt of this sin for Su Qian. I'm going to beat you up today, and it's absolutely justified. Seeing Jiang Chen rendered speechless, Zhou Ting felt even more pleased. Jiang Chen, at this point, I really don't mind telling you. I've seen those people who put a green hat on you, and I've even played with them. So, how about you? Zhou Ting's mocking words were not fully out when, in the next second, Jiang Chen slapped her hard across the face. Zhou Ting lost her balance and uncontrollably fell against a luxury car nearby. With a loud duong, her body crashed heavily against the car door. Zhou Ting was stunned, her head buzzing. However, Jiang Chen still had no intention of letting her go. He stepped forward, roughly grabbing her hair, and with his large palm, he swung left and right. Smack smack, smack smack, smack smack. He hit her while cursing. Damn it, Su Qian, I'm going to kill you today. Zhou Ting was completely dazed from the beating. Hey, can I take a better look before you hit me? I'm not Su Qian. Hey! Yet at this moment, she was being beaten by Jiang Chen and couldn't utter a single word. Jiang Chen never expected that this shameless Su Qian had really been finding so many men behind his back. Although he had seen that her private encounters were already at 8 when the system scanned her data, it had only been a number at that time. He had just felt disgusted and wanted to never see that trash again. But now, hearing Zhou Ting talk about Su Qian finding men while she was present made him feel the sting of betrayal more directly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's anger was through the roof, completely uncontrollable. Plus, hearing Zhou Ting say she was there when Su Qian was finding men made him furious. Damn! You guys are having quite the fun. If I don't beat you until you're blooming all over the place today, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Jiang Chen yanked Zhou Ting's hair and swung left and right, giving her a thorough beating. Zhou Ting's head buzzed, and she wanted to plead for mercy, but not a word could escape her lips. She never imagined that Jiang Chen, the once socially anxious person, would suddenly turn into a social terrorist. However, it was too late for regrets now. The onlookers were also left dumbfounded. The faces that had just been sneering after prying into others' secrets were now too scared to utter a sound. A few male colleagues, who had just been thinking of beating Jiang Chen up and driving him out of the forest shop, now found themselves too intimidated to even let out a fart upon seeing the crazed Jiang Chen. They had truly embodied the phrase bully the weak and fear the strong. At this moment, in a high-end office of the forest shop, 3 extraordinary men were smoking cigars. Uncle Zhao, this is our first time dealing with President Jiang. We don't know what kind of person he is, and we're afraid of saying the wrong thing and killing the atmosphere. We invited you here today to mediate a bit. We don't want President Jiang to be disappointed in us. A man around 30 years old, with a neat short haircut, dark and glossy hair, was none other than Cai Wenjie, the owner of the Rolls-Royce forest shop, known as Car Emperor. Exactly, Brother Zhao. I also want to befriend President Jiang, but I'm afraid he won't think much of us. I hope Brother Zhao can introduce me. Let's have a meal together. We will definitely be grateful to you. Another man, around 40, with a square face, strong features, and neatly combed hair to one side, had deep-set eyes that shone with intensity. This man was Fang Xinghui, who was to sell the Yujingbei villa to Jiang Chen today. Sitting across from the two, smoking a cigar, was Zhao Defa. Hearing the two's explanations, Zhao Defa chuckled. Wenjie, Xinghui, I think you are overthinking it. Although I've only dealt with Brother Jiang once, I still know his depth and vision. Though he is a billionaire, he is not petty, carefree, and easygoing. Very easy to get along with. Unlike us, who put on airs and dress to impress. We might as well have rich written on our foreheads. I think I've lived 55 years in vain, and I still haven't reached President Jiang's level. At my age, to meet such a person is not a wasted life. As Zhao Defa spoke, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. The two listened to the mature Zhao Defa, who had such an evaluation of Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Cai Wenjie had only taken over the family business in the past 2 years. He urgently needed to expand his own network, having just turned 30 this year. The outstanding figures of his father's generation were all over 50. Therefore, if he wanted to achieve great things in the future, he needed to select some capable and resourceful young talents to bring into his circle. And now there was such an opportunity. He wanted to befriend Jiang Chen but was afraid Jiang Chen would look down on him. So, he hoped that when Jiang Chen came to his shop to buy a car, Zhao Defa could introduce him properly. Uncle Zhao, when President Jiang arrives later, where are we going to eat? Cai Wenjie couldn't help but ask. Exactly. President Zheng's wealth is unfathomable. He must have eaten all kinds of good food. If we go to a place too expensive, it will make us seem very vulgar. If we go to a place too cheap, we worry that Jiang Chen will think we lack class. Uncle Zhao, why don't you make a decision? At this moment, Fang Xinghui also couldn't help but speak up. After all, this meal was of great significance. Che Wenjie was just selling a car and casually getting to know Jiang Chen. He wasn't in any hurry. But Fang Xinghui was different. Besides selling a villa in Biyubei to Jiang Chen in the afternoon, he had another major matter that required Jiang Chen's help. Recently, the government had put up for sale a piece of land covering 280 acres in the suburbs of Jiangchang. The Fang Group was preparing to buy this land because, according to reliable sources, the government would vigorously develop this area within 2 to 3 years. Moreover, a new subway line, Line 19, would pass directly through here. The Fang Group planned to purchase this land and develop it into a high-end residential area. This was supposed to be a surefire profitable deal. If they could swallow this piece of land whole, the Fang Group would definitely soar to new heights. However, the current problem was that the available assets on the Fang Group's books were already quite limited. To acquire this land, at least 2.5 billion yuan was needed. Yet, the Fang Group could muster at most only 1 billion yuan. Logically speaking, such a thing was simply impossible. But Fang Xinghui was unwilling to accept that. A man at 40 is at the prime of his career. How could he let such a great opportunity slip away? He needed to find a reliable partner. However, those guys were just too realistic. Either they wanted to take the lead themselves or they were completely unwilling to invest. Recently, he had been troubled by this matter to the point of distraction. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the impressive Jiang Chen in the group chat. His heart had ignited with hope. He couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to come see the car in the afternoon. He directly contacted Che Wenjie. He planned to gather everyone for lunch after Jiang Chen finished looking at the car, to get to know Jiang Chen better. Che Wenjie and Fang Xinghui hit it off immediately. To be safe, he also called the intermediary Zhao Defa. Thus, the trio for today was formed. Zhao Defa laughed heartily upon seeing the two so entangled over a meal. You don't need to worry about this, I'll arrange the place. I guarantee that my brother Jiang Chen will come in high spirits and leave satisfied. He. Zhao Defa laughed confidently, as if he was completely sure of the outcome. This made the two even more curious, looking at Zhao Defa with admiration. Uncle Zhao, where is the place you arranged? Can you give us a hint? Che Wenjie couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Zhao Defa smiled even more proudly. We're going to my old dad's private kitchen. My brother Jiang Chen loves the dishes there. The other day, the three of us ordered 8 dishes, and basically, my brother Jiang Chen finished them all. He. And you guys probably don't know. My brother Jiang Chen also has a 10% stake in my restaurant. Going there is definitely no problem. Zhao Defa said confidently. Che Wenjie and Fang Xinghui both burst into laughter. It seemed that with Zhao Defa's assistance, today's situation was secure. He. Just as the three were enjoying their conversation, the office door was suddenly flung open. President Che. Something big has happened. 2 female employees, looking flustered, reported to Che Wenjie. Che Wenjie's expression immediately darkened. What the hell? Can't you knock before coming in? Don't you see I have important guests here? Che Wenjie was both embarrassed and angry at that moment. Before inheriting the family business, he was a flamboyant young master who enjoyed life. However, now that his status had changed, he had become more restrained. The few special female employees here were allowed to enter directly by him. But today, he had specifically instructed manager Zhou Ting that there were important guests and no one was to be let in. Yet these two had barged in anyway. What would Zhao Defa and Fang Xinghui think of him if they saw this? The 2 beautiful female employees were startled. They realized that President Che was genuinely angry. Scared, they hesitated to speak and wanted to retreat. Isn't Manager Zhou outside? If there's something, go find her first. Che Wenjie added with an unhappy expression. The 2 female subordinates exchanged glances. President Che, the one in trouble is Manager Zhou. Someone came to our store causing a scene, and Manager Zhou said a few words to him. But who would have thought, this person is a lunatic, and he grabbed Manager Zhou and started a huge fight. Manager Zhou has been beaten into a pig's head. President, you need to go take a look. If you don't go soon, someone might get killed. The 2 female employees spoke in a flurry, each trying to get their words out. Upon hearing this, Che Wenjie was stunned. What? His most favored general was being bullied by an outsider in his own store? Damn! Wasn't this like someone riding on his neck and taking a dump on him? Hell no! How could he tolerate this? Che Wenjie was furious. Uncle Zhao, Brother Fong, I apologize for the trouble. I need to go check it out. Che Wenjie forced himself to suppress his impending rage and said to Zhao Defa and Fong Xinghui, It's fine, Wenjie, you go ahead. The two smiled in response, indicating their understanding. Che Wenjie hurriedly walked outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen unleashed all his anger towards Su Qian and Zhou Ting onto Zhou Ting alone. Damn! It was one thing to be cheated on. Anyway, Su Qian had already become a thing of the past and had nothing to do with him anymore. But you two, damn it, still together. Damn! How low can you be? During this time, Jiang Chen had come to understand one thing. Understanding and tolerating the despicable only makes them more brazen and unrestrained. In the end, only he would suffer. And the way to deal with the despicable was to use the simplest and most brutal methods. Jiang Chen's hand felt a bit numb, and he finally stopped his actions. At this moment, Zhou Ting's face had already swollen up like a pig's head. President Che is here. Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone immediately looked as if they had seen a savior. Kid, how dare you hit someone in our shop? You're finished. Exactly, you turned our sister Zhou into this. President Che will definitely not let you off. The crowd, which had just been too scared to make a sound, now began to shout again. A path quickly opened in the crowd, and a man in his 30s, a domineering figure, walked in. Zhou Ting had already been released by Jiang Chen and rushed towards Che Wenjie like she had seen a savior. President Che, woo woo woo, you have to stand up for me. Woo 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 woo, Zhou Ting cried to Che Wenjie. Anyone with eyes could tell that their relationship was definitely not ordinary. In this moment of crisis, Zhou Ting no longer cared about the presence of others. This is, Ting Ting? Che Wenjie's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe that the piggy girl in front of him was his most trusted Zhou Ting. It should be known that Zhou Ting not only had strong work abilities but also was very flamboyant in her work, capable of handling all sorts of tasks. She never failed to meet his expectations. That's why, in just 2 years, Zhou Ting had risen from a salesperson to a managerial position. Jiang Chen, I tell you, you're finished. You actually hit me. Humph. Our President Che will not let you off. Zhou Ting turned back and angrily scolded Jiang Chen. Seeing that she had just been hit, the onlookers knew it was a show and no one dared to step in. Now that they saw Che Wenjie had arrived, finally someone had their back. Zhou Ting looked smug. Che Wenjie was taken aback by Zhou Ting's words. What did you just say his name was? Che Wenjie looked at Jiang Chen a few meters away, asking in surprise. Darling, his name is Jiang Chen, just a poor loser. Zhou Ting was about to say more. However, the next second, slap. Che Wenjie's loud slap landed on Zhou Ting's already swollen face. Zhou Ting was completely stunned. What the hell? What is going on today? Is it a holiday for slapping people? Why does everyone just come to slap me? My God, this world is too crazy. I want to go home. I want to find my mom. Woo woo woo, darling. You. What is this? Zhou Ting looked at Che Wenjie in disbelief. She never expected that Che Wenjie would suddenly turn on her. Who the hell is your darling? Che Wenjie's expression changed immediately. Zhou Ting suddenly realized that in her moment of panic, she had lost control of her words. She forgot to avoid mentioning their relationship. Although everyone in the company knew that she had a relationship with President Che, this matter still couldn't be brought to light. President Che had just married someone from a prominent family, the only daughter of a big boss. She had indeed lost her composure just now. In front of everyone, she should have been more discreet, otherwise, it would bring unnecessary trouble to President Che. Thinking of this, Zhou Ting immediately apologized. President Che, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was just a bit anxious earlier, so Zhou Ting stammered, her swollen face lowered, not daring to look up at Che Wenjie. However, Che Wenjie directly ignored her and walked over to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Look at you, you didn't even give a heads up when you arrived. I was even planning to welcome you personally. Che Wenjie turned and put on a smile, full of apologies as he spoke to Jiang Chen. As soon as Che Wenjie said this, everyone was completely stunned. They had never seen their usually arrogant and domineering boss, Che, be so polite to someone. Could it be that this poor loser in front of them was the big shot Che had been waiting for today? They all knew that a big shot was coming to the 4S store today. Che placed great importance on it and had come to the store early in the morning, but they never expected that the person Che was waiting for today was him. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, especially Zhou Ting, who was now completely frozen in place. Welcome, Mr. Che, you really think highly of me. It's already a stroke of luck that I wasn't beaten up by your people today. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, his words filled with dissatisfaction. Mr. Jiang, you really know how to joke. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do that. Che Wenjie forced a smile. Dare? He. Mr. Che, you still don't understand them. I simply wanted to test a car when I came in, but your sales staff directly insulted me, calling me a poor loser, saying I wasn't worthy to test drive. In the end, they even physically dragged me out of the car. Is this what you call not daring? Jiang Chen said angrily, not hiding his inner fury. Upon hearing this, Che Wenjie felt both ashamed and furious. Damn it! He had prepared so thoroughly today to befriend Mr. Jiang. Yet, his subordinates had completely ruined it. If this got out, where would he put his face? If he didn't give Mr. Jiang a satisfactory answer today, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high in the wealthy circles in the future. Who the hell disrespected Mr. Jiang just now? Step forward! Che Wenjie shouted angrily at the crowd of onlookers. The onlookers immediately panicked, not daring to face Che's wrath directly. Soon, a female salesperson named Lily was tremblingly pushed out of the crowd by everyone. After all, at times like this, it's better to let someone else take the fall. The female salesperson Lily was dumbfounded. I'm sorry, Mr. Che. Lily trembled, her whole body shaking, not daring to look up. Damn it, it's you? Finance, settle her salary and let her get the hell out of here. Che Wenjie said sternly. Get out. The female salesperson couldn't believe her ears, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She never expected that such a small incident today would cost her a great job. Unwilling. Damn it, so unwilling. Just now, it was clearly manager Zhou Ting who insulted President Jiang as well. Moreover, Zhou Ting's insults were harsher than her own. Why was she unscathed? Was it just because Zhou Ting had a connection with President Che that she had such privileges? Today, even if I have to die, I will drag someone down with me. The female salesperson Lily immediately steeled her resolve. President Che. I'm wronged. But Zhou Ting just insulted President Jiang too, and she was even harsher than I was. Why am I the only one being fired? Lily screamed. At this moment, Zhou Ting was still in a daze. She couldn't react at all. Jiang Chen was actually the important person President Che was waiting for today? Impossible, this absolutely couldn't be true. Zhou Ting fell into deep suspicion. However, at that moment, the female salesperson Lily suddenly turned the tables, catching Zhou Ting off guard. Che Wenjie hesitated for a moment, then glanced sideways at Jiang Chen's expression. Seeing Jiang Chen pretending to admire the scenery, Che Wenjie already understood that President Jiang's anger had not subsided. He quickly made a decision. Manager Zhou, is there still a matter concerning you here? Che Wenjie asked Zhou Ting coldly. Zhou Ting looked at Jiang Chen, then at Che Wenjie, and finally at the female salesperson Lily who had just turned against her. She felt a wave of panic. President Che, you might have been deceived. I know this person, he's just a poor loser who was just dumped by his girlfriend, a real loss. How could he be the person you're waiting for today? Zhou Ting, as someone who could sit in the position of a 4S store manager, not only had skills but also quick wits. In this moment of crisis, she turned the situation around and revitalized the atmosphere. Indeed, Che Wenjie was taken aback by Zhou Ting's words. After all, he had only contacted Jiang Chen through his phone and had never seen him in person. In an instant, Che Wenjie found himself in a dilemma. If this kid wasn't President Jiang but was just trying to pull a fast one, how would he face people in the future? But if this kid really was President Jiang, and he rashly questioned him, he would completely offend President Jiang. Damn it! In just a few seconds, Che Wenjie had already calculated 1,000 possibilities in his mind. Actually, it was very simple to prove Jiang Chen's identity now. There were at least 3 feasible options. Option 1, see if he could really take out 20 million to buy a car. Option 2, give President Jiang a WeChat call. Option 3, go to the office, find Zhao Defa, and have him identify him. But at that moment, Che Wenjie didn't dare to implement any of the options. Each option could potentially offend President Jiang. In just a few seconds, Che Wenjie was already sweating profusely. Just then, a deep voice rang out from the crowd. Damn it, let me see who has the guts to come here and cause trouble. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. It turned out to be Zhao Defa and Fang Xinghui, who had been waiting for Che Wenjie in the office. Che Wenjie's eyes immediately lit up. He gave Jiang Chen a meaningful glance and approached the two. Uncle Zhao, brother Fang, what brings you here? Che Wenjie still wanted to cleverly probe Zhao Defa to see if this troublemaker was really President Jiang. After all, at such a time, no matter whether he admits his mistake to Jiang or not, today he has to fold here. It's best not to show any attitude, so he can remain invincible. This is the most important lesson he learned from transforming from a spoiled rich kid into a family heir. When the mountain collapses before him, he must not change his expression. Inside, he is panicking, but on the surface, he cannot let others see even a hint of it. Just as Che Wenjie was saying something, Zhao Defa's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Jiang Chen, you finally made it. Ha ha ha. As Zhao Defa spoke, he laughed heartily and walked towards Jiang Chen. Brother Zhao, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen was also a bit surprised and stepped forward to greet Zhao Defa. The two warmly shook hands. I've been waiting for you here for half a day. Come. Brother Jiang Chen, don't ask me yet. Let me introduce you to two friends first. Zhao Defa affectionately took Jiang Chen's hand and walked towards Che Wenjie and Fang Xinghui. This is the emperor of cars in the rich group, Che Wenjie, you've already met him. Zhao Defa patted Che Wenjie on the shoulder as he introduced him to Jiang Chen. Met him, Che Wenjie said awkwardly. He then extended his hand to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't reach out at all and directly bypassed Che Wenjie. Brother Zhao, who is this? Jiang Chen looked at Fang Xinghui and asked Zhao Defa. This is the boss of houses in the rich group, Fang Xinghui. The villa you're going to see this afternoon, Bishui Bay, belongs to him. Zhao Defa introduced Jiang Chen. Surprisingly, this time Jiang Chen took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with Fang Xinghui. Boss Fang, nice to meet you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Fang Xinghui was instantly flattered. President Jiang, nice to meet you. Fang Xinghui had just seen Jiang Chen ignore Che Wenjie. He thought President Jiang looked down on him and Che Wenjie. He was already feeling a bit deflated. But unexpectedly, President Jiang took the initiative to extend his hand. Fang Xinghui felt so pleased inside. In contrast, Che Wenjie, who was ignored, looked worse than if he had eaten shit. Why is it that both he and Fang Xinghui were introduced by Uncle Zhao, yet President Jiang only has eyes for Fang Xinghui and completely disregards him? Che Wenjie's mindset was about to explode. He stared blankly at Jiang Chen, quickly realizing, damn, could it be that his little thoughts just now were completely seen through by President Jiang? Oh no! Che Wenjie slapped his forehead. His earlier actions were not just foolish, they were downright stupid. He thought that by not showing his stance, he wouldn't make a mistake. However, he overlooked who his opponent was. This is President Jiang. Being evaluated so highly by Uncle Zhao, it was clear he was several levels above him. His little tricks might fool someone of a lower level, but how could they escape President Jiang's keen eyes? Damn! It's all that bitch Zhou Ting's fault. If she hadn't said those words just now, would he have hesitated for that moment? If he hadn't hesitated, President Jiang definitely wouldn't have treated him like this. Uncle Zhao, Brother Fang, President Jiang. You all wait for me here, I have something to handle first, Che Wenjie said, his face looking grim, as he walked towards Zhou Ting. Damn it! You filthy bitch, what do you think you are? Just now, I was giving you a chance to apologize to General Jiang. I didn't expect you to still slander him. Damn it! Let me tell you, even if General Jiang is willing to spare you today, I won't let you off, Che Wenjie said, looking at the crowd of onlookers. Everyone present has a share in this. Each of you give her a slap. After that, go to the finance department and split her salary. Oh, and remember to throw this bitch outside. I never want to see that pig face again, Che Wenjie said furiously. At this moment, Zhou Ting was completely dumbfounded. She never expected a man could be so ruthless. When he loved you, you were sweet as candy. When he didn't, he would really make you suffer. Mr. Che, General Jiang. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Zhou Ting was now kneeling on the ground, banging her head like pounding garlic. However, she received no response. She had already been surrounded by the crowd. The onlookers thought, is there money to be made from hitting someone? Is there such a good thing in the world? The crowd immediately rushed to slap Zhou Ting's face. Among them were several female salespeople who had personal grudges against her. Finally catching the opportunity, they really went all out. Soon, Zhou Ting's shrill screams echoed throughout the 4S shop. While Zhou Ting was being beaten, the female salesperson Lily saw the situation was not good, didn't even dare to ask for her salary, and slipped out the back door. If these people finished beating Zhou Ting and then came for her, wouldn't that be asking for her life? Before long, Zhou Ting was thrown out of the store like a dead dog. She never expected that half an hour ago, she was still the high and mighty manager of the Rolls-Royce 4S shop. Now she was even worse than a dog. She had spent 300,000 of her savings to fix her face, and now it was completely unrecognizable. Oh God, why are you playing such a joke on me? She regretted it immensely at this moment, wondering why she had to mock Jiang Chen for no reason. At the beginning of the day, Jiang Chen was so surprised and interested in her looks and figure. If she had tried to please Jiang Chen back then, how could she have ended up in this situation? Su Qian, oh Su Qian, you have ruined me. Jiang Chen is now so rich and powerful, and you actually dumped him. If Su Qian hadn't told her those things, she would never have mocked or ridiculed Jiang Chen like that. Then none of this would have happened. Damn it, Su Qian, you bitch, I won't let this go. Zhou Ting screamed in her heart. The onlookers, after beating Zhou Ting, were in high spirits. They had already gone to the finance department to collect their red envelopes. Zhou Ting's salary was quite high, and everyone present could basically get over 1,000 yuan each. Damn, I didn't expect Zhou Ting, that stinky bitch, to have such a high salary. Yeah, her salary for this month is equivalent to my half a year's salary. Ha, what's the use of a high salary? If you provoke someone you shouldn't, it can all end with just one word. Speaking of which, that handsome guy just now was actually General Jiang. I didn't expect Mr. Che to respect him so much. Yeah, he looked really cool when he was hitting people just now. Hey, don't be infatuated, weren't you just calling him a poor loser? That was then, this is now. Hey, did you notice a detail just now? At this moment, a male salesperson interrupted the conversation among the female salespeople, looking mysterious. What detail? Everyone was curious. Did you notice that just now, President Che actually intended to let Zhou Ting off? But unfortunately, President Zhang's anger hadn't subsided, and Zhou Ting's mouth was too reckless. That's why President Che had no choice but to harshly deal with Zhou Ting. Damn. Now that you mention it, it really seems that way. So according to you, President Zhang's strength is actually far above President Che's. Of course. Didn't you see that when President Che wanted to shake hands with President Zhang, he was directly ignored by him? Exactly. And President Zhang looks even younger and more impressive than President Che. Oh, I really want President Zhang to give me a good beating. He. The female salespeople huddled together, chattering away again. Zhou Ting was quickly forgotten by this world. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chen's impression of Che Wenjie began to change. To be honest, his first impression of Che Wenjie was not good. First, Zhou Ting had been intimate with him 11 times, and he was so close to her. Is this someone who can accomplish great things? Second, since he had already said he was President Zhang, he should stand up for himself. But halfway through, he was swayed by Zhou Ting's few words and wavered? What does that mean? This clearly shows he looks down on me. If it weren't for Zhao Defa suddenly coming to the rescue, Jiang Chen could have predicted what he would face next. Therefore, he was completely uninterested in such a person. He couldn't be bothered to be polite and directly showed a cold face. Then he watched coldly, wanting to see how Che Wenjie would end today. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was somewhat satisfied with Che Wenjie's performance afterward. He dealt with Zhou Ting directly and decisively. That's more like it. That's the demeanor a boss of a Rolls-Royce 4S store should have. President Jiang, I'm really sorry today. Che Wenjie walked up to a few people, full of apologies as he spoke to Jiang Chen. At this moment, Zhao Defa finally began to understand. So the troublemaker he mentioned earlier was actually Jiang Chen. Since it's all a misunderstanding, it's good to clear it up. My brother Jiang Chen is not someone who holds grudges. Let's go eat. Zhao Defa put his arms around the shoulders of the two and prepared to walk out of the 4S store. Brother, wait a minute. I have something to say. At this moment, Jiang Chen stopped Zhao Defa. In an instant, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen nervously, especially Zhao Defa, who was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't give him face and would embarrass him. After that, he would have no authority in front of the younger generation. The next second, Jiang Chen smiled. Brother, I came to President Che's place this morning to look at cars. Let's check out the cars first, then we can eat. Jiang Chen said with a smile to Zhao Defa and Che Wenjie. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, President Jiang, the car has been prepared for a long time, please follow me. Che Wenjie immediately said. Under Che Wenjie's lead, Jiang Chen walked towards the 20 million Rolls-Royce Phantom. In the distance, Jiang Chen was captivated by the shape of this car. The previous Cullinan suddenly lost its appeal. Jiang Chen touched the car and then eagerly sat inside. Wow! This is the car of his dreams. After a while, Jiang Chen reluctantly got out of the car. How is it, President Jiang? Are you satisfied? Che Wenjie asked with a smile. Very satisfied. Then this one it is. Where do I pay? Jiang Chen said decisively. Che Wenjie waved his hand, and soon someone came over with a POS machine. Over 20 million was directly scanned from Jiang Chen's phone. Zhao Defa was fine, he had seen Jiang Chen spend money before. But Cai Wenjie and Fang Xinghui were different. Seeing Jiang Chen spend over 20 million without batting an eye was astonishing. From looking at the car to paying, it took just over 2 minutes. There was no hesitation at all. For President Jiang, spending 20 million on a car seemed as easy as spending 20 yuan on a toy car. At this moment, Cai Wenjie and Fang Xinghui were even more convinced of Jiang Chen's capabilities. President Cai, I'll take this car now, Jiang Chen said as he got in, ready to start the vehicle. However, in the next second, Cai Wenjie panicked. Oh no! President Jiang, this Rolls-Royce Phantom still has some paperwork that hasn't been completed. It might take another day or two, Cai Wenjie said anxiously. He never expected President Jiang to be so extravagant. Buying a car worth over 20 million and wanting to drive it away immediately? Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. How was he to know the ins and outs here? This was his first time buying a car. He had no idea it would be so troublesome. Is there a car here with complete paperwork that I can drive away right now? Jiang Chen asked Cai Wenjie. After all, he had intended to drive away with a car today, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated. Yes. President Jiang, those few cars over there have complete paperwork and can be driven away right now. You can choose one to drive, Cai Wenjie hurriedly said. Although those cars were all new, there was no way around it. Today, they absolutely could not offend President Jiang again. Letting him drive one before the paperwork for the Rolls-Royce Phantom was completed was fine. Jiang Chen looked in the direction Cai Wenjie pointed. Sure enough, there were 5 or 6 cars nearby that were quite special. Among them was the Cullinan he had just looked at. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen said, I'll take that Cullinan. How much? Jiang Chen asked the staff member holding the POS machine. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Cai Wenjie panicked. Jiang, President, what do you mean? Cai Wenjie couldn't believe his ears. Buying a car? Didn't you say that only these few cars have complete paperwork? Jiang Chen said casually. Cai Wenjie's brain was struggling to keep up. Then, President Jiang, do you still want that Rolls-Royce Phantom? Cai Wenjie asked hesitantly. Of course I want it, Jiang Chen quickly replied. But then he suddenly realized something. I want both of these cars, Jiang Chen added with a smile. As soon as he said this, the entire room was shocked. Cai Wenjie was completely stunned, his mouth agape. He had thought President Jiang was a bit angry because he couldn't drive away the Rolls-Royce Phantom, to exchange the more than 20 million Rolls-Royce Phantom for the 7 million Cullinan. However, he never expected that President Jiang would want them all. My goodness! Even though Cai Wenjie had seen a lot, he had never encountered someone like Jiang Chen. Unable to wait for the car's paperwork, he directly bought another one. It seems that choosing not to offend President Jiang today was the best decision of his life. President Jiang truly is as unfathomable as the rumors say. Jiang Chen's phone quickly had over 7 million swiped away. Mr. Cai, once the paperwork for the Phantom is ready, I'll trouble you to deliver it to me, Jiang Chen said with a smile, then extended his hand to Cai Wenjie. Cai Wenjie was taken aback, but he quickly understood Jiang Chen's meaning. President Jiang had completely let go of any grudges. Of course. Cai Wenjie also quickly extended his hand, speaking with great respect. Cai Wenjie thought, although Jiang Chen is 4 years younger than me, President Jiang's vision and depth are several levels above mine. In front of President Jiang, I am just a younger brother. After buying the car, Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Although the Cullinan was slightly inferior to the Phantom, it was still quite good. Moreover, since getting his driver's license, he had never been on the road. He would practice with the Cullinan first. Brother Zhao, where are we going to eat? Jiang Chen couldn't wait to sit in the car, then rolled down the window to ask Zhao Defa. Little brother, let's go to our old dad's private kitchen. How about that? Zhao Defa said. Okay, then I'll go ahead. I'll wait for you over there. With a loud roar of the engine, Jiang Chen drove off like an arrow released from a bow. The few of them stood there stunned for a few seconds, all looking at Cai Wenjie. Cai Wenjie's face turned slightly red. So, Wenjie, are you still unconvinced? Zhao Defa asked with a smile. Uncle Zhao, please don't tease me at this time. If it weren't for you today, I would have completely offended President Jiang. Sigh. Cai Wenjie felt ashamed. He now realized that his skills were still shallow, not to mention comparing himself to President Jiang. He couldn't even match up to Fang Xinghui beside him. Zhao Defa chuckled. You guys are just getting to know each other. I see that brother Jiang Chen just took the initiative to shake your hand. He even directly bought 2 luxury cars. That means he has completely recognized you. Once you get familiar, you will know his benefits. Got it, Uncle Zhou, Che Wenjie replied. He was very willing to listen to the words of his father's old friend at this moment. Fang Xinghui, watching the direction Jiang Chen's car had driven off, was lost in thought for a long time. Just a few minutes had left him extremely shocked. No wonder Zhao Defa had such an evaluation of Jiang Chen. It seems that today's investment solicitation has potential. The three of them each had their own thoughts as they drove towards old dad's private kitchen. The conversation split in two directions. Jiang Chen finally drove his first car in life, feeling quite pleased. He opened the navigation and deliberately chose a route with fewer traffic lights, even though it was longer. Vroom, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The roaring sound made Jiang Chen feel like he was bubbling over with excitement. In an instant, he became the most eye-catching figure on the road. Passers-by cast envious glances his way. Wow! A luxury car. Yeah, a Cullinan, probably worth several million. Damn! I could never afford this even if I worked my whole life. Look, the owner is actually a young guy. He must be a rich second generation. Handsome. Can I get your contact info? While waiting at a traffic light, several beautiful women leaned out of their cars, showing Jiang Chen their WeChat QR codes. Jiang Chen shook his head with a cold smile. This one has 18 private views. This one has 27. This one has 36. This one has 102. Damn! This is a cylinder. What the hell? Time to bail out. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of old dad's private kitchen in his Cullinan. Ding! Just as he parked, he suddenly heard the system's voice. The target object locked for the host today is Zhang Menjing. Reminder, Baijie currently has a favorability rating of 95 towards the host. The large cashback has increased by 5 times, so host, do your best. Jiang Chen's heart soared with joy. He had arranged to meet Zhang Menjing today, and the system had also locked onto her. It seems like fate. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. TSK. Now that he had silver tongue and dance mastery, he definitely had the strength to compete with Zhang Menjing. Unlike last time, when he could only exclaim, "Wow, I can't believe it can be like this. Wow, I can't believe it can be like that. Wow, what is this move?" Making himself look like a naive kid who had never seen the world in front of Zhang Menjing. Not at all steady. This time, he had to take the initiative and let Zhang Menjing know how impressive he was. After all, this kind of back-and-forth duel was what made it interesting. Although he could completely respond to change without changing, he still felt that controlling the overall situation in this game would be more fun and give a greater sense of conquest. Just as Jiang Chen was daydreaming in the car, several people had already gathered around. Some were curiously looking at the newly acquired Cullinan, while others were wondering who the person driving it was. It was mealtime, and many people had come to eat. Many diners noticed that a new Cullinan had driven in but had not yet gotten out of the car, which made them even more curious. Jiang Chen looked around and found that Zhao Defa and Che Wenjie seemed to have not arrived yet, so he prepared to get out of the car and wait for them inside the restaurant. "Damn, is that you, kid?" As soon as Jiang Chen got out of the car, he heard someone say fiercely. Jiang Chen felt a bit frustrated. When he was a poor kid, someone scolded him. Now that he was driving a Cullinan worth over 7 million, someone was still scolding him? So no matter what, he couldn't win. Damn! Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice. What the hell? The one speaking turned out to be a familiar face. It was the rich second-generation kid Zhao Jie who had designed the jumping-off scene on the hospital rooftop that day, coercing Xiao Yanan. Fortunately, I was there that day, otherwise, such an outstanding woman like Xiao Yanan would probably have been pushed by this stupid pig. Zhao Jie, being a rich second generation himself, naturally held a grudge after I beat him up that time. So he completely ignored me, driving his Cullinan worth over 7 million. Jiang Chen noticed that there was a very beautiful girl beside Zhao Jie, who looked quite young but had already developed well. A quick scan revealed she was 17, with one intimate encounter. Damn it! What the hell? Zhao Jie, what have you done to this girl? Are you looking for trouble? Hey, Jiang, are you tired of living? Zhao Jie questioned Jiang Chen with a fierce expression. I came looking for trouble? I think you're the one looking for death, Zhao Jie. Jiang Chen smirked coldly. Zhao Jie was furious. All security, come here and beat this kid to death. Zhao Jie roared. As soon as Zhao Jie said this, Jiang Chen was taken aback. What nonsense is this kid talking about? I'm a shareholder here. You want the restaurant's security to beat me up? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? However, the next second, over 20 security guards really did come running over, surrounding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was astonished. What's going on? Why do the security guards listen to Zhao Jie so much? Zhao Jie, Who the hell are you? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. In fact, after enhancing his physical attributes, he could easily take on 100 people. Besides, it was just over 20 security guards. But there was no need. He was now a shareholder of Old Dad's Private Kitchen. Why would he beat up the security guards of his own restaurant? If this got out, he'd be a laughingstock. It was better to clarify things first. You're scared now, huh? Too late. Let me tell you, this restaurant is owned by my family. Today, you're going to have no way out. Zhao Jie said viciously. The humiliation he suffered last time at Jiang Chen's place was too great. He had never been so wronged in his life. Damn it! Today, this kid came looking for trouble. How could he let him go? Jiang Chen frowned, feeling that things were getting a bit troublesome. So Zhao Defa is your? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. If Zhao Jie really had some connection to Zhao Defa, it would be hard for him to take action. That's my dad. What's it to you? Are you scared now? Zhao Jie shouted. Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. Damn it, this kid really has good luck. If he had a different dad, he would definitely be going to jail today. After all, the girl beside him was still a minor. Moreover, this guy had his eyes on Xiao Yanan, which clearly indicated he had a strong complex. In society, that's a real tumor. Damn it! He shouldn't be allowed to tread on a sewing machine for 2 years. Dealing with this guy would be a public service. But this kid just had to be Zhao Defa's son. For a moment, Jiang Chen found himself in a dilemma. You see, Zhao Defa was his benefactor. Without Zhao Defa, he would never have been able to connect with so many people. Moreover, earning so much money and dealing with so many women. If he really took care of his son now, would that be acceptable? Isn't that a case of biting the hand that feeds you? Sigh. Jiang Chen let out a deep sigh. It seems that the world of martial arts is not just about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social intricacies. Such human relationships are the most troublesome. At this moment, Zhao Jie looked at Jiang Chen, who had already deflated. He thought Jiang Chen was scared by him. Kid, are you scared now? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can still let them go easy on you. Zhao Jie sneered with a crooked smile. Then I beg you, young Master Zhao. Could you not cry in front of your dad later? Jiang Chen said seriously. Jiang Chen thought, I hope this kid stays tough and doesn't end up crying like a baby in front of Zhao Defa, making things difficult for me. However, this only further enraged Zhao Jie. You little brat, even at this point, you still dare to be tough. Damn it, everyone, get him. Beat this little brat to death. If someone dies, it's on me. Zhao Jie ordered. As soon as he said this, more than 20 security guards were already in position, ready to pounce on Jiang Chen. Stop. Everyone, stop. At that moment, a graceful figure walked out from the restaurant. She was dressed in professional attire, her figure curvaceous and well-proportioned. It was the beautiful manager of the restaurant, Zhu Yan. At this time, the restaurant was packed. Zhu Yan was busy with the hustle and bustle. Suddenly, she heard someone say that young Master Zhao was arguing with a young man named Jiang. Young Master Zhao, not getting along, had mobilized all the security guards to beat the young man into a cripple. Zhu Yan had a deep impression of Jiang Chen from their last encounter, and plus, Zhao Defa had just called her, saying that General Jiang would be arriving soon. Zhu Yan realized something was wrong and rushed out in a hurry, just in time to see this scene. Manager Zhu, don't get involved in this today. I have a personal grudge with this kid. If I don't beat him into a cripple today, I can't sleep. Zhao Jie said fiercely. Young Master Zhao, although I don't know what happened between you, there must be a misunderstanding, and Zhu Yan wanted to say more, but was met with 2 loud slaps from Zhao Jie. Get the hell out of here. You're just standing there talking without feeling the pain. Last time, it wasn't you who got beaten by this kid, right? Who do you think you are? You're just a watchdog raised by my dad, and you dare come here to teach me a lesson. Pa! As Zhao Jie spoke, he spat at Zhu Yan. Then he turned to the security guards. What are you all standing there for? Get in there and kill this kid. Zhao Jie yelled at the security guards. However, the next second, Slap Zhao Jie himself was struck, dizzy and staggering a few steps before falling to the ground. The most important thing was that after Zhao Jie fell, he actually covered his groin. Shouldn't he be covering his face after being hit? It turned out that while Jiang Chen slapped him, he had kicked Zhao Jie in the groin with lightning speed. The pain from that kick, perhaps only Zhao Jie himself could understand. Damn it. That hurts like hell. Zhao Jie covered his groin, tears streaming down his face from the pain. It was clear that he was very distressed. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't even seen how Jiang Chen suddenly appeared here from several meters away. All they heard was the sound of slap. A blood-red handprint was left on Zhao Jie's face. It was evident that the slap must have hurt a lot, otherwise, how could young Master Zhao scream so miserably? "Manager Zhu, are you okay?" Jiang Chen ignored Zhao Jia, who was lying on the ground, and walked straight towards the beautiful manager, Zhu Yan. Jiang. General. I'm fine. A blush appeared on Manager Zhu's face. It was hard to tell if it was from being hit by Zhao Jie or from feeling shy. Ding! At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Zhu Yan's favorability towards the host +10, Zhu Yan's favorability towards the host +10, Zhu Yan's favorability towards the host +10. Ding! Zhu Yan's current favorability towards the host is 60, and 20 more is needed for a successful reversal. The host should keep up the good work. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He remembered Zhao Defa saying that Zhu Yan lived right below the apartment he shared with Meng Xiaoran. If Zhu Yan really succeeded in her reversal, he would have another place to go in Maple Forest Green City. TSK. It's good that you're fine, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Is this guy really Zhao's son? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Jia on the ground with disdain. Zhu Yan smiled bitterly. Yes, and he's also Zhao's only son. Jiang Chen frowned. How could someone like Zhao have such a son? Comparing Zhao Defa to Zhao Jia, although they bore some resemblance, he couldn't connect the two at all. Zhao Defa's strengths were completely absent in this kid. Moreover, from his appearance, Zhao Jia seemed like someone who would never have good fortune. Zhao Defa, who had worked so hard all his life for face and strength, would probably shake his head if he saw this son. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think. The beautiful manager shook her head with a bitter smile, thinking, General Jiang, are you roasting me? How could I dare to answer that question? Do I still want my job? Just then, a luxury car drove in from the parking lot entrance. Jiang Chen recognized that the driver was Che Wenjie. Upon seeing the scene, Che Wenjie felt puzzled. He hurriedly got out of the car, ready to greet Jiang Chen. Wenjie, save me, save me. Che Wenjie was somewhat confused and turned to look at the source of the voice. It was Zhao Jia, lying on the ground wailing. Che Wenjie was taken aback. Zhao Jia, what happened? Who beat you up like this? Tell me quickly. Che Wenjie's father had known Zhao Jia's father for a long time, so they had also known each other for a long time. Zhao Jia was a few years younger than Che Wenjie, so Che Wenjie regarded Zhao Jia as a younger brother. At first, they got along quite well. However, later on, Che Wenjie found that Zhao Jia was getting into too much trouble, and gradually kept his distance from him. He didn't expect that when they met again, Zhao Jia would be in such a state. It was quite strange. Upon seeing help arrive, Zhao Jia immediately regained his momentum. It was that kid who did it. Zhao Jia pointed at Jiang Chen standing over there, speaking fiercely. Wenjie, you have to help me this time. Zhao Jia pleaded with Che Wenjie. Che Wenjie followed the direction Zhao Jia pointed and happened to see Jiang Chen smiling at them. Che Wenjie was stunned. No, Zhao Jia. You really are brave. Why did you have to provoke him? I sweated all morning just to calm down President Zhang. Now you want me to deal with him? Have I been kicked in the head by a donkey? Che Wenjie looked at Jiang Chen and forced a smile. Zhao Jia. Your dad is coming over soon. How about you talk to your dad later? Che Wenjie looked meaningfully at Zhao Jia, revealing a sly smile. My dad is coming soon? Zhao Jia immediately became excited. Kid, you're done for, you're really done for. Zhao Jia shouted arrogantly at Jiang Chen. Upon hearing that his father Zhao Defa was coming, Zhao Jia felt no pain in his face and no sadness in his heart. He sprang up like a carp. Kid, you're done for, you're really done for. My dad is coming soon. You better not run away. Zhao Jia deliberately provoked Jiang Chen. At this moment, Zhao Jia was full of spirit. The time for revenge had finally come. Ha. In contrast, Che Wenjie looked at Zhao Jia as if he were an idiot. Then he glanced at the smiling Jiang Chen, almost unable to hold back a laugh. But he finally managed to control himself. Soon, two luxury cars drove in from the parking lot entrance. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Xinghui and Zhao Defa slowly got out of the car. Originally, several of them had brought drivers or secretaries. However, seeing that President Jiang was driving himself, they didn't dare to act all high and mighty. They directly sent their drivers and secretaries home in a taxi. Dad, you finally made it. As soon as Zhao Defa got out of the car, Zhao Jia rushed over eagerly. He kindly opened the car door for Zhao Defa. What are you doing here? Zhao Defa's face was full of displeasure. Seeing this son made him feel a headache. Every day he was idle, couldn't do anything useful, and only caused trouble for himself. Damn it! Where is the slightest resemblance to how he was when he was young? He must have taken after those lazy and cunning uncles of his. Zhao Defa couldn't help but think. Did you spend the money I gave you a few days ago already? Zhao Defa asked disdainfully. No, Zhao Jia hurriedly waved his hands. Dad, I'm really not here for money this time. Your son was bullied. Zhao Jia had a sincere expression. Oh, then thank him for me. Zhao Defa said indifferently. Dad, am I really your son? Your son was really bullied. Look at what they did to me. Zhao Jia showed Zhao Defa the half of his face that Jiang Chen had slapped and swollen. Good hit, Zhao Defa said impatiently. As he spoke, he went back to the car to get his thermos. However, the next scene surprised him a bit. More than 20 security guards stood there in a neat row, looking dumbfounded. What the hell? Are they going on strike? Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Don't you want to work anymore? Zhao Defa was a bit angry. The more than 20 security guards were instantly scared out of their wits. Dad, I made them do this. Zhao Jia volunteered. It's noon, the mealtime, why did you call them here? Zhao Defa said sternly. Oh, my good father, did I not tell you? Your good son was bullied, let them help me take revenge. Zhao Jia pleaded earnestly with Zhao Defa. This kid is really bold, coming to our territory and daring to sneak attack me in front of so many people. Your son almost became childless just now. Dad, you have to help me vent this anger. Zhao Jia added fuel to the fire. Upon hearing childless, Zhao Defa's expression changed slightly. Damn it, what kind of karma did I create in my last life, to have given birth to such a thing? Sigh, who is the other party? Let me see. Zhao Defa said helplessly. Zhao Jia smiled, the excuse of being childless was truly effective. It always hit the mark. Dad, it's that kid. Zhao Jia pointed at Jiang Chen over there, shouting. You, Jiang, are finished. Just watch how my dad deals with you. Zhao Jia looked smug. Zhao Defa followed Zhao Jia's direction and saw that Che Wenjie, Jiang Chen, and the beautiful manager Zhu Yan were all smiling at them. Zhao Defa's face turned green with anger. The next second, slap. Zhao Jia's neck was harshly slapped by Zhao Defa. Zhao Jia's head buzzed, completely stunned. Dad, what are you doing? Zhao Jia grimaced in pain. He had never felt such a heavy blow of paternal love before. Idiot! How dare you ask me what I'm doing? Damn it! Mr. Jiang is a guest I finally invited today. You, good for nothing, while I'm building a bridge for you, you're tearing it down from behind, right? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Jiang! Zhao Defa scolded angrily. Seeing Che Wenjie, another rich second generation, so obedient and perceptive, it made him feel even more frustrated compared to his own son Zhao Jia. What kind of karma did he create in his last life, to have given birth to such a useless thing? In his next life, he might not even be able to carry someone's shoes. Dad, are you getting old and confused? Why did you invite him? What kind of apology did I owe him? Zhao Jia clearly disagreed. Zhao Defa was truly driven to tears by this ungrateful son. Damn it, during this time your father's funding chain broke, almost going bankrupt. It seems you don't care at all. If it weren't for Mr. Jiang, you and your useless uncles would have to eat the northwest wind, you know? Damn! Zhao Defa cursed loudly, and then gave Zhao Jia another resounding fatherly love. At this moment, Zhao Jia was completely shocked. His allowance had been cut by more than half recently. He had heard that his father was in trouble, but he never expected that the one helping his family out of crisis was that Jiang. How? Zhao Jia's expression at this moment was worse than if he had eaten shit. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. Under Zhao Defa's scolding, Zhao Jia finally turned into a good son. Dragged by the ear to stand before Jiang Chen, he lowered his head to apologize. At this moment, many diners were watching the commotion. After Zhao Jia finished speaking, he scurried away like a rat crossing the street, slipping into a private room in the restaurant. Today, he had truly lost face. It would take him at least 10 days to recover from this embarrassment. Ha. As soon as Zhao Jia left, Jiang Chen, Che Wenjie, the female manager Zhu Yan, and Fang Xinghui all burst into laughter. Brother Jiang, sorry to make you witness such a joke. The only son of a 3-generation single line, spoiled by everyone. Zhao Defa said with a helpless smile. It's no big deal. I actually find young Master Zhao quite adorable. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. In truth, it didn't matter, he had had quite a bit of fun teasing Zhao Jia all day. He. Zhao Defa understood Jiang Chen's character. If he said it didn't matter, it truly didn't. However, this matter couldn't just be brushed aside. He had to give Jiang Zong an explanation. Zhao Defa looked at the security guards, and his expression suddenly changed. What the hell are you all still doing standing here? Don't you want to work anymore? The security guards were instantly frightened and scattered, returning to their respective posts. Zhao Defa, still fuming, turned to the female manager Zhu Yan. Manager Zhu, why did you let that kid act up? Zhao Defa said coldly. I'm sorry, Zhao Zong. Zhu Yan hurriedly lowered her head to apologize but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Brother, what happened just now has nothing to do with Manager Zhu. In fact, if young Master Zhao hadn't insulted her first and even hit Manager Zhu, I wouldn't have taken action against him. As Jiang Chen spoke, he instinctively shielded Zhu Yan behind him. Zhao Defa was momentarily stunned by Jiang Chen's words. Looking again at the female manager Zhu Yan, with the two handprints on her face, everything became clear. Damn it, this little brat. Zhao Defa was instantly filled with rage and was about to storm into the restaurant to deal with Zhao Jia, but he was held back by a few people. Che Wenjie said, Uncle Zhao, there are so many people today, why don't you let young Jia off for now? He's still young and doesn't understand. Fang Xinghui added, exactly, Brother Zhao, we finally managed to invite Jiang Zong over today, and there's important business to discuss, have you forgotten? Female manager Zhu Yan said, Zhao Zong, please don't be angry, today's incident is all my fault. Cough cough. Jiang Chen cleared his throat. Brother Zhao, if your way of managing was effective, young Master Zhao would have probably succeeded long ago. There wouldn't be a need to wait until now. Jiang Chen said lightly. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Jiang Chen. Zhao Defa, who had been difficult to hold back, suddenly calmed down. Brother Jiang, what do you mean? Zhao Defa felt as if he had been awakened from a dream, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What Jiang Chen said was indeed a fact. Over the years, he had dealt with this rebellious son many times, but every time he punished him, he would behave for a few days, then revert to his old ways. It was exhausting. If this continued, in a few years when he was old, could he rely on this troublemaker to support the family business? That was probably a fool's dream. He had truly been lost in his own thoughts. Now, having been awakened by Jiang Chen's words, he had to get to the bottom of it. Jiang Chen and Zhao Jia are of the same age, and their awareness is even higher than his own, so they must see things more clearly. Brother Jiang Chen, what do you think I should do? Zhao Defa asked sincerely. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. Actually, this matter is both difficult and simple. Young Master Zhao has grown up in a comfortable environment. If you want to prevent him from indulging in pleasure, and from being intoxicated by wealth, it seems the conditions won't allow it. If he doesn't truly experience some hardships, it might be very difficult. Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhao Defa immediately worshipped him wholeheartedly. Brother Jiang Chen, you are absolutely right. Then what do you think I should do? Zhao Defa asked earnestly. Jiang Chen leaned in close to Zhao Defa's ear, covering his mouth, and whispered something. Zhao Defa's expression suddenly became serious. After a long while, Zhao Defa finally seemed to have made a decision. In that case, I will trouble Brother Jiang Chen, Zhao Defa said, and unexpectedly bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. Old brother, you are embarrassing me. Jiang Chen quickly supported Zhao Defa. Don't worry, old brother, at most 5 years, at least 1 year. I will definitely return you a transformed good son. Jiang Chen said seriously. If it can really be like that, then thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. Zhao Defa sighed in relief and said. The others still did not understand what Jiang Chen had said to Zhao Defa. As long as Jiang Chen understood in his heart, he could finally let go and deal with Zhao Jia properly. There were no more worries. The meal was very enjoyable. Zhao Defa ordered all the dishes that Jiang Chen liked last time. Jiang Chen once again ate to his fill. Taking advantage of Jiang Chen's good mood, Fang Xinghui seizing the opportunity to bring up the investment he wanted Jiang Chen to make. Jiang Chen immediately became happy. At this moment, he had 2.4 billion, and he really didn't know how to spend it. If it were 240,000, there would be specific items to buy. But this was 2.4 billion. It was simply impossible to spend it all by relying on one person's strength. Jiang Chen was just thinking about making some investments when he happened to run into Fang Xinghui. It was truly a case of meeting too late. When Jiang Chen heard Fang Xinghui say he wanted to buy 280 acres of land in the south of Jiangcheng to build a high-end community, and according to reliable news from Fang Xinghui, the government was going to vigorously develop that area and extend Line 19 there, this was definitely a surefire profitable deal. Wasn't this the kind of opportunity he wanted? With knowledgeable people leading the way, he could invest with peace of mind. He would provide the money, and they would provide the effort. Making money with money. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. In a moment of excitement, he directly invested 1.4 billion. Fang Xinghui was grinning from ear to ear. As expected of President Jiang. This is too extravagant. Che Wenjie, Fang Xinghui, and Zhao Defa all admired Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Jiang Chen being too young, They would have wanted to recognize him as their big brother. He. Just as the few of them were toasting and celebrating, Jiang Chen also received a message from Zhang Menjing. Zhang Menjing, brother Jiang Chen, I have everything ready here. Stealing a smile, Zhang Menjing. 1 2-second selfie video. Zhang Menjing, how is it? Does brother Jiang Chen like it? Shy Zhang Menjing, when are you coming over? I really miss you. Jiang Chen saw it. In the video, Zhang Menjing was wearing a thin and sheer nightgown. Her beautiful figure was faintly visible. Zhang Menjing, having been a female anchor, knew exactly what to reveal and what not to. She grasped the balance perfectly. Moreover, at this moment, Zhang Menjing's affection for Jiang Chen was at 95. She was also afraid of losing Jiang Chen, her money tree and big support. Of course, she would exhaust all her knowledge. She infused all her selling points into this short 12-second video. Jiang Chen was instantly stirred. He immediately wanted to sprout wings and fly to Zhang Menjing's side. He wanted to learn from this little vixen's tricks. Jiang Chen quickly replied with a message. Jiang Chen, I'll be over in a bit. Bad smile. Well, bro, Fong Wenjie, I have something to do this afternoon, so I'll head out first. Jiang Chen stood up and said to the others. But, President Jiang, didn't we agree to look at the Bayside Villa this afternoon? Fang Xinghui said, somewhat surprised. Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, just remembering that he was supposed to look at the villa this afternoon. But at this moment, he had no interest in viewing the villa. No worries, brother Fong, no need to look at the villa, I'll just buy it directly. Jiang Chen said with great bravado. Then, he transferred another 55 million to the account where he had just sent 1.4 billion to Fang Xinghui. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the others, he left the private room. The others were even more convinced by Jiang Chen. This was no longer just a matter of being rich or not. In just a few hours, Jiang Chen had first bought 2 luxury cars from Che Wenjie. Then he directly invested 1.4 billion with Fang Xinghui to buy land. Next was the 55 million villa, which he bought without even looking at it. How much wealth must one have to possess such audacity? Moreover, this also involved a matter of trust. Zhao Defa thought, wasn't it because Jiang Chen trusted him, Zhao Defa, that he then trusted Che Wenjie and Fang Xinghui? And Jiang Chen was the one who brought him into the wealthy group. Soon, Che Wenjie and Fang Xinghui would share what Jiang Chen had done today in the wealthy group, and Zhao Defa would also gain face. Jiang Chen stepped out of the private room, feeling satisfied after a hearty meal. He began to think of Yingyu again. He could hardly wait to see Zhang Menjing, reflecting on how he had come with 2.4 billion today. In just half a day, he had bought 2 luxury cars, a villa, and invested 1.4 billion in a development project. Now he had less than 1 billion left in his pocket. He felt no sense of security at all. The system had just locked onto Zhang Menjing. How could he let such a money-making opportunity slip away? Last time in the changing room, Zhang Menjing was still limited by the small space. This time, his Dexian Huafu Building 88 was a full 140 square meters. Truly, the sky is high for birds to fly, the sea is vast for fish to leap. Enough space for the two of them to fully express themselves. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. However, just as Jiang Chen was passing by the door of another private room, he suddenly seemed to hear Zhao Jie's voice. Jiang Chen couldn't help but slow down his steps. Inside the private room, Zhao Jie was hugging the young girl from earlier. Leaning back on the sofa, he was puffing smoke while looking at the standing man with an air of arrogance. Shen, are you even capable or what? You said 3 days, and this is the 4th day. That old virgin, why isn't she settled yet? Zhao Jie questioned the standing man with a fierce expression. The man, around 30 years old, was sweating profusely from Zhao Jie's scolding but could only smile awkwardly. Young Master Zhao, it's almost done. Yesterday, she agreed to my pursuit. Soon, I'll have her packaged and delivered to you, the man said, somewhat flustered. Zhao Jie became even angrier upon hearing this. I'm paying you to solve problems, not for you to fall in love. Zhao Jie cursed loudly. If it weren't for the fact that you're old classmates, I wouldn't have come to you. Damn it! Zhao Jie couldn't hold back his curses. The standing man trembled in fear, not daring to speak. Tell me, how much longer do you need? Zhao Jie looked at the man disdainfully. About another 5 days. The man hesitated. It was clear that his confidence was low, and 5 days might not even be enough. He was just under pressure from Zhao Jie. 5 days? You must be dreaming. How could I possibly wait for you for 5 days? Zhao Jie yelled, then threw a blue pill into the man's hand. Young Master Zhao, what is this? The man's eyes widened. Zhao Jie smiled and nodded. That's right, it's exactly the kind of pill you're imagining. Once taken, no matter how virtuous she is, she'll turn into a slut, and won't remember anything the next day. He, Zhao Jie said with a wicked grin. The standing man began to feel scared. Young Master Zhao, this is illegal, isn't it? The man exclaimed. Coward. Think with your pig brain. Can I wait for you for 5 days? At most, I'll give you 2 more days. The man's expression changed upon hearing this, and finally, he made a decision. Alright, but you have to give me all the money now, the man said, surprisingly assertive. A flash of murderous intent crossed Zhao Jie's face, but he quickly replaced it with a fake smile. Good. He then tossed a box of cash in front of the man. Bang! The next second, the box popped open, revealing neatly stacked bundles of $100 bills, a total of 30 stacks. The man's eyes lit up, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Slap! But unexpectedly, the box was slammed shut again. The man was taken aback. Chen, I warn you, don't try to play tricks on me. If you dare to take the money and run, you should know what will happen next. Zhao Jie's eyes were like knives, staring at the man. The man frowned. Young Master Zhao, rest assured, the man said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie finally relaxed his grip. The man then picked up the heavy 300,000 and walked towards the exit of the private room. Chen Sudong, let me remind you once more, this 300,000 isn't free. If something really happens, you know what to do, right? Zhao Jie's voice was like that of a demon. I know. Chen Sudong said, not looking back as he walked out of the private room. Jiang Chen watched Chen Sudong's departing figure, feeling astonished. He simply couldn't understand how the man who had just spoken, who seemed so honest and straightforward, could possibly be making a deal with Zhao Jie, a demon who would eat a person without spitting out the bones? Damn! Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. He realized he was still too young. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think. However, who could that old virgin Zhao Jie mentioned be? Looking at Chen Sudong's age, he was only about 30, which meant the woman was also around 30 if they were classmates. Moreover, she was a woman that Zhao Jie was willing to spend a fortune to obtain. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of someone. It was her, Xiao Yanan. Jiang Chen immediately felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out on his body. Thinking of Xiao Yanan, Jiang Chen was startled and dared not be negligent, quickly chasing after Chen Sudong. Zhao Jie had given Chen Sudong 2 days, which meant this guy could drug Xiao Yanan at any moment within those 2 days. Jiang Chen couldn't afford to be careless. After all, Xiao Yanan was a campus beauty, and she was a girl who had never been intimate with anyone. If she were drugged and then taken advantage of by that pig Zhao Jie, how could that be acceptable? Damn it, he would probably wake up in anger from his dreams. Zhao Jie, just you wait. Your father Zhao Defa is no longer going to take care of you. This time, I will make sure you spend a few years in prison picking up soap. Sewing by day, picking up soap by night. There will be plenty of fun. And this Chen Sudong, damn it, how dare you touch a woman I have my eyes on? You must want to accompany Zhao Jie too. Damn. Jiang Chen watched Chen Sudong hail a taxi. He then followed in his own car. Actually, Jiang Chen had just drunk some alcohol at the dinner party and was planning to call a ride to take him to Zhang Menjiang. But now, considering Xiao Yanan's safety, he had long since thrown that idea out of his mind. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Chen was cursing. Chen Sudong was really busy with a lot of things. First, he went to the bank. It seemed he was going to deposit money. Then he went to a car rental place and rented a Ferrari for himself. He also bought a large bouquet of roses. After that, he went to a jewelry store and bought a diamond ring. After all this, Jiang Chen was left dumbfounded. Damn! What on earth does this guy want to do? Fortunately, this guy finally finished his busy work and drove the Ferrari, swaggering towards the hospital where Xiao Yanan was. Soon, the 2 luxury cars drove into the hospital, one after the other. When Chen Sudong appeared suddenly, holding roses, the Ferrari keys, and the diamond ring, and knelt on one knee, Xiao Yanan was completely stunned. This old classmate Chen Sudong had pursued her madly back in college. But at that time, she only had eyes for her studies and couldn't possibly look at him. Until a few days ago, when Chen Sudong came to the hospital for an 4 drip, the two met again, and Xiao Yanan realized that Chen Sudong was actually quite impressive. He was a hard-working person. Coming from an ordinary family, he managed to start a company in Jiangcheng, albeit a small one, but that was still quite good. It showed that he was a very diligent person. Moreover, according to Chen Sudong himself, he had bought a villa and a luxury car. What was even more remarkable was that he still liked her so much. However, compared to Jiang Chen, he was still somewhat lacking. But Jiang Chen was her sister's boyfriend. How could she possibly accept such a thing? Compared to the oddball she had met on blind dates, it was clear that Chen Sudong was not bad, so she agreed to let him pursue her, but it still depended on his performance. Unexpectedly, Chen Sudong was so bold that he actually knelt down on one knee in front of so many people. Xiao Yanan was completely stunned. Chen Sudong, what are you doing? Get up, get up. She tried to pull Chen Sudong, who was kneeling. However, Chen Sudong remained steadfast as if he had made a resolution. No, Yanan, if you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I won't get up. Yanan, I've liked you since my freshman year, and now it's been almost 12 years. This time, fate has arranged for me to meet you again, and I won't let you slip away again. Chen Sudong looked up at Xiao Yanan, his eyes filled with sincerity. Xiao Yanan felt even more troubled. She had planned to get to know Chen Sudong better before considering whether to date him. She didn't expect Chen Sudong to be so fervent. For the first time, the single Xiao Yanan felt a stir in her heart. So he's a classmate of Dr. Xiao. He looks like a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Exactly. Look, he's holding a Ferrari key. Yeah, that diamond ring is the kind that can only be custom made once in a lifetime. Dr. Xiao, if you don't agree, I will. Some young nurses cheered. Jiang Chen finally understood the insidious nature of Chen Sudong. Damn, this guy is really scheming. He looks like an innocent and harmless person, but his intentions are so sinister. Jiang Chen's anger was instantly ignited, and he stepped forward, kicking Chen Sudong to the ground with a duong. Ha! The onlookers were instantly stunned by this scene. Jiang Chen, why are you here? Xiao Yanan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Ever since Jiang Chen walked out of her rented apartment that day, she had dreamed of him more than once, thinking of him. But every time she woke up, she was pulled back to the cruel reality. He was her sister's boyfriend. How could she have feelings for him? Xiao Yanan was caught in a constant struggle between emotion and reason. She had sleepless nights. She felt like she was going crazy. Until Chen Sudong's appearance slowly calmed her heart. Although she didn't like Chen Sudong that much, he liked her. Moreover, Chen Sudong's conditions were not bad. Although his family was average, with no connections or background, he had managed to buy a car and a house through his own efforts. The most important thing was that he still liked her just as he did back then. This year, I am already 30 years old, and I really can't be as willful as before. I should face reality and just find a man with similar conditions who loves me and get married. But just as Xiao Yanan was preparing to accept her fate, she never expected that Jiang Chen would suddenly appear here. Even more unexpectedly, upon seeing Jiang Chen again, the stagnant waters of her heart surged with waves once more. The feeling of flushed cheeks and a racing heart returned. This physiological reaction could never lie. Could it be that I have truly fallen for Jiang Chen? Xiao Yanan couldn't help but think. Yanan, don't believe him, he's just a liar. He's sent by Zhao Jie to deceive you. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Yanan with deep concern and said, Ah, Zhao Jie. Xiao Yanan was instantly frightened, her face losing color. Zhao Jie was Xiao Yanan's shadow. Just thinking about how he almost coerced her into being his woman that day made her heart race with fear, causing her to lean against Jiang Chen. She looked warily at Chen Sudong on the ground. Who the hell are you? Why did you kick me? Chen Sudong struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Jiang Chen with rage. Then he saw Xiao Yanan leaning directly against this man. His eyes were blazing with fire. Ha! Why did I kick you? Just because you were sent by Zhao Jie, Jiang Chen said with a murderous intent. If Chen Sudong dared to take another step forward, he would definitely end up in the hospital. Oh, this is the hospital, so no need to call an ambulance. Zhao Jie? Who called Zhao Jie? Chen Sudong's eyes were full of innocence. I heard your conversation in the private room just now. Do you still dare to argue? Jiang Chen was burning with anger. Chen Sudong's expression changed slightly. What private room? I was just outside buying a gift for Yanan. Chen Sudong said, looking at Xiao Yanan. Yanan, is this your friend? Is there something wrong here? Why are you both talking nonsense? Chen Sudong pointed at his head, asking Xiao Yanan. Xiao Yanan was completely confused by the two of them. She was studying surgical medicine, not psychology. Whose words could she trust? She was utterly bewildered. Just then, ding-ling-a-ling, Xiao Yanan's phone rang. She picked up the phone and saw that it was her sister, Xiao Yali, calling. So, she hurriedly answered the call. Sister, I'm off tomorrow. I plan to go to your rental place tonight, okay? Xiao Yali asked excitedly on the other end of the line. Sure. Of course, that's great. Xiao Yanan quickly replied. Okay, then I'll come over after work. By the way, sister, what are we having for dinner? I'll buy something in advance. Xiao Yali asked again. Silly sister, I'm just happy to see you, you don't need to buy anything, Xiao Yanan said with a smile. Hee, I knew you were the best, sister. Oh, by the way, sister, do you have time tomorrow? I've already made plans with brother Jiang Chen. The three of us can go to Disneyland and play all day, okay? Xiao Yali said excitedly. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Yanan's expression instantly froze. 3 people? How are we going to play? In an instant, an indescribable sense of shame surged in Xiao Yanan's heart. Not good. After Xiao Yanan finished speaking, she hung up the phone with a bang, leaving only Xiao Yali on the other end, looking completely bewildered. After hanging up, Xiao Yanan pushed open the door with a dark expression, embracing Jiang Chen. Yanan? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Jiang Chen, what exactly is your purpose for coming here today? Xiao Yanan questioned Jiang Chen with full suspicion. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the question. I came too. Jiang Chen stammered. He was worried about Xiao Yanan's safety and came over directly. What purpose could there be? He. Xiao Yanan let out a cold laugh. Can't say it, can you? Then let me tell you. Are you trying to tell me to accompany you to Disneyland tomorrow? Jiang Chen, I advise you to give up on that thought. You've already got my sister, do you still want to possess me? What do you take me for? A whore or a prostitute? Xiao Yanan questioned Jiang Chen sharply, then suddenly let out a painful scream. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He never expected Xiao Yanan would say such things. However, he couldn't find a single word to refute her. This explosive statement quickly detonated like a nuclear bomb among the crowd. Damn, this kid looks gentle, but he's actually a beast. Fell in love with the sister, then fell in love with the older sister? Damn, people usually go for the younger sister, but he goes for the older sister. Beast. Is this something a human can do? In an instant, Jiang Chen was drowned in the crowd's spittle. He was pointed at by the onlookers, yet he couldn't explain a single word. At this moment, Chen Sudong was smug. Oh, Yanan, I get it, this is Lily's boyfriend, right? Yo. Brother-in-law, that's a bit unfair of you. Isn't having Lily enough? You're still greedy, and you like Yanan too? Is this something a human can do? Chen Sudong's face was full of mockery. Bang! Jiang Chen couldn't hold back and slapped him again. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? Xiao Yanan looked at Jiang Chen with anger. This is my boyfriend, and also your brother-in-law. Please don't hit him casually in the future. After scolding Jiang Chen, Xiao Yanan turned to check on Chen Sudong's face that had been hit. Darling, are you okay? Xiao Yanan seemed to intentionally provoke Jiang Chen. Oh, Yanan, I'm fine. Chen Sudong was full of pride. Chen Sudong thought, hit him. The more you hit, the more Yanan will lean towards me. It looked like a loss, but in reality, he was winning big. Jiang Chen was now furious but had nowhere to vent. He knew that the angrier he got and the more he hit this scammer, the more he pushed Xiao Yanan towards him. Damn, hitting someone while feeling so aggrieved, no one else could do that. Helpless, Jiang Chen could only leave in frustration. It seemed he had to think of another way. Xiao Yanan was, at her core, a very stubborn person. The tighter she pushed herself, the more likely she was to do something outrageous. Let's loosen up a bit first. After all, this is a hospital, this guy wouldn't dare to drug Xiao Yanan here, right? Xiao Yanan watched Jiang Chen's back as he left in a huff, her expression filled with disappointment. Her heart was in turmoil. You can leave too. Xiao Yanan turned around and coldly said to Chen Sudong. Yanan. You. Chen Sudong could hardly believe his ears. Sudong, thank you for playing along with me just now. I think I'm not ready yet. Let's observe each other a bit longer. I won't take the engagement ring, but I'll accept the flowers for now. As she spoke, Xiao Yanan picked up the bouquet of roses that Jiang Chen had kicked away and walked towards the office. Oh, by the way, don't come to the unit to find me in the future. It will affect the patient's treatment. Xiao Yanan turned back to add. Chen Sudong's heart sank like it had fallen into an ice cave. Damn! This B*TCH has completely treated me like a tool. It seems I need to be a bit harsher. As Jiang Chen stepped out and got into his car, he saw Chen Sudong also walking out with a dejected look. Then, he drove away. Jiang Chen understood, indeed, Xiao Yanan still had feelings for him. However, due to his relationship with Xiao Yali, she was unwilling to accept him. The more he pushed her, the more she would resent him, pushing her further towards Chen Sudong. The more he distanced himself from her, the less she would pay attention to Chen Sudong. Sigh. Such a woman is truly a treasure. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. But this Chen Sudong had already taken Zhao Jie's money. He would definitely make a move in the next couple of days. He had to be on guard. This was quite troublesome. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Why are women so complicated? Just then, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was Xiao Yali calling. Hello, Lily. Jiang Chen answered the phone. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, the plan for us to go to Disneyland together tomorrow might fall through. Wuwu Xiao Yali actually started crying as she said this. It's okay, Lily. You can't blame yourself for this, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't know what's going on either. At first, I was chatting well with my sister, and then she suddenly got angry and hung up. When I called back, she wouldn't answer. Xiao Yali said anxiously while crying. Lily, are you at your company now? I'll come find you. Jiang Chen said calmly. Brother Jiang Chen, did something happen to my sister? Xiao Yali felt a bit scared. She's being targeted by bad people. But Lily, don't worry, she's not in danger for now. We'll talk about the rest when we meet. Jiang Chen said seriously. Okay, Brother Jiang Chen, I'll go ask for leave now. I'll wait for you downstairs. Xiao Yali's expression also became serious. Jiang Chen finished and hung up the phone. Then he started the car. On the way, Jiang Chen thought about how during lunch in the private room, he had been too busy eavesdropping to remember to record. If he could have recorded the criminal evidence of Zhao Jie and Chen Sudong, he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble now. Learning from past mistakes, Jiang Chen didn't go directly to Xiao Yali's company this time. Instead, he bought 2 sets of miniature recording devices, the kind that can be monitored remotely. Moreover, they can be uploaded directly to the cloud, so he wouldn't have to worry about data loss. This time, no matter what, he had to put Zhao Jie and Chen Sudong in a dead end. Soon, Jiang Chen drove to the bottom of Xiao Yali's company. Looking at the familiar building, he felt a surge of emotions. Countless Friday nights, he had waited at the bottom of this building for Su Qian to get off work. But every time, he was met with Su Qian's incredibly disdainful gaze. Now that he was driving a luxury car worth over 7 million, did she regret it? That bitch Su Qian. Jiang Chen scanned the area and finally spotted Xiao Yali looking around at the bottom of the company. It seemed she didn't expect him to drive over. Beep beep beep. Jiang Chen honked a few times, trying to attract Xiao Yali's attention. However, Xiao Yali remained completely unfazed. Helpless, Jiang Chen had no choice but to get out of the car. However, as soon as he got out, he was surrounded by several professional women. Jiang Chen had never come to Su Qian's company at this time. Of course, he didn't know that around 4 p.m. was precisely the afternoon tea time for elite professionals. A little coffee, a little dessert, a little chat about life. It was quite pleasant. And there happened to be a cafe right at the bottom of their company. A Cullinan naturally attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Chen scanned the area roughly. This one has a privacy score of 5. This one has a privacy score of 3. This one has a privacy score of 1. This one is 0? Jiang Chen smirked. Although these women generally looked and had figures that were a bit worse than those gold diggers, their privacy scores were still acceptable. At least they were much better than that privacy score 106 beautiful days. Jiang Chen drove to the bottom of Xiao Yali's company, and before he could see Xiao Yali, he was surrounded by a group of women having afternoon tea. Handsome, can we exchange contact information? A few women mustered the courage to strike up a conversation with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Handsome, are you here to find someone? Or, Jiang Chen smiled, I'm here to pick up my girlfriend. Jiang Chen noticed that although these women were much less attractive and had worse figures compared to those gold diggers, their privacy scores were still decent, and there were even some girls with a privacy score of 0. If it weren't for the safety of Xiao Yanan at this moment, he might have really considered getting to know them. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Su Qian's favorability towards the host +10, Su Qian's favorability towards the host +10, Su Qian's favorability towards the host +10, Su Qian's favorability towards the host +10. Currently, Su Qian's favorability towards the host is 65, and 15 more will grant a large cash back. Jiang Chen's mouth dropped open in shock. Su Qian? Damn it! That bitch is still alive. The next moment, a woman with tear-filled eyes really walked out of the crowd. Darling, are you here to pick me up? Wuwu, I knew you still had me in your heart. Wuwu, so everything you did before was just to make me angry, right? Darling, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong now. I will never leave you again. Su Qian walked out of the crowd, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Chen felt 1,000 horses galloping through his mind. Damn it, you went behind my back, found so many men, and now you have the face to say such things? You think too simply, bitch. Su Qian, you're overthinking it. Jiang Chen sneered, do you really think I'm someone who collects scraps? What did you and Zhou Ting do behind my back? Do you really think I don't know? Damn. Stinking bitch, worthless trash. Get the hell out of here, or don't blame me for being rude, Jiang Chen said angrily. Ah, Su Qian's face instantly froze. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen knew everything about the foolish things she had done with Zhou Ting. Oh my god. This man had been giving her chances all along, while she was completely unaware. Now that she thought about it, she really was incredibly foolish. Darling, actually those things aren't my fault, Zhou Ting led me on. I beg you to forgive me one more time, I swear to heaven I won't do it again. Su Qian plopped down on her knees in front of Jiang Chen, swearing earnestly and pleading desperately. Someone led you on? Su Qian, if you really had me in your heart, would you be led on by someone else? Now that you see I have a house and a car, you want to change your mind? You must be dreaming. With trash like you, I don't even look at you now. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. The chill emanating from him made Su Qian feel a shiver. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind again. Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host +1. Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host +1. Ding! Xiao Yali's current favorability towards the host is 92. Ding! Currently, Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host is 92, exceeding 90, which will activate an extra reward. Rewarding the host with enhancement points to 0 points, current enhancement points 92 points. Ding! Detected Xiao Yali's love for small animals, rewarding the host with beast language proficiency level 10. Ding! Skill beast language proficiency level +2, current host beast language proficiency, level 12. The large cashback triggered on her will be doubled. What's going on? Xiao Yali is up to something again? Jiang Chen quickly looked up towards the spot where Xiao Yali had been waiting. However, he didn't see anyone. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm over here. The girl's clear and melodious voice rang out. Jiang Chen hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice and met Xiao Yali's bright, smiling eyes. It turned out that Xiao Yali had come here at some point. She had just seen the scene where Jiang Chen was drawing a line with Su Qian. This had greatly increased her favorability towards Jiang Chen. Lily, you're here. Jiang Chen also showed a surprised expression. A blush appeared on Xiao Yali's face as she shyly nodded. She didn't know why, but after just a few days apart from Jiang Chen, she felt a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. It feels like just a few days have passed, and how has brother Jiang Chen become taller and more handsome again? Let's go! Jiang Chen, under the astonished gazes of everyone, took Xiao Yali's hand and walked towards the car. Su Qian, sprawled on the ground, felt her mindset completely shatter. Oh my god! I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming. Su Qian pinched her thigh hard, trying to wake herself up, but even the pain from her pinched flesh couldn't bring her back to reality. At that moment, she truly felt the helplessness and despair Jiang Chen must have felt when she rejected him. It was such a sense of powerlessness, such despair. Meanwhile, Xiao Yali sat in the passenger seat of Jiang Chen's luxury car, touching and looking around like a happy little rabbit. Brother Jiang Chen, is this your new car? Xiao Yali's face was filled with excitement. Yeah, Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. This car is so big and spacious. It must be very expensive. Xiao Yali asked in surprise. It's okay. Do you like it? Jiang Chen smiled, then gently placed one hand on the back of Xiao Yali's delicate hand. Ah! Xiao Yali instinctively pulled her arm back, her face turning bright red. After a moment, she managed to squeeze out 2 words. Like it. Jiang Chen was instantly stirred, feeling a bit restless. After driving to a safe spot by the roadside, he stopped the car. Brother Jiang Chen, aren't we going to find my sister? What? Xiao Yali wanted to say something, but her lips were sealed by Jiang Chen. Lily, I missed you so much these past few days. Jiang Chen kissed Xiao Yali while softly whispering in her ear. At that moment, he only used 30% of his charm, and Xiao Yali was already struggling to handle it. Brother Jiang Chen, I missed you too. So much. Xiao Yali's heart raced, responding to Jiang Chen with equal fervor. After a while, Lily, how about we go to the back seat? Jiang Chen said, somewhat unsatisfied. Xiao Yali shyly nodded. After a long time, Jiang Chen lay contentedly in Xiao Yali's embrace, feeling grateful. Luxury cars are indeed great. The back seat space is so large and comfortable. The two of them weren't cramped at all. TSK. From now on, there's another option, Xiao Yali, after a few days, having just received the grace of rain and dew, was like a beautifully blooming rose. Indeed, could allow 2 long-separated lovers to quickly become intimate. Xiao Yali was no longer restrained, like a curious baby, hugging Jiang Chen and studying his hair. Hey, brother Jiang Chen, you have several white hairs, let me help you pluck them. Before Jiang Chen could agree, the next second, his Jiang Chen winced in pain. Hee hee, look. Xiao Yali proudly displayed her trophy to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. Lily, why do I feel like I've become your pet? Hee hee, sorry Jiang Chen Gij, I'm just used to petting my cat. Xiao Yali said a bit shyly. Jiang Chen Gij, don't move, okay. There are still a few white hairs here, let me help you pull them out. Xiao Yali exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. Jiang Chen, can I say I don't need to pull them out? Xiao Yali, no. Hi. Jiang Chen, then Lily, could you at least put on something? Xiao Yali, no way. Hee hee. Jiang Chen. After a while, look. I told you to put it on earlier, but you didn't listen. Now my pet is angry. Too late to regret. Jiang Chen said a bit angrily. Hee hee. Xiao Yali showed a look of surprise. What should we do now? Jiang Chen Gij. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. What else can we do? Whoever made her angry has to coax her. The time for mischief is always short. Soon it was almost time for Xiao Yanan to get off work. Jiang Chen dared not fool around anymore. He drove with Xiao Yali to the hospital where Xiao Yanan worked. Lily, your sister is being targeted by bad people. Blah blah blah. Skipping 1,000 words. This Chen Sudong took 300,000 from Zhao Jia, and now he's getting close to Yanan to drug her. Do you understand what I'm saying? Jiang Chen said with a serious expression as he explained to Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Jiang Chen Gij, is what you're saying true? Jiang Chen nodded solemnly, yes. Lily, if it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I wouldn't be so anxious to see you. As soon as Xiao Yali heard this, she panicked. Jiang Chen Gij, what should we do then? I only have one sister. If something happens to her, what will I do? Xiao Yali was so anxious she was about to cry. It's okay, Lily, I've got everything under control. Jiang Chen gently placed one hand on Xiao Yali's delicate cheek. Only then did Xiao Yali feel a bit reassured. Lily, take these 2 miniature recording devices, keep one for yourself, and find a way to get the other to your sister. If any danger arises, I will be there in no time. Okay? Jiang Chen said seriously to Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali nodded obediently, taking the items from Jiang Chen's hand. At that moment, she had unconditionally trusted Jiang Chen. Indeed, in this situation, Jiang Chen was the only man they could rely on. The car had just arrived at the hospital entrance. The two saw a familiar figure. Xiao Yali's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Chen Gij, look. It's my sister, she's off work. Let's go find her. Xiao Yali shouted excitedly. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. Lily, you go ahead. Your sister. She probably doesn't want to see me right now. Xiao Yali was taken aback. How could that be? Brother Jiang Chen, you care so much for her, how could she be so ungrateful? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. No, I need to clarify things with her. Xiao Yali said angrily as she got out of the car and walked towards Xiao Yanan. Jiang Chen wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. Lily, what are you doing here? Xiao Yanan looked at Xiao Yali, who had suddenly appeared in front of her, and her face lit up with surprise. Although she had been a bit angry with Xiao Yali earlier, seeing her little sister made her very happy. How can you still say that? You suddenly hung up on me, I thought something happened to you. Xiao Yali crossed her arms, puffing up in anger as she questioned Xiao Yanan. This left Xiao Yanan momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected her sister to be so worried just because she had hung up the phone. She skipped class and rushed over to find her. Sigh. It seemed she had been too emotional. Unintentionally, she had hurt the person who cared about her the most. A strong sense of guilt surged in Xiao Yanan's heart. Xiao Yanan thought to herself, just because she hung up the phone, her sister skipped class to come find her. A strong sense of guilt surged in her heart. Lily, I'm sorry. It was my fault, I shouldn't have hung up on you. Xiao Yanan said to her sister Xiao Yali with some guilt. Why are you saying sorry to me? You should be saying sorry to brother Jiang Chen. Xiao Yali pouted and turned her head away in a huff. Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the name Jiang Chen, Xiao Yanan's expression changed slightly. Right. Brother Jiang Chen has done so much for you, yet you not only don't appreciate it, but you also deliberately upset him. Sister, aren't you being a bit too unreasonable? Xiao Yali had a look of righteous indignation. Xiao Yanan suddenly understood, thinking to herself, Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you are too despicable. You got scolded and left. Then you incited Lily to skip class and try to persuade me. What's the difference between you and a despicable little person? Xiao Yanan thought this, but her face remained expressionless. Oh, where is Jiang Chen? Xiao Yanan asked Xiao Yali nonchalantly, though she was gritting her teeth inside. Upon hearing Xiao Yanan's words, Xiao Yali's face immediately brightened. Hee, that's more like it. Brother Jiang Chen is in the car over there. Let's go. I'll go with you. Xiao Yali was pleased, feeling that she had not let Brother Jiang Chen's efforts go to waste. However, as she turned around, she found that Jiang Chen's car had already disappeared. Xiao Yali was instantly filled with confusion. As Jiang Chen drove, he listened to the heated argument between the sisters on the recording device. Cold sweat broke out. Thankfully, he had slipped away quickly. Otherwise, he would have been tormented to death by these two sisters today. It turned out that as soon as Xiao Yali mentioned the name Jiang Chen, the system began to prompt, ding, Xiao Yanan's favorability towards the host -10, 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 Xiao Yanan's favorability towards the host -10. Currently, Xiao Yanan's favorability towards the host is 20. Ha! Jiang Chen's head was spinning. Without saying a word, he immediately made a run for it. How could a woman's thought process be like this? He had just beaten up Chen Sudong, and the favorability didn't drop this much. Now, Xiao Yali had only defended him once and was treated like this. Ah! Xiao Yanan, I won't care about you anymore, just fend for yourself. Jiang Chen cursed angrily. However, not far out, Jiang Chen couldn't help but soften his heart. He was angry, but he still couldn't let go of Xiao Yanan. Moreover, now he had called Xiao Yali over. If Zhao Jia really took advantage of this, it would be a buy one get one free. Damn, Jiang Chen didn't dare to joke and could only quietly follow the two sisters, secretly protecting them. Jiang Chen followed the sisters, buying snacks, shopping in the supermarket, not daring to relax for a moment. When the sisters returned home, Jiang Chen stayed at the bottom of the apartment building. Eventually, he listened to the recording device, capturing the sisters' conversation. Finally, he boredly rested his head on the steering wheel and dozed off. At 11 p.m., Jiang Chen was awakened by a knock on the car window. Blinking his sleepy eyes, he looked out the window and saw Xiao Yali in a light sleepwear. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He hurriedly opened the car door for Xiao Yali. Lily, why did you come down? Where's your sister? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Brother Jiang Chen, my sister is already asleep. Do you want to come up and sleep? Xiao Yali smiled and invited Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was stunned for a few seconds. This, isn't it inappropriate? Jiang Chen said shyly. He thought about how Xiao Yanan's rented apartment was a one-bedroom with only one bed. How could 3 people fit on one bed? That would be too cramped. Most importantly, Xiao Yanan currently had quite a dislike for him. If she found out he was taking advantage of her vulnerability, wouldn't that be impossible to clear even if he jumped into the Yellow River? No way. A gentleman appreciates beauty, but he does so with propriety. He wasn't that shameless. Lily, I won't go up. You should keep your sister company, and remember to lock the door. If anything happens, call me immediately, okay? Jiang Chen gently caressed Xiao Yali's cheek, his eyes filled with concern. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind again. Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host +1. Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host +1. Xiao Yali's favorability towards the host +1. Ding! Xiao Yali's current favorability towards the host has increased by 3 points, now at 95. Rewarding the host with 30 enhancement points, current enhancement points, 122. Ding! Skill, Beast Language Proficiency, level +3, current host, Beast Language Proficiency, level 15, the large cashback triggered on her will increase by 5 times. What? Jiang Chen listened to the system's prompt, his eyes widening in shock. What was going on? Brother Jiang Chen, woo. At this moment, Xiao Yali was already filled with tears. Unable to control her emotions any longer, she threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. You are just too good to us. Woo. It turned out that when Xiao Yali was pulling the curtains just now, she happened to spot Jiang Chen's car at the bottom of the building. She had originally thought that after giving her the recording device, Jiang Chen would leave. But unexpectedly, brother Jiang Chen had been silently watching over them all alone. To be loved by such a man, even if she were to die tomorrow, it would not be in vain to have lived this life. Xiao Yali threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, her tears already soaking his clothes. Jiang Chen smiled. He gently patted Xiao Yali's back. Silly girl, it's getting late, hurry up and go to sleep. I think the bad guys won't come again tonight. I should go back to sleep too. Jiang Chen said tenderly to Xiao Yali. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yali reluctantly released Jiang Chen. Well, okay, brother Jiang Chen, you've been busy all day, you must be exhausted. You should go back and rest early, Xiao Yali said with concern. Saying this, she opened the car door, preparing to get out. However, she suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, brother Jiang Chen, are you hungry? Xiao Yali asked with a smile. A little. Jiang Chen said somewhat shyly. Here Xiao Yali smiled as she handed Jiang Chen a greasy paper bag wrapped in a plastic bag. What is this? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. It's half a roast chicken left over from our dinner, Xiao Yali said with a grin. And this? Xiao Yali surprisingly produced a can of chilled cola as if performing a magic trick. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. This little girl really understood him too well. Although he had eaten quite a bit at lunch, it was now 11 p.m. He was already so hungry that he felt dizzy. Jiang Chen hurriedly took the half-roast chicken and the cola, opening them right in front of Xiao Yali. He began to eat heartily. A bite of meat, a sip of drink, blissful. Xiao Yali watched Jiang Chen eat, her face full of happiness. Then brother Jiang Chen, I'll go up first. Xiao Yali pointed upstairs. Remember to lock the door. I'll wait until I see you turn off the lights before I leave, Jiang Chen added while eating. Okay. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chen, Xiao Yali ran upstairs with a beaming face. Just as Jiang Chen finished eating, he happened to see Xiao Yali waving at him from the balcony. Then she turned off the lights. Only then did Jiang Chen feel at ease to start the car and drive out of the community. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind again. Xiao Yanan's favorability towards the host +10. Xiao Yanan's favorability towards the host +10. Xiao Yanan's favorability towards the host +10. Ding! Xiao Yanan's current favorability towards the host is 50, keep it up. Ding! The system detected that Xiao Yanan's private encounters count is 0. Remind the host, when this girl's favorability towards the host exceeds 80, other system functions will be activated. Jiang Chen? What's going on here? Xiao Yanan is also in on this? Women, oh women, I really don't understand you. At this moment, Xiao Yanan's heart was in turmoil. While she was out with her sister Xiao Yali, strolling through the snack street and the supermarket, she had already noticed Jiang Chen's shadow following them, but she had kept silent about it. She really wanted to see what this Jiang Chen was up to, concocting such a grand excuse. Not only did he drag out Zhao Jia, his own nightmare, but he also maliciously accused Chen Sudong, who wanted to get close to her. What she couldn't tolerate the most was that he had even seduced her sister, Xiao Yali. Humph. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you are truly despicable and shameless. Xiao Yanan then pretended to be asleep, and when Xiao Yali went out, she tightly gripped a pair of scissors. If Xiao Yali dared to bring Jiang Chen up here and be frivolous with her, she would absolutely make sure he could no longer be a man. No more of these tricks. Humph. But what Xiao Yanan didn't expect was that Jiang Chen didn't take advantage of the situation. Only her sister Xiao Yali returned. Could it be that Jiang Chen was truly a gentleman and she had misunderstood him? Xiao Yanan fell into deep self-doubt. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen drove out of Xiao Yanan's neighborhood and suddenly felt a chill in his pants. It seemed the car window was open too wide. The night wind was still quite cool. After closing the window, it gradually warmed up. Jiang Chen thought that he actually gained quite a lot this afternoon. Although he hadn't settled things with Xiao Yanan, he had connected with her sister Xiao Yali. Moreover, he had also vented his anger on that bitch Su Qian. His heartache was completely resolved. From now on, there would be no more obstacles, hee. Then, Jiang Chen recalled the playful scenes with Xiao Yali in the car. To be honest, it had been a few days since he last saw Xiao Yali, and it felt like a long-lost reunion. There was actually a different kind of charm. Hee. It was already 11:30 p.m., and there were hardly any cars on the road. Jiang Chen drove at high speed towards Building 88 of the Deshan Huafu. After all, the woman marked by the system today was Zhang Menjing. How could he let this opportunity to take advantage slip away? Moreover, he had spent a lot of money buying a car, a villa, and investing in land during the day. He had less than $1 billion left on him. There was no sense of security at all. Sigh. Tonight, he would go to Zhang Menjing's place and make some money first. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at Building 88 of the Deshan Huafu, which was Zhang Menjing's residence. However, Jiang Chen's defenses were immediately broken. No matter how he knocked on the door, no one inside would open it. TMD, what is this little s*** T Zhang Menjing doing? Why isn't she opening the door after so long? Jiang Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that this little s*** T, after waiting for him for so long, had invited another man over? Damn it, a bitch is still a bitch. How much effort did he put in to rescue her from those thugs? Is this how she repays him? If he had known, he should have sold her to the Platinum Han Entertainment Club in Hongyuanshan. Let her entertain customers every day. MD. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen could no longer control the raging fire in his heart. With a duan, he kicked the expensive security door worth several tens of thousands, and it was kicked open cleanly. The security lock was completely broken and deformed. After entering the house, Jiang Chen discovered that all the lights were on. This indicated that there was indeed someone at home. Jiang Chen rushed straight to the master bedroom, and to his surprise, there was no one there. He then turned towards the bathroom, and again, no one. In the first guest room, no one. In the second guest room, no one. Finally, only the last guest room remained. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen kicked the last door open with a loud bang. "Damn you too! I'll kill you!" Jiang Chen thought furiously. However, the next second, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. This guest room was filled with all kinds of live streaming equipment. At that moment, Zhang Menjing was wearing a sexy and alluring outfit, her face adorned with a mysterious and charming mask. She was sitting in front of the screen, typing and interacting with her viewers. Ha! Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss. Zhang Menjing was equally bewildered. She never expected that while she was live streaming, her brother Jiang Chen would suddenly burst into the room, furious. Ha! Zhang Menjing was so startled that she didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen and Zhang Menjing locked eyes, staring at each other. They maintained eye contact for a full 10 seconds before Zhang Menjing remembered to cover the camera with her hand. Dear viewers, please wait a moment. The host has something urgent to deal with and will be back soon. Zhang Menjing hurriedly shut off the live stream. However, at that moment, the viewers in the live stream went into an uproar. What the hell? Brothers, did you see that man in Inger's live stream just now? I saw it clearly. I even took a screenshot. Who is he, and how did he suddenly appear in Inger's live stream? Oh no! Could that man be the top donor? It can't be. This guy is so young, how could that be? He should just be Inger's little boyfriend at most. No, you're all wrong. Didn't you see how Inger's live stream changed? Look at this setup, it's way better than before. I suspect Inger must be living with the top donor. Damn it! How could he possess my goddess for so long? I won't let you off. By the way, brothers, who is Inger's top donor? Of course, it's Liang Cheng Jiumeng, brother Liang. Last time, he donated 2 million to Inger in one go. And the next day, Inger stopped live streaming. Most importantly, as soon as Inger started streaming, a man appeared in the room. So, new chicken digs once, touches high multiple times. This man is Liang Cheng Jiumeng. Brother G, you really are something. This analysis is amazing. You could be directly canonized. 666. At this moment, Zhang Menjing didn't show her face, but the number of viewers in the live stream was 5 times more than usual. Everyone was speculating about who the man that suddenly appeared in Inger's livestream was. However, at this moment, Zhang Menjing and Jiang Chen couldn't care less about that. Zhang Menjing walked to the door and pulled Jiang Chen out of the live stream room. Brother Jiang Chen, why did you suddenly come at this time? I thought you weren't coming. So, I just started a live stream. Zhang Menjing cautiously said to Jiang Chen. Although she was a cold goddess in front of her viewers, she understood in her heart that she was nothing in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pampered himself, seeing himself as the high and aloof cold goddess. When Jiang Chen abandoned himself, he would immediately become someone else's plaything. It was very likely that he would once again become the bullied cow or horse in the Platinum Han. And now, Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat unpleasant. This made Zhang Menjing feel a bit scared, especially seeing the thick security door of the house already kicked to the point of deformation. One could imagine how angry Jiang Chen was at that moment. This made Zhang Menjing's heart rise to her throat. Jiang Chen looked at the woman wearing a mysterious mask, her figure stunning, and found himself somewhat mesmerized. It turned out she had been live streaming just now, no wonder she couldn't hear his knocking. The anger in Jiang Chen's heart instantly dissipated by half. Looking at Zhang Menjing, who was cautiously explaining herself, there was no trace of anger left. To be honest, ever since that day in the changing room, he had dreamt of this little enchantress several times. He had never seen such moves from any other woman. Because a woman like her, who had studied dance, worked in the dance industry, and was so open-minded, he had only known Zhang Menjing until now. And now, this little enchantress was right in front of him. Jiang Chen found himself a bit entranced. His hand unconsciously reached towards the woman's face. Zhang Menjing's heart instantly leaped to her throat. Is he going to hit me? Is he blaming me for not opening the door for him? Or is he upset that I casually remodeled his house? Or does he not want me to show my good figure to the viewers in the live stream? In just a few seconds, hundreds of thoughts surged through Zhang Menjing's mind. Brother Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhang Menjing suddenly broke down, kneeling in front of Jiang Chen with a thud. She cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Jiang Chen? He just wanted to take off her mask to see if this Inger was really Zhang Menjing. How did she get so scared? What did you do wrong? Jiang Chen thought to himself, smiling internally while keeping a straight face. Zhang Menjing, I was wrong for not opening the door for brother Jiang Chen. I was wrong for casually changing brother Jiang Chen's house. I was wrong for live streaming without brother Jiang Chen's permission. Zhang Menjing knelt on the ground, trembling as she spoke. Ah, where did your thoughts go? You were just live streaming. It's normal that you couldn't hear me knocking. Besides, this apartment was originally prepared for you. You can change it however you like. As for live streaming, that's your freedom. As long as you like it, you can stream as you wish. I'm not a slave owner from the old society. I won't interfere with you, Jiang Chen said to Zhang Menjing with a smile. Jiang Chen thought, for a little brat like Zhang Menjing, he didn't need to marry her. There was no need to confine her. He actually preferred that women had their own things to do. This way, they wouldn't have to focus all their energy on him, and they wouldn't have to compete with each other all day long. This was good for everyone. Moreover, with Zhang Menjing's looks and figure being so good, if he didn't let her livestream, she would be quite frustrated herself. That would be a huge waste of social resources. Looking at it from another angle, while others could only watch the cold goddess from afar on their phones, he could play with her whenever he wanted. It feels so refreshing to think about it. Ha he he. This wave is definitely not a loss. Ha? Zhang Menjing listened to Jiang Chen's words, her mouth agape, unable to believe that her brother Jiang Chen would say such a thing. Previously, she thought Jiang Chen was just a silly and wealthy fool, very inexperienced, and had probably not been with many women. However, she later realized she was wrong. Jiang Chen was not only a wealthy big shot who could tip 2 million in her livestream, playing her like a puppet, but also a behind-the-scenes figure who could control underworld bosses. This made her feel an infinite sense of awe. In front of him, she always felt tense, afraid of provoking him and falling into regret. Yet now she discovered that Jiang Chen was neither as simple as she initially thought nor as terrifying as she later believed. As long as she didn't touch his bottom line, she could treat him as the ideal man she envisioned. In his fish pond, she could swim freely. TSK. Brother Jiang Chen, is what you just said true? Zhang Menjing clearly sighed in relief, her gaze towards Jiang Chen showing less fear and more affection. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled. But, Menjing, can I make a small request? Jiang Chen suddenly said. Sure, of course. Zhang Menjing responded joyfully to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, you can ask for anything. As long as you can think of the action, Inger can definitely do it. Zhang Menjing said confidently to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback. This little vixen had thought of that? Is this the confidence of a dancer? He. Menjing, where are you thinking? I just hope you. In the future, don't showcase the details between us to others, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Zhang Menjing was stunned by Jiang Chen's words, and then her face flushed red. She recalled that day in the live stream, where to attract the viewers' attention, she showcased all the details of her and Jiang Chen in the changing room. For that, she was even threatened by that Liangqing old dream, scaring her so much that she couldn't sleep well for days. Although she later found out that Liangqing old dream was just Jiang Chen in disguise, testing her, she still dared not act recklessly now. Brother Jiang Chen, I won't dare again in the future, Zhang Menjing said, blushing. Ha, that's good. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Then brother Jiang Chen, you go take a shower first. I'll go back and explain to the viewers. I'll come back to accompany you soon, okay? Zhang Menjing pointed to the live stream room, cautiously speaking to Jiang Chen. Sure. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Oh, right, Menjing, I don't want the viewers to know that you should understand what I mean, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Don't worry, brother Jiang Chen, I know what to say. Zhang Menjing said joyfully, then walked towards the live streaming room. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and headed towards the bathroom. As soon as he entered, he noticed a brand new pair of men's slippers inside. There was also a new bathrobe and new pajamas prepared in advance. Jiang Chen felt even more pleased. It seemed that Zhang Menjing had indeed done her homework today, waiting for him. Having a woman like this around is quite nice. She could easily be grouped with Li Mena from Building 68 of the Dexin Mansion, both being peerless beauties. In the future, when feeling down, he could just take a stroll around the Dexin Mansion. Whether it's Li Mena or Zhang Menjing, both could bring some fresh excitement to his dull life. TSK. Jiang Chen happily started to wash up. Suddenly, a thought struck him, as if he remembered something. Didn't Zhang Menjing just say, As long as he could think of the action, she could do it. Is that true? Should I ask her to do a handstand and wash my hair for me? With that thought, a smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. In no time, he washed himself clean. Then he hurriedly picked up his phone and opened a mysterious website he had saved for many years, quickly reviewing it at 3.5 times speed with fast forward. Once upon a time, he had always yearned for some actions. Unfortunately, he had encountered the wrong person. Now, the time for practice had finally come. Hi. Soon, Jiang Chen had organized 4 or 5 sets of materials. However, just as he was about to study the 6th set, there was a knock on the bathroom door. "Brother Jiang Chen, do you want me to help you wash?" Zhang Menjing asked softly. At this moment, she had finished dealing with the viewers in the live streaming room. Hearing the water in the bathroom stop, but Jiang Chen still hadn't come out, she felt a bit strange. The studious Jiang Chen reluctantly closed the study materials. After all, he had already studied 4 or 5 sets, totaling about 30 difficult actions. That would be enough for tonight. Yes. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "Okay. Then brother Jiang Chen, I'm coming in," Zhang Menjing responded. Alright. The next second, Zhang Menjing really walked in with a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so tall, so handsome, I've never seen a man as amazing as you, brother Jiang Chen. Zhang Menjing exclaimed in surprise, her face involuntarily flushing. Jiang Chen felt a bit happy from the compliment. Although he felt a bit guilty for peeking at the study materials earlier, which made him a bit unsettled, it was still due to his good foundation. Menjing, come here. You first do a handstand and help me wash my hair.